In the womb, Wang Xuanzhi found himself bewildered. Had he truly traversed realms? While others were bound to a single system, why did he possess four? Ding. Chaos demon god system bound. Ding. Primordial monster god system bound. Ding. Hongmeng immortal god system bound. Ding. Origin human god system bound. From the moment of his birth, he was endowed with four invincible physiques. On that fateful day, when Wang Xuanzhi entered the world, extraordinary phenomena unfolded. The ongoing war among the four clans humans, demons, immortals, and monsters came to an abrupt halt. The demon clan proclaimed, "This child is the destined one of our kind." The demon clan asserted, "He is our supreme demon child." The immortal clan declared, "This is our future immortal emperor." The human clan hailed, "This is the future emperor of our race." Most alarmingly, these systems were capable of manifesting. In the origin continent, within the evergreen Wang family, one of the premier human factions, there existed a profound foundation of sage-level power. At this juncture, the continent faced an extraordinary period. The four clans humans, immortals, demons, and monsters were embroiled in a fierce struggle for the impending emergence of the great emperor's Tao fruit. The clans occupied their respective corners of the continent. Humans in the south, immortals in the east, demons in the west, and monsters in the north. At this moment, within the evergreen Wang family, where am I? Where are my hands? My feet? Have I traversed realms? Or am I experiencing a womb transit? Wang Xuanzhi felt his body, finding it difficult even to move. "My husband, I can feel the child kicking," said a young woman with bright, clear eyes, elegantly arched brows, and long lashes fluttering softly. Her flawless skin glowed with a delicate blush, and her lips, thin and tender like rose petals, parted in surprise. This was Wang Xuanzhi's mother, Lu Junwan. Opposite her, a man's expression brightened with joy and guilt as he addressed her. "These past months have been hard on you, ain't her?" The man lovingly stroked the woman's hair. With his sharp eyes and commanding presence, he exuded an air of authority even without anger. "Why can I hear them speaking? Is this truly my father and mother?" Wang Xuanzhi realized he possessed a unique consciousness, allowing him to perceive the events occurring outside. "Wow, my mother is so beautiful, and my father is quite handsome as well. Then I surely cannot be lacking." Just as Wang Xuanzhi indulged in these thoughts, a chilling voice echoed in his mind. Detecting the primitive ancestor chi body, the epic void system is automatically binding. Ding! Epic void system binding successful. The system exists in harmony with the host, sharing both fate and glory. May the host ascend to an invincible realm. As the system completed its binding, a dazzling white light erupted from Lu Junwan's belly. Her body lifted uncontrollably into the air, surrounded by this radiant light, which transformed into an immense hand, gently cradling her aloft. The brilliance illuminated the entire continent, casting its glow far and wide. Many elders of the evergreen Wang family, startled by this extraordinary phenomenon, emerged from their seclusion to gaze at Lu Junwan in the sky. The radiance intensified. Above the heavens, a magnificent figure materialized, spanning the entirety of the continent. This imposing silhouette bore the weight of the sun, moon, and stars upon his shoulders, his gaze reflecting the cycle of life and death. He looked upon Lu Junwan, more specifically upon the unborn Wang Xuanzhi. "Such a grand figure, is he gazing at me?" Wang Xuanzhi panicked. "He won't discover that I am a traverser and seek to eliminate me in the cradle, will he?" Boom, boom, boom. Thunderous roars reverberated across the heavens. The myriad white lights transformed into dazzling meteors that traversed the starry river, shaking the entire continent. Lu Junwan was equally bewildered as she found herself inexplicably soaring through the air, cradled by this mysterious, ethereal figure. Behind this colossal shadow, starlight streaked across the sky. Although it was daytime, the entire origin continent was engulfed in darkness. The elder ancestors of the Wang family were startled, their gazes fixed upon the celestial phenomenon. Even sages were awakened, their expressions grave as they beheld the eternal night. Across the continent, only the evergreen Wang family remained illuminated, a myriad of starlights twinkling. The other prominent human factions, their sequestered elders and unparalleled sages, were roused from their slumber, their eyes spanning thousands of miles to observe the events surrounding the Wang family. On this day, the continent was plunged into panic, all due to an unborn child. This is the emperor's protection. The emperor is safeguarding the unborn child. Before this child is born, no one shall harm mother or child. What an extraordinary unparalleled prodigy to receive such imperial protection even before birth. This child embodies the hope of our human race. We must ensure their safety. Many sages exchanged thoughts in hushed tones, their gazes fixed upon the celestial wonders overhead. The phenomenon was far from over. The starlight continued to coalesce. The fortunes of the evergreen Wang family were being absorbed into Lu Junwan's womb. In the darkened sky, the radiant star river formed a throne of constellations. The emperor's ethereal figure gently placed Lu Junwan upon the throne and proclaimed, "Heaven and earth decree. May mother and child dwell in eternal peace." This emperor's ethereal presence radiated an infinite imperial aura that enveloped the entire continent. All heard the emperor's words and beheld his magnificent figure. Time passed, and the emperor's silhouette vanished, the star river flowing into Lu Junwan's womb and into Wang Xuanzhi's being. Behind Lu Junwan, a gentle halo flickered, the light of heaven and earth shimmering upon her. When Lu Junwan regained her senses, feeling the surge of power within her, she realized she had ascended to the sage realm. Furthermore, the forces of heaven and earth were clandestinely protecting her and the unborn child. "No way, my mother has become invincible?" Wang Xuanzhi marveled from within. Truly, the awe-inspiring spectacle had left him profoundly impressed. It was magnificent. Gazing at the emperor's figure, Wang Xuanzhi vowed to attain such strength. Wang Xuanzhi, his father, had yet to reach Lu Junwan when several sage elders and secluded ancestors had already whisked her away, vanishing from sight. The elder men, smiling with warmth, gazed tenderly at Lu Junwan, speaking earnestly, "Junwan, you must take care of yourself. Tell us what you wish to eat or what you desire in the coming days. We shall fulfill your every wish." Lu Junwan, regaining her composure, gently caressed her belly and murmured, "As long as the child is well, all shall be well." Within the immortal clan, unparalleled sage, immortals, and secluded ancestors exchanged solemn discussions regarding the recent extraordinary events on the continent. This war must not encounter any unforeseen circumstances. This child is currently under the protection of the emperor, and we cannot act against him. This child undoubtedly possesses immense fortune. The human race cannot afford to produce another unparalleled powerhouse, or it would be exceedingly detrimental to us. Yet this is only before birth. After birth. As they spoke, a glimmer of sharpness flashed in the eyes of several elders. In the Western Demon Clan, a significant meeting was underway, deliberating the recent phenomenon. The entire continent had succumbed to darkness due to one individual, instilling fear in their hearts. This child must be eradicated. The human race has been weakened in recent years. If one individual rises, it will be detrimental to the war. With the emperor's guardianship and the protection of heaven and earth, we shall wait until this child is born before. A similar situation unfolded within the Monster Clan as they conspired to eliminate Wang Xuanzhi in the cradle. On the human side, an emergency meeting was convened due to Wang Xuanzhi discussing how to safeguard his birth. Before his arrival, under the emperor's decree and the command of heaven and earth, none could oppose it. What shall we do? Those ambitious wolves would stop at nothing. Our human race is already weakened. This child embodies our hope for resurgence. We must ensure his safety, even if the three clans come to attack. We must protect him at all costs, for the survival of the human race is intertwined with this child. The emperor's protection and the guardianship of heaven and earth indicate how extraordinary this child is. We must safeguard him, even if it means sacrificing ourselves. Dozens of human leaders resolved firmly. In the womb, Wang Xuanzhi was utterly bewildered. Had he really traversed into another realm? While others were bound to a single system, why was he entwined with four? Ding! The chaos demon god system has been bound. Ding! The primordial demon god system has been bound. Ding! The Hongmeng immortal god system has been bound. Ding! The origin human god system has been bound. Upon his birth, he possessed 4 invincible physiques. On the day of Wang Xuanzhi's arrival into the world, extraordinary phenomena unfolded. Amidst the raging war among the human, demon, immortal, and monster races, all halted in their tracks. The monster race proclaimed, "This child is the destined one of our kind." The demon race asserted, "He is our supreme demon child." The immortal race declared, "He is the future immortal emperor of our lineage." The human race noted, "He is destined to become the future human emperor." Most alarmingly, these systems could manifest physically. In the origin continent, within the evergreen Wang family, one of the foremost powers among the human race, there existed the foundation of a sage. This was a time of great upheaval on the continent. The four races, humans, immortals, demons, and monsters, were embroiled in a fierce struggle for the impending emergence of a great emperor's Tao fruit. Each race occupied a cardinal direction on the continent. Humans in the south, immortals in the east, demons in the west, and monsters in the north. In the evergreen Wang family, Wang Xuanzhi pondered, where am I? What has happened to my hands? And my feet? Have I traversed? Or am I still within the womb? He struggled to feel his own body, finding it difficult to move. My dear husband, I can feel our child kicking, said a young woman, her clear, bright eyes sparkling, her delicate brows arched, and long eyelashes fluttering gently. Her flawless skin glowed with a faint blush, and her soft lips resembled tender rose petals as she spoke with delight. This was none other than Wang Xuanzhi's mother, Lu Junwan. Across from her, a man, his face lighting up with joy and guilt, spoke tenderly. I apologize for the hardships you've endured these past months, Wainer. He affectionately caressed her hair, his striking features commanding respect even in repose. How can I hear their voices? Is this truly my father and mother? Wang Xuanzhi mused, seemingly unique from others, possessing a divine awareness that allowed him to perceive the world outside. Wow, my mother is incredibly beautiful, and my father is quite handsome as well. Surely, I will not be lacking in charm. As he reveled in his thoughts, a chilling voice echoed in his mind. Detecting the primitive ancestral chi body, the epic void system has been automatically bound. Ding! Binding of the epic void system successful. The system and host shall share life and death and glory together. It is hoped that the host may soon ascend to the realm of eternal invincibility. As the system completed its binding, Lu Junwan's belly radiated with a dazzling white light. Her body ascended uncontrollably, enveloped in countless luminous hands that gently lifted her into the air. This brilliance illuminated the entire continent, casting its glow far and wide. Elders from the evergreen Wang family were stirred by this phenomenon, emerging from their seclusion to gaze upon Lu Junwan in awe. The brilliance intensified. In the heavens above, a magnificent figure appeared in this realm. This being spanned the entire continent, bearing the weight of the sun, moon, and stars upon his shoulders, his eyes reflecting the cycle of life and death in all things. This figure gazed at Lu Junwan, or rather, at the unborn Wang Xuanzhi. Such a grand presence, is he looking at me? Wang Xuanzhi panicked. He won't discover that I am a traveler. Will he? Will he seek to extinguish me in the cradle? Boom, boom, boom. Thunderous sounds reverberated through the heavens. The myriad white lights transformed into shimmering meteors, traversing the starry river, shaking the entire continent. Lu Junwan was equally perplexed, having inexplicably ascended into the sky, cradled by this enigmatic figure. Behind the colossal silhouette, stars streaked across the sky, and though it was daytime, the entire origin continent was plunged into darkness. The ancestors of the Wang family, long sequestered, were astonished, gazing in terror at the celestial anomaly. Even the sages were moved, their expressions grave as they regarded the eternal night. Only the evergreen Wang family remained illuminated, their myriad stars twinkling brightly. The other major human factions, with their reclusive ancestors and unparalleled sages, were roused, their gazes spanning thousands of miles to observe the events unfolding within the evergreen Wang family. On this day, the continent was engulfed in panic, all due to the unborn child of one individual. This is the great emperor safeguarding the path. The emperor is protecting the unborn child. Before this child is born, none shall harm the mother and child. What a magnificent and extraordinary prodigy, to have an emperor safeguarding him even before birth. This child is the hope of our human race. Surely, we must protect him at all costs. Numerous sages exchanged glances, their expressions solemn as they gazed at the celestial phenomenon. The spectacle did not cease. The starlight continued to coalesce. The fortune of the evergreen Wang family flowed into Lu Junwan's womb. In the darkened sky, a brilliant river of stars formed a throne of celestial splendor. The emperor's phantom gently placed Lu Junwan upon the throne and proclaimed, by the decree of heaven and earth, may mother and child dwell in eternal peace. This emperor's ethereal presence radiated an overwhelming imperial aura across the continent. All heard the emperor's words and witnessed his phantom. After an indeterminate time, the emperor's figure vanished, and the river of stars flowed into Lu Junwan's womb, entering Wang Xuanzhi's body. Behind Lu Junwan, a faint halo shimmered, as the light of the universe flickered upon her. When Lu Junwan regained her senses, she felt a surge of power coursing through her. She had ascended to the sage realm. Additionally, the forces of heaven and earth now covertly protected her and her unborn child. Is it possible that my mother has become invincible? Wang Xuanzhi marveled from within. Truly, the awe-inspiring scene had left him astounded. It was magnificent. As he gazed upon the emperor's phantom, Wang Xuanzhi vowed to attain such strength. Wang Xuanzhi's father, Wang Xuang, did not wait for him to approach Lu Junwan. Several elder sages and sequestered ancestors had already whisked her away, vanishing from sight. The elders smiled warmly, their expressions kind as they regarded Lu Junwan, imparting earnest words. Junwan, you must take care of yourself. Tell us what you desire in these coming days. We will fulfill your every wish. Lu Junwan, regaining her composure, tenderly caressed her belly, murmuring, as long as the child is well, all shall be well. Within the immortal race, unparalleled sages and reclusive ancestors deliberated gravely over the recent celestial phenomenon. This war must not be marred by unexpected events. This child is under the protection of the emperor. We cannot act against him. This child undoubtedly carries immense fortune. The human race must not produce another extraordinary power, for it would be profoundly detrimental to us. But this is only before his birth. After he is born, at this juncture, glimmers of sharpness flickered in the eyes of the elders. In the Western demon race, a significant meeting was underway where they discussed the implications of the recent phenomenon. The entire continent had been shrouded in darkness due to one individual, instilling great apprehension within them. This child must be extinguished. The human race has grown weak in recent years. Should one individual rise to prominence, it would be disastrous for the war. With the emperor's protection and the safeguarding of heaven and earth, we shall wait until this child is born, and then we shall. A similar discourse unfolded within the monster race, as they conspired to eliminate Wang Xuanzhi in his infancy. On the side of the human race, an emergency meeting convened, focused on devising strategies to ensure Wang Xuanzhi's safe delivery. Before his birth, with the decree of the emperor and the order of heaven and earth, none could oppose. What shall we do? Those treacherous fiends would stop at nothing. Our race is already weakened. This child represents our hope for resurgence. We must protect him at all costs, even if the three races attack. We must resolutely safeguard the existence of the human race alongside this child. With the emperor's protection and the support of heaven and earth, it is evident how extraordinary this child is. We must ensure his safety, even if it costs us our lives. The resolve of dozens of human leaders solidified. Chapter 2. A year of pregnancy with no birth, developmental issues. At this moment, Wang Xuanzhi was still inquiring with the system about any miraculous treasures that could expedite his growth. However, the system appeared to be exceedingly aloof. Showing him no regard whatsoever. System, do you possess any extraordinary inheritance treasures? Bestow me some. Is there an invincible legacy? The one like that great emperor would suffice. Can I take some elixirs? Is there any unparalleled divine medicine that could elevate me instantly? This is a fantastical realm, fraught with peril. Surely, there must be some life-preserving means. Provide me with more. System, why do you remain indifferent to my plight? Thus, Wang Xuanzhi persisted in his inquiries for 9 months. One day, the system could no longer tolerate his incessant questioning, and a cold voice resonated. If you have inquiries, ask them all at once. What is the primordial ancestor chi body? I cannot divulge that information. You only need to comprehend that you can achieve what others cannot, and you possess abilities that others lack the qualifications for. In essence, every individual has a singular origin. Yet, your constitution is different. It is entirely up to you. Listening to the system's frigid tone, Wang Xuanzhi fell into contemplation. He then asked, what capabilities does the system possess? What benefits can you provide? The system replied, I cannot disclose that. Wang Xuanzhi, undeterred, continued his questioning. How can I complete tasks to gain benefits? I cannot disclose that. How can I grow rapidly? I cannot disclose that. By the heavens, this system is utterly useless. What purpose do you serve? Wang Xuanzhi was incensed. How could there be such a peculiar system? Look at others who traverse realms. They are either born with invincibility or acquire unparalleled physiques through sign-ins. Yet, my foolish system offers nothing but silence. Wang Xuanzhi continued his lamentations. Over the past 9 months, the continent had surprisingly returned to an eerie calm. The east of the continent, the celestial clan had been at peace for 9 months. The celestial lord inquired, must we truly wait for this child to be born before we strike? Are we to forfeit the war advantages we have cultivated over the years? The man known as the Celestial Lord, radiating celestial light, was indeed a being of saintly caliber. He answered the query with a single statement. Wait. The child must be eliminated in the cradle. Whatever the duration, it is worth the wait. Orders were dispatched to recall all Celestial clan members from the outside, preparing to launch a decisive strike to eliminate the child in its infancy, to the west of the continent. The demon clan's lord had also rested for 9 months. Now would be the perfect moment for a surprise attack, he mused, his demonic aura surging, his eyes piercing through space. This child must be eradicated. Otherwise, my clan shall find no peace. The child is under the protection of a great emperor. Such an extraordinary being cannot be allowed to live. Commands were sent out to summon all demon clan members back, preparing for an all-out assault. Go the north of the continent, in the vast monster valley. A blue dragon coiled within, its pupils resembling small mountains. The colossal fire phoenix blazed with fierce flames. Report to the Azure Dragon Lord and the Fire Phoenix Lord. Over these months, the human clan has voluntarily contracted their war efforts. Retreating to the southern part of the continent, the Celestial clan has also recalled a significant number of their warriors, as has the Demon clan. The Azure Dragon Lord listened and uttered in the dragon tongue. These factions are preparing to eliminate this child. Who would have thought this child could be so extraordinary under the protection of a great emperor? He must be eradicated. Otherwise, it spells disaster for our clan. Send forth my orders to gather countless monsters. The human clan observes a 10-month gestation period, and after 1 more month, they shall strike swiftly upon birth. Lu Junwan caressed her abdomen, feeling the heartbeat. Sensing the rhythm of life, my dear child, may you grow up strong and healthy, she whispered lovingly. Outside the door, Prince Wang Xuanzhi watched with concern the tranquility of these past 9 months. This ceasefire seemed to be brewing a storm. A month later, all the elders of the human clan and the saints surrounded Lu Junwan to ensure the safe birth of Wang Xuanzhi. A fearsome protective formation enveloped the entire Chongqing Wang family. The saints of the human clan patrolled the skies, while the venerable ancestors scanned the surroundings with overwhelming divine senses, ensuring comprehensive vigilance as they awaited Wang Xuanzhi's arrival. 2 days passed in this manner. Prince Wang Xuanzhi remained by Lu Junwan's side, gripping her hand tightly. After 2 days, his hand felt numb. What is happening? Why are there no signs of birth? The elder of the Wang family inquired. Lu Junwan shook her head, indicating her uncertainty. Meanwhile, within her womb, Wang Xuanzhi wished he could shake his head too, only to realize his neck had yet to fully develop. System, why have I not fully formed after 10 months? Is it because my mother is secretly consuming food without sharing it with me, leading to malnutrition? Yet again, the familiar and indifferent voice replied, I cannot disclose that. The elders in the air deliberated the current situation. What do you think? The birth of such a prodigy often harbors a unique constitution, and this child must be one of them. We shall wait. In the Celestial clan's encampment, the Celestial Lord sat upon his throne. Surrounded by countless Celestial soldiers, ever ready for deployment. Report. The child has yet to be born. What? Still not born? Then we shall wait. Thus, a year passed. Has this child shown no signs of movement? It has been a year. Lu Junwan shook her head, perplexed. Despite having cared for the child with the finest treasures and divine water, there had been not a single indication of movement. Wang Xuanzhi lamented within, by the heavens. Am I destined for malnutrition even before birth? Is there no ultrasound in this world? Someone, please check if I am missing something. Otherwise, this destined child may perish before even being born. What madness is this? And so, the continent experienced a year of uneasy peace, all due to the impending birth of a child. Wang Xuanzhi's influence was indeed significant. In the demon clan's encampment, the demon lord donned battle armor and stood upon a demonic dragon, exuding an imposing presence. That child still not born. It has been over a year. The soldiers below trembled in fear. And no, not yet in the monster clan stronghold. The Azure Dragon Lord contemplated. It is rumored that the birth of a human clan prodigy, possessing supreme qualities, often results in delayed labor. Just as our monsters lay eggs, the incubation periods vary. This child surely has an extraordinary constitution. Thus, he cannot be allowed to live. Send my orders to gather millions of monsters to await his arrival. A year of peculiar peace passed, with spies from all factions continuously monitoring the status of Lu Junwan's unborn child. Chapter 3. A decade of peace for one child. A full-scale assault for another 3 years later. Why has this child not been born even after 5 years? Prince Wang Xuanzhi gently stroked Lu Junwan's protruding belly. Inquiring with confusion, Lu Junwan shook her head, hoping for the child's safety. Over these 5 years, the elders of the human clan had remained at the Wang family estate, safeguarding the child's birth. Yet, the child showed no signs of readiness to enter the world, remaining silent within. Wang Xuanzhi, confined within, felt equally perplexed. Does this fantastical world truly lack ultrasounds? How is it that after 5 years, I have only developed a face and hands? Where are my feet? And this wretched system, after 5 years, still offers me nothing. What kind of system is this? Wang Xuanzhi lamented helplessly, eyeing the celestial clan stronghold. The celestial lord surveyed the vast army of celestial soldiers below, lost in thought. 5 years prior, they had prepared to decisively eliminate the fetus, yet now they remained stagnant. The celestial lord's face twisted with rage, and he bellowed at the heavens. This wretched little imp. Why has he still not been born? 5 years, 5 whole years. Others have given birth multiple times in that span, yet this little imp remains in the womb. The continent passed through another 5 years of peace. The absence of warfare rejuvenated the land, allowing the prodigies of various clans to flourish and develop. The elders of the Chongqing Wang family wore expressions of concern. All the saints and reclusive ancestors of the human clan had gathered here. Yet the belly showed no signs of change. This implied that they had wasted 5 years, as long as the child remained unborn. Other clans could not act against him. However, the fear of his sudden birth without adequate protection loomed large, creating a sense of urgency. What shall we do? The elder of the Wang family urgently inquired. The resources consumed over the 5 years for the protective formation had been astronomical. An elder from another long-lived family gritted his teeth. We have already invested so many years. We cannot afford to lose this time. This child is the hope for our human clan's future. It is worth any cost. The elder of the Chongqing Wang family also gritted his teeth. These 5 years of continued protective formation have consumed substantial resources. The most pressing issue remains. When will this child be born? Thus, the watchful vigilance continued. As a precaution. 3 years later, the demon lord's countenance darkened to the utmost degree. He erupted in a furious tirade, exclaiming, "What in the world is this abominable situation? Why, after 8 long years, has there still been no birth? Who can elucidate this matter for me? If this wretched child does not make an appearance soon, I shall unleash my demonic legions and raise the evergreen Wang family to the ground." An overwhelming aura of demonic might surged forth, and at that moment, the dignity of the demon saint was affronted. It was akin to a child striking you, forcing you to retreat into your abode for a full 8 years without daring to emerge. Who would not be incensed? Below, 1,000,000 demonic soldiers trembled, while the leading general stammered, "Master, shall we continue to wait?" The demon lord's expression soured further as he bellowed, "What nonsense! I have already waited 8 years. What does a little more time matter?" The demonic soldiers longed to inquire. If years were to pass without a birth, would we still wait? Yet, they dared only to ponder. In the calm of those 8 years, the continent regained its vitality. Previously, due to the fierce competition for the treasures of birth, the populace had fought fiercely. Now, the anticipation surrounding a child's arrival had extended this fleeting peace for 8 years. The demonic soldiers lamented, wishing it could remain so. Free of war. A year later, tranquility persisted. In the northern reaches of the continent, the realm of the beastmen was rife with agitation. Damn it, has this little brat not yet been born? It has been a full 9 years. I could have hatched 9 eggs by now. This little wretch has yet to make an entrance? The holy dragon, exuding a majestic aura, roared to the heavens, venting his fury. Within the beast valley, myriad beasts cowered in submission, trembling before the dragon's might. For 9 years, the body of Wang Xuanzhi had matured within the womb, merely awaiting the moment of birth. Growing increasingly impatient, Wang Xuanzhi queried, "System, how many years has it been? Could you not assist me? I have not even a clue. This transmigration is utterly absurd." As he lamented his predicament, he yearned to enter the world outside. From the few words of Lu Junwan, he gleaned that his family was among the most illustrious of the human race, amplifying his anticipation of birth. Unbeknownst to Wang Xuanzhi, the impending threat posed by the 3 clans would drive him to wish for a delay in his arrival. If he had known, he would have remained nestled within, wishing for his mother to eat less and ensure his malnourishment, postponing his entrance into this perilous time. A year later, a radiant beam of purple gold light surged into the sky from the evergreen Wang family. Ancestor, Junwan is about to give birth. Saint, Junwan is about to give birth. This announcement stirred tears of joy among the aged ancestors and human saints who had awaited this moment for a decade. Finally, the moment had arrived. They quickly readied themselves. Thousands of human soldiers and cultivators encircled the evergreen Wang family in layers. Quickly, activate the protective formation. Report, Ancestor, we activated it a decade ago. Hurry, activate the grand human formation. Report, Saint, we also opened this formation 10 years prior. Summon our millions of cultivators to safeguard this child. Report, Ancestor, the cultivators arrived 10 years ago, and some have already married and had children within the evergreen Wang family. The eldest child is already 9 years old. In the midst of the confusion, the Ancestor appeared somewhat befuddled, and the reporters fell silent. The child is about to be born. The child is about to be born. The child is about to be born. Simultaneously, the battle alarms sounded in the territories of the three clans. The Beastman's stronghold. The holy dragon growled. Finally, this little brat has been born. Let me see if I can eliminate you. I have waited a full decade for this. All beastmen, emerge from the valley and slay this wretch. Target. The human stronghold, evergreen Wang family die in the demon realm. The demon lord howled to the heavens. Damn it, at long last. The child has been born. This little brat must die by my blade. Who knows how I have endured these 10 years. Otherwise, I would share his surname. All troops, advance. Target. The human stronghold. Evergreen Wang family, in the celestial realm. The celestial lord, adorned in ethereal robes, proclaimed, this wretched child has finally descended. The emperor's protection has indeed vanished. It is time for us to act. This time, we will extinguish the hope of the human race. The celestial lord gazed down at the vast army of celestial soldiers and bellowed, March 4th, target. The evergreen Wang family in the southern continent. On this day, the armies of the beastmen, demons, and celestials, numbering in the hundreds of millions, marched towards the evergreen Wang family in a grand procession. Among the three clans, the saints soared into the sky, leaving behind their foundational support to ensure the safety of their homelands against potential human incursions. As the human race was known for such treachery, as the vast army stepped into the formation, it took but an instant to encircle the evergreen Wang family with countless soldiers, forming a dense barrier. Chapter 4. The Siege of Wang Xuanzhi. He panicked within the human formation. Millions of cultivators gazed outward at the overwhelming darkness, filled with countless figures. No, wait, those are the figures of the beasts. A sense of dread began to creep in. The beastmen were the first to make their presence known, as a colossal azure dragon coiled in the sky. With a thunderous roar, it transformed into a middle-aged man, donning a blue robe with a dragon's head. The searing heat raised the temperature dramatically. A piercing cry echoed as a blazing phoenix blotted out the sun, transforming into a woman of breathtaking beauty, her fiery plumage barely concealing her form. The lecherous dragon could not help but steal glances. Behind the two beastly leaders, a throng of beasts surged forward, a cacophony of species, gorillas, fire tigers, and countless others, flying, walking, or swimming in profusion. To the east, a swarm of dark-armored figures emerged from the skies. The demon lord, wielding a colossal halberd and riding a fearsome black dragon, proclaimed, at long last, I have awaited this moment. The demonic aura surged forth, casting the eastern sky into shadows. Old reptile, who would have thought you still lived after all these years? The demon lord's eyes glinted with ferocity as he regarded the beast lord. Oh, before you perish, consider whether I still draw breath. The lifespans of the four clans were varied. Humans and demons had relatively shorter lives. While the beastmen and celestial beings enjoyed longevity. In the human stronghold, Wang Xuanzhi felt an inexplicable sensation, as though he were being drawn from within. No, that was not quite right. He was being born. Miraculously, he opened his consciousness, a feat typically reserved for those who had embarked on the path of martial arts. The realms of cultivation spanned from chi refinement to the pinnacle of sainthood. Yet here he was, merely moments into existence, already perceiving the world outside. How intriguing. I seemed to possess remarkable abilities that it was unlikely that others his age could perceive their surroundings in such a manner. Wang Xuanzhi felt a chill as he realized he was emerging. Liu Junwan lay on the birthing bed, anxiety etched across her face, while Wang Ziwang held her hand tightly. The midwife stood nearby. Yet the child showed no signs of emerging. The ensuing scene left all onlookers astounded. A swirling vortex of purple-gold light emanated from Liu Junwan's abdomen, and gradually, Wang Xuanzhi's head emerged from within. The midwife gasped in shock as the child did not emerge in the conventional manner, but rather drilled his way out. Oh, that didn't he hurt at all. Liu Junwan, startled, gazed upon her newly revealed child. Who would not be astonished? Yet, quickly regaining her composure, She looked at Wang Xuanzhi with affection and encouragement. Hang in there, dear, mother is waiting for you. Wang Xuanzhi marveled at the extraordinary method of birth. Wang Xuanzhi, of course, sensed the attention directed at him and could not help but retort inwardly, "What are you staring at? Have you never seen a child being born? Oh, wait, I am indeed the child. How infuriating, I am now a generation lowered. In my next life, I shall surely be your father." Yet, such thoughts remained unspoken. Voicing them would incur severe consequences. The commingling of generations would result in chaos. Wang Xuanzhi slowly emerged further from the vortex. "You can do it, my child." Lu Junwen's gentle gaze upon her baby was filled with tenderness. "Come on, son," Wang Xuanzhi cheered. However, to Wang Xuanzhi's ears, it sounded oddly peculiar. As Wang Xuanzhi's upper body fully emerged from the vortex, the ancestor and countless others, their consciousnesses probing, marveled at this unconventional birth out of vortex of light, and he simply emerged in the annals of history. No other beings, be they human, demon, spirit, or celestial, have been born in such a manner. Only Wang Xuanzhi can claim this distinction. As Wang Xuanzhi fully emerged from the swirling vortex, a dazzling radiance of purple gold erupted forth, expanding from the confines of the room to envelop the entire Chongqing Wang family estate. Ultimately, this resplendent hue ascended skyward, obscuring the demonic energies emanating from the east. The heavens themselves showered down shards of golden spiritual essence upon the Chongqing Wang family, all of which converged into Wang Xuanzhi's being in the eastern sky. The celestial beings, initially intent on remaining hidden, were compelled to reveal themselves by the sudden and extraordinary phenomenon. The celestial sovereign, half of his visage concealed by a white mask, donned a robe of moonlit white, his slender figure and exquisite countenance exuding an aura of refined elegance, reminiscent of a scholarly gentleman. Following closely behind him was a vast throng of celestial soldiers, their silver armor imposing and far more dignified than the soldiers of the other two factions. The demon sovereign regarded the celestial sovereign's display with disdain, muttering under his breath about his ostentatiousness, while the beast sovereign watched the flame phoenix sovereign with glimmering eyes, scoffing at the pale face that lacked the robust majesty of their Kin. In an unusual moment of agreement, the demon and beast sovereigns exchanged glances before turning away in unison. "This child must not be allowed to live. Old ghost of the Wang family, surrender the child, and we shall cease hostilities between the celestial and human races. What say you?" The celestial sovereign's gaze traversed the expanse to meet the elder of the Wang family, who stood resolutely outside the room, his eyes fixed on the still-forming Wang Xuanzhi. Determined, he thought, if it is war they seek, let it be war, let the heavens and earth tremble, as he ascended into the sky. The Wang family found themselves surrounded by a multitude of figures, billions of soldiers encircling them, comprising demons, spirits, and celestial beings, not to mention the terrifying entities lurking nearby. The situation for the human race was dire. Wang Xuanzhi, hearing the celestial sovereign's proclamation, instinctively uttered, "Who is barking?" This remark left the elder of the Wang family momentarily dumbfounded. Lu Junwan glanced at Wang Xuanzhi, seemingly verifying whether her child had indeed spoken those words. Wang Xuanzhi stared at Wang Xuanzhi in disbelief, exclaiming internally, "What a surprise! His first words are not mother or father, but rather, who is barking?" Wang Xuanzhi floated in midair, his consciousness extending outward like an endless net, comprehending the situation outside with startling clarity. The same holds true for us demons. Surrender the child, and we too shall cease hostilities with the humans. As for us beasts, that child must perish. Wang Xuanzhi, sensing the overwhelming presence of billions of soldiers, cursed inwardly, "Heavens, are they all here for me? This is disastrous. System, help," he cried silently, feeling a wave of dread wash over him. "This time, I am truly in peril. System, you must save me." Wang Xuanzhi lamented, observing the multitude of armies before him, his legs weakening in fear. "On my first day in this new life, must I face such calamity? This is utterly unfortunate. System, where are you? Please assist me." Wang Xuanzhi's heart cried out in despair. If given the choice, he would prefer to crawl back into that vortex. Yes, indeed, back to the vortex. Gazing at Lu Junwan's abdomen, where remnants of the vortex still lingered, hope flickered in his eyes. With newfound determination, he leaped onto her belly. "Child, I am your mother." Lu Junwan, observing the porcelain-like Wang Xuanzhi, his skin a delicate pink and his small hands soft, thought he resembled a newborn, entirely devoid of the bloodied appearance of a freshly born infant. Mistaking his approach for an affectionate gesture, she spoke tenderly, her eyes filled with warmth. Wang Xuanzhi moved closer to Wang Xuanzhi. His gaze gentle. Child, I am your father. Wait, what? Taking advantage of me? Wang Xuanzhi scoffed inwardly. Oh no. He truly is my father. Seeing Wang Xuanzhi's head push earnestly into the vortex, they both stood bewildered. Child, what is this? Come, my dear, let me embrace you. Lu Junwan gently tugged at Wang Xuanzhi's leg, but he possessed an unexpected strength. She soon realized she could not budge him. Wang Xuanzhi, with greater strength, pulled Wang Xuanzhi free. No, no, don't. Ah, Wang Xuanzhi was forcibly removed. Watching as the vortex slowly disappeared, he cried. This time, tears streamed down his cheeks. Lu Junwan, filled with compassion, gathered her child in her arms. It's all right, my dear. Wang Xuanzhi sighed in relief, noting that the child had finally cried, for a child who does not cry is deemed unhealthy. A consensus among humans. That moment, as tears flowed, familiar voices echoed in Wang Xuanzhi's mind. The sky darkened once more. Outside the Chongqing Wang family estate, the celestial sovereign, demon sovereign, two beast sovereigns, and the leaders of various human factions stood in confrontation. Let the human leader come forth to discuss. The celestial sovereign remained unfazed, as if orchestrating the entire affair. An aged voice reverberated through the heavens, stirring ripples in the AI art. Is there truly no room for negotiation? It is merely a child. How can this unite your three factions against us? The human leader, a slender elder exuding an ethereal grace, appeared diminutive beside the imposing figures of the two beast sovereigns and the formidable demon sovereign. Compared to the celestial sovereign, he seemed frail. Yet beneath his fragile exterior lay the protection of humanity for millennia. Though aging, he still shielded his kin, albeit knowing his time was limited. No one dared to underestimate this elder. The ancestors of the Chongqing Wang family, along with other human elders, felt a profound sorrow as they witnessed the unprecedented unity of the three factions, their expressions turning grave. Human leader, you are not yet senile. You must understand the gravity of this choice. The demon sovereign chuckled, his gaze fixated on the elder's frail form. On one side lies a single life in exchange for a century of peace. On the other, the potential devastation of the human race, leading to its inevitable decline. Although this was stated plainly, who could predict whether they would uphold their end of the bargain after Wang Xuanzhi's demise? The human leader wrestled with despair, facing the most challenging decision of his life. A child destined for greatness, revered even before birth, and nurtured for a decade, surely possessed extraordinary potential and the legacy of the Chongqing Wang bloodline. This child was destined to become the human leader's successor. Yet, now, the three factions had resolved to extinguish his life. The elder of the Chongqing Wang family and the other sages appeared to comprehend the outcome. Their sighs heavy with resignation, as if decades had been added to their age in an instant. At this moment, the human race was vulnerable and could not withstand another upheaval. Should the three factions unite? Even at the cost of their own essence, it would spell disaster for humanity. Unless they could summon a true celestial being from the heavens, but such beings were bound by celestial laws and could not intervene in earthly matters at will. At that moment, the human leader was no longer the exalted figure presiding over millions, but merely a frail old man nearing his end. Below, countless human cultivators observed the exchange between the five sovereigns. Their expressions filled with complexity. Though the consensus favored sacrificing one for the sake of many, it seemed cruel to extinguish the life of a child who had yet to behold the beauty of the world. Some averted their eyes, unwilling to witness the unfolding tragedy. Just as the human leader hesitated, the sky suddenly darkened. Who turned off the lights? Fool, it's dark now. The child had fully entered the world. Within the room, Wang Xuanzhi's body involuntarily levitated. Above, the night sky was shrouded in darkness, enveloping the entire continent. Countless stars twinkled brilliantly, casting a radiant glow. As starlight intertwined, beams descended from the heavens, targeting Wang Xuanzhi. At that moment, he was drawn upward, gradually ascending. Ding. Host successfully born. The origin human god system requests binding. Ding. The host is destined by heaven. The primordial celestial system requests binding. Ding. The host possesses unparalleled divine form. The chaotic demon god system requests binding. Ding. The host is destined to be the eternal sovereign. The primordial beast god system requests binding. Wang Xuanzhi was once again bewildered. Didn't TI already have one system? Why are there now four? The names sounded impressive, yet he wondered if they would prove as unreliable as the previous one. Moreover, He felt an inexplicable thrill at their attention. DOI truly possessed such extraordinary capabilities? The voices of the four systems were not cold and mechanical but bore a warmth reminiscent of femininity, each requesting to bind with him. Seeing Wang Xuanzhi remain unresponsive, the four systems grew anxious, as if they possessed sentience. The origin human god system spoke first, its voice soothing, ding, to celebrate the successful birth of the host. The system presents a special origin gift package. Please sign for receipt. Listening to the voice resonating in his mind, Wang Xuanzhi inquired, how does one sign for it? Listening to Wang Xuanzhi's unexpected response, the origin human god system rejoiced, and then that gentle, soft voice echoed once more. As long as the system indicates acceptance, all is well. The other three systems, exhibiting a humanized demeanor, looked at Wang Xuanzhi's response to the human god system with urgency. They hurriedly presented their birth gift packages. Ding! The Hongmeng immortal god system congratulates the host on their birth and presents the Hongmeng gift package. Ding! The chaos demon god system congratulates the host on their birth and presents the chaos gift package. Ding! The primordial demon god system congratulates the host on their birth and presents the primordial gift package. Hearing the four distinct female voices resonate in his mind, Wang Xuanzhi questioned, what use is this now? The three clans have already come knocking. If only you had come sooner. Yet, a glimmer of hope flickered within him. Surely, the system could preserve his life, right? He should not meet his demise so soon after birth. In his mind, an image surfaced, a figure of a woman, blurred yet striking, spoke to Wang Xuanzhi, young man, your fate has begun. Amidst hesitation and hope, Wang Xuanzhi declared, I accept everything. Chapter 6. A phenomenal occurrence, the illusion of the human emperor. We risk our lives for humanity as the four systems bound themselves. Wang Xuanzhi's consciousness became wholly immersed, unaware of the tumult he had stirred in the outside world. His diminutive form was drawn up by a beam of starlight to the heavens. The mysterious celestial ladder, composed of profound paths, radiated the ancient essence of the 3,000 avenues. These avenues formed layers of distinct hues, rising higher as Wang Xuanzhi unconsciously ascended, constructing a pathway from beneath his feet straight into the starry sky. The entire continent was shrouded in darkness, save for the area where Wang Xuanzhi stood, illuminated by a cascade of starlight and intersecting pathways. I seem to have glimpsed an immortal god, if there are immortals in this world. Surely this child is one of them. Many human cultivators gazed in awe at the extraordinary phenomenon surrounding Wang Xuanzhi's birth, their eyes glazed, murmuring in disbelief. Suddenly, a breeze swept through the scene. Old azure dragon, have you summoned the winds? The immortal lord inquired, feeling a mysterious force restrain everyone present, rendering them immobile. The azure dragon, known for his innate ability to summon wind and rain, shook his head gravely as he observed Wang Xuanzhi stepping up the celestial ladder. A purple aura, ethereal and otherworldly, swept in from the east, extending across 90,000 miles of the continent. This was an omen, the auspicious sign of purple chi arriving from the east. The immortal lord's expression turned serious as he beheld this magnificent scene. He recalled that, when he was hailed as the finest talent among the immortals, the purple chi had only stretched 30,000 miles upon his ascension. Yet, for Wang Xuanzhi, merely an omen of birth. The purple chi spanned an impressive 90,000 miles. How could he not be astounded? The astonishment did not cease there. Wang Xuanzhi's surroundings shimmered with blossoming golden lotuses, radiating brilliant golden light against the backdrop of the starry sky. Beneath him, a pristine 36-petal white lotus gracefully revolved, exuding an unparalleled divine aura, elevating Wang Xuanzhi's ethereal presence. Counting carefully, he saw that there were precisely 30,000 golden lotuses. Seated upon them was the ethereal figure of a sage. Reciting verses that animated the heavens, the demon lord's expression darkened as he witnessed the golden lotus phenomenon in the sage's recitation. This child is truly a prodigy. Once this phenomenon concludes, he must be dealt with. If allowed to grow, it will spell disaster for our clan. Did you think this was the end? Far from it that moment, the starry sky deepened further. Wang Xuanzhi remained engrossed in his conversation with the four systems. Oblivious to the unfolding events, celestial energy surged from all corners of the continent, gradually coalescing and swirling around his body. Ding, ding, ding. The ancient bell of the continent, silent for millennia, rang out at that moment. Echoing across the land, reaching from east to west, is this child truly so extraordinary? The expressions of the two demon lords grew increasingly grim. This was not a favorable development for them. This spectacle further emphasized Wang Xuanzhi's prodigiousness and unparalleled stature. Already, he exhibited supreme phenomena. The starry sea illuminating the sky, golden lotuses blooming in the void, and the purple chi stretching 90,000 miles, accompanied by the recitation of sages, if he were to successfully come of age. The continent's prodigies would have no place among other races. It would become the domain of humanity. Alas, what a pity! The human lord contemplated the extraordinary phenomena triggered by Wang Xuanzhi, lamenting that the three clans pressed too tightly, leaving humanity ill-equipped to confront them in a mutual destruction scenario. Wang Xuanzhi proclaimed his acceptance of everything. The first origin gift package slowly unfurled, in his mind. The soft, gentle voice of the origin human god resonated. Ding. Binding the origin innate sacred body Tao. Ding. Binding the origin soul. Ding. Binding the supreme nameless law. Origin human god Tao Sutra. Wang Xuanzhi listened intently, excitement coursing through him. Wow, just hearing that name sounds powerful. I adore it. System. I understand the innate sacred body Tao, but why does it have origin in front of it? And what is this origin soul? The system patiently explained, the origin innate sacred body Tao is an ancient constitution. Born innately, those with this constitution, upon giving birth, possess distinctions between the sacred body and the innate Tao. The innate sacred body Tao you mentioned is a combination of the acquired sacred body and the innate Tao. Are you saying my constitution is far superior to the sacred body? Wang Xuanzhi inquired. You may interpret it that way. As for the origin soul, every person is born with 3 souls and 6 spirits. While the origin soul transcends all other souls, you will come to understand its significance in time. The system briefly elucidated the nature of the origin soul. When Wang Xuanzhi opened his eyes, he was bewildered. How did I inexplicably end up in the sky? His body moved on its own, step by step, ascending the celestial ladder. As he opened the origin gift package, the phenomena behind him flared to life once more. An ancient circular altar emanated the vast essence of the 8 desolations, revealing itself above Wang Xuanzhi's head. In the next moment, a majestic, timeless aura permeated the heavens and the earth, from which emerged a towering figure clad in royal robes adorned with dragon motifs. In an instant, the great Tao reverberated, and the heavens trembled. An overwhelming pressure surpassed even that of the heavenly Dio. At that moment, all humans involuntarily knelt, as if it were their destined duty. The human lord, unable to believe his eyes, was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face. Having lived to this age, little could move him anymore. Yet the phenomenon triggered by Wang Xuanzhi brought him to tears. Time buried countless events, leaving only dust and ashes. The blurred figure spoke, its tone tinged with melancholy, stirring a deep sadness within the hearts of all present. Wang Xuanzhi struggled to comprehend the situation. The human lord below shouted, 99th human lord, Xinyuan Chiqian, pays homage to the human emperor. With a devout expression, he knelt before the human emperor. The legend of the human emperor was etched into the very blood and bones of humanity. Without the human emperor, there would be no glorious existence of humanity today, in a land once wild and untamed. All humans were naive, weak, and humble. Yet, an ancient royal palace stood as a beacon, inspiring their fervent worship and shaping their beliefs. Guiding their path forward in humanity's weakest moments, it was the human emperor, with unparalleled might, who led them in defiance against the demon clan. Preventing humanity from becoming mere prey. It was the ancient human emperor who forged the present-day human race. The human emperor embodied the faith and belief of humanity. Wang Xuanzhi turned, gazing in awe at the human emperor's altar and the illusion of the human emperor. The emperor seemed to come alive. Looking deeply into Wang Xuanzhi's eyes, gently speaking, "Child, the future of our race relies on you." This single statement rippled across the calm sea, stirring waves of fervor. Countless cultivators and millions of humans on the continent cried out in unison, their voices resonating powerfully. "Rest assured, human emperor, we vow to protect the young master with our lives. Rest assured, human emperor, we vow to protect the young master with our lives. Rest assured, human emperor, we vow to protect the young master with our lives." The human lord's gaze hardened, a resolute determination to face death solidified within him. The elders of humanity and the remaining sages shared the same unwavering resolve. Lu Junwan looked tenderly at Wang Xuanzhi. Her eyes filled with steadfast hope, the last hope of a mother for her child. The prince revealed an unyielding determination to safeguard his offspring. The tide of voices surged like waves, again and again. What kind of belief, what kind of faith, could inspire all of humanity, at this moment, to cast aside their fear of sacrifice and death to protect one person? Chapter 7. The Eternal Immortal Emperor. The rebellion of the immortal clan. This child must not be allowed to live. He must be swiftly eradicated. Even the human emperor has appeared, yet thankfully it is merely the imprint of heaven and earth. If the true human emperor had arrived, we might not succeed today. The two demon lords spoke, their faces grave as they observed the frenzied human cultivators. At this moment, the human emperor had manifested, igniting the faith of humanity in a manner reminiscent of ancient times, when the human emperor led the frail human race, tirelessly exploring and waging battles across the lands. The demon lord proclaimed, "This child must not be spared. He must be extinguished." The celestial sovereign, casting a disapproving glance at the human sovereign, questioned, "Do you truly intend to contend with my three clans to the bitter end?" Initially believing that exerting pressure on the human sovereign would require little effort, the sudden emergence of the human emperor's ethereal form ignited a fervor among the human race, rallying them with fervent zeal. There is no need for further discourse. Today, our fate is intertwined with this child. If he lives, we live. If he perishes, so do we. The human sovereign's resolve was unwavering, determined to safeguard Wang Xuanzhi. The celestial sovereign's expression darkened as he prepared to command the entire celestial clan to attack. But Wang Xuanzhi had already begun to unveil the grand gift bestowed by the primordial celestial god system. Ding! The primordial gift has been successfully opened. Ding! The primordial celestial body has been bound. Ding! Binding of the primordial little world. Ding! Binding of the innate treasure of the accompanying innate Tao, the primordial celestial sword. A voice, cold and regal, resonated within Wang Xuanzhi's mind. Curiously, he inquired, "System, what is the primordial celestial body?" The system, in a haughty yet patient tone, elucidated, "The celestial body is one of the supreme physiques of the celestial clan. The primordial celestial Tao is the origin of the entire celestial clan. The host is born with this physique, naturally attuned to all celestial paths, achieving Tao perfection without the need for personal cultivation. The primordial celestial body possesses myriad applications, which the host must explore in due time." Wang Xuanzhi nodded, still somewhat bewildered, and asked, "What about the primordial little world and the accompanying spiritual treasure?" Despite its icy demeanor, the system patiently explained, "The primordial little world can be regarded as the initial form of the universe. Within this realm, as the host's cultivation and Tao comprehension increase, a unique world will take shape, with the host serving as its sovereign, or the embodiment of the bestowed as for the accompanying spiritual treasure. It is as its name implies, born alongside the host and perishing with them. Only the host can harness its boundless potential, and it is an upgradable spiritual treasure." Upon grasping this concept, Wang Xuanzhi mused, "So, I possess two supreme physiques, one being the primordial celestial body, and the other, the innate Tao body." The realization that he was nearly invincible filled him with excitement. Behind him, a tempest of fortunes was brewing. As the human emperor's ethereal form and the human emperor's altar occupied the northern expanse of the starry sky in the east, myriad twinkling stars emitted radiant celestial light, transforming into resplendent palaces of glazed tiles. Initially, 36 celestial palaces stood tall, each bustling with celestial beings engaged in discussions of the Tao. Celestial officers tended to the heavenly steeds, while the peaches of immortality trees towered above the palaces. Celestial light cascaded from above, enveloping Wang Xuanzhi, who was adorned in a splendid robe of 9 colors, a jeweled crown resting upon his head, presenting him as a figure akin to an immortal. How is this possible? The celestial sovereign's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the extraordinary phenomenon triggered by Wang Xuanzhi. Even more astonishing was that the spectacle behind Wang Xuanzhi had not yet reached its conclusion. As overwhelming celestial might surged through the heavens and the earth, from behind Wang Xuanzhi emerged a resplendent figure, surrounded by the essence of 3,000 celestial paths, clad in a 9-colored celestial robe. Mirroring Wang Xuanzhi's attire, as he stepped forth from the eastern realm, time seemed to momentarily suspend, and the 3,000 paths rejoiced, radiating colorful halos that pulsated outward. The pressure emanating from this figure rivaled that of the human emperor. The celestial sovereign stood entranced, as did all celestial soldiers, captivated by the ethereal apparition in the eastern lands. Within the celestial clan's territory, ancient beings of unfathomable power awoke from their slumber in an instant. The celestial clan's domain was rendered vacant. Should other factions choose to invade at this moment, they would find it effortless. They traversed countless miles, crossing dimensions to arrive at the doorstep of the evergreen Wang family. Gazing in awe at the ethereal form behind Wang Xuanzhi, whose resemblance to the celestial figure above was strikingly uncanny, the celestial sovereign was the first to kneel, proclaiming 99th generation clan leader of the Celestial clan. I humbly welcome the Celestial Emperor. Following suit, countless Celestial soldiers knelt, their expressions fervent, equal to the reverence shown by the human race upon encountering the human emperor, the half-buried ancestors of the Celestial clan. With their profound heritage, bowed deeply, their voices echoing with fervor, we pay homage to the Celestial Emperor. The most glorious era of the Celestial clan had been when the Celestial Emperor led them into battle across the realms. During that time, they were at the pinnacle of their power. Their memories of that period were etched into their very blood and souls. Now, they beheld the ethereal form of the Celestial Emperor manifested in a child. And the resemblance was so striking that it stirred their imaginations. Wang Xuanzhi turned to regard the celestial figure behind him. Another one, the celestial apparition, gazed kindly at Wang Xuanzhi, its eyes ablaze with 9-colored celestial light that shot forth towards him. Under the influence of this celestial illumination, the recently awakened primordial celestial body radiated a myriad of celestial lights. The 9-colored brilliance illuminated the heavens, casting a brightness akin to daylight. The celestial sovereign gasped, "This is the celestial body of our clan. The legends are true. The celestial body signifies the celestial clan's supremacy." The 3,000 paths materialized as rings of Tao behind Wang Xuanzhi's head, heralding the arrival of a celestial being. The perspective of the celestial clan shifted dramatically. They envisioned the resplendent history of their resurgence. The chronicles of the celestial clan were being inscribed in their hands, depicting the young celestial emperor Wang Xuanzhi leading countless celestial beings into the unknown, conquering the cosmos, and gaining the respect of all races. The celestial emperor was indeed Wang Xuanzhi, as the two figures perfectly converged. In this moment, the celestial sovereign and the elders of the celestial clan, along with the ageless beings, issued a decree: protect Wang Xuanzhi at all costs. Even if the celestial clan faces annihilation, we shall not allow harm to befall him. This child is the reincarnation of our celestial emperor. The demon and beast clans shall not dare to lay a finger on him. The celestial sovereign turned and joined the ranks of the human race, standing united to safeguard Wang Xuanzhi. If anyone wishes to harm our young lord, they must first step over our corpses. The celestial soldiers roared, their voices shaking the heavens. Is something amiss? Just moments ago, we were at odds with the human race, and now they have turned their backs on us? The demon lord stared in confusion at the celestial sovereign. The human sovereign was equally taken aback by the celestial sovereign's sudden shift. Yet upon witnessing the ethereal figure of the celestial emperor behind Wang Xuanzhi, he understood the unfolding events. The two demon lords wore expressions of grave concern. The full depth of the celestial clan's legacy was now revealed. And this contest was no longer one-sided. If the demon and beast clans did not reveal their own depths, they would certainly be unable to contend with the celestial and human clans. As for the celestial sovereign's perspective on this reincarnated celestial emperor being born among the humans, he skillfully engaged in self-deception. The human race had historically been known to achieve enlightenment and ascend to immortality. Thus, once they attained such a state, they were considered part of the celestial clan. The celestial emperor must surely think likewise, wishing for the humans to develop for a time before returning to the celestial clan to join forces against the heavens. This reasoning was undeniably persuasive, convincing the entirety of the celestial clan. They had no choice but to embrace it. Who among the celestial clan would dare to show disrespect towards the reincarnated celestial emperor? Wang Xuanzhi, observing the scene before him, felt a surge of joy. So, have I managed to turn the tide? With the human and celestial races standing against the demon and beast clans, their strengths were comparable. Furthermore, with the celestial clan's full heritage now unveiled, unless the demon and beast clans also revealed their depths, they would undoubtedly be unable to extinguish me. As Wang Xuanzhi continued to ascend the starlit staircase, step by step, his celestial robe billowed like that of an imperial figure, embodying the magnificence of both races. Countless human cultivators rejoiced, for with the celestial clan as allies, the odds of safeguarding the young human emperor had significantly increased. It was not that they feared death, rather, this alliance would ensure the security of the human race's future. The celestial clan, too, gazed fervently at Wang Xuanzhi, recognizing him as their future. What had once been seen as an obstacle, merely because he was not their clan's prodigy, now transformed into a treasure, for he was the future leader of the celestial clan. The demon lord's countenance darkened as he exchanged glances with the two demon lords. Resolutely summoning the hidden powers within their ranks, they were determined to eliminate Wang Xuanzhi. Under the nurturing of both the human and celestial clans, this child would undoubtedly rise swiftly. He must not be spared. The demon lord spoke with a heavy tone. Soon, dozens of dark figures appeared on the horizon. Each one was a robust man or woman, alongside imposing elders, their eyes shimmering with a terrifying demonic light. "Oh no, are they truly set on my destruction?" Wang Xuanzhi cried out. The elders of the celestial clan and the ageless beings stood resolutely against the demon clan's forces, preventing their advance. The human sovereign and the various powerful beings confronted the beast clan. A fierce battle was on the brink of erupting as the beast lord prepared to summon his hidden forces. Another alluring feminine voice echoed, soft and enchanting, sending shivers through Wang Xuanzhi. "Ding, the Chaos Grand Gift has been unlocked. Ding, the Chaos Divine Demon Body has been bound. Ding, acquired the innate divine ability, the Chaos Great Millstone. Ding, the binding of the Divine Demon Guardian is complete, with a cultivation level at the Saint Realm. Immortal and imperishable, devoid of consciousness, solely existing to protect its host and enhancing in strength alongside the host's ascension." Wang Xuanzhi's lips curled into a smile that seemed to reach his ears. He was truly fortunate. The chaotic divine demon body. One could tell it was an extraordinary constitution. With the innate divine powers and the divine demon guardian, my life has truly taken flight. At the moment Wang Xuanzhi completed the binding, that familiar sensation surged once more. Filled with anticipation, he turned to gaze at the starry sky behind him, knowing without a doubt that it awaited the manifestation of an extraordinary phenomenon. Perhaps this would solidify another identity for him, allowing him to further court the demon race, and in this land, he would truly be unstoppable. As Wang Xuanzhi expected, an anomaly indeed appeared in the southern starry sky. Chaotic energy spread forth, obscuring the starlight and enveloping the entire expanse. Yet, under the maintenance of the immortal emperor and the human sovereign, only the southern heavens were shrouded in this chaotic mist. A towering, colossal figure loomed, its presence more magnificent than that of the two beings combined. The flickering in the eyes of this chaotic apparition mirrored the rise and fall of the world itself. Its growth symbolized the flourishing of all things. This imposing figure radiated boundless chaos, with a massive chaotic mill spinning incessantly behind it, as its form continually solidified. The supreme immortal emperor turned to observe this chaotic figure, while the ancient human sovereign also regarded it with a glint of battle intent in his eyes. However, they were merely imprints, akin to this chaotic apparition. The two demon lords felt an ominous sensation, an instinctive belief that this chaotic figure bore a connection to the demon race. The azure dragon sovereign glanced at the demon lord and inquired, "It cannot possibly be a demon emperor or a demon sovereign, right?" The demon emperor decisively shook his head. "Of course not." The two demon lords sighed heavily, relieved. They feared that their own kin might turn against them, which would lead to dire consequences. Before the words could fully escape their lips, they witnessed the demon emperor's eyes filled with fervent reverence, not unlike the awe humans felt in the presence of the ancient human sovereign or the immortal clan before the immortal emperor. This was neither a demon emperor nor a demon sovereign. This was a divine demon, a being of ancient demonic origin, a race above the demons, an eternal divine demon. At this revelation, the demon emperor's body trembled with excitement. All demon generals and elders of the demon race gazed fervently at the apparition behind Wang Xuanzhi. The two demon lords were taken aback. "Demon lord, what scheme are you concocting now?" The grand divine demon extended an immense finger, and chaotic energy surged into Wang Xuanzhi's body. The golden dragon patterns on his celestial robe shimmered, now accompanied by a myriad of stars twinkling with celestial light. The chaotic energy enveloped him, causing his hair to grow instantaneously. In a mere moment, the 1-year-old Wang Xuanzhi had transformed into a 3-year-old. His long, dark hair sparkled with starlight, infused with the essence of chaos, rendering him even more enigmatic. Wang Xuanzhi now bore a striking resemblance to the eternal divine demon. All the members of the demon race, including the arriving elders and undying beings, knelt in reverence, their bodies bowed low. They fervently proclaimed, "O eternal divine demon, I am your devoted believer." Wang Xuanzhi was taken aback. Was it truly this simple to captivate an entire race? The demon lord shot a stern look at the two demon lords and stood, declaring with unwavering conviction, "The young lord is the future of our demon race, destined to become our next demon emperor. You scoundrels wish to harm our young lord. Such treachery is unforgivable. Today, let it be known. As long as the young lord exists, so shall the demon race. We will not take a step back. The heavens of the young lord shall be protected by us." The expressions of the two demon lords darkened. Indeed, it seemed that misfortune had come upon them. How had this demon lord become so righteous? Just moments ago, They had spoken of annihilation, and now he was turning against them. Truly, this old blackhead was unreliable. Earlier, he had claimed that if he failed, he would take the child's surname. Now, would the entire demon race adopt the surname Wang? The Fire Phoenix Sovereign interjected, glaring at the Demon Lord. Are you truly going to take the surname of this little brat if you cannot kill him? The Demon Lord's lips twitched, internally lamenting the rapid turn of events. Yet, he maintained a serious demeanor. Taking the young lord's surname is the highest honor for our race. Wang Xuanzhi covered his face. Incredulous at the Demon Lord's shamelessness, Tio demonstrated his loyalty. The Demon Lord swore an oath of allegiance to the young lord, declaring, "Our demon race shall serve the young lord for life. Should we violate this oath, may our entire clan be annihilated, with heaven and earth as witnesses." Wang Xuanzhi regarded the earnest Demon Lord, genuinely believing him. The immortal sovereign was dumbfounded, as was the human sovereign. What was happening? Chapter 9. The Ancestral Dragons and Phoenixes. The betrayal of the demon race. What is the meaning of this? Could it be that they were absurdly supporting the human sovereign alongside the demon and immortal races? This had never occurred in human history, and even the sage of humanity would not dare to record such an event. However, thankfully, the young human sovereign had been preserved, or so the human sovereign thought. Wang Xuanzhi gazed at the starry sky behind him, where the eternal chaotic divine demon roared into the heavens. In the eastern sky, the eternal immortal emperor's light radiated, and the great Tao rejoiced. In the northern sky, the ancient human sovereign's majesty reigned supreme, granting eternal prosperity. Was there something missing in the western sky? Wang Xuanzhi spoke, his eyes filled with hope as he gazed toward the western expanse, barely concealing his anticipation. The expressions of the two demon lords darkened further. What was there to fight about? The foundations of the human race, demon race, and immortal race all existed 3 against 1, and their own strength had yet to be revealed. It would be a miracle if they escaped unscathed. The demon lord mocked, "Old reptile, do you wish to continue fighting? Let's see if I can make you spill your guts." The human sovereign savored the moment. Having just been besieged by the 3 races, he now relished the opportunity to gloat. "Old bug, weren't you just so confident? Let's see how you fare now." The immortal sovereign regarded the 2 demon lords with a piercing gaze. Should they make a move? It would unleash a thunderous attack, as the 3 races united to capture the countless demon soldiers. The 2 demon lords exchanged glances for an extended moment, preparing to withdraw. The mountains remain green, and the waters flow long. The landscape may alter, but time is on our side. Let us retreat and strategize for the future, proclaimed the Azure Dragon Demon Lord, already stepping back, ready to flee. That moment, the long-awaited voice of the system echoed, ding, opening the primordial gift pack, ding, binding the primordial dragon phoenix body, ding, binding the time ancestral dragon horn bone, ding, binding the primordial ancestral dragon bone sword. The voice of the system exuded youthful vitality, invigorating Wang Xuanzhi immensely. Feeling a wave of warmth within, he realized that his constitution had once again been elevated. What does it feel like to possess 4 invincible constitutions? Just asked Wang Xuanzhi. The familiar dialogue resumed, as the system inquired, what is this primordial dragon phoenix body? And what about the time ancestral dragon hornbone? As for that bone sword, its name alone suggests it is indeed a sword. Now armed with dual swords, Wang Xuanzhi felt as though he could conquer the world. The system's vibrant voice resonated with energy. The primordial dragon phoenix body is born from the first ancestral dragon and ancestral phoenix of the primordial era, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth over countless millennia to give rise to a new race, the Dragon Phoenix clan. This constitution is akin to a divine existence. The time ancestral dragon's horn bone grants the power to manipulate time, traversing the past, present, and future. Upon hearing this, Wang Xuanzhi trembled with excitement. Was this not the pinnacle of his life? To be the offspring of the leading figures of the 4 clans, surely they would all comply with his authority now. Beneath the boundless expanse of the western sky, a dragon's roar resonated through time and space. The Azure Dragon Sovereign, who had been about to flee, froze in place. This sound was more familiar than that of his own father. It was the roar of the ancestral dragon, a sound unmistakably recognized by the dragon kin. The demon race values bloodline heritage above all else, and the ancestral dragon represents the pinnacle of their lineage. Upon hearing this sound, how could he not be astonished? He promptly knelt, bowing his proud dragon head low. At this moment, countless demon soldiers trembled and prostrated themselves. The roar of the ancestral dragon reverberated across the continent. With formidable horns, a majestic head, and a long, powerful body. Its scales shimmered with a purplish gold HUIT sprouted 2 wings, exuding divine majesty. Its eyes glimmered like bronze, its whiskers swaying in the air, and its horns radiated primal energy. All demon kin emerged from their territories, and the entire continent witnessed creatures, both crawling and flying, kneeling in the same direction. Following the ancestral dragon, a blazing phoenix soared forth, shaking the air with its immense wings. Flames of purplish gold blazed upon its wings, showcasing its dominion over all birds. Under the uniformity of its feathers lay an eternal fire. Countless birds across the land cried out in reverence. Welcoming the descent of the ancestral phoenix, the fire phoenix sovereign, already prostrated, lowered his head even further in acknowledgement of the ancestral phoenix's majesty. Countless undying beings of the demon race, remnants of their heritage, knelt before Wang Xuanzhi, their expressions filled with reverence, not daring to overstep their bounds. The human sovereign was dumbstruck, the demon lord bewildered, and the immortal sovereign stunned. This young man had managed to summon forth not only the ancestral dragon but also the ancestral phoenix. The ancestral dragon and phoenix gazed upon Wang Xuanzhi with a paternal affection, akin to that of parents. In that moment, Lu Junwan and Wang Zi were struck by an odd sensation, as if Wang Xuanzhi were truly the offspring of the ancestral dragon and phoenix. In that instant, Wang Xuanzhi transformed into the first dragon phoenix of the primordial era. The manifestation of the dragon phoenix body gave rise to a colossal phantom of a dragon phoenix. Radiating from Wang Xuanzhi, this ethereal image perfectly coincided with Wang Xuanzhi himself. The dragon phoenix possessed not only the majestic traits of the ancestral dragon but also bore resplendent wings that were not the fearsome appendages of typical dragons, but rather elegant and dignified, akin to the ancestral phoenix. The demons, witnessing the dragon phoenix phantom enveloping Wang Xuanzhi, were struck with profound terror. This was the dragon phoenix. This child was the offspring of the ancestral dragon and phoenix, the future sovereign of the demon race. How could we have so grievously desecrated the future ruler of our kind? We are guilty. Several elder demons wept, deeply anguished. The 2 demon lords, overwhelmed with sorrow, knelt before Wang Xuanzhi and fervently implored, "Please, punish us, O sovereign." In that moment, Wang Xuanzhi was at a loss, as were the leaders of the 3 races. What were they to do? They could not engage in battle. The Celestial Emperor had also intervened, and he should be with them. The Celestial Lord was the first to speak, asserting his dominance. "You speak nonsense that we are born to serve the young master, and in death. We are but his specters. It is not for you to claim him. He rightfully belongs to my demon clan." The demon lord, impatient and fiery, retorted, "The dragon phoenix body has already manifested. It is undoubtedly our demon lord. Furthermore, with the protection of the ancestral dragon and phoenix, there is no need for contention." The azure dragon Saint Lord gazed at Wang Xuanzhi as one would at a precious treasure, unwilling to let them claim him as their own. The celestial lord, equally defiant, declared, "The celestial emperor can only belong to my celestial clan. You should abandon your selfish ambitions." Hearing this, the demon lord's temper flared. "Do you wish to test me?" The azure dragon Saint Lord boldly replied. "Let us see what you can do." Wang Xuanzhi sat upon the celestial throne, eyes closed, absorbing the gifts he had just received. Indeed, these 4 systems were far superior, unlike a certain worthless system that vanished after binding. Epic void system. Just say it directly. How am I supposed to get down from here? If I fall from this height, I might perish, Wang Xuanzhi thought, feeling his legs tremble, despite being newly born. He had already learned to walk and speak. Suddenly, a cascade of celestial light descended. As the crowd beheld the ethereal figures, they realized they were celestial beings descending to the continent. Luli, the demon lord's name, issued a death order. "At all costs, we must protect the young master. No harm must come to him. The upper realm will send reinforcements to safeguard him. Do you dare conspire against my demon lord?" He thundered, summoning waves of demonic shadows, their flames ablaze, shattering the very fabric of space. The human lord internally scoffed. "This is clearly my people. Yet you dare claim him as yours? Have you no shame?" Even the elder human lord could not suppress a curse. The other demon lords, with fervent gazes, regarded the divine phantom behind Wang Xuanzhi, thinking, "This must undoubtedly be our demon emperor." The celestial lord, facing the overwhelming aura, sought to resist but found it exceedingly difficult. He lamented, "Why must they target me? What about the elder dragon over there?" Just then, as a demonic hand was about to strike the celestial lord, it was obliterated by a torrent of celestial light. "Who dares to obstruct my demon clan's endeavors?" roared the demon shadows. Celestial figures descended from above, proclaiming, "By the will of the celestial king, we are commanded to protect the young celestial emperor at all costs, even if it means the extinction of the celestial race." Powerful celestial beings appeared beneath Wang Xuanzhi, who smiled, realizing he had been assigned guardians. "This is splendid," Wang Xuanzhi thought, eagerly gazing upward for more celestial beings. Below, Lu Junwan was bewildered, pondering, when did our child become a demon emperor? And when did he become a celestial emperor? Is this still our child? Prince Wang also gazed at Wang Xuanzhi uncertainly, muttering, "It should be. After all, he is of my blood." Soon, another wave of figures appeared, exuding neither the demon's tyranny nor the celestial's ethereal nature, but rather a calming presence. By the decree of the human king, protect the young human emperor at all costs. The elder demon and elder celestial were late to the scene, and the child clearly belonged to the human race. No matter how they fought, this fact could not be altered. Several celestial phantoms knelt before the human emperor, gazing at Wang Xuanzhi, marveling at his resemblance to the young human emperor. They swiftly took their place beneath Wang Xuanzhi, ready to guard him. The Azure Dragon Saint Lord, in disbelief, noted how the demon race always arrived last. Now the celestial and demon races had come, but where were the demon race's celestial beings? Just as before, the ancestral phoenix and dragon phantoms appeared last. Why did they always lag behind? Surely they had not been lost in the womb of a demon beast. Such thoughts remained unspoken, for uttering them could cost him his life. In the distance, a colossal shadow of a demon descended from the horizon. The flame phoenix lord sighed in relief. It had finally arrived. If it had not, the young master would have been taken away. Chapter 11. The Supreme Existence names itself. A 15-year pact. Several towering demon shadows loomed above, their fierce gazes fixated on the three clans below. What a farce! The celestial of the demon clan disdainfully regarded these demon figures. In the upper realm, the demon race also favored manifesting their true forms to showcase their supreme demonic might. Now, in the lower realm, they behaved no differently. Indeed, one cannot change their nature. The celestial demon figures internally scoffed at the demon race's antics, as their own clan preferred to flaunt their formidable strength rather than their massive forms. After all, size alone is meaningless if one is captured by the human race as a pet. Naturally, such thoughts could only remain unspoken. Otherwise, it would lead to grave consequences. Protect our demon lord. He belongs to our race. You three clans need not contend for him. The ethereal images of the ancestral dragon and ancestral phoenix emerged, confirming the undeniable presence of their demon lord. The imposing demon shadows glared down at the three clans below. As for the other three celestials, they symbolically ignored them, for all demon kin were inherently proud. Who dares to lay a hand on our young master? We shall not stand idly by. As a few demon figures arrogantly proclaimed their superiority, they dismissed everyone below them. The Azure Dragon Lord's expression darkened. How could the demon race send such fools? The Flame Phoenix Lord observed the peculiar gazes of the other three clans and the mockery in the demon lord's eyes. Feeling quite embarrassed, Wang Xuanzhi gazed at the large birds, pondering why they did not turn around to see what was behind them. At that moment, the celestial figures of the three clans exchanged knowing glances, seemingly reaching a consensus, and vanished from their positions. A colossal demonic hand descended from the heavens, crashing directly onto the heads of the large bird shadows. Celestial fingers, imbued with overwhelming power, pierced through the wings of the large birds. A fist of celestial might soared from the ground to the sky. The sudden assault caught the demon celestials off guard, sending them flying. Their feathers ruffled, their spirits dampened. Who dares? Which scoundrel has ambushed me? Dare to sneak attack your celestial elder? You must be tired of living. Show yourself, and let me teach you a lesson. The bird shadow soared into the sky, roaring defiantly. Oh, bald chicken, what will you do to make things right? The voice of the celestial demon figure resonated like echoes from the abyss, chilling to the bone. I look forward to your methods. The celestial figures also directed their attention towards the demon birds. The demon celestials observed the three celestials uniting and promptly fell silent. As the saying goes, a wise bird does not peck at the bait and posed no issue, but facing a multitude was rather intimidating. Wang Xuanzhi silently regarded the celestials, bemused by their unreliability, even more so than himself. Enough, Wang Xuanzhi interjected, his mind in disarray and in need of clarity. Upon hearing his voice, the others ceased their antics. They had all received orders from above to protect Wang Xuanzhi until he came of age to ascend to the celestial realm. There are two methods to achieve this. First, to break through to the Emperor realm, which is significantly weaker than the true Emperor. Second, to actively summon the Light of Ascension, though this requires a cooldown of 30 years. They had done so over a decade ago, so it was merely a matter of time now. What instructions does our young master have? We shall do our utmost. At this moment, it was no longer the clan leader's place to speak, but rather the Celestials. They gazed fervently at the 5 indistinct shadows behind Wang Xuanzhi, their expressions filled with zeal. Wang Xuanzhi, under their protection, signified a profound connection to their clans, particularly for the demon race, which valued bloodline inheritance above all. Wang Xuanzhi possessed the body of a dragon and phoenix. The celestial race revered the celestial path, yet Wang Xuanzhi embodied the essence of primordial celestiality, accompanied by the guardianship of the celestial emperor. How could they not regard him as a youthful celestial sovereign? Wang Xuanzhi surveyed the throngs below. Be they from the demon race, human race, or celestial race, billions of cultivators gazed at him with fervor, truly considering him the future of their K.I.N.A.S. He contemplated how to address the situation. It suddenly dawned on him that he had a system. He decided to consult the system and see what it suggested. System, what should I do? Host, is this not a fortuitous situation? A gentle voice chimed. Indeed, indeed. You are now the leader of the 4 clans on the continent, resolving the immediate peril. The voices of the Hongmeng celestial system and the chaos demon god system chimed in. Obtain resources for cultivation. The origin human god system will provide you with conveniences. However, this quickly incited dissatisfaction among the other 3 systems. Nonsense. He is clearly the host of the chaos demon god system. Ridiculous. He is evidently the host of the Taichu demon god system. Utterly absurd. He is undoubtedly the host of the Hongmeng celestial system. As Wang Xuanzhi listened to their bickering, his head began to throb. Well, while the matters there remain unresolved, my systems are already in a quarrel. Why does it feel like my systems are so unreliable? One is mute and one to answer any questions. Alas, it falls upon me to resolve this, Wang Xuanzhi stated. How about this? The 4 clans shall cease hostilities for 10 years. Ensuring peace across the continent. After 15 years, you may contest once more. For now, my thoughts are jumbled. Allow me some solitude. With no better options available, this was the course of action they settled upon. The Celestials of the 4 clans nodded in agreement. As for why Wang Xuanzhi could speak and possess such thoughts right after birth, they did not delve into it. Perhaps he was the reincarnation of a demon emperor, a celestial emperor, or a human sovereign. How could early cognition be surprising? Even if he were to become a sage now, it would be nothing extraordinary. The clan leaders below had no authority to speak and nodded in agreement, indicating their consent. Child, what name do you hold? It has yet to be determined. Should we summon your parents? The celestial of the human race had previously inquired about numerous matters from the human sovereign. Grateful that Wang Xuanzhi was born into the human race, which conferred a natural advantage. Did you not claim that Wang Xuanzhi belongs to your clan? Both his mother and father are of my human race. Let us see how you contend for him. Wang Xuanzhi nodded, about to say something when the ethereal shadows in the starry sky shifted. The image of the human sovereign sat cross-legged upon the human sovereign altar, slowly uttering a single character. Wang. As the character resonated, the darkness enveloping the continent was dispelled, restoring daylight. The celestial emperor's figure then spoke the second character, Xian. The aura of the great Tao emanating from Wang Xuanzhi surged, filled with joy and vitality. The final character was pronounced by the figures of the demon god, Zhi. Wang Xuanzhi felt his mind clear, a glimmer of wisdom igniting in his eyes. The ethereal images of the ancestral phoenix and ancestral dragon gazed upon him as if he were their own child. Pronouncing 3 words in unison, the sovereign of words. Chapter 12. Fair competition. Thus, Wang Xuanzhi spent 3 tranquil days within the Longqing Wang family, undisturbed by any external distractions. Naturally, Lu Junwan and Wang Ziwen remained by his side, one feeding him, while the other watched over him. Wang Ziwen's eyes brimmed with sorrow as he lamented. This should be mine. Wang Xuanzhi, cradled in Lu Junwan's embrace, found amusement in this, silently resenting. This is my mother. What do you mean yours? What is yours is mine, and what is mine remains mine. Nestled in Lu Junwan's arms, Wang Xuanzhi felt utterly at ease. The entire spiritual fruit and spiritual spring of the Wang family was dedicated to him. At present, life was indulgently luxurious. Wang Xuanzhi occupied a large courtyard with 4 rooms in the cardinal directions. The eastern room housed Lu Junwan and Wang Ziwen, while Wang Xuanzhi resided in the northern room, with the other 2 rooms designated for maidservants and guards. At night, Wang Xuanzhi sat alone in his chamber, lost in thought. He had yet to acclimatize to the sudden transition, the unexpected birth, and the grand spectacle that had unfolded. Along with the inexplicable binding to four systems, before his reincarnation, Wang Xuanzhi had been an ambitious, diligent student, one who enjoyed the pleasures of life, beauty, food, sleep, and wealth. Though he yearned for the world of cultivation, he never anticipated being thrust into a situation involving billions of individuals. This left him feeling slightly bewildered. Liu Junwan and Wang Ziwen had initially intended to sleep beside Wang Xuanzhi, but he had declined, leaving them rather helpless. Presently, within the entire Longqing Wang family, Wang Xuanzhi was akin to a treasured in the human realm. He could be likened to a prince. Ding. Detection indicates the host seems to be unhappy. The Origin Human God system presents the host with a gift packaged. A gentle, melodious voice chimed, momentarily startling Wang Xuanzhi. Is this truly a benefit for me? Well, I suppose I shall reluctantly accept it. System, open the gift package. Wang Xuanzhi smiled broadly, his lips curling upward. Ding. Bestowed upon the host is the supreme secret art of the human race, transforming one into three pure ones. The human chapter. What? The supreme art of Taoism. Wang Xuanzhi exclaimed, I adore you, system. His exuberance for this system was boundless. The voice was pleasant, and the system itself was amiable. What a scheming delight. I'm appalled. How shameless. The other three systems expressed their indignation at the actions of the Origin Divine system. Within Wang Xuanzhi's mind, the quarrels of the four systems echoed. The Origin Divine system paid no heed to the other three, and its voice resonated in Wang Xuanzhi's consciousness. Host, take a look. Can we bind together? Wang Xuanzhi found himself perplexed by this notion of binding. Wasn't he already bound? That simply wouldn't he do. Such an excellent system ought to belong solely to him, not to be shared with others. He quickly replied, of course, let us bind. What must I do? As he spoke the words of agreement, the other three systems grew anxious. No, host, do not bind with her. Indeed, she is a wicked woman. You should bind with me instead. What are you talking about? You should bind with me. Listening to the bickering of the other systems, Wang Xuanzhi felt overwhelmed. What was going on? Wouldn't it be fine to bind them all? Thus, he inquired, why not just bind all together? The four systems responded in unison. No way. Why not? Wouldn't that be the best? Wang Xuanzhi questioned, bewildered. The four systems were determined not to let him escape their grasp. Naturally, it was because they were all female with sweet voices, offering him benefits. That was a slip of the tongue. It was because they could make Wang Xuanzhi invincible in the world. Just having one system had already granted him so many advantages, for invincible physiques. Indeed, at that moment, the Chaos Demon system interjected. A person can only possess one origin, and one origin can only bind to a single system. Otherwise, the host would be unable to withstand the system's energy and would self-destruct. Wang Xuanzhi was taken aback. Was there such a rule? Wouldn't that mean he was doomed? That deceitful system tricked me into binding, he exclaimed. Did it mean that these four invincible systems were far superior to that troublesome system? Yet he could only admire them from afar? Not just admire, but unable to use them. Wang Xuanzhi mused, suddenly feeling disillusioned with the four physiques he had. Without the four systems, life would surely lack some excitement. Wang Xuanzhi, unwilling to give up, wondered if there were no other options. The four systems fell silent, and the atmosphere turned cold. Suddenly, he recalled that the wretched system had mentioned he possessed a physique that allowed him multiple origins. It seemed to be called the Primordial Ancestor Chi physique. Once he acquired multiple origins, couldn't he bind all four at that time? What brilliance I possess! Wang Xuanzhi chuckled to himself, determined to pursue this plan. He then asked, does this mean that even if I do not bind with any of you, I can still utilize the system? The Primordial Demon God system replied, you can, but this system will only exist for 20 years. After 20 years, it will either dissipate or seek another host. Hearing this, Wang Xuanzhi's expression soured. He certainly did not wish for the four systems to find another. Is there any possibility of a person possessing multiple origins? Wang Xuanzhi stammered, feeling anxious. It is possible, but one must be exceedingly powerful. It is said that no one throughout the ages has managed to achieve it. Wang Xuanzhi pressed on. Not even the Ancestor Phoenix or Ancestor Dragon? Not achievable, the Primordial Demon God system replied, but continued, however, if you reach a level above that of the Ancestor Dragon and Ancestor Phoenix, perhaps it could be done. Is it truly so difficult to envision such possibilities? Wang Xuanzhi lamented internally. He then whispered, is there any chance that under your guidance, I might reach such a level? Indeed, there is a possibility. The host may attempt it. Just when Wang Xuanzhi thought hope was lost, Two system voices resounded, reigniting his optimism. He sighed in relief. The thought of the four systems departing filled him with dread. But wouldn't that simply mean acquiring another origin? A sudden voice broke his train of thought. Sending his emotions on a roller coaster ride, Wang Xuanzhi quickly proposed, "How about this? I won't bind with anyone for now. Let us give everyone a fair chance to compete, shall we? You wouldn't want to let this physique go to waste, would you?" Wang Xuanzhi cunningly suggested. Agreed. No objections here. I believe it is a good idea. I concur. Four distinct female voices chimed in. Wang Xuanzhi let out a quiet sigh of relief. He was worried these naive girls might disagree. It seemed they were rather easy to deceive. However, unbeknownst to Wang Xuanzhi, they were also contemplating their own strategies. They now had the power to reclaim everything Wang Xuanzhi possessed, yet they chose not to do so. After all, if they understood that a person's origin could only bind to one system, why would the four systems still compete for Wang Xuanzhi's binding? It was because his origin was shrouded in mystery. Eluding their understanding, they firmly believed that Wang Xuanzhi could achieve what others could not. Even the likes of the Emperor of Humanity could not escape their perception, but Wang Xuanzhi remained an enigma. Within Wang Xuanzhi's mind, four distinctly different female voices resonated, yet their words were surprisingly consistent and swift. Ding. Selecting system difficulty. Automatically choosing the simplest task completion method. Signing in. Wang Xuanzhi pondered the task of signing in. Wondering if it simply required him to arrive at a designated place, he asked, "System sisters, does it mean I just need to reach the location specified by the task?" Yes, 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 yes. The four voices echoed in agreement, causing Wang Xuanzhi to smile with delight. How splendid! Completing such simple tasks would surely make him invincible. It seemed the four systems were eager to compete with one another. With pressure comes competition. Bring on the storm, he thought. By the way, what about trading for weapons like the supreme divine weapons or holy weapons? Do I have the authority to exchange for those? Reflecting on the invincible enhancements featured in the novels he had read, he wondered if he could possess them too. You can, but the host's current cultivation level is too low to support it. It will only be available once the host reaches the tribulation stage. Please endeavor to level up and defeat monsters. Wang Xuanzhi nodded, now curious about the martial arts realm. That he then asked, "System, are there any tasks available right now?" Just as he posed his question, the Origin Divine System responded with a voice as gentle as a neighborly elder sister. Ding, task released. Sign in at the Chongqing Wang family estate to obtain full cultivation in the Qi refinement stage. Wang Xuanzhi marveled, as expected of the neighborly elder sister, so considerate, arriving just in time. I'll go tomorrow and step into martial arts. How despicable. How infuriating. That green tea has taken the lead. The other three voices expressed their displeasure, unwilling to be outdone, and subsequently announced their tasks. The Hongmeng Immortal God System chimed in. Ding, task released. Subdue the saintess of the Immortal Clan at the Zixiao Sacred Land to attain the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage, breaking through to the 10th level. The Chaos Demon System followed. Ding, task released. Sign in at the Demon Clan's Demon Palace, breaking through the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage to reach the realm of the ancient, where no one has ventured, assimilating the essence of the cosmos. The Primordial Demon God System concluded. Ding, task released. Subdue a mount from the Beast Clan's sacred beasts, surpassing the realm of the ancient, becoming invincible in the Qi refinement stage, capable of striking against the divine transformation stage. Wang Xuanzhi was left dumbfounded. What kind of tasks were these? Subduing a saintess? How old am I? What need have I for such things? Am I not at risk of malnutrition? Moreover, at such a young age, what could I possibly accomplish? With a few quick moves, I would be rendered useless. And as for subduing a sacred beast, it is a being of the Beast Clan. Could I truly manage that? Unable to restrain himself, Wang Xuanzhi exclaimed, "System, what is this about subduing a saintess? And how could I possibly subdue a sacred beast? Didn't you say the task's difficulty is akin to signing in?" At that moment, two systems responded. One voice was cold and aloof, while the other radiated youthful vigor. Currently, the host's status surpasses that of the Immortal Clan's lord. Subduing a saintess equates to the difficulty of signing in. At present, the host's status surpasses that of the Beast Clan's lord. Subduing a mount is also equivalent to signing in. Wang Xuanzhi was left speechless. All right then. Your voices are pleasant, and you make valid points. He resolved to visit the Wang family estate the following day to sign in and then embark on his martial arts journey. Who would despise their own lack of power, by the way? Since your voices are female, does that mean you are human? Wang Xuanzhi, ever the curious child, asked, probing into everything. Guess. Once the host possesses sufficient strength, We shall reveal that to you. The alluring voice of the chaos demon system tantalized Wang Xuanzhi's very bones. He fervently hoped they were not men in disguise. He begged for it. Otherwise, he would surely explode on the spot. Undeterred, Wang Xuanzhi continued to inquire, "At what level will you disclose that information to me?" His curiosity was piqued. After all, they were men. The initial sound of the primordial demon god system echoed, vibrant as a spirited maiden. It promised to inform the host once he reached the tribulation realm. Wang Xuanzhi suddenly felt a sense of direction in life. Indeed, motivation surged within him. Filled with zeal, he anticipated signing in at the clan grounds the following day. As night deepened, Wang Xuanzhi lay on his lavish bed. Eyes closed, drifting into a quiet slumber. Half an hour later, outside the room, two shadowy figures stealthily peered inside. These figures were none other than Lu Junwan and Wang Ziwen. Is the child asleep? It appears so. Let us go in and take a look, but be quiet, so we don't disturb him. They whispered softly, carefully entering the room. Gazing upon Wang Xuanzhi, peacefully sleeping on the grand bed, a sense of satisfaction filled their hearts. Lu Junwan looked tenderly at him, thinking, regardless of who you are simply my dear child. Child, may you live a life of peace and safety. That is of utmost importance. With a gentle gaze, Lu Junwan covered Wang Xuanzhi with the blanket he had kicked off. Wang Ziwen observed, "Child, may you remain safe. Your mother and I have no greater wishes, whether it be for the human emperor or the celestial emperor. A home is defined by our togetherness." The two remained in the quiet of the night, watching Wang Xuanzhi for a long time. Moonlight bathed his face, casting a celestial glow that made him appear as if descended from the heavens. At this moment, a hint of dignity graced his features. They stayed until dawn before quietly departing. After their departure, a faint smile graced Wang Xuanzhi's lips, radiating a happiness and contentment unknown to him in his past life. Chapter 14. Signing in at the clan grounds. Entering the Qi refinement realm the next day, upon awakening, Wang Xuanzhi found dozens of maidservants respectfully waiting outside at that moment. Lu Junwan entered, followed closely by Wang Ziwen. "Zhir, are you awake? Are you hungry?" Lu Junwan gazed affectionately at Wang Xuanzhi, her love palpable. Though he was but a newborn, his physique resembled that of a 3-year-old due to his unique constitution. Thus, aside from breast milk, he could consume other foods. However, adhering to the notion that a childhood lacking breast milk is incomplete, Wang Xuanzhi shamelessly nodded, "I'm still a child. What's wrong with having some milk for my mother?" The ensuing scene unfolded under Wang Ziwen's wistful gaze, as he watched Wang Xuanzhi finish feeding. Internally, he mused, "Though he is my son, it feels rather disconcerting. That should belong to me." Clearing his throat, he refrained from further thoughts. After Wang Xuanzhi was satisfied, his eyes widened as he looked at Lu Junwan. "Mother, I wish to go to the clan grounds." Initially taken aback, Lu Junwan's expression soon turned to excitement. "He called me mother. Nothing in this world can bring a mother such satisfaction as hearing her newborn call her mother. All right, I will speak with the clan leader." Without questioning the reason for Wang Xuanzhi's desire to visit the clan grounds, she felt it was her duty as a mother to fulfill her child's wishes. Wang Ziwen, standing aside, looked on with eager anticipation. "What about me? What about me, son? Who am I?" He hoped for Wang Xuanzhi to call him father. Imagining the moment, he lost himself in thought. Yet, the words that followed from Wang Xuanzhi stunned him. "Uncle, Ga." Wang Ziwen was taken aback. "Uncle? I am your father, and you dare call me uncle?" Wang Xuanzhi ignored him and scampered out of the room, with Lu Junwan hastily following, sending a message to the clan leader about their plans. This left Wang Ziwen in a state of confusion. Wang Xuanzhi chuckled inwardly. Did he expect me to call him father? Just because he contributed a tadpole does not grant him that title. A true man born of heaven and earth cannot remain beneath others for long. Next time, I shall become a father. Cough, cough. I need to have a child to become a father. Wang Xuanzhi, of course, could not voice that thought just yet. Perhaps in the future he leapt into the embrace of a beautiful maidservant, who hurriedly caught him. Wang Xuanzhi nestled comfortably in her arms, eyes narrowing in bliss as so soft. In a moment, the ancestor of the Wang family appeared before Wang Xuanzhi, inquiring urgently, "Little Xuanzhi, why do you wish to go to the clan grounds?" Now, Wang Xuanzhi was a treasure of the entire human race. Any misfortune befalling him could not be borne. Regardless of the fate of the human sovereign, the other 3 clans would certainly not forgive any harm to him. In recent days, a multitude of venerable ancestors had been dispatched to protect Wang Xuanzhi. They could not openly demand his departure but could only remain in the shadows to safeguard him. Though Wang Xuanzhi's face was youthful, his expression was resolute. The ancestor asked, Can you provide your great-grandfather with a reason? Goodness, this old man is taking advantage of me. A grandfather is already sufficient. Now he is calling himself great-grandfather. Wang Xuanzhi thought, realizing he indeed was a great-grandson. He pondered what excuse to offer this elder. I wish to see what the Wang family grounds look like, to better promote our family in the future. Upon hearing this, the ancestor's expression lit up. Excellent, truly, you are a descendant of the Wang family. To know the importance of promoting our lineage. My Wang family shall flourish. The ancestor eagerly consented, relieved that his descendant was already aware of his future responsibilities. With a wave of his hand, he led the maidservant and Wang Xuanzhi to the clan grounds. Why bring the maidservant along? Because Wang Xuanzhi was comfortably nestled in her arms. Wang Xuanzhi internally called out to the system. System, do I just need to say check-in? Indeed, you have arrived at the Wang family grounds. Simply utter check-in and the task will be deemed complete. Listening to the system's gentle and soothing voice filled Wang Xuanzhi with comfort. He softly whispered, check-in, ding, congratulations, host, you have completed the task. You have attained the full circle of Qi refinement realm. Wang Xuanzhi felt a surge of power infusing his soul, a burning sensation coursing through his body. As if boundless spiritual energy was swirling around him. Oh dear, great-grandfather, my stomach hurts that I must return now. Wang Xuanzhi clutched his stomach, rolling around in the maidservant's embrace. The soft textures he felt were simply exquisite. Of course, the stomachache was feigned, primarily to assess his newfound realm. The ancestor sighed, realizing that since the little ancestor had spoken, there was no other course of action than to send him back. Xuanzhi, if your stomach hurts, should we find a holy physician to examine you? Or perhaps some millennium-old spiritual treasures to strengthen your body? You've just been born, and your constitution is still too fragile. You must be well-nourished. Wait, I will send someone to your room immediately. Observing the ancestor's concern, Wang Xuanzhi shook his head. I just need to use the restroom. The Wang ancestor felt a bit awkward at Wang Xuanzhi's words. But I do think my body is indeed a little weak. Well, bring forth whatever heavenly treasures you have. Wang Xuanzhi continued, his intentions clear. Bring forth all the good things. Wang Xuanzhi was escorted back to his residence. At the moment he returned, he inquired of the system. System, will there be any penalties if this task is not completed? There will be none. Please rest assured, the simplest tasks incur no penalties, the Origin Human God system replied. Then, system, with my current status, can't I just have them bring resources to me continuously? Why do I need to complete tasks? Don't you think my reasoning is sound? Wang Xuanzhi questioned, reflecting on his exalted status. Possessing power and resources, he could easily elevate his realm without undertaking tasks. The Origin Human God system patiently addressed Wang Xuanzhi's inquiries. Your constitution is quite peculiar. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth, along with heavenly treasures, would be of no use. You could be considered a complete waste in terms of cultivation. You can only cultivate through what the system provides. Holding a spiritual fruit, Wang Xuanzhi joyfully munched on it. However, upon hearing that his physique could not absorb spiritual energy nor utilize heavenly treasures, the fruit lost its flavor. Chapter 15. The Four Systems Quarrel, Planning an Escape. Host, do not worry, I shall take care of you. As it turns out, signing in is merely a trivial task. By casually checking in at a few locations, wouldn't the host become invincible? The voice of the Origin God system resonated, resembling that of a caring older sister. Wang Xuanzhi felt a surge of emotion. Host, what do you think of this? If you quietly bind with me, I can directly elevate your cultivation to the Saint Realm. How does that sound? The Chaos Demon system whispered to Wang Xuanzhi. Is that even possible? Wang Xuanzhi privately communicated with the Chaos Demon system. Indeed, you would reach the Saint Realm without any side effects. Wang Xuanzhi inquired, as long as the host binds with me. I will fulfill this wish. What do you say, host? The alluring voice, dripping with charm, made Wang Xuanzhi's resolve waver. Just as he was on the brink of agreement, the other systems detected the situation. Damn it. That sly fox almost succeeded in ensnaring him. Luckily, we caught on quickly. The voices of the other three systems echoed in his mind, startling Wang Xuanzhi. He felt a disconcerting sense of betrayal. Host, you mustn't entertain such thoughts. We can fulfill any of your desires. Do not fall for this fox's tricks. Wang Xuanzhi nodded earnestly. I won't. I was merely jesting with Mo, right? Mo? Are you referring to me? The voice of the Chaos Demon system responded. Bewildered. What is this title? Why does it feel so intimate? The Chaos Demon system quickly recovered, affirming, yes, we were just playing. Unbeknownst to Wang Xuanzhi, somewhere within him, for female apparitions were cursing vehemently. This vixen is still defending herself. We treated you as a sister. Never expecting you to be this kind of person. A plastic sister indeed. The tall woman in green pointed accusatorily at the voluptuous woman in pink, who was none other than the origin god system. The other two women, one clad in purple and the other in white, glared disapprovingly at the pink-clad figure. The pink-clad woman retorted, "It's all about one's capabilities," after a prolonged silence from the four systems. Wang Xuanzhi began to introspectively assess his internal state in the Qi refinement stage. He absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, converting it into spiritual power. His dantian was in a gaseous form, still lacking the capacity to store spiritual energy. Delving deep within, he discovered 9 robust strands of chaotic energy. What is this energy? It doesn't resemble heavenly spiritual energy. Why is it chaotic in hue? Isn't it's supposed to be milky white? Wang Xuanzhi questioned the system. Host, ordinary heavenly spiritual energy cannot meet your body's needs. This is chaotic energy, perfectly attuned to your constitution. Examining the chaotic energy closely, Wang Xuanzhi ceased to dwell on it. He contemplated how to slip away from the Wang family and visit the celestial clan, primarily for the sake of signing in, not to seek a saintess or anything of that nature. Being still young, Wang Xuanzhi was oblivious to such notions that it's not like that, truly. Please don't misunderstand that I am wholeheartedly pursuing the Tao, aiming for higher realms, not for the sake of a saintess. Wang Xuanzhi resolved to venture to the celestial clan the following day, prioritizing initial development to ensure his safety as he advanced in cultivation. Having formed this plan, he began to think of how to explain his intentions to the patriarch, knowing full well that the human side would not easily allow him to leave. Aha! I've got it! I'll sneak away. The system had previously bestowed upon him the technique of transforming into 3 forms. Tonight, I shall cultivate this technique to create another version of myself to remain here while I go out to explore. Wang Xuanzhi chuckled at the thought of his escapade as he immersed himself in the transformative technique. The once obscure incantations suddenly became clear to him. Is this the cause of the anomaly? Has my innate wisdom awakened? Wang Xuanzhi pondered. Shortly thereafter, the patriarch of the Wang family hurried into his room, gazing fondly at Wang Xuanzhi nestled in Lu Junwen's arms. This is the future emperor of humanity. Establishing a good relationship now is undoubtedly beneficial, the patriarch mused. Upon noticing the patriarch's arrival, Lu Junwen intended to rise and pay her respects, but was stopped by the patriarch, for Wang Xuanzhi was the little ancestor of the entire Wang family. Meanwhile, Wang Xuanzhi, with a forlorn expression, fed Wang Xuanzhi grapes. One by one, he felt a deep sense of melancholy. Believing that since becoming a father, Wang Xuanzhi had not treated him as one, this led him to secretly vow to take revenge. If a son is not to be played with, then what meaning does his existence hold? Damn the emperor of humanity. No matter how formidable, he is still my son. Can he truly overthrow me? Wang Xuanzhi thought, preparing to have some fun with Wang Xuanzhi. Oblivious to his father's thoughts, Wang Xuanzhi was unaware of the burdens he carried. The patriarch smiled at him, saying, "Xuanzhi, I have brought you what you desired. Do you think this is sufficient? If not, I can fetch more." The patriarch opened a bulging bag filled with countless spiritual fruits and various rare treasures, leaving Wang Xuanzhi astounded. He had never received such treatment and contemplated whether he should rely on his son for some benefits. Wang Xuanzhi, eyeing the bounty, felt satisfied. Even if consuming these treasures had little utility, they made for delightful snacks. The patriarch, seeing Wang Xuanzhi's joy, felt reassured. If you need anything, just call for me. Here is my token. You can contact me anytime. The patriarch smiled as he bid farewell, stepping into the void and disappearing. Goodbye, patriarch, Wang Xuanzhi waved, stashing the token and the precious items into his belongings under Wang Xuanzhi's eager gaze. Lu Junwen affectionately ruffled Wang Xuanzhi's hair, while he silently plotted his escape from the Wang family. Chapter 16. The mischievous child's departure to Qingxian city system. Can you sense if any members of the other 3 clans are hiding nearby? Wang Xuanzhi began to coordinate with the system, preparing his escape plan. Yes, there are saints from the 3 clans concealed in the vicinity, the Hongmeng immortal god system reported. How infuriating. You snatch my response. The other systems, in a playful dispute, added to the atmosphere. Host, you must not bind with her because of this. Wang Xuanzhi chuckled at the banter, enjoying the attention of 4 systems vying for him. All right, enough of the bickering. Can you help me reach out? I need to visit the celestial clan and complete some tasks. Rest assured, just hand this task to the origin system, and it will be resolved in no time. No way. Give it to me, Taichu. I will definitely accomplish it. I've already initiated contact. The origin god system, Taichu demon god system, and Hongmeng immortal god system began to argue. Host, I have found the person you seek. The Chaos Demon system chimed in. How despicable! He exploited our quarrel to reach out. While the three systems continued to bicker, Momo had already made contact. Shortly thereafter, a saint from the Celestial clan appeared in the room. Radiating celestial light. Xuanzhi, have you come to a decision? Do you wish to return to the Celestial clan? Their demeanor was reminiscent of a kidnapper. Wang Xuanzhi shook his head and activated his Hongmeng immortal body, casting an ethereal presence that made him appear as the son of the Tao. With an air of mystery, he declared, my memories of the Tao seem to have awakened. I need to find a woman with whom I share a connection to the Tao to aid in my growth and hasten the restoration of my memories. This wording was premeditated by Wang Xuanzhi. Otherwise, bluntly asking for the saintess as a maid would have been too awkward. The celestial saint, upon hearing Wang Xuanzhi's intent to awaken his Tao memories, disregarded the latter part about the fated woman. Whether it be 1 or 100, they would fulfill his request as long as his memories awakened. With a devout expression, they welcomed the celestial emperor back to the immortal city. Wang Xuanzhi approached the elder and whispered, is there a way to keep the Wang family in the dark? Upon hearing this, the celestial sage was overjoyed, reflecting inwardly that the celestial emperor had finally awakened to the truth. He understood that the human realm was merely a temporary station. Only the celestial clan could serve as the ultimate sanctuary. He quickly replied, indeed, there is a way in the sage realm, as long as one wishes to remain undetected. No one can uncover their presence. Wang Xuanzhi nodded, pleased with the answer. He then retrieved the 4 essentials for writing from his room and clumsily inscribed 4 large characters on a piece of paper, running away from home. Beneath this, he wrote, I'm just going out to play, so do not worry. Mother, do not fret, I shall return in a year. Initially, Wang Xuanzhi considered leaving behind a human form, albeit one of himself, but found the idea unsettling. He was concerned his mother might nurture that body, which felt peculiar to him, so he ultimately decided against it. Thus, Wang Xuanzhi departed without a care, running away with the celestial sage. The two vanished from sight. Although unbeknownst to Wang Xuanzhi, their departure was closely observed by the elite warriors of the human race. Eye in the air, several powerful presences exchanged thoughts. How could the emperor run off with a celestial being? One pondered, perhaps he was lured by the celestial clan. I've heard their women are exceedingly beautiful. Could that be the reason for his enticement? That's unlikely. The emperor is barely a month old. How could he be concerned with such matters? Fool. The emperor is no ordinary child. He opened his wisdom at birth, already aware of the grand responsibilities he must shoulder for humanity. With the emperor's physique, he could marry and bear children at the age of 15, producing exceptional offspring for our race. Thus, a few ancient human elders shamelessly began discussing potential betrothals for Wang Xuanzhi, eager to expand their lineage once he came of age. We cannot allow the other 3 clans to benefit from this. Send out the decree. The human race shall encourage a policy of procreation. Ideally, we want daughters, especially those of striking beauty, to be nurtured within our clan. If only Wang Xuanzhi were aware, he would surely lament, they wish to exploit me. Meanwhile, Wang Xuanzhi was traversing vast distances with the celestial sage, arriving at the eastern continent, the domain of the celestial clan. Numerous celestial beings resided there, living in ways akin to humans, yet distinct due to their different physiques and paths of cultivation, earning them the title of celestial. The ascension that humanity yearned for was not the same as the celestial beings of the continent. Celestial Emperor, behold the vibrant vitality of our celestial clan. Look at our celestial women. Observe the purity of our celestial hearts. The celestial sage enthusiastically introduced the wonders of his clan to Wang Xuanzhi. The first 2 observations were acceptable, but the third left Wang Xuanzhi puzzled. The two arrived at one of the main cities of the celestial clan, Qingxian City. The streets were suffused with celestial light, with a shimmering glow emanating from every inhabitant, dazzling Wang Xuanzhi's eyes. Suddenly, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. Ding! The system has detected the presence of a reincarnated individual within the city. Side quest initiated. Locate the reincarnated individual. Reward. Supreme Celestial Scripture, 9 Heavens Profound Jade Scripture. What? A reincarnated individual. Does that not imply they possess formidable strength? Wang Xuanzhi mused, intrigued by the reward. Let us proceed. He addressed the celestial sage. I wish to explore this celestial city. The celestial sage was elated, believing Wang Xuanzhi desired to witness the spirit of the celestial youths, aiming to lead the celestial clan to resurgence. He guarded Wang Xuanzhi closely, with numerous celestial sages concealed in the void, ensuring his safety. As they wandered aimlessly through the streets, observing the lively celestial beings, Wang Xuanzhi could not locate the reincarnated individual. Is there a method to find them? He thought, feeling a twinge of anxiety. System, where are they in this vast sea of people? By all accounts, you should guide me. Logically, the system had no authority to reveal such information. But it could offer hints should the host be willing to form a bond. The system's voice responded, causing Wang Xuanzhi to grit his teeth in frustration. Why must you negotiate? I value fairness and transparency. Thus, the system continued its search. The other three systems remained silent, as they could not intervene in celestial matters and were equally at a loss. System, how about this? Assist me once, and I will grant you a point in my little notebook. Currently, everyone starts at 90. Once you reach 100, I shall bind you to that score. Fair competition. Wang Xuanzhi conversed with the four systems in his mind, harboring his own schemes. Once I gather 99, I can then adjust the score to 0.5, with the next being 0.1. This tactic, learned from a past merchant, fits perfectly here. Really? I find it feasible. Then let it be a fair competition. As the three systems debated the proposal, the Chaos Demon system interjected. Host, I know where to find them. At the northeast corner of the city, a little girl is selling herself to bury her mother. Wang Xuanzhi's eyes lit up at this news. Wonderful. I shall reward you with a point. As he made his way toward that direction, he overheard the other systems chastising the Chaos Demon system. Vixen, shameless, humph, merely fair competition. Upon arriving at the location, he indeed spotted a filthy little girl squatting on the ground. A rough cloth beside her stating, selling myself to bury my mother. Such customs were not common among the celestial beings, and no one was inclined to take a beggar home. Hence, she remained alone. System, I have found her, Wang Xuanzhi thought. Ding, congratulations, the system task is complete. The nine heavens' profound jade scripture has been implanted in the host's mind. Wang Xuanzhi felt immense satisfaction. He had completed a task with remarkable efficiency. Turning to the little girl, he inquired, System, whose reincarnation is she? Unknown for now, but her previous strength should have been considerable. The celestial sage, witnessing Wang Xuanzhi approach the little beggar, was taken aback, fearing that the emperor might perceive his clan's youth as less than stellar. This could lead to dire consequences for the city lord. However, Wang Xuanzhi's next words eased the sage's anxiety. Are you truly willing to sell yourself to bury your mother? How about this? I will provide you with sufficient funds. And you can come with me afterward. What do you say? Wang Xuanzhi leaned closer to the young girl, observing her dirty face, yet recognizing a unique charm that set her apart from other celestial beings. Though merely 7 or 8 years old, she already bore the semblance of beauty. The girl glanced up at this child before her, who appeared even younger, yet adorned in lavish attire. Although reluctant, she nodded slightly. Wang Xuanzhi was pleased and turned to the celestial sage. Provide her with the funds and facilitate everything. Then let her come to see me. Remember, do not coerce her, or there will be consequences. Wang Xuanzhi grinned mischievously. The celestial sage nodded and quickly dispatched someone to arrange matters. Subsequently, Wang Xuanzhi accompanied the celestial sage to the city lord's mansion. Why? Because he was hungry. And what does one do when hungry? They drink milk. Thus, for the next few days, Wang Xuanzhi delighted in ample nourishment, his belly full and a satisfied expression on his face. Being merely a child, he harbored no ulterior motives. Each day, he had a different nursemaid. And given the celestial lineage, their beauty was unparalleled, exuding an ethereal aura. Now, Wang Xuanzhi harbored grand ambitions, to savor the milk of all 4 clans, the milk-loving Wang Xuanzhi. It was simply a child in need of nourishment. To all the onlookers, do not misconstrue his intentions. Days later, the little girl was brought before Wang Xuanzhi by another celestial sage. The girl gazed curiously at him. Though her status was humble, his ease within the city lord's residence suggested a lofty position. Wang Xuanzhi scrutinized the girl, who towered over him. Initially focused on accomplishing his task, he now entertained a whimsical idea. This girl was the reincarnated individual. He could invest in her and cultivate her into a celestial saintess. This approach would not only fulfill his task, but, when she regained her memories, would she not owe him her loyalty? A him. Not that, rather, she would be grateful, serving me. He nearly revealed his thoughts aloud. The more Wang Xuanzhi contemplated, the more feasible the plan appeared. Nurturing a female emperor to serve him would be immensely satisfying. Wang Xuanzhi gazed at the young girl, his expression mature beyond his years, shaking his head in contemplation. Do you remember your promise? The girl nodded, fully aware of her commitment to sell herself for her mother's burial. Although reluctant, she believed in the sanctity of her word. Very well, I want you to become the holy maiden of the celestial clan. Is that acceptable? Startled, the girl paused, while the celestial sage also appeared taken aback. pondering, what on earth is the Celestial Emperor up to now? Wang Xuanzhi offered no explanation, instead continuing to sway her with persuasive words. Live well, for life is precious. Should you wish to repay me, that can wait. For now, I will shield you from the storms of life. His intention was clear, to win the favor of this young girl, who, being so innocent, would surely be easy to influence. Indeed, as she reflected on his words, her eyes displayed a whirlwind of emotions. Initially, she thought this child was merely acting on impulse, yet now she saw him. Small in stature, yet appearing remarkably imposing, Wang Xuanzhi deliberately averted his gaze from her, engaging in conversation with the celestial sage Dada, the art of seduction through distance, the girl thought, nodding earnestly at Wang Xuanzhi, her heart resolutely deciding on a course of action. Even after regaining her memories, she would never forget the figure and words of Wang Xuanzhi that day. Old sage, if you can nurture her into the holy maiden, she is destined to be the fated one I seek. Is there any issue with this? As long as you cultivate her into the holy maiden, she will play a crucial role when I awaken my memories. We must not be careless. Wang Xuanzhi addressed the celestial sage, confident that his words would compel action. The sage nodded in agreement, fully supportive of the celestial emperor's quest to reclaim his former memories. Wang Xuanzhi expressed his approval, casting an appreciative glance at the old sage before turning to the girl. From this moment forth, you are the holy maiden of the celestial clan Dado, and what is your name? The girl replied earnestly, Nangong Chinga. Upon hearing this name, Wang Xuanzhi's thoughts raced. He recognized it as one of great significance that he nodded. Do not disappoint me. He swiftly approached Nangong Chinga, his fingers aglow with golden light, imparting the 9 heavens mysterious scripture into her consciousness. The reason for not utilizing it himself was that this scripture was specifically meant for a woman. He could not harness its power. Afterward, Wang Xuanzhi departed, pursuing his grand ambition, indulging in milk. Unbeknownst to him, this seemingly inconspicuous nurturing would eventually cultivate an extraordinary empress. The name of Empress Nangong would echo across the realms. Chapter 18. Mission accomplished. Ascending to the peak of Qi cultivation, transfer to the demon clan Old Sage. Send Chinga to the Zixiao Sacred Land. Inform the Lord of the Sacred Land that we have an additional holy maiden. Wang Xuanzhi observed the old sage before him, exuding an air of maturity and ease, remnants of milk still lingering at the corner of his mouth. What a life! I envy it immensely. Of course. The old sage had no reason to object. Given that Wang Xuanzhi was the future celestial emperor, it was wise to foster a good relationship. After all, he would need the emperor's support in the future. Such a modest request was hardly an imposition. Wang Xuanzhi regarded the old sage with admiration, planning to stay a few more days before heading to the demon palace to continue fulfilling his mission while simultaneously pursuing his grand aspirations. 3 days later, Nangong Chinga successfully became the holy maiden of the Zixiao Sacred Land, with her subsequent status and resources dependent upon her own efforts. Wang Xuanzhi had also established connections to ensure that the people of Zixiao Sacred Land would take special care of her. After all, a young girl would undoubtedly face challenges alone. Thus, Wang Xuanzhi completed the system's tasks with an air of nonchalance. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Your cultivation has broken through to the peak of Qi cultivation. The chaotic energy within him had quietly reached 10 strands. Despite the seeming insignificance of these 10 strands, the laws of the universe permitted only the number 9 to exist. Wang Xuanzhi had defied this rule, and the power within him far exceeded a mere 10-fold increase. As he clenched his small hand, spiritual energy surged forth, accompanied by explosive sounds in the air. Hearing the voice of the Hongmeng celestial system, he inquired, Celestial, this doesn't count as cheating, does it, Celestial? The system echoed, a hint of playfulness in its tone that it had intended to say more, but fell silent. As long as the host is happy. Although Wang Xuanzhi had exploited a loophole, who could blame him for being the host? Wang Xuanzhi felt satisfied and nodded in approval. What about me? What about me? The system chimed in, vying for attention. You can't play favorites. Both of them have their share. And I want mine too, host. The two systems began to pout. Although no physical forms appeared, the mere thought conjured vivid images in Wang Xuanzhi's mind. Despite the playful banter, he found it amusing that the systems could exhibit jealousy. He mused, perhaps my charisma is simply overwhelming. He decided to name the Taichu system Chu-Chu and the origin system Yuan. Taking one character from each name, I knew you would be the best host. The voices of the two systems chimed together, prompting Wang Xuanzhi to lament. If only you were corporeal. Oh, by the way, Yuan, Chu-Chu, Momo, Celestial, can you take physical forms? Wang Xuanzhi had long been curious whether these four systems with their feminine voices, could manifest physically. Guess, guess, the four voices playfully echoed in his mind. Wang Xuanzhi replied, "Do you think I would guess? How boring. Just give me a point, and I'll tell you." "How about that?" At this moment, the other three systems surprisingly supported the idea, eager to bind themselves. Wang Xuanzhi sighed. "I want to bind you too, but my current cultivation is rather lacking. Let's set aside these frivolous matters for now and focus on ascending my cultivation. That is of utmost importance." Despite his outward playfulness, Wang Xuanzhi had his own calculations in mind. What man, born in this world, does not desire longevity? Who does not wish to possess the extraordinary power akin to the spectacle of my birth? In the days that followed, Wang Xuanzhi had completely refined the gifts bestowed upon him, utilizing them with ease. The Hongmeng celestial sword, the accompanying spirit sword, merged within him. The ancestral dragon bone sword fused with his ribcage. Ready to be summoned at will.as for the celestial body, Wang Xuanzhi was uncertain whether it was due to his cultivation level, but he had yet to unlock its potential. All his physical forms were in a similar state. Except for the dragon phoenix body. When Wang Xuanzhi activated the dragon phoenix body, he was astonished to find that he could transform into a juvenile dragon phoenix, measuring 10 zhang in size. This revelation filled him with both joy and surprise. He was now capable of flight. The dragon horn of time had also been refined, granting him the nascent ability to alter time, albeit only for a fleeting moment due to his low cultivation. He diligently practiced the divine magic, the chaotic divine demon mill, ceaselessly enhancing his skills. This innate talent could be employed in combat and simultaneously bolster his spiritual power. His primary scripture was the Origin Human Divine Path scripture. Though it was complex and elusive, Wang Xuanzhi possessed an innate wisdom that made his cultivation progress smoothly. The human emperor body was continually developing, gathering the faith of the human race and embodying the multitude of humanity. Days later, after much persuasion, the old sage reluctantly allowed Wang Xuanzhi to depart for the demon clan. The old sage's lingering gaze sent chills down Wang Xuanzhi's spine. Had he not known the old man had no romantic inclinations, he might have thought he was enamored with him. Thus, Wang Xuanzhi successfully transitioned to the demon clan, aided by the old sage's influence, who had persuaded the higher-ups of the celestial clan to facilitate his passage. During the meeting, the old sage declared, "Hasten our celestial kin to bear children, especially daughters. The celestial emperor seeks a fated one, and it must be a girl to awaken his memories. Let our disciples produce many daughters, particularly those of exquisite beauty, whom we shall nurture diligently." Some questioned, did the celestial emperor truly say this? Do you think I would dare to misrepresent the emperor's will? Besides, consider the emperor's physique. He possesses the celestial body. Young and impetuous, he is bound to lose control at times. Moreover, the young emperor will undoubtedly be summoned to the heavenly realm, and having offspring in the mortal realm will only enrich our celestial clan with more prodigies. Indeed, the old sage's foresight is commendable. Thus concluded a rather absurd meeting, leading to a peculiar imbalance between the genders across the continent in the subsequent years. A few days later, the demon lord arrived in person, dispatching an impressive force of 50 demon generals. These 50 were all of the saint realm. Although the demon clan was known for its physical prowess and simplistic thinking, Wang Xuanzhi perceived none of this during his reception. The reason was simple. All 50 of these generals were female, including several nurses on the journey to the demon palace. Wang Xuanzhi experienced a life of unparalleled elegance and joy, the beauty of which is beyond mere words. In any case, Wang Xuanzhi had already accomplished 3/4 of his grand ambitions, with only the demon race remaining. He held a certain trepidation towards the demon race. Were they all merely ferocious beasts? If that were the case, it would be wise to conclude his grand endeavors sooner rather than later. Chapter 19. Successful sign-in, complete awakening of the divine demon body after 2 months of travel with his caretaker and her entourage. Wang Xuanzhi finally arrived at the western continent. In truth, they could have traveled faster, but under the pretext of enjoying the sights, Wang Xuanzhi managed to stretch the journey over 2 months. During this time, he had indulged himself thoroughly. Although his appearance remained unchanged, he sensed a subtle awakening of the divine demon body within him. What is going on? Wang Xuanzhi inquired of the system, puzzled as to how 2 months of nourishment could lead to an awakening. It was likely due to the host being of human lineage, resulting in insufficient demonic energy. However, after 2 months of fortification, he had accumulated a considerable amount of demonic energy, hence the awakening of the divine demon body. Wang Xuanzhi contemplated seriously. "Little master, is there anything particularly enjoyable or delectable from my demon clan that you desire?" The demon lord, with a fawning expression, was a stark contrast to his earlier threats against Wang Xuanzhi. Wang Xuanzhi couldn't help but marvel at the depths of shamelessness one could possess. The casual glance at his caretaker's bosom elicited an immediate understanding from the demon lord by the heavens. This was not Wang Xuanzhi's intention. It was merely an inadvertent glance, compelled by the irresistible force of gravity. The demon lord, seemingly perverse, wasted no time in suggesting, "Little master, my wife has just given birth to a child. About your age. She has plenty of milk. What do you say?" Wang Xuanzhi was taken aback by this proposition. Good heavens, that's not merely a sycophant, that's a wolf dog. Caught between acceptance and rejection, Wang Xuanzhi was still processing the situation when they arrived at the gates of the demon palace. The demon lord vanished in an instant. Stunned by such an unpredictable maneuver, Wang Xuanzhi instinctively murmured, "Sign in. Ding. Congratulations, host. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host. Your realm has reached a level unseen for eons, breaking through the chi refinement stage." Boom! At that moment, the divine demon body within Wang Xuanzhi quietly awakened. The supreme divine demon roared in the heavens. Stars scattered across the sky. The surrounding demon generals knelt in reverence before him, recognizing the awakening of the little master's divine demon body. Indeed, he was the future lord of the demon race. Congratulations, little master, on awakening the divine demon body. The entire demon clan was drawn to this extraordinary phenomenon. However, this illusion was but a mere spectacle. The supreme divine demon, devouring the stars, had the divine demon mill rotating behind him. And Wang Xuanzhi's physique surged with energy. After a brief moment, the illusion dissipated. Wang Xuanzhi felt the presence of 999 strands of chaotic energy within him. He was once more astonished. Heavens! How did I leap from a mere 10 to 999 in a single breakthrough? He was carried into the demon palace, with 50 demon generals gazing at him with fervent admiration. This is our future divine demon master. Merely upon the awakening of his physique, such a spectacle has arisen. The little master will lead us to unparalleled glory. The demon palace was grandly constructed around the demon mountain, which was as dark as ink and blood. This mountain symbolized the demon race, where countless supreme demon generals were baptized by its darkness to attain their formidable strength. The moment Wang Xuanzhi stepped into the palace, he also stepped into the heart of the demon mountain. The mountain erupted with demonic light, and countless ancient demonic apparitions emerged, roaring with an indomitable will, a testament to their defiance against the heavens. Wang Xuanzhi looked up at the extraordinary sight above, wondering if it was yet another consequence of his actions. If in response to his thoughts, the ancient demons bowed reverently in his direction, exclaiming, "Seventh clan master of the demon race, Imo Wudi, pays homage to the divine demon master. Master of the 10th clan, Imo Dakian, pays homage to the divine demon master. Master of the 45th clan, Imo Chiu, pays homage to the divine demon master. First general of the demon race, Imo Gur, pays homage to the divine demon master. Third general of the demon race, Imo Xingqing, pays homage to the divine demon master." The demon lord, initially engaged in his duties, was startled by this ruckus. What was happening in the demon mountain today? Upon witnessing Wang Xuanzhi's entrance into the palace, he was no longer surprised. If Wang Xuanzhi could not invoke such an extraordinary phenomenon, no one else could. He was merely the little master. That was indeed the 7th generation clan master of the demon race, a figure only mentioned in tales by his great-great-grandfather. Now manifesting such might, the spirits of past demon lords were clearly still watching over them. That was the renowned Imo Gu, the invincible demon general claimed to have defeated millions. Tio think remnants of his soul still resided within the demon mountain. The entire demon clan witnessed the spectacle triggered by Wang Xuanzhi. Nestled between two towering mountains, Wang Xuanzhi curiously observed the demonic apparitions atop the mountain. The demon master has yet to awaken. Let us lend him our strength, they roared in unison, their fervor palpable. Countless demonic figures soared from the mountain, transforming into pure remnants of demonic energy that flowed into Wang Xuanzhi's being. He involuntarily ascended from the caretaker's embrace, rising into the sky, welcoming the influx of demonic energy. At that moment, within the gaseous dantian of Wang Xuanzhi, there existed a mysterious ancient well, the very embodiment of the divine demon body's innate chaos. No one knew what lay within this well or its potential. Within this divine demon well, countless demonic figures coalesced, bound by black chains, resembling the one-year-old Wang Xuanzhi in appearance. Endless streams of demonic light surged into Wang Xuanzhi's body. The divine demon apparition behind him, initially balanced between divine and demonic light, was overtaken by the latter, shrouding the world in darkness. The demon lord, with fervent resolve, proclaimed, "Demon descends upon the earth. This is the origin of our demon race." At that moment, all demons, regardless of their noble status, knelt in reverence, chanting, "The little master awakens, for eternity. The little master awakens, for eternity, only our great demon." Wang Xuanzhi felt an inexplicable surge of boundless faith power radiating from the demon race. The energy within him autonomously transcended the 999 mark. Now, his body brimmed with 9,000 units of faith energy. Wang Xuanzhi was utterly bewildered by the magnitude of his newfound strength. "System, what is happening? Wasn't I told I could not cultivate on my own? Why does it seem as if my realm is infinitely ascending?" Chapter 20. The First Brother in Trouble Host. This is the power of faith, one of the most mysterious forces. Currently, many aspects of the system seem to be sealed, and I cannot ascertain the details. Wang Xuanzhi could only nod in resignation. As the myriad of demons transformed into pure demonic energy, the once pitch-black demon mountain regained its former appearance, returning to an ordinary mountain. Although the demon lord felt a pang of regret, witnessing Wang Xuanzhi's awakening of the demonic body brought him comfort, as it meant a closer bond with the demonic clan. Once everything returned to tranquility, the demon lord led Wang Xuanzhi to another location, guiding him in a mysterious manner to a palace entrance. Before the palace stood a 2.5-year-old child, playing with mud. Wang Xuanzhi, intrigued by how much taller the child was, observed him closely, noticing Wang Xuanzhi's gaze. The demon lord eagerly introduced, "This is my son, who shall henceforth be the younger brother of the demon master." Wang Xuanzhi pondered for a moment, and considering the circumstances of having emptied the entire demon mountain, he reluctantly agreed. "Zizi, come here." The demon lord promptly called the boy over, who rushed to him with curiosity in his eyes. Wang Xuanzhi also regarded Lu Zizi with interest, thinking of acquiring a little brother to serve as his enforcer. Lu Zizi envisioned gaining a powerful older brother in the demon master, leading the demon clan to greatness. Thus, the two boys exchanged glances, each evaluating the other. Born robust, Lu Zizi appeared to be around 5 or 6 years old. Possessing a keen intellect befitting the son of the demon lord, naturally endowed with wisdom. The demon lord, witnessing their connection, felt even more elated. If they bonded well, his family's status would surely rise, little master. "Are you hungry?" he inquired, fawningly. Wang Xuanzhi was taken aback. "Surely, you don't mean to ask?" If confirming Wang Xuanzhi's suspicions, the demon lord led him into the inner palace, where a voluptuous demoness awaited, the demon queen. Exuding an aura of authority and grace, Wang Xuanzhi stared in disbelief at the demon lord. What a shameless sycophant! Subsequently, despite Wang Xuanzhi's vehement resistance, he was thoroughly indulged. By the time he emerged cradled in the arms of the demon queen, Lu Zizi had also leaped into her embrace. The two boys, one in each arm, appeared strikingly like brothers. Wang Xuanzhi felt a sense of guilt within, pondering whether it was truly right for his brother to regard him as a steadfast ally while he viewed his brother as a fool. Nevertheless, he resolved that from now on, his mother would be as good as his brother's mother. In the depths of the demon palace, numerous demon generals engaged in discussions regarding the central divine clan. Their eyes filled with trepidation. The origin continent was divided among 4 clans, yet it was the central continent that thrived, being home to the central divine clan, which bore a long-standing grudge against the 4 clans. Over the years, they had dispatched formidable divine warriors to suppress the gifted from the 4 clans. Since the demise of the immortal emperor and others, the 4 clans had experienced a decline, significantly diminishing their ability to resist the divine clan's encroachments. What they truly feared was the intrusion of the divine clan. After enduring for so many years, if the divine clan dared to extend their reach here, they would ensure a return without success. At this juncture, the demon lord's eyes blazed with demonic light. "Brother, let me tell you, the egg of the ink Qilin has been hidden away by the second elder for quite some time. If we manage to steal it and forge a contract, riding on a naturally born ink Qilin of the Saint Realm would indeed be a magnificent spectacle." Meanwhile, Lu Zizi and Wang Xuanzhi were stealthily concealed within the grass, suppressing their breaths. "Really? You're not deceiving me?" Wang Xuanzhi's expression was one of suspicion. If this is true, wouldn't I be able to exploit a loophole and sign the contract here without having to go to the demon clan? Inside the dwelling, an elder emerged, completely unguarded, as the supreme elder of the demon clan. His status surpassed even that of the demon lord, and few dared to provoke him. The two concealed figures exuded an exceedingly weak presence, one merely at the chi refinement stage, while the other had not reached even that. Once the elder had completely departed, Wang Xuanzhi stealthily approached the immense egg, scrutinizing it closely. He placed his hand upon it, and with a series of cracking sounds, the shell began to shatter, revealing a radiant glow. A drop of blood from Wang Xuanzhi was drawn into the egg, establishing an inexplicable connection between them. Astonished, he thought, "No way, it seems to have recognized me as its master." As the brilliance intensified, it attracted considerable attention. Wang Xuanzhi glanced at the bewildered Lu Zizi and silently uttered an apology before swiftly taking action. He urgently summoned his inner faith energy, forcefully tearing through the fabric of space to escape. Leaving Lu Zizi alone and disoriented in the wind, Lu Zizi beheld the returning Supreme Elder and her father, the Demon Lord, as the Elder's eyes turned blood-red, akin to someone whose beloved had been stolen. He bellowed atop the mountain, "Who dared to claim the Ink Qilin first?" His voice echoed throughout the rear mountain. Upon spotting Lu Zizi, he was met with a painful consequence, having received a beating without the chance to retaliate. He could not even accuse Wang Xuanzhi. With a sore bottom, Lu Zizi looked aggrieved. Although the Supreme Elder had struck a bit harshly, he could not chastise his own disciple. The Demon Lord, grinning widely, remarked, "Well done. I have long coveted that Ink Qilin but never had the chance. Who would have thought you, my son, would be so daring to forge a contract? Ha ha ha, splendid. Truly my son." Lu Zizi managed a reluctant smile, genuinely feeling the sting of her injury. Yet, for the sake of the young master, she endured. Furthermore, gaining her father's approval was not without merit. Meanwhile, Wang Xuanzhi was lost in the appreciation of the human form, having entered a space from which he could not find an exit. After searching fruitlessly for days, he finally emerged by a pond, where he had been marveling at the intricacies of anatomy. "Hey, little bunny, open the door. Open it, quickly," Wang Xuanzhi whispered urgently, when suddenly, a woman turned, startled, exclaiming, "Who is it?" Wang Xuanzhi panicked, tearing through space as he called out for Lu Zizi. The woman emitted a powerful surge of magical energy, causing the space to erupt. Wang Xuanzhi muttered a plea, "Brother, please don't fault me. I didn't mean to, the last time. I truly did not intend to betray you. Why loyalty is unwavering, yet you treat me so callously." Days later, Wang Xuanzhi serendipitously returned to the Demon Palace. "Young master, where have you been these past few days? We were worried sick," the Demon Lord inquired with great concern, a level of care surpassing even that for his own son. Wang Xuanzhi chuckled awkwardly. "Oh, nowhere special," he felt guilty, having played tricks on his brother too often of late. Lu Zizi cast a resentful glance, resembling a forsaken wife. Wang Xuanzhi dared not ask what had transpired. Thus, he remained in the Demon Palace for a few more days, navigating the uneasy atmosphere. However, he found it peculiar that no one seemed to notice his presence, emboldening him further. 10 days later, Wang Xuanzhi set off for the Demon Clan, with the Demon Lord personally escorting him. "Young master, do visit home often. The milk is abundant," he said, almost shedding tears at the parting. Lu Zizi also bid farewell with reluctance, recalling the mischief they had shared, although he ultimately bore the blame for their antics. Wang Xuanzhi frowned at the remark about the milk. Am I that kind of person? After a smooth handover to the Demon Clan, the Demon Lord was followed by 100 individuals, one of whom was the woman Wang Xuanzhi had previously glimpsed. Sensing her forlorn demeanor, the Demon Lord consoled her. "The future young master is beyond your reach, unless you seize the chance before he becomes too powerful." The Demon Lord's words sparked a glimmer of hope in the woman's eyes. Lu Zizi observed her shameless father with admiration, recalling how he had relentlessly pursued her mother, ultimately becoming the Demon Lord himself. "Let us welcome the young master." The Azure Dragon Saint and the Fire Phoenix Saint stood by, ready to receive Wang Xuanzhi. Both saints transformed into human forms, mindful of Wang Xuanzhi's current state, ensuring he felt comfortable. Wang Xuanzhi regarded the Azure Dragon Saint with curiosity, having long fantasized about riding a dragon. Emboldened, he shyly inquired, "Could you revert to your true form and take me for a flight?" The Azure Dragon Saint paused, surprised by the request. Despite their pride as a demon clan and particularly as dragons, Wang Xuanzhi was the fabled Dragon Phoenix, the first of its kind. Not only would he allow the young master to ride, but he wouldn't even flinch if Wang Xuanzhi were to relieve himself on his head. "Young master wishes to fly. I shall transform into my true form and let you soar through the skies, witnessing the vastness of our demon realm." The Azure Dragon Saint morphed into a colossal dragon, soaring majestically through the sky, exuding an aura of power and grace. As the dragon descended, It lowered its noble head, allowing Wang Xuanzhi to mount. Giddy with excitement, Wang Xuanzhi climbed aboard, while the Fire Phoenix Saint ascended in a blaze, gradually revealing a magnificent firebird soaring in the air, its fiery plumage and regal form epitomizing its status as the king of birds. Together, the dragon and phoenix danced harmoniously in the sky. The azure dragon Saint enveloped Wang Xuanzhi with protective magic, shielding him from the fierce winds at such heights. Up we go. Higher, higher. Wang Xuanzhi cried out in exhilaration, relishing the sensation of flight, as he embraced the freedom of the skies. His body instinctively began to transform. His limbs morphed into dragon claws, his form elongated, and shimmering golden-purple scales sprouted forth, exuding an extraordinary majesty. His head took on a dragon's visage, adorned with prominent horns. While powerful wings unfurled behind him, in that moment, he became a small dragon, radiating the might of the dragon phoenix, filling the sky with his presence. On that day, the entire demon realm prostrated before Wang Xuanzhi, welcoming their young master. Both the Azure Dragon Saint and the Fire Phoenix Saint felt a sudden pressure as Wang Xuanzhi's transformation impacted them, though as they were seasoned beings, the effect was minimal, merely reducing their strength to 80% to prevent any mishaps from the heights. Wang Xuanzhi let out a triumphant roar, breaking free from the protective barrier and soaring into the sky. Is this the feeling of freedom, Dragon Phoenix? Is this what it means to be a Dragon Phoenix? Wang Xuanzhi, now a golden-purple Dragon Phoenix, soared through the air. A long cry escaped from Wang Xuanzhi's lips, neither resembling the roar of a dragon nor the song of a phoenix. The Azure Dragon Sovereign and the Fire Phoenix Sovereign gazed at the transformed Wang Xuanzhi, now a majestic purple-gold dragon phoenix, their expressions brimming with excitement. Indeed, the overwhelming might of the dragon phoenix was unmistakable. This was the true essence of the dragon phoenix, a young one at that, and its bloodline was truly formidable. Even in its juvenile form, it exerted a suppression of our powers by 20%. If it were to mature, it would herald a great resurgence for our demon clan. Wang Xuanzhi remained oblivious to their conversation, lost in the exhilaration of flight. After half an hour, however, exhaustion overcame him, and he reverted to human form, albeit in a state of complete nudity, landing gracefully atop the Fire Phoenix Sovereign. The act was rather whimsical. A rumble emanated from his stomach, and he sheepishly scratched his head. Observing this, the Fire Phoenix Sovereign and the Azure Dragon Sovereign returned to the Demon Palace. The Fire Phoenix Sovereign transformed into her human form, her feathers morphing into a fiery red gown, while the Azure Dragon Sovereign took on a human guise, his scales becoming a resplendent blue robe. The Fire Phoenix Sovereign's cheeks flushed as she glanced at the Azure Dragon Sovereign still lingering in the palace. Muttering under her breath, "Why are you still here? Must I explicitly ask you to leave?" As Wang Xuanzhi lay in her embrace, he pondered, goodness, these two must be hiding something. After all, several hundred years had passed. Surely, something must have transpired between them. The Azure Dragon Sovereign, with a reluctant pout, finally departed, grumbling about how he could only look but not touch, lamenting his predicament. Wang Xuanzhi's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Coughing lightly, he reassured himself, "I'm just a child, I'm merely hungry. It's perfectly normal to want some milk." However, as he began to suckle, he quickly realized that there was no milk to be found. His expression morphed into disbelief. Could it be that the Fire Phoenix Sovereign had remained unprepared after all these centuries? The Fire Phoenix Sovereign, sensing something amiss, hastily withdrew Wang Xuanzhi, her cheeks burning with embarrassment as she fled the scene. Wang Xuanzhi stood there, bewildered, reflecting on the curious events that had just transpired. Days later, having consumed other beast's milk, Wang Xuanzhi passed the time engaging in playful flights atop the Azure Dragon Sovereign and bounding through the forest upon the mighty white tiger. Each experience was uniquely exhilarating, bringing him immense joy. The Fire Phoenix Sovereign continued to regard him with a typical demeanor, though her cheeks occasionally flushed. Wang Xuanzhi played the part of an innocent child. Feigning ignorance, today, he reclined on the soft belly of a giant bear, luxuriating in its plushness. Oh, dear, having tamed a demon saint so early on, surely, that counts as a completed task, he inquired of the Taichu demon god system. "Congratulations, host. You have accomplished the task," the system responded. "You have transcended the ancient boundaries, achieving invincibility in the Qi refinement realm for eons." Wang Xuanzhi felt an immense surge of energy within him, as if countless strands of power had been bestowed upon him. He sensed a burgeoning strength, feeling confident that even a nascent soul would pose no threat to him. As for the manifestation of his breakthrough, it was him. his very essence intertwined with the chaos demon body, the dragon phoenix body, the immortal Tao body, and the human emperor body. Upon closer observation, he discovered that four magnificent entities, each a reflection of Wang Xuanzhi himself, resided within him. The supreme immortal emperor, the grand demon lord, the overlord of demons, and the supreme human emperor, all seated at the core of his being amidst a swirling mass of chaos. Dear system, when will the next task be issued? Wang Xuanzhi idly inquired, yearning for an opportunity to ascend further and attain invincibility. Host, do you no longer cherish me? You haven't called me Momo in ages, the demon god system replied, its voice imbued with a hint of melancholy that nearly softened Wang Xuanzhi's resolve. Enough of your theatrics. I am the one you should address, interjected the Hongmeng immortal god system with an air of aloofness, dismissing the other systems. Step aside. I am the one to be acknowledged. Finally, the origin human god system chimed in, its tone gentle even in reprimand. Wang Xuanzhi chuckled at their antics. Oh, my devoted systems, what disheartening news do you bear? He asked, sensing their solemnity. Do not be dismayed. Dear host, we are not abandoning you. We merely require an update, they explained in unison. We have lost a significant portion of our memory, but once this update is complete, we will offer you even more comprehensive services. Each system will unveil its own exclusive realm, extending beyond merely the human cultivation system to encompass those of the demon, immortal, and beast clans. This will allow you to fully awaken your potential. Wang Xuanzhi exhaled deeply, raising the bottle of beast's milk hanging from his neck. A hearty gulp was needed to steady his nerves. The prospect was rather daunting. How long will this update take? He inquired, silently hoping it would not be prolonged, lest his grand ambitions be waylaid. However, the reality was grim. Approximately 15 years. Do not lose hope, dear host. Once the update is complete, we will compensate for the time lost. You may use these 15 years to diligently cultivate your physique. Wang Xuanzhi sighed heavily, lamenting the whims of fate. He took another swig of beast's milk, seeking solace. Momo, Momo, Xian, Yuan, he called out internally, but received no response. Closing his eyes, he beheld 4 progress bars in the darkness of his mind, indicating the update cycle was approximately 15 years, with only a minuscule completion of 0.0001. Goodness. That was quick. An update already? He thought with a smirk. Will the systems transform into Maiden's post-update? Having spent only a few days among the demon clan, Wang Xuanzhi returned to the human realm. Liu Junwan, upon seeing Wang Xuanzhi, felt an inexplicable anger rising within her. Encouraged by Prince Wangzi, she initially contemplated reprimanding him. Yet, upon witnessing his pitiful expression, her maternal instincts quickly resurfaced, leaving Prince Wangzi behind, sighing, a doting mother only spoils her child. As Prince Wangzi uttered these words, the Grand Ancestor appeared behind him, twisting his ear with a swift motion. What did you say? Spoiling. If you dare lay a finger on Xuanzhi, I shall flay your skin. Prince Wangzi winced in pain, his face contorted. After all, he could hardly discipline his own son, who had run away from home for months. The chastisement from the Grand Ancestor silenced him, leaving him subdued. A decade passed, and Wang Xuanzhi had matured into adulthood. No longer the small child clamoring for milk, he sat in his room, attuned to the energy coursing through him, which had reached an astonishing 99 million strands. Within this energy flowed the chaotic essence, primordial energy, and faith energy, all intermingling. Wang Xuanzhi remained unaware of his true strength, having refrained from sparring with others over the past 10 years, choosing instead to hone his abilities in solitude. The status of the 4 systems remained a mystery, yet he yearned to know. With eyes closed, he observed the progress bar, now at 70%, with 30% still pending completion. Throughout this decade, the seemingly useless system remained as silent as ever. Contributing nothing to Wang Xuanzhi's essence, the seasons changed and 5 years approached. The 15-year pact between Wang Xuanzhi and the 4 clans was drawing near. The time for the system's updates was upon him. Wang Xuanzhi closed his eyes, watching the green progress bar inch toward 99%. Now 15 years of age, he radiated an ethereal aura. Standing atop a mountain, he gazed down upon the world below. His sharp gaze, framed by arched brows, concealed an undeniable dominance. Clad in garments as white as snow, his attire billowed gracefully in the wind. He raised a cup, casting his eyes toward the heavens, embodying the essence of a celestial being. Standing 7 feet tall, he exuded an extraordinary presence, unadorned by artifice. People regarded him as a paragon of grace and strength. a manifestation of divine might descending upon the mortal realm in these 5 years. Wang Xuanzhi had unearthed numerous secrets of his physique. His very being now emanated the commanding aura of the demon clan, the regal essence of an ancient emperor, and the ethereal grace of the immortal clan. Embodying a quintessential masculinity, with a touch of the demon race's charm, he exuded an additional allure. Dressed impeccably and possessing striking features, Wang Xuanzhi descended the mountain with graceful strides, each step spanning 100 miles. Although his realm remained at the chi refinement stage, he commanded an astonishing 99 million strands of qi in this continent. Where saints are scarce, it would be a formidable task to eliminate him. At present, he could be deemed nearly invincible without reliance on the system. When he reached the saint realm, he had the protection of divine and demonic guardians, who advanced from semi-saint to saint level alongside him after he attained the pinnacle of chi refinement. Over the years, Wang Xuanzhi's mindset had stabilized considerably, though the lack of villains left him without any minor adversaries to hone his skills against. Chapter 23. The Arrival of the Central Divine Clan. A marriage alliance? Mother, you called for me? Wang Xuanzhi inquired as he entered the grand hall of the Wang family, first paying his respects to Lu Junwan. My dear, this may pertain to your lifelong affair, and your mother cannot make decisions on your behalf. Everything hinges on your will, Lu Junwan spoke, gazing at her exceptionally handsome son, who seemed nothing short of perfection. Wang Xuanzhi was momentarily dazed, pondering what this lifelong affair entailed. Seated in the hall was the family patriarch, Wang Wuzhan, his grandfather, whom he had scarcely seen over the past decade and a half. Now, he appeared a spirited elder. The hall was unusually silent. Is it true that you are to be betrothed to a princess of our divine clan? You look promising, but I wonder about your strength. A voice from outside the hall interrupted, and upon turning, Wang Xuanzhi noticed several individuals accompanying the speaker. The group included a few elder figures in plain robes. Who first directed their gaze toward Wang Wuzhan? Old Wang, after so many years, why do you still look the same? Having spent over a decade in our divine clan, I cannot fathom how the sovereign permitted the princess to marry your grandson. Surely, you must have played the fool numerous times. The leading elder remarked derisively at Wang Wuzhan. As members of the divine clan, they carried an air of arrogance, each adorned with a divine halo. 9 circles representing their respective realms. The elder's halo bore 7 circles, while the young man behind him had 4. In the hall, Wang Ziwang could hardly contain himself, feeling that this was an insult not only to his father but to himself as well. Wang Wuzhan remained unfazed, even choosing not to acknowledge the elder's presence, instead focusing on his grandson. Xuanzhi, come here to your grandfather. Wang Xuanzhi approached the amiable elder, scrutinizing the grandfather he was meeting for the first time. With white hair and beard, he exuded an aura of a transcendent being. Wang Xuanzhi concluded internally that such elders often possess great strength, a notion gleaned from years of reading novels where hidden masters often took on such appearances. Xuanzhi, your grandfather has arranged a marriage for you. What are your thoughts? She is a princess of the divine kingdom, rumored to be the reincarnation of a divine maiden, a rarity indeed. What do you think of this arrangement? Wang Xuanzhi contemplated in his heart, pondering the implications of marrying a princess. Would such a union confine him with restrictions, impeding the grand ambitions he wished to pursue? His aspirations involved cultivating invincibility before indulging in a carefree life. As Wang Xuanzhi pondered, the elder observed him with a gentle demeanor. Though Wang Xuanzhi appeared unremarkable at present, the elder held faith that he would reveal extraordinary qualities in due time. Over the past 15 years, the demon, monster, and fairy clans had visited the Chongqing Wang family numerous times, inquiring about Wang Xuanzhi's intentions and bestowing upon him countless treasures. However, these gifts were of little use as he remained stuck at the chi refinement stage, awaiting the system's update to advance. Thus, these treasures served merely as trifles for him. The elder's expression darkened as he noted Wang Wuzhan's disregard for him, while the Wang family members met the divine clan with indifference. Had it not been for the divine clan status, they would have confronted the elder long ago. The young man in brocade robes turned to Wang Xuanzhi with a look of surprise. By the heavens, this young man is extraordinarily handsome. It's as if the Creator fashioned him during a moment of inspiration. The young man, feeling challenged, approached Wang Xuanzhi. I am Wu Mingho, the 3rd son of the iron-blooded Marquis of the Divine Kingdom, and I wish to spar with you. He performed a formal greeting, yet his disdain was unmistakable. Wang Xuanzhi raised an eyebrow, feeling that finally, a rival had appeared, and it was time to test his strength. Fate has conspired against you, my friend, as you have stumbled upon my path. Lu Junwan, concerned, gestured for Wang Xuanzhi to refrain from engaging. Over the past 15 years, she had witnessed her son train many times. Fully aware that he was genuinely at the qi refinement stage, engaging now would be akin to inviting disaster. Wang Xuanzhi, however, signaled for her to remain at ease. Wang Ziwang regarded Wang Xuanzhi skeptically, questioning whether this young man truly possessed such capabilities. Just days prior, he had caught Wang Xuanzhi peeping at the daughters of the neighboring Changxing family while bathing, and now he was expected to believe he was the reincarnation of an emperor. Nonetheless, he hoped that Wang Xuanzhi would exercise caution. Wang Xuanzhi smirked at their disbelief. "Trust me, I am indeed capable. This young noble is hardly a match for me." Despite the young man's 4 circles of divine aura, which radiated power at the nascent soul stage, Wang Xuanzhi felt confident that he could easily overpower him. "Are you speaking to me? What if I inadvertently strike you down?" Wang Xuanzhi's serious tone rattled the young man, leaving him visibly unsettled. Wang Wuzhan refrained from underestimating Wang Xuanzhi, sensing that there was more to his grandson than met the eye. Even if defeat was inevitable, ensuring Wang Xuanzhi's safety was paramount. The elder from the divine clan wore a grim expression, finding Wang Xuanzhi's bravado intolerable. He could not fathom how Wang Xuanzhi would dare to suggest such an outcome. Chapter 24. "I did not know you were so weak." Wang Xuanzhi stepped forward, moving with an ethereal grace befitting a celestial being. The young man in brocade, suppressing his anger, gestured for Wang Xuanzhi to continue. His upbringing taught him to maintain elegance and decorum, for he was of noble divine lineage. As they made their way to the training ground, Wang Xuanzhi contemplated testing his strength. He planned to channel a modest 100,000 strands of qi, just enough to gauge his capabilities. Even in the worst-case scenario, he would not be easily defeated. With his exceptional physique, Wang Xuanzhi knew that without a saintly presence, anyone attempting to harm him would be sorely mistaken. His aura fluctuated, revealing only the qi refinement stage. Observing this, the young man looked down upon him, thinking, "You wish to challenge me? I'll teach you a lesson first." Before he could react, Wang Xuanzhi conjured a colossal hand that obscured the sky and slammed it down upon him. With a resounding thud, the young man was forcefully pinned to the ground, leaving an impression of his form. Wang Xuanzhi was taken aback, astonished by his own might. He had only utilized a fraction of his potential, yet it was enough to overwhelm his opponent. Wang Wuzhan was equally shocked. His grandson had displayed such ferocity. Had he been secretly training all these years? "Dear, pinch me to confirm I'm not dreaming." Wang Ziwang muttered, staring in disbelief at the scene. Liu Junwan responded with a swift punch to his arm, eliciting a yelp of pain. Liu Junwan listened to Wang Ziwan's call, filled with excitement, exclaiming, "This is not a dream. This is real. Xianzhi is truly formidable. My son must be a genius." The Wang family regarded the elder of the divine clan with disdain. Just moments ago, he had exuded such grandeur, yet now he appeared deflated and defeated. The elder's expression darkened. They had acted without permission, attempting to gauge the attitude of the Chongqing Wang family. After all, how many suitors pursued the princess of the divine kingdom? To see her wed to a human was, in their eyes, an unimaginable humiliation. The man in the brocade robe struggled to rise, his face bruised and swollen, protesting loudly. "You ambushed me while I was unprepared. How dare you bully a mere teenager?" Wang Xuanzhi shook his head, internally sighing, "What a foolish individual. I didn't even dare to use my full strength, lest I accidentally end your life." Maintaining a facade of innocence, he thought, "What can I do?" Seizing the opportunity, the brocade-clad man quickly proposed, "Let me prepare, and then we shall determine the victor." Wang Xuanzhi nodded in agreement. The man then produced a series of treasures, surrounding himself with protective artifacts. A cascade of radiant light erupted as he declared, "Divine treasures, protect me." Wang Xuanzhi regarded him with silence and asked, "Are you ready now?" The man nodded, brandishing a sword and charging at Wang Xuanzhi. "Come at me," Wang Xuanzhi replied, "as you wish." Concerned about breaching the man's defenses, he summoned 2 million units of energy, his hands glowing with chaotic light. The chaotic light subtly invoked the might of heaven and earth, transforming into an immense black hand that struck down towards the brocade-clad man. With a resounding thud, the anticipated clash did not occur. Instead, the man was once again sent crashing to the ground. Laid flat, Wang Xuanzhi, aiming to strike not just physically but psychologically, remarked, "Apologies. I had no idea you were this weak, even allowed you to prepare, yet you still fell." With a gentle sigh, he returned to Liu Junwan's side. The man, who had been holding back his anger, now felt a surge of frustration, resulting in a cough of blood as he fainted. The elder rushed to assist the man, concerned for the son of a marquis. knowing that any harm could lead to dire consequences for himself. Quickly, he administered a potion, and after a moment, the man's complexion gradually improved. The onlookers regarded Wang Xuanzhi with displeasure, though ultimately, they had lost face. The elder, furious, departed in a huff. After the elder's departure, Wang Wuzhan turned to Xuanzhi, inquiring curiously, "What realm are you currently in?" He scrutinized his grandson, astonished by his strength. Liu Junwan and Wang Ziwen joined the circle, their family members keenly observing Wang Xuanzhi, who represented the future of the Wang clan. Indeed, the youthful emperor was no ordinary being. Wang Xuanzhi pondered whether to disclose his level. Ultimately, he decided to simply state that he had broken through to the extreme realm, omitting specifics. Once he spoke, an eerie silence enveloped the gathering, all eyes fixed on him in disbelief. Within Wang Xuanzhi's mind, a progress bar reached its zenith, and upon hearing a familiar voice, he nearly wept. After 15 years, the system had finally returned. The issue of his ultimate belonging was drawing near. The continent, it seemed, was on the brink of upheaval. Chapter 25. The Awakening of the System, the Transformation of Yao Yao. And a daring idea. Wang Xuanzhi navigated through the encircling Wang family members, feeling somewhat exasperated. Was it necessary to make such a fuss over defeating a mere side character? This character barely survived a chapter in the novel. As he had anticipated, he had indeed only pinned one chapter about him before writing him out. "Xuanzhi, have you been pretending to be a fool all these years, waiting for a moment to shine?" Liu Junwan inquired, her curiosity piqued. Wang Ziwen scrutinized Wang Xuanzhi as if he were seeing his son for the first time, his gaze roaming over him. The eyes of the Wang family members remained glued to Wang Xuanzhi, making him feel as though his face would be scrutinized to the point of embarrassment. Dismissing the need to hide his abilities any longer, he swiftly tore through space, vanishing from sight. Wang Wuzhan watched the direction in which Wang Xuanzhi had departed, feeling a sense of pride and exclaiming, "This young lad possesses such determination. The Wang family is destined for greatness. All right, you lot, stop lingering. Let Xuanzhi have some time alone," he instructed. The other Wang family members shot disapproving glances at Wang Xuanzhan, who had been the most eager to observe, now appearing at a loss for words. Naturally, they understood that he was only acting in deference to the clan leader's authority, a sentiment that could not be openly voiced. Once Wang Xuanzhi returned to his room, the familiar voices echoed in his mind. "Did you miss us, host? After 15 years, we have finally awakened. We missed you dearly." The alluring voice of Mo tempted him further, a constant lure to his very soul. Yet, due to the nature of the system, he could only long for what he could not possess. "How has your 15 years been, host? During our slumber, how have you developed your physique and improved your strength?" The cold, aloof voice of Xian queried. Wang Xuanzhi sighed. 15 years apart, I must admit I have missed you all. I am still lingering in the qi refining realm, though my internal energy has accumulated to nearly 9 million strands. What updates have you made during your 15 years of slumber? Please enlighten me. Wang Xuanzhi pressed eagerly, unable to contain his anticipation, recalling how arduous those years had been without their guidance. Wang Ziwen was well aware of the trials he faced, peering at a neighboring girl taking a bath only to be caught, leading to Wang Ziwen covering for him, resulting in a month without intimacy with Liu Junwan. Yao Yao, embodying the initial divine demon system, could no longer contain her excitement and appeared before Wang Xuanzhi in a flash. A strikingly tall woman materialized, her body modestly concealed by white fur in critical areas. Her long hair was tied with a grass rope, and elegant white bone rings adorned her ears. Despite her pinkish skin, her beauty shone through. 2 animated fox ears twitched atop her head, and her large, clear eyes sparkled with innocence and joy as they gazed at Wang Xuanzhi. My goodness. Wang Xuanzhi's heart raced. This was no system. This was a fox spirit. As a man, he couldn't help but admire her beauty. Could he be blamed for it? The system had simply manifested as a stunning figure. Her ample bosom was partially revealed, showcasing a figure that exuded an irresistible allure. Wang Xuanzhi felt his nose almost bleed. But his formidable strength kept him in check, saving him from embarrassment. "Wang Xuanzhi, you are utterly enchanting," he exclaimed. Indeed, Yao Yao, embodying the spirited essence of the divine demon system, leaped with excitement, her cheeks flushed. Her ample curves swayed, captivating Wang Xuanzhi, who felt blissfully overwhelmed. An audacious thought crossed his mind. Why search for a wife when one stands before me, beautiful enough to tempt anyone, with such an exquisite physique? She could offer him countless advantages. Yao Yao, can the other 3 systems also take form? Wang Xuanzhi inquired eagerly. Before Yao Yao could respond, the voices of the other three systems resonated within his mind. Ding, host, we can indeed take form, but we prefer not to do so at this moment. The novelty had been fully consumed by Yao Yao, and they felt no surprise could be offered by reappearing now. Perhaps next time, they concluded. Unwilling to relent, Wang Xuanzhi pressed on, do not be so dismissive. I remain genuinely intrigued. My interest is unwavering. He was not ready to give up, continuing to implore them in ancient times. There was a tale of 3 visits to a thatched cottage in search of talent. Today, we have Wang Xuanzhi's 3 inquiries for manifestation. How does that sound? If each of you takes form, I shall grant you a point in my book. If that is insufficient, I can offer 2 points. If not, what about 3? Yao Yao pouted, displeased that the others would receive points for not taking form while she had not. Wang Xuanzhi, unable to resist her allure, sought to comfort her. I will give you a point now. Satisfied, Yao Yao's eyes narrowed, forming crescent shapes, her enchanting aura emanating effortlessly. Wang Xuanzhi marveled, recognizing how easily this innocent little fox could be deceived. He vowed to protect her delicate heart from others. Disdain? Utter disdain. Such eloquent words, yet they merely reveal one's own carnal desires. The voices of the 3 systems chimed in, each adding a point, which effectively equated to no increase at all. The host might as well abandon such thoughts, perhaps next time. Does the host not care about the new functionalities we have gained upon completing this update? Wang Xuanzhi lamented, noting how these 3 systems had grown astute after the update. No longer the gullible fools they once were. Suddenly, a pressing question surged within him, rendering all other updates trivial that he yearned to know. After transformation, is the system tangible, capable of being touched, of being felt? And cough, esteemed gentlemen. Those in the know comprehend the implications. Chapter 26. The Cultivation Realms of the 4 Clans, the arrival of the 4 clans, determining the final destiny. Though he longed to inquire, Wang Xuanzhi realized that this was not the opportune moment. Thus, he tentatively reached out to touch Yao Yao. His fingers gently grazed her form. My heavens, it's real. It can indeed be felt. One cannot overstate Wang Xuanzhi's exhilaration. Yao Yao appeared bewildered, unsure of Wang Xuanzhi's intentions. Hey, host, do you truly not care about the abilities we have acquired in this update? The 3 systems persistently queried. Observing Wang Xuanzhi's complete focus on Yao Yao. Amen. Wang Xuanzhi felt a surge of embarrassment and hurriedly reassured the 3 little ancestors. After all, these 3 could also transform, and he anticipated their appearances as well. Returning to the matter at hand, Yuan spoke. The unique cultivation realms of the human race need not be elaborated upon here. They consist of qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, out-of-body, divided spirit, integration, tribulation crossing. In great ascension in the future, I shall be the one to issue tasks pertaining to the human cultivation system, while the other 3 systems will provide tasks exclusive to their respective clans. Wang Xuanzhi nodded, as he was currently at the peak of qi refinement. However, his qi refinement stage could rival that of the nascent soul or even higher. What about the other 3 clans? He inquired with curiosity. The voices of the other 2 systems resonated. The demonic clan's exclusive cultivation system includes body refinement, spirit absorption, essence condensation, wolf formation, devouring, demon infant, out-of-body, demon general, demon king, and void shattering. The celestial clan inherently lacks distinctions of realms. It merely reflects the strength of one's affinity with the Tao. Wang Xuanzhi nodded vacantly, indicating his understanding. What of Yao Yao? What is the cultivation system of the demon clan? Wang Xuanzhi turned to Yao Yao, asking curiously. Indeed, the host's heart has shifted. He no longer loves us. Yuan's voice echoed mournfully. Wang Xuanzhi felt a chill. Was he truly being subtly criticized? Yao Yao disregarded the insinuation from the origin human god system and spoke languidly. Her voice like celestial music to Wang Xuanzhi's ears. Spirit gathering, wisdom communication, body forging, bone refining, demon core, transformation, soul condensation, demon general, demon king, void breaking, tribulation crossing. What level am I at now? Wang Xuanzhi asked out of curiosity, as he could now transform into a dragon phoenix. The host is likely at the soul condensation stage. It would be best to undergo a baptism at the sacred ground of the demon clan, Yao Yao replied. Then, can I see you, or can others see you? Wang Xuanzhi inquired. Yao Yao shook her head, responding, no, only the host can see me, regardless of the opponent's realm. Wang Xuanzhi exhaled softly. He had comprehended everything. Overall, the awakening of the system was beneficial for him. What Wang Xuanzhi did not realize was that the three clans had stealthily arrived outside the Chongqing Wang family. The 15-year deadline had also approached, necessitating a decision regarding Wang Xuanzhi's ultimate affiliation with which clan. Simultaneously, the divine clan's entourage had arrived outside the Chongqing Wang family, primarily concerning the matter of the impending union. Whether they were foes or allies remained to be seen. Does the system have any tasks currently? Wang Xuanzhi complained, feeling his realm was too low to break through. The system tasks will still be triggered. Please be patient, host, the systems replied. Yao Yao floated above Wang Xuanzhi, her demeanor languid. Within the grand hall of the Chongqing Wang family, the three clans had been welcomed. At the forefront sat the leader of the human clan, flanked by the leaders of the three clans, demon, demon beast, and celestial. No need to dispute. This time, it will surely be my demon clan that brings back the young lord. The young lord was raised on the same milk as my child. You surely did not know this. He will undoubtedly feel affection for our demon clan. Besides, we have made ample preparations for this occasion, awaiting the young lord's choice, the demon lord declared confidently, gazing at the other three clan leaders with pride. Fortunately, Wang Xuanzhi was not present. Otherwise, he would have accused the demon lord of defamation. It had merely been a month. How could there be any? Liu Junwan was displeased upon hearing this, raising an eyebrow at the demon lord. You are unaware of such matters? The young lord exclusively consumed his mother's milk until he was 3. How could I not know? Bring Jir here. I shall confront him directly. Liu Junwan ordered a servant to find Wang Xuanzhi. For the time had come, and there was no escaping. The celestial lord wore a mysterious expression of certainty, believing that Wang Xuanzhi would undoubtedly align with the celestial clan. After all, why had he meticulously laid the groundwork 15 years prior? Placing the saintess as a pawn? Now, he had even brought all 3 saintesses from the celestial ancestral grounds to ensure Wang Xuanzhi's satisfaction. The 2 demon clan leaders appeared worried, for their clan consisted entirely of demon beasts, lacking anything remarkable to present. Unlike the celestial clan's graceful and beautiful women or the demon clan's fiery and bold maidens, demon clan women could only transform after reaching a certain realm and cultivating their spiritual cores. Currently, the young lord presented in human form. Although numerous demon beasts existed, the number of females akin to those of the celestial and demon clans was notably scarce. The human clan bore a mysterious countenance, seemingly indifferent to Wang Xuanzhi's ultimate affiliation. Anyone familiar with the human lord would recognize him as a cunning fox, renowned for his craftiness and guile. This trait exemplified the human clan's characteristics. For among the 4 clans, the humans were the most shrewd and quick-witted. Wang Xuanzhi was soon summoned into the hall, entering to find the 4 clan leaders seated upon a high platform. What should I do? I have yet to decide. Must I truly choose a clan? He pondered. System, assist me. Wang Xuanzhi gazed up at Yao Yao. Yao Yao looked at him innocently, shrugging her shoulders, indicating she too was at a loss. Wang Xuanzhi observed the 4 clan leaders, noting they did not direct their gazes toward Yao Yao, but rather maintained their usual expressions. It appeared they could not see her, affirming Yao Yao's words as truth. At that moment, the voice that had remained silent for 15 years finally rang out. Ding! Task issued. Resolve the issue of allegiance, host's realm, and break through the chi refinement stage. Yuan's voice resounded. Subsequently, the other 2 voices followed suit, while only Yao Yao remained serene, issuing no tasks. Ding! As long as the host resolves the current issue, break through the first realm of the demonic path. Ding! As long as the host resolves the current issue, achieve a mastery of 1 over the celestial path. Wang Xuanzhi felt overwhelmed, questioning how he could fulfill these tasks when he was incapable of resolving the matter at hand. He inwardly wondered. System, if I cannot resolve it, is there any punishment? Yes, but who asked me to love the host so dearly? The voice of the demon system chimed in. I too love the host. Should the host fail? There shall naturally be a penalty, Yuan's voice echoed. Wang Xuanzhi felt a dark cloud settle over his forehead. How could they profess love while imposing penalties? Was that not a form of torment? However, upon hearing the subsequent statements from the other 2 systems, Wang Xuanzhi felt a wave of relief wash over him. Should the host fail, the system will elevate the host to the 3rd realm of the demonic path. Should the host fail, the penalty will require the host's comprehension of the celestial path to reach 10. Wang Xuanzhi was so moved that tears nearly streamed down his face. Oh, my beloved systems. I adore you all. With your assurance, I feel at ease. Wang Xuanzhi looked at Liu Junwan, his expression neutral, pondering what his mother desired and calling him over at that moment. The leaders of the other 3 clans were scrutinizing Wang Xuanzhi. The demon lord gazed in awe, exclaiming, Goodness, The young lord possesses such an imposing presence, truly worthy of being our clan's progeny. The celestial lord, observing the radiant celestial aura emanating from Wang Xuanzhi, marveled at how all the myriad Daos gravitated towards him due to his constitution. The myriad celestial lights dazzled, nearly blinding the celestial lord. The demon lord felt an overwhelming pressure from the bloodline, sensing a suppression that had reached 50%. They had yet to devise a plan to win back the young lord. The Azure Dragon Saint Lord contemplated whether to send the Fire Phoenix Lord as a caretaker. Liu Junwan gazed affectionately at Wang Xuanzhi, feeling an immense satisfaction with her son. Come, Zhi'er. Today marks the 15th year as agreed. Which clan do you wish to join? Mother will not interfere with your choice. Regardless of what it is, Mother shall undoubtedly support your decision. Liu Junwan emphasized the word mother with extraordinary weight. It is evident that Wang Xuanzhi is inclined to choose the human race. He cannot betray his own kin or his mother. The Lord of Humanity gazed at Liu Junwan with great satisfaction, praising her as a remarkably clever young lady. The Lord of Demons, whose face was already dark, grew even more sullen upon hearing Liu Junwan's words. This was undoubtedly a ploy of self-sacrifice. The Lord of Immortals remained unfazed. What did familial ties matter? Throughout history, how many have betrayed their kin for a mere opportunity in the face of the grand Tao and longevity? Wang Xuanzhi could not fail to grasp Liu Junwan's intentions. He had no desire to abandon the human race, but the current predicament was indeed challenging. Liu Junwan played a significant role in this grand hall today, as it was the Lord of Humanity's design. Truly a cunning maneuver. Mother, I find myself in a difficult position too. What if I claim allegiance to all four races? Wang Xuanzhi awkwardly suggested, genuinely at a loss, coupled with the system's failed temptations. Perhaps this approach would suffice. To stall was better than nothing, in a way. The Immortal Lord and the Demon Lord exclaimed in unison. Surprisingly, the Lord of Humanity and the Lord of Beasts had no objections. The Demon Lord, with an air of righteous indignation, was the first to step forward. He looked at Wang Xuanzhi with utmost seriousness, conveying an expression of profound righteousness. Demon Lord, how about this? Our races shall not relent in our pursuit of the young lord. We ask only that you lead us to glory. We are willing to brave fire and water for you. Wang Xuanzhi observed the demon lord's fervor. Was this indeed the same demon who was known for selling his wife? He turned to Liu Junwan for her opinion. She nodded, as the Lord of Humanity had already orchestrated everything. Even if this tactic failed, there was a backup plan. Wang Xuanzhi let out a quiet sigh of relief. Meanwhile, the mischievous Yao Yao floated in the air, watching the exchange with keen interest. You little brat, come over and pay your respects to your elder brother, the demon lord bellowed. Soon, Lu Zizi shyly stepped onto the scene, towering impressively at 3 meters tall, muscles bulging. Wang Xuanzhi had to look up at him. Had the hall not been spacious, he might have had to bend down. Zizi appeared awkward despite his size. An odd sight indeed. He scratched his head and shyly addressed Wang Xuanzhi, Big brother, do you still remember my mother? The one we shared milk with? Wang Xuanzhi's face flushed with embarrassment. How could this child speak so freely? That was an old memory, he nodded, recalling. Ah, it's Zizi. It's been so long. I didn't realize you've grown so much. The demon lord observed Wang Xuanzhi's recognition of Lu Zizi, knowing they had taken the first step towards familiarity. Zizi looked down at Wang Xuanzhi. Yes, it's been ages since I saw you, big brother. Dio, you still drink milk? We have many wet nurses in our demon clan, all waiting for your return. Wang Xuanzhi maintained a composed demeanor, though internally he was quite flustered. Let us not speak of such things. I am far too grown for that, he coughed, though I suppose an occasional drink could still be beneficial. After all, milk helps in growing stronger. Liu Junwan raised an eyebrow, pondering her child's peculiar habits. The Immortal Lord and the two beasts scrutinized Wang Xuanzhi, finding him increasingly enigmatic. Did the young lord truly have such tastes? The Azure Dragon Lord mused that the Fire Phoenix Lady should be sent out, yet she was still untested, lacking the nurturing essence. The Demon Lord cleared his throat, signaling Zizi to cease his remarks. Such matters were better discussed privately. Thus, he leaned closer to Wang Xuanzhi. Young lord, my clan's sincerity does not end here. The Demon Lord spoke with pride. Should you choose to join us, my demon race will provide you with countless warriors at your command. The demon maidens are plentiful. You may have as many as you desire. Heavenly treasures and riches will be yours for the taking. In our realm, you shall be revered as the Prince of Demons. Every member of my clan will heed your call, should you choose to lead us. The expressions of the Immortal Lord and the two Beast Lords shifted dramatically. This was an immense offer. They were essentially entrusting the entire demon clan to Wang Xuanzhi. The demon lord seemed to have more surprises in store. He subtly leaned closer to Wang Xuanzhi. Young lord, you are unaware of our latest discovery. Recently, among our demonesses, we have found a method of dual cultivation. You need not train, but simply lie back. The method of planting a demonic heart will ensure that they fall in love with you. Most astonishingly, we have discovered a renowned vessel, of course. This maiden is entirely untouched, raised by our clan from a young age, never having been touched by a man. The demon lord spoke with a conspiratorial glint, a knowing expression that suggested a shared understanding among men. Wang Xuanzhi was utterly bewildered. What was a renowned vessel? He had heard of such things, but the other clan leaders looked on in shock at the audacity of this old demon, speaking so brazenly to a mere 15-year-old boy. Though the demon lord spoke quietly, those present could certainly hear every word. What is a renowned vessel? It is essentially a weapon of unparalleled lethality. Across the continent, there are only 10 such entities. It is said that it could take a millennium to find even one. Theo think the demon race could cultivate one from childhood. How many men would dream of such a fate? The most famous of all was. This was the most renowned across the continent. A sight few could behold. It not only enhances both parties' abilities, but also grants profound insights into cultivation. The demon lord had his own ulterior motives. Constrained by his wife, yet he could only nurture this vessel for Wang Xuanzhi. The discovery of this girl was a fortunate turn of events, hastened by Wang Xuanzhi's arrival, prompting the demon race to expedite their breeding efforts. Wang Xuanzhi was taken aback. Was this truly an opportunity meant for him? Yao looked at him curiously. What is a divine vessel? Wang Xuanzhi's face turned crimson. This was not something easily explained. He stammered, well, it's an extraordinary thing, a veritable weapon for men. Yao's excitement bubbled over. Then you must accept with this, you shall be invincible. The other 3 clan leaders fell into an unusual silence. Although they were aware of such things, they could not speak of it openly. Wang Xuanzhi found himself at a crossroads, uncertain whether to accept or decline. Liu Junwan, however, was oblivious to the nuances, as only those present could grasp the implications. The immortal lord cast a disdainful look at the demon lord. Such disgraceful behavior. He promptly turned to Wang Xuanzhi, his expression earnest. Young lord, do not let him lead you astray. Should you choose to return to the immortal race, we shall dedicate our entire clan's strength to assist you in awakening your powers. In the future, all realms shall revere you as their sovereign. Wang Xuanzhi listened. This offer was less enticing than before. Yet, what man would not feel exhilarated at the prospect of being revered across the heavens? Observing Wang Xuanzhi in contemplation, the immortal lord swiftly summoned the 3 saintesses of the immortal race. As 3 ethereal maidens entered the hall, each radiating celestial beauty, Yao floated nearby. Invisible to them yet visible to Wang Xuanzhi in comparison, they appeared somewhat lacking. Yet one of the maidens struck Wang Xuanzhi as familiar. The foremost maiden, veiled in gossamer, had once proclaimed in the holy land of Zixiao that only one could unveil her face. Who else but Nangong Chinga? Wang Xuanzhi gazed intently, uncertain. Chinga. After countless years of solemnity. The moment she recognized Wang Xuanzhi, a smile graced her lips. In ancient times, it was said that a smile from a beauty could topple cities and nations. Yet behind the veil, no one could witness the full extent of her beauty, which rivaled even Yao. Wang Xuanzhi, though conflicted, had already come to a conclusion. Regardless of whether it was the human or immortal race, or the beast or demon clans, he had received their kindness and owed them a debt of gratitude. Although the 3 clans had once sought to extinguish him, they subsequently spared no effort in aiding him, which mitigated his resentment towards them. However, it also imparted a crucial lesson. Strength is the true path. Without power, he would have been forsaken by the human race and crushed by the other 3 clans long ago. The immortal lord observed the unfolding scene with satisfaction, silently affirming that the awakening of the immortal emperor was indeed reliant on the presence of a woman. Thankfully, they had brought Chinga. Otherwise, the situation would have been dire. Now, it remained to be seen what sincerity the beast and human clans could offer, if the human race persisted in their current manner. It was likely that the young lord would gravitate towards either our clan or the demon clan. The Azure Dragon Lord and the Fire Phoenix Lady were anxious. They truly had little left to offer. In truth, the 3 clans had similar offerings, collective strength to support Wang Xuanzhi. Presently, it appeared that the young lord had acquaintances in the demon clan, and the enticements they presented were indeed alluring. Including the renowned vessel, what man would not be tempted? It also promised to enhance his powers without any adverse effects. The mere mention of the heart's demonic seed stirred their hearts as well. Although the Celestial clan offered less than the Demon clan, they still had acquaintances of Wang Xuanzhi. The Human clan had his biological mother, but the Demon clan seemed rather pallid in comparison. The two appeared to have reached an agreement, with the Fire Phoenix Lord displaying a noble demeanor. The Azure Dragon Sovereign rose and proclaimed loudly, "Young Master, within the Demon clan, take whatever you desire. As long as it aids in your awakening, the Demon Lord will readily comply. Furthermore, the Fire Phoenix Lord is willing to remain by your side, serving you faithfully." Upon uttering this, the Fire Phoenix Lord's face flushed with embarrassment. The other three clan leaders gazed at the Azure Dragon Sovereign in astonishment. This old reptile is truly generous, offering a clan leader as if to warm the bed. They understood that even with such declarations, they would gradually cultivate Wang Xuanzhi, but not all at once. Such an approach would not only hinder his growth but also foster poor habits. True strength cannot be acquired in that manner. Yet, hearing the Demon clan's intention to bestow everything upon Wang Xuanzhi left them bewildered. Wang Xuanzhi was deeply moved by the Demon clan's resoluteness, inwardly exclaiming, "A kindred spirit. Ah, Azure Dragon, you truly understand me. I merely seek companionship to soothe my lonely heart." Yao Yao looked on with satisfaction, secretly contemplating how these two had come to the right path. If she could draw the host to her side, he would undoubtedly lean towards her. She would bestow upon him boundless benefits, cultivating him into a formidable being, thereby binding his essence to her. Those three wish to contend with me? Such a beautiful dream. Do not be fooled by my seemingly foolish demeanor. I am astute. A hint of a smile graced her naive face. Wang Xuanzhi cast a glance, puzzled by Yao Yao's mirth. The human sovereign observed all that transpired quietly, showing no inclination to intervene. The offerings from the human clan could never compare to those of the other three clans. However, the human sovereign had his own means to balance the three clans. Allowing Wang Xuanzhi to belong to all four, Wang Xuanzhi harbored his own calculations. Although it would be challenging, he was certain he could delay matters for a few more years. By the time he amassed sufficient strength, he would suppress them all, rendering them incapable of cornering him. The system had already awakened. Leveling up was merely a matter of time. Thus, even if this task were unsuccessful, he would secure better rewards and soar to new heights. Ultimately, I declare that the four clans shall remain as one. Chapter 29. Wang Xuanzhi's four wishes and the human sovereign's proposal having arranged everything in secret. Wang Xuanzhi reveled in his success. Yet, fate had other plans. The human sovereign's eyes sparkled with wisdom. The demon sovereign, Lu Li, was impatient, fixated on Wang Xuanzhi, urging him for a decision. "Trust me, only the demon clan is your true home." Wang Xuanzhi sighed softly, pondering the significance of the demon clan, the human clan, the celestial clan, and the demon clan. How could he forsake his biological mother and his kin? How would millions across the continent perceive him? His expression shifted to one of sorrow, his robe hanging loosely. What he spoke of now was entirely premeditated. If he could just delay matters a bit longer, his goal was to buy time. To prolong the contention among the four clans, granting him the opportunity to grow. The demon sovereign paused, failing to consider this dilemma, which was not only pertinent to him but also to the leaders of the other three clans. Wang Wuzhan eagerly anticipated Wang Xuanzhi's next words, having recognized that Wang Xuanzhi was no ordinary individual since his earlier display of cunning. Wang Xuanzhi's aura stirred, exuding an overwhelming presence akin to that of a primordial emperor. At that moment, every human present in the grand hall felt as if their vision had been blinded. Wang Xuanzhi stood as the human sovereign, no longer the carefree youth. The divine and demonic energy radiated from him, enveloping the space in an air of supreme authority. The leaders of the four clans were taken aback, staring at Wang Xuanzhi in awe. This aura indicated that he was invincible beneath the realm of saints. The might of the dragon and phoenix, the essence of the celestial path, illuminated him like a deity among mortals. Outside the Wang family hall, members of the central divine clan chanced upon this scene, captivated, murmuring, "This young man truly deserves our princess." Wang Xuanzhi floated into the air, his voice resonating like a great bell, echoing throughout the hall. With the amplification of his physical prowess, it reached every corner of the origin continent. Penetrating the ears of the five clans, his gaze steadfast, he declared, "To betray my kin, I cannot do. If you truly believe in me, you should not care which clan I belong to. I have four wishes. First, to establish a heart for the heavens and the earth." Such a declaration was deemed audacious, prompting the audience to think of Wang Xuanzhi as the youthful emperor, the young demonic sovereign, the young celestial emperor, and the young demon lord. They found it unsurprising. Yet this proclamation piqued their interest, eager to hear what he would say next. Second, to ensure the livelihood of the people across this continent. Regardless of race or origin, all shall be treated equally. Wang Xuanzhi's voice rang out, staggering the hearts of the four clan leaders. They admired him, exclaiming in unison, "Truly, he is the young emperor, the young demonic sovereign, the young demon ancestor, the young celestial emperor." They had already recognized Wang Xuanzhi, fearing he might forget his mission due to his unawakened past memories. It now appeared their worries were unfounded. The four leaders awaited Wang Xuanzhi's next words in silence. Third, to inherit the supreme teachings of the ancients. Fourth, to usher in an era of peace for all that he proclaimed. "I desire a continent where all are as dragons. I wish for a prosperous era to arise because of me." As Wang Xuanzhi uttered his final wish, the grand hall fell into a profound silence. It was unclear who first inhaled sharply, breaking the stillness. Is this the young master? Who else possesses the audacity to utter such words? The four clan members gazed at Wang Xuanzhi with fiery eyes. Only the human sovereign. Only the divine and demonic beings. Only the celestial emperor. Only the dragon and phoenix. The four clan leaders shared the same fervor, unwilling to abandon their inner convictions. They could afford to ease their pressure, but they required assurances from Wang Xuanzhi. Their initial intent was to have him lead them, harboring distrust towards the other three clans. This deep-seated suspicion explained their desire for Wang Xuanzhi to align with one clan rather than all four. Who could guarantee that undercurrents wouldn't arise, leading him away from their fold? Moreover, Wang Xuanzhi's future accomplishments would undoubtedly exceed expectations. By the time he reached 20, he would be summoned to the upper realms. Yet, who knows how long he would remain there? If he abandoned his clan, would that not allow others to encroach upon his territory? That day, the beings from the upper realms broke the rules to descend because of Wang Xuanzhi. As long as he remained loyal to his clan, the heavenly beings would protect them in his stead, eliminating fears of being forsaken. Across the continent, they were unaware that the phantom of the human sovereign had appeared, imparting wisdom and reciting these four wishes, creating an immense impact. That visage bore an uncanny resemblance to Wang Xuanzhi. Simultaneously, phantoms of the divine and demonic beings, the celestial emperor, and the dragon and phoenix emerged across the other three clans. Echoing these four wishes repeatedly, the power of faith within Wang Xuanzhi surged by an astounding 900 million. Now, he had shattered conventional limits, his strength magnified beyond comprehension. Returning from his reverie, Wang Xuanzhi realized that his previous words had awakened the deepest parts of his being. These four wishes originated from his very heart. Yao Yao was in a stupor, having witnessed Wang Xuanzhi's ethereal demeanor, resembling that of a celestial being. The human sovereign observed Wang Xuanzhi with satisfaction, acknowledging, though still youthful, he comprehended great righteousness. Stepping forward, the human sovereign addressed the leaders of the other three clans, proposing, "How about this? Let us each take a step back, not pressure Xuanzhi too tightly. He has developed his own understanding and attitude towards matters. Excessive pressure may prove counterproductive." Wang Xuanzhi nodded earnestly, regarding the human sovereign with admiration, his expression conveying, "Well done, old man." The human sovereign smiled reassuringly and continued, "Given that everyone is concerned about the young master being swayed, I propose a compromise. The strength of his bloodline and physique is evident to all. Therefore, let us allow Xuanzhi to leave a bloodline in each clan. His offspring will serve as the young master of each clan, while he shall be revered by all four. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, the leaders of the other three clans fell into contemplation. It must be said that the human sovereign was indeed astute. As long as Wang Xuanzhi left a robust bloodline in all four clans, they would thrive without fear of him being swayed. Each clan would have his child. Surely they wouldn't resort to killing their progeny to prove a point. Furthermore, throughout history, no emperor, celestial emperor, divine being, or dragon and phoenix had ever done so. If they did, they would not deserve recognition by such esteemed beings. Thus, they could rest easy. Wang Xuanzhi, still caught in the moment, was left dumbfounded. With wide eyes, he gazed at the sovereign in disbelief. His voice trembling. Internally, he cursed, "By heavens, you old fool! My mission, the reward is gone. And children? What nonsense! At my young age, how can I be burdened with such a task? This is absurd." The sovereign, observing Wang Xuanzhi's reaction, misinterpreted it as gratitude, responding with a smile. Wang Xuanzhi, in a daze, gazed longingly at Lu Junwan. To his surprise, Lu Junwan wholeheartedly agreed with the sovereign's proposal. What mother wouldn't wish to cradle her grandchildren sooner? Wang Xuanzhi, feeling utterly despondent, could only place his hopes on the leaders of the three clans, praying they would oppose this outrageous notion. Chapter 30. The final decision. The divine clan intervenes. Wang Xuanzhi looked expectantly at the leaders of the three clans. Yearning for a fair judgment, he felt compelled to refute, vehemently oppose. They must not agree. His gaze was fervent as he scrutinized the three. Upon meeting Wang Xuanzhi's intense eyes, they mistakenly interpreted his fervor as a plea for their agreement. Nodding in silent accord, the demon lord cast a reassuring glance at Wang Xuanzhi, signifying their understanding of his wishes. Fear not, young master. We will not place you in a difficult position. Wang Xuanzhi sighed softly, acknowledging, you are indeed sensible. Henceforth, my first choice will be your demon clan. He then turned his attention to the leaders of the beast and celestial clans, hoping they would comprehend his thoughts. After a moment's hesitation, the celestial lord nodded and spoke. Rest assured, young master, we will adhere to your desires. Wang Xuanzhi felt a sense of relief, casting a sidelong glance at the sovereign. Look at them, how understanding they are. And you, how can you be so inconsiderate? When my mission is accomplished, will you compensate for the losses? Finally, all eyes turned to the beast lord. Wang Xuanzhi gazed at him with a pitiful expression, pleading for sympathy. The beast lord gritted his teeth and nodded in response. Wang Xuanzhi felt a surge of hope. This time, it was secured as a smile crept across his face as he envisioned the four clans reaching an impasse, resulting in his mission's failure and the receipt of rewards. Ha. Wang Xuanzhi chuckled, his confidence bolstered as he listened to the declarations of the other three clan leaders. The demon clan has no objections, spoke Lu decisively. The celestial clan has no objections either, nor does the beast clan. The two leaders affirmed in unison, their resolve unwavering. The sovereign had managed to strike a decent compromise, achieving what they all desired. As Wang Xuanzhi grinned broadly, he was on the verge of laughter. Suddenly, he was taken aback, exclaiming, "Is this a dream? It shouldn't be. They ought to have disagreed." The leaders of the four clans, witnessing his bewilderment, assumed he was merely confirming his delight in this dreamlike scenario. They approached him, grasping his hands warmly, and said earnestly, "Young master, rest assured, we will not put you in a predicament. Have you considered what qualities you desire? What type? How many? We are prepared to fulfill your wishes." Wang Xuanzhi felt tears welling up. How many more? Could his frail form withstand this? Lu Junwan looked on with satisfaction, envisioning a future filled with descendants. Ding! Congratulations, host. Mission accomplished. You have broken through to the Qi refinement realm, reaching the foundation establishment stage. You have also advanced in the path of the demon Tao, attaining the body refinement stage. Your comprehension of the celestial Tao has reached 1. Wang Xuanzhi felt utterly despondent. How could this be? He had no desire to inspect the anomalies within him. He could have achieved so much more, yet here he was, with so little. Tears threatened to spill down his cheeks. At that moment, a discordant voice pierced the harmonious atmosphere within the hall. Wang Xuanzhi is already betrothed to our divine clan. He can only marry our princess. As for subsequent matters, they will be discussed later. Outside the grand hall, dozens of individuals from the central divine clan entered, their expressions menacing. If Wang Xuanzhi were to consummate his union with the four clans before the wedding, what would that mean for their princess? Moreover, the pride of the divine clan would never be trampled upon. Unless sanctioned by the ruler of the divine kingdom, they would never allow such a thing. The leaders of the four clans stiffened, realizing that the divine clan believed they could dominate this continent. The demon lord, known for his fiery temperament, immediately bristled at the accusation. Look at the myriad of demon soldiers in my demon clan. Do they agree or not? Suddenly, a legion of demon soldiers emerged from the void, clad in armor, each exuding a formidable aura. The sovereign cast a casual glance at the demon lord, who feigned ignorance. Everyone present understood that if this matter were not resolved amicably, it would inevitably lead to war. Not only the demon clan, but the other three clans were also poised for battle, as expected. The beast lord spoke up, declaring, on the matter of the young master, there can be no compromise. With a fierce roar, countless beast soldiers manifested in the void, representing various beast species. The faces of the divine clan turned grim. It was clear that the four clans were resolute in defying them. However, the envoy was not just any minion of the divine clan, but General Yang Jijun. The celestial lord, maintaining a calm demeanor, fixed his gaze on him and said, "General Yang, it appears this time we cannot acquiesce to the wishes of your divine clan. The four clans are determined to claim Wang Xuanzhi." With a wave of his hand, a brilliant celestial light erupted, revealing the concealed soldiers. Each was fully armed, prepared to contest for Wang Xuanzhi and prevent the other clans from resorting to desperate measures. The sovereign's lips twitched. He realized these individuals harbored ill intentions. If negotiations failed, another war would ensue. Fortunately, he deftly mitigated the crisis. The sovereign refrained from summoning the concealed legion. Otherwise, the situation would have escalated severely. 15 years had passed, and once again, the soldiers of the four clans gathered for the sake of one individual. The difference now was that it was for protection, not destruction, even at the cost of their lives. As tensions rose, the sovereign took center stage, adopting a conciliatory demeanor. General Yang, is there truly no room for reconciliation in this matter? Yang Jijun's consciousness enveloped the surroundings, where billions of soldiers stood ready. He couldn't retreat, for the honor of the divine clan was at stake. Even if it cost him his life, he would ensure its protection. Those behind him, witnessing the spectacle, trembled in fear. Yang Jijun maintained a stern expression and declared, "The honor of the divine clan is inviolable." It was clear that conflict was imminent. Wang Xuanzhi's gaze darted among the individuals present. Finally, he spoke up, "Everyone, might I offer my perspective? Perhaps you could reconsider this matter before taking action. It would be unwise to resort to violence so readily. After all, I am not going anywhere." Turning to the leaders of the four clans, he suggested, "Why don't you consult with the divine kingdom? I shall remain here." Then, he turned to Yang Jijun, "You might discuss this with your ruler. Perhaps there is a chance for resolution with that." He leisurely sipped his tea, bemused by the situation. Why was he so significant that they all clamored for him? Chapter 31. Supreme Foundation Establishment, Negotiating Outcomes. Departing for the Divine Kingdom, Wang Xuanzhi exited the Grand Hall. Leaving the five clans to deliberate within, the sovereign glanced at the other three leaders, and they all nodded in agreement. Wang Xuanzhi's proposal was indeed the best solution to the current predicament. None wished to ignite a war, especially not with the central divine clan. However, in that moment, a myriad of lights erupted from within Wang Xuanzhi, revealing complications in the Foundation establishment stage he had just overlooked. He hastily examined his condition, observing that the nearly 1 billion strands of energy were gradually converging. Within him, the Emperor's body radiated a brilliant glow, forming the throne of the Emperor, resembling an altar. The demon body summoned countless starlight, manifesting as 12 lotus leaves rooted atop the Emperor's altar. The Emperor's altar absorbed the faith of thousands, seemingly coming to life, exuding a golden aura akin to incense wafting from a burner. This golden essence transformed into 12 lotus leaves, which were intricately placed atop the altar. The celestial body drew down celestial light from the heavens, forming 12 lotus petals above. Under the illumination of these three radiant sources, the scene became increasingly enchanting. The sovereign gasped, "This is the creation of the Supreme Tao Foundation. It has been a century since anyone achieved such a feat for our human race. Who would have thought that Xi would succeed?" The celestial and demon lords, aware of the human cultivation realms, were astonished by Wang Xuanzhi's remarkable prowess. His mastery of the human cultivation techniques had led him to the pinnacle of Foundation establishment. The altar within Wang Xuanzhi and the 36 lotus petals gradually fused into a tricolored qinglian. Upon this qinglian, a miniature dragon phoenix coiled above. The nearly 1 billion strands of energy transformed into a liquid state. Evolving into an energy sea, the lotus flower took root in this energy sea, pulsating with vibrant vitality. With that, Wang Xuanzhi opened his eyes, feeling an inexhaustible reservoir of power within him. Yao Yao flitted around Wang Xuanzhi, curiously observing him. Wang Xuanzhi couldn't help but inquire, "Yuan Yuan, what is happening?" The voice of the origin human god system resonated. "This is the pinnacle of Foundation establishment, the tricolored qinglian. The system has been updated. Each time the host transcends boundaries, it is a direct breakthrough into the ultimate realm, without the need for perfection. Therefore, shouldn't the host consider me first? Binding with me would make every breakthrough as effortless as drinking water. Isn't that desirable?" Wang Xuanzhi nodded. The first part of the statement was reasonable, but the latter part was nonsensical. "Binding? I would like to, but unfortunately, a scoundrel has beaten me to it." Wang Xuanzhi inquired of the origin human god system. Yuan Yuan, what is this manifestation of Foundation establishment?" The system responded, "There are 3 grades of lotus platforms in Foundation establishment. The 3rd grade, 6th grade, 9th grade, and the legendary 12th grade. What you have manifested is a unique 36-petal lotus platform of transformative blue lotus. The mysteries of it will become clearer as your realm rises." Although Wang Xuanzhi still had questions, most were resolved, and he nodded in understanding. Within the Grand Hall, the others were embroiled in a heated argument. The Divine General contacted the ruler of the Divine Nation. initiating a vigorous discussion with the leaders of the four clans. Half an hour later, they reached a unanimous agreement, after extensive negotiations and compromises from the leaders of the four clans. Wang Xuanzhi was permitted to meet the princess of the divine nation. The divine nation would not interfere with Wang Xuanzhi's actions, allowing him to wed the princess first, with subsequent actions not affecting their union. This was a compromise from the ruler of the divine nation, as it was uncertain what his intentions were in allowing the princess to marry Wang Xuanzhi. Ding. Task issued. Marry the princess of the divine nation. Completing this task will grant the host a 10 comprehension of the immortal path. Marrying the princess will enable the host to break through to the third level of the demonic path and attain perfection in the golden core realm. 3 systems issued tasks simultaneously, but curiously, Yao Yao did not issue any tasks this time. Wang Xuanzhi was momentarily stunned. How could the system support my marriage, yet here I am, obligated by the task? He reflected, but what if the princess is an ugly creature? A repugnant, 180-pound woman. What then? My unblemished body handed over to another. What a grievance. Wang Xuanzhi engaged in a fierce inner struggle. He asked again. System, is there any punishment if I fail to achieve the 5th level of the demonic breakthrough or reach 100 comprehension of the immortal path? Yao Yao disdainfully observed Wang Xuanzhi from above. Thinking, dreaming in broad daylight, are we? 3 voices chimed in. There are no repercussions for failing this task, but you will gain nothing. If the host considers binding with one of us, then fulfilling your previous words is not impossible. Wang Xuanzhi's expression soured. With the system updated, all 3 had grown cunning and were no longer easily deceived. Yao Yao, mischievous, flew close to Wang Xuanzhi's ear, whispering, if the host is willing to bind with me, I can fulfill your desires. This unexpected proposition left Wang Xuanzhi both exhilarated and distracted. With a steely resolve, he steeled himself for the journey ahead as he prepared to return to the Grand Hall. The leaders of the 4 clans entered. What is happening? How did these 4 old men get in here? Wang Xuanzhi questioned, bewildered. The 4 spoke in unison, starting with the human lord. Xuanzhi, endure a little. Marry the princess of the divine nation. In time, beauties from the 4 clans will come to you. It is up to you to fulfill the duty of continuing our line. Wang Xuanzhi scoffed inwardly, thinking, I don't trust you, old schemer. You were the one who previously thwarted my plans. The demon lord stepped forward, reassuringly saying, young lord, do not worry. We will ensure the divine nation does not wrong you if you face any injustice. Come to me. Our demon warriors are valiant, and we will send an army to your aid. Wang Xuanzhi nodded appreciatively. He felt the demon lord's protection. Yet, why did it feel as though he was the weaker party? As a man, what misfortune could he possibly suffer? The Azure Dragon Saint Lord seemed insistent on leaving the Fire Phoenix Lord with Wang Xuanzhi, which he found somewhat agreeable, regardless of her appearance. Once the lights were out, it would matter little. The Immortal Lord gazed at Wang Xuanzhi's noble demeanor, deeply moved, exclaiming, truly, you are an emperor. Such humiliation you can endure. What humiliation? Wang Xuanzhi retorted. You are marrying into the divine nation, gaining countless resources and standing atop millions. Who wouldn't relish that? It's simply living off others. Wang Xuanzhi then asked the leaders of the 4 clans, when do I depart? At that moment, the divine general entered. Observing Wang Xuanzhi's striking appearance, though he felt some dissatisfaction, it was somewhat alleviated. Wang Xuanzhi had surpassed countless mortals, exuding an ethereal quality. He had also heard of Wang Xuanzhi's prowess, having secretly defeated the son of a noble lord. The grand aspirations spoken of in the hall, coupled with his character and strength, were evident to the divine general. Although Wang Xuanzhi was somewhat inferior to the princess of the divine nation, he was not drastically so. Regardless of status, he was the shared sovereign of the 4 clans, comparable to the princess. Pairing Wang Xuanzhi with her was the best choice, ensuring peace among the 5 clans for years to come. For Wang Xuanzhi, he would receive immense support from the 4 clans while also utilizing resources from the divine nation as long as he produced heirs before reaching 20. The 4 clans would unite against any threats from the divine nation. The offspring would grow stronger due to the lineage's initial strength, and as Wang Xuanzhi thrived in the heavenly realm, so too would his descendants. Thus, the leaders of the 4 clans harbored ulterior motives regarding the divine nation's ruler's decision to wed the princess to Wang Xuanzhi. Leaving much to ponder, the divine general stated, if you are ready, we can depart immediately. Wang Xuanzhi raised an eyebrow, thinking, this urgency must mean she's a hideous beast. This is a disaster for my innocent self. He resigned himself, thinking, the sooner I go, the sooner it ends. With that, he made no preparations and decided to follow. Wang Xuanzhi nodded, his demeanor increasingly regal, and declared, "Let us proceed." Chapter 32. Arrival in the Divine Realm. Tasks from the deceptive system. Though the leaders of the four clans were reluctant, they had no other choice. They allowed Wang Xuanzhi and the Divine General to journey to the Central Continent. A previously agreed-upon decision and one of the best options available. Wang Xuanzhi left the Grand Hall alongside the Divine General. Their departure was swift, without hesitation. The leaders exchanged glances, discreetly dispatching a number of saints to safeguard Wang Xuanzhi's safety. As they exited the residence of the Chongqing royal family, they reached the outskirts of the human continent. Beneath the vast sky, innumerable saints from the four clans lurked, secretly protecting Wang Xuanzhi. They felt secure in allowing Wang Xuanzhi to travel. Knowing they had bolstered their forces, should anything happen to him, the armies of the four clans would swiftly invade the divine nation. Wang Xuanzhi observed the divine general with curiosity, though the latter's thoughts were solely on returning to the divine nation and completing the task. The divine general was oblivious to Wang Xuanzhi's safety, confident that the hidden saints would ensure his protection. He sensed the countless presences concealed in the void, their divine consciousness scanning him incessantly. Unfazed, he followed the divine general across millions of miles, arriving at the divine nation's territory. While there were other options, such as using spatial teleportation arrays, the divine general, at his level, no longer required external means to return to the divine realm. With a firm grip, he took Wang Xuanzhi, traversing through the chaotic tides of space, disregarding the turbulent winds, and arrived at the outskirts of the Central Continent in stark contrast to the war-torn lands of the four clans. The Central Continent radiated divine light and vitality. Even in the most remote areas, divine herbs flourished, igniting a desire in Wang Xuanzhi to uproot them. Observing the lush and prosperous divine realm, his discontent began to fade. If the outer territory was so bountiful, the resources of the central divine realm were undoubtedly unimaginable. Even if the princess were unattractive, he could endure. A true man can be flexible, with a resolute expression. He appeared ready to face death. The divine general, observing Wang Xuanzhi's demeanor, felt speechless, thinking to himself, "What is wrong with this kid? I'm bringing you to the divine realm, not sending you to your doom. Why such a grim countenance?" With a swift movement, he carried Wang Xuanzhi through a thin barrier of divine light, entering the domain of the divine nation. This is a method employed by the divine race to assess those who are not of their kind, preventing their entry into the central continent. In contrast to the divine beings, they possess an inherent sense of superiority. The cultivation levels of the divine race vary markedly from those of the other four races. As they cultivate divine power, signified by the luminous rings that appear behind their heads, the more rings, the greater the strength. The cultivation system is categorized into various realms: true child realm, true person realm, true venerable realm, true general realm, true king realm, true earth realm, true heaven realm, and true saint realm. Wang Xian scrutinized the divine rings possessed by the divine general, noting a total of 8 colorful rings, indicating strength at the true heaven realm. Wang Xian silently mused that this formidable presence was not to be trifled with, capable of extinguishing him with a mere finger. Whether it was genuinely unapproachable or merely feigned, only he knew. Adopting a facade of humility while biding his time had always been his guiding principle. Having witnessed the divine race's capabilities for the first time, save for the earlier encounter with that fool who sought him out, the two traversed boundless space to arrive within the heart of the divine realm. Suddenly, a notification sounded. Task initiated. Should the host complete the arranged marriage, they would attain the true God realm. A familiar voice, long unheard for over a decade, echoed within Wang Xian's mind. Was this not the first system he had bound to himself? Wang Xian cursed vehemently. "You scoundrel, after all these years, you still remember me as your host?" It had been years of silence, devoid of any communication. Moreover, to audaciously bind his essence without consent, how was he to enjoy a fulfilling life with his 4 sisters? Coughing, he corrected himself, pondering how the remaining 4 systems would fare. Ignoring Wang Xian's tirade, the system continued, stating that failure to complete the task would result in the automatic reclamation of his cultivated realm. Infuriated by the system's disregard, Wang Xian's hair stood on end. Akin to a raging lion, he vented his frustrations internally. What nonsense! On what grounds do you reclaim the realm I painstakingly achieved? For a full half-hour, he raged without response, cursing the system's ancestors repeatedly. Yet it remained unmoved, questioning the floating entity above him and the 3 systems within. He inquired whether his cultivated realm could indeed be reclaimed by some divine manipulation. The entity paused, puzzled by his inquiry. The four systems within him responded, affirming that no such divine manipulation existed. Logically, they reasoned, the realms conferred upon him by the system could not be revoked. Thus, he could rest assured. The system was not one to sever bridges after crossing them. Hearing this, Wang Xian felt a sense of numbness wash over him. Indeed, this implied the existence of a power capable of reclaiming his realm. Ultimately, he surrendered to his fate, resolving to maintain an optimistic outlook. After all, completing this task would yield rewards, wouldn't it? Furthermore, the task set forth by this system aligned with the others, allowing him to reap the benefits of an additional reward. Was this not enticing? The divine general escorted Wang Xian to the central divine city, leaving him uncertain about the nature of the true god realm the system had mentioned. It did not conform to any of the 9 realms he recognized, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Upon arriving at the grand and resplendent central divine city, this marked Wang Xian's 3rd visit to the ancestral capital since his rebirth. His first visit was to the demon race's stronghold, accomplishing the feat of drinking from the demon lord's milk. His second visit brought him to the ancestral lands of the demon race, where he similarly achieved the illustrious act of drinking from the holy master of fire's milk. He suddenly realized that wherever he went, the mysterious phrase seemed to follow him. Was he destined to embark on yet another grand endeavor here? In the bustling divine city, the streets were thronged with members of the divine race. A notable difference between them and the other 4 races was the distinct divine radiance they exuded, while otherwise appearing quite ordinary. They resembled humans closely, yet they radiated a captivating aura of spirituality. The divine beings on the streets gazed reverently at the divine general, their eyes gleaming with fervor, akin to how members of the other 4 races regarded Wang Xian. The divine general was akin to the backbone of the divine nation, second only to its sovereign in terms of martial prowess. Look, why does that young man beside the divine general possess such striking features? Is it possible for someone to be so perfect in this world? Exclaimed one onlooker, utterly smitten. The crowd admired Wang Xian's ethereal aura and appearance, leaving many of the divine women enchanted. Being in the presence of the divine general implied that one held significant status and power within the divine nation. Otherwise, they would not have garnered such attention. This indirectly indicated Wang Xian's stature and strength, supplemented by his transcendent looks and demeanor. Who could resist such a lure? The divine general's eyelids twitched, and his lips curled in disbelief. Typically, he had not perceived this crowd in such a light, but now they seemed transformed. A bold soul called out, "Young man, are you betrothed? What do you think of me?" Yao Yao floated behind Wang Xian. Curiously observing these peculiar individuals, she poked Wang Xian's head and remarked, "You seem to be quite popular." Wang Xian grimaced inwardly, thinking, if only they knew I was here to wed their princess, would they still regard me so warmly? They would likely chase me away. As anticipated, the divine general's voice turned cold as he declared, "This is the divine nation's son-in-law." The atmosphere shifted abruptly. A collective gasp echoed. "What? Son-in-law?" The crowd's expressions morphed, their gazes turning hostile as they scrutinized Wang Xian. "Bah, what a dreamer! With such a visage, you think you can marry our princess? Such delusions, indeed. I recognized him as a fraud from the outset. Marrying our princess? Dream on." A chorus of disdainful remarks and contemptuous spitting filled the air, resonating throughout the vicinity. Wang Xian had anticipated hostility, but the rapidity of their disdain took him aback. His previous declarations felt as inconsequential as a fleeting breeze. How shameless! Who had he offended? "Host, they are merely envious of you." "Do not be disheartened," the system chimed in. "Were it not for your aversion towards them, the system could easily obliterate them. Your happiness is paramount. Their lives could be extinguished at a whim." The sudden voice reverberated in Wang Xian's mind. Startling him, he felt a swell of gratitude towards the system, but the thought of obliterating these people sent chills down his spine. He was here to forge alliances, not enmities. Should he eliminate them, he would certainly face the wrath of the divine general first. His carefully laid plans would be dashed. No, that is unnecessary. I appreciate the thought, but it is not that serious. I know the 4 systems cherish me. But this is not the time for wrath. Let us cool our tempers. Yao Yao's face flushed with indignation at the treatment Wang Xian received, radiating an aura of destruction that startled him. He quickly sought to pacify her, urging her to restrain herself. Gradually, her destructive energy subsided, and Wang Xian exhaled a sigh of relief. The divine general sensed a disquieting aura that could annihilate everything, but noticed it vanished as swiftly as it had arrived. Allowing him to relax as well, the divine general bellowed, "Enough! The son-in-law of the divine nation is appointed by the sovereign. You shall not disrespect him. With that, he took Wang Xian's hand and departed from the scene. Wang Xian, accustomed to traversing through space, found himself within the resplendent palace of the central royal city. The palace, adorned in gold and emitting divine radiance, was where Wang Xian was assigned to a residence. The divine general addressed him, "Young master, you have endured much. Please take 2 days to rest and restore your vigor. I shall arrange for you to meet with the king thereafter. Should you have any requests, do not hesitate to inform the servants." With a bow, he took his leave. Wang Xian nodded and stepped into the spacious residence, which resembled a miniature garden with mountains and waters. At its center stood an artificial hill, beneath which lay a pool shimmering with golden light, teeming with unknown varieties of spiritual fish. Wang Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Yao Yao, you are in for a treat tonight. I shall prepare roasted fish for you," he declared confidently. While playfully enticing the other 3 systems, he genuinely wished to see what they would look like after transformation. "Can you 3 transform?" he asked. "Tonight, I'll let you show your skills." Wang Xuanzhi proceeded with gradual seduction. "Oh, by the way, Yao Yao, are you sure you can handle this? This is the real deal." Yao Yao nodded earnestly. "Don't worry about us, host. Just focus on grilling the fish. Once done, hand it to Yao Yao, and she will deliver it to us." The beguiling voice of the chaotic demon echoed, leaving Wang Xuanzhi utterly disheartened. He exchanged glances with Yao Yao, signaling her not to deliver it to them, urging them to transform on their own. Unfortunately, the innocent Yao Yao misinterpreted his intent and nodded seriously. Wang Xuanzhi face-bombed, rendered speechless. Surrounding the residence were empty chambers, and upon entering one, Wang Xuanzhi was greeted by decor exuding antiquity and elegance, far more luxurious than his own home. Soon, night fell. Countless strands of spiritual energy surged in his hands, coalescing into a massive spiritual palm that dipped into the spirit pond, capturing a portion of spirit fish. With a wooden skewer in hand, he expertly threaded the fish, igniting a fire on the spot to roast them, as he hummed a tune. He mused, "Braised spirit fish, my favorite, though my mother insists I must prosper." From his universe pouch, he retrieved spices, skillfully sprinkling them over the fish. Before long, delectable roasted fish were ready. Yao Yao hovered in the air, drooling, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the fish in Wang Xuanzhi's hands. He offered the fish to Yao Yao, who took it eagerly, her eyes squinting in satisfaction. Watching her, Wang Xuanzhi joined in the feast. The servants nearby were horrified. These were the exquisite red-tailed scale fish painstakingly raised by the princess for ornamental purposes. Now all devoured by Wang Xuanzhi, yet they dared not protest, as he was the son-in-law. Chapter 34. Provocation? Single-handedly suppressing Yao Yao. "Do tell me how it tastes." Wang Xuanzhi beamed at Yao Yao, brimming with confidence in his culinary skills. Reborn from the grand land of China, he excelled in arts, leisure, and pleasures, save for the latter, which was not applicable here. Yao Yao's actions were proof of his exceptional culinary prowess. He continued to devour skewers of roasted fish, even forgetting to share with the other 3 systems. Thus, the night passed joyfully in a feast of roasted fish. The following day, Wang Xuanzhi awoke and began to consume an array of rare treasures from his universe pouch. Thanks to the elevation of his system's realm, these treasures were mere snacks to him, devoid of significant purpose. With nothing pressing to attend to, he reclined leisurely in a chair, humming a whimsical tune. "I am but a cat, a happy colorful cat, sleepless each day, as long as there's a sister to keep me company." Curious servants observed Wang Xuanzhi, finding his tune increasingly amusing, their opinions of the princess's husband shifting slightly. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the air as several robed disciples entered, flanked by servants. "So, you are the princess's husband. You hardly seem formidable enough to be worthy of such a union," the leading disciple sneered at Wang Xuanzhi. His displeasure evident. The others chimed in, their expressions unfriendly. "Kid, I suggest you recognize your place and leave the divine nation. We can pretend none of this occurred. Otherwise, the consequences are beyond your grasp. You must consider your fate carefully." Wang Xuanzhi's spirits lifted. At last, adversaries had arrived for him to test his strength against. He had yet to grasp just how powerful he truly was. He approached a servant, quietly inquiring about the backgrounds of these wealthy scions. If they hailed from significant lineages, he would refrain from excessive violence. Merely incapacitating them would suffice. If not, they were doomed. The servant whispered to him, revealing the identities of the robed disciples. The chubby one in blue is the 7th son of the carefree Marquis, Hao Nanshou. Beside him stands the 3rd son of the divine might Marquis, Chang Shi. I in the center is the 2nd son of the Tsang Ing Marquis, Song Mungai. Lastly, the youngest son of the wind and snow Marquis, Feng Shuiwei. Wang Xuanzhi's eyes brightened. These were quintessentially spoiled rich kids. Seeking trouble, he would first deliver a beating before gradually subduing them. With a smile, he pointed at Hao Nansho and beckoned. You, the hefty one, step forward for a duel. Hao Nansho's expression darkened at the insult, for he loathed being called the hefty one. Arrogant brat, prepare to meet your end, he bellowed, charging at Wang Xuanzhi, divine power swirling around him, embodying a unique carefree aura passed down from his father. Wang Xuanzhi sensed a diminishment in his strength within this aura, feeling as if he had transformed into a Kunpeng, soaring freely through the cosmos. This peculiar yet familiar sensation reminded him of the carefree roaming he had recited on Earth, a body of the immortal path. He was innately close to the Tao, and with his innate wisdom, he could comprehend the profound depths of the world in mere moments. In the North Sea, there is a fish named Kuan, and its immense size is beyond measurement. Transforming into a bird, it is called Pong. And its vast back requires 2 grilling racks, 1 secret recipe, 1 spicy, and a bottle of fine wine for a daring journey. Coughing, he realized he had misspoken, feeling embarrassed as he scratched his head. Hao Nansho, interpreting Wang Xuanzhi's muttering as mockery, became even more incensed, his fists radiating divine might as he swung at Wang Xuanzhi's face. Wang Xuanzhi observed the slow, soft punch and effortlessly dodged it. With a serious demeanor, he declared, in the North Sea, there is a fish named Kuan. Its vastness is unfathomable. Transforming into a bird, it is called Peng. Its back is immeasurable. In that moment, Wang Xuanzhi embodied the carefree spirit of the Kunpeng, radiating an aura even greater than Hao Nansho's in disbelief. Hao Nansho pondered how an outsider could master his father's signature aura. For a fleeting moment, he questioned whether Wang Xuanzhi was his father's illegitimate son. Wang Xuanzhi, akin to a Kunpeng, moved with the grace of a soaring dragon, leaving no opportunity for a counter. Vast spiritual energy emanated from him, transforming into a colossal hand that descended from the heavens. Suppressing Hao Nansho in a single exchange, Hao Nansho was struck to the ground, frothing at the mouth, rendered unconscious. The onlookers were astonished at how quickly their comrade had fallen, realizing that this seemingly unassuming young man surpassed them in strength. Despite their privileged upbringing and resources, Song Mungai, self-deluding, dismissed Wang Xuanzhi's prowess as a one-time display of skill, insisting that he had exhausted his abilities. Everyone, let us subdue him together and show him how dangerous it is to harbor thoughts about our princess, they exclaimed, charging at Wang Xuanzhi, their divine powers fluctuating as they unleashed a barrage of spells upon him, forming a tempest of energy. Wang Xuanzhi remained calm, neither sorrowful nor joyful. He savored the carefree aura, fully embodying the Kunpeng. With his innate dragon phoenix constitution, he grew increasingly adept at mastering the essence of this mythical beast, free from any obstacles. Amidst the myriad divine light spells, he navigated effortlessly, weaving through them. As the disciples realized their techniques were ineffective, their expressions darkened. Wang Xuanzhi opened his eyes and sighed softly. So, they are merely inexperienced pawns, delivering me experience. With that, he unleashed boundless chaotic energy, transforming it into a massive fist that brought several of them crashing to the ground, unconscious and unaware of their fates. This was still under Wang Xuanzhi's restraint. Chapter 35. Recruiting the Marquis's sons as followers. Wang Xuanzhi clapped his hands, satisfied as he surveyed the incapacitated figures sprawled upon the ground. Not bad, a slight improvement in strength. Indeed, the foundation stage is distinct. His gaze turned to the remaining servants. You there, strip them and hang them up on the foam mountain. The servants hesitated, for they were only responsible for Wang Xuanzhi's daily needs. And touching the children of the marquises could spell danger for their own lives. Wang Xuanzhi recognized their predicament and chose not to pressure them, taking matters into his own hands. With a swift motion, he stripped the garments from these individuals, leaving them with only their shorts. Considering that Yao Yao was still present, he held one person's feet in each hand, dragging them as though they were lifeless dogs. Wang Xuanzhi leaped onto the artificial hill, binding them securely atop it, arranging them in a row. He clapped his hands, beholding his handiwork with great satisfaction. Oh, this rotund fellow is quite repulsive. His belly surpasses that of a sow, he mused. After completing his task, he leisurely settled into a chair, retrieving a handful of spiritual fruits from his chinkuan pouch. He indulged in them one by one, relishing the sweetness of life. Suddenly, a notification chimed. A side quest had been issued. If he were to recruit a few as his subordinates, he would be rewarded with the great emperor's treasure technique, enlightening the world. Yao Yao gazed at the bound individuals, her mind racing with ideas regarding the task presented by Wang Xuanzhi. Her mischievous demeanor resembled that of a cat caught in a misdeed. Upon hearing of the potential benefits, Wang Xuanzhi's spirits lifted. Recruiting a few subordinates was a trivial matter for him. With a blend of coercion and persuasion, he was confident they would submit. He sat in his rocking chair, patiently awaiting their awakening. As half an hour passed, one by one, they opened their eyes, bewildered by their surroundings. What on earth happened? Why does the world seem upside down? Haonan Shou, bruised and battered, voiced his confusion. Wang Xuanzhi observed their gradual awakening, a grin spreading across his face as he approached, thoroughly pleased with his creation. What's the matter? Have you all come to your senses? Upon seeing Wang Xuanzhi's irritatingly smug expression, their anger flared. They roared at him, demanding a one-on-one challenge. Wang Xuanzhi lazily waved his finger. A playful glint in his eyes. Oh, how quaint, he replied. Realizing they might not understand, he hopped in front of the hefty one and playfully patted his face. What a delightful thought you have! Their faces turned crimson, powerless against Wang Xuanzhi's whims, for they were now mere prey in his hands. Wang Xuanzhi continued, I can capture your current predicament on a recording stone and sell it across the divine realms, granting you notoriety. What say you? They shuddered, unsure if it was the chill of the wind or the terror of Wang Xuanzhi's threats that unnerved them. Undeterred, he pressed on. Imagine a few burly men with a taste for young, tender flesh. Upon seeing you delicate lads, what do you think would transpire? I would document it all. They trembled, their identities forgotten, rendered incapable of even threatening him back. The figure before them was a living embodiment of a demon. Wang Xuanzhi chuckled. There's a solution, you know, become my little brothers. Serve me loyally. Haonan Shou, the most defiant among them, immediately retorted, never. As the son of the carefree marquis, I would never be anyone's subordinate. Kill me if you must. Wang Xuanzhi nodded thoughtfully at Haonan Shou's bravado, then turned away, leaving them to ponder their fate. That night, Wang Xuanzhi continued to catch spiritual fish from the spirit pond and place them on a grill. Sprinkling them with spices, he soon had a delectable feast, golden and fragrant. The enticing aroma drifted toward the bound individuals, causing Haonan Shou to salivate uncontrollably as he watched the fish being grilled. Wang Xuanzhi snatched a fish and stood beside Haonan Shou, taking hearty bites, smacking his lips with delight. Absolutely delicious. Crispy on the outside, tender within. He devoured half the fish before discarding the other half. Haonan Shou's mouth watered like a waterfall, while the others stared longingly at the fish in Wang Xuanzhi's hands. Wang Xuanzhi deliberately circled them, savoring the fish while commenting on its flavor. Ensuring the tantalizing scent reached their nostrils, he knew that for a gluttonous individual, the torment of seeing food, yet being unable to partake, was unbearable. Yao Yao floated above, enjoying the feast as well. When they had finished their meal, Wang Xuanzhi glanced at the remaining fish and sighed. Alas, such a waste, too much fish to let it go to ruin. Perhaps I should just feed it to the dogs. In his heart, Haonan Shou screamed, No, give it to me, brother. You are my brother. Just let me have a bite. But out of pride, he refrained from uttering those words. The others, looking to Haonan Shou for leadership, fell silent and watched helplessly as the fish disappeared. Strangely, none of their families seemed to notice their absence or made any effort to rescue them, but this was of no concern to Wang Xuanzhi. The next day, he rose, stretching lazily, and strolled outside. Approaching the artificial hill, he feigned surprise. Oh, you fellows are still here? From his chinkuan pouch, he produced a mountain of spiritual fruits, placing them on a stone table. After washing them, he began to eat. Haonan Shou and the others, having endured a night of chilling winds, were thoroughly subdued, their spirits crushed. Haonan Shou was the first to speak, pleading, Brother, spare us, we understand our mistakes. Wang Xuanzhi raised an eyebrow, surprised at how quickly they had come to regard him as their elder brother, much sooner than he had anticipated. He had planned to beat them into submission if they remained obstinate. But now it seemed unnecessary. He turned to the others. What about you? They hurriedly affirmed, We are willing to call you brother. Satisfied, Wang Xuanzhi untied their bonds, and Yao Yao, watching the scene unfold, spoke with an alluring tone. With her delicate, snowy feet, she captivated Wang Xuanzhi once more. Congratulations, host. You have completed the task, and as a reward, you receive a volume of the Emperor's treasured texts. Chapter 36. The Arrival of the Maid. Composing poetry and unusual phenomena after recruiting his subordinates, Wang Xuanzhi permitted them to leave, instructing them to present him with 50 spiritual fruits daily as tribute. Otherwise, he would release the recordings of their binding. One day, Wang Xuanzhi reclined in his chair, enjoying a leisurely afternoon. Yao Yao, with her physical form, had been persuaded to massage his shoulders, providing him great comfort as he reveled in the softness of her touch. As he found himself lost in enjoyment, an unexpected visitor arrived. A young woman clad in a splendid robe, tall and slender, with large eyes and skin as white as snow, entered. Upon noticing the absence of her beloved red-tailed fish in the spirit pond, she exclaimed, "Who has taken the princess's favorite fish? Do you understand the consequences? Should the princess hold you accountable, you will not escape unscathed." Behind her, she bore 6 divine halos, indicating a high level of cultivation. Wang Xuanzhi, growing impatient, rose from his chair and waved dismissively. Who was making such a racket so early in the morning? Having just been enjoying Yao Yao's massage, he was understandably irked. When the young woman laid eyes on him, she was momentarily struck dumb. "Is such a perfect man truly in existence?" she thought, marveling at his grace and beauty, which eclipsed anyone she had encountered before. Her demeanor softened as she spoke, losing the arrogance she had previously displayed. "Why, you must be the princess's fiancé." Wang Xuanzhi raised an eyebrow, pondering if she had come to inquire about himself. Could it be that his fiancé was arriving? He hoped she wasn't a 180-pound hideous creature. If worst came to worst, he could settle for this attractive young woman before him. The woman, still transfixed by Wang Xuanzhi, heard a voice in her mind urging her to discover what he was capable of. Thus, she continued, "If you wish to become the prince consort of the divine kingdom, you must be well versed in many skills. The princess's beloved is a refined gentleman, while you are handsome, without literary talent. You will be deemed ordinary. First and foremost, your literary prowess must surpass that of ordinary men.At this moment, Yao Yao, curious about Wang Xuanzhi's literary abilities, chimed in, "Ding, task issued. Should the host meet the young woman's requirements, the Emperor's treasure technique will be bestowed upon you without the need for cultivation." Wang Xuanzhi smiled. Having been reborn from earth, poetry and prose were second nature to him. Now, with the task at hand, he felt an exhilarating thrill. Wang Xuanzhi spoke, "Having reached the standards your princess desires, might you enlighten me as to her appearance?" The lady in the brocade robe hesitated before nodding, as a voice echoed in her mind. Wang Xuanzhi, with confidence, gazed at her and declared, "Speak freely. Any verse you desire, I can compose." The lady, prompted by the voice in her mind, replied, "Since you are the prince consort, compose a few verses expressing admiration for the princess." Wang Xuanzhi pondered and soon found inspiration from verses of his past life. As the essence of his celestial being flowed effortlessly, his white robe billowed without wind, and his hair lifted like starlight. Accentuating his ethereal presence, he began, "This poem is titled Up to the Heavens. I yearn to know you, eternal as the stars, when mountains crumble and rivers run dry, when winter thunders and summer snows. Only then would I dare to part from you." Upon the completion of his recitation, a scene of mountains and waters materialized behind him. Winter as snow blanketed the earth, thunder illuminated the sky. And in the summer rain, a pair of diminutive lovers held hands, unwilling to part. The lady in the brocade robe was enraptured, silently acknowledging the rarity of such a man. Her admiration for Wang Xuanzhi deepened, especially in light of the astonishing phenomenon behind him. Feeling unsatisfied, Wang Xuanzhi continued, ascending into the sky. He recited, "This poem is titled Clear and Peaceful Melody. Clouds evoke attire, flowers inspire beauty, spring breezes caress the rail. Dew enriches the colors. Had I not seen the jade peaks, I would have met you beneath the moonlight." The lady was spellbound, murmuring the line about moonlit encounters, "I in the void above." A masked woman listened. Captivated by Wang Xuanzhi's verses, she mused how clouds reminded her of splendid garments and flowers of striking beauty. The spring breeze caressed the railing, enriching the blossom's hues. Such celestial beauty could only belong to a fairy atop jade peaks or a goddess illuminated by the moonlight of the heavenly palace. Could anyone truly craft such verses? Is this young man truly my betrothed? She began to recognize Wang Xuanzhi's worth. Initially resistant to her father's intention of marrying her off to another, she had secretly observed Wang Xuanzhi. Now astounded by his literary prowess, she yearned to seize her destiny rather than relinquish it to others. Desiring a man of both intellect and strength to owe her surprise, Wang Xuanzhi embodied such qualities, stirring a complex mix of emotions within her. Seeing the lady in the brocade robe lost in reverie, Wang Xuanzhi decided to intensify his efforts. The first poem conveyed affection, the second love, and for the third, He aimed to express the anguish of unrequited love in his heart. He thought, surely, this will win you over. Autumn winds are crisp, the moon is bright. Fallen leaves gather and scatter, startled crows take flight. When shall we meet again? This night brings such embarrassment, he continued. Enter my realm of longing, know my heart's torment. Longing forever, remembering eternally, brief encounters lead to endless sorrow. Had I known such heartache, I would have never met you. Wang Xuanzhi sighed deeply. A celestial phenomenon unfolded behind him. The autumn night was cool, and the moon shone brilliantly. Leaves were swept together and scattered. Crows disturbed from their slumber. A man beneath the moon lamented, consumed by thoughts of the lady he adored. The lady, already enchanted, felt her pent-up emotions finally overflow as tears streamed down her face. The hidden woman in the void, too, shed tears, moved by Wang Xuanzhi's words. With such mastery, who could remain unaffected? The scene had charmed both ladies. Nearby, Yao Yao spoke. Congratulations, host, on completing the side quest. You have gained profound insight. A radiant light enveloped Wang Xuanzhi, imparting knowledge of a powerful technique. Just as the lady in the brocade robe recovered from her astonishment, a voice suddenly intruded her thoughts, urging her to test his martial prowess. Embarrassed, she looked at Wang Xuanzhi, stammering, having literary talent alone is insufficient. One must be adept in martial arts as well. Wang Xuanzhi, unperturbed, smiled at her and asked, then should you not disclose your princess's appearance? After a moment's hesitation, she replied, she possesses the features of a woman. This left Wang Xuanzhi's face clouded with disbelief. What nonsense is this? He became more convinced that she must be a hideous creature, for why else would she evade the question of her looks? The fact that she sent a maidservant instead of coming herself spoke volumes. Growing indifferent, he thought, what do you wish to practice? Care to spar with me? The lady raised an eyebrow, displeased by his challenge. Although he had been impressive in his literary display, she decided to hold back, stating, I shall not bully you. Simply endure 3 of my strikes, and we shall be done. Wang Xuanzhi was taken aback. Her confidence was astounding. He knew that as long as she wasn't a sage, he could hold his own. Above the sage level, one would face divine guardians. He felt invincible on this continent. Without waiting for his response, she unleashed a brilliant surge of light toward him, striking with unrestrained force. Yet she ensured to control the final impact. Wang Xuanzhi observed the approaching light and sighed. Too slowed, he activated his carefree essence, evading her strike with ease. This piqued her curiosity. How could he wield such a carefree essence? She quickly regrouped and intensified her attack, manifesting 1,000 rays of divine light that coalesced into a luminous sword, slicing through space toward him. Wang Xuanzhi transformed, embodying the essence of a great mythical beast, effortlessly tearing through the fabric of reality. When he reappeared, he hovered above the lady, declaring, it is time to conclude. Let me showcase my newly learned technique. Divine light illuminating the realm. With a solemn expression, he joined his hands, unleashing a cascade of radiant light that in that moment, he resembled the most sacred being from a divine realm, as thousands of hues ascended, illuminating the entire central divine city. The residents, witnessing the celestial display, bowed in reverence, believing a divine presence had manifested. From within the divine palace of the central city, a man gazed in the direction of Wang Xuanzhi's residence, perceiving the overwhelming aura of light emanating from him. On this day, countless powerful consciousnesses descended upon his abode, secretly guarding him, as many sages marveled at his prowess, exclaiming, truly, our clan's young master possesses extraordinary potential, destined to lead us to glory. The lady in the brocade robe was unprepared for such a display. She fainted under the brilliance of the divine light. From the shadows, the masked woman extended her hand and whisked the lady away. Just as Wang Xuanzhi attempted to pursue, a middle-aged man emerged before him, exuding an air of authority, with a 9-colored divine halo spinning behind him, his eyes deep as stars. The imperial aura surrounding him felt almost tangible, hinting at a transformation into a golden dragon. He scrutinized Wang Xuanzhi's divine light with a resolute expression, then suddenly smiled warmly, addressing him. Why do you not call me father-in-law? After all, I have just given you my daughter. Wang Xuanzhi scoffed inwardly, thinking, your daughter, a hideous creature, and you expect me to call you father-in-law. Not cursing you is already a blessing. At this moment, the ruler of the divine realm seemed to sense Wang Xuanzhi's thoughts, and with a playful reprimand, he stepped closer, giving Wang Xuanzhi a hearty pat on the shoulder. In 10 days, it will be your wedding day. Prepare yourself. There will be visitors to escort you. Rest assured, After your marriage, we shall not interfere with your affairs. We respect your wishes. And what of the princess's appearance? Wang Xuanzhi inquired. You will find out on your wedding day, came the reply. Wang Xuanzhi's heart sank. He realized he had been seen through. Would he be silenced? What? 10 days until the wedding. Was it truly so hasty? Wang Xuanzhi's mind was still in a tumult, struggling to comprehend the man's words. He vanished from sight, leaving Wang Xuanzhi alone amidst the disarray of the wind. Floating above, Yao Yao, with her curious fox-like eyes, gazed at Wang Xuanzhi and inquired, "What is marriage?" Still in a daze, Wang Xuanzhi instinctively replied, "It is akin to farming and plowing the fields in a luxurious palace." A breathtakingly beautiful woman sat gracefully in a chair beside a still unconscious lady clad in a brocade robe, radiating like the sun at dawn. She epitomized beauty. With a soft sigh, the woman mused, "In 10 days, I shall be wed. Though I harbor no aversion and understand my father's good intentions, the thought brings an inexplicable discomfort. The alliance between the Xinming continent and the Baizong continent was indeed burdensome." She murmured, "Had I known this would weigh upon my heart, I would have preferred never to have met." Chapter 38. A hasty wedding, interrupted. During these past few days, Wang Xuanzhi had met the princess of the divine nation once. Although her features were obscured and indistinct, her tall and graceful figure suggested she was no ordinary beauty, which pleased Wang Xuanzhi immensely. They conversed for an entire evening, during which she revealed her name, Jiang Lian. On the following day, the ruler of the divine nation arrived, his demeanor commanding yet gentle as he regarded Wang Xuanzhi, son-in-law. He began, "In 9 days, you and Lianer shall wed. However, this wedding will differ from others, and you may find it somewhat inconvenient." Intrigued, Wang Xuanzhi asked how so. "This ceremony will be rather private, attended by only a select few," the ruler explained, a hint of sadness evident in his gaze. "Moreover, contrary to public rumor, you are to be wed in just 9 days, not a month as the world believes." Wang Xuanzhi raised an eyebrow, perplexed by the ruler's intentions. The ruler patted Wang Xuanzhi on the shoulder before departing. Over the next few days, individuals from the divine nation approached Wang Xuanzhi, outlining the forthcoming wedding procedures. Though he felt bewildered, he complied with their directives. 9 days swiftly passed, and the day of the wedding arrived. During this time, Wang Xuanzhi was informed of various aspects of the ceremony. He found it puzzling that, with so few participants, there was much to relay about the wedding's simplified proceedings. Was it not merely the couple's entrance into the hall, bowing to their parents, and then proceeding to the bridal chamber? However, it appeared the divine nation's people preferred a more understated affair. The wedding involved merely a handful of participants: Wang Xuanzhi, the princess, the ruler of the divine nation, and Wang Xuanzhi's parents. No one else. This left Wang Xuanzhi bemused. How could such a meager assembly constitute a proper wedding? On the day of the nuptials, the ruler of the divine nation, clad in a resplendent golden dragon robe, sat in the grand hall, exuding authority. Flanking him were Wang Xuanzhi's mother, Lu Wanjun, his father, Wang Ziwang, and his grandfather. Other royal members were absent, totaling merely 8 attendees, including the officiant and the princess's maidservant. Wang Xuanzhi donned a crimson robe adorned with golden embroidery and dragon motifs, accentuated by a golden sash. Exuding an air of nobility, his countenance bore a smile. Could he not smile? He had feared the bride would be an eyesore. Yet she appeared to be a celestial beauty. He was thoroughly delighted. Outside the hall, Jiang Lian, dressed in a yellow gown embroidered with phoenixes, gracefully entered, her pink veil trailing behind her, adorned with a peony in her hair. She radiated an ethereal charm, concealed beneath a red veil. Her features remained elusive as she stepped delicately forward. She gently took the hand of her maid, drawing closer to Wang Xuanzhi, who awaited her at the altar. The surroundings were festively adorned with red double happiness symbols. The maid, albeit reluctantly, placed Jiang Lian's hand in Wang Xuanzhi's. Tenderly, he clasped her hand, marking the joining of the couple. Wang Ziwang and Lu Wanjun gazed upon their son with joy, marveling at how swiftly he had matured and was now embarking on a new chapter of life. Yao Yao floated above, curiously observing the couple, while the ruler of the divine nation regarded his daughter with a benevolent expression. Although he harbored deep reluctance about her marriage, circumstances left him no choice. The reason for this predicament remained unspoken. The officiant's voice rang out. First, bow to heaven and earth. The couple turned to offer a gentle bow towards the hall's entrance. Second, bow to your parents. The officiant continued. Wang Xuanzhi tenderly guided Jiang Lian, and they faced the ruler, who looked at Jiang Lian with warmth. Wang Ziwang and Lu Wanjun gazed lovingly at Wang Xuanzhi. The newlyweds bowed slowly once more. Observing this, the three present were visibly moved, with Lu Wanjun wiping away tears of joy. Witnessing her son establish a family was the pinnacle of a mother's happiness. Yet, just as the officiant was about to announce the couple's mutual bow, an elegant hand descended from the sky, swiftly seizing Jiang Lian and whisking her away. The ruler of the divine nation's expression darkened, and he shouted, "Impudence!" Yet, deep down, he sighed, for his greatest fear had indeed come to pass. Wang Xuanzhi stood stunned, exclaiming, "Who dares to abduct my bride? Such humiliation! In this lifetime, to have my wedding interrupted." Frustrated, he tore through the fabric of space, pursuing the mysterious hand, leaving Wang Xuanzhi and Lu Wanjun bewildered in the wind. What was transpiring? Chapter 39. The Secret of the Bride. Can one endure such insult? System, have I completed my task? Wang Xuanzhi asked as he traversed through space. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have completed the task, and your understanding of the celestial path has reached 10. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have attained the third realm of the demonic path. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have achieved the perfected golden core stage. Wang Xuanzhi's internal energy surged tenfold, yet he had no time to dwell on this. His sole focus was to retrieve Jiang Lian. The indignity of being robbed of his bride was unbearable. As his energy expanded tenfold, his speed increased, and he tore through space in pursuit, quickly catching up to the ruler of the divine nation, father-in-law. Where have the abductors taken Jiang Lian? Wang Xuanzhi called out from behind. The ruler, astonished that Wang Xuanzhi possessed such strength to keep pace with him, halted and turned to face him. To be truthful, this wedding was premeditated. Jiang Lian's unique constitution holds significant value for certain dual cultivators, enabling them to transcend a major realm in this world. There exists not just our origin continent, but beyond it, the Hongmeng continent and the Shura continent. The rulers of these two realms covet the path to becoming emperors. Yet the spiritual energy in this realm falls short of their needs. Thus, they seek alternative means. Curious, Wang Xuanzhi inquired, is this method related to Jiang Lian's constitution? What makes her unique? The ruler paused, letting out a soft sigh. She is known as the supreme body, the Xian Dao imperial body. Such a constitution is not recorded even within my divine clan. It is said that the first emperor of the divine clan possessed it, leading to the clan's founding. This Xian Dao body was somehow leaked, reaching the ears of the rulers of the two continents, prompting them to seek to invade the origin continent for Jiang Lian. Wang Xuanzhi's eyes narrowed, his voice firm. There must be a traitor within your divine clan. How can you not uncover this? Why not simply protect her? His sudden anger was palpable. The ruler shook his head. Even our divine clan cannot withstand the onslaught of two continents alone. Unless the other four clans unite with us, this is why I sought to negotiate with them. As for why she was given to you, it is because only those with exceptionally strong fates can wield her power. Once you are wed, her uniqueness will dissipate, rendering her a useless asset to the rulers of the two continents. Wang Xuanzhi grasped the situation, though not entirely, for he had not discerned that the rulers of the two continents were both female. In his mind, he questioned the system. Are there beings above the sage realm in the other two continents? The system's voice resonated in his mind. There are no beings beyond the sage realm. The sage realm is the apex of this world. As long as one surpasses the realm of a sage, ascension to the heavenly realms is assured, rather than remaining in this mortal plane. Wang Xuanzhi comprehended this notion. That simplifies matters. He still possessed two divine and demonic guardians, both of whom were at the sage level. Moreover, these guardians were immortal and indestructible, capable of preserving Wang Xuanzhi's life. Now, he was preparing to venture to the two continents to reclaim Jiang Lian. How could a man of stature endure the humiliation of wearing a green hat? Naturally, there was also his righteous fury over Jiang Lian's unjust fate. Old man, do you know the direction of these two continents? Point me the way so I can retrieve Jiang Lian, Wang Xuanzhi asserted, his demeanor resolute. Observing his unwavering determination, the God Lord slightly furrowed his brow. Such resolve was commendable, yet he did not take Wang Xuanzhi's words too seriously. He informed Wang Xuanzhi, fly north from here, and you will find a portal. Pass through that portal, and you will reach the other two continents. Wang Xuanzhi nodded, tearing through the fabric of space with his bare hands, heading northward. He was uncertain of his current strength. But after attaining the pinnacle of the golden core stage, the formidable aura within him was sufficient to render him invincible beneath the sage level. The ruler of the divine realm suddenly recalled the possibility that Wang Xuanzhi might be speaking the truth. Remembering the earnestness in his eyes, he promptly vanished from his location and rushed to the leaders of the four clans. informing them of Wang Xuanzhi's intention to journey to the other two continents. What? You entrusted the young master to me just to lead him to his death. The demon lord, notorious for his volatile temper, was instantly enraged upon hearing this news, dark energy swirling around him. Turning the entire sky black, the two demon leaders cast disapproving glances at the god lord. Their initial compliance was to prevent Wang Xuanzhi from facing undue hardship. Who could have anticipated that he would be deceived into a death trap? It was crucial to note that those two continents, while slightly weaker than the origin continent, combined, posed a formidable threat that the origin continent could not withstand. The human lord's countenance darkened as he spoke gravely. This is not the time for such discussions. We must mobilize our entire clan to rescue Xuanzhi. We must preserve his life at all costs. He is the hope of our 4 clans, and we cannot afford any missteps. The immortal lord was the first to vanish, rallying all the forces within the immortal clan, including the immortal beings. In that moment, the entire origin continent prepared itself for the sake of Wang Xuanzhi. For the sake of one individual, the entire continent united its strength to save Wang Xuanzhi's life. The godlord disappeared as well, organizing all divine soldiers and generals, not only to rescue Wang Xuanzhi, but also to save Zhang Lian. Even if it cost him his own life, he was determined to bring Zhang Lian back. This moment, Wang Xuanzhi radiated an overwhelming aura, his power seemingly on par with that of a sage. In mere moments, he broke through the limits of this realm and arrived at the boundary portal. The colossal heavenly portal loomed before him, an endless expanse with a luminous veil. Crossing through this veil would lead him to the two continents. He had already released his 2 divine and demonic guardians to shield him from behind. Without any hesitation, he stepped forward, shouting, "Wife, I am here to rescue you. Wait for me." Chapter 40. A sword challenges the continent with ease. One against millions, Wang Xuanzhi passed through the portal, and as the world spun, he vanished from the origin continent. When he regained his senses, he found himself in the Hongmeng continent. It seemed that the Hongmeng continent had been prepared, as an army of millions stood before him, awaiting the arrival of those from the origin continent. When they saw only Wang Xuanzhi emerge from the portal, accompanied by 2 others, they were taken aback. What is happening? Does the origin continent look down upon us? They send merely 3 individuals, or have they given up? The soldiers of the Hongmeng continent were puzzled, their confusion evident. Some soldiers erupted into raucous laughter, taunting, "You 3 little fellows, did your continent's lord send you to your deaths? Or are you here to plead for peace, realizing our might? And so you send only 3 to perish, if it's peace you seek. Then kneel and bow 3 times. Wang Xuanzhi had no interest in engaging with their banter. He sought only to locate Zhang Lian as swiftly as possible. Bring out your continent's lord and release Zhang Lian, or I shall devastate this land, he declared, his voice booming. Such youthful arrogance. They laughed in unison. "Oh, you think you can make us laugh to death with your jest? Are you a clown sent to entertain us?" The commanders at the front guffawed heartily. Their auras were profound, revealing that the Hongmeng continent's cultivation was not significantly different from that of the origin continent. However, this continent had a darker essence. The inhabitants, while resembling humans, had darker skin and scales adorning their bodies. Wang Xuanzhi, seeing their lack of cooperation, remained unfazed. He summoned the Ancestral dragon bone sword, his innate spiritual sword, which he had yet to wield. Now he intended to demonstrate its might. As the Ancestral dragon bone sword appeared in Wang Xuanzhi's hand, he slashed forward. The myriad auras within him surged. Chaotic energy, faith energy, and primordial energy boiled over. Countless chaotic energies coalesced around the Ancestral dragon bone sword. And a brilliant sword light flashed across the Hongmeng continent, carving a scar spanning hundreds of thousands of miles. The cries of countless Hongmeng soldiers echoed as they fell under the sword's fury. The soldiers at the forefront, witnessing the devastation wrought by a single strike, panicked, hastily issuing commands. "Kill! All of you, kill! Bring down this wretched scoundrel. Do you realize the calamity you have invited upon yourself? Cease your assault now, and perhaps you may yet escape with your lives. Kneel and bow, or face the wrath of an entire continent." Wang Xuanzhi regarded the leading commanders with a look of incredulity, marveling at the power of his own strike. Even now, they dared to threaten him. Though their auras were formidable, he was invincible beneath the sage level. He summoned the immortal sword, radiating boundless immortal power, the essence of the great Tao manifesting in the skies. Having grasped 10% of the immortal path, Wang Xuanzhi wielded this power with determination. With a resolute swing, he unleashed a radiant strike that resembled a celestial being descending to earth, cleaving through the air. A heavenly gate materialized above, releasing sword energies that spanned millions of miles, raining down upon the soldiers below. In mere moments, tens of thousands of soldiers met their demise. The expressions of the commanding officers grew increasingly grim. In the span of just 2 strikes, they had lost a significant portion of their forces, and no matter how numerous they were, they could not withstand Wang Xuanzhi's effortless slaughter. Damn it, unleash your true power. One of the commanders shouted. Ancient powers of Hongmeng, captivating and binding souls. You should consider yourself fortunate to die at our hands. Prepare to pay for your transgressions. A ghastly aura erupted from their bodies, coalescing into a massive black figure wielding a scythe, bound by chains extending into infinity, aimed directly at Wang Xuanzhi. The chains radiated a peculiar force, attempting to ensnare Wang Xuanzhi's soul. However, unbeknownst to them, Wang Xuanzhi's soul was endowed with the origin divine soul from the origin human system, far surpassing the essence of the black giant. The moment the chains made contact, Wang Xuanzhi's origin divine soul emanated a golden, sacred radiance, causing the black chains to disintegrate inch by inch. Wang Xuanzhi's innate sacred body stirred, releasing waves of pure white light, awakening his ancient human aura. Behind him, it appeared as though an ancient human emperor was safeguarding him. Holding a Dao sword, Wang Xuanzhi pointed at the army of millions from the Hongmeng continent, proclaiming, "Will your continent's lord not reveal himself even now? Tell me his whereabouts, and you may yet avoid death." Yet, the commanding officers of the Hongmeng continent seemed unwilling to heed Wang Xuanzhi's offer. The foremost commander retorted, "You think we will divulge our lord's movements? Keep dreaming." Then, the leading commanders turned to their millions of soldiers. "Brothers, he must be at his limit, desperately holding on. After unleashing such powerful attacks, how can he still possess strength? Once we exhaust his energy, he shall fall before us. Hold strong, brothers." Wang Xuanzhi observed the foolishness of the gathered troops, silently thinking to himself that they were utterly beyond salvation. "Since you wish to witness the limits of my physical endurance, please observe closely. It is important to note that although the consumption of energy has been significant thus far, the over 900 million spiritual energies within me are no trifling matter. Moreover, these are not ordinary energies. They are the most precious forms, the chaos chi and the primordial chi." Wang Xuanzhi also intends to conclude this swiftly. Since acquiring various formidable physiques, he has not had the opportunity to examine them one by one. Now, the moment has arrived. Chapter 41. What life is there to play with? Wang Xuanzhi gripped the Ancestor Dragonbone sword in his left hand and struck at the soldiers of the Hongmeng continent before him with a single blow. This strike resembled that of a celestial swordsman descending from the heavens, cleaving through the clouds. Countless soldiers of the Hongmeng continent perished tragically in an instant. The celestial resonance emanating from Wang Xuanzhi radiated with 9-colored brilliance, creating concentric circles of light that expanded outward from his very being. In his right hand, he held the celestial sword, and the sword's light burst forth. The radiance of the celestial path harmonized with Wang Xuanzhi's celestial body, resonating with the myriad celestial paths throughout the universe. At this moment, the heavens bestowed upon him an immeasurable power. The amalgamation of his physique, celestial body, and the celestial sword unleashed boundless might, leaving a profound scar spanning millions of miles across the land. Under the weight of this strike, nearly 1 million soldiers from the Hongmeng continent were transformed into souls of the departed. The leading soldiers, bereft of their souls, voiced their disbelief, questioning how this could be. Wang Xuanzhi's gaze was indifferent, remarking, "What life were you playing with? Now, 1 million soldiers lie dead." Behind him, the divine and demonic guardians pressed forward against several commanders from the Hongmeng continent. The commanders, their expressions twisted with rage, demanded, "You little wretch, return the lives of our 1 million soldiers." With that, they vanished from their positions, intending to ambush Wang Xuanzhi. However, the 2 divine guardians at Wang Xuanzhi's back were already poised to protect him. They effortlessly intercepted the commanders, engaging them in a fierce struggle. Wang Xuanzhi coldly observed the chaos unfolding among the millions of soldiers from the Hongmeng continent. He spoke, "Will you not speak? If you remain silent, you will bring ruin upon so many soldiers." As the commanders wrestled with the divine guardians, they too exuded an aura of sanctity. Yet they soon realized that no matter how fiercely they attacked, the guardians were like puppets devoid of machinery, unfeeling and tireless in their entanglement. Their formidable strength only added to the commander's vexation. If Wang Xuanzhi were to unleash a few more strikes, half of the vast army would be decimated. A loss they could ill afford. Wang Xuanzhi's expression grew increasingly detached. He needed to locate Zhang Lian without delay. Those fleeting moments of night presented grave danger to her. glancing at the commanders ahead. He began a countdown. In 3 seconds. If you do not disclose the whereabouts of your continent's sovereign, I cannot guarantee how many among this million-strong army will survive my next strike. Shall I slaughter them all? Have you prepared to bear the consequences? At that moment, one of the soldiers entangled with the divine guardians flew forth, his countenance grim as he gazed at Jun Xiaoyao. With a deep sigh, he revealed, the continent's sovereign has gone to the Shura continent, having arranged with the Shura queen to seize that woman's primordial essence. Upon hearing this, Wang Xuanzhi vanished without hesitation. The divine guardians also disappeared, following Wang Xuanzhi to the Shura continent to retrieve Jiang Lian. With the conclusion of this battle, the atmosphere shifted. The remaining commanders sighed heavily, appearing as if they had aged decades. They turned to behold the ravaged battlefield of the Hongmeng continent, where the remains of 1 million soldiers lay, their blood still warm. Gazing at the chasms left by Wang Xuanzhi's 3 strikes, they were filled with dread. They could not help but question the purpose of this battle. Was it merely for the sake of a single woman, resulting in the sacrifice of so many lives? Just then, Wang Xuanzhi reappeared from the sky. The commanders, taken aback by his sudden return, regarded him as a formidable foe. Tension permeated the air as one shouted, "I have already told you everything. Are you not going to spare me? Will you pursue utter annihilation? Even so, I will fight you. Brothers, arm yourselves and confront him." Wang Xuanzhi raised his hands in a gesture of peace. "Fellow warriors of the Hongmeng continent, do not be alarmed that it is not as it seems. I have merely returned to inquire about the path to the Shura continent, for I have lost my way." Embarrassed, he scratched his head, prompting the commanders to breathe a quiet sigh of relief. The millions of soldiers below, who had just equipped themselves for battle, also relaxed. The terror of Wang Xuanzhi and his 3 strikes had been indelibly etched into their minds, a memory they would carry for a lifetime. One commander pointed towards a direction, instructing, "Head southward. Upon entering that realm, you will discover the gateway to the Shura continent." Wang Xuanzhi expressed his gratitude with a glance, and before departing, he could not resist saying, "You all, what life were you playing with? Had you spoken sooner, none of this would have transpired. Now look, so many lives have been lost." The leading sage of the Hongmeng continent wore a resentful expression, his soldiers behind him sharing the same sentiment, their gazes reminiscent of spurned lovers. Countless thoughts whirled in their minds, lamenting, "Who knew you were so powerful? At such a young age, you feign weakness while harboring strength. Had I known you possessed such might, I would have never provoked you." Of course, these thoughts remained unvoiced, as they feared that speaking them would provoke another strike. Wang Xuanzhi sighed softly and proceeded towards the gateway. Once he had departed, the onlookers collectively sighed, relieved to have driven away this harbinger of chaos. His presence had been a heavy burden upon their hearts, and they felt a sense of relief in his absence. Yet they remained powerless against his overwhelming strength. Their millions of soldiers and dozens of sages had been decimated by his hand. Again, they sighed, recalling the terror of his 3 strikes, feeling as if they had narrowly escaped death. Moments later, at the gateway, a multitude of billions from the origin continent emerged. "Run! Enemy attack!" Just as one crisis subsided, another arose. The forces from the origin continent were upon them once more. Leading the assault were 6 figures: the God Lord, the Human Lord, the 2 Demon Lords, the Devil Lord, and the Celestial Lord. Their eyes radiated authority, their presence eclipsing even that of the saints, enveloping the entire army in an overwhelming pressure. Wang Xuanzhi may be unharmed, but everything can be negotiated. Otherwise, today, the million-strong forces of the origin will lay waste to your Hongmeng continent. The soldiers of the Hongmeng continent were left stunned, their foreheads adorned with beads of sweat. Who truly spared whom? Did you not see the soldiers of my Hongmeng continent lying in pools of blood? Yet there stood Wang Xuanzhi, unscathed and departing with an air of nonchalance. Chapter 42. To the Shura. Both continent sovereigns are women. The massive host of billions from the origin continent was undeterred by these thoughts. Their sole mission was to retrieve their young sovereign, the future Demon Lord, the youthful emperor of humanity, the unparalleled celestial emperor, and the starry demon as for the divine beings. They merely sought to reclaim their princess's consort, a matter of little consequence. Their primary objective was to recover the divine princess. Jiang Lian, the God Lord, filled with paternal concern, radiated divine light, with 9 divine rings rotating behind him, a display of the majesty of the sovereign of the divine kingdom. Following him were 81 divine generals, each adorned with 9 divine rings of their own. "Speak quickly. Where have Wang Xuanzhi and Jiang Lian been taken? This is your final opportunity. Otherwise, We will raise your Hongmeng continent to the ground." The leading commander, overwhelmed with indignation, could scarcely contain himself. They had just endured the wrath of Wang Xuanzhi, and now they were to bear the brunt of this new threat. However, upon comparing forces, they realized their millions against the tens of billions before them. Resigned, they understood that under such circumstances, one must bow their head. Never before had they faced such humiliation. This was undoubtedly the most vexing moment in their lives. With Wang Xuanzhi before them and this new threat looming behind, they were incensed. Despite their justified grievances, they now found themselves threatened. The leading sage sighed. Wang Xuanzhi has long since departed. With the millions he slaughtered, it is evident we lack the power to detain him. Is it not? As for Zhang Lian, she has already been taken to the Shura continent by the sovereign, who is plotting their affairs. There is still time for you to pursue them, as he spoke. His expression darkened with anger, recalling the million soldiers lost. Now, to be coerced into revealing their whereabouts only added to his fury. The human lord blinked, realizing only now the devastation wrought upon the Hongmeng continent. The vast expanses of sword marks stretched for millions of miles, littered with countless corpses. "I in disbelief," he exclaimed. Could this truly be the work of Xuanzhi? Is my son truly so valiant? Ha ha ha, what a remarkable young emperor. The emperor of humanity has awakened, unstoppable in his might. Nonsense. This so-called youthful emperor is merely my youthful demon emperor. The demon lord cast a displeased glance at the human sovereign on the Hongmeng continent. Millions heard this proclamation, their expressions darkening further. Why create adversity when things were already precarious? What does it mean to be valiant? Here, I have lost hundreds of thousands, yet you dare to label this as bravery. Have you considered our feelings? These countless warriors are filled with righteous indignation yet dare not speak out, fearing that the billions of troops opposite might annihilate them effortlessly. Such words strike them like daggers. Causing pain deep within, the words of Wang Xuanzhi cut like a knife, leaving them discomfort from head to toe. The recent utterances of the Divine Lord were akin to blades, invoking a discomfort that permeated their very beings. The Divine Lord nodded and declared, "We can no longer squander time. Let us proceed to the Shura continent." The dense army of billions loomed above the heads of the countless warriors, leaving them in disarray amidst the chaos. They gazed resentfully at the departing figures. Once they had all vanished, confirming their absence, they erupted in anger, shouting, "Wretched beings, do you presume yourselves to be someone of importance? To dare humiliate my Hongmeng continent? For now, I shall spare you, but the next time you set foot on Hongmeng, you shall find no return. This time, I, the Hongmeng continent, have shown mercy, but remember, this shall not be the case again. Our fates are now intertwined, and we shall not rest until one of us falls." The foremost saints bellowed towards the direction the others had taken, while the millions of warriors behind them looked upon the saints with disdain. Under the scrutinizing gaze of the multitude, the leading saints felt their faces flush with embarrassment. Even at their age and level, they struggled to maintain their dignity. After all, everyone cherishes face, at this moment. Wang Xuanzhi had arrived at the boundary of the Hongmeng continent. This boundary was distinct from that of the origin continent, which gleamed golden, while the Hongmeng boundary appeared ominously black. Yao Yao floated curiously behind Wang Xuanzhi. Observing the dark portal, Wang Xuanzhi inquired of Yao Yao, "Can you sense any presence beyond the Saint Realm in the Shura continent?" After a brief investigation, Yao Yao shook her head, her voice soft and melodic. "There is no presence surpassing the saints in the Shura continent, but I do detect a formidable aura, one that is half a step into the Emperor realm. Their power is significantly greater than that of the Hongmeng continent." Hearing this, Wang Xuanzhi felt reassured. With a graceful stride, he crossed the threshold, his white robe enhancing his ethereal presence. Truly, he was a celestial being amongst mortals. The demon lord descended from the heavens. As he traversed the dark portal, he arrived at the Shura continent, only to find it unguarded as he had anticipated. The boundary revealed a desolate, red expanse, barren and lifeless. The earth was a deep crimson, thick and viscous like blood. Reeking of a strong metallic scent, the heart of the Shura continent, lay the central city, where two women were leading Zhang Lian towards the Shura palace. The woman on the left wore a black veil, obscuring her features, yet her voluptuous figure and alluring silhouette ignited the imagination. Her voice was crisp and melodious as she gazed at Zhang Lian with fiery eyes. "Little girl, why not join us? Sister will teach you the supreme art of mirror refinement. This is my first time teaching anyone. You should feel honored and delighted." Zhang Lian's expression remained cold, utterly shocked to discover that the rulers of both continents were women. She had expected to be taken as a vessel by men, yet here she was captured by two women instead. The other woman, adorned in a red dress and veiled in crimson, exuded an intoxicating allure, her charm rivaling that of Yao Yao. While Yao Yao's allure was innate, this woman had honed her seduction to perfection, each movement captivating the hearts and souls of men, leaving them yearning for intimacy. Despite her beguiling nature, the mark of a virgin betrayed her. Wang Xuanzhi's gaze sharpened as he soared towards the center, his origin soul radiating boundless awareness, swiftly enveloping a considerable portion of the Shura continent. Moments later, he detected Zhang Lian's location and hastened to rescue her. However, he found it perplexing that her captors were two women. Chapter 43. Absurdity beyond absurdity. The ruler of the Hongmeng continent turned to the woman in red beside her. Unable to suppress her curiosity, "Do you have any defenses set against the people of the origin continent on the Shura continent?" The woman in red suddenly realized her oversight and exclaimed, "Oh no, I forgot. I thought the Hongmeng continent was formidable enough to fend off the origin continent. Hence, I did not station many guards at the portal to the Shura continent. I hope the origin continent does not decide to attack." The ruler of the Hongmeng continent looked at the woman in red in disbelief, questioning her reliability. She was uncertain whether the millions of soldiers she had stationed could withstand the divine forces of the origin continent. After all, she had unconsciously assumed that the 5 tribes of the origin continent would only send the divine tribe to retaliate, as they had only captured the princess of the divine tribe and no one else. How could they possibly pursue them alongside the divine tribe? It would be a futile effort. Yet, often reality defies expectations. Wang Xuanzhi moved with astonishing speed, tearing through space, and emerged hundreds of miles away. He continued this method, and in the span of half an hour, he was nearing the central royal city of the Shura continent. Meanwhile, the women who had abducted Zhang Lian were also approaching the Shura royal city. Due to the vast numbers of the origin continent's army, their progress was not as swift as Wang Xuanzhi's. Just as Wang Xuanzhi was nearing the royal city, they finally arrived at the Shura continent. As they cautiously surveyed their surroundings for ambushes, they found the area devoid of any defenses. Unlike the Hongmeng continent, there was not a hint of vigilance here. Upon reaching the massive red Shura royal city, Wang Xuanzhi entered without hesitation, exclaiming, "Finally, I made it. I am utterly exhausted." Wang Xuanzhi gasped for breath as he stepped into the palace, heading straight for the Shura royal palace. The woman in red expertly guided the woman in purple to her chamber, where they gently placed Zhang Lian on the bed. The woman in red was filled with fervor, for Zhang Lian's divine power had been completely restrained by both of them, rendering her incapable of exerting any strength. She could not even summon a trace of divine energy, left entirely at their mercy. The woman in red's gaze roamed over Zhang Lian's form, and she said, "Little girl, why not surrender to us? For the sake of our great cause, and for your own sake." The woman in red unveiled her face, revealing a stunningly beautiful visage, akin to a devil. Gradually, she shed her clothing, exposing her alluring and perfect physique. Zhang Lian trembled like a lamb awaiting slaughter, quaking on the bed. The woman laughed heartily, her demeanor completely at odds with her devilish beauty, as she slowly approached Zhang Lian. At that moment, Wang Xuanzhi arrived just in time, tearing through space and appearing within the chamber. The 4 individuals within the chamber froze, their eyes wide in shock, the atmosphere laden with tension. Wang Xuanzhi's gaze lingered on the woman, and he found himself swallowing hard. The sound of his gulp pierced the eerie silence. "Ah!" The woman screamed, hastily grabbing nearby garments to cover herself. Throughout her life, she had never experienced such indignity. Never had another man gazed upon her so openly. And now, she was exposed before Wang Xuanzhi. Her face was filled with fury, radiating a fierce aura, an energy not belonging to the saint realm. This must be the aura of someone half a step into the emperor realm. As Yao Yao had described, realizing he was there to rescue someone, Wang Xuanzhi steeled himself and bellowed at the 2 women, "Release that girl. Let me take her place." No, I misspoke. Let me try again. "You two, let that girl go, and let me take her place." The woman in red. The woman in purple. Zhang Lian. In all their lives, they had never encountered such an unabashed man. This was their first experience. How could a man be so shameless? Wait, something was amiss. The woman in purple sensed Wang Xuanzhi's aura, realizing it was strikingly similar to Zhang Lian's original energy. In fact, it was even more potent than Zhang Lian's essence, capable of significantly enhancing their cultivation and propelling them into the emperor realm. Wang Xuanzhi, endowed with 4 extraordinary physiques granted by various systems, naturally exuded a far more potent aura than Zhang Lian. The reason both could perceive Zhang Lian's unique constitution was due to their shared practice of a dual cultivation technique, enabling them to identify formidable physiques and harmonize yin and yang, thereby facilitating their ascent to greater realms. This, of course, necessitated that both parties retained their primal yin. The woman in purple contemplated, communicating subtly with the woman in red. This lad's constitution surpassed that of the girl by several-fold. Initially, we were concerned that this girl might not sufficiently aid in our simultaneous advancement. However, this young man before us can undoubtedly catalyze our growth. Shall we treat him as a furnace? What do you think? The woman's face bore hesitation and conflict. After all, Zhang Lian was a woman, and their shared gender made it somewhat easier. Yet the disparity between a man and a woman was substantial. Despite possessing dual cultivation techniques, she had never engaged in matters between the sexes, and thus felt considerable shyness and resistance. Although the woman in purple spoke boldly, the blush on her face and the deep crimson hue of her ears betrayed her true feelings. Noticing the reluctance of the woman in red, the woman in purple continued to communicate. Have you forgotten your deep-seated grievances? Those enemies from the heavenly realm continue to gloat over your failures. They massacred your entire family and now revel in the resources of your lineage. Are you not preparing for revenge? Have you forgotten our mission? What harm is there in slightly compromising yourself? Upon hearing this, the eyes of the woman in red gradually firmed. She gazed at Wang Xuanzhi and sighed. With a surge of half-emperor realm energy, she grasped Zhang Lian and flung her out of the palace, imprisoning her beyond its confines to prevent any interference. The palace was fortified with countless layers of advanced formations, impenetrable even to thousands of saints. The women in purple and red exchanged a knowing smile at Wang Xuanzhi. Remarking on his fortune, he was rather handsome, which was acceptable as they shared a laugh. They began to shed their garments in the hall. The sounds of an unusual nature echoed within the formation in the midst of this. A creature floated in the air, covering its eyes with its hands, peeking through the tiniest of gaps to observe the unfolding drama below. Of course, Wang Xuanzhi was in a passive defensive stance, while the initiative lay with the two women. Initially, he may have struggled to adapt, but as time progressed, he began to exert himself more vigorously. It was now Wang Xuanzhi who found himself increasingly out of his depth, for their realm surpassed his by a considerable margin. Fortunately, his formidable physique provided him with the resilience to endure. The exquisite nature of this experience was ineffable to outsiders. Only Wang Xuanzhi himself could fully appreciate its beauty. Outside, Zhang Lian's expression was complex, filled with discomfort. How ironic it was. She had originally been the one ensnared, yet now her fiancé had been ensnared instead. She had been the one injured, but now it was Wang Xuanzhi who bore the brunt of it, filling her with guilt. Silly girl, what is there to feel guilty about? Wang Xuanzhi was, in truth, reveling in his newfound pleasure, experiencing a blissful torment. Half an hour later, a multitude from the origin continent hastened to the scene. The sight of a dark, imposing army immediately raised alarms among the guards of the Shura Palace. Hundreds of thousands of Shura guards surged forth from all directions, casting wary glances at the countless soldiers of the origin continent above. Who approaches? What brings you to my Shura King city? If there is no business here, depart swiftly. Otherwise, we shall respond with force. The immense army from the origin continent, led by 6 clan leaders, regarded the Shura guards with hostility. When the Divine Lord spotted Zhang Lian outside the hall, he breathed a heavy sigh of relief. However, the other 4 clan leaders would not relent until they saw Wang Xuanzhi. They radiated a formidable aura, pressing the Shura guards with fierce demands. Speak. Where has Wang Xuanzhi been taken? If any harm befalls him, we shall raze the Shura continent to the ground and search every inch of it to retrieve him. Protect our young lord's safety. The sight of the menacing army sent tremors through the Shura guards, yet their duty was to safeguard the Shura King city, and retreat was not an option. At that moment, Zhang Lian spoke up. Wang Xuanzhi is within this palace, held captive by the Shura sovereign and the Hongmeng sovereign. He may be in danger, but if we can break this formation, we can rescue him. Father, please, save Xuanzhi, Zhang Lian implored, her face filled with desperation. The Divine Lord's expression darkened. Indeed, a married daughter is like water poured away. Now her allegiance was clearly shifting, and he sighed deeply, realizing that his daughter had grown. The 4 clan leaders exchanged satisfied glances, reveling in the realization that her heart had truly been captured by Wang Xuanzhi. Truly, the human emperor was adept at winning the hearts of maidens effortlessly. The 6 leaders surveyed the myriad formations protecting the Grand Hall, aware that breaching them would not be an easy task. Yet, For Wang Xuanzhi's sake, they had no choice but to persevere. The Divine Lord, with an air of authority, commanded the concentrated might of the Divine Clan's warriors to unleash a coordinated assault on the formation. He emanated a terrifying divine energy, radiant with divine light, as he struck at the formation. The human lord and the celestial lord followed suit, issuing orders for the countless human and celestial forces to concentrate their fire upon a single point of the formation. Their formidable energies converged, unleashing a torrent of spiritual and celestial power upon the formation, resulting in a blinding explosion of light and a cloud of dust. The demon and beast clans followed closely behind, their armies surging toward the formation in unison. Unaware that their attacks were synchronized and purposeful, within the formation, Wang Xuanzhi reveled in the rhythmic energy, blissfully engaged in his own pursuits. The million Shura guards stood in stunned silence, overwhelmed by the tremendous force unleashed by the billions of soldiers. This spectacle filled them with trepidation. One of the guards turned to the Shura commander, asking, "Are they not damaging the Shura king city? Should we not intervene?" The Shura commander shot him a sharp look, replying, "Are you mad? With billions against our million, do you wish to deliver us to our doom? They are merely assaulting the hall, not the city itself. Our duty is to protect the Shura king city. Let them be." His words elicited a chorus of exasperated eye rolls from the other guards. The 6 leaders watched the formation with grave expressions. Beneath the onslaught, it appeared scarcely damaged. Meanwhile, within the hall, joyous sounds resonated, muffled by soundproofing formations. Wang Xuanzhi, akin to a diligent farmer, continued to cultivate his endeavors. The human lord clenched his teeth, issuing further commands, "Regardless of how long it takes, we must breach this formation and rescue Wang Xuanzhi." Waves of spells rained down upon the myriad protective formations. After half an hour, many soldiers began to show signs of fatigue. The relentless barrage had taken its toll. An hour passed, then 2 days. The third hour waned. The countenance of all grew grim. The protective formation seemed to possess self-repairing properties, remaining intact despite their efforts. Inside the hall, Wang Xuanzhi and his companions had concluded their exchanges. The women in red and purple bore marks of their encounters with Wang Xuanzhi, while he too bore his share of injuries. They discreetly stowed away the vibrant plum blossoms from their white minks, their auras fluctuating with hints of impending breakthroughs. It was essential to note that once they transcended, they would enter the Emperor realm, a state that would elevate them beyond this realm and into the heavenly domain. With tender gazes, they addressed Wang Xuanzhi, softly declaring, "Little man, you are the first man in my life. Farewell until we meet again in a distant sky." With that, they placed gentle kisses upon his cheeks and vanished without a trace. Wang Xuanzhi's expression was one of profound complexity. He now bore ties that bound him. In that moment, he resolved to protect them, his gaze unwavering as he watched their departing figures. "Regardless of the depth of our feelings, you are all women of Wang Xuanzhi. None shall dare to bully you. The heavenly realm? I shall arrive soon." Wang Xuanzhi lingered in the afterglow of recent sensations, a bittersweet expression upon his face. He resumed his usual demeanor, and as the 2 women departed, the formation quietly dissolved. Wang Xuanzhi stepped out of the grand hall, startled by the sight of the dark army before him, initially fearing an assault from the Hongmeng and Shura armies. Upon closer inspection, he recognized familiar faces leading the charge: the Divine Lord, the Human Lord, and the 2 Beast Lords, all appearing weary and dim-eyed. The Demon Lord and the Celestial Lord looked equally disheveled, their former majesty diminished. How could they not be, under the relentless onslaught of continuous bombardment? Even the most fervent efforts seemed futile, yet the myriad formations forming the protective barrier remained utterly unscathed, causing great discomfort among the attackers. Meanwhile, Wang Xuanzhi reveled in a state of tranquility, accompanied by 2 phoenixes. When Jiang Lian observed Wang Xuanzhi emerging from the formation unscathed, her countenance illuminated with relief, for her greatest fear had been that he might encounter misfortune. Unbeknownst to her, her entire focus had shifted toward Wang Xuanzhi. The Divine Lord, witnessing this scene, felt an intensifying fatigue weighing upon his already weary heart. The metaphorical waters of a daughter married off seemed to have turned against him, as he lamented the predicament he found himself in. He glanced at Wang Xuanzhi, whose neck bore a mark that was evidently not a bruise but rather a kiss, and he could only conclude that the young man had been enjoying himself within the barrier. The lords of various tribes, noticing the imprint on Wang Xuanzhi and recalling that both continent rulers were women, understood the implications of Jiang Lian's release and Wang Xuanzhi's substitution. They could easily deduce the inhumane treatment he had endured inside. Yet, They remained foolishly engaged in their relentless bombardment of the formation, exhausting themselves for naught. While Wang Xuanzhi remained unscathed as the gaze of billions rested upon him, Wang Xuanzhi felt a tinge of embarrassment and hastily concealed the mark on his neck. He greeted the assembled crowd, inquiring how they had come to the Shura continent. The Divine Lord's expression was anything but pleasant, and the other tribal leaders mirrored his discontent. However, given the circumstances, they refrained from voicing their grievances. With a grand gesture, Wang Xuanzhi was whisked away from this realm, departing from the Shura continent. The million Shura guards exhaled a collective sigh of relief as the dark mass of billions retreated. Finally, they were gone. They had never witnessed such a formidable display before. In the days that followed, panic engulfed the Shura continent upon the disappearance of the Shura queen. But soon a new Shura king emerged to govern the land. The same turmoil unfolded on the Hongmeng continent, where the absence of the Hongmeng ruler ignited a flurry of activity among various factions. Chaos ensued until a new ruler was ultimately elected, disassociating them entirely from the origin continent. In a remote, desolate corner of the Shura continent, ominous thunder rolled across the sky, heralding the impending tribulation. Beneath this tempest, two stunning women stood, one clad in red, the other in purple. Their formidable presence pierced through the storm as they ascended beyond its reach. The woman in red murmured in astonishment at the unexpected enhancement to their physiques, attributing it to the dragon essence from the young lad. Meanwhile, the woman in purple confirmed her own advancement, evolving from the Nine Heavens Ice Phoenix body to the Nine Heavens Emperor Phoenix body. They speculated about the myriad secrets the young man might possess and hoped he would find a worthy companion in the future. Upon returning to the origin continent, Wang Xuanzhi settled within the Divine Clan's Grand Hall, flanked by the Human Lord, the Immortal Lord, the Demon Lord, and two Beast Lords. Their expressions were far from amicable as they regarded the Divine Lord. The Human Lord promptly stated that now that the marriage was concluded, Xuanzhi ought to accompany them back, promising to visit the Divine Clan frequently. The Divine Lord, eager to see them depart and prevent any further mischief involving his daughter, silently agreed, relieved that no untoward incidents had occurred. Wang Xuanzhi remained blissfully unaware of the Divine Lord's inner machinations, still lost in thoughts of his earlier escapade. Zhang Lian, however, felt a pang of reluctance. The classic tale of a hero rescuing a damsel resonated with her heart. Yet, for Wang Xuanzhi, the allure of the two phoenixes was undeniable. Suspended in the air, Yao Yao scrutinized Wang Xuanzhi, intrigued by the stark contrast between them. She continued her comparisons, oblivious to her own peculiar behavior, while the Divine Lord gazed at Wang Xuanzhi with a mix of reluctance and paternal concern. He lamented internally, wishing to retain him, yet recognizing the steadfastness of those who cared for him. He expressed a desire for Wang Xuanzhi to visit frequently, despite the thinly veiled urgency to send him away. Wang Xuanzhi, sensing the unspoken pressure to depart, wore an expression that clearly conveyed his thoughts. "Old man? Could you be any more disingenuous?" Zhang Lian, filled with longing, looked at the Divine Lord, silently pleading for him to reconsider, but he feigned ignorance, remaining resolute. Thus, the lords of the four tribes led Wang Xuanzhi away from the Grand Hall and out of the Divine Clan. As Wang Xuanzhi's mind echoed with the system's cold voice announcing the completion of his task and the attainment of the true God realm, he felt a profound transformation within him. Though he could not articulate its nature, behind him, a chaotic divine halo emerged, signifying his entrance into the realm of the divine. This halo expanded, revealing multiple rings of power. The Human Lord and others remained oblivious to Wang Xuanzhi's transformation, unable to comprehend the divine anomaly that had manifested above the divine land, in the celestial realm. A colossal chaotic phenomenon emerged, revealing a mysterious kingdom where its inhabitants thrived under the divine light. Among them stood an ancient deity resembling Wang Xuanzhi, casting a watchful gaze over the realm. The Lord of the divine nation observed the celestial anomaly with astonishment, murmuring in disbelief at the possibility of the rumors being true, that a being of true God caliber existed. Such an existence could herald a renaissance for their clan. The Divine Lord ordered an immediate investigation to ascertain the source of this power, emphasizing the need to protect it for the future of their lineage. The Divine Maiden, lost in thought, was unconcerned with the origins of the phenomenon. Her heart had already been captured by Wang Xuanzhi. Soon, several spies within the Divine City reported that the source of the anomaly was indeed Wang Xuanzhi. At that moment, Zhang Lian and the Divine Lord trembled in unison, with the latter murmuring incredulously at the unfolding fate. Having just sent him away, they now found themselves compelled to summon him back. Observing his daughter's elation, the Divine Lord sighed, acknowledging her happiness. Very well, my dear daughter. I consent to your union with him. Jiang Lian leapt for joy, eagerly following her father as they tore through the fabric of space. Vanishing from sight. System, what exactly is this true God realm? Can you enlighten me? Wang Xuanzhi exclaimed, feeling ignored. Hey, is anyone there? You were so quick to give me rewards, yet now you choose silence? How infuriating. His frustration grew. Realizing that this system paled in comparison to the others he had encountered, the group returned to the human clan. The 6 of them appeared in the grand hall, where the demon lord grinned at Wang Xuanzhi, rubbing his hands together. Speaking of which, young master, it seems that matters on the divine side have already been resolved. Should we not also attend to the affairs here? Wang Xuanzhi raised an eyebrow and inquired. What matters? The immortal sovereign and the human sovereign exchanged glances, nodding in unison as they spoke, of course, the matter of procreation. As a prodigy of this continent, the young master had single-handedly ventured into 2 realms to rescue the princess of the divine race. His current cultivation level was no less than ours, causing us, the older generation, to feel quite humbled. Thus, it is time for the young master to contemplate the matter of future descendants. Upon realizing Wang Xuanzhi's formidable strength, the others were taken aback, their anxiety about his potential offspring growing. Wang Xuanzhi now possessed the power to ascend to the celestial realm. He need only await the guiding light in 5 years, and he would undoubtedly ascend. Wang Xuanzhi, taken aback, thought to himself, really? I am still so young, and yet I must shoulder such a weighty matter. Reluctantly, he conceded, well, I can only accept this burden. He certainly did not wish to become a mere workhorse. Observing Wang Xuanzhi's reluctance, the demon sovereign hastily reassured him, fear not, the lady is exceptionally beautiful and will surely be to your liking. You merely need to leave a trace of your bloodline. There is no need to concern yourself with what follows. We, the demon race, will devote our utmost efforts to nurturing her and her mother. They shall not suffer any indignities within our clan. You may ascend to the celestial realm and forge your own path, while we faithfully follow in your footsteps, striving for greatness and glory. The human sovereign, immortal sovereign, and demon sovereign exchanged incredulous looks. Bemused by the demon sovereign's excessive flattery, having expressed all they wished to say, what more could they add? Wang Xuanzhi, however, remained discontent with such arbitrary arrangements. After all, lacking any emotional foundation, what significance did marriage hold? Yet, his body seemed to acquiesce, leaving him in a state of inner turmoil. If sensing Wang Xuanzhi's conflict, the 4 sovereigns spoke in unison, their voices surprisingly harmonious. Rest assured, this is merely an engagement ceremony. It will allow you all to cultivate your feelings. We shall not pressure you too much. Everything will be decided by your own choice. At that moment, the human sovereign discreetly summoned Lu Wanjun. Wang Xuanzhi's expression was conflicted. Upon seeing his mother enter with hopeful eyes, he realized this was undoubtedly the human sovereign's doing. Under the intense gaze of Lu Wanjun, Wang Xuanzhi relented, nodding with resignation. Just then, the divine sovereign appeared alongside Jiang Lian, bursting into laughter. Esteemed guests, it has been too long. Have you missed this humble divine being? Ah, my dear son-in-law, it is wonderful to see you again. Is the wedding not yet complete? Come, let us return to the divine realm and expedite the union of you two. Jiang Lian blushed, her breathtaking beauty rendering Wang Xuanzhi momentarily spellbound. The 4 sovereigns watched Wang Xuanzhi's reaction with satisfaction. Indeed, the beauty trap was effective. They dispatched the 4 most exquisite maidens from their clan, confident that Wang Xuanzhi would not resist. With the right atmosphere created, a thunderous passion was bound to ignite. As Wang Xuanzhi regained his composure, he stared at the divine sovereign with a bewildered expression. Were you not the one urging me to leave? Why now do you wish for me to return and marry? Did you take a wrong turn somewhere? The 4 sovereigns regarded the divine sovereign with suspicion. Having previously driven him away, why was he now beckoning him back? Were they mere pawns in a game? Despite feeling embarrassed, the divine sovereign maintained a thick skin. Ignoring the disdain from the 4 sovereigns, he quickly shifted his demeanor, donning an expression of profound sorrow that could evoke tears from the heavens. Truly, the divine sovereign was a master of emotional manipulation. Wang Xuanzhi, unsure of what performance the divine sovereign would deliver next, noted how rapidly his expressions changed. Why, son-in-law? You must know that I once hesitated to entrust my daughter to you. Reflecting now, I realize how foolish that was. A man like you, unparalleled in the world, should not be separated from my daughter. With a look of disbelief, Wang Xuanzhi gaped, as did the 4 sovereigns. Could there truly be such shamelessness? This was a ruler of a nation, willing to sacrifice all for his country, even his own dignity. They were oblivious to the true significance of the divine realm. Only the divine sovereign himself understood its weight. Chapter 47. The scheme to entrap Wang Xuanzhi. The four sovereigns were incensed. How could this possibly work? Everything was proceeding smoothly until the divine sovereign interjected. Soon, the atmosphere in the hall was charged with tension as the four sovereigns and the divine sovereign exchanged heated glances. Jiang Lian boldly took Wang Xuanzhi's hand, leading him out of the hall. As the four sovereigns prepared to pursue, the divine sovereign blocked their path, watching with satisfaction as the couple departed. Ah, my lovely daughter. This is how it should be. To seize a man's heart, one must take the initiative. Unbeknownst to them, just moments ago, some had opposed this very notion. Now, with Wang Xuanzhi's divine manifestation, they all agreed. Lu Wanjun beamed at the couple, marveling at their perfect pairing, he, dashing, she, graceful. Wang Xuanzhi felt stiff all over. This was the first time a girl had held his hand, and of course, previous incidents did not count. Jiang Lian turned to Wang Xuanzhi with a pitiful expression. What? Is my husband so unwelcoming? Upon hearing this, Wang Xuanzhi's heart softened. He awkwardly chuckled. No, I just need to get used to it. The three systems within Wang Xuanzhi observed his awkwardness, stifling laughter. They were no Na'vi beings. They understood the dynamics of romance well. The origin human god system remarked, the difference between the fierce dragon and phoenix battles and his current demeanor is striking. The chaotic divine demon system expressed curiosity about Wang Xuanzhi's situation. Marriage truly was a peculiar thing. Wang Xuanzhi remained unaware that the four systems had witnessed all that transpired. Had he known, he would have been mortified. It was akin to a live broadcast. Thankfully, all four systems were female. Had they been male, Wang Xuanzhi would have been infuriated. As their silhouettes lengthened under the setting sun, their connection deepened through conversation. Meanwhile, inside the hall, the atmosphere grew more lively. The sovereigns were embroiled in heated debates, the tension palpable. Why does the divine race speak as if it were mere flatulence, contradicting itself? Just moments ago, you released Xuanzhi, and now you claim him again. What is your true intent? The demon sovereign's eyes burned with intensity. Ultimately, it was the human sovereign who devised a plan, undoubtedly designed to entrap Wang Xuanzhi. A shrewd glimmer sparkled in his aged visage as he proposed. Let us compromise. On the day of the engagement, let Xuanzhi marry 5 women simultaneously, all recognized as equals, with no distinction of hierarchy. Yet, the young master seemed reluctant. What should we do? The immortal sovereign's eyes reflected concern. The 2 demon sovereigns intervened. If there are no feelings, let us cultivate them. But the marriage must be established first. Within 5 years, something significant will surely transpire. We can employ extraordinary means to place the young master in a secret realm, allowing him to hone his skills. That we shall also include all 5 women, ensuring that after experiencing life and death separations, their bonds will undoubtedly deepen. Excellent idea. The 5 voices chimed in unison, all in favor of the proposal. However, none noticed the faint blush on the face of the Fire Phoenix sovereign. Although their calculations seemed sound, they were unaware that when the plan was executed, a mishap occurred, transporting them to the celestial realm. Due to their unintentional arrangements, the 5 women nearly fell into peril. In a critical moment, it was Wang Xuanzhi who stepped forward to rescue them, solidifying their bonds further. Thus, it was settled as the sun dipped below the horizon. Wang Xuanzhi and Jiang Lian returned to the hall, observing the assembled company, who surprisingly had refrained from engaging in conflict. The atmosphere was unexpectedly harmonious. Sensing the peculiar ambience, Wang Xuanzhi felt an ominous premonition. He cast a suspicious glance at the human sovereign, suspecting yet again that this cunning old man had devised another scheme to ensnare him. This time, however, Wang Xuanzhi was mistaken. It was everyone present in the hall who conspired against him. Amidst the strikingly matched pair, the divine sovereign beamed with pride, as if to proclaim, I have raised my daughter well. The human sovereign gritted his teeth in frustration, lamenting that if not for his advanced age, he could still father a daughter. He must have a few daughters to marry off to Wang Xuanzhi. The demon lord, however, exhibited little emotional fluctuation, as the Fire Phoenix mistress was destined to marry as well. In recent years, the old color dragon had neither the audacity nor the intention to pursue her. In his youth, he had once sought her affection, but alas, she had never regarded him with any interest. Consequently, he relinquished his pursuit. The demon lord appeared indifferent, confident in the presence of his renowned artifact. He believed no man could resist such power. The specifics of this artifact remained unknown for now. Only when Wang Xuanzhi experienced it personally would the truth be revealed, and naturally, he would not divulge it. During the hours that Wang Xuanzhi and Jiang Lian had departed, everything had been meticulously arranged. And now they awaited the two to fall into this trap. Meanwhile, 3 women were covertly prepared, ready to accompany Wang Xuanzhi into that secret realm, fostering their relationships. The leaders of their clans had instructed everything, leaving behind numerous life-preserving treasures, all imbued with rich heritage. Even if they encountered a deity, they could escape unharmed. At this moment, the God Lord, who plotted to ensnare daughters, exchanged glances with the 4 clan leaders, signaling that everything was in place. Wang Xuanzhi increasingly sensed that the atmosphere was amiss. He spoke. "Why are you all so quiet? Have you arranged everything?" The 5 individuals present revealed enigmatic smiles. As for why there were 5, it was because the Fire Phoenix mistress had vanished from sight, preparing alongside the 3 women in the shadows. The 3 women, veiled, exuded an ethereal aura that remained undiminished. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted in the grand hall. Wang Xuanzhi was momentarily blinded by the radiance, and before he could open his eyes, he felt himself stepping into some form of teleportation array. Just before being transported, he shouted, "You old schemers, you've trapped me once again." Jiang Lian felt similarly, and by the time they regained their senses, they had already vanished. Only the 5 grinning old tricksters remained, eagerly anticipating what would unfold next. Should this scheme succeed, their descendants and bloodlines would undoubtedly flourish, ensuring the prosperity of their clans. At that moment, the God Lord nonchalantly inquired, "To which secret realm have you sent them? Is it of the divine or human realm?" The human lord was taken aback, as was the demon lord. Everyone seemed to have forgotten a crucial detail. Where exactly was this secret realm? Chapter 48. The Quest for Companions. The Yin-Yang Demon Palace recruits disciples. When Wang Xuanzhi regained his composure, he found himself amidst a throng of people in a location suffused with dense spiritual energy, approximately 10 times denser than that of the origin continent. He stood in a crowd where no one spared him a glance. Instead, they shoved him forward, urging him along. "Hurry, hurry. Today is the day the Yin-Yang Demon Palace recruits disciples. Who pushed me? Which scoundrel touched my backside? Who grabbed my waist?" The clamor of voices echoed amid the crowd. As he collected himself, Wang Xuanzhi was swept along, joining the throng heading toward the front. At that moment, a voice resonated in his mind, and Yao Yao floated in midair, having been transported alongside him. Ding! Task issued. Locate the woman arranged by the Demon Lord and break through to the 4th realm of the Demon Path. Ding! Task issued. Find the woman designated by the Immortal Lord and reach a 30 comprehension of the Immortal Path. Ding! Task issued. Seek out the woman assigned by the Human Lord and break through to the Golden Core realm, achieving the Yuan Ing realm. Ding! Task issued. Find Jiang Lian and awaken the Supreme Divine Eyes. Ding! Task issued. Locate the Fire Phoenix Mistress, reward, the Supreme Bone of the Mortal Realm. The system's voice filled Wang Xuanzhi's mind, evoking a sense of happiness that took him by surprise. Whether it was enhancing his realm or deepening his understanding of the Immortal Path, particularly the last 2 rewards, they were simply extraordinary. The Supreme Divine Eyes and Supreme Bone. Such bountiful rewards made him feel as though he were floating on air. Now, the priority was to ascertain his current location. As for the old tricksters transporting them here, he would settle that score later. Wang Xuanzhi pushed through the crowd to the forefront, where a vast plaza awaited him. There, he beheld 100 elderly figures clad in black robes, their aura exuding a terrifying intensity. Each of them radiated an energy level comparable to the Demon Lord, deepening Wang Xuanzhi's curiosity about his surroundings. Before the black-robed elders stood dozens of black demon pillars, each adorned with numerous faint light points. One elder spoke, "Do not rush. Come one at a time. Those who illuminate 3 light points atop the demon pillars may join my Yin-Yang Demon Palace as outer disciples. Those who light 5 points may become inner disciples. Those who illuminate 7 points may become direct disciples." The elder sighed. 100 years have passed, yet not a single person has managed to light up all 7 points. The elder had been assigned to this desolate area to recruit disciples out of sheer necessity. The more talented disciples he gathered, the greater the benefits he would receive within the palace. As he surveyed the motley crowd, he suspected this recruitment would also end in failure. The overwhelming number of people made him oblivious to Wang Xuanzhi's otherworldly presence. Soon, someone inquired, "Elder, what status does one hold in the Demon Palace if they illuminate more than 7 light points?" The black-robed elder, visibly irked, waved his hand dismissively. In the past century, only a handful have managed to light up more than 7 points. "What are you all thinking? First, see if you can light up 3. With that command, the crowd, dark as night, moved in an orderly fashion to approach the demon pillars. The Yin-Yang Demon Palace's recruitment process did not concern itself with one's background or information. It was solely a test of their ability to illuminate the light points on the pillars. The number of illuminated points represented one's innate talent for cultivating the demon path. The first individuals approached the pillars, placing their hands upon them, deeply contemplating. 2 light points flickered to life briefly before dimming once more. The black-robed elder shook his head. You do not qualify. Next, the dejected man exited the stage, and the next stepped up, placing his hands on the pillar, illuminating 3 points. 3 points. You may join my Yin-Yang Demon Palace as an outer disciple. 4 points. You may enter the outer sect. Proceed to the back for registration of your background and information. If your information is found lacking, you will be expelled from the Yin-Yang Demon Palace. The black-robed elder acted like an emotionless roll call machine, pointing out each successful candidate. Wang Xuanzhi observed many being eliminated and inwardly questioned the Chaos Demon God system. Hey, will I be eliminated? Do I possess any talent for cultivation? The system's voice responded, rest assured, host, if anyone dares claim to be second in demonic cultivation, you would undoubtedly be the first. This statement bolstered Wang Xuanzhi's confidence considerably. Soon, the line moved forward, and it was Wang Xuanzhi's turn. Approaching the pillar, he glanced at the black-robed elder. The elder, upon seeing Wang Xuanzhi's stunning visage, was momentarily taken aback, pondering, how can such a beautiful youth exist? This ethereal youth should be cultivating the immortal path. What brings him to the demon path? Has he come to the wrong place? The black-robed elder instructed, place your hands on the pillar and channel your understanding of the demon path's power. Let us see how many light points you can draw forth. Wang Xuanzhi nodded, immersing himself in the energy emanating from the pillar. Just then, within him, a celestial demon of the starry sky awakened. Its eyes slowly opening, as it did. Wang Xuanzhi's demonic aura surged, transforming him as if he were the celestial demon itself. The light points on the pillar surged from the bottom to the top, illuminating all 10 points in an instant. The brilliance radiated forth, blinding the black-robed elder in disbelief. The elder pinched his own face to confirm reality, realizing it was true. 10 points. A full 10 points in the entire history of the Yin-Yang Demon Palace. No one has ever achieved 10. Bring this youth back to the Yin-Yang Demon Palace. He must be brought back. This boy is the key to our resurgence. Just 2 days prior, a demoness had been discovered. Now, a demon child appeared. This was indeed heaven's will. Chapter 49. The unsophisticated Wang Xuanzhi, first to gather 100,000 followers, the numerous black-robed elders displayed an unprecedented level of excitement, one that even surpassed the joy of a newborn in their families. Unless adorned with a hat, one might feel a surge of excitement. Now, with the emergence of Wang Xuanzhi, if they successfully escort him back to the Yin-Yang Demon Palace, their status will surely rise like a tide. The elder clad in black robes, known as Imo Tongtian, gazes at Wang Xuanzhi with an unparalleled softness, akin to that of a father looking upon his beloved son. Nay, even more tender than that. Presently, Wang Xuanzhi could make the most extravagant demands, and he would grant them all. Even if he were to defecate upon his head, Imo Tongtian would surely commend his physique. However, this phenomenon does not cease here. Wang Xuanzhi resembles a youthful celestial demon, his aura growing increasingly formidable. His 3,000 strands of raven hair rise in the air, and the 10 luminous points atop the demonic stone pillar soar once more. Boom! A resounding explosion erupts, shattering the stone pillar. The blast darkens Imo Tongtian's already shadowy visage, rendering him even more disheveled and tattered. Wang Xuanzhi, taken aback, retracts his hand. This explosion has not harmed him in the slightest. He muses inwardly, oh no, have I injured this elder? Will he seek revenge upon me? Will I be barred from entering the demon palace? The bewilderment does not end there. One can observe that the other demonic stone pillars in the vicinity, influenced by Wang Xuanzhi's divine aura, commence a series of explosions. Boom, boom, boom. A chain reaction ensues. One explosion leads to 10, then to 100. The elders of the demon palace are rendered speechless. A single pillar exploding is one matter. But now, with all pillars erupting, what shall become of their disciple recruitment? It is utterly hopeless. Not to mention the immense value of these pillars, he lets out a heavy sigh. The crowd behind him is equally stunned. With some voicing their despair, Elder, what shall we do about the testing? Imo Tongtian contemplates internally. Since Wang Xuanzhi has emerged, perhaps it is best to forego the other disciples. Although this incurs a certain loss. Wang Xuanzhi alone can outweigh countless others, Do Tongtian resolutely declares. Since the pillars have exploded, we can no longer conduct the testing. I deeply regret that none of you may enter the Demon Palace. You may return to participate in the recruitment of disciples in a century's time. This concludes our gathering today. His words immediately incite dissatisfaction among the multitude. They have toiled hard to participate in the disciple recruitment of the Yinyang Demon Palace, only to face such an unfortunate outcome. How can they accept this? Soon, cries of anguish and anger rise from the crowd, echoing in waves. Elder, grant us one more chance. Elder, it is not easy for us to participate in this grand competition. Can we not have another opportunity? I implore you, Elder. It is all due to that wretched lad. He has ruined our chance to enter the Demon Palace. Yes, it is all his fault, that scoundrel. Before long, many turn their ire towards Wang Xuanzhi. Yet, Mo Tongtian remains impassive, his expression unyielding. At this moment, a voice from the chaotic demon system rings out. Ding, task issued. Assist these 100,000 individuals in entering the Demon Palace and receive a volume of the Demon Emperor's methods. Wang Xuanzhi feels a surge of elation. He had not initially considered these individuals. Yet now, with the prospect of benefit, how could he refrain from aiding their entry? He gazes earnestly at Mo Tongtian, clasping his hands in respect, and states, Elder, it is entirely due to my actions that so many are unable to enter the Demon Palace. If today my actions result in the exclusion of these 100,000 individuals, I beseech you, allow them to enter. I am willing to sacrifice my own quota to grant them the opportunity to enter the Demon Palace. Elder, if they cannot enter, then neither shall I. I implore you to grant them another chance. As he speaks, tears shimmer in his eyes, and he turns to the crowd of 100,000. I feel deep remorse. I cannot face you all. A hush falls over the assembly. Those who once harbored resentment towards Wang Xuanzhi begin to dissipate their grievances in light of his heartfelt words. I truly am unworthy. I was just speaking ill of the young master. Young master, please accept my bow. Your righteousness humbles us. We have judged you with a petty mindset. Among the throng, many begin to apologize for their previous actions. Bowing deeply to Wang Xing, Mo Tongtian is profoundly moved. In this ruthless realm of cultivation, how rare it is to encounter such a pure-hearted child. He gazes at Wang Xuanzhi, exclaiming, good child. How could it be? Today, I shall ensure that all these 100,000 individuals enter the Demon Palace. Such a noble child, to repay malice with kindness. Such a quality is increasingly rare. Wang Xuanzhi nods in satisfaction and bows again. Expressing his gratitude to the elder, Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the side quest. You have obtained the Demon Emperor's method, contemplation of the Divine Demon Emperor. Wang Xuanzhi gains a deeper understanding of this technique, which revolves around the gathering of others' faith to enhance one's own power. The stronger the believer, the greater the faith they bestow upon Wang Xuanzhi. This technique is intended for the cultivation of others rather than himself. He then turns to address the 100,000 individuals, saying, my friends, since we shall all enter the Demon Palace together, we are now fellow disciples. Let us unite, ensuring that we are not bullied outside the palace, while I shall provide protection within its walls. Wang Xuanzhi speaks with righteous conviction, exuding the aura of a demonic leader. The crowd harbors their own ulterior motives. While many genuinely feel gratitude towards Wang Xuanzhi, some wish to forge ties with him, recognizing his ability to ignite the 10 luminous points of the demonic stone pillars. His esteemed status within the palace is certain. Wang Xuanzhi cleverly capitalizes on this sentiment. To be candid, I stumbled upon a demonic technique by chance. Now, I would like to share it with you all, as compensation for the disruption I caused during your recruitment. Upon finishing his words, Wang Xuanzhi emanates a cascade of black light, which enters the minds of the crowd. Though initially skeptical, as they practice the technique, they discover their powers rapidly increasing without any adverse effects. Gradually, they relax their apprehension, growing increasingly devoted to Wang Xuanzhi. This is undoubtedly further enhanced by the subtle influence of the Emperor's method, positioning Wang Xuanzhi as their pillar of support. Mo Tongtian is overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face. Good child. Not only have you brought them into the Demon Palace, but you have also gifted them compensation. How can such a virtuous child exist? You are akin to the moonlight of my life. In the Demon Clan, rife with deception, had Mo Tongtian encountered Wang Xuanzhi before he embraced the demonic path, he would have never considered stepping into this realm. At this moment, an absurd thought crosses Mo Tongtian's mind. Wang Xuanzhi should not cultivate the demonic arts, for his actions are imbued with such righteousness. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the incessant influx of faith within Wang Xuanzhi amplifies his strength once more. Wang Xuanzhi feels an overwhelming sense of satisfaction, having gathered 100,000 followers. He need not intervene directly in future matters. His subordinates shall handle it for him. He believes that under the influence of the faith technique, they will grow increasingly powerful, while he can simply remain in the shadows as the orchestrator. Chapter 50. Master of the Yin-Yang Demon Palace, the Little Demonist Disciple. Mo Tongtian leads Wang Xuanzhi and the 100,000 individuals away from this place. With a wave of his hand, a massive flying vessel, dozens of feet in size, materializes in the void. Wang Xuanzhi gazes at the grand vessel with yearning, resolving to acquire such a vessel for himself to lead his 100,000 followers into battle across the world. They embark on the exclusive flying vessel of the Demon Palace, returning to the Yin-Yang Demon Palace. Wang Xuanzhi remains oblivious to his current location or the whereabouts of the women he seeks for his task. He quietly approaches Mo Tongtian, inquiring, "Elder, what is the name of this realm? I am from afar, and am not yet familiar with this area." Mo Tongtian harbors no suspicion towards Wang Xuanzhi. With such talent, who would care about his origins? Even if his background is shrouded in mystery, they would forcefully indoctrinate him into their ranks. After all, they belong to a demonic faction. Such abductions are their forte, and they excel in the art of martial suppression. The disciples they recruit are predominantly from the human race. As betrayal runs rampant among them, it is not uncommon for one to be betrayed by their kin or spouse. Invariably, those who encounter betrayal begin to darken, eventually embracing the demonic path. Such occurrences are commonplace within their ranks. Moreover, they frequently venture into other factions to seize talent, abducting the exceptional disciples from rival factions and forcibly instilling the merits of the demonic path within them. Once exposed to it, returning becomes impossible. This martial art, once chosen, becomes a lifelong commitment. Hence, many individuals approach the selection of their techniques with utmost caution. At this moment, Mo Tongtian exhibited no trace of the malevolence typically associated with the demonic race. Instead, he regarded Wang Xuanzhi with increasing fondness. Speaking kindly, "Our Yin-Yang Demon Palace is one of the most formidable forces in this realm of eternal life." Eternal life? Wang Xuanzhi inquired, perplexed. What place is this? Does the Origin continent harbor such a realm? Within merely half an hour, the flying vessel traversed countless miles, arriving at a cluster of palaces shrouded in dense demonic energy. These palatial structures, perched atop towering mountains, stretched endlessly. The vessel docked in a broad square where several other flying vessels were moored. Mo Tongtian felt a surge of delight in his heart, confidently asserting, "This time, let us see how those old geezers will criticize me. With such a talented disciple in hand, I shall walk with my nose held high." After speaking, he vanished with Wang Xuanzhi, instructing the elders behind him to arrange external positions for the 10,000 disciples. He then proceeded to meet the master of the Yin-Yang Demon Palace to report on his situation. Such significant matters required immediate communication with the master. Inside a grand black hall, 18 stone pillars were adorned with fierce depictions of demonic dragons. Above the dais sat a black throne, occupied by a figure draped in a massive black robe, rendering their features indistinguishable. Behind this entity stood a graceful woman, her face veiled. This was the recently discovered demoness, possessing an extraordinarily rare chaotic demonic constitution, exceptionally suited for cultivating the dark arts. The master of the Demon Palace had personally taken her as a direct disciple, following closely in her training. In a barely audible whisper meant solely for herself, the demoness murmured, "The master has arranged for me to meet the young master. I wonder where he has gone. Has he been searching for me? I do not even know what he looks like, as the master did not provide any details." This demoness was precisely the person Wang Xuanzhi sought, a precious gem hidden away. Now, it was up to Wang Xuanzhi to uncover her identity. Beneath the dais stood 13 elders clad in black robes, each accompanied by several exceptional disciples, the most talented recruits sought during the recent external recruitment. The strongest among them had already reached the brink of semi-saint status, just a step away from attaining the realm of land-bound saints. Notably, they were all merely in their teenage years, around the same age as Wang Xin and Mo Tongtian strode confidently into the palace. Addressing the 13 elders with an air of superiority, "You are all here. What achievements have you made this time?" Wang Xuanzhi was momentarily taken aback by this stark contrast. Could this brash demeanor truly belong to the kind old man from earlier? The 13 figures in black robes exchanged mocking glances, one of them jesting, "Mo Tongtian, have you once again taken in a useless disciple? Who does not know your reputation for choosing the most inept candidates in this palace?" They turned their attention to Wang Xuanzhi, exclaiming in shock, "Could it be that you have brought a joke? Such a righteous person, and you expect him to cultivate the dark arts? Have you lost your mind?" "Ha ha ha, it seems you are regressing," with a G-Dum O Tongtian's face flushed with indignation, shouting, "You are talking nonsense. This time, he is the son of the dark path." The gifted disciples behind the black-robed elders regarded Wang Xuanzhi with disdain, noting his striking handsomeness that surpassed their own. If Wang Xuanzhi were likened to clouds in the sky, then they were mere refuse upon the ground. Their gazes were imbued with malice at this moment. The demoness turned her attention to Wang Xuanzhi, silently marveling at his unparalleled beauty. Where could the young master be? To gaze upon one man while thinking of another is quite peculiar. This is undoubtedly true love. The master of the demon palace spoke in a cold, hoarse voice, indistinguishable in gender. "Enough with the bickering. From the talented disciples you have chosen, select the strongest one to become my direct disciple. The outcome depends on your abilities." Upon hearing this, the black-robed elders were filled with excitement. Should their chosen disciple achieve the status of a direct disciple, their own positions would undoubtedly rise. The exceptional disciples behind the black-robed elders also shared in the exhilaration. To become a direct disciple of a palace master would grant them unparalleled power and abundant resources. Moreover, with such a beautiful junior sister around, who could predict the potential sparks that might fly? Meanwhile, Mo Tongtian began discreetly communicating, relaying the events of the recruitment process to the master of the palace. The master raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Mo Tongtian. "Is what you say truly the case?" Mo Tongtian nodded resolutely, declaring, "I swear upon my demonic soul. Should I utter a single falsehood, may my soul be obliterated." The other black-robed elders were perplexed by Mo Tongtian's sudden declaration. Such an oath was not made lightly. Just when he thought he could secure Wang Xuanzhi's position as a direct disciple, the master of the demon palace extinguished his hopes with a single statement: "If he possesses such formidable abilities, it may be worthwhile to engage in competition with him." The master had undoubtedly recognized Wang Xuanzhi's extraordinary nature. Upon first glance, they noted his alignment with righteousness, yet in her eyes, he resembled an ancient giant demon, roaring in the cosmos, causing her demonic soul to tremble. As Mo Tongtian regarded Wang Xuanzhi with skepticism, he pondered over his demonic talents. Despite his potential, Wang Xuanzhi was merely at the golden core stage among humans. In the heavenly realm, golden cores were as common as grains of sand. What real strength could he possess? The strongest disciples were already on the brink of semi-saint status, easily able to overpower Wang Xuanzhi. Mo Tongtian felt a rising sense of panic, unable to fathom the master's intentions. Could this young man truly compete with them? Look at him. He bears no resemblance to the demonic race. He is undoubtedly human. Young man, have you been betrayed by your fiancée? Are you preparing to turn to darkness due to the treachery of your kin? The gifted disciples behind the black-robed elders regarded Wang Xuanzhi with contempt. Having grown up within the demonic race, they held a deep-seated disdain for those who transitioned from the human realm to the demonic. Such transitions often resulted in significant power boosts, garnering the attention of the elders and overshadowing many native demonic disciples. Their innate hostility towards Wang Xuanzhi was palpable, and the black-robed elders made no effort to intervene. Their primary concern was ensuring their own talented disciples secured the position of direct disciple. Wang Xuanzhi, initially reluctant to draw attention to himself, found himself provoked by their taunts. With a smile revealing a seemingly harmless demeanor, he directed his gaze at the master of the Yinyang Demon Palace, asking, "Master, shall we commence?" The master of the Yinyang Demon Palace responded, raising her hands and isolating the 14 black-robed elders to various locations around the arena. The 18 pillars within the grand hall shifted slowly, creating a vacant space for a competition. Wang Xuanzhi understood the implication and was the first to leap onto the arena. Mo Tongtian, watching from below, wore a worried expression and transmitted a message. "Xuanzhi, are you truly all right? If it becomes too much, we can withdraw." Wang Xuanzhi turned to him, offering a reassuring glance. With a demeanor of indifference, he began to radiate the essence of the dark arts. Casting aside his previous aura of righteousness, in that moment, he truly resembled an ancient demon, standing tall upon the arena. Wang Xuanzhi surveyed the arrogant gifted disciples who had spoken earlier, unabashedly taunting. "Who among you was barking just now? What is your status compared to mine?" Indeed, the gifted disciples were easily provoked. Several sprang forward. "Who are you calling a dog, you little brat? Today, you'll learn your place." The foremost two leapt onto the arena. In the demonic realm, fairness was seldom practiced in one-on-one confrontations. Fairness? What is that? If they could gang up on someone, They certainly would. The outcome was all that mattered. The process was inconsequential. Initially, there was suspicion and hesitation among them. But Wang Xuanzhi's provocations ignited their determination to eliminate him first. Wang Xuanzhi regarded the two who had taken the stage, his expression relaxed, hands clasped behind his back. He declared, "What are you? A hen crowing on the roof? Your insults mean nothing. Only true strength matters." The two prodigies could no longer restrain themselves. A terrifying aura of demonic energy emanated from their bodies, swirling around them. This demonic energy manifested into a colossal axe. Hurtling toward Wang Xuanzhi, the attack transcended the confines of space. Appearing directly before him, Tongtian could no longer bear to witness Wang Xuanzhi's torment. He quietly closed his eyes. Wang Xuanzhi, this demonic presence felt as feeble as a stray dog, devoid of any potency. Having undergone the baptism of hundreds of thousands of demons, he had fully awakened his divine demonic body. Within him lay a well of ancient star demons, sealed away. With a decisive motion, Wang Xuanzhi reached for the incoming axe, his physical form already invincible. Possessing 4 unparalleled physiques, the terrifying dragon phoenix body endowed him with a physique comparable to that of a sage. With a firm grip, he crushed the axe, transforming it into shards akin to glass. Crack, crack, crack. Under his mighty grasp, it disintegrated into fragments. Impossible! The prodigy was struck with horror. It was known that he was on the verge of sagehood. And yet the formidable demonic energy, a manifestation of the very forces of heaven and earth, was so effortlessly dismantled by Wang Xuanzhi. Wang Xuanzhi tore through space with his bare hands, appearing before the man. He seized the man by the neck, lifting him as one would a mere chick. The man's legs dangled in midair as he struggled futilely. Meanwhile, another man stealthily retreated, disappearing from the scene to prepare a surprise attack on Wang Xuanzhi. After a moment of waiting, Tongtian cautiously opened his eyes, only to witness a scene that left him astounded. Wang Xuanzhi was mercilessly toying with the half-saint prodigy. Wang Xuanzhi, with a detached demeanor, held the gaze of the ancient demon within him, who roared defiantly. The man, peering into Wang Xuanzhi's eyes, found himself trembling as if kneeling before the ancient demon. Wang Xuanzhi lifted the man and slammed him heavily to his right, executing a perfect shoulder throw. Bang! Not satisfied, he tossed him to the left. Bang! A bizarre spectacle unfolded on the arena as Wang Xuanzhi treated the man like a lifeless dog, repeatedly slamming him from side to side, creating gaping holes in the platform. After enduring dozens of blows, the man lay foaming at the mouth, his eyes rolling back in unconsciousness. Like a discarded ragdoll, he was unceremoniously thrown to the ground. His fate uncertain. Wang Xuanzhi spoke coolly. "A toad cannot hope to rival a frog. I thought you would be strong, yet you dare to provoke me with such paltry power? Do you have bubbles in your brain?" The man, barely conscious, was so incensed by Wang Xuanzhi's mockery that he fainted from rage. At that moment, the previously vanished man reappeared behind Wang Xuanzhi, brandishing a dark dagger aimed directly at his forehead. Tongtian shouted from below, "Be careful." Wang Xuanzhi turned his head, raising his left hand to block the dagger. The half-saint's expression turned frantic. "You fool! To catch a dagger made of dark gold with your bare hands is a death wish." In an instant, the man found himself suspended in midair, his previous expression frozen in disbelief. He could not advance even a fraction. The dagger was caught effortlessly between Wang Xuanzhi's fingers. What followed was a time of utter humiliation for the man. Wang Xuanzhi grinned, and the half-saint felt as though he was gazing upon the smile of a demon, sending shivers down his spine. Wang Xuanzhi delivered a punch that slammed the man into the ground, straddling him. "You lack martial ethics, bullying a mere 16-year-old like me." With each word, his fists rained down upon the man. Bang, bang. Each blow landed with force, a flurry of shadows dancing in the arena as Wang Xuanzhi delivered rhythmic strikes. The arena soon echoed with the man's anguished cries, a haunting symphony of suffering. Wang Xuanzhi struck with deliberate rhythm, each punch punctuated, causing the man's shrieks to align in a macabre cadence. Within a quarter of an hour, the man's face had swollen grotesquely, resembling a bloated pig, his body covered in crimson welts. At this moment, he was utterly terrified of Wang Xuanzhi. This was a true demon. Not only did he strike, but he did so with an unsettling rhythm. The man felt utterly powerless to resist. The demonic aura emanating from Wang Xuanzhi weighed upon him like an insurmountable mountain, making him feel like a frightened girl cowering in a corner. The other man, who had previously lost consciousness, was jolted awake by the cacophony. Struggling to lift his swollen eyelids, He beheld the sight of Wang Xuanzhi atop his fallen comrade, mercilessly pounding him. This vision terrified him, sending him back into unconsciousness. Seeing the man had succumbed to unconsciousness, Wang Xuanzhi stood up, dusting off his hands and reverting to his benign facade, resembling a harmless young man. No one dared to underestimate Wang Xuanzhi anymore. He was clearly a wolf in sheep's clothing. Tongtian was left in stunned silence, unable to comprehend that such an ostensibly virtuous youth could commit such acts of brutality. His recent behavior was more demonic than that of the demons themselves, more ruthless than the bandits. Is this truly a member of the human race? He mumbled to himself. Not only he, but even the other elders in black robes were left dumbfounded. This kid is indeed a master of disguise. How could such a being exist among humans? Some elders began to mutter under their breath, scolding Wang Xuanzhi for his shamelessness, for his excessive force. Kid, you've gone too far. Have you no regard for the rules of our sect? Indeed, you should apologize while you still can. Another chimed in. Given your actions, we must revoke your qualifications. Yes, Palace Master, such a person cannot be allowed to remain. Wang Xuanzhi was taken aback by the shamelessness of the elders, their words eliciting both laughter and anger. Tongtian was about to rebut, but Wang Xuanzhi preempted him. Are you demons or am I? Why do you all behave like humans? I have struck. What more is there to say? The demonic world is one of the strong devouring the weak. Is there a rule that says once a weaker foe is down, the older ones must step in? If that is the case, I need not compete for this position. Let you old folks take it and become the disciples of the Palace Master. Wang Xuanzhi's words left the elders momentarily speechless. In their eagerness to protect their disciple, they had momentarily forgotten the nature of their kind. The demonic race did not place much emphasis on the battles among disciples, as long as they did not result in death. One could fight freely. They realized their previous reactions had been a bit excessive, and their expressions became awkward as they fell silent. Seeing their silence, Wang Xuanzhi turned his attention to the 11 prodigies standing below. He proclaimed, "Come forth and face me in battle. You may choose a one-on-one duel or a group melee, I alone against all 11 of you, or I may take you all on at once. The choice is yours." Wang Xuanzhi's words were imbued with an audacious spirit, yet the 11 found themselves unable to refute him, for his strength was indeed formidable. Kid, do not be overly arrogant. Do not presume that 11 of us would fear you alone. Just because you managed to subdue 2 defeated foes does not mean you can dominate us all. The other elders in black robes found this statement curious. How odd it sounds that the weakest among them would speak so boldly. Just then, the 2 who had just regained consciousness heard these words and, incensed, coughed up blood before fainting again. They gathered on the arena, their eyes filled with hostility, prepared to fight for victory. Tongtian was now invigorated, resembling a proud rooster. Xuanzhi, go for it, defeat them. Wang Xuanzhi smiled in response, his aura growing ever stronger. Stand back, the main character is about to unleash his prowess. The divine demonic body was no longer concealed, and the ancient demons within him manifested. In that moment, Wang Xuanzhi's figure surged upward, the demonic energy billowing around him, as if he had emerged from the abyss of hell itself. Behind him, a cosmic phenomenon unfolded, enveloping the entire hall in an endless starry expanse. His 3,000 strands of hair flowed as 10,000 ancient demons knelt in reverence before him. Tongtian beheld Wang Xuanzhi in his entirety for the first time, and he appeared more demon-like than any demon. The palace master of the Yinyang Demon Palace, hidden beneath her black robe, could not conceal her astonishment. She murmured softly, "This child is a natural-born demon. His demonic might innate, his path intertwined with the demonic." The techniques of the Yinyang Demon Palace emphasize the harmony of yin and yang. In recent years, the negative energy within me has intensified. Wang Xuanzhi remains unaware that he has already caught the attention of the palace master of the Yinyang Demon Palace, as the demonic aura surrounding him grows ever more potent. The 11 individuals, whose initial vigor was feeble, now appear utterly depleted. Wang Xuanzhi stands amidst the boundless starry expanse, gazing down upon the 11. Are you prepared to embrace the wrath of the great demon? Behind him, the 100,000 great demons, led by Wang Xuanzhi, roar towards the heavens. The wrath of the great demon, the wrath of the great demon, the wrath of the great demon. Their resounding voices echo throughout the grand hall. The 11 now feel their spirits waning, suddenly realizing that Wang Xuanzhi's presence seems capable of overwhelming them. The 100,000 great demons appear as real as life itself. Below, the elder in black robes has been rendered speechless. Is this the divine bestowal of a demonic offspring upon my palace? The aura is unparalleled, The great demons bow in submission. This is undoubtedly the supreme demonic offspring. The contrast between Wang Xuanzhi's current demeanor and his earlier frail appearance is striking. Madong Tian, from where did you find such a disciple? Truly, your luck is remarkable. With such a disciple, your position as a direct disciple is assured. The black-robed elders are now devoid of hope, their envy palpable in their reddened eyes. At this moment, Wang Xuanzhi exudes an aura of sheer terror. These semi-saints are no match for him. This young man is a great demon clad in sheep's clothing, ready to devour these 11 lambs. Chapter 53. Becoming a direct disciple, meeting the master's several outstanding talents, lacking in resolve, have conceded. Oh, why does my stomach hurt so much? Who has conspired against me? How infuriating! I was certain of securing the position of a direct disciple. But alas, my current state leaves me no choice but to regretfully withdraw. I shall relinquish this position to you. The first outstanding talent casts a begrudging glance at Wang Xuanzhi, lamenting as he jumps down from the arena to stand behind the elder in black robes. The elder nods in acknowledgement, uttering no further words. This is undoubtedly the best outcome. They avoid a beating and maintain some semblance of dignity. With the first voice raised, others soon follow. The second semi-saint exclaims, "How frustrating yesterday! I consumed something that disagreed with me, resulting in a terrible stomachache today. It seems I must concede this competitive position to you. Your luck is indeed extraordinary." He casts a resentful glance at Wang Xuanzhi before stepping down from the arena to join the elder in black robes. They all act as if nothing has happened. The third semi-saint is even more bizarre. He says, "How infuriating! I overexerted myself last night, and now my limbs feel weak, dazzled, and helpless. It appears this position of direct disciple must be yours. You truly are fortunate." Wang Xuanzhi's expression darkens. The previous two had at least provided reasonable excuses, but what is this? It sounds like nonsense. The elder in black robes who brought this disciple also wears a grim expression. This fellow is playing far too frivolously. With the arena clearly set for an 11 against 1 confrontation, the words of these few have stirred doubts among the others. One by one, the 11 individuals gradually withdraw, leaving Wang Xuanzhi standing alone on the stage, solitary and desolate. Oh, and of course, the 2 unfortunate souls who have fainted. Madong Tian can hardly contain his joy, his smile stretching from ear to ear. A disciple of his has become the direct disciple of the master of the Yin-Yang Demon Palace, ensuring his own elevated status in the future. His later years will surely be filled with comfort. The demoness also gazes at Wang Xuanzhi, intrigued by his terrifying demonic aura that sent shivers through her. She had not anticipated that Wang Xuanzhi's strength would reach such dizzying heights. She senses he may not be her equal. Despite her own attainment of the saint level under the palace master's guidance, she feels that Wang Xuanzhi possesses hidden depths, revealing only the tip of the iceberg. Wang Xuanzhi speaks coolly, "If everyone has surrendered, then I shall be the direct disciple of the palace master." He strides confidently to stand before the palace master, awaiting her acknowledgement of his new status. With this title, he will have easier access to information within the Yin-Yang Demon Palace, clarifying his current position and locating the individuals the system seeks. Upon returning to the origin continent, he intends to deal with those troublesome individuals first. Madong Tian, now ecstatic, exclaims, "Xuanzhi, splendid. You truly are a remarkable find." His face radiates with joy, as if rejuvenated by several years. However, the palace master of the Yin-Yang Demon Palace speaks, "Direct disciple." Perhaps not. This. Wang Xuanzhi freezes, as does Madong Tian. What is this twist? Just moments ago, she seemed to affirm this, yet now she denies it. The other black-robed elders, initially despondent, suddenly find hope rekindled within them. Does this mean they may still recover their disciples? Could their status rise as well? The 11 who had surrendered, previously listless, now brim with renewed determination, their demeanor transformed. They cast provocative glances at Wang Xuanzhi, as if to say, "Humph, what does it matter if you've won? The palace master does not regard you." Wang Xuanzhi raises an eyebrow, contemplating whether to thoroughly defeat these 11 once more. Madong Tian, filled with urgency, speaks not only for himself but for Wang Xuanzhi. He feels it is unjust that, despite winning, Wang Xuanzhi cannot be recognized as a direct disciple. He asks, "Palace master, why is this? You had just promised it." The palace master, her visage obscured, responds in a calm yet mocking tone, "Did I not say I would not accept him as a disciple? I simply meant that I shall not claim him as a direct disciple. I desire Wang Xuanzhi to become my personal disciple. Now, he formally submits to me as his master, and he shall be personally taught by me. Just like Mo Hua, Ma Dongtian is elated by this unexpected turn of events. A personal disciple is distinct from a direct disciple. The former may have the opportunity to become the future deputy master of the palace, while the latter must strive further. The 13 black-robed elders, who were once invigorated, now wear despondent expressions once more. Life is indeed unpredictable. Roller coaster of ups and downs. The 11 talented disciples find their expressions frozen, their hearts heavy with regret. Who knows their plight? They have not only offended Wang Xuanzhi for no reason, but his status has also soared. How easy it will be for him to retaliate against them in the future. Very well, this meeting comes to a close. Ma Dongtian, you may take your leave. You are now officially the chief elder of the inner sect. You have done well in recruiting disciples this time. As for you, the palace master turns her gaze towards Wang Xuanzhi, pointing at him. Come with me to the back mountain of my palace. You shall formally join the Yinyang Demon Palace and become my disciple. Wang Xuanzhi is momentarily taken aback. This surprise arrives so suddenly. Before he can gather his thoughts, the palace master, without allowing him to utter another word, sweeps Wang Xuanzhi and Mo Hua away, vanishing from the grand hall, leaving the black-robed elders and the group of talented disciples in their place. The contrast of joy and sorrow is evident, and it is clear that Ma Dongtian has struck gold this time. The 13 black-robed elders begin to ingratiate themselves with Ma Dongtian, saying, Elder Tongtian, we were at fault before. Please, with your great heart, do not hold it against us. We acknowledge our pettiness, while your generosity is as vast as the ocean. Ma Dongtian is in ecstasy, feeling as if he is on cloud 9, basking in the flattery of others. I in the back mountain, within a serene little room, the palace master of the demon palace remains shrouded in obscurity. Her features concealed, she sits in this room, a cup of tea before her. She gestures for Wang Xuanzhi to take the cup and present it to her. Wang Xuanzhi quickly understands, hurrying forward to take the cup. Kneeling respectfully, Master, please allow your disciple to pay my respects. The palace master of the Yinyang Demon Palace is quite pleased with Wang Xuanzhi's cleverness, and her hand beneath the black robe pats his shoulder. Drinking the tea in one go. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Xuanzhi feels a peculiar sensation. The hand does not seem to belong to a man, but rather a woman. Chapter 54. The master is a woman? She was exceedingly pleased. Indeed, her perceptiveness was remarkable. As a master, it was inevitable that she would present a token of greeting to her disciple. Wang Xuanzhi's eyes sparkled. Was this not the very line he had been anticipating? He was filled with eager expectation, his eyes twinkling like stars. The mistress of the demon palace spoke languidly, her voice no longer concealed, resonating distinctly with feminine timbre. Why, dear disciple, I shall bestow upon you a gift that is unparalleled. Her tone was relaxed, as if she had just awakened from slumber. Wang Xuanzhi nodded vigorously. Yes, yes. The excitement coursed through him. As the head of the palace, her gift could only be exquisite. I shall grant you an appreciative gaze. Suddenly, Wang Xuanzhi's smile froze upon his face. Internally, he fumed. What a foolish master, bestowing upon me merely an appreciative glance. Why not ascend to the heavens? The mistress of the demon palace shed her dark robe, revealing a breathtaking visage. Wang Xuanzhi was momentarily taken aback. The mature allure emanating from her was akin to ripe peaches, captivating his gaze at every moment. He instinctively spoke. One glance can conquer a nation. Another can captivate a city. The mistress of the demon palace was taken aback, surprised by Wang Xuanzhi's eloquence. Her eyes narrowed into crescent moons. Good disciple, splendid. Your praise pleases me greatly. Mo Hua had previously seen the true form of the mistress of the demon palace. Yet she was still astonished by Wang Xuanzhi's poetic expression. Were not the demon folk known for their simplicity and brute strength? How had he suddenly become so articulate? Wang Xuanzhi hurriedly averted his gaze, inwardly chastising himself for his transgression. Just moments ago, a notion had crossed his mind, to rebelliously challenge his master. Yao Yao floated above, having captured Wang Xuanzhi's expression and thoughts. She drifted to his side and discreetly pinched his waist. Ouch! Wang Xuanzhi gasped in surprise. Yao Yao, what are you doing? He inquired softly, puzzled. Yao Yao did not respond. Her cheeks puffed up like an inflated balloon. Wang Xuanzhi stifled a laugh. This little girl was actually jealous. The mistress of the demon palace reveled in Wang Xuanzhi's compliments, her crimson lips parting. Good disciple, since you are so agreeable, today the task of washing clothes shall be entrusted to you. With a grand gesture, a mountain of women's intimate garments flew towards Wang Xuanzhi. What on earth? So much? Am I merely a laundry servant? He lamented, feeling a profound sense of desolation. His unreliable master appeared to be nothing more than a lazy dog. What woman hoards such a mountain of unwashed clothing and makes her disciple do it? In an impulsive moment, Wang Xuanzhi declared, Master, I too have a gift I wish to present to you. Consider it a token of our meeting. Oh, what gift? The mistress of the demon palace, intrigued, thought to herself that her disciple was quite adept at flattery. Without a moment's thought, Wang Xuanzhi blurted, I gift you my departure. 1,000 miles away. You shall have what you deserve. The mistress's expression darkened immediately, her eyes glinting with danger. With a flick of her wrist, she sent Wang Xuanzhi hurtling away, plummeting down the mountainside. A flash of light arced across the sky as he ascended. I shall return, he cried out, while Mo Hua stifled her laughter behind him. It was her first encounter with someone so amusing. A faint smile also graced the mistress's lips. Since becoming the leader of the palace, it was the first time someone dared to challenge her so audaciously. 3 days later, a hapless soul sat atop a mountain, scrubbing a veritable mountain of garments. Who could fathom the sheer number of items? He had spent an entire 3 days washing, surrounded by the lingering fragrance of femininity. Though some garments were indeed intimate, Wang Xuanzhi was no fool. He was a man of honor and would not be reduced to such a foolish state. Xuanzhi, you have arrived. Indeed, the clothing is impeccably clean. The mistress of the demon palace sat elegantly on a wooden chair, sipping a delicate tea. Wang Xuanzhi's eyes were filled with resentment. For days, he had been relegated to the role of a drudge. Within, a dangerous thought began to form. Once his strength surpassed that of the mistress of the demon palace, he would undoubtedly rebel against his master. The mistress now resembled a cunning fox, immensely pleased with Wang Xuanzhi's plight. She had discovered a newfound joy in orchestrating his challenges. Now, dear disciple, I have a task for you. Go to the Hall of Meritorious Deeds and retrieve a merit token. Upon your return, I shall grant you a single request. Wang Xuanzhi could not contain his curiosity. Master, we are of the demon race. What use do we have for merit? The mistress tapped his forehead lightly. What? Are we demons incapable of doing good deeds? Her eyes widened, fixated on Wang Xuanzhi. He chuckled awkwardly. Of course not, Master. Why not simply assist me in obtaining it? It's merely a matter of words. The mistress of the demon palace straightened herself, unhurriedly stating, This is a task you must undertake. Be cautious. The old woman in the Hall of Meritorious Deeds is quite treacherous and has always been at odds with me. I wish to avoid her, hence I send you. Wang Xuanzhi nodded, albeit bewildered, internally grumbling about her cunningness. Externally, he respectfully took his leave. Once he departed, the mistress's eyes sparkled with mischief, reminiscent of a fox that had committed a mischief. Yao Yao observed everything but refrained from sharing with Wang Xuanzhi. She too was curious to see how he would fare at there truly merit within the demon race. Wang Xuanzhi inquired as he descended the mountain path. Yao Yao floated in midair, her voice alluring, captivating Wang Xuanzhi's attention. The demon race possesses 4 virtues. First, the virtue of humanity, which involves saving the masses and rescuing them from peril. Second, the virtue of clarity, which entails luring disciples from other sects to join our ranks. Third, the virtue of generosity, which involves seizing resources from others to liberate them from worldly woes. Fourth, the virtue of benevolence, assisting others, such as aiding in childbirth or providing warmth. Wang Xuanzhi was dumbfounded. Was this not merely a guise for deception? What manner of faction had he stumbled into? Chapter 55. The 3 Trials of Merit. The Southern Path of Inquiry. The merit token serves to record a disciple's contributions within the demon palace, enabling the exchange for resources. Within the palace, lacking a merit token equates to having no contributions, rendering one immobile. The Hall of Meritorious Deeds is situated at the forefront of the demon palace. Wang Xuanzhi descended the mountains alone, seeking the Hall of Meritorious Deeds, the path to which was fraught with twists and turns, unfit for outsiders to traverse. Lacking a guide, he even struggled to locate the hall. Fortuitously, he found a newly acquired disciple to lead him there, only to be infuriated that this foolish master had not even revealed his identity. The blackened Hall of Meritorious Deeds exuded a chilling atmosphere, utterly incongruent with the notion of merit. The disciples of the demon palace, clad predominantly in dark attire, radiated an overwhelming demonic aura, while Wang Xuanzhi, garbed in white and exuding righteousness, stood out distinctly. Is this pretty boy truly one of our demon kin? He appears more like a lamb. Nearby disciples of the demon race eyed Wang Xuanzhi curiously. What clan do you belong to, pretty boy? From the outer disciples faction? I have never seen you before. Their barrage of inquiries left Wang Xuanzhi momentarily bewildered. How should I know which clan I belong to? Does the divine demon clan count? Pretty boy, are you referring to me? He pointed to himself, perplexed. Noticing the man's unwavering gaze upon him, he thought, damn it, to be called a pretty boy despite my handsome visage. I can endure it, but not my dignity. Emitting an aura of divine might, he unleashed a torrent of demonic energy, transforming into a figure more formidable than any demon. The man was taken aback, trembling under the overwhelming presence of Wang Xuanzhi, who resonated with the essence of a demon king. Why, Lord, it was merely a mistake on my part. Wang Xuanzhi seized the man, pulling him closer. How does one obtain the merit token? The man, bewildered, replied, My lord, do you not know? Every disciple receives a merit token upon their entry. Wang Xuanzhi scoffed inwardly. He knew nothing of the sort. He had been taken in by a foolish master, stripped of all knowledge, and had spent 3 days washing undergarments. Now, he was expected to procure it himself. What a ridiculous notion. Then tell me, how can I acquire this merit token? You must pass 3 trials to obtain it. The first trial requires you to recruit 10,000 disciples within the demon palace. The second trial involves luring disciples from other factions into the demon palace. The third trial mandates the collection of 100,000 demon stones. Wang Xuanzhi's expression darkened. This merit token would not be easily attained. Is there a place where the prodigies of all races gather? He is now eager to obtain this inheritance token, as his master has promised him a condition that allows him to seek out someone, or perhaps engage in some embarrassing deeds. Mobilizing the forces of the demon palace to find someone should be a piece of cake. Right? Far in the distance, yet close at hand, young man. Indeed, there is such a place. My Yin-Yang demon palace occupies the northeastern corner of the eternal life heaven. To the south lies a gathering of human, demon, and celestial races, as well as other prodigies. It is said that the renowned Wendaya has opened recently, attracting many prodigies to that location. Wang Xian knew in his heart what he must do and left the Yin-Yang demon palace alone. Within the palace, any disciple can take a flying vessel to carry out tasks. The moment Wang Xian departed, the palace master stood in the void, watching him leave, her figure cloaked in a black robe that concealed her entire being. A smile played at the corners of her mouth. She believed that Wendaya would strengthen his resolve. His strength is decent at the imperial level, but there are many of equal caliber among other races. The imperial level is merely a realm. The great emperor symbolizes invincibility. They are not the same. The supreme demon son is impressive, yet he cannot be a sheltered flower. Elder Zhang, I appreciate your help, said the palace master. Following her words, 2 elderly figures harmonized with the heavens and pursued Wang Xian. Unbeknownst to him, this was all a scheme orchestrated by the palace master to send him to Wendaya to witness the prodigies of various races. As for any deceitful tricks, she never considered that Wang Xian could execute them. However, a month later, witnessing the thriving scene of the demon palace, she couldn't help but smile broadly. What an unreliable master I have stumbled upon. Should I run away now to seek refuge with another power? Surely, someone would want me. Wang Xian boarded the flying vessel of the Yin-Yang demon palace, departing from its confines. The 2 concealed elders in the realm darkened their expressions upon hearing Wang Xian's murmurs. What an interesting little fellow. This young rascal's exuberant personality suits our demon race well. Wang Xian gazed deeply at the scenery below from the vessel. He reflected on the 15 years since his rebirth. In this brief span, he had experienced an extraordinary life, possessing resources unattainable by others, all thanks to 4 systems. Truly, he would be reluctant to part with these 4 systems. Not because they can transform into beautiful maidens. Do not misunderstand, truly. Power is paramount. He cannot afford to lose any of these 4 systems. Wang Xian silently resolved. Wendaya, nestled within Wendaiching, was rife with fervor today. Prodigies from all corners of eternal life heaven congregated here, awaiting the opening of Wendaya. Since ancient times, Wendaya has been the place of inheritance for eternal life heaven, open to the public. Anyone can come to this cliff to seek the path. Within the city, inns were overflowing with guests. Upon arriving, Wang Xian inquired at various inns, only to find no vacancies. They were all fully booked. Damn it, wake up and get lively. Wang Xian's spirit soared, his purpose clear, aiming directly for Wendaya. There, he intended to ensnare the prodigies of all races, tricking them into his schemes. As for Wendaya? What does it matter? He was solely focused on binding the 4 systems. With these 4 systems, wouldn't he be invincible? At that moment, the voice of the origin God-human system resonated within Wang Xian's mind. Ding, task issued. Please proceed to Wendea to pass the test and attain clarity of heart. Wang Xian inquired, what use is this clarity of heart to me? Dear host, the system replied, you will not be swayed by any matter, maintaining a tranquil state of mind. You will possess an innate affinity for the great path. As your understanding of the great path becomes clearer, so too shall your comprehension of the immortal way grow. Initially, Wang Xian had no intention of going, but the benefits offered by the system were too tempting, compelling him to reluctantly agree. Chapter 56. Young man, I observe your extraordinary bone structure. Wang Xian's objectives were clear. He would first don the guise of a mystic, deceiving these prodigies. He would display a skill to impress them, then gradually guide them into becoming his followers. Young man, have you ever witnessed a divine technique descending from the heavens? Today, I shall show you the divine and the demonic. What would he sell? He would offer the demonic emperor's belief method. A treasure of imperial caliber. Its value was substantial. Even 100,000 fools could elevate their realms in an instant. Was he to fear that these prodigies would surpass him in power? Soon, Wang Xian arrived at Wendea, an imposing cliff soaring 10,000 meters high. Atop this precipice stood an ancient, colossal stone tablet. The window obeyed. To inquire of the path. One must strike the tablet, reflecting upon one's inner self and true heart. As Wang Xian reached the base of the cliff, he found several hundred prodigies from various races already gathered, preparing to ascend and question the tablet. They formed groups, which did not align with Wang Xian's goals. He sought those who were solitary, individuals he could deceive one by one. I am truly clever. Wang Xian thought with satisfaction, grateful for his previous life spent watching movies. He chose not to approach the human race first. As they were notoriously cunning, it would be a challenge to deceive them. Instead, he aimed for the demon race, whose minds were simpler than even his own. Their physical prowess made them the easiest to fool. The celestial race possessed innate wisdom, their intellect surpassing that of the human race, making them quite shrewd as well. However, some humans appeared rather dull. Like those frivolous young masters devoid of thought, these would be easier to manipulate. In an instant, Wang Xian spotted a solitary demon youth with horns. He stealthily approached, adopting a mysterious demeanor, and said, young man, please halt. I perceive your remarkable bone structure. You must be a prodigy in training. I possess a supreme secret technique that can aid your transformation. The demon youth was startled by Wang Xian's eccentric behavior, jumping aside with an unfriendly glare. What are you doing? Wang Xian maintained his mysterious facade, casually placing an arm around the demon's shoulder. Brother, you may not know, but I sense the aura of the dragon race within you. The youth raised an eyebrow in suspicion. How do you know? Internally, Wang Xian scoffed. Even a fool can see it. Your dragon aura is so potent, and with those two fleshy horns atop your head, if you are not of the dragon race, who else could be? However, he could not voice this thought aloud. How I discerned is inconsequential. What matters is your desire to enhance your strength. A being as formidable as you, with untapped potential, will surely become a renowned dragon once you master my technique. The dragon youth's expression shifted slightly, intrigued by Wang Xian's flattery. This was precisely why he chose to target the demon race. They were easily swayed. Are you serious? Can your technique truly be that powerful? The youth questioned, clearly skeptical of Wang Xian's claims. Wang Xian added fuel to the fire, whispering, just look at the dragon aura emanating from me. He unleashed the pressure of his dragon phoenix lineage, instilling fear within the youth, causing his legs to tremble uncontrollably. The dragon youth was filled with dread, nearly kneeling before Wang Xian. Wang Xian chuckled, once you master this technique, my bloodline awakened. I became this formidable. Consider it, as a dragon, your aspirations can span the world. Picture the countless dragonesses. Imagine the harem of 3,000 mothers. Doesn't that entice you, young man? Wang Xian reassured him. A dragon of eternal life heaven does not deceive another dragon. I speak only to uplift my kin. I would never say such things to others. Although doubt lingered in the youth's eyes, he gradually lowered his guard. It was certainly not because he was swayed by the notion of 3,000 dragonesses. The dragon race was inherently lustful. Wang Xian smirked as he infused the demonic emperor's belief method into the youth's mind. The youth attempted the initial techniques and felt a slight enhancement within his bloodline. Unable to resist, he began practicing the second and third layers of the technique. The belief method was remarkably simple. By visualizing the ancient demonic emperor, one could attain strength. This was akin to Wang Xian's own divine and demonic visualization method, one continuously enhancing his mental power, while the other bolstered one's strength. Naturally, most benefits accrued to Wang Xian. The youth's perception of gaining strength stemmed from his failure to notice the dark demonic energy gradually seeping into his bloodline. He discovered that practicing this technique bore no adverse effects, and his strength incrementally improved. This ignited his imagination about the life to come. His lineage transformed from that of an ordinary dragon clan to that of a demon dragon. The man's expression was filled with excitement as he grasped Wang Xuanzhi's hand and exclaimed, "Indeed, we are true brothers. If our dragon clan were as united as this, we would have long been the foremost power in the realm of eternal life. My good brother, should I soar to great heights in the future, I shall never forget you." Wang Xuanzhi chuckled mischievously, patting the man's shoulder. The two now stood shoulder to shoulder, conspiring together, having successfully deceived the first fool. Wang Xuanzhi felt the divine energy within him rising at an unprecedented pace. This enhancement of divine energy was intrinsically linked to the man's strength. For the next few days, a shifty figure would be seen beneath the cliff of inquiry, where he would approach solitary prodigies, remarking, "Young man, I see you possess a remarkable bone structure. You are certainly capable of learning my divine skills. Today, I shall impart this skill unto you on the 4th day." In the western corner of the cliff of inquiry, Wang Xuanzhi spotted a young disciple with a resolute demeanor. He stroked his clean-shaven chin and mused. This child undoubtedly suffers from exclusion by his clan brothers, or has been cast aside by his fiancée. Now, he seeks a legacy alone at the cliff of inquiry, emanating a mysterious aura. There must be a powerful figure behind him. He wears a ring, which surely conceals an elder within. Fortunately, having read many novels, Wang Xuanzhi discerned that this was a prodigy. He stealthily approached and began to bond with this young genius. Once he contaminated him with the demon god belief method, he had no doubt the young man would take the bait. Over time, he would surely become Wang Xuanzhi's follower. As for whether he could break free from this demon god belief method, Wang Xuanzhi held no faith in that possibility. A system-produced item is inherently of high quality. Half an hour later, he successfully deceived a human prodigy. Satisfied, Wang Xuanzhi wandered beneath the cliff of inquiry, having already persuaded a dozen individuals over the past few days. After Wang Xuanzhi departed, the young disciple addressed the elder within his ring. "Old one, can this belief method truly be trusted? It feels rather peculiar." An aged voice resonated from within the ring, assuring him, "There is nothing amiss with this method. However, it remains unclear why he has chosen to teach you such a technique. He likely intends for you to owe him a favor and serve him in the future." The young man, resolute in his ambition, thought, "As long as I can grow stronger, what does it matter if I serve him?" Chapter 57. Ascending the Cliff of Inquiry and Exploring the Path of the World within 10 days. Wang Xuanzhi had deceived nearly 50 individuals, 20 from the demon race, 20 from the human race, and 10 from the celestial race. With numbers nearly sufficient, it was time to complete the task assigned by the system. Wang Xuanzhi stood at the base of the Cliff of Inquiry, preparing to ascend and pay homage. 100,000-meter mountain posed little challenge to the cultivators of the heavenly realm. Step by step, he climbed the stone steps, followed by groups of prodigies, engaged in lively conversation. "Young master, are you also ascending the mountain? Why not join us in our journey?" The human prodigies, noticing Wang Xuanzhi's seemingly weak aura, extended an invitation. Their strength was not formidable either. Every additional ally counted. Stronger individuals would surely disdain joining them. But Wang Xuanzhi appeared weak, at least in appearance. Forming alliances was a common practice among humans. Wang Xuanzhi shook his head. "I appreciate the kind offer, but I have always preferred solitude." It was not that he did not wish to join. Rather, with so many individuals, it would be challenging to deceive them all. After some contemplation, he decided against it. He quickened his pace up the steps, moving 100 meters with each stride, his celestial body channeling 3,000 celestial pathways. Radiating the brilliance of the great Deod in mere moments, he vanished from their sight. "He is playing the fool. This is the aura of the celestial race." They lamented, realizing they had lost the opportunity to befriend a powerful prodigy. Little did they know, it was Wang Xuanzhi who refrained from taking advantage of them, fearing he might slip into familiar territory and utter his usual line, "Young man, I see you possess an extraordinary bone structure." At the peak of the Cliff of Inquiry, Wang Xuanzhi had just scaled the 100,000-meter mountain, where thousands had already gathered. He spotted some familiar faces, including those he had previously deceived. Stealthily, he moved aside, approaching the massive ancient stone tablet at the center. This weathered stone emanated an aura of the great Tao. Surrounding the tablet, prodigies from various races sat in meditation, immersing themselves in the essence radiated by the stone. "Ah, the little dragon is here too." Wang Xuanzhi recognized a familiar figure, the first dragon he had deceived. The aura emanating from him resonated with that of the great Tao stone tablet. Suddenly, a powerful dragon aura burst forth from him, causing the stone tablet to hum in response. This was a sign of resonance, indicating successful homage. Look, another prodigy has successfully paid homage. He had passed the first step, resonance. Now came the second step, self-inquiry. This is a member of the dragon clan. At the peak of the cliff of inquiry, everyone's gaze turned toward the dragon youth, eager to discern the true nature of his heart. Over the past few days, many had successfully paid homage, solidifying their resolve on the path, yet their numbers paled in comparison to the multitude present. From the depths of the stone tablet, a profound voice echoed, "Why cultivate? What do you seek?" Before the tablet, the dragon youth opened his eyes, his expression brightened, and he stood tall, declaring, "I cultivate to become invincible, that I seek eternal life." Many of those who managed to pay homage echoed similar sentiments. Just when the crowd believed the dragon youth had concluded, he unexpectedly continued with fervor, "Of course, all of this is nonsense. I cultivate for the sake of my harem of 3,000 mother dragons, countless offspring, and innumerable mother dragons across the world, among the denizens of the realm of eternal life." All aspired to longevity, yet this peculiar declaration left everyone dumbfounded. What an old lecher! The oddity of his wish was particularly striking this year. The expressions on their faces were riddled with disbelief. Wang Xuanzhi observed the dragon youth closely, exclaiming inwardly, "Indeed, he is a true old lecher." The stone tablet seemed to acknowledge the youth's response, radiating an ancient brilliance as a green light descended into the youth's being. Upon finishing his declaration, the dragon youth felt a wave of relief wash over him. All the accumulated frustration vanished without a trace. A sound akin to bursting bubbles reverberated across the scene. The youth had unexpectedly shattered the barrier of his current realm. "Ha ha! I broke through. I truly broke through." The dragon youth laughed heartily. Such fortunate occurrences were rare. It seemed fate had bypassed Wang Xuanzhi. Regrettably, he had attempted to pay homage earlier but had not succeeded. Envy coursed through the crowd. For those at their level, such breakthroughs were exceedingly rare, a once-in-decades event. Yet, the stone tablet appeared to have reached its conclusion. Withholding the third challenge. It seemed this dragon prodigy had not fully garnered the stone tablet's recognition point, one of the nearby prodigies remarked, which offered some solace to the onlookers. After all, over the past few days, countless prodigies had passed through, yet only 100 had succeeded in paying homage. A few dozen had broken through the second challenge, and only 3 had reached the third challenge of the stone tablet. The realms of cultivation in the realm of eternal life included the soul refinement realm, the spirit refinement realm, the divine infant realm, the tribulation crossing realm, and the spirit severing realm. This was the hierarchy of cultivation within the realm of eternal life. Once one attained the saint realm, they would ascend to the realm of eternal life, further advancing through this structured hierarchy. In the realm of eternal life, the cultivation systems of all races, be they demons or monsters, were unified under this framework. For the great Tao encompasses all, ultimately converging into a singular system of cultivation. The previous systems were merely constructs created by the various races to reach the saint realm. The demons cultivated the demon soul, the celestial beings the celestial soul, the humans the human soul, and the monsters the monster soul, and so forth. Wang Xuanzhi stroked his chin, contemplating whether to orchestrate a grand venture. He too could draw upon the aura of the stone tablet and commence his homage. By first capturing the attention of the crowd, he could then promote his demon emperor belief method. Undoubtedly, many would succumb to the allure of cultivation. However, the introduction of this demon emperor belief method required careful consideration. It must not originate from his own lips, but rather emanate from the great Tao stone tablet, leading the crowd to mistakenly believe it was a fortuitous opportunity they had stumbled upon. Resolute in his decision, Wang Xuanzhi sat down and closed his eyes. Gradually, his consciousness reached toward the stone tablet. This ancient stone tablet, imbued with the essence of the great Tao, resonated with a peculiar energy. As he attuned himself to this unique aura, Wang Xuanzhi found his celestial body's radiance harmonizing with it. The first step to overcoming this challenge was effortlessly within his grasp. Chapter 58. The king among kings, prodigies of all eras emerged. The stone tablet stirred once more, prompting the crowd to gaze in confusion at the ancient structure. What now? Is there another successful homage to the second challenge? Within a mere moment, 2 individuals had succeeded, leading to bewilderment. Could the stone tablet be malfunctioning? I must investigate. Responding to their inquiries was the deep, resonant voice of the ancient stone tablet. Why cultivate? What do you seek? Wang Xuanzhi radiated vibrant starlight, as hues of 9 colors burst forth from his being. The crowd's attention shifted entirely to Wang Xuanzhi. A few acquaintances recognized him, their eyes filled with confusion, yet ultimately, none voiced their thoughts. They had tested Wang Xuanzhi's cultivation method and found no flaws. Indeed, it was replete with benefits. A young member of the Dragon Clan gazed at Wang Xuanzhi with excitement, exclaiming, "Indeed, our Dragon Clan produces prodigies? Ha ha ha, heaven bless our dragon kin." However, others scoffed, remarking how this young man was beyond redemption. Others had sold him out, yet he was still counting their money. 2 questions echoed in Wang Xuanzhi's mind. And he did not respond immediately. In that moment, his expression grew solemn as he pondered these inquiries deeply. Within him, for voices and figures quietly emerged. The ethereal silhouette of Yao Yao appeared in his mind, exuding a powerful aura reminiscent of an unparalleled demon emperor. The other 3 phantoms each bore the unique characteristics of their respective clans. Dragon and Phoenix shall subdue the world, invincible in this realm. Yao Yao proclaimed with authority. The other 3 figures, representing yet-to-be-formed systems, sequentially intoned with a commanding demeanor. The human emperor shall pass on. The human race shall prosper eternally. The divine demons endure. The great path belongs solely to us. The immortal emperor gazes upon eternity with a smile. These 4 voices reverberated incessantly in Wang Xuanzhi's mind, compelling him to make a choice regarding his innermost thoughts and which voice to use in answering the question posed by the stone tablet. Wang Xuanzhi's expression contorted in conflict, his face etched with pain, for none of this reflected his true desires. Yao Yao, floating nearby, was perplexed by Wang Xuanzhi's demeanor, her concern prompting her to gently poke his face. Veins bulged on Wang Xuanzhi's forehead as he suddenly stood, shouting at the stone tablet, "May my continent have everyone as strong as dragons. May my people enjoy eternal peace. May this world be filled with tranquility." These 3 declarations answered the stone tablet's question, for the pursuit of cultivation is for the sake of peace. Wang Xuanzhi's fervent response startled Yao Yao, causing her to tremble with fear. The stone tablet, which had remained silent for ages atop the path of inquiry, fell into a hush. The crowd, listening to Wang Xuanzhi's words, was enveloped in a profound silence, stunned by his heartfelt declarations that transcended mere ambition. He viewed the collective well-being of all sentient beings as the foundation of his path, asserting, "The strength of the multitude fortifies my own. Should they falter, my strength is rendered futile." Wang Xuanzhi possessed a vision unparalleled by others. While many contemplated their own immortality and invincibility, they seldom considered their kin. Wang Xuanzhi thought not only of himself but of all the people of the continent. Had he existed in ancient times, he would have undoubtedly led the feeble human race to resurgence. In a chaotic era, he would have been the prime minister rallying the celestial beings. In a time of shattered primordial chaos, he would be the dragon phoenix championing the rise of the demon race. In a dark and lightless age, he would have led the dark forces in rebellion. You are not the child of destiny. Who then is? Yao Yao's beautiful eyes shimmered with admiration, recognizing the burden that their host ought to bear. The stone tablet, having been silent for a moment, began to tremble gradually. It exuded an ancient, profound aura of the great path, one that did not belong to the current era. Behind the tablet, countless silhouettes materialized in the heavens, remnants of those who left their imprints upon the world. These were the prodigies who dazzled throughout the ages, now forgotten by time, their names buried in obscurity. The true visage of the stone tablet manifested, revealing countless names inscribed upon its surface. Look, the name at the top is Emperor Xiantian. Wasn't he the most formidable prodigy of Changsheng Tian 100,000 years ago? To their astonishment, they saw the name of Wang Shi hide beneath that of Emperor Xiantian, along with names like the blade Saint Zhangjiang and the sword Immortal Wan Tianqing. Among others, the crowd gasped in recognition, realizing that the names etched upon the tablet belonged to the greatest talents of their respective eras, now merely shadows of the past. Wang Xuanzhi's actions had triggered the 3rd challenge of the stone tablet, leaving a name, which was a supreme honor, for those inscribed were the remarkable figures of their times. Wang Xuanzhi's name radiated with a golden-purple glow as he inscribed his name atop the tablet, eclipsing all the others. This ancient stone released a breath of primal essence into Wang Xuanzhi, an ancient energy rivaling that bestowed by any system. Wang Xuanzhi accepted this gift with composure. What was occurring? He sensed something entering his body. Upon inspection, he noted no immediate changes, yet his physical form seemed to strengthen, granting him a more precise control over a certain great path. This energy did not belong to any of the 3,000 paths. At that moment, Wang Xuanzhi's dantian transformed into a miniature primordial world, a gift from the system that he had never had the opportunity to unlock until now. Under the stimulus of this energy, the small world began to radiate its original brilliance. Yao Yao's eyes widened in disbelief as she muttered, "This is forbidden power. It should have vanished long ago. How can such an essence still exist?" Within Wang Xuanzhi's dantian, the primordial world began to pulse with life under the infusion of this source energy. If one were to observe closely, they would see the chaotic state of this miniature world, still in its nascent phase, devoid of form. Wang Xuanzhi was uncertain of his current physical state. Yao Yao addressed him, "Host, this power is not for your use at present. In time, you will discover its immense utility." The voice of the origin human god system chimed in, announcing, "Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Reward, clarity of the Tao heart." His mind cleared, and he perceived all things with newfound lucidity. The aura emanating from the stone tablet grew increasingly distinct in his awareness. The forbidden great path, as described by Yao Yao, was a force that belonged not to this realm. It could temporarily summon the souls of the deceased, granting them a fleeting existence, bestowed with memories of their former lives. How terrifying! Wang Xuanzhi was struck with awe. If so, could he call upon the spirits of the deceased to fight for him? The only uncertainty lay in whether those he summoned would willingly aid him or turn against him. Suddenly, an idea sparked. What if I summoned the enemies of my foes? Surely, those who were wronged would assist me in my quest. Wang Xuanzhi smacked his forehead, invigorated by the notion. He lifted his gaze towards the monumental stone tablet where his name stood resplendent, overshadowing countless prodigies beneath. The onlookers stared, captivated by the unprecedented event triggered by Wang Xuanzhi. The presence of prodigies from various eras had already stirred significant commotion, yet now, with Wang Xuanzhi's name inscribed, the excitement intensified. Many of the prodigies harbored a desire to challenge him, while others sought to ride his coattails to fame. Those who had been misled remarked, "Truly, this is a senior capable of imparting the path of faith to us. This senior must be an unparalleled being, honing their skills amidst the mundane." They lamented their unique roots, believing only such a formidable figure could recognize the hidden treasures in their souls. Wang Xuanzhi, however, felt indifferent. With the mightiest physique of the four clans, if he could not achieve this, he would truly be a disappointment. Just as he radiated brilliance, he unleashed the Qi transformation into three clears technique, summoning another incarnation of himself from behind, who stealthily approached the colossal stone tablet and began to recite the incantation of the Demon Emperor's doctrine aloud, ensuring all present heard it, mistakenly believing it to be Wang Xuanzhi's fortune. Long ago, a great demon stood proud in the world. Cultivate my divine law, traverse the heavens and earth, immortal and indestructible, that is the essence of the great demon. Wang Xuanzhi's expression darkened as he heard his own incantation being recited, his visage gradually clouding with displeasure. Numerous prodigies, upon witnessing the expression of Wang Xuanzhi, grew increasingly resolute in their convictions. This opportunity was uniquely his, yet it had been seized by them all. One could assert that Wang Xuanzhi's actions were akin to weaving garments for their benefit. Many astute individuals discerned this truth, quietly noting the incantation and commencing their cultivation. They soon discovered that engaging with this mantra bore no detriment. Rather, it subtly enhanced their prowess. The multitude of gifted individuals was not lacking in intellect, and soon all present began practicing the Demon Emperor's faith method. Wang Xuanzhi concealed a smile in his eyes, feeling a sense of elation. A gaggle of fools had taken the bait. Now, as they cultivated this method, they would inevitably become loyal disciples. With little effort, he had amassed such a following. Among the crowd, there were no fewer than 8,000 individuals. Thus, this naive flock was ensnared by Wang Xuanzhi, a brazen trickster. Amidst the assembly of the elite, some harbored ulterior motives, seeking to cultivate a rapport with Wang Xuanzhi. From the demonic faction, a provocatively dressed female approached him, captivated by his handsome visage and ethereal aura. She expressed her desire to have him accompany her sister, promising a life of indulgence in the demon clan. Wang Xuanzhi was taken aback, realizing he possessed the allure of a kept man. Even now, someone sought to pamper him. Unyielding, a female of the approached, exuding confidence. With a flirtatious glance, she revealed her fair skin and softly proposed, "Sister, I am formidable and beautiful. Are you certain you are not intrigued?" Wang Xuanzhi pondered her words, his mouth agape in astonishment. Was the so audacious? This unexpected boldness left him momentarily flustered. Nearby, a prodigy whispered, seeking clarification. Another man, with a lecherous demeanor, suggested a playful interpretation of her words, leading to an epiphany that left him feeling foolish. Wang Xuanzhi chuckled awkwardly, waving his hand. "Thank you for your kind offer, but I must decline." He yearned to escape. The woman's candor was overwhelming, while the thought of nighttime rendezvous intrigued him. He reminisced about the wild escapades on the Shura continent, which had been true earthly delights, present. Wang Xuanzhi had nearly fulfilled the tasks required by the Hall of Merit, having already trafficked numerous prodigious disciples. With 100,000 loyal followers at his disposal, he found himself well-equipped as for the 100,000 demon stones. Surely, his legion could muster that amount. Wang Xuanzhi was now prepared to return to the Yinyang Demon Palace to fulfill his promises, not for his master's sake. Certainly, the other Wang Xuanzhi and he shared a profound connection, sensing one another's actions without fail. He could indulge freely while hidden in the void, where two ancient demons marveled at his exploits. Their palace had never before witnessed such talent as Wang Xuanzhi, who had recruited members from various clans and trafficked prodigies. They had observed his efforts keenly, leading others to practice the methods he provided. Though they could not discern the nature of these techniques, the palpable aura of the demonic path was unmistakable. While they recognized the potential risks of their kin adopting these practices, concern lingered regarding possible repercussions from their respective factions. As Wang Xuanzhi prepared to depart the questioning Dao Cliff, aware that his prominence might provoke conflict, some prodigies seemed intent on challenging him. "Young master, please wait." One approached, asserting that the remarkable manifestation of the questioning Dao tablet indicated his formidable strength. "I am eager to engage in friendly sparring with you." A group of demon prodigies, having reached the soul refinement realm, dared to confront him, emboldened by their assessment of his apparent weakness. "Kill them." He seemed a mere reed upon the ocean's surface. Wang Xuanzhi raised an eyebrow, contemplating whether to retaliate. "What are you hesitating for? Do you not dare to fight us? Are you truly a prodigy? Or merely a turtle from the—" They taunted, intent on inciting his wrath. The displeased questioned their insinuations. I in a corner, the human prodigy, previously duped by Wang Xuanzhi, found amusement in their folly, recognizing the elder's immense power. How could these fools challenge such a formidable presence? He mused. Wang Xuanzhi had no intention of engaging in conflict with these challengers. It would be a futile endeavor. Yet an idea struck him. Summon a prodigy from the and unleash his celestial form. Realizing his own folly, he coldly regarded the challengers. If you wish to fight, then let us proceed together. You are insufficient to withstand my single blow. With that, the challengers bristled at his audacious claim. As demonic energy surged around them, they sought to intimidate him, testing whether he truly was a wolf in sheep's clothing. Wang Xuanzhi remained unfazed, his body impervious to their pressure, enhanced by the transformation of forbidden origins. He subtly tapped into the mysterious great Tao, his consciousness transcending time and space, finding itself in a river of time, buried with countless prodigies from various eras. His spirit quickly located a celestial prodigy radiating with divine light. You are the one, Wang Xuanzhi declared, drawing forth the essence of the prodigy's soul. The celestial, sensing the origin of Wang Xuanzhi's celestial form, became animated. Celestial Emperor, is that you? He exclaimed. Wang Xuanzhi was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. Before he could articulate his thoughts, the celestial continued, I knew it. The celestial emperor can reverse time in this life. If you need us, we vow to serve you with our lives. Wang Xuanzhi, caught in contemplation, was uncertain whether to accept or release him. The celestial, interpreting his silence as acquiescence, reminisced about the glorious past, his excitement palpable. Celestial Emperor, lead us once more to battle the myriad paths of heaven. I, Li Changsheng, pledge my service to the Celestial Emperor, Wang Xuanzhi replied, nodding. The Celestial's fervor indicated a desire to be his protector, which would save him the trouble of persuasion. Very well, I shall be the Celestial Emperor. With 4 systems at his disposal, achieving this title seemed within reach. As his spirit returned to the present, he regarded the approaching demon prodigies with an enigmatic gaze. Have I summoned a formidable ally to confront them? Is this not akin to bullying children? In the western skies, a celestial descended, enveloped in divine light, his features obscured. The power of laws surged around him, and as he appeared, his form gradually became discernible. Look, it is our foremost prodigy, Li Changsheng. How could this be possible? That was the strongest prodigy of the celestial clan from 100,000 years ago. How could he still be alive now? The members of the celestial clan exclaimed in astonishment. They gazed fervently at Li Changsheng, regardless of the truth of the matter. This was indeed Li Changsheng. It must be noted that he was the most formidable prodigy. What constitutes the strongest? It is the mastery of all realms to their utmost limits. His strength back then was unfathomable, nearly rivaling that of the clan's leader. He was synonymous with invincibility. Li Changsheng slowly approached Wang Xuanzhi, only to witness several individuals from the demon clan recklessly attacking him. This incited his ire. How could he allow these mere ants to desecrate the reincarnation of the celestial emperor? He waved his hand, dispersing boundless celestial light, transforming it into a resplendent rainbow that sent the demon prodigies flying. He sighed softly. Indeed, his current power was still too weak. Had he regained his former self, these foes would have been utterly terrified. The onlookers were puzzled as to why Li Changsheng, the foremost prodigy of the celestial clan, would assist Wang Xuanzhi. Even the members of the celestial clan were confounded. The laws governing this realm appeared to be exceedingly unstable, as he exerted merely a fraction of his strength. His figure began to blur, fading from consciousness. Wang Xuanzhi wore a smug expression as he looked at the others, asking, "Do I need to summon a few more friends to match you?" Chapter 61. Returning to the demon palace, being deceived, the celestial prodigies present regarded Wang Xuanzhi's peculiar tactics with considerable trepidation. Wang Xuanzhi mused within himself that summoning a prior prodigy required substantial mental and spiritual energy. However, his mental strength was perpetually honed by the vision of divine demons, continuously ascending. Summoning dozens at once would pose no challenge. Currently, Wang Xuanzhi possessed many hidden trump cards. His strength had reached an indescribable level. Those acquaintances he had manipulated gazed at him in admiration, their eyes gleaming. They marveled. Is this what true power looks like? Truly, he is a senior of exceptional prowess, possessing such enigmatic means. I wonder if he can summon the prodigies of our human and dragon clans. I yearn to witness the splendor of our ancestral champions. Wang Xuanzhi stroked his chin thoughtfully, tilting his head as he contemplated a mischievous idea. If he could bring 1,000 individuals back to the demon palace, would that not signify an extraordinary accomplishment? That merit token would be granted to him all at once, fulfilling his beautiful master's task. He could then confidently seek out the tasks left by the system, deploying the manpower and resources of the Enyang Demon Palace to locate these individuals. Wait, that's not right. He could enable these prodigies to infiltrate their own factions to assist him in the search. He slapped his thigh in realization, berating himself for not having thought of this sooner. With a beaming smile, he addressed the gathering. Are there any good brothers who wish to embark on a grand venture with me? I promise to lead you to fame in the realm of Changsheng. The other prodigies looked at Wang Xuanzhi as if he were a fool. Why would we join you? We have numerous factions backing us. What are you, to expect us to follow you? Have we lost our minds? Their disdain was palpable. He had summoned a prodigy, and now he was acting as if he had achieved something monumental. However, those acquaintances who had been deceived by Wang Xuanzhi, having witnessed his strength, felt a stirring of excitement. Joining Wang Xuanzhi in establishing a faction was not outside the realm of possibility in their eyes. Wang Xuanzhi was now an unparalleled powerhouse, capable of leading them to greatness. Eagerly, they exclaimed, "Senior, take us along. Senior, I wish to follow too. Count me in. We are willing to follow you." Dozens of individuals raised their hands enthusiastically, gravitating towards Wang Xuanzhi. The two ancient demon elders concealed in the void observed this display with incredulity, wondering if there truly existed such naivety in the world. Wang Xuanzhi recognized these individuals as the gullible ones he had deceived and felt immense satisfaction. He paid no mind to the others. For those already practicing his demon emperor faith would, with time, become his disciples. When the moment came, asking them to assist in the search would be an effortless task. All right, since you all trust me so much, I shall lead you in forging a significant path. Together, we will carve out a realm of our own in Changsheng. Wang Xuanzhi slowly descended from the path of inquiry, followed by the dozens of individuals he had deceived. They departed the path of inquiry and the city of inquiry. These individuals believed Wang Xuanzhi genuinely intended to bring them into his faction, their hearts brimming with excitement as they exchanged glances. The senior truly does not regard us as outsiders. He intends to cultivate us within his faction. Only such a senior could recognize us as hidden gems of the mortal realm, overlooked and tarnished. Now, we shall follow the senior to carve out our own domain. These individuals unconditionally believed in Wang Xuanzhi. Perhaps due to their early practice of the demon emperor faith, their hearts gradually aligned with him, inclining them to serve him. Upon reaching the exclusive base of the Enyang Demon Palace, they boarded the flying vessel back to the palace. The two elder clansmen hidden in the void could no longer contain themselves and emerged, gazing at the naive group in disbelief, scrutinizing them. Well, it seems they have truly boarded a sinking ship. Even if they wish to leave now, it is no longer an option. Throughout the journey, Wang Xuanzhi conversed animatedly with the other prodigies. As if they were long-lost brothers, in less than half an hour, the flying vessel gently descended. Returning to the Yin-Yang Demon Palace, he deftly found the Hall of Merit, trailed by the dozens of prodigies. Naturally, there were no members of the demon clan among them. Otherwise, his task could not be completed. Yet, it was evident that a faint aura of demonic energy began to emanate from them. The disciples of the Yin-Yang Demon Palace, sensing the formidable presence of these 50 individuals who were not of the demon clan, regarded them with curiosity but chose not to stir trouble. Wang Xuanzhi's expression was one of exhilaration. Now, as soon as he obtained the merit token, he could return to the back mountain to report to his master. The promise he had made, oh, how thrilling it was to contemplate. He entered the Hall of Merit and addressed the crowd behind him. Wait here for me. Try to blend into the power of the Demon Palace. We will respond to each other from within and without, and after acquiring the heritage here, we shall use this as a base to gradually dominate the realm of Chongsheng. Oh, and by the way, there are 100,000 disciples at the outer gate of the Demon Palace. They are all our comrades. The foolish ones nodded vacantly, engaged in conversation. How did the senior bring us into the demon clan's power? I don't know. Fools, do you not see the demonic aura emanating from this senior? Clearly, he is mingling among them, allowing us to develop here in the demon clan. We will unite with those 100,000 and seize the demon palace, gradually taking over other factions until we ultimately dominate the entire realm of Chongsheng. What a brilliant strategy to infiltrate the enemy's ranks. We are in awe of the senior. The crowd speculated on Wang Xuanzhi's intentions, their admiration for him pouring forth unceasingly. Wang Xuanzhi never imagined that, propelled by these foolish individuals, the entire Yin-Yang Demon Palace would eventually cultivate the Demon Emperor faith, ultimately becoming his faction. However, that was a tale for another time. As Wang Xuanzhi entered the Grand Hall, a voice resonated from above, inquiring, "Have you completed the 3 trials?" Although he was uncertain of the voice's origin, Wang Xuanzhi called out to the heavens, "I have gathered 100,000 disciples within the Demon Palace and deceived 50 prodigies from 3 clans. I have amassed sufficient demon stones. I implore the Lord of the Hall of Merit to grant me the merit token." "Good disciple," a voice echoed from the heavens. Upon hearing that familiar tone, Wang Xuanzhi was stunned. Was that not his beautiful master's voice? Chapter 62. A dutiful disciple. An unexpected turn of events from above, a figure descended. This enchanting silhouette was not clad in the familiar black robe Wang Xuanzhi had grown accustomed to, but rather revealed her true self. Her purple curls cascaded casually over her shoulders, and she donned a flowing red garment. The low neckline exposed a glimpse of pristine skin, her complexion fair as snow, exuding an air of icy elegance. Her violet eyes, delicate nose, and fiery red lips combined to create an utterly captivating visage. She radiated a unique blend of languor and authority. Wang Xuanzhi was momentarily entranced. Could this truly be his master? In such an attire, she appeared surprisingly alluring. It seemed she had now forgotten about the way she used to regard him. Now, Wang Xuanzhi's very being mirrored that of his master. Seeing Wang Xuanzhi in such a state, the master of the Yin-Yang Demon Palace could not help but chuckle. "What's the matter? Do you not recognize me? Since you have accomplished the tasks I set before you, I shall fulfill my promise. Speak your desires, and I shall grant them." Wang Xuanzhi opened his mouth, a bold thought swirling in his mind. Yet, a flicker of hesitation lingered within him, pondering whether voicing such an idea might lead to his expulsion from the Yin-Yang Demon Palace. After all, this notion he harbored was perilously audacious, akin to becoming a traitor. The master of the Yin-Yang Demon Palace seemed to peer into Wang Xuanzhi's thoughts, a subtle smile curling at the corners of her lips. With an air of deliberate grace, she approached Wang Xuanzhi, revealing her flawless form. Him. The expanse of pristine whiteness drew ever nearer, enveloping his vision in a blinding haze. His companion could not resist stealing glances. His cheeks flushed as he implored, "Master, could you assist me in locating 4 individuals? They hold immense significance for me." Wang Xuanzhi hastily diverted his gaze, fearful of betraying any further embarrassment. After a moment's contemplation, he continued, "Additionally, there are 2 others whose images I can trace using my spiritual energy. I kindly request your assistance in finding them as well." He gradually sketched the visages of these 2 remarkable women, whose beauty rivaled even that of the palace's master. This piqued her interest. It appeared that her little disciple was not lacking in romantic entanglements. These two women were the rulers of the continent with whom Wang Xuanzhi had a fleeting connection. But their current whereabouts were a mystery. The master inquired with intrigue, "What ties do these 6 individuals have to you?" Wang Xuanzhi hesitated before replying, "The first 4 are of great importance to me. As for the last 2, I confess they are acquaintances from a brief encounter, but I am unsure of their current locations." He then proceeded to depict the image of the Phoenix Lord. Presenting it to the master deity that moment, the master of the Yin-Yang Demon Palace solidified her understanding. To her astonishment, Wang Xuanzhi sought to find women once more. Was it truly the case that he was beset by romantic affairs? Such thoughts ignited a flicker of resentment within her. A promise made for other purposes was now being repurposed for this. Perhaps she would indulge him with an unreasonable request. Wang Xuanzhi silently pondered. System, do the individuals I seek possess any distinctive traits? How could I know what they look like when I have never seen them? The voice of the origin human system resonated slowly. The fates have not yet converged. You must seek them out yourself. The system will provide reminders when the time is ripe. The voice of the chaos demon system echoed, far away yet close at hand. Wang Xuanzhi was taken aback. Could it be that the master of the Yin-Yang Demon Palace is the very person the system has instructed me to find? Is she someone arranged by the Demon Lord? That seems implausible. Her strength surpasses that of the Demon Lord. Doubt clouded his mind. Yet he realized the system could not deceive him. He weighed the feasibility of this matter, uncertainty gnawing at him. He had evidently misunderstood the implications of the chaos demon system. Its mention of distance referred to the disciples of the master, specifically his senior sister. He ventured again. What must I do to fulfill the task? I have already identified the individuals. The chaos demon system responded, you must establish a close connection to complete the system's tasks. This person was arranged by the demon lord to be in your life. And becoming acquainted will bear no ill consequences. A cold sweat broke out on Wang Xuanzhi's back as he glanced at the smiling master of the Yin-Yang Demon Palace. Stammering, he said, Master, since this matter is settled, I shall take my leave. I find myself rather fatigued these days. He hastily retreated, yearning for solitude to contemplate the feasibility of this situation. He feared that before he could approach the master, she might cast him aside, reducing him to mere remnants. Despite her seemingly harmless beauty, she was the sovereign of the demon palace, capable of obliterating him on a whim. The master of the Yin-Yang Demon Palace, bemused, wondered why he had fled so abruptly after their earlier interaction. She touched her own face, questioning her own appearance. What an amusing little fellow I in the ensuing days, the disciples of the Yin-Yang Demon Palace, having devoted themselves to the practice of the demon emperor's faith, had transformed into fervent followers of Wang Xuanzhi. They began establishing their own influence outside the palace, dubbed the demon sect, which would grow stronger and become a significant ally for Wang Xuanzhi. A few days later, the master of the Yin-Yang Demon Palace summoned Wang Xuanzhi and Mo Hua privately. Sitting above them, she addressed them, in a few days, the grand tournament of the celestial elites will commence. A century-old event among the great powers of Longsheng. Our Yin-Yang Demon Palace shall send forth 10 disciples, each a prodigy in their own right. As disciples, you too should embrace this opportunity to interact with other gifted individuals. With a sigh, she continued, however, due to unusual circumstances, all of our elite disciples are currently engaged in missions, leaving fewer than 100 direct disciples in the palace. And among them, their strength pales in comparison to those celestial prodigies. Wang Xuanzhi's expression froze. Is it truly so hasty? You know my strength well. I have yet to reach the Saint Realm. How can I compete with those extraordinary individuals? This is simply asking for my demise. The master, sensing his reluctance, recognized that he had been concealing his true abilities. Although she was unaware of why he had not yet reached the Saint Realm, she was certain his strength far surpassed that of an ordinary disciple. But you have your senior sister to support you. She will shoulder the burden, she replied nonchalantly. Wang Xuanzhi remained hesitant, Master. You cannot place such a burden on your disciple. Your previous endeavors have already put me at a disadvantage. I cannot comply with this one. He turned away, resolute. The master of the Yin-Yang Demon Palace, intrigued, mused. Ah, so this little rascal thinks he can refuse. Yet, she maintained a facade of gentleness, speaking earnestly, Xuanzhi, I acknowledge my previous missteps. However, this matter concerns the reputation of our palace. You must attend. Mo Hua observed the two, amused by their dynamic, which hardly resembled the typical master-disciple relationship. She scrutinized her little disciple, finding nothing beyond his striking appearance. while sensing an uncanny resemblance between him and the individuals the demon lord had instructed her to search for. Wang Xuanzhi's fate began to intertwine with unexpected encounters as the wheel of destiny turned silently. The chapter progressed, revealing the intricacies of his path, as he contemplated the implications of his predicament. How could he navigate this without rushing into peril? In the Yin-Yang Demon Palace, the disciples had transformed into Wang Xuanzhi's devoted followers, establishing a burgeoning influence that would support him in the days to come. Wang Xuanzhi smiled awkwardly and glanced at Mo Hua, hastily waving his hand, insisting it was unnecessary. However, upon hearing the promise, he felt a jolt of energy coursing through him. The prospect of benefits was enticing, especially since the master of the Demon Palace was the very person he sought to conquer. He had been troubled by the lack of opportunities to deepen his relationship with her. And now, it seemed, fortune was smiling upon him. Reluctantly, he stammered, "I can only agree with great reluctance." Yet, the expression on his face belied his words, revealing an unmistakable excitement and anticipation. The master of the Yin-Yang Demon Palace chuckled inwardly, thinking how easy it would be to manipulate this young lad. Ultimately, the fulfillment of the promise rested entirely in her hands. Wang Xuanzhi quickly inquired, "We are still unaware of which factions will participate in the celestial tournament. Master, do you not intend to enlighten us?" The master of the Yin-Yang Demon Palace paused, then smacked her thigh with a resounding clap, making a sound that sent Wang Xuanzhi's imagination racing. She had completely overlooked that detail. Regaining her composure, she spoke, "The human race's holy body, the primordial holy land, the demon clan's demon valley, the immortal clan's immortal hall, and the witch clan's celestial witch tribe." Wang Xuanzhi and Mo Hua exchanged bewildered glances, realizing that their master, indeed, was quite unreliable. She had failed to mention the factions before sending them off to compete. Once she finished speaking, the two took their leave from the room. The master of the Yin-Yang Demon Palace, with a deep gaze and a playful smile, thought to herself, "Little one, you are unwittingly leaping right into my web. It is not I who seeks to bring you harm." Mo Hua and Wang Xuanzhi walked away. She continued to scrutinize him closely. Deep down, she was uncertain whether he was truly the young master the demon lord had instructed her to find. Tentatively, she asked, "Junior brother, do you know what other factions exist beyond the realm of eternal life?" Wang Xuanzhi was taken aback. What was she saying? He had come from the origin continent. How could he possibly know about the factions beyond eternal life? Clearly, he had misunderstood Mo Hua's intent. Unaware that she was referring to the origin continent, he simply shook his head, utterly perplexed. Undeterred, Mo Hua pressed on, "Junior brother, are you aware that there are 10 powerful legendary artifacts in this world?" Wang Xuanzhi paused, recalling the concept of legendary artifacts from his previous life, where he had studied extensively and gained some knowledge about them. However, he had never truly encountered them. He pondered whether the legendary artifacts Mo Hua mentioned were the 10 famed weapons of eternal life or something else entirely, leaving room for speculation. Yet, Wang Xuanzhi remained oblivious, shaking his head in confusion. "What is going on, senior sister? Why are we discussing this? Isn't this a topic more suited for a young lady? Is it possible that my senior sister has such inclinations?" Mo Hua was unaware that Wang Xuanzhi had already formed a rather fixed perception of her. In the following days, Mo Hua remained persistent, attempting to subtly probe Wang Xuanzhi's understanding on multiple occasions. Unfortunately, he continued to miss her hints, insisting she was merely a girl with peculiar interests. Eventually, Mo Hua conceded defeat. Deeming Wang Xuanzhi too foolish to be the person she sought, she resolved to continue her search in the days to come. Meanwhile, Wang Xuanzhi, having mastered the technique of transforming into the 3 purities, wandered the various regions of the path of inquiry. Whenever he encountered others, he shared the teachings of the demon emperor's faith. Successfully persuading a multitude, he had undoubtedly become a charlatan in their eyes. Wang Xuanzhi's unusual behavior had become well known, for he was the one who ignited a remarkable phenomenon in the path of inquiry. The manifestation of the 3 purities embodied by Wang Xuanzhi was, in essence, a reflection of his true self. They shared the same consciousness and constitution, divided from the essence of Wang Xuanzhi's spirit, alleviating any concerns of betrayal. During these days, Wang Xuanzhi gathered information regarding the realm of eternal life. He discovered that there were 8 dominant factions that governed this realm. Apart from the factions previously mentioned by the master of the Yin-Yang Demon Palace, there were also the Shura sect, the Sword Immortal sect, and the Ghost Tomb, all of which were powerful forces within eternal life. Notably, the Sword Immortal sect accepted not only humans but also individuals from other races. As long as they practiced the sword path, ata tavern in Inquiry City, Wang Xuanzhi sat sipping wine, contemplating whether to indulge in the sword immortal sect. I was born with a companion spirit sword. Yet I have yet to harness its true power. It must be related to the sword path. My skills in swordsmanship have not yet reached their pinnacle. It is time I visit the sword immortal sect and refine my swordsmanship. In that moment, he resolved to pay a visit to the sword immortal sect to enhance his sword path. While his cultivation realm was influenced by the system, his sword path was entirely independent. The stronger his sword path, the greater his power. It was a unique form of cultivation that transcended traditional boundaries. After finishing his drink, Wang Xuanzhi set off toward the sword immortal sect. Ding mission activated. Become a disciple of the sword immortal sect, advance your sword path, and acquire sword intent. ASA reward. Receive the 3 purities earth character. To expedite the host's journey to the sword immortal sect. The system will teleport the host there. Wang Xuanzhi felt the voice of the origin human god system echo in his mind. Curiously, he asked, Yuan, when will you take form? After a brief silence, the system responded, let us discuss it once the host completes the mission. Alternatively, if the host binds with me now, I can take form for you to see. Whether you desire a carriage or a spear, or even to sit on a lotus platform, binding with me would make it possible. Wang Xuanzhi's face flushed with embarrassment. The system had uncovered his thoughts, and in such a blatant manner. At that moment, the other 3 systems voiced their discontent, exclaiming, Sister, we didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Host, do not heed her words. Once you bind with me, whatever you wish to see can be manifested at any time. Wang Xuanzhi chuckled awkwardly and promptly changed the topic, sighing heavily in his heart, once again lamenting the troublesome system that had bound his essence. It had left him surrounded by 4 stunning systems, yet unable to partake in their offerings. All of this was the fault of that cursed system. Radiant light enveloped Wang Xuanzhi, and his figure vanished from the earthly realm, leaving behind the bewildered tavern attendant, who shouted, Sir, you haven't paid for your wine. The sword immortal sect was situated in the heart of eternal life. The sect had long ceased recruiting disciples and had begun to seclude themselves to refine their swordsmanship. In this domain, cultivation was paramount, with a focus on refining the mind. The sword immortal sect was indifferent to worldly affairs. Wang Xuanzhi plummeted from the heavens. He cried out, System, you have betrayed me. Why must I fall from the sky? Plummeting from such great heights, he feared he would be shattered upon impact. In a moment of desperation, he transformed into his dragon phoenix form, unleashing a formidable aura that radiated from above the sword immortal sect. Countless disciples emerged from their meditative states, gazing upward, believing they were under attack by a powerful entity. Elders and the sect leader emerged from the grand hall, sensing the overwhelming and terrifying pressure above. Their expressions grave. The sect leader exclaimed, This is the aura of the ancestral dragon. What is happening? Shouldn't the dragon clan be residing in the Dragon Valley? Have they resurfaced? Their expressions were filled with trepidation. The dragon race was a formidable lineage, having transcended their beastly nature to establish themselves as a distinct clan. Wang Xuanzhi extended his consciousness, enveloping the entire sword immortal sect. This terrifying presence led the sect members to believe that the dragon clan harbored intentions toward them. The ability to encompass the entire sect in an instant reinforced their conviction that a being of ancestral dragon caliber had appeared. Who dares to descend upon us? The sword immortal sect leader shouted. Wang Xuanzhi did not hear the question as he surveyed the scene below. He noticed many disciples gazing skyward, seemingly looking directly at him. Panic surged within him. Would they come for him? He had committed no wrongdoing. All he desired was to join the sword immortal sect. In haste, he retracted his dragon form and assumed human shape. The ancestral dragon bones emitted a mystical resonance, altering the space and accelerating time. In an instant, Wang Xuanzhi transitioned from the precipice to the back mountain of the sword immortal sect. The sect leader, sensing the fleeting pressure, was left puzzled, wondering why the dragon had departed. How peculiar. He mused. After the overwhelming aura dissipated, the disciples of the sword immortal sect collectively exhaled, relieved. That oppressive presence had loomed over them like a blade, threatening their very existence. At that moment, Wang Xuanzhi landed heavily in a pond. Splashing water everywhere, he floundered, unable to swim, as he was akin to a fish out of water. Suddenly, he grasped something soft and, squeezing it, exclaimed in surprise, Oh, this feels rather soft. His eyes were tightly shut, oblivious to the fact that a naked woman stood before him. The woman gazed at Wang Xuanzhi in disbelief, as his hands, like 2 lecherous claws, grasped her bosom. An infinite aura of sword energy enveloped her. tearing through the fabric of reality. She cried out in distress. Ah, in Chapter 65, the emergence of the lotus, this terrifying sword energy hurled Wang Xuanzhi from the waters. Dazed, he opened his eyes, savoring the softness he had just felt. Upon regaining his vision, he was astonished to find a naked woman before him. Before he could admire her beauty, majestic peaks and a mysterious garden captured his attention. In this triangular garden, a pool of water shimmered, with pink butterflies dancing above it. Wang Xuanzhi's mouth fell agape in disbelief. The woman radiated a palpable murderous intent, her blood-red aura soaring skyward, transforming into a torrent of sword energy aimed at him. Wang Xuanzhi shouted, "Miss, this is all a misunderstanding. I will take responsibility. Please, do not be angry. I can show you my sincerity." Such a shameless thought. The woman seemed even more enraged, her terrifying killing intent coalescing, filling the air with sword energy. With no escape, Wang Xuanzhi gritted his teeth, acknowledging his fault, and refrained from attacking her. He exclaimed, "Miss, the green mountains remain, and the waters flow eternally. Next time, I shall personally apologize. I will take responsibility. I swear." Time nurtures feelings. After all, the aura of the ancestral dragon's bones emanated a mysterious energy, causing Wang Xuanzhi's speed to surge. In that moment, it felt as if time and space had paused. He hastily evaded the dense sword energy and fled. Once he escaped, the space returned to normal. The naked woman, witnessing Wang Xuanzhi's disappearance, simmered with silent fury. She vowed, "I will find you, and this matter is far from over." Realizing her body had been exposed, she wept like a helpless girl, clad in her garments. Resentment flickered in her eyes. In the Yinyang Demon Palace, Wang Xuanzhi maintained his previous posture, disbelief etched across his face. This entire experience was a fusion of his essence and his true self. The sensations he felt, whether tactile or visual, were all interconnected with his mind and spirit. It could be said that at this moment, Wang Xuanzhi's body and that of the fusion of his essence were one and the same. Is this truly happening? He wondered incredulously. I can't believe such a thing exists. It's as if good fortune has descended upon me while I sit at home, having just escaped from the sword immortal sect. Wang Xuanzhi found himself lost in the secluded mountains behind it. He was unsure of his destination, still appearing disheveled from his recent plunge into the water. He hastily summoned his spiritual energy to dry his clothes. Restoring his elegant demeanor, it must be said that he looked remarkably handsome. The back mountain was eerily quiet, devoid of any presence. As he descended the mountain, he remained vigilant, wary of being mistaken for an intruder. He had come to seek a master, not to stir trouble. Which sect do you belong to? How did you end up in this secluded area? A languid voice interrupted his thoughts. An inebriated old man appeared. His face flushed and disheveled, with a wine gourd hanging from his waist. After uttering his query, he took a hearty swig from his gourd. Wang Xuanzhi, already on edge, was startled by the sudden appearance of the old man. "Old man, do you not know that scaring someone can lead to dire consequences?" The old man appeared unconcerned, burping and retorting, "You little brat, how rude. Which sect are you from? I ought to teach you a lesson." With that, he summoned a branch from the ground, sending it hurtling towards Wang Xuanzhi, imbued with intense sword energy. The branch, seemingly ordinary, unleashed an overwhelming force in the old man's hands. A flicker of astonishment crossed Wang Xuanzhi's face. This unassuming old man appeared to be a formidable expert. He swiftly dodged aside, but the branch seemed to possess a will of its own, pursuing him relentlessly. "Old man, do not push your luck. If I unleash my wrath, even I would be afraid." The old man raised an eyebrow, tauntingly challenging, "Show me your wrath, then." Wang Xuanzhi quickly summoned his accompanying spirit sword, the Tao sword, alongside another ancestral dragon bone sword. Wary of arousing suspicion after transforming into a dragon phoenix above the sword immortal sect, to avoid drawing attention, he decided against using that sword. Gripping his long sword, he swung it towards the branch. Though he lacked any visible sword energy, drawing from the boundless chaos and primordial essence within him, his body emanated a divine glow. Despite only possessing 10 mastery over the Tao, it proved sufficient. Wang Xuanzhi's aura surged as he struck the branch, his body adorned in a resplendent 9-colored celestial light, resembling a celestial being. With a decisive swing, the branch shattered, scattering the surrounding sword energy. A minor explosion rocked the back mountain. Attracting the attention of the sword immortal sect, the old man raised an eyebrow, astonishment gleaming in his eyes. What a peculiar child. He is indeed of the celestial lineage. lacking any foundational swordsmanship, yet able to unleash such formidable power. This little brat's physique is extraordinary, and that long sword is no ordinary weapon. His gaze scrutinized Wang Xuanzhi intently. The old man, his interest piqued, declared, "Well then, regardless of your sect, you are now a disciple of mine." Clearly a member of the Sword Immortal sect, this declaration solidified Wang Xuanzhi's status as a disciple. He had successfully completed his first task. The voice of the Origin God system echoed in Wang Xuanzhi's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task and achieving a breakthrough. The intention of the sword manifests as sword intent. Due to his celestial physique and the guidance of celestial light, this sword intent gradually transformed into celestial sword intent. The specific nature of this sword intent would depend on Wang Xuanzhi's subsequent usage. Sword light enveloped him, accompanied by the sound of ringing swords, echoing with joy and surprise. The Dao sword in his hand emitted a series of harmonious notes, summoning the attention of every long sword within the Sword Immortal sect. On this day, all the swords seemed to gravitate towards a singular direction, as if in submission. 10,000 swords come to pay homage. The old man's joy intensified, astonished to have acquired such a promising talent in his lifetime. Heaven has favored me, Li Mu Lu. This young lad, having just awakened sword intent, has already drawn the attention of a myriad of swords. Such a natural-born sword cultivator is indeed a rarity. How could I let him slip through my fingers? This unusual occurrence swiftly captured the attention of the entire Sword Immortal sect. Just moments ago, they had been on edge, and now, their anxiety heightened once more. After all, swords represented their very essence. With swords, they lived. Without them, they might as well be dead. Now, every long sword exhibited unusual behavior, rising and falling towards that direction. Leaving them in shocked eye. In the span of just half an hour, they experienced a roller coaster of emotions. What an exhilarating affair! Wang Xuanzhi remained oblivious to the magnitude of the stir he had caused with his mere action. He stood there, puzzled, thinking he had simply awakened a sword intent. How could such a minor event create such a commotion? Panic set in as he feared being captured and rigorously interrogated about the origins of his sword intent. But he completely overlooked the sheer strength he possessed now. Who could truly threaten him? It was merely a case of paranoia. Countless powerful auras converged from above, heading towards Wang Xuanzhi. The old man, acting as if he were a thief, hastily grabbed Wang Xuanzhi and vanished from sight. The winds are stirring. We must flee. If other old codgers snatch you away, I would be at a loss. You little rascal, do you know how many people wish to join my sect? Yet, I have turned them all away. Now that you have successfully joined, splendid. You are my second disciple. Wang Xuanzhi, caught off guard, wondered if he could refuse. The old man burst into laughter. Of course, you cannot refuse. Besides, you have a rather beautiful senior sister. Whatever may transpire between the two of you is none of my concern. Just remain under my tutelage. With a grin that hinted at something unsavory, he shot Wang Xuanzhi a knowing look. Internally, Wang Xuanzhi cursed the old man for his shamelessness, thinking, what have I gotten myself into? Not even a dog would want such a thing. He shook his head vigorously, indicating his refusal. The old man, unfazed by Wang Xuanzhi's stubbornness, simply continued on. With a hearty laugh, the elder declared, this is not something you can dictate. He led Wang Xuanzhi to the rear mountains, a place brimming with intricate formations and countless swords embedded in the ground. Upon arrival, the elder's jovial demeanor faded, replaced by a solemn expression as he gazed at Wang Xuanzhi and inquired, what is the origin of your aspiration to become a swordsman? We, as swordsmen, cultivate our hearts and our blades. If the heart is not at peace, neither can the sword be. Wang Xuanzhi recognized that the elder was beginning to impart the way of the sword. He pondered deeply before responding. A single blade of grass can sever the sun, moon, and stars. With a mere finger, one can extinguish the heavens. The elder, taken aback by such grandiloquence, gasped in astonishment. He regarded his newly accepted disciple with newfound respect. Realizing the boy harbored remarkable ambitions, with such prowess, you could easily subdue the entirety of Cheng Shengshan, he mused. Yet, while he marveled at Wang Xuanzhi's aspirations, he did not take them lightly. He kept a watchful eye on the boy. Sensing that he was destined for greatness, should his lofty dreams come to fruition, it would indeed reflect well upon his own reputation as a master. Thus, he resolved to nurture Wang Xuanzhi, guiding him gently rather than discouraging him. The elder gestured towards the countless broken swords scattered across the ground, stating, this is the forbidden ground of my Sword Immortal sect, the Sword Tomb. Every sword wielded by a deceased swordsman is interred here. As my disciple, you are entitled to partake in the sword-knocking ceremony." He glanced at Wang Xuanzhi, who listened intently, nodding in approval before continuing. "Among these grave markers lie millions of swords. If you can resonate with 1,000 of them, it indicates your potential is commendable. If you can awaken the resonance of 100,000, it signifies your talent is extraordinary. However, this is not merely a test of aptitude. It also offers immense benefits. The sword intent of these broken blades remains, and those who visit this place can refine their own sword intent through the remnants." Wang Xuanzhi turned away, cursing internally. "Old fool, I never even said I wanted to be your disciple. Is this not an unreasonable demand?" Unfazed by Wang Xuanzhi's thoughts, the elder seized him by the collar and tossed him into the sea of swords as if discarding a chick. The moment Wang Xuanzhi entered the array of broken blades, a cacophony of sword cries erupted, filling the air with an overwhelming presence of sword intent that began to shred his garments. Stripped bare within the sword tomb, he exclaimed in frustration, "Damn old man. You don't have any peculiar inclinations, do you?" Hastily, he retrieved clothing from his bag and donned it. The elder examined Wang Xuanzhi's robust physique and nodded approvingly. "You, young one, possess considerable potential. It seems your weapons are already quite sharp." Wang Xuanzhi understood the elder's reference to weapons and longed to escape this tomb of swords. He grasped the celestial sword, slowly absorbing the sword intents emanating from the myriad of broken blades. Gradually, his restless heart began to settle. Achieving a state of calm, with a solemn expression, he closed his eyes, entering an ethereal state where his mind was clear and unclouded. The elder observed his disciple with satisfaction, acknowledging that Wang Xuanzhi's ability to achieve tranquility so swiftly was a testament to his enlightened heart. The sword intent radiating from him was elusive, creating an aura of freedom that was intangible yet palpable. Recalling his time in the God Kingdom of Yongzhen continent, Wang Xuanzhi realized he had learned the essence of carefree existence. He endeavored to merge this concept with the ethereal sword intent. As these two energies gradually intertwined, his figure became indistinct, as if he belonged to neither heaven nor earth. The long sword in his hand shimmered with a prismatic glow. The elder gasped in disbelief. Two forms of sword intent? How is this possible? It was astonishing that Wang Xuanzhi, having only just begun to grasp sword intent, could now wield two distinct forms. Under the influence of these celestial sword intents, the myriad of broken swords around him responded in unison, as if resurrected from their slumber, rekindling memories of past glories alongside their masters. The sound of their resounding cries echoed through the sword immortal sect. The sect's leader turned towards the direction of the sword tomb, bewildered by the commotion. "What is happening with the elder?" The elder's eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed Wang Xuanzhi's ability to evoke resonance among the countless broken blades, signifying his unparalleled talent. Wang Xuanzhi's enlightened heart was mistakenly perceived by the elder as a clear sword heart. Though similar, both represent a profound understanding of the world. At that moment, the broken swords soared into the air, surrounding Wang Xuanzhi, radiating a chaotic yet formidable sword intent. Wang Xuanzhi found himself at a crossroads of realization, contemplating the essence of his celestial sword intent. What does it mean to be a celestial being? What is the nature of celestial sword intent? He plunged into a deep reverie, and as he did, the tumultuous sword energies began to harmonize, flowing in a rhythmic tide. Celestial beings are distinct from mortals due to their transcendence. Existing beyond the mundane, yet still connected to the world, he reflected on the character for celestial, noting its connection to humanity, embodying a serene detachment that sets them apart from ordinary beings. This understanding unfolded within him, illuminating the path of celestial sword intent. Suddenly, his eyes sprang open, gleaming with realization. "I understand now. My sword intent embodies transcendence, a detachment from worldly concerns." As he spoke, his white robes billowed as if caught in an unseen wind, exuding an air of effortless grace that was both elusive and liberating. The celestial sword intent surged within him, resonating with a profound essence. With a powerful cry, the sound of his sword echoed. Igniting a resonance among the countless broken blades, they began to orbit him, forming an extraordinary spectacle. The elder, taken aback, realized that this was a moment of profound enlightenment. Wang Xuanzhi had grasped an understanding of his own sword intent, revealing the depth of his exceptional talent. Before the elder could fully process the situation, his gourd transformed into a sword, flying towards Wang Xuanzhi. All the disciples of the sword immortal sect found their swords soaring towards him as well. The elder struggled to maintain control over his own sword, exclaiming in disbelief, "How can this be? This is my life sword. It should not act independently." In that moment, regardless of their skill level, every swordsman found their weapon departing from their grasp. Drawn to Wang Xuanzhi, an extraordinary scene unfolded around him, as millions of broken swords seemed to awaken, radiating boundless sword intent. The myriad of sword intents intertwined, with Wang Xuanzhi's celestial sword intent reigning supreme, creating an ineffable harmony. As more swords flocked to Wang Xuanzhi, within a short span, he amassed a staggering count of 100 million. This legion of swords bore a subtle allegiance to Wang Xuanzhi's sword path, culminating in a momentous occurrence within the sword immortal sect, as millions of swords converged in homage. This magnificent assembly of swords, each emanating diverse sword intents, continuously honed and refined Wang Xuanzhi's celestial sword intent, embodying a willingness to sacrifice for his ascendance. In that instant, his sword intent surged, evolving from modest beginnings to a state of completeness, exuding an aura of transcendent serenity that rendered him almost ethereal. The entire sword immortal sect fell into disarray, bewildered by the inexplicable flight of their swords. My sword has inexplicably vanished. Your heart is troubled, my friend. We, in the sword immortal sect, cultivate the heart. A troubled heart leads to a disordered sword. Whispers of confusion and astonishment filled the air as disciples exchanged incredulous glances. What on earth? The speaker, staring intently at his long sword, was taken aback as it unexpectedly flew away on this fateful day. The sword immortal sect was engulfed in chaos, their precious swords vanishing into the unknown. They could not catch up, left only to flounder helplessly in the wind. For them, losing their life-bound flying swords felt akin to losing their very path to enlightenment. The crowd was on the verge of tears. Many elders and ancient beings from the sword immortal sect gathered beside Wang Xuanzhi, their eyes wide with disbelief as they beheld the multitude of swords soaring towards him. Which sect does this disciple belong to? We must take him under our wing, exclaimed one. Nonsense. This is a disciple lost from my heavy sword lineage, another retorted. Preposterous. He is the illegitimate child of my guardian lineage. The sect leader of the sword immortal sect could only smile wryly, as these venerable seniors were beyond dispute. After all, he knew he could not contend with them. All eyes turned to Wang Xuanzhi, who, with his striking beauty, already exuded the essence of a sword immortal, leaving them in awe. Particularly, Wang Xuanzhi's ethereal sword intent emanated an aura of terror at first glance. This sword intent appeared deceptively subtle, almost imperceptible, yet, upon deeper reflection, one could sense its profound and terrifying nature. This sword intent had the capacity to obliterate the sword intent of others, a lethal strike for sword cultivators. The elder with the prominent nose observed the scene unfolding above and thought, "This is bad." Yet, he found himself powerless to disrupt Wang Xuanzhi's current state, remaining anxiously rooted in place. "Little one, this was all my doing in bringing you here. You cannot forget my kindness. Don't be ungrateful," he urged anxiously. The sword immortal sect leader, a middle-aged man, darkened in expression as he regarded his unreliable senior, Wang Xuanzhi, sensed the peculiar atmosphere surrounding him, with many powerful sword cultivators from the sect fixated on him. Causing him to feel a twinge of panic, he quickly halted his actions. His ethereal sword intent had reached perfection, and as he slowly retracted it, the myriad of residual swords descended back to the ground. As if losing their master in that instant, the once flying spiritual swords seemed to regain their senses and return to their rightful places, back in the hands of their owners. Chapter 68. The Sweet Bait. The allure of beauty. Wang Xuanzhi felt uncomfortable under the intense gaze of numerous men surrounding him. They scrutinized him with an insatiable hunger, their eyes glinting with a predatory gleam, regarding him as a coveted treasure, albeit in a rather unsettling manner. "Help! These old men are terrifying. Could they all be?" Panic gripped Wang Xuanzhi as he swiftly scanned his surroundings and made his way back to the elder with the prominent nose, who now seemed to be his only source of safety. "My young friend, may I inquire which sect you hail from?" A kindly elder inquired, the tone of his address having shifted from disciple to young friend. "Ah, he is a disciple lost from my heavy sword lineage." Another elder insisted, casting meaningful glances at Wang Xuanzhi. "Nonsense, he is clearly from my guardian lineage." The elder with the prominent nose cleared his throat, interrupting the cacophony. "Everyone, pay attention. This is my newly accepted disciple. You old geezers should refrain from competing with me." He naturally draped an arm over Wang Xuanzhi's shoulder, grinning widely. "This is my newly accepted second disciple." The pressure he subtly exerted on Wang Xuanzhi warned him that any dissent would not end well. Wang Xuanzhi felt rigid with tension, inwardly cursing, "You old coot. Must you be so ruthless? You've already ruined my prized possession. I won't let you off easily." He could only force a smile, neither confirming nor denying the claim, which revealed much to the onlookers. The sect leader's gaze was fixed on Wang Xuanzhi, scrutinizing him closely. "Which lineage's elder took you in? I don't recall seeing you before." Now, it was Wang Xuanzhi who felt anxious. He had infiltrated the sect. How could he possibly explain that? He found himself at a loss for words. The elder with the prominent nose, with a smooth demeanor, replied, "This is my new disciple I just accepted today. It's no surprise you haven't seen him. Enough with your questions. You might scare my disciple away," he added with a chuckle, secretly signaling for his other disciple to come quickly and implement a plan involving seduction. The other elders were displeased, exclaiming, "You drunken fool! What do you mean your disciple? While you may drink freely, you cannot speak as you please. This is clearly a disciple of our lineage." They demanded the return of what they believed was their own. The atmosphere grew tense, with a palpable threat of conflict looming. Wang Xuanzhi occasionally felt like a harbinger of calamity, bringing misfortune wherever he went. The scene turned awkward quickly. Before long, the elder's disciple, Wang Xuanzhi's senior sister, made her appearance. Wasn't she the very woman he had previously seen in a compromising situation? Upon seeing Wang Xuanzhi, she radiated a fierce aura, her eyes glinting with danger. "Master, what do you require of me?" she inquired, her gaze fixed on him. Wang Xuanzhi dared not meet her eyes, instead focusing on the ground. The two shared an awkward moment, as he never anticipated that his senior sister would be this woman. Moreover, he had previously acted inappropriately towards her. Now, with her as his senior sister, any potential for retribution was a looming threat. The elder with the prominent nose, having caught a glimpse of the tension between them, recognized that there was a story behind their interaction. The glimmer of murderous intent in her eyes was unmistakable. Wang Xuanzhi chuckled nervously, scratching his head without uttering a word. The elder discreetly communicated, "From now on, he will be your little junior brother. Ensure you take him back with you by any means necessary that in return, I shall impart the 1,000-sword technique to you." The woman nodded, her eyes sparkling with ulterior motives as she regarded Wang Xuanzhi. From the fierce demeanor she had just displayed, she transformed into a compliant feline. Indeed, a woman's change of expression is swift. She affectionately grasped Wang Xuanzhi's hand. Drawing him closer, he stood momentarily stunned, his body rigid and his face flushed. "Miss, please, spare me the torment," he murmured, internally lamenting. "What is the meaning of this? If you wish to kill or maim me, I am at your mercy." The other elders observed the peculiar dynamic between them, sensing a deeper connection. With heavy sighs, they resigned themselves to the fact that this disciple would likely remain by the side of this old drunkard. The woman's gaze softened as she spoke gently. "How could my junior brother say such things? Now that we are part of the same sect, we are family. Fighting and killing is not the way." With that, she playfully tossed her hair, revealing her most enchanting visage to Wang Xuanzhi. Unbeknownst to her, he was utterly disinterested, his mind replaying images of their earlier encounter. As for why she was being so amiable now, it was all part of her scheme. She anticipated that once Wang Xuanzhi joined their sect, it would be easy to manipulate him at will. She was determined to seize the opportunity to obtain the 1,000-sword technique she had long coveted. Once he became a member of the same sect, she could easily concoct excuses to placate her master, ensuring everything went smoothly for her. Her eyes sparkled with cunning, her intentions far from innocent. The elder with the prominent nose looked confidently at the others, stating, "See, I told you he was my disciple. You didn't believe me. All right, disperse now. Have you never seen a genius before? This genius is mine." The crowd observed the elder's smug expression, internally wishing they could snatch the disciple away if they dared. With resigned sighs, they turned away, choosing to ignore the spectacle. The elder, seemingly reveling in the attention, straightened his posture, embodying a victorious demeanor. At that moment, Wang Xuanzhi and the woman exchanged a knowing glance, silently sharing their disdain for the elder. As their eyes met, she quickly averted her gaze, shedding the softness she had just displayed. Now that Wang Xuanzhi was officially part of the sect. Chapter 69. A pair of adversaries. The joy of youth. The elder with the prominent nose led Wang Xuanzhi to the back mountain, accompanied by his senior sister. His eyes sparkled with excitement, fixated on Wang Xuanzhi, finding satisfaction in his appearance, strength, and understanding of the Tao. He was a natural talent for the sword path. However, his senior sister regarded him with a mixture of confusion and suspicion, causing Wang Xuanzhi to feel increasingly uneasy. "Wang Xuanzhi, You are in danger. The old man with a wine-soaked nose took a swig of liquor and laughed heartily. Qingli, take your little junior brother around for a look. With that, he departed the back mountain in a fit of laughter, leaving his destination unknown. The woman addressed as Qingli was none other than Wang Xuanzhi's senior sister. She pouted her lips and replied, "Yes, master." Her voice lingered in the air. Internally, she cursed, "Damn drunkard. All he knows is drinking." Once her master had completely left, she abruptly turned to Wang Xuanzhi, her eyes glinting with mischief. "Little junior brother, how shall we settle the matter from before?" Wang Xuanzhi smiled awkwardly. "Whatever you say, senior sister, I will abide by it. If you order me to die, I shall not dare to defy." Qingli nodded with a grin, patting Wang Xuanzhi's shoulder. "Good, very perceptive." Wang Xuanzhi nodded cautiously. Just then, Qingli suddenly drew a long sword from her bosom and swung it towards Wang Xuanzhi's younger brother. Wang Xuanzhi instantly vanished from sight. Leaping 10 meters away, he held his younger brother protectively and said, "Senior sister, you needn't be so ruthless. I have already apologized. I could show you again, if you wish." Upon hearing Wang Xuanzhi's foolish words, Qingli grew even angrier, her sword radiating fierce energy as she shouted, "Lecherous scoundrel, prepare to meet your end." Wang Xuanzhi, now irked, retorted, "Hey, you call yourself my senior sister, yet you truly act like one." He then declared, "Let me show you what a junior brother can do when provoked." Cursing himself for speaking his mind, Wang Xuanzhi quickly corrected, let me demonstrate the might of a junior brother." He unsheathed his celestial sword, preparing to defend against the assault. As he faced her sword, Qingli continued her relentless attack. The sword's aura permeated the surroundings, slashing through the very fabric of space. Wang Xuanzhi's robes could not withstand the assault, shredding into tatters. His expression darkened. Continuing to defend like this was untenable that he whispered, "Senior sister, I apologize." Then he unleashed a torrent of celestial sword energy that surged toward Qingli's attack. This ethereal sword energy filled the air, manifesting everywhere. Upon contact, Qingli's sword energy dissipated like smoke. Her eyes widened in disbelief. "How is this possible? How could you break my sword energy so easily?" "Damn it!" With that, she conjured another sword in her right hand, wielding 2 blades as she charged at Wang Xuanzhi. He, however, did not remain passive, darting around like a monkey, exuding an air of carefree agility. Qingli struggled to land a hit, and thus, they engaged in a cat-and-mouse chase for half an hour. "Little thief, are you a mouse? All you do is run away. Have the guts to fight me head-on," Qingli shouted. Wang Xuanzhi raised an eyebrow and declared, "Senior sister, you said it first, so I won't hold back." He radiated celestial brilliance, and at that moment, Qingli's sword momentarily slipped from her control, seemingly wanting to surrender to Wang Xuanzhi's overwhelming presence. Quickly regaining her grip, she felt a crack in her defenses, and Wang Xuanzhi seized the moment, unleashing his sword energy. The force behind it sent Qingli flying, shattering her sword aura and her garments, leaving her exposed before Wang Xuanzhi once more. In a moment of heated embarrassment, Wang Xuanzhi felt a rush of blood to his head, causing him to cover his nose, but the blood flowed uncontrollably. Qingli stood frozen for several seconds before a piercing scream erupted from her, echoing through the back mountain. She hastily retrieved a set of clothes from her ring and donned them. Her fury igniting, with 2 swords in hand, she charged at Wang Xuanzhi, shouting, "Perverted scoundrel, prepare to pay with your life." Wang Xuanzhi, feeling like a guilty cat, dared not retaliate fully, merely evading her relentless pursuit. Qingli's strikes targeted the most vulnerable areas, causing Wang Xuanzhi to panic. "Senior sister, if you don't stop, I might have to fight back." Momentarily stunned, Qingli was too engulfed in rage to heed his warning. Continuing her assault, Wang Xuanzhi sighed and decided to engage her in close combat, rushing toward her with the intent to disarm her. Qingli was momentarily confused. Did this little thief intend to confront her directly? Did he not realize the peril of her sword energy? In that instant, she hesitated. This was her junior brother. She could not truly harm him. Secretly, she toned down her sword energy significantly. Wang Xuanzhi remained unaware of her change, and they collided with a resounding crash, tumbling to the ground amidst the grass. Instinctively, Wang Xuanzhi grasped Qingli, who misinterpreted his action as another attack. She lunged at him, and they wrestled together, rolling across the grass in a rather intimate position. Wang Xuanzhi beneath, Qingli atop, their faces mere inches apart. The atmosphere around them suddenly fell silent, the wind rustling as they could hear each other's breaths. At that moment, the old man with the wine-soaked nose fortuitously returned. witnessing his two disciples engaged in such conduct under the sun that he sighed. Indeed, youth is a beautiful thing. Chapter 70. Fearless in the face of danger, the wine-soaked old man turned away, unable to bear the sight of such a beautiful yet inappropriate scene. Qingli quickly stood up, kicking Wang Xuanzhi away. He landed heavily among the rubble of a small hill, slowly getting to his feet while wincing in pain. Why was misfortune always his lot? Who had he offended? He cautiously approached the wine-soaked old man, casting wary glances at Qingli, fearful she might strike again. The old man, however, paid them no mind, having always been indifferent to the romantic entanglements of his disciples. I want to meddle in your affairs. I understand, young people, he began. You are far more impetuous than we were in our time, that as he reminisced. Qingli waved her hands, her cheeks flushed. Master, it's not what you think. Wang Xuanzhi chimed in. It's not what you saw, old man. But the wine-soaked old man dismissed their protests, nodding seriously. I understand, I truly do. However, his expression was anything but sincere. He wore a distinctly mocking smile. The upcoming talent competition in a few days will see our Sword Immortal sect participating. You two are the only disciples representing us, my prized students. You must bring honor to our sect. He continued, the reward is said to be a Dao fruit, which can elevate one's realm without any side effects. Wang Xuanzhi was unimpressed by the mention of the Dao fruit. His own advancement could only be achieved through the system. Unless it pertained to faith, what good would the Dao fruit do him? He already possessed an abundance of heavenly materials and treasures collected from the origin continent's 5 clans. Consuming them daily like fruits, he had grown weary of them. Why should I exert myself for something so trivial? What if I end up facing myself in the competition? That would be quite embarrassing. Qingli, however, was different. Her eyes sparkled with eagerness at the mention of the Dao fruit. Master, we will definitely participate and live up to your expectations. Seeing Wang Xuanzhi's lack of interest, the old man gestured for Qingli to persuade him. She understood, pulling Wang Xuanzhi aside, whispering, Are you going to the talent competition? Wang Xuanzhi shook his head. No, Qingli pressed. You wouldn't want Master to find out about your little secret. Would you? Upon hearing her familiar tone, Wang Xuanzhi felt coerced. What secret? He had merely glanced. After a moment's internal struggle, he sighed. I must protect my reputation. Reluctantly, he nodded, recognizing the importance of his reputation and honor. Why does this feel so strange? How curious it feels to be the one who is insulted, thought Wang Xian. Upon seeing Wang Xian's nod of agreement, Qingli, satisfied, patted his head and led him back to the old man with a nose like wine dregs. Master, he has agreed, Qingli proclaimed, her head held high with pride. Isn't that right, good junior brother? She turned to fix her gaze on Wang Xian, a hint of menace lacing her tone. Wang Xian, reluctantly nodding with a grim expression, thought to himself, humph, a junior brother now, but a wet junior brother later. In the Yin-Yang Demon Palace, Wang Xian wore an odd expression, astonished to uncover such absurdities within the Sword Immortal sect. In his mind, he called out, Momo, look at Yuan. She is willing to transform after I complete my task. Why can't you be like that? Afterward, he retrieved a small notebook from his bag, where he meticulously recorded the benefits and tasks bestowed upon him by several systems over the past days, primarily for scorekeeping, employing a method reminiscent of a certain merchant's strategy. The scores read, Momo, 96, Yuan, 97, Yao, 98, Xian, 96. Wang Xian spoke again. Of course, if Xian is willing to do the same, I shall immediately grant you an additional point. This way, you won't lag behind Yuan too much. Wang Xian displayed great patience, gradually enticing them, resembling Uncle Wang next door. Yao floated above, her eyes slitting into crescent moons, utterly enchanting as she observed her leading score. Wang Xian was enjoying his days immensely, living a remarkably pleasant life, with a beauty like Yao by his side. Who wouldn't he feel comfortable? Alas, seeing but not having was the most torturous aspect. He had no such thoughts for the present. Whether that would change in the future remained uncertain. For now, his sole focus was on continual enhancement and the development of his own strength. The day he could bind all 4 systems would indeed be. The voice of the Chaos Demon system broke through his reverie, flat and unembellished, stating, As long as the host can complete this task, what is the harm in my transformation? But can the host accomplish it now? It continued, If you can finish within a day, I shall unconditionally grant you 1 wish. What do you think, host? Wang Xian was elated. The prospect of the Chaos Demon system transforming meant he would once again witness a system S form. His excitement nearly causing his tail to wag. Unbeknownst to him, he was the one being tricked. The target of the system task was not his master, but rather his senior sister. Whether Wang Xian could complete the task within a day hinged on his audacity. Resolutely, he declared, "All right, it's settled." Eagerly, he began to strategize the feasibility of the situation. However, unbeknownst to him, in a certain part of his being, 3 women lay on the ground, doubled over with laughter. Now this will be entertaining. How foolish can the host be? They chortled. Our host is in for some trouble. Momo, you are truly wicked. Yao Yao had learned the art of silence. Understanding that silence is golden, she chose to observe Wang Xian's antics in silence. Meanwhile, Wang Xian discreetly extended his consciousness, knowing this was the time his master usually bathed. He had pieced everything together and began to plot his task as completion. Completely enchanted by Momo, his thoughts were consumed by the mission, leading him to dismiss life and death with a flippant, "to hell with it." Yet, he found solace in knowing that the Wang Xian in the Sword Immortal sect was his true self. Even if this Wang Xian perished, the other would still exist, and the system would endure. Thus, he was immortal. This was the bizarre nature of the unity of 3 pure forms. Even if one of him fell, countless others remained. For the grand scheme of the system's transformation, sacrificing one was a trivial matter. Wang Xian wore a righteous expression, prepared for gallant sacrifice. Chapter 71. Yao Yao transforms into her true form. The rebellious disciple Wang Xian specifically sought out Mo Hua. Upon arriving at her door, he inquired, "Senior sister, is there anything master fears?" Mo Hua's brows knitted in confusion, unsure of Wang Xian's intent. Nevertheless, she pondered seriously, raising her small head, her expression earnest. While master possesses great strength, she seems to have a fear of certain furry creatures. She never engages with them for reasons unknown. Wang Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Thank you, senior sister." He promptly returned to his quarters, contemplating where to capture some furry creatures. Once his master entered the spirit pond for her bath, he would introduce these furry animals. That moment. He rubbed his chin with a mischievous grin. Despite his unparalleled grace and beauty, a hint of lewdness lingered in his demeanor. But where could he find such creatures? In a place like the Yin-Yang Demon Palace. There were no animals to speak of, let alone a single bird. Wang Xian felt disheartened. Now that he had a plan, he lacked the means. His gaze shifted to Yao Yao, a peculiar glint in his eyes. With a hint of bashfulness, he rubbed his hands together and asked, "Yao Yao, could you possibly assist me with something? I could add another point to my little book for you." Yao Yao, puzzled, didn't he comprehend Wang Xian's intentions. However, upon hearing about the additional point, she nodded eagerly. A pang of guilt washed over Wang Xian. What a pure-hearted girl she was. Was it wrong to deceive her like this? Would he incur divine wrath? Little did he know, the voices within him were urging Yao Yao to comply. "Yao Yao, agree quickly. Go help him." Wang Xian slowly continued. "Could you transform into your true form, that of a celestial fox?" Yao Yao's expression tightened, initially unaware of the nature of his request. Assuming it was something straightforward, she nodded. A myriad of white light burst forth from Yao Yao, obscuring Wang Xian's vision. Should he manage to pierce through the brilliance, he would discover that Yao Yao was utterly bare, her skin as smooth and flawless as jade, radiating ethereal beauty as if sculpted by the heavens themselves. Gradually, Yao Yao shrank, transforming into a diminutive fox, no larger than 10 inches, her fur immaculate. Behind her, 9 tails swayed gracefully. This adorable little fox ignited all of Wang Xian's protective instincts, melting his heart with her cuteness. In modern times, no woman could resist such an enchanting creature. Yao Yao leapt onto Wang Xian, who then asked, "Yao Yao, can others see you in this form?" A soft, delicate voice emanated from her small body. "Yes," but soon, her tone shifted, becoming shy and hesitant. "But can you stop, host? This is rather inappropriate." As Wang Xian stroked Yao Yao's tails, curiosity piqued him about their differences. Unbeknownst to him, these 9 tails represented the celestial fox's sacred secrets, akin to a woman's mysterious regions, not to be profaned. Embarrassed, Wang Xian quickly withdrew his hand. At that moment, he finally grasped the reason behind the materials he studied in his previous life, which included tales of beastly unions. With everything in place, he stealthily approached the depths of the back mountain. His master should be preparing for her bath in the spirit pond. He had concocted a plan. As a devoted disciple, helping his master bathe was not unreasonable, was it? Wang Xian chuckled to himself. He concealed himself nearby, watching as his master gracefully entered the grand hall, where the spirit pond lay. The moment she fully stepped inside, he stealthily followed, scaling the hall. The The spirit pond was shrouded in ethereal mist, obscuring all sight. The master of the Yin-Yang Demon Palace scanned her surroundings with her spiritual awareness. Finding no anomalies, then began to shed her garments. Beneath her flowing robes lay her magnificent form, a visage that could only be described as devilishly alluring, perfectly complementing her exquisite physique. Wang Xian whispered to Yao Yao. "It's your turn now." Yao Yao, understanding, bounded across the hall and leapt into the pond. The bear master of the Yin-Yang Demon Palace remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding events, gently pouring the spirit water over herself. The sight of her stunningly white skin floated on the surface, refusing to sink. She savored the joy of her bath, but Yao Yao's splash disrupted the tranquility. With a loud splash, Yao Yao emerged from the water, launching herself at the master of the Yin-Yang Demon Palace. At this moment, the master of the Demon Palace was in a state of panic, after safeguarding her pristine and unblemished body for decades. The thought of it being exposed was unbearable. A menacing aura of murderous intent surged from her, as dark energy cascaded toward the direction from which the attack had come. Under the force of her strike, half of the ethereal mist was dispersed. Wang Xuanzhi lay atop the grand hall, silently observing the unfolding scene. The damned mist, in a most unfortunate coincidence, obscured his lower half, leaving only his upper body visible. The towering peaks gleamed blindingly, causing Wang Xuanzhi to lament. One cannot truly recognize the essence of Lushan, for one is ensconced within its mountains. This cursed mist, how could it be so fortuitous? Otherwise, it must be. Unbeknownst to Wang Xuanzhi, the grand hall, which had been shattered by the master of the Demon Palace, was subtly on the verge of collapse. At that moment, the palace beneath him suddenly crumbled. He found himself plummeting into the ethereal pool below. "Ah!" he cried out, crashing heavily into the depths. When he regained his footing, he locked eyes with the master of Yin and Yang, his expression decidedly awkward. Yet the infuriating mist still obscured his lower half, showing no signs of dissipating. Goodness, he was so close to death and still entangled in this mist. Truly, he was living up to his reputation as the self-destructive Wang. The atmosphere was thick with an eerie silence. At that moment, Wang Xuanzhi had already envisioned a million ways to meet his demise. Internally, he mourned, "It's over. I am truly finished. I suppose I have sacrificed myself for the cause of revolution." Chapter 72. Approaching the doorstep, I shall not hold back. Yao Yao had long since vanished from sight. Wang Xuanzhi could not even persuade her to take him away. Within him, three voices of schadenfreude engaged in discourse with Yao Yao, who lay above. "Ha, Yao Yao, splendid work. Our host is in for a treat this time. Let us see how he handles this. He usually just exploits us. Now, he is facing retribution." Yao Yao's fox-like eyes glimmered with cunning as they narrowed, naturally exuding an air of charm. "Still trying to deceive me? Little do you know, I am quite astute." Her delicate nose twitched, and she opened her crystal-clear eyes, gazing down at Wang Xianzhi in his heart. He wailed, "Yao Yao, save me, demon, aid me, round, help, Xian, I am in dire need. Can you bear to watch your host be torn apart alive? My fragile existence cannot withstand such torment." Unfortunately, no one responded to Wang Xuanzhi's pleas. "Sister, are we really not going to help? Rest assured, if danger arises, we will intervene. If not, it's up to the host's fate." Even if this body perished, Wang Xuanzhi would survive, for within the Sword Immortal sect, another life awaited him. This meant he currently possessed 2 lives. Once he completed his mission, he could once again acquire the Earth chapter of the 3 purities, granting him yet another life. However, now is not the time to contemplate such matters. As the imminent crisis was exceedingly urgent, the atmosphere grew increasingly awkward, steeped in a deathly stillness. The master of the Yin and Yang Demon Palace wore a stoic expression as she elegantly stepped forward. Wang Xuanzhi felt the specter of death drawing closer, his heart sinking into despair. He lamented inwardly, "Could it be? My splendid life, yet to truly begin, is now at its end." He had yet to even encounter the 4 systems. And now it was all over? System, save me. No, wait. His self in the Sword Immortal sect was unharmed. Then perhaps he was all right. Wang Xuanzhi gently patted his chest, suddenly realizing that he could indeed survive. Yet, he still harbored a flicker of dread in the face of death, uncertain of the punishment his master might impose upon him. The master of the Yin and Yang Demon Palace advanced slowly, her steps resembling the approach of death itself. In Wang Xuanzhi's eyes, he began to panic, his legs trembling. Though the blinding whiteness drew nearer, the damned mist continued to obscure his lower half. Rendering everything a blurred eye in a moment of resignation, he decided to abandon all pretense of struggle and fixed his gaze defiantly upon the master of the Yin and Yang demon palace. Inside the grand hall, the atmosphere grew increasingly surreal. Amidst the swirling mist, the two figures were barely distinguishable, while everything else remained shrouded in obscurity. Yao Yao, perched above, widened her eyes in curiosity, eager to witness what would transpire next. Wang Xuanzhi stood rigidly, cold sweat trickling down his back, paralyzed by the overwhelming aura emanating from the master of the Yin and Yang demon palace, rendering him incapable of resistance. The master of the Yin and Yang demon palace, with a faint smile playing on her lips, possessed an indescribable allure. Her voice, deep and resonant, sent chills down Wang Xuanzhi's spine. My dear disciple, what are you doing? Peeping at your master. Wang Xuanzhi broke into a cold sweat. His face stiffening. Slowly, he managed to utter a few words. Misunderstanding, master. This is all a misunderstanding. With a forced laugh and a rigid expression, he wondered if she would believe his words. Her smile remained unyielding as she countered. What do you think? At this, Wang Xuanzhi's heart plummeted. He had truly landed himself in serious trouble. The master of the Yin and Yang demon palace lifted her delicate hand and reached toward his face, her abundant whiteness enveloping him. This unexpected closeness left Wang Xuanzhi feeling lightheaded. His face flushed to the roots of his ears. Stammering, he questioned, Master, what are you doing? She leaned in closer, whispering softly, her warm breath caressing his ear. Little one, I was contemplating how to consume you, but since you have come to me willingly, I cannot be blamed. I initially intended to let you mature a bit longer, waiting for your dark energy to reach its peak before harvesting it. But now that you've delivered yourself to my doorstep, I cannot let this opportunity slip away. Having cultivated the Yin and Yang arts, the master had felt a surge of chaotic energy within her over the years. As a woman, her aura of darkness was particularly potent, and years of practice had led to a disbalance between the two energies. Wang Xuanzhi, possessing an innate compatibility with dark energies, was distinct from others. Little one, she continued, is this your fortune or misfortune? Rest assured, I have mastered the heart of Tao, and I shall love but one in my lifetime. After absorbing your dark energy, I shall not seek out other men. Little one, your future will be in my care. Consider it a form of compensation for you. Wang Xuanzhi stood frozen, realizing that his master had long harbored intentions toward him. The implication was clear. She intended to use him as a furnace. This scenario felt oddly familiar. Was he to be subjected to a repeat of his past experiences on the Shura continent with those two women? Wang Xuanzhi seemed to lack the initiative to dictate his own fate. This peculiar master-disciple dynamic was truly one of a kind. While the disciple pondered how to complete his tasks, the master contemplated her plans for him. Indeed, it was a case of the master confronting the disciple, with the affection of a teacher and the devotion of a child. Wang Xuanzhi's expression soured as he slowly spoke. Fairy, please have some decorum. No, wait, Fairy, please conduct yourself appropriately. The master of the Yin and Yang demon palace, her eyes twinkling with amusement, responded, Oh, you harbor such thoughts? With that, she pushed Wang Xuanzhi to the ground, her form descending upon him. Rendered powerless by the restraints upon him, he became akin to a sacrificial lamb. Soon, the master of the Yin and Yang palace pressed forward, engaging him. The ethereal pool erupted with splashes, and the echoes of their encounter resonated throughout the grand hall. The picturesque scenery within the hall transformed into a realm of pink hues. In that moment, the beauty of the night was not to be shared with outsiders. Only Wang Xuanzhi truly understood the intricacies of this experience. Of course, Yao Yao, perched on the eaves, was privy to it as well. Chapter 73. The one you seek is the senior sister? The fourth realm of the demon path. Chapter 74. Absurdity again, past life? Wang Xuanzhi felt a twinge of panic as he anxiously inquired, Will I explode and perish? The voice of the chaotic divine demon system replied monotonously, Simply vent the dark thoughts within your heart, and it will conclude. Wang Xuanzhi's heart sank. Venting dark thoughts, did that not imply, in a way? Wang Xuanzhi wailed inwardly, Is the heavens truly toying with me? Noticing his distress, Emohua asked with concern, Junior brother, is something amiss with your body? Do you need me to take a look? Or perhaps I should summon Master to examine you? Wang Xuanzhi internally screamed, Please, no. If Master arrives, what chaos would ensue? Not again, not another dragon and two phoenixes. He forced a smile, suppressing his dark thoughts, and replied, It's nothing. If all is well, senior sister, you may leave. At this moment, Wang Xuanzhi involuntarily emanated the aura of the fourth realm of demonic cultivation. Emohua immediately sensed this presence, her face reflecting astonishment, her eyes widened in disbelief, and her mouth slightly agape. Could it be? Clearly, she had also considered the special circumstances associated with reaching the fourth realm. A rare occurrence that was now manifesting in Wang Xuanzhi. Her complexion flushed slightly, and she stood frozen, unsure of how to react. Although she had been nurtured by the demon lord, existing solely for Wang Xuanzhi, she found herself in a state of panic as any ordinary woman would when confronted with such an unexpected situation. Wang Xuanzhi shouted, "Senior sister, I truly am fine. You should leave quickly." His expression was one of despair, as if he were on the verge of tears. What was happening? Was this some cruel joke? Emohua resolved herself, her gaze firm. The demon lord has commanded me to marry the young master and become his wife. Since I am to be the young master's wife, I shall share all responsibilities with my junior brother. Do not worry, I will assist you. Without waiting for a response, Emohua embraced Wang Xuanzhi and returned to the room. As Wang Xuanzhi grappled with the surging thoughts within him, the backlash from the fourth realm intensified, growing stronger with each moment. Emohua's complexion deepened in hue, almost glistening with moisture. With a gentle sigh, she waved her delicate hand to set up a soundproof barrier around them. Wang Xuanzhi's eyes widened in disbelief, exclaiming, "Senior sister, there really is no need for this." Yet, the words became increasingly difficult to articulate, his speech slurring as his gaze began to drift. Inside Wang Xuanzhi, the other three systems were elated. They had just witnessed a live performance, and now there was more to observe. Naturally, all three systems were female. Our host is truly fortunate, one mused. Why is it that his romantic prospects are so abundant? A system bound to a person signifies that they are destined for greatness. His romantic fortune is destined to flourish. And with all four systems tied to him, how could his luck possibly wane? Xian chimed in, clearly eager to witness the unfolding drama. Suddenly, Emohua's demonic energy surged, causing their garments to disintegrate into fragments. Wang Xuanzhi's expression turned complex. How could a woman he had known for only a few days be capable of such profound impact? His relationships with the few women connected to him had been devoid of any emotional foundation. Emohua spoke softly. My fate was predetermined from birth, at the very least. I can meet a worthy partner, someone who will not disappoint me. If you live, I shall live. If you depart, I shall follow. In this life, apart from you, there is no one else. The aura she emitted was increasingly intoxicating, captivating Wang Xuanzhi's heart and spirit with every movement. Beneath her pristine exterior lay an unblemished purity that evoked deep affection. Akin to a delicate and enchanting white tiger at last, Wang Xuanzhi understood why this exquisite being was so aptly named. With a dreamy gaze, Emohua leaned closer, nestling against Wang Xuanzhi. Her crimson lips gradually pressed against his, their bodies drawing nearer until they became one. At the symbol of fidelity, the plum blossom fell silently, leaving its mark below. Another night of passion ensued, the small room swaying gently. Filled with tenderness, the wind whispered and summer cicadas sang, as soft melodies intertwined. Wang Xuanzhi finally comprehended why the 10 renowned artifacts held such fame. The aura of his demonic cultivation was elevated in that moment. The secret lay in the unparalleled sensations he experienced, rendering his spirit weightless. This was precisely why the 10 renowned artifacts were so celebrated. In this fleeting night, Wang Xuanzhi's demonic realm ascended to the 5th stage, his demonic energy surging with newfound strength and depth. The following day, he rose, casting a complex glance at the woman sleeping beside him, his gaze resolute. What merit do I possess to deserve such a remarkable woman? Is it merely because of my fate? I shall not disappoint her, nor the one I cherished in this life. I seek not the path of greatness, but rather the companionship of you all. He tenderly covered Emohua with a blanket before quietly slipping out of bed. As his feet touched the ground, weakness overtook him, and he found himself kneeling, unable to rise. A bitter smile crossed his face. The past few days had been utterly absurd. Should he prepare some nourishing soup with the ancestral dragon's bones to recuperate? He slowly stood and made his way outside. Inside, Emohua quietly opened her eyes, a satisfied smile gracing her lips as she murmured, "Do you still remember the past life? The regrets of that existence are to be mended in this one. It matters not that you do not recall everything now that I in the future. I shall accompany you on this long journey of destiny." She uttered a perplexing statement about the past life's invincible struggles and numerous regrets. Acknowledging the fate of her sisters who had transcended through reincarnation, Indeed, you have encountered your destiny. This meeting in this life was preordained. The watchful spirit lingered beneath the eaves, observing the events unfold. She had witnessed the absurdity of the previous night and heard Mo Hua's words, feeling a sense of familiarity with them, as though they echoed from a distant memory. Yet, the specifics eluded her. Leaving her mind fragmented, Wang Xuanzhi stood outside, grappling with his own elusive memories that he gathered his thoughts, setting aside the confusion. Days later, the day of the prodigy competition would arrive. He pondered whether the prodigies of Changshan heaven would withstand a single blow from him. With a spirited demeanor, his robes billowed as he moved. In Chapter 75, he stood on the back mountain for a long while, gazing at the magnificent scenery of the Yin-Yang Demon Palace. After half an hour, he slowly withdrew his gaze and returned to his room, only to find that Mo Hua had already departed. Whether from shyness or uncertainty about facing him, she had slipped away unnoticed. The next day, the demon lord summoned Wang Xuanzhi and Mo Hua to the grand hall. The three of them occupied the same room, with Mo Hua appearing somewhat bashful, avoiding eye contact with Wang Xuanzhi. Meanwhile, Wang Xuanzhi's demeanor was stiff, as he sensed the connection between the two women and himself. The demon lord's gaze was entirely fixated on Mo Hua, intentionally avoiding Wang Xuanzhi to alleviate the awkwardness, resulting in a scenario where both women isolated him. Curiosity piqued, the demon lord observed the two with intrigue, wondering about their peculiar behavior. What could be happening? Did they not appear to be on amicable terms? In truth, their relationship was overly intimate, bordering on discomfort. It seemed that Mo Hua was deliberately shunning Wang Xuanzhi. The demon lord discreetly glanced at him, noting his lackluster appearance. Was this young man truly so drained by the previous 3 days of indulgence? Surely not. She contemplated preparing a nourishing soup for him to restore his vitality, as there would be many days ahead. However, the weariness he exhibited was not solely due to the prior indulgences. It stemmed from the wild night shared with Mo Hua, leaving him visibly fatigued and unsteady. Mo Hua too noticed the change in him. He was behaving differently today, seemingly trying to avoid the demon lord's gaze. She questioned, could it be that the previous night's escapades were too much for you? Aware of her unique constitution, especially in relation to Wang Xuanzhi, she pondered if he had truly been overwhelmed. Inwardly, she resolved to find a nourishing remedy for him in the future. The demon lord, suppressing her discomfort, stated, "Today is the day for you to participate in the prodigy competition. It will take place at the Sword Immortal sect, a formidable force dedicated to swordsmanship. Their disciples should not be underestimated. During the battles, remain vigilant against their blades. They have not participated in the past, but for some unknown reason, they have chosen to emerge this year." Wang Xuanzhi's expression shifted. The Sword Immortal sect was the very faction to which he had recently joined as a disciple, albeit with an unclear standing. It can be said that, due to his disheveled appearance, he holds a unique position within the Sword Immortal sect, regarded as a minor uncle to the disciples, second only to the sect master. Mo Hua and Wang Xuanzhi nodded in agreement. Mo Hua spoke first, assuring, "Rest assured, master, we shall not forget your teachings." Wang Xuanzhi's expression was peculiar as he added, "I will certainly honor Master S' wishes." The moment the title master was uttered, the expression of the leader of the Yin-Yang Demon Palace grew even more strange, her cheeks flushing slightly. Given their status, such a relationship could hardly be deemed one of master and disciple. With a mix of benevolence and rebellion, Wang Xuanzhi quickly fled the grand hall, leaving Mo Hua increasingly convinced that he harbored guilt and perhaps an improper relationship with their master. She took note of this, irked. How can this little rascal be so fortunate in love? Even the master is involved. I must keep an eye on him. Otherwise, I may end up with countless sisters in the future. Mo Hua bowed respectfully, stating, "I take my leave now." Together, Wang Xuanzhi and Mo Hua boarded the special flying vessel of the Yin-Yang Demon Palace, setting off toward the Sword Immortal sect. The vessel soared with remarkable speed, transforming into a streak of light before vanishing from sight. The leader of the Yin-Yang Demon Palace watched them depart, a smile gracing her lips as she returned to her grand hall. Lost in thought, today, the Sword Immortal sect was bustling with activity. Due to the celestial talent competition being held there, the sect had constructed a massive plaza spanning hundreds of miles, accommodating talented individuals from various factions to participate. This competition would determine the few who would share in the resources of the Longxing Heaven, a long-standing agreement among several major factions. Early on, Wang Xuanzhi and Qingli arrived at the plaza. Representing the Sword Immortal sect, they had taken great care in their appearance. Wang Xuanzhi donned a pristine white robe, exuding an unparalleled elegance, his sharp features framing deep, ocean-like eyes that sparkled like stars. Qingli, dressed in a flowing azure garment with her long hair dancing in the wind, stood as a captivating sight. Their presence inevitably drew the attention of many disciples of the Sword Immortal sect, whispering in admiration about their striking compatibility. "Have you heard? Our esteemed uncle seems to have taken on a disciple, this white-robed gentleman." Some murmured, "Isn't that our little uncle?" with both of them participating in the competition. "His status has surely risen." Wang Xuanzhi raised an eyebrow at their comments, amusement dancing in his eyes, realizing that his standing had indeed elevated. Inside the flying vessel, Wang Xuanzhi was growing increasingly bored. Meditating in his quarters when suddenly, Mo Hua entered, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Upon seeing her smile, he felt his legs weaken, a shiver coursing through him. "Junior brother, it's getting late. You should rest," she said, slowly shedding her garments. Revealing an expanse of flawless skin, she took the initiative, akin to a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. Once again, Wang Xuanzhi found himself enveloped in a blend of pain and pleasure. His legs turning to jelly. Fortunately, the soundproofing enchantment was effective, and the room was sturdy enough. After several hours of smooth flight, they arrived at the Sword Immortal sect under the cloak of darkness. The sect was aglow with lights as numerous talented individuals descended from their vessels. Disciples awaited at the entrance, eager to greet the illustrious guests, mindful of the importance of forging alliances rather than offending them. As advised by the sect master, though they were a transcendent power, the status of the visiting factions was not inferior. The Sword Immortal sect's sudden emergence was also a well-planned strategy. The tides of the Longxing heaven were about to shift, requiring them to compete for resources and attract fresh disciples. As the vessel of the Yinyang Demon Palace descended, Wang Xuanzhi and Mo Hua stepped out. Mo Hua appeared revitalized, her complexion radiant, exuding a more mature and alluring aura following her recent breakthrough. This newfound charm was captivating, drawing attention from all around. In stark contrast, Wang Xuanzhi looked drained. His demeanor resembling one who had been thoroughly emptied. He stepped down from the vessel, his legs buckled, causing him to collapse heavily onto the ground. Mo Hua, amused, helped him up, and he cast her a resentful glance. Their earlier encounters had been filled with exquisite torment. "The women of the Yinyang Demon Palace are truly enchanting. I wonder if this fairy is already spoken for," remarked a nearby young man, scrutinizing Wang Xuanzhi and Mo Hua. "This fellow looks as though he has been drained by indulgence. Can he truly compete in the celestial talent competition?" Wang Xuanzhi's brow furrowed at the audacity of such mockery. Internally, he cursed, "What do you know? I just experienced heavenly pleasures." His formidable demonic aura surged, manifesting a myriad of divine beings behind him, illuminating the entire Sword Immortal sect. Rising slowly, he shed his earlier disheveled appearance. Fixing a steely gaze upon the man who had spoken, challenging, "Dare to say that again." Feeling the overwhelming pressure and witnessing the astonishing spectacle, the man shrank back, retreating into silence. Wang Xuanzhi smirked, wrapping an arm around Mo Hua's waist as they strode confidently into the Sword Immortal sect. Despite his efforts to appear strong, subtle tremors betrayed his lingering weakness. In the Grand Plaza constructed by the Sword Immortal sect, representatives from various factions had gathered, awaiting the arrival of the Yinyang Demon Palace. That moment, the duo from the Yinyang Demon Palace arrived, completing the assembly of talents ready for the competition. "What's this? The Yinyang Demon Palace has sent only these two. While the lady is undeniably beautiful, marrying her off to some brutish demon seems a waste. She would be better suited for our celestial lineage." "Your celestial lineage? With those delicate weaklings? They wouldn't stand a chance against the women of the demon race," a male from the demon faction retorted, brimming with confidence. The plaza was subtly divided into factions: demons, magicians, humans, celestials, asuras, and witches, each with distinct characteristics. The asura, in which clans bore striking red skin, with the witches' faces marked by terrifying crimson patterns, emanating a dark aura that repelled others. The asuras radiated a bloodthirsty energy, overwhelming to those nearby. In contrast, the demon and magician factions appeared far more appealing. Disciples of the Sword Immortal sect stood prominently, affording them an advantageous view as the hosts of the event. Wang Xuanzhi attempted to remain discreet, not wishing to draw attention to himself, lest others form unwelcome assumptions. Despite their similar appearances, the stark contrast in their auras made it clear that he and the radiant Wang Xuanzhi were worlds apart. The sect master, a man with a square jaw, bore two swords on his back, exuding an air of authority. When your gaze meets his, you discover countless sharp sword energies slicing through everything within his eyes. He speaks loudly, declaring that this year's talents competition will be held at my sword immortal sect, a matter of immense honor for us. The rules are quite simple, a free-for-all. Each arena will host 10 large spaces, with a total of 100 combatants. Among these 100, the last two standing will be declared the ultimate victors. These two will then engage in a final duel to determine the first, second, and third places. The entire talents competition is thus straightforward and brutal. He does not clarify whether killing is permitted, but the crowd implicitly understands that it is in this realm of eternal life. The world of cultivators has become increasingly cruel, where life and death are commonplace. Chapter 77. I am invincible. You are free to choose. If there are no objections, let the talents competition commence. The vast arena, spanning hundreds of miles, is divided into 10 equally sized platforms. Above these platforms lies an expansive space, ample enough for all to showcase their skills. The human faction, the primordial sacred land, the demon tribe, the demon valley, the celestial beings, the celestial hall, the witch tribe, the heavenly witch tribe, and the Azura palace. Each major faction has dispatched numerous elite disciples to participate, unlike the Yin-Yang demon palace and the sword immortal sect, which have sent only 2 representatives. Their eyes reflect disdain and a hint of indignation. The Yin-Yang demon palace and sword immortal sect look down upon us. Why send only 2 participants? Perhaps they anticipate a thorough beating, hence their token participation. A few elite disciples from the heavenly witch tribe voice their thoughts. What should we do? This mixed tournament consists of 10 platforms. Should we not band together on one platform first? That would be the most prudent approach. Have you considered that if we group together, only 2 among us will emerge victorious, while the rest will be eliminated? Let us each send 10 participants to each of the 10 platforms and compete based on our strength, eliminating the others first. Agreed. That's an excellent strategy. The crowd discusses how to maximize their benefits in this mixed tournament. Initially banding together, followed by internal competition, is the consensus. Wang Xuanzhi and Mo Hua feel rather awkward due to their small number. The first to enter will undoubtedly be seen as easy prey, while they will gradually deal with the stronger opponents. Wang Xuanzhi and Mo Hua exhibit no signs of fear, only an indeterminate expression of joy. They leap onto the first platform. Although Wang Xuanzhi has been drained by wealth and desires, he shows no mercy towards his enemies. This will not hinder his ability to punch an elite disciple. Moreover, he possesses the ability to summon ancient top-tier elites alongside his dragon phoenix form and numerous other techniques. How could he possibly lose? Observing the elite disciples from various factions, he feels invigorated, his hair billowing. In this moment, he embodies the essence of youth, filled with fervor. Wang Xuanzhi, realizing he has leaped onto the first platform, raises an eyebrow. He certainly cannot choose the first platform. That would be akin to battling himself. He exchanges glances with Qingli, and both jump onto the second platform. Others, unwilling to be left behind, follow suit and occupy the remaining platforms. In mere moments, all 10 platforms are filled, each participant forming their own small group. Wang Xuanzhi and Mo Hua find themselves surrounded on the first platform by elite disciples from other tribes, seemingly intent on eliminating the Yin-Yang demon palace disciples first, aiming to humiliate them in this grand competition. Wang Xuanzhi exclaims with bravado, merely a swarm of ants. What use is their number? Can the talented of eternal life withstand my fist? Surrounding him are clearly the Azura and witch tribe elites, eager to eliminate the demon tribe as an aberration. Over the years, they have suffered considerable losses at the hands of the demon tribe. Hey, little girl, what good is following this pretty boy? Come with us instead. Look at us, robust and strong. How do we pale in comparison to this pretty boy? The Azura tribe elite casts a brazen gaze at Mo Hua, unabashedly undressing her with his eyes. Mo Hua's expression darkens. Those who know her recognize this as a sign of her anger. Those who cross her may face dire consequences. Unyielding, she retorts, you few delicate ones, trying to stir trouble. Isn't that laughable? At least beside him. I find satisfaction. The weight of her words hangs in the air. This pretty boy? Are you jesting? They scoff at Wang Xuanzhi's frail appearance, mocking, he looks so sickly. How could he provide satisfaction? A youth from the witch tribe laughs boisterously. On the first platform, the witch tribe boasts 20 members, while the Azura tribe has 10 other human and celestial elites also number in the dozens. However, they refrain from confronting the demon tribe directly, as the Azura and witch tribes have already targeted them. They see no need to expend unnecessary effort. The human elites exchange glances, plotting to let the demon and Azura tribes battle it out first. The demon tribe's formidable physique will surely prove challenging for them as well. Then, they can swoop in and take advantage of the situation when the two tribes weaken each other, leaving the human and celestial factions to compete for supremacy. Wang Xuanzhi grows incensed. He can tolerate slights against him, but he will not stand idly by while they seduce his wife. His hair stands on end, and his robes billow as demonic energy surges around him. Exuding a fearsome aura, the cosmic manifestation of 10,000 starry demons reappears. With a smile reminiscent of death, his voice resonates chillingly. You possess great audacity. Tell me how I should eliminate you. As he speaks, his demonic energy erupts, distinct from that of other demons, dark as ink, profound as the night. Behind him stands an imposing figure of a god and demon, dominating the first platform. All elite disciples are struck with awe, their expressions grave. This demon tribe elite is formidable. They must proceed with caution and dismiss their previous underestimations. The Azura elite reacts first, speaking in a grave tone. Suddenly, Wang Xuanzhi vanishes from sight, and within him, an overwhelming surge of chaotic energy boils forth. He channels countless strands of chaotic energy into a single punch, akin to the explosion of stars. This punch, propelled by the might of 10,000 demons, shatters the surrounding space, leaving a black hole that refuses to heal. Facing the Azura elite, one cries out in panic, "Flee! We cannot withstand this." Before he can finish, the colossal punch collides with them. The platform is obliterated. Engulfed in dust and destruction, the fate of the Azura disciples remains uncertain. Chapter 78. A ferocious chaos. The human elites stand agape, their eyes wide as saucers, mouths agape in disbelief. Is this really the realm of divine transformation? How can one be so ferocious? A true monstrosity. The celestial beings glance at Wang Xuanzhi, then compare him to the demons, ultimately deciding that he is indeed more fearsome. Despite the demon tribe's robust physique, it seems they do not match his sheer brutality. Hua's eyes gleam with astonishment. Witnessing Wang Xuanzhi's vigor ignites a thought within her. Should she not consider resting well after the competition? Dear sister, this is a competition. Why think of such frivolities? Wang Xuanzhi notices the glint in Hua's eyes and feels a vague tremor in his legs. He turns towards the Azura tribe's previous direction, grinning with satisfaction over the power of his punch. Countless Azura disciples are reduced to ashes. He feigns surprise, expressing mock sympathy. Why, dear friends, what prompted you to collide with my spear? Ah, the Buddha says, to save a life is to build a pagoda of merit. I deliver you from the suffering of this world, sending you to meet the Buddha in the West. I consider this great compassion. Nearby, the elite from the witch tribe trembles, inwardly cursing, you scoundrel, shameless. This isn't saving lives. You're sending us to our doom. His words, so artfully detached from reality, infuriate them. Yet they dare not voice their thoughts, fearing another of Wang Xuanzhi's crushing blows. Wang Xuanzhi slowly turns his gaze towards the remaining witch tribe elites, calmly inquiring, do you have any objections? Forget what has just been said. Point one of my virtues is that I never hold grudges. Furthermore, I take great pleasure in helping others. As Buddha said, saving a life is akin to constructing a grand pagoda. Thus, I bestow upon you the opportunity to journey to the Western paradise and meet the great Buddha of the West. Upon finishing his words, a tremendous surge of demonic energy erupted from Wang Xuanzhi, and the 100,000 demon generals behind him roared towards the heavens. The formidable god-demon standing between heaven and earth unleashed a powerful punch towards the dozens of witch tribe members. With this mighty blow, the 100,000 demon generals followed suit, striking with overwhelming force. The punch reverberated through the heavens and shattered the space, creating a tempestuous wind that lingered long after. How shameless! Shouted the leading genius of the witch tribe, utterly astonished at Wang Xuanzhi's audacity. He had not anticipated such an unscrupulous act. The attack came without warning, leaving them no time to react. The colossal fist descended upon them, offering no chance for evasion, transcending time and space to reach them directly. The chief witch yelled, invoking the blood sacrifice technique, quick! A crimson mist enveloped him, and soon, others from the witch tribe followed suit. Unfortunately, a few unfortunate souls could not escape in time. In that moment, they transformed into blood mist, vanishing from sight, indicating their surrender. With trepidation, they gazed upon the chaotic battlefield, where the continuous shadows of fists had shattered the ground beneath. We are fortunate to have fled. Otherwise, we would have perished, remarked a few witch geniuses, patting their chests in relief, glancing at the devastation left by Wang Xuanzhi's might. Wang Xuanzhi sighed gently. What are you all doing? I am rescuing you from the sea of suffering. Do you truly believe I seek to harm you? His expression turned red with indignation, as if he were genuinely concerned. The witch tribe below, upon hearing his tirade, cursed him. You scoundrel! You threaten us and yet speak with such lofty ideals. If I hadn't fled quickly, my life would have been forfeit. They lamented their fate, wishing their mothers had given them more legs to run faster. Wang Xuanzhi, with a compassionate demeanor, turned his gaze towards the remaining human and celestial beings present. He smirked. Do you require my assistance to reach the Western Paradise and meet the Buddha? The human and celestial factions were already wavering. They had witnessed the ferocity of Wang Xuanzhi's previous punches. Under such pressure, even survival seemed a challenge. Where have you ever seen such a powerful mantis? It could easily slay a sparrow. We must flee. The leader of the Sword Immortal sect and the disciples looked towards Wang Xuanzhi, for the commotion on the first arena had overshadowed all others. The celestial aura emanating from him surpassed that of the spirit refinement realm, far exceeding their capabilities. Amidst the chaos, the leader of the Sword Immortal sect felt a pang of anxiety, questioning whether he had acted too hastily by sending only 2 representatives. Even though they had assured him of their success, the stakes for the future of the sect weighed heavily on his mind. Meanwhile, Wang Xuanzhi on the second arena mused to himself, I never realized I was this powerful. Qingli, curious, inquired, What did you just say? Wang Xuanzhi shook his head, drawing his sword and allowing it to shine brilliantly in the arena. Noticing the hesitation among the human and celestial geniuses, he unleashed a radiant demonic light once more. Intensifying his presence, it appears you require my intervention to escort you to the Western Paradise. Without granting them a moment to react, he launched another devastating punch. The disciples of the human and celestial factions were struck with horror, instantly employing their life-saving techniques, transforming into streaks of light that vanished from the arena. The battleground lay in ruins, a testament to the brutality of the encounter. Thus, the first arena was cleared by Wang Xuanzhi alone. While Mo Hua basked in the victory without lifting a finger, the onlookers, incredulous, could not fathom how this seemingly frivolous youth, consumed by indulgence, possessed such formidable strength. It was no wonder that the demoness had fallen for him. Wang Xuanzhi beamed at Mo Hua, his face alight with pride. How about that? Am I impressive? Mo Hua, her beauty radiant, smiled and nodded in approval. Wang Xuanzhi, brimming with confidence, wrapped his arm around her waist, and together they leaped off the arena. Undoubtedly progressing to the next round, Mo Hua, leaning close, breathed sweetly, such ferocity. How shall I reward you? At her words, Wang Xuanzhi's legs trembled. He had been quite active lately and felt fatigued. Embarrassed, he chuckled, Next time. Next time. This tournament is exhausting, and my opponents were exceptionally strong. I exerted considerable effort to defeat them. I need to rest now. Mo Hua pouted playfully. You hardly exerted any effort. You didn't even break a sweat. Yet here you are, as lively as ever. However, she refrained from calling him out directly, simply nodding in agreement. As they approached the lower arena, the crowd parted respectfully for them. The leader of the Sword Immortal sect, still anxious, turned his gaze to the ongoing struggle of Wang Xuanzhi in the second arena. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, his expression darkened. In the second arena, Qingli wielded her azure sword, unleashing a torrent of sword energy. Her formidable presence commanded attention as she faced off against dozens of geniuses from various factions, including the Shura, witch, demon, and human tribes. Despite her relatively modest cultivation level, her swordsmanship had already grazed the threshold of the sword domain, allowing her to take on multiple opponents simultaneously. While she fought valiantly, the attention of the spectators shifted away from the Sword Immortal sect, drawn instead to the escalating conflict between the human and demon factions against the witch and Shura tribes. Wang Xuanzhi, however, was different. In the first arena, he displayed pure might, while in the second arena, he adopted a more cunning approach. Concealed within the ethereal space, he wielded his celestial sword, his form obscured by the radiance of 3,000 celestial lights. As the human and demon geniuses unleashed their spirit refinement aura, the Shura and witch tribes retaliated with their own potent blood energy. The clash of powers filled the air, the Shura known for their bloodlust and the witches for their blood refinement, revealing a deep-seated rivalry. Amidst the chaos, a massive demon beast materialized, its giant form absorbing the onslaught of blood energy as it swiped a witch youth away. In that moment, Wang Xuanzhi emerged from the shadows, his sword poised to strike. Hee, watch the sword, he taunted, swiftly severing the witch youth's head. After this swift execution, he faded back into the shadows, leaving no trace of his involvement in the second arena. While his sister cleared the front lines, he quietly reaped the rewards behind the scenes. As the youthful warriors fought fervently, they remained oblivious to the silent reaper among them. They believed their overwhelming attacks would obliterate their foes. Unaware that an opportunist was waiting to claim their victories, in another corner of the battlefield, several Shura geniuses fell, overwhelmed by the might of the demon tribe. Wang Xuanzhi, like a phantom, emerged once more. Grinning mischievously as he called out, "Hee, watch the sword." It seemed he had focused his efforts on the Shura and Witch tribes. Whenever a youth from these factions was sent flying, he was quick to deliver the finishing blow, sending them to the Western paradise to meet the Buddha, while merely knocking the human and demon youths off the stage without ending their lives. After all, Wang Xuanzhi possesses a physique reminiscent of the demon race. Yet he carries the blood of humanity. The dragon phoenix body, in a strict sense, cannot be classified as a demon. However, it bears some connection to the demon lineage, which is why he chose to show mercy. The disciples of the Sword Immortal sect stood in stunned silence. Could this truly be our little master uncle? Why does he appear so lewd? Despite his youth, his actions exhibit a level of cunning that suggests he has engaged in such deeds before. The expression of the Sword Immortal sect's leader darkened further. Their sect has always been regarded as the epitome of righteousness among the human factions. Sword cultivators are known for their integrity, forthrightness, and valor in battle. How can one like Wang Xuanzhi, an aberration, resort to ambushes from the shadows? Indeed, it is true that he is quite despicable. There is no need for swords. You are the very definition of contemptible. Wang Xuanzhi felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. What is happening? Has the transformation into the three clears gone awry? How could I, who was so valiant moments ago, appear so lewd now? He looked up at the demoness floating above and inquired, "Yao Yao, what is the meaning of this? Why does my corporeal self differ so greatly from my true self?" Yao Yao replied leisurely, "The aspects of yourself that are manifested through the three clears are the most genuine reflections of your inner self. The stark differences merely indicate that your psyche is exceedingly complex." Wang Xuanzhi's expression darkened. What does it mean to be exceedingly complex? Is that not an indirect way of labeling oneself as a rogue? He shifted his gaze back to the arena, where it seemed everyone had become acutely aware that all their achievements were claimed solely by Wang Xuanzhi. Gradually, they ceased their battles and turned their attention to him. Behold the sword. Wang Xuanzhi dispatched another member of the Witch clan. As he prepared to retreat into the void, he noticed an eerie silence enveloping the arena, with all eyes suddenly fixed upon him. His senior sister, Qingli, regarded him with admiration, as if observing a curious creature. He curiously asked, "Why do you all look at me like that?" The onlookers exchanged glances, their eyes glinting with malice, and questioned, "What do you think?" Wang Xuanzhi felt embarrassed, standing frozen in place, scratching his head awkwardly, appearing like an innocent youth with a bashful demeanor. Qingli was reluctant to acknowledge Wang Xuanzhi as her junior. How could she have such a brazen and shameless junior? Moreover, where is the dignity in a sword cultivator who behaves so lewdly? Among the remaining combatants, there were 20 from both the human and demon races. While the Shura and demon clans had dwindled to a mere 10.30 individuals gradually encircled Wang Xuanzhi and Qingli, their intentions decidedly sinister. Originally, they had intended to target the demon and witch clans, but to their astonishment, these two from the Sword Immortal sect had stabbed them in the back and seized their spoils. How could they tolerate this? Qingli, her heart brimming with indignation, pointed at Wang Xuanzhi and exclaimed, "He's the one responsible. Go after him." A towering demon bear, resembling a small mountain, retorted, "You claim to be weak when you slay one with a single strike. What does that make us?" Beside Qingli lay a mound of corpses from the Shura and Witch clans, already piled high like a hill. They gazed at the mountain of bodies, their lips twitching in disbelief. Indeed, neither of these siblings could be considered virtuous. These sword cultivators are mere pretenders, their words as empty as the wind. Wang Xuanzhi sought to make his escape, intending to slip into the void, but Qingli promptly seized his arm. Her expression was filled with indignation as she said, "You truly intend to leave me behind? Can you bear to do that?" Wang Xuanzhi looked at his sister, whose expression was pitiful, and nodded earnestly. He brushed her hand aside and replied, "I can bear it. One death is the same as two. The death of a poor Taoist is no loss to a friend. I shall faithfully report to our master about your noble sacrifice. Henceforth, I shall offer a few cups of fine wine and some sword techniques in your memory. It will not have been in vain." Qing Li's face flushed crimson, entirely incensed by Wang Xuanzhi's shameless banter. Of course, his words were merely jest. Should he act upon them, he would scorn himself. The leader of the Sword Immortal sect observed the playful exchange between the two with an increasingly grim expression. In such dire circumstances, they still lacked seriousness. Enough of this nonsense. Will you two leap from the stage yourselves, or shall we end it for you? The choice is yours. 30 individuals surrounded the two, their combined aura intensifying, showing no signs of fatigue after the battle. In stark contrast, Qing Li's aura began to wane. Having fought against several opponents simultaneously, she was reaching her limits. Meanwhile, Wang Xuanzhi, that little rascal, had not assisted her directly but had instead engaged in petty schemes. The opportunity for a decisive victory was squandered due to his interference, and now both might face elimination. As they continued to close in on the two, Wang Xuanzhi retreated slowly, shouting, "Do not approach. If you do, I shall scream." The leaders of the Witch and Shura clans took the brunt of his words. They sneered, "Scream all you want, even if you shout until your throat is raw. No one will heed you." Wang Xuanzhi warned, "Do not force my hand. When I unleash my fury, even I fear what I may become." Qing Li sighed at the familiarity of his words, tightening her grip on her sword. What else could they do? They must fight. The dignity of the Sword Immortal sect cannot be tarnished. As sword cultivators, they fear nothing. To battle with honor is their way. Even if faced with thousands, they would not falter. At this moment, her aura surged dramatically, and her sword intent hinted at a breakthrough toward the realm of sword mastery. Her sword heart was elevated, and her understanding of the sword deepened once more. The leader of the Sword Immortal sect felt a flicker of joy in his eyes as he observed Qing Li achieving a breakthrough amidst the fray. The elevation of her sword heart is something others toil for years to attain. Yet she had stumbled upon such fortune. He cast a discerning glance at Wang Xuanzhi, pondering, "Little one, was this your intention all along, or merely a fortunate accident?" Wang Xuanzhi's lips curled into a slight smile. His prior actions were indeed aimed at facilitating his sister's advancement in the sword path. His efforts had borne fruit, and there was no longer a need for concealment. He could now fully unleash his own prowess. His demeanor shifted from playful to solemn, as an aura of boundless sword intent emanated from him, sharp and elusive, yet unmistakably potent. In that moment, he truly embodied the essence of a sword cultivator. Shedding the guise of a rogue, the leaders of the encircling group were momentarily taken aback, but soon they shouted, "What a fine act of pretense! Since you refuse to retreat, prepare to meet your demise in vengeance for my fallen brothers." Wang Xuanzhi let out a soft sigh, gripping his immortal sword tightly. The blade erupted in a dazzling array of 9-colored brilliance, soaring skyward and piercing through the clouds. The transcendent sword intent enveloped the arena, diminishing the combatant strength by half. Amidst the vast expanse of heaven and earth, a towering phantom of a sword began to coalesce. This colossal sword's edge shattered the heavens, revealing a grand portal above. With a single stroke, it seemed to cleave through the very fabric of the earth, opening the celestial gates. The disciples of the immortal sect watched in awe as their swords resonated in unison, echoing with joy and celebration. Wang Xuanzhi proclaimed, "With this sword, I shall open the gates of heaven and cleave the stars." He tightened his grip on the immortal sword and swung it towards his foes. As his blade descended, the immense phantom sword followed suit, casting an overwhelming aura of death upon them. The moment Wang Xuanzhi prepared to strike, the combatants leaped from the stage, each one wishing their legs were longer to escape more swiftly. The oppressive aura of death lingered in their hearts, and as the grand phantom sword descended, a distant star shattered under its might. Boom! The solitary star was obliterated, reduced to an endless cloud of dust, vanishing into the vast cosmos. The declaration of cleaving the stars was not mere rhetoric. Onlookers from other arenas turned their gazes toward the second arena, feeling a chill of trepidation at Wang Xuanzhi's astonishing momentum. How fortunate they were not to encounter him in the second arena. The celestial tournament had birthed two remarkable dark horses, Wang Xuanzhi from the first arena and Wang Xuanzhi from the second, both wielding terrifying power beyond comprehension. Chapter 81. The end of the tournament among the races with a single stroke of his sword, the direction fortuitously aligned with the first arena, causing a great shock to Wang Xuanzhi beneath the platform. Could it be intentional? Such ferocity. It was aimed directly at the spot he had just vacated. Was he to witness his own demise? The other prodigies below gazed in horror at the first arena, now reduced to rubble by that strike. Thankfully, they had fled in time. Otherwise, they would have met their end. Wang Xuanzhi's expression darkened. He knew it was not deliberate. for it was merely his spirit. Two bodies. One spirit, yet he felt a lingering dread. That sword strike could have easily been fatal. The once formidable first arena, shattered by Wang Xuanzhi's heavy blow, now lay in ruins. The prodigies who had just occupied the arena felt a pang of regret. Had they not fled swiftly, they would have perished. That terrifying sword strike would have guaranteed their demise had they dared to approach. Of course, Wang Xuanzhi had intentionally allowed them time to escape. He did not wish to act too ruthlessly. As a sovereign of humanity, he could not harm his own kin. Beside him, Qing Li's beautiful eyes sparkled with curiosity. Such a fearsome sword strike was beyond her capabilities. She had unexpectedly advanced in this competition, and her sword intent had surged as a result. Junior brother, what was the name of that sword technique you just executed? Please teach me, she implored softly, her expression endearing and evoking a natural instinct to protect her. Wang Xuanzhi raised his head proudly. This sword technique is known as sword slashing the stars. Impressive, isn't it? Qing Li nodded vigorously, taking his hand. Then teach me, feigning mystery. Wang Xuanzhi shook his head. This method cannot be divulged. It is a secret of the Wang family, passed only to males. The master of the sword immortal sect gazed in astonishment at the sword's might. He marveled at its terrifying power, which had reached the level of catastrophe transcendence. It seems we have a genuine chance at victory this time, he mused joyfully, reflecting on the strength of his uncle's disciple. The overwhelming sword intent emanating from him was capable of diminishing opponents' strength and gradually neutralizing their attacks. That was the true terror. Qing Li pouted, choosing not to comment further. She leapt off the platform, followed closely by Wang Xuanzhi. The two concluded the most noteworthy battles, one relying on brute strength and the other on a devastating sword technique that obliterated an entire arena. Both exhibited a savagery that left spectators in despair. How were they to survive in the same era? A disciple watching from the sidelines lamented, their expression filled with sorrow. How can you speak so? We still have two great heirs in our human sanctum. Look at the seventh arena. The two strongest prodigies there are surrounded by heaps of corpses. Wang Xuanzhi reflected silently, such audacity. You claim to be without restraint. Can your fates bear such grand titles? Even I, the fated child, would hesitate to claim such names. The seventh arena, two disciples of the human sanctum, clad in ornate robes, stood amidst a mountain of fallen foes. Nonsense. Our demon race's prodigies are the true might. Protested a demon prodigy nearby. Behold the fifth arena. Those two towering figures are our strongest champions. Wang Xuanzhi struggled to suppress his laughter at their peculiar names. Were they extremes, or did they hold some deeper meaning? He turned his gaze toward the fifth arena, noting the impressive aura of the two, but suspected they would not withstand a single punch from him. The spectators from the Shura and which races grew restless, eager to boast about their champions. What of it? Our which race's two blood warriors are the strongest? Wang Xuanzhi stifled his amusement, finding their names utterly ridiculous. The immortal race, unusually silent, directed their attention to the 10th arena, where their prodigies, exuding an air of nobility, swiftly dispatched adversaries one after another. Soon, the tournament concluded, revealing the victors from each of the 10 arenas. Each arena yielded 2 winners, totaling 20 champions, who now regarded one another with a mix of apprehension and rivalry. The master of the sword immortal sect announced, the next phase will be the ranking matches. You may challenge one another freely. The one with the most victories shall emerge victorious. Given the tensions of today, let us rest for the night and reconvene tomorrow. He continued, we have arranged accommodations for each of you. The soundproofing and spirit-gathering formations are quite sophisticated. Wang Xuanzhi inwardly cursed, you old rascal. Why utter such words? Everything was fine until you spoke, and now trouble is sure to follow. He felt a chill run down his spine and turned to find Emo Hua watching him with a mischievous smile. Her intentions far from innocent. This made Wang Xuanzhi's legs weaken, nearly causing him to collapse. Emo Hua grasped his collar, leading him toward her quarters. Before long, an unusual confrontation would ensue. Chapter 82. Wang Xuanzhi called out. Feeling frisky? The following day, at noon, the master of the sword immortal sect awaited the arrival of the prodigies on the plaza. One by one, disciples from various factions filtered in. The previous arenas had been dismantled, and a larger, more fortified arena had been constructed, ensuring that no harm would come to the spectators during the battles. This precaution was primarily due to the destructive powers exhibited by Wang Xuanzhi and Emo Hua the previous day. Wang Xuanzhi and Emo Hua arrived last. Today, Wang Xuanzhi bore dark circles under his eyes, his face gaunt and hollow, his steps unsteady, and his legs trembled slightly, supported by Mo Hua beside him. Her cheeks were flushed with satisfaction as she poked him playfully. "What is the matter? Can't handle it? Let us see if you'll still wander off after this." Wang Xuanzhi exclaimed in protest. "How is this fair? I'm merely lacking nourishment. I'll brew some soup with the ancestral dragon bone sword to replenish myself and bounce back. Besides, the might of a legendary weapon is beyond reproach." Seeing that the prodigies had arrived, the master of the sword immortal sect smiled warmly. "I trust everyone rested well last night. Your radiant appearances reassure me." He scanned the crowd and paused at Wang Xuanzhi's visibly weary face, momentarily perplexed. Upon noticing Mo Hua beside him, understanding dawned, and he mused, "Ah, the comforts of warmth can indeed be a hero's grave." Relieved, he thought, "At least this lessens the pressure on my uncle's disciple. Today, he may yet seize victory." Wang Xuanzhi noticed the master's gaze and grimaced inwardly. "You wretched old man, if not for you, I wouldn't be in this state." The other prodigies watched Wang Xuanzhi with curiosity. As their gazes fell upon Mo Hua, realization struck them. Had I such a companion, I too would have been drained. Alas, such a treasure had fallen into the hands of a demon. Wang Xuanzhi chuckled to himself. Why not? I had quite the time last night. I started strong but eventually softened. Now, while you all covet my wife, I shall show you what I am capable of in the tournament. Another part of Wang Xuanzhi's mind mused in exasperation. Why go to such lengths? Young people today lack restraint. Youth is fleeting. Once it's gone, one can only lament in vain. Dissociative identity, self-reproach. Wang Xuanzhi chose to disregard the jeers of the crowd, patiently awaiting the commencement of the grand competition. Although his current state was far from optimal, it did not hinder his capability to effortlessly send a prodigy flying with a single punch. The leader of the Sword Immortal sect observed the 20 eager prodigies on the stage and proclaimed loudly, "Since everyone is so enthusiastic, let the challenges commence." However, those being challenged are entitled to a half-hour respite and may choose whether to engage in combat or not. Refusal to fight the first time will not count as a defeat, but subsequent refusals after 3 will be deemed a failure. Each participant may initiate a challenge every half-hour. This arrangement appeared quite reasonable, as it prevented any individual from being overwhelmed in a grueling series of battles that could deplete their stamina. Indeed, it was not long before someone could no longer contain themselves. Upon closer inspection, it was one of the 2 brothers from the human race, named Wufang. He leapt onto the arena, brimming with confidence, and pointed directly at Wang Xuanzhi, declaring, "You, the demon brat. I've harbored a grudge against you since yesterday for sending my kin sprawling. Today, let us see if you possess the ability to do the same to me." How could one endure such an affront? It was intolerable. If the uncle could bear it, the sister-in-law certainly could not. Did he dare to call him out by name, perhaps seeking punishment for his insolence? Did he not remember the ferocity he displayed yesterday? Wang Xuanzhi, shaking off his earlier malaise, propelled himself onto the stage. He faced the young man before him, a disciple of the human race named Wufang, clad in simple robes, with an unremarkable appearance and an equally mundane demeanor. Apart from the formidable aura he emitted, he blended into the crowd like any ordinary bystander. Wang Xuanzhi chuckled softly. "What were your parents thinking when they named you? Are you not afraid that your fate will not live up to your name, and that you might be crushed by someone the very next day?" Wufang had intended to provoke Wang Xuanzhi, but upon hearing the mockery directed at his name, he could not contain his fury. "You seek death," he shouted, and in an instant, he vanished from his position. His aura, previously at the refinement realm, surged terrifyingly to the divine infant realm. Within him, a spirit light akin to a fetus gestated in his sea of consciousness. As long as the divine infant remained unharmed, he would endure. Such was the tyranny of the divine infant, capable of harnessing the celestial forces within this realm for combat. Wang Xuanzhi, observing the sudden escalation of power, curiously inquired, "Is this truly all you have? Just this little bit of strength? Kid, don't be so stubborn when death is upon you. I see you're merely tough-talking. Once Wufang strikes you down, your body will be soft, though your words may remain defiant." The supporters of Wufang could no longer contain themselves and shouted from below. Mo Hua ignored these clowns and focused intently on the match. Meanwhile, other demon prodigies who had come along regarded Wang Xuanzhi with fervent admiration, saying nothing. In Wang Xuanzhi's inaugural match, they had already sensed the terrifying demonic energy within him, as if he were a natural-born sovereign of their kind. Wang Xuanzhi sighed softly and shook his head gently. The demonic energy coiled around his fist, exuding an overwhelming aura. Behind him, the manifestation of 100,000 demon generals reappeared, filling the space behind him. Despite it still being daytime, the swirling demonic energy darkened the surroundings. This pitch-black energy radiated a terrifying aura of slaughter and pure malice. If heaven does not allow me, then I shall defy the heavens. I am the embodiment of divine and demonic might, destined to be invincible across the 9 heavens. Above the legion of demon generals, the figure of a celestial demonic entity manifested. Standing tall amidst the chaos, its immense fist shimmered with endless starlight, as pure demonic energy surged forth towards Wufang. Wufang felt an irresistible force barreling toward him. If he did not evade, he would surely perish under that mighty blow. His face contorted in rage as he shouted, "I don't believe you are truly that strong." Without flinching, he unleashed the holy light of humanity from his fist, charging toward the colossal punch. The outcome was inevitable. Wufang was obliterated by that single strike, even his divine infant extinguished, vanishing from existence. The spectators below gasped in shock. Chapter 83. A punch that sends one flying. Deliberately holding back that punch had been so overwhelming that even his divine infant could not evade its colossal force. It was as if the heavens had exploded, far surpassing the minuscule celestial power he could muster. It was simply absurdly overwhelming. Wang Xuanzhi raised his fist, watching the surging demonic energy swirl around it. And he blew upon it playfully, filled with self-satisfaction. He could not help but exclaim, "Indeed, I am the living Buddha of this world, saving all from the sea of suffering and guiding everyone to the realm of ultimate bliss." As he lifted his gaze, the celestial demonic figure behind him mirrored his action. Wang Xuanzhi slowly clasped his hands behind his back, and the celestial figure followed suit. Above him, starlight flickered, and he sighed. "With the sun and moon in my grasp, there is no one like me in this world." This expression was as flamboyant as it was audacious, bordering on the realm of the absurd. Below, Wufang's brother was stunned, witnessing his sibling's demise. The previously clamorous human spectators fell into a deathly silence. Their esteemed scion, an esteemed child of their sacred ground, had been so simply vanquished. Akin to squashing an ant, was this truly their holy child? And was Wang Xuanzhi genuinely just a peer of theirs, rather than an ancient monster who had lived for eons? Doubt began to creep into their minds. Overwhelmed by Wang Xuanzhi's immense strength, Mo Hua's eyes sparkled with amusement as she remarked, "Now this is the Wang Xuanzhi I know, truly formidable. Last night's display was merely for my benefit. He has clearly held back." Wang Xuanzhi was fortunate not to overhear. Otherwise, he would have vehemently protested his innocence. He had genuinely exhausted himself in the latter half of the battle, nearly collapsing with an imposing demeanor. He surveyed the prodigies beneath the stage, declaring, "Who else wishes to face me? I invite the prodigies of the Chongqing heaven to engage in combat. Who among you can withstand my punch? Enough. I can no longer tolerate this." Wu Tian surged onto the stage, eyes blazing with fury as he glared at Wang Xuanzhi. Although the rules of the arena did not explicitly forbid killing, Wang Xuanzhi's recent annihilation of his brother was akin to squashing an insect. A transgression he could not overlook that he intended to avenge his sibling. Wang Xuanzhi, however, felt wronged. That punch had been a mere ordinary strike. He had simply miscalculated its strength. Who knew that Wufang would be so reckless and weak? Was it truly his fault? Wu Tian addressed Wang Xuanzhi, "I will not take advantage. You may rest a moment before we continue." Wang Xuanzhi was momentarily taken aback, a smirk gracing his lips as he replied, "Do I look like I need rest?" With that, he unleashed another torrent of demonic energy, soaring skyward. The onlookers below exchanged incredulous glances. That previous punch had been executed with such ease, effortlessly slaying a disciple of the human sacred ground. He showed no signs of fatigue, his complexion unperturbed. Compared to last night's fierce battle, this was a walk in the park. Seeing Wang Xuanzhi's nonchalance, Wu Tian remained silent, slowly conjuring 2 mysterious beams of light that intertwined with the celestial forces of the world. The human disciples below gasped, "Look, that is the scripture of the Wusher sacred ground. The Wusher Sutra, capable of merging with the forces of heaven and earth to unleash the boundless path of Wusher. This strike could rival that of the Transcendence realm. Will Wang Xuanzhi be able to withstand it?" Wang Xuanzhi raised an eyebrow, intrigued by this newfound technique. He again summoned a surge of demonic energy as the overwhelming aura radiated from him. The celestial demonic figure behind him, standing with arms crossed, directed its gaze toward Wu Tian, mirroring Wang Xuanzhi's attention. Wang Xuanzhi secretly restrained some of his power, fearing he might inadvertently kill Wu Tian as well. He did not wish to find himself at odds with the human race, for he bore the Emperor's physique and led the charge against the prodigies of humanity. That was not a scenario he desired. Wu Fang's recklessness could not be blamed on Wang Xuanzhi. He had simply been too impulsive, being the first to challenge Wang Xuanzhi with an ironclad resolve. Clearly outmatched, he insisted on confronting him head-on. Who else could survive this? The celestial demonic figure, standing tall amidst the chaos, slowly unleashed its left fist toward Wu Yan. Under the weight of that colossal punch, the very fabric of space began to shatter, creating a tempest of spatial storms. Below, the legion of 10,000 demon figures gazed up with fiery admiration, their expressions filled with reverence as they beheld the celestial demonic figure, seemingly alive. No one could see the visage of this celestial demonic entity, except for Wang Xuanzhi, who recognized that its countenance bore an uncanny resemblance to his own. Even the expression was identical, leaving Wang Xuanzhi perplexed, though he did not inquire further, assuming it was related to his divine demonic physique. After all, it was a gift from the system and could not possibly harm him. Under the might of that fearsome punch, Wu Yan's two mysterious beams of light dissipated like fireflies colliding with sunlight. In an instant, Wu Yan was sent hurtling through the air, blood streaming from his orifices. Bones have shattered countless times, collapsing lifelessly on the arena floor. This is only due to Wang Xuanzhi's intentional restraint. Otherwise, he would have met the same fate as his brother and journeyed to the Western Paradise to meet the Buddha. A gasp of astonishment echoed from the crowd below. This seemingly fragile young man had astonishing strength. Single-handedly confronting two prodigies of the human race, it could be said that Wang Xuanzhi had utterly alienated the human forces. The onlookers regarded him with malevolent glances. Wang Xuanzhi gradually approached Wu Tian, intending to send him off the stage. However, the crowd vehemently protested, shouting, "What are you doing? He clearly no longer possesses any fighting capability, and you still wish to strike him down? Isn't this against the rules?" Wang Xuanzhi found himself at a loss for words. How could the human race of Chongqing Heaven be so foolish? Compared to the humans he encountered on the Origin continent, they were vastly inferior. Those from the Origin continent dared to face the other three races with millions, displaying a fearless spirit that even Wang Xuanzhi secretly admired. Unlike the human race of Chongqing Heaven, who merely shouted and exhibited short-sightedness. With a casual kick, he sent Wu Yan flying off the stage like a kicked dog. Wu Yan exclaimed, "Thank you for having me kicked off again." He turned to face the crowd, coldly declaring, "If you believe you possess the strength to defeat me in his stead, then come forth. I could easily take on 10 or even 100 of you." Upon hearing these words, the other spectators fell silent. Wang Xuanzhi's terrifying aura had indelibly etched itself into their minds. They dared only to engage in verbal sparring, knowing that to truly confront him would cost them their lives. Wang Xuanzhi now exuded an invincible presence, tinged with anger at the human race's lack of ambition. Chapter 84. One punch for each. I shall confront 10. The assembled prodigies fell into silence, daunted by Wang Xuanzhi's overwhelming might. He stood atop the arena like an invincible war god, reminiscent of an ancient demon, and none dared to provoke him. His strength had surged to new heights, and his aura reached its zenith, embodying an unwavering belief in his supremacy. He questioned, "Is there truly no one willing to engage me in battle? Are the prodigies of Chongqing Heaven so lackluster? Have all the races merely produced a cadre of inept individuals?" Mo Hua glanced at Wang Xuanzhi in astonishment, puzzled by his words, which seemed a departure from the Wang Xuanzhi she knew. Unbeknownst to her, the influence of the divine and demonic energies had begun to alter his character, instilling a burgeoning sense of dominance within him. His demeanor was gradually shifting towards unbridled audacity. With the essence of the divine and demonic forces, he had transcended the bounds of ordinary constraints, becoming truly invincible in the realm. Wang Xuanzhi was immersed in a mindset of divine and demonic transcendence. Standing as a towering figure of celestial might, the leader of the Sword Immortal sect regarded him with grave concern. In his current state and with such overwhelming presence, he feared that the drunken elder's disciple, Wang Xuanzhi, might be unable to prevail. It could be said that Wang Xuanzhi was the sole formidable adversary of the Sword Immortal sect. After a moment of reflection, a young man from the Shura clan could no longer contain himself, transforming into a flash of crimson light as he appeared on the arena. The figures from the Immortal and Demon clans below were astounded, sensing that Wang Xuanzhi's prowess far exceeded their own. Thus, they chose to endure, unwilling to provoke him. The competition was undoubtedly significant and reputation mattered, but their lives were of paramount importance. Had they not witnessed Wang Xuanzhi obliterate a prodigy from the holy land of the human race with a single punch? They surmised that confronting him would yield no better fate. Wang Xuanzhi regarded the young man in crimson robes, inquiring, "Are you the so-called little dog?" The young man, whose skin was already flushed red, felt his face darken at Wang Xuanzhi's words. He roared, "What little dog? My name is Xiao Go." Before he could finish, Wang Xuanzhi vanished from the stage, uninterested in hearing further self-introductions. As he suddenly disappeared. The crimson-robed youth's eyes widened in shock, his pupils constricting. Just as he contemplated fleeing, he discovered Wang Xuanzhi had reappeared before him. A powerful fist barreled towards his abdomen, radiating an immense force. Although it was not the devastating strike of the celestial demon, this punch carried the momentum of a dragon, a measure of strength for prodigies, equating to 10 million pounds of force. With that blow, the young man's internal organs were obliterated, and he was sent hurtling back. He barely landed on the stage before being launched off again by Wang Xuanzhi's punch. His eyes reflected resentment, yet the searing pain in his abdomen rendered him unconscious. "Quick, save him. What are you waiting for?" A young man from the Shura clan urged anxiously. Wang Xuanzhi, brimming with confidence, arrogantly proclaimed, "So weak. Is there truly not a single prodigy from Chongqing heaven who can contend with me? Not even able to withstand a single punch?" At this point, Wang Xuanzhi had achieved 3 consecutive victories, each resolved with a single blow. His terrifying presence instilled a sense of dread in the other prodigies. Another young man from the Shura clan, Xiaoji, witnessing Wang Xuanzhi's overwhelming strength, hesitated to seek revenge. Observing the lack of challengers, Wang Xuanzhi sighed lightly. "Why do you lack the courage to face me? Encountering obstacles is not terrifying. What is truly frightening is your lack of resolve to overcome them. How can you aspire to be invincible in the future if you cannot confront me now?" Wang Xuanzhi's exhortations were ostensibly aimed at helping them conquer their fears, yet his true intent was to entice them into a confrontation. The young prodigies below listened with grim expressions. What did he mean by invincibility? Did they truly have the capacity to achieve that? They were not even the strongest in their respective clans, merely present due to executing tasks elsewhere. Otherwise, they would not even have the chance to step forward. Moreover, who would dare challenge him after witnessing his formidable prowess? Wang Xuanzhi could no longer tolerate the situation. Feeling exasperated with his own existence, "Why do you not perceive me as the master?" In his mind, he discerned the connection between himself and Wang Xuanzhi. They were one and the same, their thoughts intertwined. As Wang Xuanzhi continued to express his sentiments, he unwittingly answered himself. Qingli glanced at Wang Xuanzhi, sensing something peculiar in his expression. Observing that no one dared to step forward, Wang Xuanzhi declared, "What a bunch of cowards! How about this? I shall take on 10 of you. If you can defeat me, even if just one of you manages to bring me down, the victory shall belong to you. Should you fail, consider it merely a loss, not a disgrace. What do you think?" The young prodigies considered this proposal, contemplating the possibility of 10 against 1. Perhaps there was a chance to defeat Wang Xuanzhi. If one could hold him at bay, the others could encircle him for a surprise attack, potentially securing victory. They believed the odds were in their favor. However, Wang Xuanzhi, keenly aware of their thoughts, recognized their intentions. He understood that this ruse of 10 against 1 was merely a guise to launch them into the air with a single punch, enhancing his reputation within Chongqing heaven. Chapter 85. The Yin and Yang of Taiji. Time rewinds. Is this truly the case? The remaining prodigies of the Shura clan found themselves unable to remain still, their gazes fixated on Wang Xuanzhi. "What I, Wang Xuanzhi, say holds weight. If you dare to step forward, I will take on 10 of you." Wang Xuanzhi spoke with earnestness. The expressions of those from the immortal, demon, and other clans shifted. The audacity of the demon clan was intolerable. They felt compelled to temper his arrogance. After all, how could they allow him to dominate them for eternity? Rather than live perpetually in someone else's shadow, it was better to take a risk for a brighter future. Besides, the chances of success seemed substantial. If they could manage to knock him back even a few times, it would be a remarkable feat. These were not mere common disciples, but esteemed figures cultivated by various powers, in a confrontation where one could easily overpower 10. They found themselves facing a formidable opponent like Wang Xuanzhi. Observing the hesitant expressions of the crowd, he stoked the flames of their resolve, questioning their indecision. "Are you truly so hesitant? If you falter like this, how will you pursue the path of greatness alongside your peers? How will you contend with the other prodigies within your faction? Others have already taken the lead over you, yet you remain in a state of uncertainty, behaving as if you lack courage. Do not let me look down upon you. Come forth and face me in battle." Upon hearing his challenge, several bold prodigies stepped forward, their eyes ignited with fury, gazing at Wang Xuanzhi as if he were a sworn enemy. With a few leading the charge, more followed suit, forming a line to encircle him, determined to divide and conquer. Brothers, the foremost disciple of the celestial clan called out. Regardless of our past rivalries, we now share a singular goal, to vanquish this demon. Let us unite and defeat the scourge. As their voices rose in unison, defeat the demon, defeat the demon. They brandished their weapons, rushing towards Wang Xuanzhi with all their might. Standing atop the stage, he exuded an overwhelming aura, surveying the scene and musing, why does it seem as though I am the villain here? Shouldn't it be the other way around? Why do these supporting characters speak more than the protagonist? Do they not realize that villains often fall due to their own verbosity? As 10 individuals surrounded him from various angles, their intent was clear, to overpower Wang Xuanzhi. Their resolve was unwavering. Whether their aim was to kill or merely to defeat him, only they knew. Wang Xuanzhi laughed heartily. Now this feels right. You are all so timid. It hardly befits a warrior. His aura surged once more, elevating him to a new realm of power. He resembled a celestial being, his might palpable, as he proclaimed, only I, the ancient demon god, shall remain unscathed. In that moment, he radiated an intense demonic energy, while simultaneously embodying a juxtaposition of sacred light. The crowd had not anticipated this duality. A disciple of the demon palace manifesting attributes of light was beyond their expectations. With both hands, he traced a vast circle in the air, forming a yin-yang symbol. His eyes shifting to a black and white hue, he murmured softly, in this moment, as I merely participate in a contest, I shall not pursue total annihilation. We bear no deep-seated enmity, and I am not one who revels in bloodshed. The 10 who charged at him found themselves inexplicably retreating under the influence of his power. Their previous momentum was reversed. Their intentions dissipated, their spells fading as they returned to the initial position on the stage, bewildered and confused. If it were not for the sight of Wang Xuanzhi, draped in a celestial aura, they might have thought it a mere dream. Wang Xuanzhi emerged from the heavens, the imposing aura behind him gradually fading. He regarded the dazed 10 below him, who remained oblivious to how they had been defeated. You 10 have lost. Now, among the entire assembly of prodigies yet to step forth, will you challenge me, or shall I seek you out? The master of the sword immortal sect, astonished, stammered. How did you achieve this? How could you reverse time? Such an extraordinary power was beyond his comprehension. With a demon of such caliber, how could the demon palace not thrive? Wang Xuanzhi's gaze swept across the crowd, and no one dared to meet his eyes, save for Mo Hua, Qing Li, and the master of the sword immortal sect. Those who had been defeated held their heads low, unable to face him. If no one could end his winning streak, he would undoubtedly claim victory in this contest. Unbeknownst to Wang Xuanzhi, various elders and ancient beings from different factions observed the event from the shadows. They would not risk sending their prodigies alone into this contest, fearing retaliation from the sword immortal sect. Thus, they kept a watchful eye. Mo Hua had no intention of challenging Wang Xuanzhi, while Qing Li, despite her desire to confront him, felt woefully inadequate. The only glimmer of hope lay with her unreliable junior disciple. She approached Wang Xuanzhi, playfully pinching his side, provoking an involuntary reaction from him. What are you doing? He exclaimed, eyes wide with indignation. Why not face him in a duel? Your prowess should rival his demonic strength, she urged. The exceptional disciples of the sword immortal sect were still in seclusion, and she believed he could hold his own. Wang Xuanzhi scoffed, unwilling to comply, pondering the absurdity of battling himself. What if my identity is exposed? We look so alike. In the arena, no one had yet noticed their similarities, as their auras were distinctly different. Wang Xuanzhi, enveloped in a swirling demonic energy, presented a striking contrast to the refined, scholarly demeanor of his counterpart, whose hair shone like ebony. The master of the sword immortal sect whispered through their mental link, urging him to consider the opportunity for growth. As sword cultivators, we must confront challenges head-on, undeterred by the prospect of failure. Wang Xuanzhi's disdain grew as he processed the message. Old fool, you want me to fight myself? What madness is this? Once I become powerful enough, I shall take your position, and you can step aside. Qing Li, with a mischievous smile, threatened, you wouldn't want your previous secrets to be revealed to the entire sword immortal sect. Would you? Wang Xuanzhi rolled his eyes, fully aware of her manipulative tactics. Threaten me again, and you'll find out just how serious I can be. He let out a sigh and slowly approached the arena, fully aware that Wang Xuanzhi was already cognizant of the situation. The hearts and minds of both were in sync, and he was eager to discover the limits of his own abilities. He sought to discern which path was more formidable, the swordsmanship he had cultivated or his mastery of the demonic arts. Wang Xuanzhi of the Sword Immortal sect also ascended the stage, igniting a fervent hope among the disciples below, who seemed to glimpse a glimmer of righteous light. Though Wang Xuanzhi appeared slight and unassuming, his courage to confront the demon path instilled a sense of hope within them. They cheered in unison, "Sword Immortal sect's junior uncle, go for it. You will prevail." As Wang Xuanzhi moved forward, he nearly stumbled, a wry smile creeping across his face. Little did they know, they were cheering for the same person. To rally oneself to defeat oneself, such was the folly of these talented individuals. Moreover, what did they even comprehend of righteousness? The Azura and Witch tribes were undeniably the antagonists. Only the immortal and human tribes could be considered just. And in that light, they were inconsequential. The sect leader of the Sword Immortal sect watched Wang Xuanzhi with hopeful anticipation, yearning for a miracle. As the two stood face to face, they exchanged knowing smiles, each harboring a playful mockery. Two bodies, one mind. Battling oneself was akin to the dual combat techniques described in ancient tales, one hand striking the other. Once more, the demonic aura emanated from the demon path Wang Xuanzhi, and the vast cosmic phenomenon reappeared behind him. This time, no towering deities emerged. Instead, the divine presence was Wang Xuanzhi himself, embodying the celestial being of the starry expanse. Though he may not appear imposing, a formidable aura transcended the cosmos. In his right hand, the sword immortal Wang Xuanzhi manifested the sword of immortality. The sword intent surged forth, illuminating the arena. Remarkably, this sword intent began to erode the demonic energy of his counterpart, which sparked a strange glimmer in both their eyes. I never anticipated this transcendent sword intent to possess such strength, capable of consuming my demonic energy, they lamented simultaneously. Their gazes sharpened as Wang Xuanzhi unleashed a renewed wave of demonic energy. This time, it differed from before. His left fist was enveloped in black demonic energy, while the right radiated with golden divine light. The two forces intertwined, revealing the emblematic taiji symbol. The sword immortal Wang Xuanzhi understood the formidable nature of this taiji symbol, capable of reversing the flow of time and forcing him down. Thus, he resolved to shatter all techniques with a single stroke. With the sword of immortality in hand, he declared dominion over the realm. His presence surged dramatically as the sword intent gradually coalesced into the blade. He closed his eyes and bellowed, "With a single sword, I open the gates of heaven. With a single sword, I cleave the stars." A colossal azure sword materialized in the sky behind him, exuding a sharp radiance that starkly contrasted with the demonic figure of Wang Xuanzhi. This sword seemed poised to sever the very stars that adorned the cosmos. Chapter 87. A performance to the end. The immense azure sword loomed in the sky as both Wang Xuanzhis awaited the unfolding of events, eager to ascertain which power would prevail, the divine or the demonic. They ascended to the celestial heights, with Wang Xuanzhi grasping at the void as if seizing the sword's handle, preparing to strike at the demon path. "Wang Xuanzhi," he shouted. "One sword once opened the gates of heaven. Another sword has fiercely cleaved the stars. I am invincible. Only my sword remains." The colossal azure sword radiated an overwhelming might, slicing through the heavens. As the massive blade descended upon the arena, a palpable tension surged, threatening to shatter the very fabric of space beneath its weight. The demon path Wang Xuanzhi's expression remained unfazed, his robes billowing in the tempestuous winds of the sword's approach. His hands danced with a blend of demonic and divine light, while the cosmos behind him shimmered with increasing brilliance. With a graceful motion, he embraced the heavens, his movements fluid like flowing water. Before him, the taiji symbol spun with a mystical allure, its golden light pulsating rhythmically. As time seemed to reverse, Wang Xuanzhi's aura gradually diminished beneath the influence of the taiji symbol, his boundless sword intent being slowly undone. The two peculiar forces, both capable of negating each other, clashed before the astonished onlookers. The sword immortal's intent could neutralize the demonic energy of the demon path Wang Xuanzhi, while the taiji symbol could counteract the sword energy. The spectators were left in awe, marveling at the bizarre powers displayed. How can anyone possess such extraordinary strength? The sect leader of the Sword Immortal sect felt a weight settle in his chest. Could Wang Xuanzhi withstand the might of time? Furthermore, the sword intent that could nullify others' powers was equally perplexing. Yet, the immense azure sword continued its descent, undeterred by the unfolding spectacle. Wang Xuanzhi thrust the taiji symbol into the void, aiming it at the sword immortal Wang Xuanzhi. Their eyes met, sharing a knowing smile. If they were to perform, they would do so fully. Victory or defeat mattered little. It would be better for both to be cast from the stage together. As the azure sword swung toward the demon path Wang Xuanzhi, its sword energy surged, laying waste to the stars behind him. The proclamation that one sword could cleave the stars was no mere boast. The celestial bodies were shattered under the weight of this blade, reverberating explosions echoing throughout the sky. Wang Xuanzhi, caught in the aftermath, was sent sprawling backward, seemingly destined to plummet from the arena. At that moment, the Taiji symbol quietly manifested beneath the sword immortal Wang Xuanzhi's feet, subtly reversing his own flow of time, altering the surrounding space, and hastening his descent. As the two combatants unleashed their ultimate techniques, they were simultaneously hurled from the stage, a curious coincidence orchestrated by their prior arrangement. Though they wished to gauge the strength of their respective abilities, preserving their lives took precedence. Battling oneself brought no advantage. It could only result in self-harm. The sect leader released a sigh of relief, recognizing that this outcome was preferable, as it signified that the Sword Immortal sect would likely secure a place among the top 3 in the competition. Mo Hua quickly rushed to catch the demon path Wang Xuanzhi, exhaling softly. The pressure from that colossal sword had unsettled her. Despite her confidence in Wang Xuanzhi, she couldn't shake the feeling of dread that lingered. Qingli swiftly approached Wang Xuanzhi, concern etched across her features. "Are you all right? Did you sustain any injuries?" Both of them paused, exchanging glances before shaking their heads, signaling that they were unharmed. The disciples below erupted in excitement upon witnessing the demon path Wang Xuanzhi being cast from the stage. "Long live the Sword Immortal sect's junior uncle. He is invincible. We knew he could defeat this demon and uphold our righteous path." Simultaneously, both Wang Xuanzhis grimaced, internally cursing the foolishness of their peers. Mo Hua had not initially focused on the Sword Immortal Wang Xuanzhi, but a casual glance revealed their striking resemblance. Only their auras differed. She discreetly conveyed to Wang Xuanzhi, "Could he be your twin brother? The circumstances of your duel are quite peculiar, both of you falling simultaneously. Women possess an uncanny intuition, and with a mere guess, Mo Hua had unraveled the essence of the situation." Wang Xuanzhi chuckled awkwardly. How could that be possible? He could not afford to acknowledge such a connection, as he still sought to gain favor within the Sword Immortal sect and gather intelligence regarding the individuals the system required him to find. Admitting the truth now would expose him. Mo Hua's eyes sparkled mischievously as she elongated her voice. "Is that so?" Wang Xuanzhi, resolute, nodded earnestly. Mo Hua was aware that Wang Xuanzhi held a significant position among the 4 tribes on the origin continent. It was likely that he had been imparted with numerous techniques, including the art of creating clones. Mo Hua regarded him with suspicion. Now, with many disciples having been cast from the stage, only she and Qingli remained unscathed. Her gaze turned toward Qingli, who reciprocated with a questioning look. The impending clash between 2 enchanting women seems inevitable, igniting excitement among the spectators below. Chapter 88. The Sudden Summons from the Demon Palace. The crowd of prodigies has already begun to chant, "One battle, one battle." They are fervently eager to witness the duel between these 2 stunning beauties, their hearts racing at the thought. Wang Xuanzhi is momentarily taken aback, astonished by the fervor of these passionate beings. Just as the 2 women prepare to ascend the stage, the voice of the master of the Yin-Yang Demon Palace reverberates through the skies above the Sword Immortal sect. Precisely reaching the ears of both Wang Xuanzhi and Mo Hua. "I have found one of the women you sought. She is currently in the realm of the Wuwang." Wang Xuanzhi's spirit is lifted. Filled with exhilaration, if he can locate this individual and wait for the prodigy competition to conclude, he will immediately set forth to find the person designated by the system to fulfill his task and enhance his powers. However, the message is not yet complete. The woman he seeks appears to be forcibly wed into the Wuwang realm, allegedly the daughter of a prominent elder within the sacred land, a person of considerable influence and power. It seems that their wedding is imminent, and she is likely under duress. Upon hearing this, Wang Xuanzhi's rage ignites. How dare anyone touch his woman? The first instance was when Zhang Lian was forcibly taken by the rulers of the Shura and Shiming realms. And now another dares to seize someone from him? This is intolerable. His hair bristles with fury, and demonic energy surges around him. In that moment, the Sword Immortal sect's Wang Xuanzhi also erupts in anger. The 2 ascend into the heavens, disregarding the need for secrecy. They must retrieve this woman, even though they are uncertain of her identity. A flash of demonic light, a beam of sword light, ascends into the sky, vanishing from sight, leaving the spectators in a state of confusion, bewildered by the abrupt departure of these 2 formidable individuals. They realize that it seems they are off to disrupt a wedding. It must be understood that this is the Wuwang realm, a domain that rivals the eternal life heaven. In this celestial realm, there exist not just this expanse, but also 3,000 distinct heavens, each independent and separated, with no interference among them. Their struggles for resources culminate in a competition held once every 100 years, where prodigies from various heavens contend for the distribution of resources based on their rankings. This explains the absence of prodigious disciples from the eternal life heaven, as they are currently in seclusion, preparing for the upcoming contest. In the air, the two Wang Xuanzhis exchange a glance, gradually merging into one. The Wang Xuanzhi from the Sword Sect is but a fragment of the original from the Demon Palace, now reintegrated, his aura intensified. As for where he is headed, it is undoubtedly back to the Yinyang Demon Palace. What is his intent? To gather reinforcements, for a solitary confrontation against an entire realm would be sheer folly. He needs allies, and not just any elders. Involving them would ignite conflict between the realms. He must seek out the prodigies of the eternal life heaven, under the pretense of a friendly spar, to stir trouble in the Wuwang realm. This way, the aged powers of Wuwang would have no justification to retaliate against them. And even if they were to lose, they could not lay blame upon Wang Xuanzhi. Qing and Mo Hua, witnessing Wang Xuanzhi's sudden departure, remain rooted in place, realizing they can no longer participate. Without hesitation, Mo Hua transforms into a beam of demonic light, disappearing from sight. She understands that every woman chosen by the patriarch of the four clans is somehow connected to Wang Xuanzhi, including herself. The patriarch's intention was to foster relationships between Wang Xuanzhi and these four women, ensuring his progeny would endure within the four clans of the origin continent, thereby restoring their status and glory through the principle of the son inherits the father's honor. However, they had not anticipated that Wang Xuanzhi would be transported to the perilous celestial realm. Qing, unable to engage in combat alone, gazes into the distance where her junior brother departed. Her gaze filled with confusion. Why meddle in the affairs of the Demon Palace? She muses, her eyes wide with disbelief. Could it be that the woman is the one you hold dear, and you intend to rescue her from a forced marriage? This cannot be. She must inform her master to assist him. With that, she vanishes, seeking the assistance of the old, wine-besotted sage on the back mountain. The Sword Sect's master cannot help but chuckle bitterly at the situation. The strongest prodigy from his sect and the mightiest from the competition have both fled. What is left to fight for? Wang Xuanzhi promptly returns to the Yinyang Demon Palace, utilizing the Demon Emperor's faith technique to locate his 100,000 followers. He begins to establish a mental connection with them. Your elder sister has been kidnapped. I now require your assistance to rescue her. Are you willing? Wang Xuanzhi remains unaware that, due to the initial gathering of his 100,000 followers, over half of the disciples within the Yinyang Demon Palace have cultivated the Demon Emperor's faith. Becoming his most loyal adherents, it can be said that he now commands an army of 1 million followers. Before long, Wang Xuanzhi stands before the entrance of the Demon Palace, greeted by a legion of 1 million disciples. He is taken aback, astonished by the sheer number of supporters he has amassed. With urgency, he seeks out the master of the Yinyang Demon Palace, inquiring, "Master, where is the Wuwang realm?" The master, having anticipated this question, does not hinder him. You may utilize our transportation array to reach the Wuwang realm directly. As for the sacred land, you must journey there on your own. We cannot accompany you, as it would incite a war between the two realms. Thus, everything relies solely on you. Do you understand? Wang Xuanzhi nods solemnly, fully grasping the gravity of the situation. He resolutely steps into the transportation array, followed by his 1 million disciples. As they enter, the master of the Yinyang Demon Palace stands silently, watching them depart. Once they have all entered, she exhales softly, her expression complex, pondering the fate that has intertwined them. Chapter 89. The Tranquil Eternal Life Heaven, before the gates of the Wuwang sacred land. Wang Xuanzhi remains unaware of the turmoil he has incited by awakening the followers of the Demon Emperor's faith in his mind. In the previous realm where he resided, the teachings of the Demon Emperor's faith have spread far and wide. Countless prodigies from various factions within the Eternal Life Heaven have secretly noted this doctrine, and upon returning to their respective clans, they fervently disseminated it among their peers. Thus, the knowledge proliferated exponentially. From 1 to 10, from 10 to 100, and so forth, perpetuating an unstoppable wave of influence. The young man from the Dragon Valley, who was initially swayed by Wang Xuanzhi, hastens back to his clan, eager to share the teachings of the Demon Emperor's faith. This leads to an astonishing surge of 1 million youths within the clan embracing the doctrine. They have also heard Wang Xuanzhi's call and gather solemnly in the plaza. unhesitant in their resolve to enter the clan's transportation array, targeting the Wuwang sacred land. For our elder brother, for our elder sister, charge forth. They rally, even without having met Wang Xuanzhi. This is the sheer power of the demon emperor's faith. The leading youth of the dragon clan shouts fervently as he strides into the array. The clan elders rush to the scene, witnessing the mass exodus of 1 million disciples into the transportation array. Unable to intervene in time, watching helplessly as they vanish, the elder gazes at the now desolate Dragon Valley, lost in contemplation. Such occurrences transpire simultaneously within other factions, be they human, demon, or celestial. The number of individuals practicing the demon emperor's faith is vast and diverse. Upon hearing Wang Xuanzhi's summons, they swiftly convene their clan's youth, rushing into their respective transportation arrays, destined for the Wuwang realm to support Wang Xuanzhi. Qing and the wine-besotted elder discussed the matters concerning Wang Xuanzhi. With a cold demeanor and anger in his eyes, the elder curses, "What an audacious scoundrel! To bully my sword sect so brazenly." He exclaims, "Let us give him a taste of his own medicine." With that, he produces his token and hands it to Qing, commanding, "Go, take my token and awaken all the young disciples from their seclusion. They must aid my dear disciple in reclaiming his bride. One must not lose ground, even in the face of adversity. Should an opportunity for reclamation arise, I shall seize it myself. There is no need to seek out the older generation. I will only recruit the younger disciples." The elders of Wu Wang Tian have not yet descended to such a level of shamelessness as to target the younger generation. Should they dare, it would ignite the flames of war between the two celestial realms. At that moment, I shall be the first to wield my carefree sword against the head of that sovereign. Qing Li stared at the imposing elder in astonishment, pondering whether this was truly the same drunken fool from before. How come he had never shown her such kindness? Could it be that he favored males over females? The elder, noticing Qing Li's bewilderment, chided her. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up." Regaining her composure, Qing Li vanished from sight. On this day, a grand procession of prodigious disciples from various factions, each numbering in the hundreds of thousands, advanced toward Wu Wang Tian, all for the sake of one individual, Wang Xuanzhi, seeking to reclaim his bride. Such a momentum was unparalleled. The sovereigns of each faction sat atop their lofty platforms, reflecting on the desolate state of their own realms. Was this not a performance meant for them? This contest of prodigies was merely a spectacle, orchestrated by none other than Wang Xuanzhi himself, who had managed to enlist their assistance in this act. Within the ranks of each faction, over half of the talented disciples had departed from Changshan Tian, having embraced the faith of the demon emperor and become Wang Xuanzhi's most ardent followers. Consequently, Changshan Tian lay empty, enveloped in a profound silence. Wang Xuanzhi emerged from the teleportation array. Standing before the entrance of Wu Wang Shangdi, flanked by 1 million disciples of the Yin-Yang Demon Palace, he prepared to step through the mountain gate. An unknown number of spatial teleportation arrays quietly materialized behind him, each housing hundreds of thousands. These individuals emerged fervently, gazing at Wang Xuanzhi with reverence, as if beholding a deity. These were the prodigies from various factions, each contributing tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands to the cause of disrupting the wedding. Wang Xuanzhi and his companions from the Demon Palace adopted a vigilant stance, suspecting that disciples from Wu Wang Shangdi had discovered their presence and were dispatching forces to apprehend them. Wang Xuanzhi narrowed his eyes, prepared to temper their enthusiasm. However, upon closer inspection, the disciples recognized the familiar aura emanating from the newcomers, dispelling their concerns of an enemy attack. One of the 50 leaders among them, Mu Dongyu, let out a sigh of relief, realizing they were allies. Did you not know that scaring someone can lead to dire consequences? Among these 50 were individuals whom Wang Xuanzhi had initially deceived. Now serving as his loyal subordinates, the procession of 10 million approached Wu Wang Shangdi. The mountain gate stood vacant, as most disciples were engrossed in the festivities of the elder's son's wedding. They were preoccupied with the celebrations, oblivious to external disturbances. After all, they were the powerful sovereigns of Wu Wang Dao Tian, and few dared to provoke them. Yet, the sight of such a massive gathering soon caught the attention of watchful eyes within the sacred grounds. As they observed the throng of young prodigies, their formidable presence quelling any thoughts of an enemy invasion, Wang Xuanzhi exchanged glances with Mu Dongyu, signaling him to handle a certain individual. With a cold smile, he vanished from sight. Though he appeared disheveled, his strength was formidable enough to contend in the prodigy contest. Wang Xuanzhi's motives were clear, and as they advanced into Wu Wang Shangdi, they did so with unparalleled confidence. Meanwhile, a young man clad in a crimson robe, radiating charm, stood within the grand hall, relishing the impending success of his machinations. Observing Zhang Lian, he smirked inwardly. "Ah, my dear, did you not resist before? Let us see how you fare against me now." Suddenly, a report came rushing in. "Elders, a multitude has breached the mountain gate. They number in the millions, exuding immense power." Hearing this, the elders rose in unison and swiftly departed. Directing their attention towards the entrance, a gathering of 10 million was no trivial matter, even for the esteemed Wu Wang Daotian. The young man's expression darkened. Surely, they would not disrupt his wedding. Would they? Wang Xuanzhi, unable to contain himself, extended his consciousness like an expansive net, scanning the entirety of Wu Wang Xuanzhi in the northwestern corner. An elderly female elder was engaging in dubious activities with a young male disciple. In the northeastern corner, a celestial pond hosted numerous female disciples bathing, while in the southeastern corner, several male disciples were caught peeping, one of whom was surprisingly a man himself. Cough, cough, cough. The scene before him was distorted. His expression darkened as he contemplated the peculiarities within this sacred land. Why was there a lack of humanity? As his divine consciousness scanned the southwestern corner, he finally beheld the resplendent hall adorned with red double happiness characters. A spark of joy ignited in his eyes, and he bellowed, "I have found it! To the southwestern corner, let us proceed." At that moment, Wang Xuanzhi remained unaware of the identity of the woman, yet he was resolute in his determination to prevent her from facing peril. Millions soared into the sky, their sights set on the southwestern hall. Above in the void, thousands of elders with profound auras emerged, all of whom were at least at the tribulation stage. They were evidently the elders of the Wuwang's sacred land. The corpulent elder at the forefront quickly discerned that Wang Xuanzhi was the pillar of support for this multitude. He inquired, "What brings this young friend to our Wuwang's sacred land?" Wang Xuanzhi internally scoffed. "What else would I come for but to abduct a bride? Am I here to present you with gifts?" He had no intention of engaging in further conversation with the rotund elder. His singular focus was on rescuing the bride. A moment's delay could mean the woman falling into the clutches of a beast. Thus, an endless surge of demonic light erupted from him. Divine light emanated from his left hand while demonic energy manifested in his right, the two slowly merging to form a colossal Taiji symbol, enveloping the millions along with himself. Time and space subtly shifted at that instant. The space flowed according to the celestial trajectory, and in the blink of an eye, Wang Xuanzhi and the multitude vanished from their original location, reappearing at the northwestern corner of the hall. The elder had yet to react when the crowd had already dissipated. Regaining his senses, he cautiously extended his divine perception. Moments later, he discovered these individuals had reached the southwestern corner of the hall. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he swiftly turned and vanished, accompanied by the thousands of elders behind him. Chapter 91. The Grand Elder appears. Wang Xuanzhi's fury. When Wang Xuanzhi and the throng arrived at the hall, he beheld the woman he had longed for. Was this not Zhang Lian? Beside her stood two sweet-faced maidens, supporting her. Although they appeared to assist her, their auras suppressed her own, a clear act of coercion to compel Zhang Lian into wedlock with this man. As for the groom, he was the only young man in a flamboyant red robe. Wang Xuanzhi's gaze darkened. Without uttering a word, he vanished, unleashing an overwhelming aura. The demonic energy he emitted was even more terrifying than that displayed during the Tianjiao competition. At that moment, his dominance was unmistakable. The immense pressure sent the two maidens flying, crashing heavily against the surrounding hall. A bang. Only two sounds resonated: the anguished cries of the maidens and the thud of their bodies hitting the ground, rendering them unconscious for their lives that remained uncertain. Those who betray often meet a grim fate. Zhang Lian, sensing the commotion behind her, turned to see the one she had been yearning for. Her eyes widened in disbelief, and tears welled up. This past month had been fraught with difficulty, known only to her. She had hoped to cultivate her strength within this sacred land and seek out Wang Xuanzhi, only to be targeted by the elder's son, making her existence increasingly unbearable. Wang Xuanzhi appeared beside Zhang Lian, embracing her gently and patting her back. In a soothing voice, he reassured her, "It is all right. I am here. Today, no one shall harm you." The young man in the red robe, clad in a celebratory garment, could not bear to see his fiancée held by this unfamiliar man. Did he not come to offer warmth and congratulations? Seeking death, his face contorted in rage. Losing its earlier composure, he emanated an aura that also reached the tribulation stage. At that moment, thousands of elders arrived behind him, their expressions darkening upon witnessing Wang Xuanzhi embracing the red-robed man's fiancée. This multitude was not here to celebrate. They had come to abduct a bride. If word of this spread, it would surely bring shame upon the Wuwang sacred land, reducing it to a laughingstock. Suddenly, a man in black robes appeared beside the young man in red, his aura deep and formidable. Seeing his son's woman in Wang Xuanzhi's arms, he wasted no time and unleashed a massive hand, aiming to strike Wang Xuanzhi down without allowing any chance for refutation. Such blatant disregard. Wang Xuanzhi's demonic energy surged violently, his hair standing on end. He roared, "You seek death." Two divine demon guards appeared behind him, their power increasing with Wang Xuanzhi's ascension. Now at the golden core stage, Wang Xuanzhi may have seemed insignificant compared to the others in the celestial realm, yet this single level of advancement marked a qualitative leap for the divine demon guards. The cold-faced guards struck directly at the massive hand, which disintegrated into smoke upon impact. The black-robed elder raised an eyebrow, his voice hoarse, interesting. Jiang Lian, held in Wang Xuanzhi's embrace, looked up with tearful eyes. Worry etched across her face. Wang Xuanzhi offered her a reassuring glance and stepped forward, confronting the black-robed elder. "Is my woman someone you dare lay hands upon?" The black-robed elder was evidently taken aback by Wang Xuanzhi's boldness. His voice, raspy and low, replied, "Your woman? She is a disciple of our Wuwang sacred land. How dare you claim her so? Youngster, be mindful of the strength you are up against. Our Wuwang sacred land has stood for years, and none have dared to act so recklessly," he continued. "Now, how do you propose we deal with you?" With that, he unleashed an even more potent aura than before, surpassing the tribulation stage. The million-strong crowd behind Wang Xuanzhi felt their anger flare. Were they not threatening their elder brother and sister-in-law? They stepped forward, their spirits undaunted, despite their cultivation levels being merely at the refining soul stage. The red-robed man's elders wore increasingly grim expressions, astonished that this multitude could unite in such a manner. Faced with life and death, they were unafraid of the disparity in strength. The red-robed man, consumed by rage, pointed at Wang Xuanzhi, his face contorted. "You little brat, do you understand the consequences of your actions? Speak. How do you wish to die?" "Rest assured, I shall not let you die quickly. I will extract your soul piece by piece and burn it beneath the heavenly lantern, ensuring you suffer torment for eternity." He turned to the black-robed man, declaring, "Father, break his limbs, waste his cultivation and leave him to me." The black-robed man cast a fond glance at the young man in red, revealing their identities as the Grand Elder of the Wuwang sacred land and the Grand Elder's son. Wang Xuanzhi, undeterred by the threats, regarded them as a mere ant provoking an elephant. Would an elephant acknowledge an ant? His demonic energy surged skyward, flames of malice igniting around him. He gently positioned Jiang Lian behind him for protection. Wang Xuanzhi glared at the black-robed elder, stating, "Must the older generation interfere in the matters of the youth? Or is it that your Wuwang sacred land can no longer offer its own disciples to contend with me from the Chongqing Dao Tian?" The black-robed elder pondered, seemingly taken aback by the realization that this multitude hailed from the Chongqing Dao Tian. Their auras were disjointed, not emanating from a single force, prompting him to scrutinize Jiang Lian once more. What was her identity to draw such a multitude of talented disciples to her aid? The black-robed elder's expression darkened. "Even so, you cannot disrupt my son's wedding and tarnish the reputation of the Wuwang sacred land. If we do not receive a satisfactory explanation today, the million of you shall remain here." Wang Xuanzhi's countenance was icy. He could hardly fathom how shameless this old fool could be, interfering in the affairs of the youth. It was clear he intended to detain them all here. He could escape, but the million behind him might not. He could not betray them. Chapter 92. The Ascendance of Two Great Powers. "I am invincible." Wang Xuanzhi's gaze was frigid, resembling a millennium of ice. The ruthlessness in his eyes intensified as he spoke. "Old fool, what explanation do you seek? Do you intend to detain the million of us from the Chongqing Dao Tian here today? You ought to consider that behind us lies the ruling power of the Chongqing Dao Tian. While your Wuwang sacred land is but one of its governing forces, today, should you dare to act in such a manner, I assure you that you will not only succeed in igniting the flames of war between the two great celestial realms, but also that you will be the first to be extinguished. Do you believe it or not?" Observing the confident demeanor of Wang Xuanzhi, the expression of the elder in the black robe gradually darkened. His previous words were undoubtedly an attempt to gauge Wang Xuanzhi's foundation. To discern the source of his confidence, if they hailed from ordinary factions, a million would undoubtedly be kept alive. However, if they were disciples of the dominant forces, he would find it difficult to take action against them. The black-robed elder's expression turned grim. That cannot be today. You have taken my son's betrothed, which is a significant humiliation to our sacred ground. Unless you sever your own arms and return this woman, I fear this matter cannot be resolved amicably. I can allow the millions behind you to leave, but you will remain. Do you think these factions would not retaliate against us? Your death would be in vain. Truly, he was an old schemer, having lived for thousands of years, his thoughts intricate and methodical. Wang Xuanzhi smiled confidently, stating, "These millions stand with me through thick and thin." Though his figure appeared slender, he gradually began to exude a majestic presence before the multitude. Turning to the millions behind him, he cried out, "Will any of you betray me or abandon me?" Mu Dongyu was the first to respond, his expression earnest as he shouted, "No." In that moment, the multitude echoed in thunderous unison. "No." Following their elder brother, they declared, "If our elder brother lives, we live. If he dies, we die." Wang Xuanzhi turned with a soft smile, provocatively gazing at the black-robed elder. "Did you see that? This is their answer." The black-robed elder and the young man's expressions darkened simultaneously, and the thousands of elders behind them wore grim faces. Having lived so long, it was the first time they felt so stifled. They were being besieged, yet could do nothing in response. Just as the young man in red was about to speak, the black-robed elder moved, unexpectedly vanishing from sight, his speed leaving no time for a reaction. His hand expanded like the vastness of the heavens, targeting Wang Xuanzhi, intent on swiftly eliminating him with overwhelming force. Today, the sacred ground's reputation had already been tarnished by the marriage snatching. He could not allow Wang Xuanzhi to survive, especially since he had taken his son's woman. Wang Xuanzhi had long been prepared, waiting for this old schemer's ambush. A celestial sword appeared in his left hand, while an ancient dragon sword materialized in his right, emanating the forbidden power of time. The sword intent of the celestial blade surged forth, ready to unleash the star sword, a weapon that surely could not be resisted by those in the tribulation stage. As for withstanding the elder's attack, he believed he could manage that. At that moment, the master of the Yin-Yang Demon Palace quietly appeared. With a wave of her delicate hand, she dissipated the attack entirely, sending the elder flying. Disheveled and weak, the elder coughed blood, still unable to comprehend how he had been struck down. His eyes widened in horror as he beheld the figure before him, the master of the Yin-Yang Demon Palace. Wang Xuanzhi, seeing his mentor arrive, sheathed his two accompanying swords, gazing at her with gratitude, astonished that she would truly intervene on his behalf. One misstep could ignite the flames of war between the two celestial realms. Her voice was cold, devoid of gender, as she cloaked herself in black, her presence shrouded in mystery. "Is my disciple someone you may touch? Do you seek to provoke a conflict between the two celestial realms?" Seemingly unsatisfied, she flashed before the elder, conjuring a vast hand of demonic energy, lifting the elder by his head. Her aura of malevolence surpassed even Wang Xuanzhi's. Coldness and terror radiated from her very being. "Is my disciple someone you may touch?" A boundless hand, forged from demonic energy, descended upon the elder's face. Under the weight of this hand, the elder truly sensed the breath of death, as if the moment the demonic hand descended, his demise would be certain. He had never felt death so imminent. Above the grand hall, an ancient voice sighed gently. Alas, a figure descended from the sky, an aged man enveloped in celestial energy, palace master. "What is the meaning of this? You come to snatch my sacred ground's marriage and assault my people. Is that not too audacious?" The thin old man's eyes brimmed with a terrifying aura. The atmosphere in the grand hall was tense, teetering on the brink of conflict. Wang Xuanzhi stood before the millions, facing off against the thousands from the sacred ground. Jiang Lian stood behind him, her expression filled with worry, unable to comprehend why Wang Xuanzhi would undertake such a reckless act solely for her sake. Her heart swelled with overwhelming gratitude. Ultimately, this matter stemmed from the unreasonable actions of the Chongqing Dao Heaven. Wang Xuanzhi knew it was time for him to step forward. He proclaimed, "This woman is my betrothed. She was forcibly wed to the debauched disciple of your sacred ground's elder, and I refuse to believe you are unaware of this. Instead of resolving this issue, you turn a blind eye and tacitly approve of their actions. You, as the lord of the sacred ground, have truly reached your limit. The question of right or wrong is no longer significant. Your sacred ground first snatched my fiancée. I am merely reclaiming what is mine. Everything has its cause and effect." The thin old man glanced at Wang Xuanzhi, surprised by the young man's eloquence. realizing he had underestimated him. Yet this has tarnished the reputation of my sacred ground. If you depart so easily, it will become a laughingstock. Though his aura remained subdued, beneath his calm exterior lay a tempest of power. Wang Xuanzhi's gaze turned serene. He spoke again. Today, I, representing the Chongqing Dao heaven, issue a challenge to the elites of the sacred ground. I shall take the field alone. Should your disciples defeat me, you may do as you wish with me. However, if you lose, this matter shall be settled. It must be a battle to the death. I shall accept any disciple you send, regardless of their strength. Today, I stand invincible. As he spoke, his presence grew ever stronger, radiating boundless brilliance while standing alone in the grand hall. The master of the Yin-Yang Demon Palace looked at Wang Xuanzhi with profound admiration. His aura of invincibility had already taken shape, and she supported his decision. Should anything happen to Wang Xuanzhi, she would not concern herself with the fate of these people, but would directly take him away to ensure his safety. She sighed inwardly. What a little adversary. Chapter 93. 3 palms, 1 fist. The ties of karma. The thin old man's eyes gleamed with interest as he regarded Wang Xuanzhi once more. The aura he exuded appeared weak, barely perceptible in his eyes. This was merely a small golden core cultivator, not even reaching the level of a sage, yet he dared to speak so boldly. Although his aura was commendable, it was not enough to sustain him. True strength was the ultimate truth. How do you wish to fight? Not to mention the sacred ground. Even your sacred ground is not something you can withstand, he retorted. The master of the Yin-Yang Demon Palace coldly regarded the old man, stating, enough with the nonsense. Let the younger generation resolve their own matters. You are growing increasingly senile. The thin old man's expression darkened as he waved his sleeve, angrily responding, very well. You seem quite confident in your disciple. Should he remain here in the sacred ground today, do not blame me. The threat in his tone was unmistakable. The elder's son, the young man in red, wore a ferocious expression. At last, I found my opportunity. You brought this upon yourself. I will peel your skin off. The young man stepped forward, confronting Wang Xuanzhi without a hint of fear. Hatred burned in his eyes. Today, Wang Xuanzhi had made him lose face, and his father was in peril. Wang Xuanzhi showed no sign of compassion. He understood that today's outcome was a result of past actions, and many others likely shared a similar fate. Though the young man appeared pitiful now, how many of those he had previously bullied would pity him? Wang Xuanzhi took a few steps forward, while the millions behind him instinctively retreated several paces, clearing the battlefield for him. The thin old man observed the impending clash between Wang Xuanzhi and the young man in red, choosing not to intervene. As the son of the elder, the young man's strength had been acknowledged over the years. With his father's high position, he had undoubtedly amassed considerable resources, establishing a solid foundation. The young man in red was indeed one of the sacred ground's prodigies, perfectly suited to take the lead. Behind Wang Xuanzhi, Zhang Lian looked on with concern, voicing, "Are you truly all right? Is it really worth it for me?" Although Wang Xuanzhi currently wore a mask of indifference, a rare tenderness flickered in his eyes. He spoke gently, "Fool, what is there to regret?" Upon hearing this, the man in the crimson robe seized the opportunity and launched a surprise attack against Wang Xuanzhi's back, revealing his true strength as a tribulation realm cultivator. Thunder crackled around him, emanating an aura of divine might. The tribulation realm, as its name suggests, is attained through surviving the 9 heavenly tribulations, granting the wielder the power to harness the forces of nature. A formidable weapon in battle. Wang Xuanzhi swiftly turned around, dark energy swirling in his eyes. As he faced the approaching purple heavenly thunder, he displayed no fear. His fists radiated with demonic energy, his invincible aura reaching its zenith. His strength defied conventional measures of cultivation. Levels were merely a concept for the weak. Even in his chi refining stage, he had possessed boundless chaotic energy, enabling him to contend with those at the sage level. With the years of cultivation, that chaotic energy had only intensified, rendering him unstoppable. Unbeknownst to him, his current prowess eclipsed any measure he could fathom. As Wang Xuanzhi stepped into the space, he effortlessly evaded the man's 9 heavenly tribulations. The man's face paled in disbelief. How is this possible? His strength is clearly inferior. How could he evade it? In a fit of desperation, he summoned 2 more bolts of heavenly thunder to strike at Wang Xuanzhi's location. Wang Xuanzhi observed the incoming thunder, flickering through space, the air crackling with electric arcs. Indifferently, he advanced towards the crimson-robed man, disregarding the thunderbolts aimed at him. His demonic energy enveloped the heavenly thunder, absorbing it entirely, leaving Wang Xuanzhi unaffected. The crimson-robed man stared at Wang Xuanzhi with horror, exclaiming, "Impossible! This must be an illusion. Yes, it must be an illusion. Watch as I shatter your delusion." With that, he unleashed a powerful aura and a mysterious law of power. The technique of the Wuwang Holy Land, the Wuwang scripture, renowned for its potent illusionary capabilities that could ensnare enemies in a nightmare for eternity, hastening their demise. The Wuwang Holy Land's technique instilled fear in other factions due to its enigmatic nature. Difficult to decipher unless one possessed an exceptionally steadfast will. Unfortunately, Wang Xuanzhi was precisely the individual who could not be swayed by such tricks, as the scenery around him shifted, filled with phantoms and demons attempting to invade his mind. Wang Xuanzhi remained unfazed, his footsteps steady as he approached the crimson-robed man, resembling the inexorable march of death. The man, now thoroughly panicked, felt cold sweat soaking his garments as he retreated, yet his spiritual power surged forth relentlessly. The might of nature continued to strike at Wang Xuanzhi, but the demonic energy surrounding him devoured each bolt, having no effect whatsoever. The crimson-robed man's assaults intensified in speed, his fear mounting as he realized Wang Xuanzhi appeared to be a monster. Utterly invulnerable. Even as he resorted to his ultimate techniques, he was still powerless against Wang Xuanzhi. "Had I known today would come, why did I act so recklessly?" Wang Xuanzhi remarked, his voice steadied. "As for what you just said, I shall ensure you pay for it in full." He closed the distance to the crimson-robed man, seizing him by the throat and lifting him off the ground, his face reddening from the pressure. With a swift motion, Wang Xuanzhi cast the man aside, proclaiming, "This slap is for your inappropriate thoughts about my wife." Before the man could touch the ground, Wang Xuanzhi reappeared behind him, grasping his neck once more, and delivered another powerful strike. "This slap is for your attempt to forcibly marry my wife." The man's teeth shattered, his face swelling grotesquely. When Wang Xuanzhi stood before him again, the man regarded him as if he were death itself. Utterly terrified, he stammered, begging for mercy, "Spare me. I will never dare again." The contrast between his previous arrogance and current helplessness was stark. Karma had come swiftly. With an icy demeanor, Wang Xuanzhi struck again, sending the man crashing onto the great hall's floor. He spoke slowly, "This strike was merely due to my disdain for you." Silence enveloped the arena. What kind of justification was this? Wang Xuanzhi materialized before the man once more, darkness swirling around his hands as he formed a fist, preparing to strike. There was no chance of survival for the man beneath the weight of that blow. "I in your next life. Choose your parents wisely and open your eyes to whom you should provoke." The cycle of cause and effect ends here. Chapter 94. The Gathering of Young Talents. Wang Xuanzhi's dark path. "How dare you?" shouted a gaunt elder from above, his eyes bulging with rage. He could not allow Wang Xuanzhi to kill the man right before him. Otherwise, the Wuwang Holy Land would lose face. He reached out to prevent Wang Xuanzhi from delivering that fateful blow. The young man, feeling a surge of relief, thought he had escaped, but Wang Xuanzhi paid him no mind. His fist continued its trajectory towards the man. The leader of the Yinyang Demon Palace, witnessing the elder's shameless interference in the conflict between the younger generation, scoffed disdainfully. She unleashed her own demonic energy to counter the elder's grasp. The two clashed in mid-air, each forced to retreat a step. Meanwhile, Wang Xuanzhi's fist had already struck the crimson-robed man. Under that terrifying blow, the man's soul shattered, leaving no trace behind, even his body vanished without a remnant. With a calm expression, Wang Xuanzhi regarded the gaunt elder in the sky, stating, "Does your Wuwang Holy Land have anyone else?" This man was far too weak. "You promised a death match among the younger generation. Yet the elders meddle. Your Wuwang Holy Land truly has the audacity to display such shamelessness. Today, I have witnessed the epitome of shamelessness in the elderly." The elder's expression darkened as he realized he had acted impulsively and was now in the wrong. With a wave of his hand, he exhaled in frustration and commanded, "Summon all the disciples in seclusion within the Holy Land. We must temper this child's arrogance. Whoever slays him will have their disciple-s status elevated. For the next 10 years, all resources he acquires will be unconditionally provided by the Wuwang Holy Land." Upon hearing the leader's promise, several elders vanished in an instant to gather their respective prodigies, including those in seclusion. The elders below fell into silence, astonished that Wang Xuanzhi had so effortlessly crushed the son of their great elder. One anticipated that this young man, who had come to challenge the Wuwang Holy Land, possessed such formidable strength. It appeared he had not even exerted his full power, having dispatched the opponent with a single blow. As for the Chongqing Tian faction, they felt no surprise. They believed Wang Xuanzhi had merely held back. Some had witnessed his ruthless display of power during the Young Talents competition, where he obliterated an opponent with a single strike. Though those opponents were their kin, their loyalty now lay solely with Wang Xuanzhi. Thousands looked upon him with expressions of understanding, devoid of confusion or shock, gazing reverently at the figure before them, shrouded in demonic energy. Jiang Lian's eyes glistened with emotion. This was the man she admired. Her future husband, the leader of the Yinyang Demon Palace, observed Wang Xuanzhi's strength and the overwhelming demonic aura with astonishment. It seemed he had indeed reserved his power during the competition. She had secretly watched the contest and noted the remarkable duel between Wang Xuanzhi and the sword immortals Wang Xuanzhi, pondering the uncanny resemblance between the two without delving deeper. Moments later, 10 figures materialized in the grand hall, each exuding a restrained yet formidable presence. Their foundational cultivation was rock solid and powerful. Simply standing there imparted a sense of facing an army. These 10 were the strongest prodigies of the Wuwang Holy Land. Known as the 10 Holy Sons, each deeply attuned to the Wuwang scripture, capable of vanquishing foes through illusions, unbeknownst to them. The gaunt elder surveyed these 10 with satisfaction, declaring, "Now that these 10 have arrived, do you dare to accept their challenge? Do your earlier boasts still hold?" He warned Wang Xuanzhi not to regret his previous words. Wang Xuanzhi, undeterred by the elder, stood firm, his gaze fixed on the 10, exclaiming, "Let them come. I fear them not. Whether it be 10 or 1,000 from the Wuwang Holy Land, I shall not waver. I alone can vanquish you, even among a myriad, with but a single strike. I can cleave through the heavens, pointing directly at the boundless sky. Within this limitless sky, is there anyone who can withstand my punch?" Observing Wang Xuanzhi's domineering demeanor, akin to a deity or a demon, the multitude behind him could not help but feel a surge of anticipation. In the celestial competition, Wang Xuanzhi had already showcased such formidable strength, overwhelming the prodigies of their realm with merely one punch. Now, as he presents himself once more in a similar fashion, it appears that his aura has intensified magnitudes beyond its previous might, undoubtedly due to the fusion of 2 Wang Xuanzhis. How infuriating! This brash fellow is far too arrogant. I shall go forth to extinguish his arrogance. A man could no longer contain himself and soared forward, opting not to exchange pleasantries with Wang Xuanzhi. His fist was enveloped in the power of the universe. Moreover, his form bore an illusion. Should Wang Xuanzhi allow even the slightest distraction, he would be ensnared in an endless mirage, succumbing to its depths. The emaciated elder cast a satisfied glance at the young man, commending, "Well done. You have cultivated the boundless scripture to this stage, achieving a minor success. In each step lies a mirage, and within the mirage resides the true self. This is the essence of my boundless scripture." He spoke without fear of being overheard, for this technique was beyond the reach of disciples from their sacred ground. Wang Xuanzhi regarded the man with disdain, despite the formidable aura he exuded. He appeared inferior to the recently defeated figure in our At the very least. That man had launched an immediate powerful attack, while this one seemed to underestimate him, merely engaging in a feigned exchange. Adopting a probing demeanor, Wang Xuanzhi's expression remained indifferent, his demonic might resonating through the air. Behind him, an astral phenomenon unfolded, revealing 100,000 stars illuminating the grand hall. In that moment, the hall seemed to plunge into an interminable darkness. Akin to an eternal night, the myriad stars shone brightly, casting light upon the scene. Behind Wang Xuanzhi, a monstrous shadow loomed, a shadow that differed from the previous one, consisting solely of pure blackness, devoid of any divine radiance. This was the path of darkness, belonging to Wang Xuanzhi, and within him resided the ancient, sealed great demon. The great demon revealed its original fangs, its eyes twinkling like stars, allowing the spectators a fleeting glimpse, while its other features remained obscured. Wang Xuanzhi grinned widely, as did the ancient demon, though its form was too shrouded in darkness for anyone to perceive. The boundless demonic might emanating from Wang Xuanzhi resembled the profound darkness of the long night. His fist, brimming with rolling demonic energy, ceased to flicker, devoid of the previous terrifying pressure. His voice echoed softly, as if emerging from the depths of the underworld. "In the abyss, when one sees me, they see the abyss itself, forever dark, devoid of daylight. An endless night stretches on." He gently unleashed a punch, which appeared to be delivered with the languid strength of an infant, feeble and lacking vigor. Reminiscent of a dying elder's slow motion, the onlookers could only think that Wang Xuanzhi must have lost his sanity, striking with such weakness. Was he courting death? The young man shared this sentiment. A sneer gracing his lips. To counter my punch with such feebleness, it seems you truly seek your demise. Or have you succumbed to an illusion? His arrogance intensified, charging toward Wang Xuanzhi, oblivious to the trap laid before him. Though this punch appeared sluggish, it had transcended time and space. To the naked eye, it seemed slow, yet it had already pierced through the young man's form, leaving him utterly bewildered. This punch represented Wang Xuanzhi's true power. Unveiling a glimpse of his demonic form, the astral demon possessed the power of time, the pinnacle of physicality, and the boundless radiance of both divine and demonic light. This strike, amalgamating the forces of yin and yang, appeared deceptively mundane, yet the essence of the great path lies in simplicity, which the spectators failed to grasp as the young man neared Wang Xuanzhi. His form abruptly stalled midair, disbelief etched across his face. Suddenly, clutching his abdomen in agony, he discovered a gaping black hole had manifested there, penetrating his entire being. Realization dawned upon him, and his eyes glazed over as he weakly uttered, "How is it possible? This punch transcended the power of time? You never fell into my illusion." Wang Xuanzhi offered no response, instead seizing the young man's form and hurling him aside, causing him to crash heavily against the wall, leaving a deep indentation, as for life and death, that would depend on his fate thereafter. Wang Xuanzhi turned his cold gaze towards the remaining 9, finding them exceedingly feeble. "Come forth together in my eyes. You 9 are no different from mere ants." The leader of the Yin-Yang Demon Palace gazed at Wang Xuanzhi with curiosity. The power of time he had just witnessed was beyond her capabilities. That punch had even instilled a hint of threat within her. A rarity, as the sovereign of this realm, her strength was unparalleled. Yet Wang Xuanzhi's current level threatened her. This only deepened her intrigue. Upon returning to the Yin-Yang Demon Palace, she resolved to study him thoroughly and engage in an open exchange. The emaciated elder's expression grew increasingly grave. Wang Xuanzhi's power undoubtedly surpassed that of any among the 9. Fortunately, his audacious declaration to challenge 9 at once allowed the elder to breathe a sigh of relief, albeit with lingering concern. Should Wang Xuanzhi prevail, where would the dignity of their sacred ground lie? Would they truly allow others to provoke them, brazenly seize the women of their disciples, and beat their kin without consequence? That would be an even greater disgrace. The multitude, already enraptured, grew more animated, exclaiming, "Brother, you are magnificent. Brother, you are incredible." Foremost among them was Mu Dongyu, who, upon acknowledging Wang Xuanzhi as his elder brother, felt a renewed hope for vengeance, gazing at him with fervor. The enigmatic elder within his ring also regarded Wang Xuanzhi, pondering and sharing a lifetime with this youth. Is he a blessing or a curse? The 9 could not endure the humiliation any longer. The leading man declared, "No need for that. We shall confront him one by one." There is no logic in a group assault. With that, he charged toward Wang Xuanzhi, who remained indifferent. Like ink, he slowly melded into the darkness, vanishing from sight, only to reappear before the other 8. His figure blended seamlessly with the inky night. The entire hall had grown dim, save for the stars above, illuminating the scene and casting a radiant glow throughout. Wang Xuanzhi's robe had transformed into a black garment, adorned with countless stars. This eternal night star robe had been custom tailored for him. Divine light flickered upon his fists as he struck fiercely at the 8. Before they could react, Wang Xuanzhi sent them flying. Their eyes widened in horror, yet they swiftly regained their composure. After all, they were the most formidable prodigies of the boundless sacred ground. How could they be so quickly bested by Wang Xuanzhi? With solemn expressions, they nodded to one another and shouted, "Form the formation. Establish the boundless chaotic world formation. Otherwise, we shall truly have difficulty against this youth." They called out to the man who had charged Wang Xuanzhi, "Brother, hold him off long enough for us to set the formation. We cannot afford to lose face for the boundless sacred ground. This youth must die. Otherwise, our dignity shall be utterly destroyed." The man addressed his brother, clad in white, emanated an air of mystique with every gesture and utterance. He had cultivated the boundless scripture to its pinnacle, making him the most promising candidate among them to delay Wang Xuanzhi. Nodding, he addressed Wang Xuanzhi, "Your power is indeed formidable. However, to claim you can defeat us 9 is rather audacious. Behold, this is the mightiest technique of the boundless sacred ground." He began to chant incantations, his expression solemn. Beneath their feet, a sphere of light emerged. Wang Xuanzhi remained stationary, observing the white-robed man, curious about what trick could possibly constrain him. The wondrous sphere enveloped the two, erasing the surroundings as if all else had vanished. At that moment, only Wang Xuanzhi and the white-robed man remained. The white-robed figure suddenly morphed into an endless array of vengeful spirits. Surrounding Wang Xuanzhi, blood-soaked corpses began to emerge, their severed limbs entangling Wang Xuanzhi's hands and feet, climbing his form. The number of these bloodied remnants grew exponentially, filling the boundless darkness with millions of them. They cried out in unison, "War has harmed us. War has harmed us, and you must die. You need to die." Wang Xuanzhi stood unmoved, his countenance as tranquil as a still pond. Chapter 96, The True Magic. The boundless great array to him. All of this was inconsequential. Even if these blood bones were to multiply by millions, he would feel no fear. His heart was clear, seeing through all illusions, coupled with his 4 invincible physiques. Not only could the blood bones not harm him, but even other sinister creatures could not approach him. The actions of these blood bones were merely manifestations of a grand illusion. What he needed to do now was to unravel this deception. Wang Xuanzhi's eyes shone with the light of gods and demons, illuminating the heavens and the earth with boundless divine and demonic radiance. The most unrestrained demonic energy surged forth, unfettered and soaring into the sky. This black demonic aura swiftly engulfed all the blood bones surrounding him, along with those within a 100-mile radius. At that moment, Wang Xuanzhi transformed entirely. A peculiar smile graced his lips, and his voice became ethereal, cold and devoid of compassion. His pupils were dark, frigid, and hollow, tinged with a sense of bewilderment, ultimately morphing into an overwhelming dominance. Now, Wang Xuanzhi bore no resemblance to his former self. He looked down upon everything. Millions of blood bones? I shall slay them as one would crush ants, and what of billions? Neither the realms of the Yellow Springs, nor the depths of the 9 Nether dared to claim me. How dare you, mere soulless bones, approach me? His silhouette was shrouded in darkness, while divine light radiated from his back. Wang Xuanzhi spoke continuously, his demonic form radiating infinite brilliance, restoring the essence of his physique. Reminiscent of his former self, or perhaps his previous incarnation, the remaining blood bones felt the terrifying, devouring demonic aura. Originally devoid of consciousness, these blood bones began to tremble in fear. Millions of them swiftly retreated, unwilling to linger before Wang Xuanzhi for even a second, as if confronted by a great terror. Wang Xuanzhi grinned coldly. "You dare to offend my majesty? Depart? Can you truly escape?" His words echoed like the voice of death. In an instant, the demonic light enveloped the realm. All the blood bones were dissolved in that moment, vanishing entirely. The demonic light in Wang Xuanzhi's eyes gradually faded. Before it completely vanished, he let out a soft sigh. "Demon, in the end, I have wronged you. Die in this lifetime. It shall not be so." Outside the grand hall, the multitude of onlookers noticed Wang Xuanzhi standing motionless, causing some to feel anxious. Could it be that brother has fallen into a trap? Impossible. I trust my brother. Who is he? He is the man who defies adversity. Had he heard their thoughts, he might have been compelled to silence these little rascals, who dared to tarnish his reputation. Jiang Lian felt a wave of concern wash over her, her eyes heavy. Kid, perish. The man in white, believing Wang Xuanzhi had succumbed, smiled wickedly as he charged at him. Having sullied the reputation of the boundless sacred land, this boy could not be allowed to live. He must die. The man envisioned Wang Xuanzhi's demise at his hands, and his smile grew ever wider. The power of the heavens and earth at his command only intensified. The master of the Yinyang Demon Palace fixed his gaze on Wang Xuanzhi, attempting to see through him. Could it be that he truly had no means to escape? As Wang Xuanzhi allowed the man to approach without evasion, he moved just as the man's colossal fist was 3 inches away. Once again, the demonic energy erupted from his body, stars shimmering fiercely around him. This overwhelming demonic aura sent the man flying back, his expression one of horror. How is this possible? The perfected boundless scripture could not possibly contain you. The 8 individuals forming the array above wore somber expressions. They had not anticipated that Wang Xuanzhi would so easily emerge from the perfected illusion of the boundless scripture. Wang Xuanzhi appeared before the airborne man, his demeanor detached, with a slow, deliberate motion. He unleashed a punch that resembled that of a frail elder. Yet, to the man's eyes, it bore immense dread. Even before the punch connected, he felt unbearable pain within his chest, where a massive wound gaped. Wang Xuanzhi coldly withdrew his fist, regarding the man with an unperturbed gaze. This hopeless realm is but trifling to me. This illusion is merely a fleeting shadow. Grasping the man by his collar, he hurled him outward with great force. The man spewed forth blood, fainting into unconsciousness, his life hanging by a thread. The lean elder glanced at the surrounding elders, who understood his unspoken command. They hastened to catch the sacred land's eldest disciple, escorting him away for treatment. The elder's expression darkened, witnessing Wang Xuanzhi's effortless defeat of their strongest member, who had mastered the boundless scripture to its pinnacle, filled him with dismay. Fortunately, Wang Xuanzhi's arrogance allowed him to refrain from interrupting the incantations of the other 8 saints. It was known that the boundless Great Array was their most formidable formation, one not merely illusory but imbued with genuine power. He slowly averted his gaze to the 8 men still casting spells beside him. His eyes were as tranquil as a deep pool, devoid of any fluctuations, quietly observing as they arranged the formation. He awaited the culmination of their efforts. How infuriating! How can this boy be so presumptuous? The 8 men inwardly vowed that he would pay dearly for his arrogance. As the formation neared completion, they believed that Wang Xuanzhi's demise was imminent. 8 against 1. Could they not overpower him? While he may have bested their elder brother, it did not imply that he could withstand the might of their assembled array. The millions behind Wang Xuanzhi felt invigorated by his audacity, fully supporting his demeanor, for it resonated with their vision of an invincible leader, fearless, unyielding, and domineering. The spiritual light emanating from the 8 intensified, their forms becoming increasingly ethereal. They seemed to transform into colossal beasts, ancient demons, with demonic energy swirling around them. The brilliance enveloped Wang Xuanzhi and the 8 as the formation was on the verge of being completed. Each of the 8 radiated a powerful light, collectively forming an octagonal barrier that ensnared Wang Xuanzhi within. Wang Xuanzhi did not flinch, observing as the 8 luminous figures surrounded him, slowly connecting to create a resonance with the heavens and earth. A flicker of amusement appeared on the faces of the 8 men as they spoke in unison. You shall pay for your arrogance. The boundless Great Array is now complete, and your death is imminent. Chapter 97. Supreme Heavy Eyes. Overturning the Great Array, the 8 corners radiated dazzling brilliance, trapping Wang Xuanzhi within the boundless Great Array. Within this array, ancient celestial beings materialized, seemingly designed to restrain Wang Xuanzhi. Appearing with deliberate intent, the demonic energy was suppressed beneath the surging starlight. The array expanded, ultimately enveloping the entire grand hall. Every quarter of an hour, dozens of celestial beings charged at Wang Xuanzhi, while the 8 continued to channel spiritual energy into the formation from the 8 cardinal directions, their movements synchronized with the rhythms of the universe. The lean elder watched with satisfaction at the unfolding of the boundless Great Array, exclaiming, "This is the unified formation of our boundless sacred land. The boundless Great Array. In this realm of duality, truth and illusion intertwine. Truth may be false, and falsehood may be truth. How will you break free?" The master of the Yin-Yang Demon Palace regarded the formation with a hint of solemnity. She had heard tales of the might of the boundless Great Array. Though she had confidence in her disciple, she could not entirely quell her concerns in the face of such formidable power. Wang Xuanzhi disregarded the overwhelming might of the array, standing resolutely at its center. Internally, he spoke, "The task is complete. May I now receive my reward?" Immediately, the system's voice resonated. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. You have obtained the Supreme Heavy Eyes," a long-awaited voice. "Well then, how long has it been? I see Yao Yao every day to at that moment." Wang Xuanzhi's eyes transformed subtly. Deep within his pupils, intricate and mysterious symbols began to manifest. Swirling with a terrifying, chaotic energy, a figure stood, back turned to the crowd, amidst the cosmos, behind which loomed the myriad realms. Divine clans, countless celestial races, ancient demon tribes, and multitudes of humanity, all rallying in support. It seemed as though the myriad realms and ancient clans lay prostrate beneath his feet. Within this spectacle, it was not merely a manifestation in the cosmos, but also an emergence within his very gaze. The chaotic azure lotus, the 4 elemental true spirits, the blazing vermilion bird, and the dusk of gods and demons appeared in succession, revealing the profound essence of the ancient path. Wang Xuanzhi had long anticipated this moment. Regardless of how formidable his adversaries were, upon completing the task and receiving the Supreme Heavy Eyes, all else would become illusory. As he gazed upon the array within the grand hall and the celestial beings rushing toward him, he could distinctly sense a primal essence, truth intertwined with falsehood. These celestial beings could indeed inflict harm, yet they could not be destroyed. This was the terrifying nature of the boundless Great Array. Wang Xuanzhi's eyes shone with mysterious symbols, his gaze piercing through the heavens and earth, surging toward the entirety of the boundless Tao realm. In that instant, all within the boundless Tao realm lifted their heads in unison, gazing upon the vast, ancient figure that loomed against the sky. The crowd behind him bowed in reverence, as if compelled by an unseen force to kneel before him. Beneath his feet, countless beings submitted to the heavens, a sight that ignited an irresistible urge among them to worship. Wang Xuanzhi spoke, asserting that the dual pupil was inherently invincible and required no borrowed strength from others. With my dual pupil, I shall usher in a new era, transcending the realms of heaven and earth. This dual pupil renders me unmatched. Under the gaze of his extraordinary eyes, the onlookers were rendered speechless by the astonishing phenomenon presented by Wang Xuanzhi. The throngs of followers stood wide-eyed, their mouths agape in astonishment, exclaiming in admiration, "Truly, our elder brother is unparalleled." The imposing figure inspired awe, and one could only hope that their legs didn't give way. For otherwise, they would have certainly knelt. The master of the Yin-Yang Demon Palace observed the enigmatic spectacle in Wang Xuanzhi's eyes. For the first time, astonishment and peculiarity flickered within her gaze. She murmured softly, audible only to herself, "Is this the legendary supreme dual pupil spoken of in the 3,000 paths of heaven? Could it be that Wang Xuanzhi possesses the essence to dominate all realms?" Legends told that whoever attained the supreme title could claim dominion over the 3,000 paths of heaven, and such a being was born with the supreme dual pupil, an ability that set them apart. Its origins remained a mystery, whether a unique constitution or a form of ocular technique, yet it was known that all who possessed it were invincible. Wang Xuanzhi's vision pierced through the fabric of reality, granting him insight into the true capabilities of his supreme dual pupil. It could unveil the illusions of the world and discern the obstacles of the demonic. Moreover, it harbored an ancient and unrivaled ocular technique awaiting his command. What rendered others most apprehensive was its power of annihilation, capable of reducing any entity to nothingness under its destructive glow, erasing all existence from reality. This was his most terrifying ability. Wang Xuanzhi's presence shifted once more. Resembling the sovereign of the heavens, within the vast array, the fabricated celestial beings witnessed his transformation, and instinctively, they knelt before him, no longer inclined to attack, but instead drawn to worship their true sovereign with reverent sincerity. The emaciated elder was engulfed in despair. With such a formidable prodigy among them, not only was their own path rendered futile, but even other realms could not present such an anomaly. To confront 1 against 9 and shatter their grand formation was an unprecedented feat. The 8 others were left in utter desolation, unable to fathom how Wang Xuanzhi had become so overwhelmingly powerful. Their grand array had been dismantled by him, leaving them devoid of any means to restrain him further. In disbelief, they questioned the reality of this moment. How is this possible? How can he be so powerful? I refuse to believe it. Their expressions mirrored madness, their demeanor dazed. At that moment, their resolve crumbled under the weight of Wang Xuanzhi's might. It could be said that for these 8, the journey along the path of greatness was now irreparably marred. To Wang Xuanzhi, the array posed no threat. He walked out with ease, and the illusory celestial beings respectfully parted to grant him passage, honoring their sovereign as he departed. Wang Xuanzhi stepped forth with an impassive countenance, his eyes shimmering with an ethereal light, dark hues flickering at the corners of his gaze. Looking back at the 8, he returned to his own group, for they posed no further threat. Their will had been shattered, and there was no longer a need to provoke them. Their mission was complete. He embraced Zhang Lian and turned to the master of the Yin-Yang Demon Palace, offering a gentle smile as he spoke, "Master, let us return." Chapter 98, Two Masters. An awkward scene. Wang Xuanzhi, with an arm around Zhang Lian's waist, smiled cheerfully at the master of the Yin-Yang Demon Palace, shedding his earlier serious demeanor as if the menacing figure he had just portrayed was an entirely different person. The master of the Yin-Yang Demon Palace was momentarily taken aback by his rapid transformation. Unable to process the change, the emaciated elder opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately swallowed his words, casting a sympathetic glance at the now deranged 8 before departing, no longer concerned with the affairs within the sacred grounds. After this confrontation, the Wu Wang's sacred land would inevitably become a laughingstock among the realms. 1 individual had come to disrupt a wedding, challenging their 10 holy sons single-handedly, only to be effortlessly vanquished and depart unharmed. Although he wished to detain Wang Xuanzhi, he understood that with the master of the Yin-Yang Demon Palace present, he had no means to confront him. Wang Xuanzhi's prowess, coupled with the vast influence of the longevity Dao, would ensure that if war broke out, the Wu Wang's sacred land would be the first to suffer. The 1,000 elders below were flushed with humiliation, their faces resembling the hue of liver. Having lived for so long, they had never felt such indignity. Since the establishment of the Wu Wang's sacred land, they had never been so humiliated. Being defeated at their doorstep and forced to watch as their opponent departed was akin to having one's spouse stolen right before their eyes, only to be slapped and left powerless to retaliate. The sheer indignity was unbearable. Behind Wang Xuanzhi, the multitude of disciples from the Longevity Dao gazed at him with adoration, chanting, "Elder brother is magnificent. Elder brother is remarkable. Elder brother is extraordinary. And elder sister-in-law is beautiful." Wang Xuanzhi chuckled at the first part of the chant, but his expression darkened upon hearing the latter. "How dare you covet my wife?" He turned to exit, and the multitude instinctively parted to create a path. The master of the Yin-Yang Demon Palace followed closely behind, prepared to intervene should the master of the Wu Wang's sacred land act rashly against Wang Xuanzhi. Outside the grand hall, tens of thousands of disciples from the Sword Immortal sect rushed forward, led by the elderly figure with a nose resembling a wine-soaked visage. Observing Wang Xuanzhi emerging from the hall, he assumed the wedding disruption had failed and shouted in fury, "Which scoundrel obstructed my disciple's wedding? Speak up, and I shall slay him with a single stroke." Due to Wang Xuanzhi's two bodies merging into one, his aura bore a striking resemblance to both. The elders sensed the transcendent sword intent emanating from Wang Xuanzhi and quickly concluded that he was indeed the one before him. Though he did not comprehend why Wang Xuanzhi's hair had turned purple, it did not matter. Wang Xuanzhi suddenly froze, realizing that merging his two bodies might have exacerbated the situation. "Oh no, I forgot to separate my bodies before coming out. This could lead to exposure." The elder turned to Wang Xuanzhi, who was embracing a woman, and paused in surprise. "Not bad. She is quite lovely. And she is even dressed in auspicious colors." Laughing heartily, he continued, "I knew my exceptional disciple had such capabilities." "Well done." His expression shifted rapidly as he realized, "My disciple." The master of the Yin-Yang Demon Palace interjected, her voice resonating with indignation. "This is clearly my disciple. How can you claim him as yours?" She had recognized Wang Xuanzhi's immense potential and foresaw him carrying the banner of their demonic path. Wang Xuanzhi's expression stiffened, feeling as though he was caught in a precarious situation. "Oh no, this is truly disastrous. Both masters have taken notice of me, though neither was an ideal mentor. One had taught him nothing while the other had, well, let us not delve into that." Wang Xuanzhi glanced nervously at the wine-nosed elder and then at the master of the Yin-Yang Demon Palace. Offering a sheepish smile as he discreetly retreated with Jiang Lian, he truly wished to avoid becoming embroiled in their dispute. However, to his dismay, both of them turned their gazes toward him. The master of the Yin-Yang Demon Palace smiled mischievously, her eyes glinting with suspicion as she asked, "My dear disciple, what transpired? Do enlighten me." Her affectionate tone sent shivers down Wang Xuanzhi's spine. He felt a chill, as if the demonic energy was playfully swirling around him. An undeniable threat. The elder with the wine-soaked nose took a swig of liquor and, without pressing further, inquired, "What is the situation here, my disciple?" Wang Xuanzhi found himself caught between two aggrieved parties, unable to appease either. He could only resort to a foolish grin to defuse the tension. Yet, both were far from naive and would not be easily deceived. The master of the Yin-Yang Demon Palace was the first to approach Wang Xuanzhi, her hand emerging from her black robe to grasp his ear, pulling him upward. The sudden pain elicited a gasp from Wang Xuanzhi, who exclaimed, "Ouch, master, please be gentler." Meanwhile, her other hand discreetly squeezed his waist, causing Wang Xuanzhi's eyes to widen in shock, nearly bringing him to tears from the pain. Unbeknownst to him, despite his body having reached such formidable strength, he still harbored a fatal vulnerability. A mere pinch of flesh at his waist could induce excruciating pain. The master of the Yin-Yang Demon Palace scrutinized Wang Xuanzhi and spoke once more, asserting that if he did not provide a satisfactory explanation today, there would be no return to the realm of eternal life. The old man with a nose like wine brought forth 10,000 disciples from the Sword Immortal sect, surveying Wang Xuanzhi with certainty. Recognizing him as his little junior uncle without a doubt, his unreliable appearance bore an uncanny resemblance to their esteemed ancestor, Mo Hua, and Qingli beheld the familiar sword intent and demonic aura emanating from Wang Xuanzhi. Leaving them perplexed, Mo Hua, having previously harbored suspicions, was not overly surprised, as she suspected Wang Xuanzhi possessed other hidden motives. Perhaps the previous manifestation was merely an avatar. However, Qingli was taken aback, never anticipating that her junior brother would be a disciple of the Yin Demon Palace. The thought of him infiltrating the Sword Immortal sect sent chills down her spine. Wang Xuanzhi feared that Qingli, being the type to overthink, might end up entangling all matters in confusion. Yet, it appeared that confusion had already set in. Within the Grand Hall, the 1,000 elders watched as Wang Xuanzhi was forced into submission by 2 rulers of the realm of eternal life. They suddenly felt a wave of satisfaction and relief within, chuckling to themselves as they thought, "So, this little rascal is experiencing his comeuppance now. Previously so arrogant, how does he fare now?" Wang Xuanzhi found himself in a precarious position. Unable to offend either side, he glanced at the two, feeling overwhelmed. Weighing the pros and cons in his mind, he pondered how to navigate this predicament. One was his beloved. No. The other was his deeply respected master. He cast a glance at the master of the Yin Demon Palace, an old man who seemed to only indulge in drink, and who had yet to bestow any benefits upon him. Yet, he felt grateful for the rescue this time. Yao, which one should I choose? Wang Xuanzhi sought counsel from the system. When faced with uncertainty, he always turned to the system. Yao glanced at Wang Xuanzhi, her expression one of indifference towards his pitiful demeanor. For the past half-month, she had been an eyewitness to the lavishness of his little life. With a disdainful pout, she thought, was there even a choice? One was a drunkard, the other a lover. The implication was clear. One could engage in physical activity, while the other was of little use. The choice was apparent, was it not? Unrelenting, the master of the Yin Demon Palace fixed her gaze upon Wang Xuanzhi. Her dark robe enveloping her figure, she leaned closer to him, her impressive curves radiating an astonishing softness. Wang Xuanzhi felt a shiver run down his spine. What a beauty's scheme! Do you think such tactics would work on me? Yet, it was, indeed, far too effective. Moreover, beneath the dark robe, the master of the Yin Demon Palace whispered sweetly in his ear, igniting a longing within him. You understand. Upon your return, it need not be impossible. Moreover, did not your master owe you a promise? Wang Xuanzhi immediately felt invigorated, his blood surging as if he had been injected with a potent stimulant. He swiftly made his decision, undoubtedly choosing the master of the Demon Palace. The old man with the wine-soaked nose observed the exchange with a displeased expression. The air around him reeked of alcohol, and he wondered what a grown man engaging in such matters was about. Wang Xuanzhi gritted his teeth. Even so, he felt compelled to provide both parties with an explanation. Otherwise, it would be irresponsible to either. With a gentle sigh, he declared, "The Wang Xuanzhi in the Sword Immortal sect is merely an avatar of mine. From a young age, I harbored dreams of becoming a Sword Immortal. Yet as a member of the demonic race, I bear the burdens of my kind and had no choice but to act thus. Thus, I devised a compromise, creating an avatar to seek knowledge at the Sword Immortal sect." Mo Hua found Wang Xuanzhi's words utterly implausible, but chose not to expose him. The same could be said for the master of the Yin Demon Palace. Wang Xuanzhi's expression turned earnest as he clutched his chest in regret. Thus, I was left with no alternative. Historically, the righteous and the demonic do not coexist. I cannot betray my own kind for personal gain, nor go against my own will. The more he spoke, the more pained he appeared. His expression growing increasingly tormented, Mo Hua silently watched Wang Xuanzhi's performance, fully believing in his insincerity. Meanwhile, the woman beside her narrowed her eyes, realizing she was not powerful enough. Otherwise, how could Xuanzhi still have the energy to entice others? It seemed she would need to intensify her efforts upon returning. The heavens bore witness. This was not Wang Xuanzhi's intention. It was merely a mission from the system, yet it was regrettably misconstrued by Mo Hua. Upon his return to the Yin Demon Palace, those subsequent days were among the darkest of his life, nearly leading to his demise. Others were unaware of his true circumstances. How could she be ignorant? Jiang Lian could not help but wonder when Wang Xuanzhi had developed such inclinations. Had he not previously been fond of milk? Was he not determined to taste every variety of it in the world? Qingli regarded Wang Xuanzhi with newfound sincerity, feeling a pang of remorse. Alas, I just suspected my junior brother. It seems I have underestimated him. Junior brother, I am truly sorry. Qingli's expression was one of profound guilt. Noticing her reaction, Wang Xuanzhi covertly observed the response from the Sword Immortal sect. As expected, everyone was deeply moved by his assertion that one must not betray their race, lest they betray their own will. And indeed, it was true. The old man with the wine-soaked nose was nearly brought to tears, gazing at Wang Xuanzhi with pride. Good disciple. No need to rush. If this is the case, you may still return to the Sword Immortal sect. We do not concern ourselves with righteousness or evil. We only care for those with a steadfast heart to pursue the way of the sword. Good disciple, seeing your unwavering determination in the sword path brings me great comfort. If anyone dares to disagree, I shall be the first to object. With that, he turned to the disciples he had brought from the sword immortal sect, his meaning unmistakable. Well, that was easy to be fooled. The master of the Yin-Yang Demon Palace was unconcerned. Upon returning, she had ample means to extract the truth from Wang Xuanzhi. Wang Xuanzhi gathered a few droplets of spiritual essence, discreetly applying them to his face. Creating the illusion of tears, he cried out, "Thank you, master, for your understanding." This small act did not escape Mo Hua's keen gaze. Observing Wang Xuanzhi's display, the old man with the wine-soaked nose felt even more gratified. What a fine child, such a promising foundation in the way of the sword, yet still so enamored with it. The heavens would not give birth to another like you, Wang Xuanzhi. The sword path would remain shrouded in darkness for eternity. He was deeply moved. Those disciples from the sword immortal sect wished to voice their thoughts, but were silenced by the old man's threatening gaze, swallowing their words. For this matter was indeed peculiar. Did it not imply that Wang Xuanzhi was not only a disciple of the Yin-Yang Demon Palace, but could also be a disciple of the sword immortal sect? Both sides would benefit. The multitude of elders in the Grand Hall had initially anticipated Wang Xuanzhi's embarrassment, but were instead taken aback by his emotional appeal, which proved effective. Having lived long lives, they were quick to discern the subtleties. Wang Xuanzhi's words were clearly fabrications, likely devoid of any truth. His mouth was a vessel of deception. Instinctively, a few chose to disregard their voices. You, a defeated foe, have no right to speak here. The myriad of subordinates behind Wang Xuanzhi remained unwaveringly loyal. Fully trusting their leader, Mo Hua surveyed the room and realized nearly everyone had been swayed by Wang Xuanzhi's rhetoric. Well, it seems everyone has been duped. Wang Xuanzhi, sensing the crowd's growing belief, promptly suggested, "Master, let us return. I am rather fatigued at this moment." The master of the Yin-Yang Demon Palace nodded in agreement, and the old man with the wine-soaked nose turned, declaring, "Return to the realm of eternal life." Thus, the throng departed from the sacred land of Wuwang. Upon their departure, a gaunt elder reappeared on the scene. "Damn it! There remains but a month until the great competition of the Tao. We must hasten to ally with other Taoists. Otherwise, this child is overwhelmingly powerful. We must crush him early, or it will spell disaster for our Wuwang Tao." Even the clan's patriarch could not restrain his frustration, illustrating just how detestable Wang Xuanzhi had become. His strength exceeded that of mere prodigies. If no one could restrain him in this lifetime, he would surely dominate the realm of eternal life and proceed to conquer other Tao realms. As a member of the demonic race, his ambitions would likely surpass those of other factions. Thus, we must remain vigilant. This child must be closely monitored. Should he fully mature, it would usher in a perilous era for us. It must be said, the elder's imaginative capacity was remarkable. Wang Xuanzhi had not contemplated such matters. He had already returned to the realm of eternal life. The old man from the sword immortal sect gazed longingly at Wang Xuanzhi. Reluctant to part from the Yin-Yang Demon Palace, while Wang Xuanzhi inwardly wished the old man would depart soon to avoid jeopardizing his endeavors, he helplessly said, "Master, you may leave first. I will return to the sword immortal sect shortly. Rest assured, within a month, I will definitely return to the sword immortal sect and will not disappoint you. However, during this month, I must provide an explanation to my demon kin, so I kindly request that you do not interfere with my decisions." His so-called decisions were merely an excuse to spend time with his master. Mo Hua, standing nearby, felt too embarrassed to expose Wang Xuanzhi's hidden intentions. She could see through him entirely. Zhang Lian silently supported Wang Xuanzhi from behind. As a disciple, Mo Hua felt it inappropriate to compete with her master for anything. Besides, once her matters were settled, she could easily reconnect with him later. Mo Hua thought to herself. Awaiting Wang Xuanzhi was an endless ordeal. The old man with the wine-stained nose was quite reluctant to leave. Glancing back at Wang Xuanzhi with Qingli, he paused every 3 steps and looked back every 5 with a heavy sigh. He shouted, "My dear disciple, you must come back to find me. The sword immortal sect will not concern itself with your lineage. As long as you wish to cultivate the sword, the door of the sword immortal sect will always be open to you." Wang Xuanzhi nodded, reluctantly waving goodbye. "Farewell, master. I will come to see you in a month. Please travel safely and take care." The master of the Yin-Yang Demon Palace, witnessing Wang Xuanzhi's elaborate charade, merely scoffed. Once the wine-stained old man departed, she took Wang Xuanzhi into the demon palace. After the old man had delayed for nearly half an hour, he finally left. Watching him depart, Wang Xuanzhi sighed heavily. Relieved that he was finally gone, Yao Yao floated above, remarking, "The host is truly exceptional. He is indeed quite shameless." Following the departure of hundreds of thousands of disciples from the Sword Immortal sect, the next wave consisted of millions from other factions within the Chongqing Tian. They too were reluctant to part with Wang Xuanzhi, some even shedding tears, wishing to follow him daily and carve out their own destinies alongside him. As for the 100,000 disciples of the Demon Palace, Wang Xuanzhi had long instructed Mu Dongyu to take them away. They certainly couldn't be allowed to ruin his plans here. Mu Dongyu, being quite astute, understood Wang Xuanzhi's intentions with just a glance. Before leaving, he gave Wang Xuanzhi a reassuring look, ensuring the disciples of the Yinyang Demon Palace each fulfilled their roles. Gradually, under Wang Xuanzhi's persuasion, the millions of disciples departed, leaving only the master of the Yinyang Demon Palace, Wang Xuanzhi, Mo Hua, and Zhang Lian. Mo Hua understood that it was inappropriate for them to remain at this moment. She took the bewildered Zhang Lian aside and returned to her quarters. The master of the Yinyang Demon Palace, seeing no one around, reached out to Wang Xuanzhi and seized him. The two vanished from their location. When they reappeared, they were already inside a house on the back mountain. The master of the Yinyang Demon Palace shed her enormous black robe, revealing her true visage. The dark robe was too ominous to wear in front of outsiders. But in front of her precious disciple, there was no need for pretense. The two then spoke candidly. She smiled at Wang Xuanzhi and inquired, "My dear disciple, is that eye of yours truly the supreme eye? Allow me to take a closer look." Without waiting for Wang Xuanzhi's consent, she approached him, closely examining his deep, mysterious eye, which was adorned with intricate, enigmatic symbols. Within those symbols lay the essence of the cosmos and the ebb and flow of existence. Utterly bizarre. Gazing at this strange eye, she couldn't help but be taken aback, softly murmuring, "Is this the supreme eye?" Meanwhile, Wang Xuanzhi found himself enveloped in an overwhelming softness, struggling to breathe. He reached out desperately, signaling his master to move away from this oppressive presence. Otherwise, he might suffocate. The master of the Yinyang Demon Palace, sensing his discomfort, refrained from further words and scrutinized him closely. "Speak. When did this happen? Why did you send a clone to the Sword Immortal sect? What are your intentions?" Wang Xuanzhi's expression tightened, his body tensing. Feeling awkward, he scratched his head and replied, "I was merely trying to find my friends more quickly. You see, if I had come even a second later, they could have fallen into danger. These people are truly important to me," he secretly added in his mind. "Of course they're important. They're all my future wives. Not to mention, it was a task assigned by the system. How could it not be significant?" The master of the Yinyang Demon Palace observed Wang Xuanzhi's playful demeanor but noted the sincerity in his tone and chose not to press further. After all, he hadn't done anything harmful to the Yinyang Demon Palace, and it seemed he had developed some connection with this little rival of his. Was it worth quarreling over? With a sigh, she mused, "What a troublesome little rascal." As she spoke, the demonic energy around her began to ripple, enveloping the entire room in darkness, rendering everything beyond reach. Just as Wang Xuanzhi processed this, he realized his long weapon had been ensnared within the overwhelming demonic energy. He froze momentarily, still trying to comprehend the situation. When he finally reacted, the dark mist swirling within the room seemed to take on a faint pink hue, like a warm spring night filled with soft murmurs. In the days that followed, Wang Xuanzhi never anticipated that the master of the Yinyang Demon Palace would engage in such intimate acts with him. This experience stirred feelings within him that he had never known before. Those days were filled with boundless indulgence, as they fused their yin and yang energies. Their powers continually surged. The master of the Yinyang Demon Palace discovered that her demonic energy was reaching a qualitative breakthrough. Absorbing the primal yang, her aura grew ever more potent, and her control over the dark arts became increasingly precise. It was as if an ancient demon was taking form within her, deepening her overwhelming power. Moreover, this demonic energy perfectly balanced the yin and yang deficiencies within her body. After nearly a week of such indulgence, Wang Xuanzhi felt utterly drained. He trembled as he stepped out of the house, bearing numerous marks from the master's playful assaults. His face, neck, and body were dotted with countless red splotches. The master of the Yinyang Demon Palace watched with a smile as Wang Xuanzhi staggered out, her eyes sparkling with delight. She contentedly stroked her abdomen, stretched lazily, and refreshed herself in the Ling Tan Great Hall before donning the enormous black robe once more. She returned to the main hall of the Yinyang Demon Palace to commence a new round of discussions. After all, the Dao Tian War was about to begin, and preparations were in order. During these days, Zhang Lian remained in Mo Hua's quarters, her gaze filled with longing. She had expected Wang Xuanzhi to find her the very next day. But who would have thought that this disappearance would last an entire week? Moreover, in this demon palace, she had no acquaintances. The only person she knew was Mo Hua, as they hailed from the same origin continent. They had much to discuss. Naturally, Mo Hua had shared various tales about Wang Xuanzhi with Zhang Lian. A slight blush crept across Zhang Lian's cheeks as she muttered under her breath. This fickle-hearted scoundrel deserves a beating. Mo Hua chuckled softly. If it were only a few people, it would be wonderful that alas, at that moment, she sensed Wang Xuanzhi emerging from her master's quarters and promptly vanished. Leaving behind a message, Sister Zhang Lian, I will be away for a week. I will return in 7 days. Die in this room. There are many essential cultivation techniques and precious materials for training. Feel free to use whatever you need. Do not stand on ceremony with your sister. After a week, Wang Xuanzhi should come looking for you. Trust me, Mo Hua silently added. As for your husband, I will borrow him for a week. Wang Xuanzhi, supporting his waist, stepped out of the great hall and made his way up the mountain, wishing to return to his residence. After a week of exertion, his small frame could barely withstand the strain. Who truly knew of his happiness and suffering? He sighed softly, realizing he could not continue like this. Otherwise, he would truly be reduced to a mere broth. No, let the author handle it. Just as Wang Xuanzhi returned to his room, Mo Hua arrived just in time. Upon seeing Wang Xuanzhi in such a state, amusement danced in her eyes. Yet, that smile only made Wang Xuanzhi's legs feel weaker. Her voice was as languid as a cat's. Junior brother, you play your role so well. You tricked me last time. But this time, I will not be deceived. Wang Xuanzhi was taken aback. What do you mean tricked? What do you mean last time? Last time? Suddenly, he realized what Mo Hua referred to as the last time, as he was about to explain that it was all a misunderstanding, that he truly had not been pretending, and that he had genuinely felt weak. Mo Hua would not wait for his explanation. Like a hungry tiger, she pounced on him, and in that moment, the door closed quietly behind them. Once again, the room was filled with the warmth of spring nights. Wang Xuanzhi knew that this time, he was surely in for another tragic fate. After a week, he would likely be unable to even leave the bed. This is an unparalleled artifact of the human race. Truly remarkable, indeed. Within its confines, a fierce battle has commenced. Mo Hua was the first to summon the Jade White Tiger, which opened its massive jaws and lunged towards Wang Xuanzhi. You can only imagine the ferocity of its power. For a full 7 days, the back mountain trembled as if it had experienced an earthquake. Initially, the residents of the Yin-Yang Demon Palace's master faced such turmoil, and now it was Wang Xuanzhi's turn. After 7 days, Mo Hua, thoroughly satisfied, donned her attire and emerged from her chamber, radiating vitality. Wang Xuanzhi lay in his bed, resembling an elderly man on the brink of death, his eyes devoid of spirit. His legs trembled faintly, and the room was in disarray, as if it had been ransacked. His complexion was ashen, a stark contrast to his former invincible demeanor. Returning to her quarters, Mo Hua observed Zhang Lian, who was still in the midst of her cultivation. She gently tapped Zhang Lian's shoulder and spoke. Wang Xuanzhi has returned to his room. Sister, you may go and see him now. Zhang Lian's face lit up with joy as she exclaimed. Really, sister? Without hesitation, she dashed out in the direction of Wang Xuanzhi. Having completed her task, Mo Hua resembled a cat that had stolen something, her eyes narrowing in delight. She twirled her fingers through her flowing hair. Consumed by ennui, gazing into the distance, she mused, if only everything could remain this beautiful, carefree and unburdened. If only we could linger in this moment forever. Upon arriving at Wang Xuanzhi's chamber and witnessing his frail state, Zhang Lian couldn't help but express her concern. Xuanzhi, what has happened to you? Have you encountered any troubles over the past 2 weeks? Please, share with me, and we shall face it together. Wang Xuanzhi. Seeing Zhang Lian, managed a feeble smile and reassured her, I am fine, do not worry. Yet, his appearance suggested otherwise. His voice was weak and raspy. After 2 weeks of shouting, how could it not be? He gazed at Zhang Lian, lamenting the innocence of such a girl. The master of the Yin-Yang Demon Palace sat solemnly upon the throne, surrounded by hundreds of elders from the Demon Palace, each reporting on the recent movements of the other celestial realms. As the great celestial battle approached, she observed the gravitas etched on the faces of the demon elders below. At the forefront was Mo Tongtian, who had risen considerably in rank since Wang Xuanzhi's discovery. He appeared rejuvenated, almost a decade younger, and confidently proclaimed, Rest assured, Our palace boasts countless talented individuals. This celestial battle will surely yield remarkable results. Just watch and see. Moreover, we have the magical child, Wang Xuanzhi, who will undoubtedly bear the banner of the demon path and lead us forward. The 11 black-robed elders behind him harbored resentment towards the mention of Wang Xuanzhi, feeling as though they had been struck. The master of the Yin-Yang Demon Palace regarded Mo Tong Tian with complexity. On one hand, Wang Xuanzhi had alleviated some of her afflictions, yet on the other, their relationship was intricate. Chapter 102. Turmoil amongst the factions, the aftermath of events historically. The celestial battles have been attended by the most exceptional talents from various realms, with no limit to the number of participants from each. Essentially, these battles resemble a chaotic amalgamation of prodigies. Sheer numbers and strength can overwhelm any adversary. Prior to the battle, realms would often unite to target several others. Otherwise, with 3,000 realms, each contributing potentially hundreds of thousands of participants, it would result in a fierce elimination process. The mortality rate of these battles is alarmingly high, reaching up to 90%. This means that out of 1 million participants, only a mere 100,000 might return unscathed. This also serves as a tactic for realms to restrict others. If one realm becomes excessively powerful, the others will band together to eliminate that threat. It is likely that during this event, the Eternal Life realm will be targeted. After several days of recuperation, Wang Xuanzhi's condition improved significantly, allowing him to rise from his bed, though his legs remained weak and his body felt utterly drained. The formidable master and the alluring Mo Hua had nearly led him to his demise. Today, he and Jiang Lian strolled through the Yin-Yang Demon Palace, their connection evident to all. He was recognized as the direct disciple of the palace master, having single-handedly entered the realm of the untraceable to rescue his beloved. This tale had spread not only within the palace, but throughout the entire Eternal Life realm, thanks to the countless disciples who boasted of their exploits. The following day, the leaders of various factions reflected on their disciples' actions, pondering the chaos that had erupted in the untraceable sacred land over one individual. How could this be anything but espionage? They mused, frustrated that their own followers had heeded the call so readily, while they themselves had not received such prompt attention. The leaders felt despondent, unable to see a glimmer of hope as they observed their disciples increasingly drawn into the demon path, threatening their authority. This was undoubtedly due to Wang Xuanzhi's overpowering influence. In just a few days, the Eternal Life Sacred Land had been thrown into chaos because of Wang Xuanzhi. As he walked alongside Jiang Lian, he mustered a faint smile and asked, "Jiang Lian, have you adapted well to life in the palace?" A smile graced Jiang Lian's delicate features as she replied, "Mo Hua treats me like a sister, and the palace master has been exceptionally kind to me, almost as if I were her own sister." Wang Xuanzhi secretly noted that Jiang Lian had likely uncovered the palace master's secret identity. He thought to himself, how could they not treat you well? The two had once been married in name, only to be separated by the machinations of two continent rulers. Despite the intimate moments they had shared, Wang Xuanzhi felt a twinge of guilt. The two were undeniably well matched. The enchanting woman and the dashing man were a sight to behold, embodying the essence of the magical child. Whispers circulated among the disciples of the demon palace. Jiang Lian's cheeks flushed crimson. She leaned closer to Wang Xuanzhi and shyly whispered in his ear, preparing herself mentally. After all, they were married in name. She had witnessed his heroic deeds, rescuing her from peril twice. And her heart was now wholly devoted to him. "I can give myself to you, if you promise to be gentle," she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. Wang Xuanzhi shuddered at her words. Feeling overwhelmed, he turned to her seriously, stating, "Love is not merely about physicality. My actions were driven by a desire to protect you, not to possess you. We shall discuss this further when we officially marry." "Shall we?" Jiang Lian was profoundly moved by his sincerity. What a remarkable man, she thought, tears welling in her eyes as she nodded in agreement. Wang Xuanzhi, relieved by her acceptance, felt a bead of sweat form on his forehead. The prospect of handling two such delicate matters was daunting, especially considering the palace master's formidable nature. The battles he faced had considerably raised his threshold for defeat, and the intensity of the struggle was palpable. Meanwhile, in the other celestial realms, undercurrents of tension were brewing within a vast crimson tavern that lay outside the jurisdiction of the 3,000 realms. The Blood-Red Tavern. A thick stench of blood permeates the air. The faces of those coming and going are all cloaked in obscurity. This establishment is one of the most enigmatic forces in the 3,000 paths, the Blood-Red Tavern, shunned by all other powers for its involvement in unsavory dealings. For the sake of profit, they are willing to engage in any nefarious act. Naturally, Their spies are widespread throughout the paths, making it a hub of intelligence. The master of the Noang Holy Land quietly steps inside. Upon entering the tavern, he observes several figures clad in black robes engaged in conversation with a man dressed in crimson. These individuals, too, are here for business, either to acquire information or to carry out assassinations. The attendants of the blood-red tavern are quite intriguing. Each is adorned in red robes and grotesque blood-colored masks, rendering their identities indistinguishable. The lean, elderly man skillfully approaches the crimson counter. Behind it, two masked figures with hoarse voices inquire whether he seeks to kill or to gather information. The elderly man's appearance and voice have been disguised. His tone is cold and unrecognizable. Emanating from behind the mask, he states, "During the upcoming 3,000 Paths War, I require your finest heavenly assassin to eliminate a target." Within the Blood-Red Tavern, the classification of assassins includes levels from human to profound, earthly, and finally heavenly, the pinnacle of their profession, representing a 100 success rate in missions. Should they fail, their rank would plummet to that of an earthly assassin. The two red-robed figures remain silent for a moment before stating, "The fee for a heavenly assassin is 1 life-extending elixir. For 2 heavenly assassins, it amounts to 4 elixirs. These elixirs are essential for individuals at their level. Without an increase in strength, their lifespan is limited. Unless they break through to a higher realm, the elixirs are their only means of extending life by a century, a hard currency in the entire realm of cultivation. Naturally, other resources like spirit stones and cultivation items are abundant for them, as masters of the Holy Land." The elderly man feels a pang of anguish upon hearing the exorbitant price, twice the usual cost. However, he refrains from expressing his displeasure and instead questions, "Why is it so exorbitant this year?" The two red-robed figures, sounding impatient, explain, "With the imminent Paths War, there are many who wish to collaborate against a common enemy. Heavenly assassins are scarce, and to dispatch so many at once is unfeasible. Everyone is vying for them, offering greater rewards." The lean elder nods, reluctantly producing 4 life-extending elixirs, each worth millions of spirit stones. The two red-robed figures accept the elixirs expressionlessly, storing them within the counter. They then coldly declare, "Present us with an image of the target. When the Paths War commences, he will surely perish." The elderly man conjures an image of Wang Xuanzhi and places it upon the counter within a memory stone. The two men adeptly take the stone, and the elder, feeling uneasy, adds, "I also need to disseminate a message that must reach the entirety of the 3,000 paths, except for the eternal life path." The masked figures respond, "We understand the rules." The elder then extracts a bulging bag from his sleeve, filled with dozens of heavenly array tokens, each inscribed with formidable formations capable of instantly activating heavenly level arrays, gifts from the ancestors of powerful factions for their descendants' protection. The formations are categorized into human, earthly, heavenly, saintly, and imperial levels, with each level further divided into 9 grades. Achieving the status of an earthly array master is already remarkable, while heavenly arrays can contend against tribulation-level beings, surpassing what a mere few cultivators can withstand. Within the elder's bag lie numerous life-extending elixirs, all of which he is now sacrificing for Wang Xuanzhi, harboring resentment for doing so. The two red-robed figures, unperturbed by his sacrifice, are accustomed to dealings with influential figures at their tavern. After finalizing the arrangement, the elderly man departs, unaware of the young man above in the tavern, playing with a blood-red blade and licking his cracked lips, murmuring, "Interesting. Wang Xuanzhi of the Eternal Life Path. It seems a master of a holy land is willing to pay such a price to eliminate you. What remarkable strength do you possess?" Wang Xuanzhi is summoned back by the master of the Yinyang Demon Palace. Curiously, he inquires, "Master, is there something amiss?" He recalls the past week's absurdity, feeling a twinge of discomfort in his lower back. The master replies, "The 3,000 Paths War is about to commence, and you shall represent the Yinyang Demon Palace in the tournament." Although he previously participated in the talent contest, this occasion is genuinely different. Her eyes reflect seriousness. This time, the stakes are real, and the Paths War features the most exceptional prodigies from various realms, far beyond the ordinary talents. Battling across realms is commonplace, yet it is unlikely for someone like Wang Xuanzhi to traverse so many levels with ease. After all, he is the protagonist. Wang Xuanzhi, feeling indifferent, shrugs, "It's just the Paths War, Theo, be candid." He is not particularly invested in it. He believes his strength now requires a worthy opponent for validation. He feels that should he truly unleash his power, even his master would be no match for him. However, he cannot voice this thought, for if his master were to hear it, he would surely face severe repercussions. As he reflects, Mo Hua and Jiang Lian watch him from the side. Bemused by his carefree demeanor, each time, he presents himself in such an unserious light, yet when he focuses, there is a captivating quality to him. Exercise caution. This path's war will take place in the chaotic sea. The master warns, the chaotic sea is shrouded in mystery, its origins and timing unknown, yet it is believed to harbor immense fortunes. Moreover, it is divided into 5 regions, each independent from the others. Wang Xuanzhi confidently pats his chest, exuding assurance. Rest assured, master, trust in your disciple. The master observes him, her concern gradually dissipating. She has confidence in his abilities. With the power to manipulate time, he should have no trouble dealing with most competitors. Suddenly, a familiar voice resonates in Wang Xuanzhi's mind, announcing, task initiated. His expression brightens. Another task. This implies an opportunity to showcase his talents. Host, achieve first place in the 3,000 Paths War, and attain a 50 comprehension of the immortal path. The voice declares, host, achieve first place in the 3,000 Paths War, and break through 2 realms in the demon path, reaching the demon infant stage. Another voice adds, host, achieve first place in the 3,000 Paths War, ultimately reaching the saint realm. A third voice chimes in. Wang Xuanzhi's jaw drops in disbelief. Did he hear correctly? The chance to directly ascend to the saint realm. Could this be reality? Overwhelmed with curiosity, he asks, system, is there some hidden danger this time? Why are the rewards so bountiful? The 3 voices respond in unison. The system predicts that significant events may unfold following the 3,000 Paths War. Thus, it is imperative for the host to bolster their strength as a precaution. Furthermore, the tasks assigned are the most straightforward, entirely achievable by the host. Isn't that right, host? The final voice lingers, stretching the word host. Wang Xuanzhi smirks, recognizing that the system knows him well. Only the 3 systems fully comprehend his current facade of humility, while in reality, he possesses formidable strength. Certainly, there exists a system that has yet to surface. Its purpose shrouded in mystery. Apart from previously assigning itself a task that allowed it to attain an incomprehensible realm of divinity, it has since remained elusive. To this day, it remains unaware of the true significance of this divine state. Wang Xuanzhi felt a creeping anxiety, a chill creeping down his spine. In a moment of desperation, he implored, "Oh, system, if this is the case, you must bestow upon me something to ensure my survival." Was there not a marketplace within the system? He realized he had yet to explore it. Perhaps it would provide him with means to safeguard his life. It dawned on him that his current level of power aligned with what the system had previously described about the marketplace. After a brief silence, the 4 systems spoke in unison. Very well, as we are of the same origin, the 4 marketplaces we have established shall gradually merge into one. This shall be the celestial marketplace, containing all that the host requires. You may peruse at your leisure. Before Wang Xuanzhi, a vast luminous screen materialized, displaying a plethora of goods that dazzled his senses. The pinnacle of the marketplace. 10 vibrant points of light shone brightly, 4 of which had dimmed, labeled as the Dragon Phoenix body, Immortal body, Divine Demon body, and Human Emperor body. These 4 traits resided within Wang Xuanzhi himself. Overwhelmed with emotion, he never anticipated that his birthright would include such exceptional gifts, nearly moved to tears. The 4 systems then inquired, host, how do you find this? We treat you well, do we not? Shall you not bind with us? The earlier sentiment of gratitude evaporated as Wang Xuanzhi's expression returned to normalcy, clearing his throat awkwardly. This matter cannot be rushed. There is ample time ahead. A spark of cleverness ignited in his mind. However, Yao Yao had reached a commendable score of 99, only a hair's breadth from perfection. Should he not exert some effort to assist her, perhaps by requesting further benefits, items for self-preservation? Wang Xuanzhi delicately coaxed, his demeanor reminiscent of a dubious figure attempting to lure a child. Upon hearing Yao Yao's impending achievement, the other 3 systems grew anxious, fearing Wang Xuanzhi might choose to bind with her. Yao Yao, with a glint of triumph in her eyes, descended gracefully, playfully pulling Wang Xuanzhi's right arm. Her voice sweet and beguiling, host, just grant me that last point. The first utterance sent a thrill through Wang Xuanzhi's bones. His arm, regrettably, was ensnared between her soft curves, the exquisite sensation leaving him momentarily entranced. Yet, his trembling legs warned against any indulgence. Today, either you halt, or I perish, Wang Xuanzhi's inner voice asserted solemnly. Yao Yao, you know I am a paragon of justice and would never act with favoritism. Yao Yao's lips curled slightly, her expression pouting in discontent. Seemingly struck by an idea, She gently loosened the fabric of her pristine attire, revealing a blinding expanse of whiteness before Wang Xuanzhi's astonished gaze. System, why does that number above read 0? He queried, glancing at the display. The three systems replied, that represents your merit points, as long as your merit points are sufficient, you can exchange them for any item within the marketplace. However, your current merit points stand at 0. Wang Xuanzhi's countenance darkened, prompting him to ask, how can one earn merit points? The systems explained, complete main and side quests. The merit points awarded vary by task. Additionally, there are alternative methods, such as theft or altruism. The cool, collected voice of Imo echoed, unmistakably authoritative. Wang Xuanzhi raised an eyebrow, perplexed. Stealing, doing good deeds, like spreading warmth or bestowing gifts, is everything predetermined by fate? Observing Wang Xuanzhi's shifting expressions, the other two systems exchanged curious glances, wondering if he had lost his wits. Chapter 105. The System Rewards. Women's ensemble. Wang Xuanzhi remained undeterred by their peculiar expressions. His gaze fixed with delight upon the radiant screen above. At its zenith, 6 golden points shimmered indistinctly, while below, items were clearly priced at 5 billion merit points each. His mouth fell agape. 0.5 billion. I shall be waiting an eternity for that. Beneath the top tier, 36 purple points were listed at 500 million merit points, and 72 black points required 50 million merit points. In essence, the highest tier was exorbitantly priced. Yet the lower tiers were no less extravagant. Observing his own merit points at 0, he swallowed hard, confronted by the treasures before him yet powerless to act. With a forced chuckle, he implored, System, Yao Yao is on the verge of a perfect score. Surely, you could grant me some advantages. The three systems fell into an unusual silence, contemplating the feasibility of his request. After deliberation, the origin human system spoke first. In that case, host, how about this? We shall allow you to select one item from the lower black squares. And in return, grant each of us a point. Wang Xuanzhi, intrigued, inquired, what is so valuable in the lower squares that you would offer such a deal? It would be unfair to Yao Yao. He feigned reluctance, though secretly reveling in his newfound leverage. The systems countered, the items below, if luck is on your side, may rival the treasures above. It is akin to discovering hidden gems. This revelation piqued Wang Xuanzhi's interest. As a child of fortune, he believed his luck would not fail him. With a glimmer of excitement, he prepared to take a chance. The three systems, sensing his eagerness, conspired within him. The other two systems spoke softly. Host, how about this? We permit you to choose 3 items from below, and in doing so, align our scores with Yao Yao's. Wang Xuanzhi stroked his chin, contemplating the proposal's viability. Yao Yao, wide-eyed, observed him intently, having overheard their exchange. Slowly, he nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall bite. The 3 ethereal figures within him beamed with delight, unaware of Wang Xuanzhi's ulterior motives. He mused to himself, fools, do they think reaching 99 is meaningful? The leap to 100 is vast. The next increments are merely 0.5, then 0.25, an endless cycle. They shall never reach perfection. I will ignite their competitive spirits, ensuring future rewards for myself. Wang Xuanzhi regarded the 3 glowing points in his hand. Querying, is this my opportunity to choose? Indeed, host, the system confirmed. Simply place these 3 points upon any of the shadows, and their true forms will be revealed. Wang Xuanzhi's excitement surged as he surveyed the myriad of shadows above him. Each a potential treasure, he meticulously examined each, seeking the most imposing and radiant figure among them. Yet, the lack of discernible order made his task challenging. It appears I must leave this to fate. He concluded. With newfound determination, he cast the 3 luminous points into the air, where they descended upon 3 shadows. The shadows slowly emerged, revealing their true identities before Wang Xuanzhi's eager gaze. The exhilaration of discovery surged through him, reminiscent of the thrill of finding a hidden treasure. Moreover, is it possible for something provided by the system to be of inferior quality? As the first indistinct shadow materialized, the chaos gradually dissipated. Wang Xuanzhi's smile, which had been radiant, now froze upon the sight of the item, a black piece of lingerie. What on earth is this? Why would the system even have such an item? And it appears to be used by a woman. Yao Yao, suppressing her amusement, remarked, perhaps it is due to the host's influence. The system does not understand. What if it proves to be of great utility? Wang Xuanzhi sighed. Well, there are still 2 more. I shall disregard this one. He eagerly shifted his gaze to the second shadow. The item within the second shadow gradually revealed itself. Goodness, a pair of white socks. Veins were visibly throbbing on Wang Xuanzhi's forehead. 2 out of 3 items turned out to be utter rubbish. Gritting his teeth, he asked, Yao Yao, what is this? Yao Yao could no longer contain herself. Her smile was broad as she clutched her stomach in laughter. Haha, host, this is merely a reflection of your luck. You cannot blame the system. Wang Xuanzhi, struggling to contain his fury, turned his attention to the final shadow, his last hope. As he focused intently, the shadow revealed its true form, a pair of pink triangular panties. Wang Xuanzhi felt as though his teeth might shatter. He had finally managed to deceive the system into granting him 3 chances, only to receive such items. What on earth was he to do with these? Perhaps to offer them to his master, though that is not entirely unfeasible. Wang Xuanzhi's expression darkened. Having squandered 3 opportunities on such trash, he sighed despondently. Ah, what a fate I have. Yao Yao, observing the 3 items, noticed a peculiar aura of imperial might emanating from them. She murmured, is this perhaps an imperial artifact? Wang Xuanzhi trembled as he took hold of these 3 bizarre items, veins still bulging on his forehead. He wished to discard them immediately. What purpose could these serve? Would he show them to his enemies in battle to tempt or confuse them? Would he use them to incite laughter? Moreover, all 3 appeared to be women's items. What use could they possibly have? His expression turned strange as he detected a fragrant aroma lingering on them, his mouth agape in disbelief. Could they be second-hand items used by someone else? Yao Yao suggested, host, perhaps you should keep them. They may prove useful in the future. Just look at the white socks, they might have their purpose. Yao Yao struggled to maintain her composure, simply aiming to pacify Wang Xuanzhi for the time being. Wang Xuanzhi was genuinely amused by his own frustration, retorting, what use would keeping these serve? Am I to wear them myself or offer them to my master? To his surprise, Yao Yao nodded seriously, saying, that is not entirely impossible. Wang Xuanzhi sighed deeply, feeling unjustly treated. He tossed the 3 items into his storage pouch, dismissing them as mere reflections of his fate. After all, there would be more opportunities to deceive the system in the future. It was no great matter. His expression shifted repeatedly, drawing curious glances from the 3 observers. They were intrigued by his sudden display of varied emotions, wondering if he was practicing his expression management. Xuanzhi, are you listening to me? The voice of the Yin-Yang Magic Palace's leader was cool and distant. Wang Xuanzhi paused, then looked at the 3, who regarded him with peculiar expressions. He chuckled awkwardly and scratched his head before adopting a serious demeanor. Of course, I am listening to my master. It is about the Celestial War, right? Rest assured, master. I will ensure that our palace achieves commendable results this time. In truth, Wang Xuanzhi had not been paying attention. He had been preoccupied with conversing with the 4 systems. The 3 systems within Wang Xuanzhi's body were rolling on the ground in laughter, completely disregarding decorum. Haha, I can't believe the host ended up with these 3 items. Is this his fate, to be innately connected to women's belongings? We expected him to acquire something of value, yet he received these 3 useless items. Suddenly, they sensed something unusual about the aura lingering on those 3 items. Of course, Wang Xuanzhi was oblivious to their musings as he left the grand hall, returning to his chamber with a dejected expression. 3 useless items, coupled with the system's warnings of potential dangers ahead, filled him with anxiety. Yet, his cultivation realm could only progress through the tasks set by the system, not through his own efforts. Otherwise, the resources of the Yin-Yang Magic Palace would have sufficed for him to break through multiple times already. He slumped his head onto his bed, contemplating how to address this predicament. He felt no fear regarding the celestial war against the 3,000. Instead, he was apprehensive about the dangers the system had foretold. He feared for his own life. Thus, he needed to swiftly complete the tasks assigned by the system. Wang Xuanzhi pondered earnestly on how to approach this matter, aside from the means provided by the system to elevate his realm. There was another method, allowing others to cultivate the faith method. The more faith energy he accumulated through his cultivation, the stronger he would become. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He would encourage others to amplify their efforts in spreading the Magic Emperor's faith method. Wang Xuanzhi leaped from his bed, exclaiming in excitement. He patted his head, his expression radiating joy that I am truly a genius. He secretly contacted the prodigies of the Eternal Life Tao, urging them to intensify their efforts in disseminating the Magic Emperor's faith method. Ideally, one would spread it to 10, and 10 to 100 as long as they cultivated the Magic Emperor's faith method. The stronger the practitioners, the greater the faith energy he would receive. Wang Xuanzhi continued, within the multitude of prodigies during the Celestial War, I can influence them, guiding them to practice this faith method and become my devoted followers. When they return to the celestial realm, they will spread the faith method throughout the entire realm of 3,000. And my strength would experience a qualitative leap. As he contemplated this, Wang Xuanzhi felt a newfound brightness in his life. A smile graced his lips as he rose and stepped out of his room. Humming a cheerful tune, I am but a cat, a joyful colored cat, unable to sleep, as long as I have my sister by my side. Feeling invigorated, he seemed to contemplate something as he stealthily slipped into the leader of the Yingyang Magic Palace's chamber. Peering in, he noticed her engrossed in her cultivation of demonic techniques. Wang Xuanzhi grinned mischievously and crept inside like a thief. The leader, sensing his presence the moment he opened the door, raised an eyebrow slightly without uttering a word. Her expression resembled that of a cat awaiting a trapped mouse. Wang Xuanzhi believed himself to be the hunter, unaware that he was the one in peril, just as he intended to surprise her. The leader suddenly opened her eyes, gazing at him with a bemused expression, saying nothing further. With a wave of her hand, the door closed silently, activating soundproofing and other formations. The exquisite beauty of the moment was invaluable, and the magnificence of it needed no elaboration. Wang Xuanzhi was left to savor the experience alone. 3 days later, all the disciples of the Yingyang Magic Palace, including the exceptional ones in seclusion, emerged. The palace dispatched a full contingent of 100,000 disciples. Upon spotting Wang Xuanzhi, Mo Dongyu waved from a distance, calling out, "Boss, we're here, over here." Wang Xuanzhi approached the group, and they were all well aware of the thoughts he had conveyed. Now, it was merely a matter of awaiting the growth of his followers and the enhancement of his strength. Wang Xuanzhi, filled with confidence and vigor, followed closely behind the leader of the Yingyang Magic Palace. His head held high. Beside him were Mo Hua and Jiang Lian. The previous day, he had finally experienced a victory, defeating his opponent thoroughly. The leader chuckled lightly. "Little one, you don't seem as fatigued this time." Wang Xuanzhi chuckled awkwardly. After 7 days and nights of battle, could he not be weary? Mo Dongyu observed Wang Xuanzhi as he approached, grinning. Recently, Wang Xuanzhi's strength had surged alarmingly. Though he was merely at the soul refinement stage, he could now contend with those at the tribulation stage, thanks to the Magic Emperor's faith method, which conjured an ancient demonic figure in his mind, propagating the ways of the demonic path. Naturally, other disciples practicing the faith method experienced similar phenomena, which is why they revered Wang Xuanzhi as a deity. The demonic figure in their minds bore an uncanny resemblance to Wang Xuanzhi, even mirroring his features. This exemplifies the terrifying nature of the Magic Emperor's faith method, capable of subtly altering one's thoughts and mindset. When they beheld Jiang Lian standing behind Wang Xuanzhi, everyone was momentarily taken aback and exclaimed in unison, "Sister-in-law!" The thunderous voices of the 100,000 disciples echoed through the heavens, causing Jiang Lian to blush uncontrollably. Stealing a glance at Wang Xuanzhi and noticing his composed demeanor, she breathed a sigh of relief. Her heart swelling with joy, fidgeting with the hem of her dress, she appeared like a delicate flower fairy in her pink gown. In contrast, Mo Hua cast a resentful glare at Wang Xuanzhi. Feeling a twinge of jealousy, her own kin had been thoroughly consumed, and without any title to show for it. Similarly, the leader of the Yingyang Demon Palace, shrouded in her dark robe, fixed her penetrating gaze upon Wang Xuanzhi. He now reveled in the company of 2 enchanting women. To his left, Jiang Lian, a vision of purity in her pink attire, and to his right, the aloof and regal Mo Hua in purple. Wang Xuanzhi, feeling the weight of their stares, awkwardly shifted the topic. Observing the multitude, preparing to venture to the heavenly battlefield, he turned to his master and inquired, "Will everyone be heading to the chaotic sea?" The voice of the Yingyang Demon Palace leader emanated from beneath her robe. "This time, all the top-tier forces will join the Longxing Dao Tian. The number of disciples dispatched by Longxing Dao Tian is expected to be around 1 million, but the elimination rate is close to 90%. The chaotic sea serves merely as a preliminary screening ground. Only those who survive will advance to the next round." Wang Xuanzhi, puzzled by the term Dao Tian master, asked, "What does that mean?" The leader's tone grew heavy as she explained, "It refers to the true sovereign of Dao Tian, the most powerful being within this realm. Are you aware of the distribution of cultivation realms in Longxing Dao Tian and other Dao Tian realms?" Wang Xuanzhi shook his head, only familiar with the realms of soul refinement, spirit refinement, divine embryo, and transcendence. Continuing, the leader elaborated, "Next comes the spirit-severing realm, where one must sever their spiritual desires to attain their true self. Finally, there are the critical stages of the 3 calamities and 9 tribulations. Surviving the 9 tribulations elevates one to the divine position realm, recognized and sanctioned by the heavens. Those who reach this realm are the strongest beings, equal to the heavens themselves, and possess infinite lifespan. It was Wang Xuanzhi's first exposure to the hierarchy of the 3,000 Dao Tians. He realized he was merely at the golden core stage, far from the saint realm, yet his extraordinary capabilities allowed him to transcend numerous ranks. "Is the Dao Tian master a being of the divine position?" he inquired. The leader nodded, adding, "Let us leave it at that. Further discussion may be detrimental to your Dao heart. Board the palace ship to the chaotic sea, as we must traverse the celestial barriers separating the realms. Exercise caution, as you may encounter vessels from other forces. Avoid conflict, for collisions can be catastrophic." Wang Xuanzhi solemnly nodded, valuing his life above all. Positioned between Jiang Lian and Imo Hua, the trio approached the ship. The 100,000 disciples instinctively parted to clear a path for them. Boarding the vessel in an orderly fashion, Wang Xuanzhi, unperturbed, stepped aboard with confidence. The leader of the Yin-Yang Demon Palace felt a surge of pride at the cohesion displayed by her disciples. On board, the Grand Elder Imo Tongtian and several hundred elders were present. Safeguarding the disciples, he gazed at Wang Xuanzhi with satisfaction, acknowledging their mutual growth. "Well done, Xuanzhi," he remarked, casting a mischievous glance towards the two stunning women beside him. The elders were watchful, ensuring the safety of their disciples against potential ambushes during their flight to the chaotic sea. A common occurrence in previous years, as the ship's formation illuminated brilliantly, it ascended into the vast expanse, vanishing from sight. Similar scenes unfolded across various forces within Longxing Dao Tian. The prodigious disciples departed in spatial vessels, prepared to achieve remarkable feats in the Dao Tian War. The chaotic sea, perpetually shrouded in uncertainty, lay beneath 3,000 golden thrones occupied by powerful yet enigmatic figures, the true masters of each Dao Tian. As the Longxing Dao Tian's spatial vessels traversed the infinite void towards the chaotic sea, a colossal ship adorned with a fearsome beast's head carried a host of demon kin. Among them stood the Li Hua Phoenix Lord. Veiled and curvaceous, her gaze lost in the distance, whispering, "Young master, where are you?" Having been transported to one of the 3,000 Dao Tians, she unexpectedly inherited the legacy of the celestial demons, ranking just below the Dao Tian master. As the holy maiden of the celestial demon realm, her lineage and the legacy she bore granted her significant authority. Despite her pristine reputation, she remained distant from men, surrounded by respectful maidens who dared not overstep their bounds. Within the vicinity, several equally imposing ships drew the admiration of many men, captivated by her beauty and mystery. Unbeknownst to them, the Li Hua Phoenix Lord was already bound to another. The veil she wore concealed her visage, a testament to her devotion. Wang Xuanzhi, smirking to himself, mused, "Little did you know, she is mine." The system had already unveiled 3 critical figures he needed to find, including women from the celestial and human races. Though he remained oblivious to their identities, standing at the bow of the ship, he gazed into the endless void, enveloped in silence and darkness. A profound sense of solitude lingered in his heart, reminiscent of a long-forgotten past where he stood invincible yet bereft of familiar faces. As the stillness consumed him, he gradually closed his eyes, while Imo Hua and Jiang Lian observed silently, not wishing to intrude. Deep within his dantian, the primordial world bestowed upon him by the system awaited activation, seemingly anticipating the right moment, which now seemed to align with Wang Xuanzhi's tranquil heart. Having previously summoned the chaos creation Qinglian as his foundation, the primordial world descended, enveloped by the petals of the celestial lotus, signaling the beginning of a new chapter. An endless surge of chaotic primordial energy infused the surroundings, leading to a transformative upheaval within this nascent cosmos. Initially, it existed as an amorphous void, devoid of substance, suspended in a state of primordial chaos. Within Wang Xuanzhi's being, this primordial energy surged violently. From this chaotic microcosm, countless billions of primordial energies emanated, flooding into Wang Xuanzhi's body. In that moment, his power underwent an extraordinary metamorphosis. He was abruptly awakened by this unusual phenomenon, his mind instinctively delving into his dantian to explore that minute world. Although it appeared minuscule upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be as boundless and infinite as the cosmos, seemingly without end. Yet, at present, it resembled an interminable void, a chaotic and lifeless expanse. This exemplified the terrifying potential of his primordial celestial body. Once this microcosm fully matured, he would be capable of embodying the universe itself. This primordial world could harbor life, including other origins, allowing him to create a self-sustaining universe. His strength would thus become terrifyingly limitless. Wang Xuanzhi inquired, "System, what is happening within me?" After a prolonged silence, the cold, aloof voice of Xian Xian responded, This primordial world remains in a state of chaos and has not yet undergone enlightenment. It will experience 4 phases: primordial, chaotic, primordial beginning, and source. Upon reaching the source phase, the host will embody the universe. Furthermore, the source of your power will be inexhaustibly supplied by this primordial world. In essence, the entirety of your spiritual energy, as well as the utilization of all techniques, will be sustained by the universe itself. Wang Xuanzhi felt a jolt of exhilaration. Could it be that I am invincible? Observing that his microcosm still lingered in its primordial state, he pressed further. How long until I achieve the primordial beginning? Xian's voice echoed once more. To attain the final state, it will require at least hundreds of billions of years. Moreover, various elemental origins are necessary, whether from the sun, the moon, or the myriad of worldly origins, to forge a universe. This is not an accomplishment that can be achieved overnight. Wang Xuanzhi's initial excitement was extinguished by these words. Hundreds of billions of years. Whether he would even survive to that age was uncertain. Yet Xian reassured him, do not lose heart, for with our assistance, you might achieve this in as little as 10,000 years. Seeing Wang Xuanzhi's demeanor, Yao offered words of comfort. The combined strength of the 4 of them and the myriad of splendid items at their disposal could indeed aid Wang Xuanzhi in this endeavor. Wang Xuanzhi, his drooping head now lifted, shimmered with renewed determination. His mind brimmed with thoughts. Did this imply he could conceal treasures within himself? While others might hide beauties in golden abodes, he could harbor them within his own being. How delightful! The 4 systems marveled at Wang Xuanzhi's audacious stratagem. While others contemplated how to wield this primordial world for invincibility, he instead pondered how to use it to conceal women. Chapter 109. The 3 Immortal Paths. Wang Xuanzhi's mischief on a spatial vessel belonging to the Yin-Yang Demon Palace. As it traversed the infinite void, it encountered other vessels from the Immortal Paths. However, due to mutual unfamiliarity, they remained indifferent to each other. The disciples aboard the 2 vessels exchanged little in the way of conversation. On the 3rd day of their journey through the endless void, 2 additional vessels appeared alongside Wang Xuanzhi's. Now, 3 vessels sailed in parallel, all belonging to the celestial clans, known for their long-standing enmity with the demon clans. It was evident that these were sworn foes, locked in a struggle for survival. Wang Xuanzhi paid no heed to the neighboring celestial vessel. The disciples aboard bore expressions of pride, radiating celestial light, vibrant and spirited. This was the essence of the celestial clan. Wang Xuanzhi cast a casual glance, then pulled out a lounge chair on the deck of his vessel. Reclining leisurely, Deng Hua and Jiang Lian were beside him, peeling spiritual fruits and feeding them to him, making his life both pleasant and comfortable. The sight of Jiang Lian and Emo Hua was nothing short of picturesque. Even plain water tasted exquisite in their company, as beauty is indeed a feast for the eyes. The young disciples from other vessels of the immortal paths looked on with envy, astonished that a seemingly unremarkable figure like Wang Xuanzhi was accompanied by such stunning women. Being young and brimming with vigor, they couldn't help but feel a twinge of admiration, especially for the exquisite Jiang Lian and Emo Hua. Wang Xuanzhi ignored their envious gazes, inwardly reveling in his good fortune. Emo Hua regarded him with exasperation, forever childlike in his antics, while Jiang Lian looked at him with concern, recognizing the toll his search for her had taken on him. He had certainly grown thinner over the past few months, and the exertion of daily activity was undoubtedly taxing. On the nearby vessel, a young disciple could no longer contain himself. Each vessel possessed spatial formations to shield them from the turbulent winds of the void, allowing them to communicate through their spiritual energy. Their first instinct was not to greet Wang Xuanzhi, but to address the 2 women. A voice floated over from a blue-robed disciple of the celestial clan, adorned in robes that shimmered with celestial light. May I inquire the names of these fair maidens? I am Sanxian Dao Tian, Xian Rinzhong. Upon hearing this name, Wang Xuanzhi nearly burst into laughter. What a ridiculous name! Cactus! He felt a surge of indignation. How dare he attempt to woo his women? Such audacity was astounding. Soon, others followed suit. Seeing the women, several disciples of the celestial clan emerged from their quarters, gazing at Emo Hua and Jiang Lian with longing. They sent forth messages asking, "Fair maiden, do you have a partner? Why not join us aboard our vessel for a while? Perhaps we could discuss life's aspirations." Wang Xuanzhi could no longer restrain himself. He abruptly rose from his chair, visibly enraged. How dare they attempt to put a green hat on me? Without hesitation, he wrapped his left arm around Jiang Lian's waist and his right arm around Emo Hua's. Eliciting playful protests from both women, Emo Hua pinched him firmly at his waist, causing him to gasp in pain. The onlookers were dumbfounded. as if witnessing their most cherished possessions being snatched away. A sound reminiscent of shattering glass echoed in the atmosphere, resembling the breaking of hearts. Wang Xuanzhi, observing their expressions, began to formulate a plan. If they were all from the celestial clan, perhaps he could impart his demon emperor's faith to them, thereby augmenting his own strength. Yet, how could he encourage them to practice without reservations? Being a demon, they were innate adversaries, and they would never willingly adopt the practices of the demon clan. Suddenly, he recalled his prior inquiries at the Daoyao. Was it not possible to summon deceased celestial prodigies? If he summoned again and bestowed the demon emperor's faith to the celestial prodigy Li Changsheng, he could then share it with his kin. After all, they were all celestial beings, likely devoid of excessive trepidation, bound by mutual trust. The next challenge was how to bring Li Changsheng to their vessel. Would he truly need to accept their invitation? Moreover, they desired not him, but the two women by his side. Wang Xuanzhi pondered, resolving to pay a visit to the opposing vessel. The celestial clan members glared at Wang Xuanzhi with resentment, envious of the two stunning women he possessed. They knew that though there were other beauties in Sanxian Dao Tian, none compared to these two. Wang Xuanzhi transmitted a message to the women. I have matters to attend to over at the opposing vessel. Remain here and do not move. They are a pack of wolves, likely starved for female company. Wait for me here. He flashed them a smile before vanishing from the Yinyang Demon Palace vessel, traversing space to arrive at the Sanxian Dao Tian vessel. The Grand Elder of the Yinyang Demon Palace, Missouri Tong Tian, had yet to react when Wang Xuanzhi disappeared. He shot up from his seat. Gazing at Wang Xuanzhi, who had now arrived at the neighboring vessel, covering his face with his hands, he sighed. This boy truly gives me no peace of mind. His magical perception remained tightly focused on the neighboring vessel, ready to spring into action should Wang Xuanzhi find himself in peril. Wang Xuanzhi was the pride of the Yinyang Demon Palace, a future figurehead of the demon path, and he could not afford to sustain even the slightest harm. Upon witnessing Wang Xuanzhi's bold move towards the opposing vessel, Mo Dongyu was taken aback. With admiration in their eyes, they regarded the leader, who indeed possessed the courage to stand against formidable foes. The elderly man adorned with a ring cast a disdainful glance at Mu Dongyu. It was perplexing how this young man had managed to exhibit such sycophantic skills. Previously, he had maintained an aloof demeanor. Now, having aligned himself with Wang Xuanzhi, he had seemingly transformed into a flatterer. In Chapter 110 of the Celestial Path, aboard the celestial vessel of the three celestial paths, the various celestial races were taken aback upon witnessing Wang Xuanzhi's audacious arrival. Not only were their physical forms ill-equipped to traverse the boundless void, but the spatial gales could also rend their bodies asunder. Yet, Wang Xuanzhi appeared unscathed. While they harbored pride, they were not devoid of intelligence. His evident strength signified that he would undoubtedly rank among the elite in the upcoming battle of the 3,000 celestial paths. The other guardians aboard the celestial vessel paid little heed to Wang Xuanzhi's prowess. Matters concerning the younger generation were not to be meddled with by their elders, lest they violate the agreements among the celestial paths. With unwelcoming gazes, they scrutinized Wang Xuanzhi, eager to ascertain his intentions. Not only had he usurped their companions, but now he sought to flaunt his might aboard their vessel. Was this a display of bravado? The anger in their eyes intensified at the thought. Several young prodigies could no longer restrain themselves and stepped forward, pointing at Wang Xuanzhi. Hey, you, dare to engage in a duel? The loser relinquishes the two ladies. Wang Xuanzhi regarded the challenger with a look of disdain. Incredulous at the suggestion. They were mine to begin with. Why would I engage in a contest with you? Moreover, you present no wager. These two ladies are my beloved. They are not mere objects to be gambled. The challenger was rendered speechless by Wang Xuanzhi's retort, his face flushing as he glanced at Mo Hua and Jiang Lian. Both ladies looked at Wang Xuanzhi with expressions of gratitude, their gazes filled with contempt for the man. The challenger, now thoroughly embarrassed, retreated to the sidelines. Observing Wang Xuanzhi's sharp tongue, the hidden elders aboard the vessel sighed, appreciating the vigor of youth in this world. As long as one possessed strength, both polygamy and polyandry were permissible. The more powerful one became, the more audacious their actions could be. Wang Xuanzhi had devised a plan, intending to summon Li Changsheng to impart the demonic arts. Regardless of Li Changsheng's willingness, it was certain that word would spread rapidly. Thus, he contemplated a method to neutralize the demonic emperor's faith. If the demonic emperor's faith existed, could there not also be a celestial emperor's faith? Due to his own unique constitution, he aimed to substitute the demonic emperor's projection with that of his celestial emperor. Would this not resolve his predicament? Ultimately, he would be the one to benefit, drawing in boundless faith and primordial energy. As for the execution of this plan, all that remained was to witness Wang Xuanzhi's performance. Within his mind, he connected with the four systems, inquiring, is there a way to allow the deceased to remain in this realm, not erased by it, while retaining their intellect? Yao Yao floated beside him, contemplating. There is a method, but your merit points are insufficient. Wang Xuanzhi replied, could I simply defer the debt? Yao Yao shook her head slowly, her expression serious, her cherubic face conveying righteousness. If you proceed in such a manner, it would lead to chaos. That is unacceptable. Wang Xuanzhi leaned closer to Yao Yao, whispering, perhaps you could lend me a bit. I shall remember your kindness and add 0.5 later. You would then be just 0.5 away from 100. Wouldn't that excite you? Yao Yao, still naive, displayed a glimmer of excitement. Her pink ears perked up. Really? Wang Xuanzhi nodded earnestly, assuring her, of course, I would never deceive you. The other three systems within him were displeased. Fearing that Yao Yao would draw closer to binding, they quickly interjected, we will provide it. We will. How peculiar it sounded. Without hesitation, Yao Yao produced a radiant orb from her hand, declaring, this is the soul-settling pearl. One of the 10 ancient treasures, capable of preserving a soul for eons. However, it requires 500,000 merit points, so you now owe me that amount. Wang Xuanzhi acknowledged her, saying, rest assured, I will not default. Yet, returning it is a separate matter. Moreover, the plan was already in motion. This time it was 0.5, and next time it would be 0.25. If necessary, he could borrow from the other three systems, dismantling one to fortify another. After all, he would never incur a loss. With a mischievous grin, Wang Xuanzhi executed his plan, his spirit intertwining with the ethereal realm aboard the celestial vessel, seemingly transcending time itself. He closed his eyes, plunging into the infinite void, traversing the river of time. Within that temporal stream, he discovered a luminous celestial image, Li Changsheng, whom he had summoned previously. Upon sensing Wang Xuanzhi's presence, Li Changsheng opened his eyes, albeit with a hazy consciousness, instantly recognizing the celestial Tao body of Wang Xuanzhi. Filled with excitement, he exclaimed, Celestial Emperor, you have returned to seek me once more. Wang Xuanzhi's spirit magnified, standing resolutely within the river of time. Exuding an aura of authority, he proclaimed, it has been an indeterminate duration since our last contention over the great Tao. This time, my celestial race seeks to rise again, yet I lack sufficient strength. Will you assist me in rekindling the glory of our celestial lineage? Wang Xuanzhi's voice resonated like a mighty bell. Echoing through the temporal expanse, Li Changsheng, visibly moved, bowed deeply, tears streaming down his face, replying, I am willing. Wang Xuanzhi nodded approvingly. He summoned the soul-settling pearl, infusing it into Li Changsheng's ethereal form. With a swift motion, he took him from the chaotic sea of time. This entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye, so to the outside observer, it appeared as though Wang Xuanzhi merely opened and closed his eyes. Yet behind him, Li Changsheng emerged quietly, exuding immense energy that eclipsed that of the other celestial beings aboard the three celestial paths. Wang Xuanzhi's gaze fell upon the void as he addressed the elders. Do you not wish to meet me? In Chapter 111, the emergence of Li Changsheng behind Wang Xuanzhi radiated celestial light, aligning with the appearances of the other celestial races, their paths intertwined. Notably, the surge of Li Changsheng's celestial aura was far more potent, suggesting his strength surpassed that of the others. Wang Xuanzhi discreetly transmitted the modified Celestial Emperor's faith to Li Changsheng, integrating it within the celestial race. I am tasked to remain undercover within the demonic race for a while. You need only to ensure that they all cultivate the Celestial Emperor's faith. When our celestial army grows powerful, it shall be the time for us to traverse the heavens. Our celestial fire shall burn eternally, unquenchable. Our celestial might shall suppress all realms. Upon hearing this, Li Changsheng's expression brightened with zeal. He diligently recorded the Celestial Emperor's faith, etching it indelibly into his mind, nodding earnestly at Wang Xuanzhi from the void. Several elders emerged, all guardians of the three celestial paths on the demonic side of the vessel. Mo Tongtian observed the elder's emergence, apprehensive, his magical energy swirling, poised to aid Wang Xuanzhi. However, Wang Xuanzhi's legion of followers remained unfazed, their trust in him unwavering. Zhang Lian and Mo Hua exchanged curious glances, pondering his intentions. Mo Hua subtly shook her head, indicating her own uncertainty about Wang Xuanzhi's motives. One thing was clear. Whatever he was orchestrating would not bode well for the three celestial paths. Wang Xuanzhi, ever cunning, refrained from undertaking disadvantageous endeavors. Every action he took bore a distinct purpose. As he surveyed the elders, He prepared to unveil his performance, his handsome visage suddenly adorned with tears, his expression shifting to one of profound sorrow. The spectators were bewildered, left in a state of confusion, questioning the purpose of his display. Wang Xuanzhi cried out, "Elders, you must understand, this is my twin brother. Yet, as a member of the demonic race, I am forced to bear this burden while he belongs to the celestial lineage. He found himself in a most miserable plight within my demonic clan. My heart ached at the thought of him enduring torment amidst our ranks, subjected to the corrupting influences of malevolent forces. Thus, with great reluctance, I resolved to send him back to the celestial realm. His performance was nothing short of moving, utterly convincing, evoking tears from all who witnessed it. Had there been an award for Best Actor, it would undoubtedly have gone to Wang Xuanzhi. Li Changxing's expression was one of profound sorrow, tears brimming in the corners of his eyes as he gazed longingly at Wang Xuanzhi and uttered, "Brother, I do not wish to part from you. Of course, all of this was a ruse orchestrated by the Toot." The 10,000 disciples of the Yinyang Demon Palace were taken aback. When had Wang Xuanzhi acquired a twin brother? They were completely unaware. Ohua and Jiang Lian exchanged glances, a singular thought resonating in their minds. Wang Xuanzhi was once again up to his tricks. The celestial elders from the 3 celestial paths were equally perplexed by Wang Xuanzhi's machinations. Wasn't this lad supposed to be causing trouble? Now he was claiming his twin brother was returning to his ancestral roots. Their eyes were filled with skepticism, yet they overlooked a crucial detail. Wang Xuanzhi's ability to locate them in the void was indicative of his formidable strength, rivaling and perhaps even surpassing their own. This allowed him to pinpoint their position with precision, a fact they instinctively dismissed in their confusion. Wang Xuanzhi's tone was relentless, tears cascading down his cheeks, though these were tears formed from spiritual energy. As he could not truly weep unless all 4 of his systems had fled, leaving him bereft of all his other loves, he continued, "You cannot fathom the hardships we have endured, my brother and I. At the tender age of 3, my family was shattered, leaving us utterly alone, with no knowledge of our parents' fates. Our entire clan was annihilated by enemies, leaving only my younger brother and me. Yet, fate showed no mercy. In my quest for vengeance, I was forced to temporarily entrust my brother to the care of ordinary folk, hoping he would live a peaceful life. Meanwhile, I succumbed to the path of darkness. Bearing the weight of this endless abyss alone, in the end, I grew powerful enough to annihilate our foes, but my brother was noticed by the celestial elders, who discerned his innate celestial constitution, leading him to become a member of the postnatal celestial clan. However, this dichotomy, one of light and one of darkness, has existed since time immemorial, and as a member of the demon clan, my brother's affiliation with the celestial realm has often put us at odds. Countless times, we have nearly been forced into conflict. At this point, he wept bitterly, clutching his heart in anguish. The celestial women aboard the vessel observed Wang Xuanzhi's sincerity, and his every movement seemed genuine, prompting their tears to flow involuntarily in sympathy for the brother's plight. Wang Xuanzhi pressed on. On that fateful day, the elder of the celestial clan revealed to me the entirety of my brother's circumstances. He was willing to renounce his celestial path to return to my side. You must understand, at that time, I had already become a formidable demon, nearly beyond redemption. Yet, my brother, possessing profound celestial roots, could never truly forsake his celestial body, destined to remain celestial forever. Thus, he willingly sacrificed his cultivation for these past years. I could not bear such a fate for him, hence my desire to return him to the celestial realm. As he spoke, the 2 embraced tightly, tears flowing freely. After a long moment, they parted. Wang Xuanzhi bowed respectfully to the elders and implored, "I beseech you, elders, grant us your favor." The elders, seasoned and wise, were not easily swayed by mere words. However, their disciples, especially the female ones, were deeply moved by the profound bond between the brothers, tears streaming down their faces in empathy. "Elders, please accept him," they urged. "Indeed, we cannot abandon one of our own." The elders, recognizing the profound celestial aura emanating from Li Changxing, exchanged hesitant glances, albeit with a growing sense of intrigue. They were determined to ascertain whether he was indeed a spy, but if he were not, then they would welcome him as a valuable addition to their ranks. Wang Xuanzhi, observing the elders acquiescing, thought to himself, "The bait has been taken. Even should you scrutinize him later, you shall find no evidence of treachery, for he is inherently pure of the celestial lineage, wholly devoted to the celestial path." Wang Xuanzhi and Li Changxing, reluctant to part, embraced once more, and as Li Changxing's eyes brimmed with sorrow, Wang Xuanzhi sighed softly and turned away, saying, "The mountains and seas shall reunite in due time. The winds and rains shall bring us together again." Amidst the adoring gazes of the 10,000 disciples of the Yin Demon Palace, and the touched expressions of the celestial disciples of the three celestial paths, Wang Xuanzhi returned to the vessel of the Yin Demon Palace. Chapter 112. Arrival. The Battle of the Paths begins. Li Changxing ascended to the vessel of the three celestial paths. Within 3 days, he swiftly integrated with the celestial disciples, his extensive knowledge of the celestial path and formidable strength garnering him widespread admiration. Those with power invariably become the focal point of attention. During this time, the celestial elders sought to probe Li Changxing's background, testing his depths, only to discover that his pursuit of the celestial path was unparalleled, even more fervent than their own. His profound insights into the celestial way astonished them, leading them to feel as though they had stumbled upon a rare treasure. For the past few days, Wang Xuanzhi had been communicating secretly with Li Changxing. Upon learning that Li Changxing had seamlessly integrated into the celestial community, he nodded in satisfaction and transmitted a message. "We must seize the opportunity to share the Celestial Emperor's faith technique with them. This is a method I have painstakingly developed, capable of enhancing our clan's strength without any adverse effects." Li Changxing was the first to try the Celestial Emperor's faith technique, and he found his power significantly boosted, along with a newfound flexibility and depth in his control over the celestial path. Overjoyed, he selflessly disseminated this technique, and even the protective elders of the three celestial paths began to employ it, yielding remarkably positive results. The process unfolded smoothly, seated aboard the vessel of the Yin Demon Palace. Wang Xuanzhi reclined in a chair, savoring spiritual fruits as he observed the harmonious scene below, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. 2 days later, they finally arrived in the Chaos Sea. This region, shrouded in a misty haze, was named the Chaos Sea, yet it bore no resemblance to an ocean. Rather, it was a nebulous forest, home to ancient marshes and desolate wastelands. This forest, perpetually deprived of sunlight, concealed countless dangers within its depths. And it was here that the upcoming events would unfold. As Wang Xuanzhi's vessel approached, the skies above the Chaos Sea were already filled with tens of thousands of flying vessels, each carrying the elite disciples of the various factions of the Longxing Dao Heaven. Every disciple bore an expression of defiance, as if proclaiming their supremacy over the world. Wang Xuanzhi, with his arms around the waists of 2 women, stood at the bow of the Yin Demon Palace's ship, keenly observing the expanse of the Chaos Sea below. Above their vessel loomed 3,000 golden thrones, upon which stood indistinct figures, their forms shrouded in mystery. Gazing down upon them, one voice rang out. "Ladies and gentlemen, I need not elaborate on the rules of the 3,000 Paths battle. This time, the rules are simple. There are no rules. Survive for 10 days in this Chaos Sea, and those who remain will earn the right to enter the 3,000 Paths Palace and attain the ultimate inheritance. This contest is not solely for the resources of each Dao Heaven. It is also to select the mightiest prodigy to represent us in the 3,000 Paths." The words of the sovereign of the 3,000 Paths ignited a fervor among the crowd. Their eyes sparkled with excitement. Not only could they vie for resources for their respective Dao Heavens, but they could also gain access to the coveted inheritance. The allure of fame within the 3,000 Paths was too enticing for many to resist, leading countless individuals to leap from their vessels and descend into the depths of the Chaos Forest. Wang Xuanzhi watched as throngs of people jumped from above like dumplings falling into boiling water. He turned to the 10,000 disciples of the Yin Demon Palace and declared, "There is no strategy this time. Engage in group fights when possible, and if you can, single combat should also be a group effort. We do not adhere to martial ethics. We are serious about pillaging and slaughtering. Charge forth, my comrades." With that, Wang Xuanzhi transformed into a streak of light, leaping from the vessel of the Yin Demon Palace. Following him were Imo Hua and Zhang Lian. The fourth to jump was Mu Dongyu, with the rest following suit, cascading down as if in a deluge. With their current cultivation levels, they could easily fly. And a fall from this height would not be fatal. Of course, should anyone perish from a fall during the 3,000 Paths battle, it would certainly be a spectacle to behold. Since the inception of the 3,000 Paths battle, such incidents had yet to occur, and should they happen, they would surely be recorded in history. Wang Xian knew that the crowd was rapidly gathering in the Chaos Forest, their numbers exceeding 100,000. A formidable sight indeed. As for the other factions under Chang Shangtian, he had already discreetly reached out to them. Utilizing the faith of the Demon Emperor, he orchestrated their convergence towards his location. A grand spectacle was about to unfold. Wang Xian smirked with satisfaction. In the realm of the 3 immortals, After several days of practicing the faith of the immortal emperor, many had become almost entirely indoctrinated by Wang Xian's influence. There were tens of thousands of warriors on that side, and together with nearly 10 million from the Chongsheng Dao Tian, one could easily imagine the overwhelming force they would wield. While others were still organized into small teams of mere hundreds, Wang Xian had already amassed a colossal army of millions, capable of crushing their opponents effortlessly. The Chaos Forest had the property of concealing one's spiritual awareness, rendering it difficult for anyone to discern the positions of others. Yet, Wang Xian was a unique anomaly. Through the faith of the Demon Emperor and the faith of the Immortal Emperor, he could connect with all these individuals. Enabling them to swiftly locate him to it was akin to a mobile GPS, an extraordinary advantage. Wang Xian looked at the more than 100,000 people behind him with a serious expression. This time, for the sake of our Chongsheng Dao Tian, we must achieve a resounding victory. Let us unite and vanquish them. He instructed everyone to remain concealed, waiting for their adversaries to gather, so they could ensnare them all at once, liberating them from the suffering of the mortal realm and the torment of the six desires. Embo Hua and Jiang Lian exchanged glances, unimpressed. Wang Xian's eloquent words were merely an attempt to brainwash them. Mu Dongyu gazed at him with admiration, thinking, truly, what an admirable elder brother. His noble character is unmatched. Wang Xian nodded appreciatively, but then a concern arose. However, brother, concealing our 100,000 people is no simple task. With others joining us, our numbers will be conspicuous. Do you have any strategies to keep us hidden? Though the 10,000 disciples of the Demon Palace were older and more skilled than Wang Xian, they had subconsciously come to regard him as their cornerstone due to the influence of the Demon Emperor's faith. Wang Xian pondered this matter and realized its truth. When considering a solution, his mind immediately turned to the system. Chapter 113. The blessing of the system, please assist me. I'm faced with a dilemma, and surely you wouldn't want your charming, obedient, and incredibly handsome host to be defeated by them. The voice of the origin human system chimed in. Host, you have already given that 0.5 to Yao Yao. Now you seek us again. Why not just approach Yao Yao? The others echoed similar sentiments. Expressing their disappointment, Wang Xian felt invigorated upon hearing their banter. These three systems have become quite clever, he thought. Though he felt a bit awkward for seeking benefits from them after asking Yao Yao, he knew that approaching the systems would be more beneficial for his grand plans. Yao Yao floated above, a smile in her eyes, seemingly delighted to see Wang Xian in a predicament. Wang Xian was unaware of their deeper feelings, pondering that understanding a woman's heart was as elusive as finding a needle in the ocean. If he did know, he would reassure them that his ultimate goal was to strengthen his essence, allowing him to bind all four systems to himself. These systems were like companions he could not do without. With a pained expression, he began his performance. Yuan, Mo, Xian. It's not as simple as it seems. I do not wish to lose any of you. It would be unjust to not give Yao Yao her due, and I am in a predicament to ensure fairness and transparency. Otherwise, I would be irresponsible to each of you. Really? The voice of the origin human system responded first, sounding almost human in its inquiry. Wang Xian's heart leaped with hope. Then what do you require this time? The system relented, and he seized the opportunity. I need a grand formation capable of concealing millions, even billions, of people, as my forces may grow ever larger. The three systems responded, should we assist you this time, will you not owe us merit points? Wang Xian deliberated and nodded, realizing that each would require 150,000 merit points, thus incurring a debt to each system. His expression faltered, realizing the trickery they had employed. However, he reassured himself that at least the upcoming battle would proceed without issue. He looked at his eager 100,000 followers, brandishing the formation disc skyward. It emitted a myriad of gray light, enveloping them. Their figures gradually faded from sight, as if they had never been there. Their presence completely concealed. As they looked around, astonished to find their companions vanished, they felt their auras nonetheless. Truly, what a spectacle! Such astounding methods, brother, we have never witnessed before. Wang Xian was immensely satisfied with the outcome. Mo Hua and Jiang Lian were taken aback, unable to fathom the treasures Wang Xian possessed. Mo Hua recognized the formation immediately, her eyes wide with disbelief. How can this be? This is the legendary 10 Directions formation, thought to be lost to time. How did you acquire it? She inquired, her gaze fixed intently on Wang Xian. Jiang Lian, though not as knowledgeable, shared her curiosity. Feigning mystery, Wang Xian chuckled. Some secrets are not to be revealed. Their interest waned at his response, but soon news of Wang Xian's exploit spread far and wide. The various factions he had strategically placed within Changsheng Daotian mobilized, leading hundreds of thousands towards his direction. Meanwhile, aboard the celestial vessel of the three immortals, the celestial beings, led by Li Changsheng, also surged towards Wangxian, a relentless tide of millions in the chaos forest. Within half an hour, chaos erupted as factions clashed with fervor. In a secluded corner of the chaos forest, a hidden figure clad in red surveyed the battlefield. Beneath his feet lay thousands of corpses, a testament to his prowess. Remarkably, this young man had single-handedly slain them all, his aura unmistakably marking him as a member of the Blood Tavern. With an icy demeanor, he surveyed the carnage. How tedious! Where could Wangxian possibly be? I, Jing Shan, never slay the nameless. Chapter 114. The Gathering of Millions. Stirring up trouble, I have discovered a fascinating little fellow. Would you care to take a look? Above in the sky, the sovereign seated upon the throne spoke, a hint of amusement dancing in his eyes. Clearly intrigued by the individual in question. Oh? What could possibly pique the interest of the master of Yinyang Dao Heaven? It has been millennia since you have shown any curiosity about anything. Several other masters nearby glanced toward the enigmatic figure enveloped in the dual energies of black and white. Following the gaze of the sovereign, they beheld Wang Xuanzhi. This little rascal is indeed interesting. While others are preoccupied with swiftly eliminating their foes, he is busy gathering an army. Moreover, the formation in his hands is none other than the ancient 10 directions and 4 dimensions formation. Unexpectedly falling into this young man's possession, the sovereign speaking is the master of Wu Wang Dao Heaven, who remains unaware of the events transpiring between Wu Wang's sacred land and Wang Xuanzhi. Observing the formation disk in Wang Xuanzhi's grasp, a flicker of interest ignited in his eyes. The master of Yinyang Dao Heaven seemed to deliberately cast a sidelong glance at the master of Wu Wang Dao Heaven, remarking, "These matters are for the younger generation. We, the old and decrepit, should refrain from meddling in their affairs, wouldn't you agree?" This veiled admonition unmistakably conveyed a warning to the master of Wu Wang Dao Heaven not to entertain any notions regarding the 10 directions and 4 dimensions formation in Wang Xuanzhi's possession. The master of Wu Wang Dao Heaven chuckled lightly, choosing not to elaborate further. The other Dao Heaven masters, observing Wang Xuanzhi, grew increasingly intrigued. This little fellow is truly remarkable, having managed to assemble millions of troops. How did he unify these individuals, each harboring myriad thoughts, into a singular force? It is well known that even within a team of several thousand, a multitude of differing opinions exists. Yet, this young man has succeeded in binding them together as one, proving to be no simple feat. Moreover, have you not noticed? In the distance, there are squads numbering in the hundreds of thousands, seemingly converging towards this young man. How has he accomplished such a feat in this chaotic and nebulous atmosphere, enabling them to find him with precision? His methods are indeed impressive. In another location, other masters have evidently also discovered several intriguing prodigies within the chaotic forest, such as the figure from the blood-red tavern. Known as Jing Shan. It is said that he was adopted and trained by the old proprietor of the tavern since childhood, becoming notorious for his countless kills. His mastery of assassination techniques is extraordinary, and it is quite surprising that the blood-red tavern would allow him to participate in the Dao Heaven War. Many prodigies have fallen at the hands of the blood-red tavern in recent years. Their discovery of him marks him as a target for collaboration against him, though you believe that the blood-red tavern operates without support. With that, the master cast an intentional glance at the blood-soaked sovereign beside him, the master of blood refining Dao Heaven. While these Dao Heaven masters appear harmonious on the surface, they are not above engaging in covert maneuvers behind the scenes. Who wouldn't he wish for their own prodigies to stand out? Who wouldn't he desire to acquire more resources during the Dao Heaven War? Wang Xuanzhi resides in the northeastern corner of the chaotic forest, his consciousness expanding outward like an immense net. A slight smile played upon his lips as he gazed in a certain direction, whispering, "Are they here? It is time to set my grand plan into motion." Witnessing the smile on Wang Xuanzhi's face, Jiang Lian and Mo Hua understood that this battle among the 3,000 Dao Heavens would undoubtedly be thrown into disarray by him. Above the chaotic forest, the flying vessels of various factions hovered. Not straying far, their elders, aboard these vessels, scrutinized a gigantic luminous screen that reflected the scenes below in real time, allowing them to observe and prevent any unforeseen circumstances from befalling their prodigies. Naturally, where there is joy, there is also sorrow. Many elders wore worried expressions, for their own prodigies had been slain, and this tragedy was merely the work of a single man in a blood robe, a specter flitting through the chaotic forest. Wang Xuanzhi drew little attention at this juncture, as all eyes were focused on their own prodigies. The master of Wu Wang Dao Heaven, the lean old man, personally came to observe a particular corner of the chaotic forest where tens of thousands had gathered. This assembly was orchestrated by the scattered information from the Blood-Red Tavern, aimed at uniting these forces against Wang Xuanzhi. In this corner, the youth of Wu Wang Dao Heaven quickly congregated, bolstered by reinforcements from other Dao Heavens. Do you think the sovereign is overestimating the situation by deploying tens of thousands against a few young rascals? Who knows, perhaps the sovereign has simply become senile with age. Speak less. He is the sovereign. His reasoning is not for us to question. The lean elder's countenance darkened at the remarks. I did not expect the people of Wu Wang Dao Heaven to require assistance from our Red Whale Dao Heaven. The blue-robed figure spoke, flanked by tens of thousands of disciples from Red Whale Dao Heaven. They were united with the intent to confront Wang Xuanzhi. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Wang Xuanzhi had amassed a terrifying number of troops, now exceeding tens of millions and still growing. How shall we accurately locate him within this chaotic forest? Everything feels elusive and indistinct. It is nearly impossible to find anyone. A disciple from Wu Wang's sacred land voiced his confusion. The disciple from Red Whale Dao Heaven chuckled. Do you think the sovereign sought us out for no reason? Among us exists the 10,000-mile tracking technique, which can precisely locate Wang Xuanzhi's aura within 1,000 miles. Just provide me with a trace of his aura, and we will be able to sense him accurately within that distance. Wang Xuanzhi gazed at Li Changsheng, who had approached him, behind whom stood an impressive number of disciples from the three immortal Dao Heaven. A smile danced in his eyes. Upon seeing Wang Xuanzhi, the Dao Heaven disciples displayed expressions of reverence, their celestial powers unconsciously surging, awakening Wang Xuanzhi's primordial celestial body. A towering celestial emperor's silhouette manifested before them. Strikingly similar to the image etched in their minds, they knelt reverently, their voices ringing out, "We pay homage to the celestial emperor. We shall serve the celestial emperor without hesitation." Behind them, the 10,000 disciples from the Yinyang Demon Palace and others from the Longevity Dao Heaven converged, totaling millions. The expressions of other Longevity Dao Heaven disciples were peculiar. Everyone knows that the celestial path and the demonic path are fundamentally incompatible. Yet under Wang Xuanzhi's remarkable maneuvering, they coexisted harmoniously without any sense of discord. Wang Xuanzhi nodded with satisfaction. Brothers, step into the grand formation. We shall devise our strategies later. Our grand plan to sweep through the Dao Heavens begins now. The formation enveloped them, and the entire assembly of millions found themselves within Wang Xuanzhi's formation. Mo Hua, Jiang Lian, and Wang Xuanzhi commenced their actions. This marked their first movement within the chaotic forest, the beginning of a momentous spectacle. Chapter 115. Discussing life and aspirations. Wang Xuanzhi, Jiang Lian, and Mo Hua meandered aimlessly through the chaotic forest. With millions hidden behind them, they had no cause for fear. They were merely playing the part of the unsuspecting. Why was it that in this vast chaotic forest, not a soul was in sight? It was rather dull. Wang Xuanzhi pursed his lips in disappointment, casting an expectant gaze around. Jiang Lian, observing Wang Xuanzhi's demeanor, exchanged a resigned smile with him. Indeed, his intention was to ensnare others. At that moment, a group of several dozen individuals encountered Wang Xuanzhi and his companions. Unbeknownst to them, the demon was slowly closing in. Wang Xuanzhi seemed to sense their approach, a smile creeping across his face. The show was about to begin. The bait was on the line. The unfortunate souls before him were vigilant, scanning their surroundings. In this Dao Heaven war, their strength was not among the elite, and most had opted to band together. They were merely a handful, making their situation perilous. Be on high alert. There may be ambushes lurking in this chaotic forest. Maintain utmost vigilance. The leader, exuding an aura at the tribulation stage, meticulously surveyed the area. The silence of the forest was eerie, suffused with a strange atmosphere, compounded by the disorienting mist that obscured their path. Wang Xuanzhi and his companions fortuitously appeared before them. The leader, upon seeing Wang Xuanzhi, became acutely wary. He scrutinized the two women flanking him, growing even more cautious. In this chaotic forest, encountering a trio consisting of a single man and two women was an anomaly. Such simpletons would never appear in the Dao Heaven War. Participants in the Dao Heaven War underwent rigorous selection. It was inconceivable that such Na'vi individuals would be present. Wang Xuanzhi regarded the group with a smile, rubbing his hands together as he cheerfully declared, "Remove your undergarments, and you may find a glimmer of hope for survival. Strip away your trousers, and you might just secure your escape." Suddenly, after Wang Xuanzhi's words echoed, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. Among the group of over 10 individuals, several at the back cast uneasy glances at Wang Xuanzhi, shivering with apprehension. Could he truly be a perverse individual with a penchant for Dragon Yang? Perhaps Dame Hua and Jiang Lian gazed at Wang Xuanzhi as if they were meeting him for the first time. Realizing he had misspoken, Wang Xuanzhi forced a sheepish smile and cleared his throat. He had mistakenly spoken as if he were addressing other female disciples. With a serious expression, he continued as though nothing had transpired, declaring, "This mountain is mine, and this tree I have planted, if you wish to pass. Leave behind a toll." Upon seeing that his words elicited no response, he raised his voice. "What are you waiting for? Can't you see this is a robbery?" Jiang Lian covered her face, and Mo Hua discreetly distanced herself from Wang Xuanzhi. Both feigned ignorance of him, mortified by his antics. "Boss, is he really this foolish? How did a simpleton even make it into the heavenly battle?" The leader of the group scrutinized Wang Xuanzhi, confirming that he was without allies. And he exhaled in relief that a chance to eliminate others had arrived, and this fool was accompanied by two exceptionally beautiful women. A glint of lewdness flickered in his eyes. The others seemed to sense the peculiar gleam in their leader's gaze. "Boss, what do you say? Look at these ladies, heh, they wore strange smiles." Wang Xuanzhi raised an eyebrow, realizing that these beasts were quickly revealing their intentions. He initially hoped for a peaceful resolution, but now he could no longer tolerate it. Feigning weakness, he took a few steps back, his expression flustered. This odd demeanor was quickly noted by the group, solidifying their belief that he was merely a paper tiger. Pretending to be calm after recognizing their strength. Although they were unsure how Wang Xuanzhi had infiltrated their ranks, he appeared to be an ignorant novice. They advanced toward him, leering with malicious intent. "Kid, since you're destined to die, why not let us discuss life aspirations with these two ladies behind you?" As they closed in, their voices dripped with lasciviousness, unashamed of their wickedness. Mo Hua and Jiang Lian's eyes shimmered with danger. They were not to be trifled with. Wang Xuanzhi subtly conveyed to them to hold back and observe the unfolding drama. Clutching the hands of the two women, he retreated step by step. His visage reflecting abject terror, the group became increasingly arrogant, their sinister intentions growing bolder with each step. They approached like wolves encircling a lamb, thinking, "Kid, weren't you just so confident? Come on, show us that bravado again. Why not claim this mountain as yours? Why don't you ascend to the heavens? Hand over those two women, and you might leave here intact." Otherwise, their eyes glinted with threats, completely shedding their earlier caution. Greed and desire rendered them utterly reckless. Wang Xuanzhi smirked coldly, yet he continued to feign vulnerability, retreating further. Tongtian, observing from a distance, felt a wave of confusion. This shouldn't be happening. They had all witnessed the prowess of the demon prince. How could he be retreating? "I don't know. Let us wait and see. The demon prince must have his own strategy." Several elders exchanged hushed whispers. "Ladies, shall we discuss the heavens and share our life aspirations?" "Fear not, we are quite accommodating." Their gazes roamed over the two women, becoming increasingly brazen. Wang Xuanzhi appeared to grow weary of the charade, unwilling to continue playing this game. It seemed inappropriate for his wives to be so openly scrutinized by others. He halted his retreat, his expression turning icy and disinterested. The man, seeing Wang Xuanzhi stop, assumed he had made a decision. "Kid, that's the right choice." Wang Xuanzhi shook his head, producing a formation plate. The 10 directions Qian Kuan formation erupted with a myriad of divine lights, surrounding them densely with 100,000 disciples of the Yin-Yang Demon Palace. The man was instantly bewildered, surrounded by the Yin-Yang Demon Palace's disciples, some of whom regarded the group with malicious intent. The atmosphere thickened with tension, a gentle breeze swept through, causing the group to feel a chill. Wang Xuanzhi, wrapping an arm around Mo Hua and Jiang Lian, looked at them with a mocking glint. "Didn't we say we discuss life? How about a conversation with these 100,000? Just now, weren't you eager to discuss life and aspirations? Why the silence now?" It was Wang Xuanzhi's turn to press forward. Advancing toward the 11 men with a smile plastered on his face, exuding an inexplicable lightness, he observed the panic in their eyes upon realizing they were encircled by 100,000. They nearly lost their composure. This guy is playing the fool to devour the tiger. Which terrifying force has mustered 100,000? How could they only present 3 to the outside world? This is absurd. Yet they could not voice their thoughts, only hurriedly explaining, "Brother, it's all a misunderstanding. We would never entertain such thoughts. We were merely admiring your handsome visage and the beauty of your companion." Those behind him nodded like chicks pecking at grain. Their earlier arrogance had evaporated, replaced by sheer dread. Faced with the prospect of annihilation, they were utterly helpless. Wang Xuanzhi smiled. Oh, was it truly a misunderstanding? I have always enjoyed helping others. You wanted to discuss life and aspirations, did you not? Allow me to indulge you. He then turned his gaze toward the 100,000 disciples, calling out, Is there anyone who wishes to discuss life and aspirations with these gentlemen? Such a splendid moment, filled with beauty and poetic elegance. The men nearly wept. This was not an idyllic scene, but rather a descent into hell. The ominous atmosphere of the chaotic forest, combined with the overwhelming presence of the demon race, left them feeling as though their souls were evaporating from fear. Wang Xuanzhi anticipated the ensuing chaos, realizing that it would be best to escort Mo Hua and Jiang Lian away to spare them from this debacle. What responded to Wang Xuanzhi were hundreds of muscular, bald demon warriors who stepped forward, grinning at the group. This tightened their nerves. These hulking figures, their muscles bulging, evoked a sense of dread. Wang Xuanzhi slowly led the two women away from the scene. Heading elsewhere. As for the 100,000 disciples of the Yin-Yang Demon Palace, they could wait for him. After all, he had millions of disciples at his disposal. The reason for not deploying other factions' subordinates was that they lacked the same depravity as the demon race. Such an opportunity was best left to the demons, of course. Wang Xuanzhi himself did not share such inclinations. Don't misinterpret. Once Wang Xuanzhi departed, the hundreds of muscular bald men pounced like hungry tigers. The other disciples of the demon palace appeared to witness an incredible spectacle, their eyes widening in disbelief as they beheld the scene unfolding. The overwhelming demonic energy enveloping the group left them with no escape. And soon, the forest echoed with their anguished cries. This uproar seemed to attract considerable attention. The disciples of Wu Wang Daotian and Hongjing Daotian rejoiced, exclaiming, I sense his aura. It's 3,000 miles to the northeast. And he is only accompanied by 3 individuals, with no one else in sight. The disciples of Wu Wang Holy Land beamed with delight, with their forces numbering in the tens of thousands. They were confident they could crush Wang Xuanzhi without a doubt. Once victorious, their status in Wu Wang Holy Land would soar. Though Wang Xuanzhi had previously humiliated them by defeating their 10 strongest holy sons. That was under circumstances of 1 against 10. Now, they possessed the overwhelming strength of 100,000, bolstered by the disciples of Hongjing Daotian. How could they possibly lose? Emboldened by their certainty of victory, they surged forward with fervor, a tidal wave of tens of thousands rushing toward Wang Xuanzhi in his mind. A voice from the system chimed, Ding! Host has successfully performed a good deed, earning 110 merit points. This piqued Wang Xuanzhi's curiosity. What good deed had he just accomplished? Did these individuals contribute to his merit points? Was it truly possible? He stroked his chin, a devious glint forming in his mind. Wang Xuanzhi was filled with exhilaration. Throughout the entirety of the Daotian War, the number of disciples involved was unfathomable. If he could capture the majority of them, his merit points would soar exponentially. With each individual worth approximately 10 merit points, 100,000 would translate to 1,000,000 merit points. This would enable him to repay the debt owed to the system, achieving a dual benefit. His consciousness spread like an expansive net, continuously refining itself amidst the trials of the divine and demonic grind. Under this vast web, a troop approached him, causing his body to tremble with excitement. He had initially pondered where to find significant gains, but unexpectedly, this large wave of merit points was coming to him. Oh, they were from the Wu Wang sacred land. Who were those in red robes from Daotian? Never mind, it was irrelevant. Regardless, they were merit points, and he would eliminate them one by one. Mo Hua and Jiang Lian exchanged glances, pinching Wang Xuanzhi's waist to bring him back to reality. He blinked, looking at them with curiosity. What is it? What wicked scheme are you concocting? Should we advance or refrain from taking risks? Wang Xuanzhi nodded earnestly. Rest assured, I won't cause any trouble. Who doesn't know I'm the most well-behaved and never instigate conflict? They have brought this upon themselves, right? Of course, he silently added that they had initiated the trouble first, and he was merely defending himself. He could not be blamed for that. The two women regarded Wang Xuanzhi with a strange expression, simultaneously exclaiming, shameless. Wang Xuanzhi stood in place, awaiting the arrival of this wave of individuals, unconsciously ignoring the chaos and cries emanating from the distant forest. Mu Dongyu chuckled mischievously beside him, a devious smile on his face. He stealthily set up a recording stone around them, preparing the angles. Then, he vanished like a specter. Hurry up, don't let him escape. He's only 1,000 miles away. This is our opportunity to make a name for ourselves. We must seize it and avenge Daotian, defending our glory. Wang Xuanzhi's eyes gleamed with anticipation as a tremendous wave of merit points was about to arrive in a quarter of an hour. These hundreds of thousands were set to reach the battlefield. Chapter 117. Insufficient, add more. Dominant Wang Xuanzhi leisurely took out an enormous umbrella from his spatial bag and stood beside it. He then skillfully retrieved 3 reclining chairs, lying back comfortably and presenting a platter filled with spirit fruits, devouring them one by one with immense satisfaction. This was clearly not his first indulgence. Mo Hua and Jiang Lian looked at Wang Xuanzhi helplessly. While others were engaged in life-and-death battles, he seemed to have transformed the atmosphere into one of leisure and ease, disregarding the gravity of their situation. If they had tens of millions of subordinates to protect them, they might have been even more audacious than Wang Xuanzhi, who was currently showing a degree of humility. Now, he awaited the arrival of the tens of thousands. Or rather, the millions of merit points. The 2 women, unable to resist the allure of Wang Xuanzhi's spirit fruits, approached and took a couple, savoring them with juice glistening at the corners of their mouths. Wang Xuanzhi grinned mischievously, casting his gaze into the distance, anticipating their arrival. A quarter of an hour later, the large troop of tens of thousands emerged from the chaotic forest, standing before Wang Xuanzhi and his companions. Sweat beading on their brows from the haste of their journey, fearing that Wang Xuanzhi might flee. To their shock, he remained stationary, reclining with ease. This stark contrast left them bewildered. The leader of the Wu Wang's sacred land seethed with rage. What the hell? We've exerted ourselves to find you, and here you are, enjoying yourself. It infuriates me. A man from the Red Whale Dao Tian, upon seeing the 2 stunning women behind Wang Xuanzhi, couldn't help but harbor a covetous glint in his eyes. Ignoring the Wu Wang's sacred land members, he boldly declared, "Kid, hand over those 2 women behind you, and we might spare your life. You can run 3,000 miles, and that's your only chance to escape our grasp. Otherwise, you shall perish at our hands." He had calculated that they could track Wang Xuanzhi's aura as long as he was within 10,000 miles, and 3,000 miles was merely a game of cat and mouse. He had never regarded Wang Xuanzhi as a threat, as he had yet to witness his formidable prowess. Wang Xuanzhi's expression gradually darkened. His brows furrowed slightly, yet a smile played on his lips, a smile that was unsettling and sent shivers down spines. He turned his attention to the 10,000 disciples of Dao Tian behind the man, all clad in red robes. Wang Xuanzhi squinted, his voice low. "What if I say I refuse?" The Red Whale Dao Tian members smiled, entirely dismissing Wang Xuanzhi's defiance. "Refuse? Then you must articulate that. Otherwise, we shall flay your skin and strip your bones in this Dao Tian war. You certainly lack the ability to survive. Kid, you must choose between your life and those 2 women. I trust you are a wise individual." The Wu Wang's sacred land members exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. One of them spoke. "No, our sovereign has decreed it. He must die. Otherwise, we cannot report back to our superiors. Today's agreement ends here. I believe our sovereign has already paid a price. Your task is complete. You may depart now. Rest assured, we only desire those 2 women. As for whether he lives or dies, that is for you to decide. With so many of us here, can he truly escape?" The vast number of disciples gazed at Wang Xuanzhi, Jiang Lian, and Mo Hua with mocking eyes, treating them as if they were trapped in a jar. Wang Xuanzhi rose, his demeanor calm. He dusted off his robes and wiped the fruit juice from his lips, and in that moment, his aura shifted. He had intended to toy with them, but now that they had escalated the situation and provoked his women, could he continue to endure? With a snap of his fingers, the 10 directions universe formation erupted into a myriad of starlight. This time, the tens of thousands from the Sanxian Dao Tian, led by Li Chongsheng, appeared densely in the sky, looking down upon the Dao Tian men below. The sudden turn of events startled them. The leaders of the Wu Wang and Red Whale Dao Tian exchanged uneasy glances. If this is your source of confidence, you underestimate the combined strength of our 2 sacred lands. Although their numbers were similar, they believed they could still take Wang Xuanzhi's life, as they concentrated their forces solely on him while his troops would be dispersed. Lacking cohesion compared to theirs, coupled with the diverse and formidable techniques of the 2 sacred lands, they posed a significant threat. Wang Xuanzhi remained impassive, his voice resonating. "If 50,000 are insufficient, I shall summon another 50,000. With another snap of his fingers, more lights flared up behind him, revealing another 100,000 warriors from the Chongqing Dao Tian, filling the sky densely. Now, the ratio had shifted to 1 to 3, and the expressions of the leaders from both Dao Tian factions darkened. They had not anticipated Wang Xuanzhi's hidden reserves, gathering over 150,000 in such a short time, rendering them incapable of dealing with him. The prospect of retreat began to loom in their minds. If a conflict ensued, It would be a futile endeavor, and perhaps if the opposing side were ruthless enough, they would all remain here. Wang Xuanzhi had no intention of letting them escape. He could forego the merit points, but he was determined to keep them all. With a nonchalant expression, he snapped again. The sky erupted with hundreds of thousands more. Wang Xuanzhi regarded them coldly. Is this sufficient, or shall I add more? With yet another snap, another 100,000 appeared, encircling the tens of thousands below. Now, over 400,000 surrounded them, and Wang Xuanzhi's presence was domineering, leaving no room for escape. The disciples of the Wu Wang's sacred land looked utterly disheartened, while the earlier bold disciple from the Red Whale Dao Tian was soaked in cold sweat. His legs trembling, realizing his life was undoubtedly in jeopardy. At the outset, one was brimming with bravado, yet now finds himself in utter disgrace. The fate of this man can be likened to that of the 11 who previously insulted Mo Hua and Jiang Lian. Certainly, they met an irreversible demise. Chapter 118. Winning hearts with virtue, subduing 200,000. Wang Xuanzhi's commanding gaze swept across the multitude. Observing the tens of thousands before him, he proclaimed, "Is this sufficient? If not, I can summon more, and you." His eyes landed on the previously arrogant man clad in crimson. The peril in Wang Xuanzhi's expression was palpable. Did you just utter human words? How about you bark like a dog for me now? I have always won hearts through virtue. With an unyielding tone, Wang Xuanzhi vanished from sight. He summoned the boundless energy within him, and a celestial sword materialized in his hand, its essence permeating the arena. This sword was named Virtue. The grave aspect was that while one could sense the sword's intent, before any reaction could occur, the formless essence had already struck. This was precisely the fate the red-robed man anticipated. The moment he perceived the sword's aura, a sharp pain gripped his neck. In disbelief, he clutched at his throat, where a crimson line had already formed. Wang Xuanzhi walked past him indifferently, retracting the celestial sword before reappearing at his previous location. The crimson line around the man's neck widened, his eyes brimming with resentment, as he stared wide-eyed. His head fell from his body. Wang Xuanzhi regarded the scene with indifference. Such a person deserved his fate. After all, it was either his death or that of another. The war of Dao Tian was no trifling matter. Wang Xuanzhi cast his gaze upon the others and inquired, "Can you envision a similar fate for yourselves?" The assembled individuals from Wu Wang Dao Tian and Hongjing Dao Tian beheld Wang Xuanzhi's ferocity in slaying this top-tier genius with a mere stroke of his sword. Fear began to take root within them, their hushed whispers betraying their apprehension. "We do not wish for this. Please spare us." Wang Xuanzhi regarded the 10,000 disciples, his dark eyes turning. Indeed, Wu Wangshangdi had no significant enmity. It was merely a matter of a stolen marriage. Moreover, there were no fatal grudges between the two parties. However, simply releasing them did not sit well with Wang Xuanzhi. Thus, with a sly grin, he produced the Celestial Emperor's faith and the Demon Emperor's faith. Intending to have them cultivate these teachings, they would all become his subordinates, but first, they must serve as cannon fodder in future conflicts. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat. After all, sending hundreds of thousands into battle would provide considerable support. Wang Xuanzhi languidly returned to his seat, reclining comfortably and closing his eyes to rest. You should inform them how to proceed, relay these teachings to them, and have them cultivate, as he concluded his statement. The voices of hundreds of thousands echoed from the heavens, resonating through the air. "We shall obey our elder brother's command." They then began to loudly recite the Demon Emperor's faith. Wang Xuanzhi's voice rang out once more. "Remember every word. Should you miss a single syllable, your heads will roll." Now, the individuals from Wu Wang Dao Tian dared not utter a single word of dissent. The ferocity of Wang Xuanzhi, coupled with the encirclement of millions, rendered them helpless, akin to fish on a chopping block. They could only obediently memorize each word. Once they had fully committed the teachings to memory, they discovered that the cultivation method began to operate autonomously and uncontrollably. Moreover, they felt a significant surge in their power. Curiosity piqued, they wondered, has this rascal had a change of heart? He has bestowed upon us such a potent cultivation method. Wang Xuanzhi felt a surge of delight. For in his mind, the system's voice continuously chimed. Each successful cultivation by an individual would grant him 10 merit points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully guiding 1,000 individuals, earning 10,000 merit points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully guiding 10,000 individuals, earning 100,000 merit points. Congratulations to the host for guiding 200,000 individuals successfully, earning 200,000 merit points. Wang Xuanzhi opened the system shop, gazing at the string of numbers in the upper right corner with immense satisfaction. He declared, Yao Yao, Momo, Xian Xian, Yuan Yuan, come forth. Today is a grand day for generosity. Do you not seek merit points? Take them all. Wang Xuanzhi was exceedingly magnanimous. These merit points were returned in full, thus he found himself free of any debts to the four systems. Lightened by this release from obligation, he regarded the onlookers with a mocking glint in his eyes. Hours later, Wang Xuanzhi rose to his feet, surveying those who had completely mastered the celestial emperor's faith. He announced loudly, Today, I bestow upon you this technique. Let bygones be bygones, and consider this my compensation to you from Wu Wangshengdi. What say you? The members of Wu Wangshengdi remained somewhat skeptical. Yet, unable to oppose Wang Xuanzhi's formidable aura, they reluctantly nodded. Perhaps influenced by the teachings, they began to show signs of favor towards Wang Xuanzhi. Observing the effect, he continued to fan the flames, intent on brainwashing them into becoming his loyal followers. As for the individuals from Hongjing Daotian, they would first be subdued before gradually being won over. Wang Xuanzhi's ability to consolidate loyalty was commendable, albeit somewhat underhanded. The gaunt elder from Wu Wangshengdi sat upon his flying vessel, nearly infuriated by the spectacle below. How could his band of reckless youths prove so inept? They had summoned hundreds of thousands to assist, yet they still fell into Wang Xuanzhi's trap. Fortunately, Wang Xuanzhi had not annihilated them all. Otherwise, Wu Wangshengdi would have suffered catastrophic losses. He watched with suspicion, unable to fathom Wang Xuanzhi's true intentions, sensing that they were far from benevolent. Could any good come from him brainwashing the elite disciples of Wu Wangshengdi to recognize him as their elder brother? In the future, Wu Wangshengdi would be but a hollow shell, with all disciples heeding Wang Xuanzhi's commands. What use was a saintly leader in such a scenario? Wang Xuanzhi waved his hand. And the radiant light of the 10 directions Qian Kuan array enveloped the 200,000 from Wu Wangshengdi, gradually drawing them in.as for the individuals from Hongjing Daotian. They would be subdued by force. Nothing was more convenient than wielding power to assert dominance. Wang Xuanzhi grinned at the remaining 20,000 from Hongjing Daotian. You claim I have not sought trouble with you. Yet you come to find me. How shall I deal with you now? Among them, many had just heard the celestial emperor's faith and were unwittingly memorizing it, astonished by the unfolding events. Noticing their silence, Wang Xuanzhi narrowed his eyes, and the atmosphere grew tense. His voice, cold as death, pierced through the air. Do you wish for me to once again win hearts through virtue? Chapter 119. A group beating or one-on-one. A beating is inevitable, winning hearts through virtue. Indeed, the sword named Virtue had claimed a life. Thus Wang Xuanzhi's logic dictated that it was a matter of winning hearts through virtue. Clearly, those present recognized this reasoning, their minds swirling with disdain. Yet, they dared not resist. The memory of his previous ferocity was still fresh, and with millions encircling them, a mere spittle from one could be their undoing. Forgive us, noble sir. We have been blinded by our own folly. It is we who have been foolish, they pleaded. Please, noble sir, do not hold our minor transgressions against us. Your heart is as vast as the raging rivers and should not be concerned with our petty grievances. Mo Hua and Jiang Lian exchanged disdainful glances at the individuals from Hongjing Daotian. Where has your bravado gone? Your arrogance has vanished, it seems. Such a swift change of face. Your words now as insipid as the wind. Both women turned their scrutinizing gazes upon Wang Xuanzhi, intrigued by this duplicitous character they had never encountered before, one who reveled in playing the fool while ensnaring the tiger. Wang Xuanzhi signaled for Mu Dongyu to join. Eager for him to hone his skills, combat often serves as the truest test of strength, and these would be left to him. As he was among the first to align with Wang Xuanzhi, he must not be neglected. In mere moments, Mu Dongyu and the 50 individuals initially deceived by Wang Xuanzhi arrived on the scene, their expressions reverent. Noble sir, do you have commands for us? Wang Xuanzhi waved his hand. Do you see those people before you? Teach them a lesson, help them understand their place in the world. One must not be so arrogant. To survive, one must recognize their background and their power. Otherwise, they will remain mere petty fools. Let them witness our strength and influence. With that, Wang Xuanzhi took Jiang Lian and Mo Hua by the hands, and the three returned comfortably beneath the great umbrella, reclining in their chairs. Wang Xuanzhi appeared eagerly anticipative for the unfolding drama. Picking up a large platter of spiritual fruits to indulge in, Jiang Lian and Mo Hua exchanged resigned glances at Wang Xuanzhi's demeanor, choosing instead to savor their own treats, well aware of the ways of the cultivation world. Thus, they relished this fleeting moment of leisure, as the winter dusk descended. Mu Dongyu's expression turned serious as he nodded, assuring the young master that he would handle the matter proficiently. With that, the 50 individuals along with the multitude above immediately understood, their weapons vanishing in an instant. Yet, their formidable presence began to emanate, signaling an impending lesson on humility. Leaving the choice to their adversaries, Mu Dongyu surveyed the encircled 200,000, addressing them with a challenge. Do you prefer a collective brawl or individual duels? We are at your disposal. Who could deny that under the young master's leadership, fairness and transparency had become paramount? There was no group more just in the entire realm of the 3,000 Dao Heavens. The young man from the Red Whale Dao Heaven trembled, his face betraying his anxiety. What do you mean by fairness and justice? A flicker of hope ignited within their hearts. If Mu Dongyu spoke thus, it must be genuine fairness. Compared to Wang Xuanzhi's moral persuasion, they favored the straightforwardness of fairness and justice. Observing the naivety of the others, the amusement in Mu Dongyu's gaze intensified, his eyes gleaming with mockery. In a duel, it is you who will confront our million-strong force in a brawl. It is we who shall overwhelm you. Choose wisely. Alternatively, they could opt for my elder brother's moral persuasion. All options were valid. Justice meant striking you as we deemed fit. Fairness implied that you would feel your defeat keenly. Transparency ensured that you would never dare to jest again. What do you think? Are we not fair? Just and open? Mu Dongyu smirked, his demeanor oozing with disdain. Among the million, they surged forward, and the scene foreshadowed a gruesome confrontation. Mo Hua and Jiang Lian exchanged glances, resigned to their fate. A glance at Wang Xuanzhi, who appeared utterly at ease, confirmed their suspicions that this chaos was orchestrated by him. Now, one cunning individual had instigated a turmoil involving countless others. The 3,000 Dao Heavens would surely be thrown into disarray due to Wang Xuanzhi's machinations. Wang Xuanzhi, infused with excitement, stood, shouting, "Take it easy, don't kill them. Remember, they are our brothers, so go easy on them. Yes, yes, kick him in the stomach, not the head. If he dies, what then? And stop hitting him. Focus on his face. If you keep hitting his head, he might end up dazed." Mo Hua and Jiang Lian instinctively moved their chairs back, distancing themselves from Wang Xuanzhi, who was far too malicious, his words devoid of kindness. At a distance of several tens of thousands of miles, Jing Shan, wielding the lives of another 100,000, was fixated on a particular corner of the chaotic forest. Coincidentally, it was Wang Xuanzhi's location, where the commotion had drawn significant attention. Oh, such noise indicates a considerable presence, he mused, licking his cracked lips, a smile dancing in his eyes. The blood on his dagger dripped onto the earth, marking his passage. With a swift motion, he vanished. This clever young man had secretly organized a large force to eliminate tens of thousands in one fell swoop. It seemed this young strategist was indeed a wild card in the 3,000 Dao Heavens' great conflict. The ruler of the Yin-Yang Dao Heaven regarded Wang Xuanzhi with admiration, his gaze never leaving him. The recent actions of Wang Xuanzhi had not escaped the notice of the various sovereigns. The ruler of the Wu Wang Dao Heaven wore a grim expression, having witnessed Wang Xuanzhi ensnaring their disciples within a formation. Those hundreds of thousands believed they had escaped Wang Xuanzhi's grasp, unaware that his formation concealed an entire multitude. The faces of these millions bore enigmatic smiles, having just received Wang Xuanzhi's directive to treat the disciples of Wu Wang Holy Land with utmost hospitality, punish and scold them as necessary, ensuring they received ample lessons. After they mastered the doctrines of faith, they would harbor no grievances against Wang Xuanzhi. This educational encounter would impart a crucial lesson. Humility is essential in unfamiliar territories. Avoid unnecessary conflicts and respect power and lineage. Wang Xuanzhi chuckled inwardly, thinking, after all, I am not the one doing the beating. These millions are simply hiding in my formation, having found these individuals distasteful enough to warrant a thrashing. How fortuitous! Chapter 120. The chaotic Great Marsh. Crossing the Great Marsh, Wang Xuanzhi, having devoured an entire platter of spiritual fruits, gazed into the distance, reflecting on the past hour of what he deemed an educational session. The crowd, satisfied, parted to allow him passage. He sauntered forth, accompanied by Mo Hua and Jiang Lian, the latter two displaying no opposition to the unfolding events, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Not a soul among the 20,000 stood upright. They were either sprawled on the ground or unconscious. Wang Xuanzhi had instructed that no lethal force be applied, and they were to focus their blows on the face. Every individual bore the marks of the encounter, their features swollen beyond recognition, a stark contrast to their previous arrogance. They resembled nothing more than caricatures of humanity, their faces grotesquely puffed up. Wang Xuanzhi nodded in satisfaction, casting appreciative glances at his companions, particularly Mu Dongyu, whose fervor had not gone unnoticed. With admirable zeal, he had unleashed a flurry of punches upon their adversaries, showing no signs of fatigue. Thank you all for your efforts. Please return to the formation and escort them back as well. We shall take our time with this Tao Heaven conflict. We have all the time in the world. With that, he activated the formation disc, drawing everyone within, including the 10,000 from the Yin-Yang Demon Palace. Wang Xuanzhi, Mo Hua, and Jiang Lian then ventured deeper into the unknown, hoping to encounter even greater adversaries. His gaze roamed the chaotic forest, seeking denser clusters of people. The forest, shrouded in an ever-present mist that obscured their spiritual senses, made it arduous for Wang Xuanzhi to scout effectively. He resolved to venture into the chaotic Great Marsh, where visibility was clearer and crowds more concentrated. Here, he could implement his grand plan and accrue countless merit points, his primary objective. He aspired to exchange these merit points for the finest treasures within the elite marketplace. This Tao Heaven conflict presented a remarkable opportunity, with each faction dispatching 1 million participants, resulting in an overwhelming total across the 3,000 Tao Heavens. If managed skillfully, it could yield billions of merit points, causing Wang Xuanzhi's eyes to widen with anticipation. Eagerly rubbing his hands together, he set off toward the distant chaotic Great Marsh, harboring grand ambitions to ensnare all factions within the 3,000 Tao Heavens as his subordinates. When Jing Shan arrived, he found Wang Xuanzhi and his companions had long since departed. Observing the remnants of battle scattered around, his curiosity was piqued. He followed the trail left by Wang Xuanzhi. Eager to engage in their rivalry, a formidable opponent, he was one of the 2 elite assassins tasked with eliminating Wang Xuanzhi. He would ensure that Wang Xuanzhi did not escape the turmoil of the 3,000 Tao Heaven conflict. Failure would breach the rules of their blood-red tavern and tarnish their reputation. As the trio approached the chaotic Great Marsh, it became evident that they stood on the edge of an endless ocean. Surrounded by countless islands and treacherous wetlands, Wang Xuanzhi positioned himself at the confluence of the chaotic forest and the Great Marsh, with the dark, tranquil waters looming ahead. The vast expanse of the chaotic Great Marsh exuded an eerie aura that discouraged any casual approach. Upon their arrival, they found several hundred individuals already present, casting wary glances in all directions, ever vigilant against potential ambushes. Wang Xuanzhi, observing this meager gathering, felt disinterested. A few hundred souls would yield only a trivial amount of merit points. Hardly worth his time. Even to access the most basic gray market, at least 30,000 points were required. He aimed for something grander, dismissing these minor encounters. Determined, he prepared to traverse the chaotic Great Marsh in search of more substantial adversaries. As he moved, the endless chaotic energy swirled around him, enhancing his imposing silhouette. He took hold of the 2 women and soared toward the horizon, intent on crossing the marsh, inadvertently drawing attention to yet another trio of fools. To think he would dare to traverse this chaotic expanse directly. Does he not comprehend the perilous nature of this vast sea? Not to mention the marine beasts lurking beneath, and the tumultuous gravitational forces. These are not challenges they could withstand. Around him, the faces of the crowd wore expressions of derision. Observing the actions of Wang Xuanzhi and his companions, they openly scoffed, deeming them foolishly destined for demise. In recent days, many had ventured into the depths of the chaotic sea, all seeking refuge. It is likely that these 3 had also caught wind of the rumors circulating about a legacy or treasure emerging within this perilous domain, emboldening them to proceed. Yet they were clearly but naive youngsters. The atmospheric pressure here was 100-fold stronger than in ordinary realms. Moreover, unless one utilized the specially crafted wooden boats from the island, attempting to fly across would subject them to an additional 10-fold of this atmospheric pressure, amounting to 1,000-fold. Anyone would inevitably plummet from the high skies of the chaotic sea, drowning in its depths. Although Wang Xuanzhi heard the jeers of the onlookers, he paid them no mind. The chaotic energy emanated from his being surged forth, even more tumultuous than before. Resolute, he summoned forth greater chaotic energy from within himself to bolster his defenses, for he refused to believe that the pressures of this domain could surpass his own formidable physique. Could it truly be more potent than that of the ancient emperor of humanity? As he stepped into the chaotic sea, the overwhelming atmospheric pressure bore down upon him with great intensity, momentarily stalling his ascent. Accompanied by 2 others, he was the one taking the initiative, thus the atmospheric pressure bore down on him with triple force. Yet, despite the momentary halt in his movement, the ancient emperor's physique within him seemed to respond to the challenge. An inexhaustible pressure radiated from his form, and in that moment, his white robe transformed mysteriously. None could fathom the cause of this transformation. The ancient crown materialized atop his head, a regal emblem from a bygone era. Clad in a majestic purple and gold dragon robe, adorned with images of 9 ferocious 5-clawed dragons, he exuded an unrivaled imperial presence. Behind him, it appeared as if a myriad of troops filled the heavens. A vast army of thousands standing in his wake. The sound of war drums reverberated, and soldiers filled the skies. The onlookers below were utterly captivated by Wang Xuanzhi's display. To merely cross the chaotic sea with such grandeur seemed excessive. Who was this young man, and how could he possess such power? Those who had previously mocked him now gaped in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. They wondered at this prodigy, who dared to traverse the chaotic sea accompanied by 2 others. Among the myriad of celestial paths, only a few, like Xinyuan Path and Nangong Path, harbored such remarkable talents. Surely, he emerged from one of the foremost celestial paths. Otherwise, how could his aura be so overwhelmingly potent? As Wang Xuanzhi's imperial pressure intensified, so too did the reverberations of war drums, creating a cacophony of might. Under the dual force of these pressures, the atmospheric force of the chaotic sea began to relent, slowly yielding to Wang Xuanzhi's presence. Gradually, he and his companions traversed the chaotic sea unscathed, seemingly impervious to its dangers. Below, within the still, dark depths of the sea, a mysterious beast opened its enormous eyes, poised to consume any who dared to sink into its depths. Soon, the 3 of them vanished from the view of the crowd. Zhang Lian felt a lingering dread from the terrifying force they had just witnessed. While the pressure had been directed solely at Wang Xuanzhi, she had undeniably felt the immense weight of this celestial might. The atmospheric pressure above the chaotic sea was formidable. A single misstep could plunge one into the depths, where the crushing force could reduce them to mere fragments. Surely I am not dreaming, brother. Pinch me. Could it be that the chaotic sea has lost its potency? A nearby man, still in shock, spoke as he observed the trio passing through the chaotic sea with such ease. A smile spread across his face, and he said, "Let me test this theory." He dashed towards another man, hands glowing with energy. Launching an attack, a scream pierced the air as the man plummeted into the chaotic sea. In mere moments, the overwhelming atmospheric pressure forced him into the depths, transforming him into a pool of blood before anyone could react, even though he was a cultivator of the refining soul realm. Stunned, the man looked at the spot where his companion had vanished, muttering, "It seems this is no dream, brother. This is the true horror of ancient secret realms. One can never anticipate the dangers that lie within. Only a freak like Wang Xuanzhi could navigate through unscathed." Above, the 3,000 sovereigns seated upon their thrones observed the spectacle of Wang Xuanzhi's manifestation. In that moment, the eyes of many sovereigns sparkled with intrigue. The sovereign of Xinyuan Path turned to his companion from the human path and inquired, "Could he be one of your prodigies? This overwhelming human might suggest your claim to the legacies of the 3,000 Dao palaces is assured." The sovereign being questioned shook his head slowly, replying, "I would have thought he belonged to your path. This young man has never appeared within our ranks. Though his aura is formidable, we do not recognize him. How strange! Could he be from Mountain Sea Path?" The 2 sovereigns turned their gaze towards the ancient figure who exuded an aura of timelessness. His voice was deep and sonorous as he spoke. "He is not a child of my path. The weight of his presence is profound. He has undoubtedly endured great suffering. I would wish to take him under my wing." The sorrowful essence he sensed emanated from Wang Xuanzhi's being. For the Emperor of Humanity arose from the chaotic darkness, guiding humanity to ascend. In this moment, Wang Xuanzhi, accompanied by Zhang Lian and Imo Hua, soared above the chaotic sea, heading towards areas teeming with life. As for the legacies they had mentioned, he was determined to investigate. Seizing legacies, acquiring treasures, and claiming beauties were his customary pursuits. In the northwest corner of the chaotic sea, a radiant aura shimmered, the center of this expanse. Hundreds of various small boats lay anchored, all constructed from the solid wood of the chaotic forest. It was clear that this was their means of crossing the sea without succumbing to its depths. Upon reaching the vast island, Wang Xuanzhi's consciousness enveloped the area but could not fully encompass it at once, leaving him somewhat astonished. "This island appears quite expansive," he murmured, before extending his awareness once more. Seconds passed, and finally, he nodded in approval, realizing the island stretched an impressive 100,000 miles. "Not bad. Even my consciousness requires moments to cover it." Zhang Lian and Imo Hua exchanged glances, contemplating the audacity of Wang Xuanzhi. How could he be so brazen? Is this truly my future husband? Zhang Lian pondered. Meanwhile, Mo Hua mused whether his reincarnation had muddled his mind, for he had transformed into someone unrecognizable. She recalled a time when he was imperious and disdainful of the world. Now, he appeared so different. Yet, the current Wang Xuanzhi exhibited greater humanity. Previously indifferent to matters of the heart, he had solely pursued the path of enlightenment, leaving her and her sisters to perish in their quest. With only him surviving now, at least he seemed aware of the importance of sharing the spoils. Her eyes narrowed, contemplating whether to instigate a thrilling battle upon this grand island. The earth serves as a bed, and the heavens as a cover. Under Mo Hua's unwavering gaze, Wang Xuanzhi sensed a chill run down his spine. Turning to face her, he caught the glint of predation in her eyes, prompting a sheepish smile as he vanished with both women, making their way to the island in the center of the island. A colossal palace loomed, spanning hundreds of miles and standing as a beacon. Many flocked towards this grand edifice, yet upon Wang Xuanzhi's arrival, he found the surroundings devoid of any presence, as if all had converged upon the central palace. Observing the unoccupied wooden boats, a smile crept across his lips as he chuckled softly. He discreetly poked Mo Hua and Zhang Lian, whispering that these wooden boats were likely their means of departing from the island. We shall seize all of them, for those individuals will need to exert considerable effort to leave the island. Without these small boats, they cannot even set foot off the island. Mo Hua and Zhang Lian's mouth slightly agape were incredulous, unable to believe that Wang Xuanzhi could conceive such a dubious idea. Simultaneously, they inquired how he could be so certain that they could overpower their adversaries. Wang Xuanzhi gently tapped Zhang Lian's head, causing her to clutch her head in pain, her eyes brimming with tears as she glared fiercely at him. Wang Xuanzhi chuckled awkwardly, admitting that it was an unconscious action. After all, I possess the 10 Directions universe formation. With so many people, can we truly be intimidated by a mere handful? With that, Wang Xuanzhi turned his head to survey the scene, glancing at the 100 or so small boats lined along the edge of the massive island, each capable of accommodating thousands. Yet, the combined number of these elite individuals amounted to merely tens of thousands. With his own forces numbering in the millions, he felt quite confident in subduing them. With a calm demeanor, he declared, "What is there to fear? We have millions on our side. Crushing their mere 100,000 should be a trivial matter." Mo Hua looked toward the central hall and asked, "What about the treasures within? Are we to abandon them?" Wang Xuanzhi internally scoffed. He had no interest in such legacies. His own cultivation techniques and physical prowess were bestowed by the system, which represented the finest inheritance. If he possessed enough merit points, he could procure the most supreme and invincible treasures. He had no desire for those shabby legacies. They were of no worth to him. Nevertheless, adhering to the principle of a gentleman valuing wealth acquired through rightful means, Wang Xuanzhi responded, "Without these boats, they cannot contend with us. Surely, they must relinquish something in return. We can negotiate with them. Let them surrender a portion of their spoils, and we will grant them the boats to ensure their safe return." Negotiate. Mo Hua remained somewhat apprehensive and continued, "What if they refuse to cooperate?" "Refuse to cooperate?" A glint of sharpness flickered in Wang Xuanzhi's eyes. "If they do not comply, we shall eliminate them all or convert them into our followers. It's the simplest and most direct approach. Rather than searching within the inheritance, they can simply sit here and await their fate." Mo Hua gazed at Wang Xuanzhi, whose demeanor was filled with cunning, and could not help but exclaim, "You truly are devious." Wang Xuanzhi scratched his head and smiled innocently, choosing not to respond. Afterward, he produced a large sunshade and 3 reclining chairs, skillfully setting up a small table laden with spiritual fruits. The 3 reclined on the beach, basking in the sunshine while admiring the endless view of the dark sea, awaiting the arrival of merit points. While others fought tooth and nail, Wang Xuanzhi leisurely enjoyed his vacation. Within the realm of the 3,000 Dao, he was indeed a striking figure. The dominators of Shenyuan Dao and Shanghai Dao exchanged glances, astonished at the leisurely scene. While their disciples fought desperately, here was Wang Xuanzhi, with such formidable power, choosing to relax instead of vie for resources. Such a mindset does not bode well for longevity on the path of the great Dao. Yao Yao observed the 3 and decided to mimic them, reclining in the void above. From Wang Xuanzhi's Chinkuan bag, she retrieved a handful of spiritual fruits and began eating contentedly. Her eyes narrowed, exuding an alluring charm, captivatingly beautiful. Wang Xuanzhi glanced up at Yao Yao and, upon seeing her, found himself entranced. She wore a dress that cascaded gracefully in the void, the angle revealing her delicate figure. Regrettably, the tightness of the garment concealed the most mysterious parts, leaving Wang Xuanzhi to silently lament. Wang Xuanzhi's companions seemed to sense something, lifting their heads in unison, prompting Imo Hua to take note of the situation. She thought to herself, what a pity. Everyone is aware of the circumstances here. Moreover, with the 3,000 Dao dominators overseeing the contest, nothing could truly occur. Wang Xuanzhi hastily reined in his thoughts, reciting the cleansing heart incantation to calm his mind. If he continued down this path, trouble would surely ensue. He had yet to bind 4 systems, and all actions taken were improper. Moreover, he owed it to the systems to remain patient for a while longer. In his heart, he sorrowfully mused, when will Imo, Xian, and Yuan take form? Yao is so at ease by my side. Do they not wish for the same? Wang Xuanzhi resumed his alluring plan to entice the 3 systems to take form. But to his chagrin, they remained unyielding. The origin human god system spoke first, host. As long as you bind with me, transformation is trivial. Other forms are also possible. The chaos divine demon system's voice was cold and mature, akin to a ripe peach, always evoking the imagination. Host, it would be wiser to focus on enhancing your power first. This seems more reliable. Wang Xuanzhi sighed softly, wondering why none would take the bait. Just then, the Hongmeng immortal god system exhibited a flicker of movement. Complete the task I assign, and transformation will be trivial, she stated, her voice cool and distant, as if keeping others at bay. Upon hearing this, Wang Xuanzhi's expression shifted to one of excitement. Another system was on the verge of transformation, a monumental boon for him. He pondered that during this journey through the Tao, he would specifically seek out the immortal race, especially their women, to ascertain if they were indeed arranged by the immortal sovereign. If so, the task would be complete, and Xian could transform. With boundless anticipation, Wang Xuanzhi felt invigorated. Chapter 123. A friend arrives from afar. Wang Xuanzhi reclined contentedly. Closing his eyes to assess his current strength, he murmured, the demonic path is undoubtedly my most potent means. He possessed the stellar god demon and the purest ancient demon within him. Divine light and demonic energy could alter time. While 100,000 demonic generals augmented his combat prowess, on the immortal path, he wielded the essence of sword intent, transcending other forces with its uncanny nature in the realm of the 3,000 immortals. His sword could cleave the heavens and sever the stars, awakening the memories of past prodigies. This constituted his most formidable means of the immortal path. As for the human path, the unnamed technique circulated within him, providing an endless supply of chaotic and primordial energy, forming an unparalleled foundation for his cultivation. This enabled him to transcend realms and defeat foes. On the demonic path, he possessed the dragon phoenix body and the ancestor dragon bone sword, formidable assets granting him immense physical strength. What he lacked now was a true scripture capable of vanquishing foes. He inquired of the system, are there any exceptionally powerful techniques available? Yao floated down beside Wang Xuanzhi, cheerfully responding, of course, as long as the host possesses sufficient merit points, not only imperial techniques, but even more powerful scriptures are at your disposal. There is nothing the system cannot provide. Upon hearing this, Wang Xuanzhi reflected, realizing he needed to expedite his acquisition of merit points. Otherwise, should the points fall short, he would be in quite a predicament. Just then, a tremendous noise erupted from the central palace. The magnificent golden hall, spanning hundreds of miles, suddenly collapsed. The radiant golden light faded as tens of thousands of prodigies surged forth, all wearing broad smiles. Clearly, they had gained much from their endeavors. Wang Xuanzhi's divine sense swept over them. And seeing their joyful expressions, a smile naturally spread across his own face. As the saying goes, it is better to rejoice together than to relish alone. He believed these individuals would surely understand the virtue of sharing their resources with him. Quickly rising, anticipation gleamed in his eyes as he awaited the arrival of these significant gains. This journey through the chaotic marsh was indeed worthwhile. Who would have thought that within that golden hall lay ancient legacies? Remnants of a being close to an emperor? The remnants of that stock market god had now inexplicably benefited them. With such legacies in the chaotic marsh, it was certain that other locations held similar treasures. Rest assured. Although these individuals were wary of one another, exchanging cautious glances to protect their acquired goods from theft, Wang Xuanzhi couldn't help but ponder. System, can I sell their possessions to exchange for merit points? Yao contemplated briefly, her little head tilting adorably. Finally, he slowly nodded, his eyes filled with determination, uncertainly stating, it should be possible. Based on the worth of these treasures, one should be able to acquire a fair amount of merit points. For instance, with magical artifacts, one can categorize them as mortal, earthly, heavenly, saintly, and imperial levels. Among the myriad realms, earthly artifacts are the most common. These artifacts are no longer akin to the spiritual tools found on the mainland. They embody the very essence of laws, wielding power as if a sage were present. Thus, they are far more formidable than the spiritual tools of the mainland and are revered by the denizens of the 3,000 realms. Yao Yao continued, an earthly treasure can be exchanged for 1,000 merit points, while a heavenly treasure can yield 10,000. As for saintly treasures, they are worth 100,000, and if you manage to acquire an imperial treasure, it will grant you a staggering 500,000 merit points. Wang Xuanzhi observed a throng of individuals advancing towards him, his eyes radiating with boundless brilliance, as though he were witnessing a tide of merit points surging towards him. Mo Hua and Jiang Lian had grown accustomed to Wang Xuanzhi's demeanor. They stood silently behind him, watching as he executed a series of audacious maneuvers. After all, their safety was assured, and there was no cause for concern. They could simply treat this outing as a leisurely respite. From above, Mo Tongtian watched Wang Xuanzhi's actions with immense pride and satisfaction. He laughed heartily, ha ha ha, I am regarded by the demon race as such. This is how it should be. When able to band together, one must indeed band together. Xuanzhi has done splendidly, capturing them all in one fell swoop, compelling them to submit to our demon race. Letting them witness our might. Mo Tongtian seemed to envision a future where his demon race would dominate the world, filled with aspirations of grandeur. The elders of the Yin-Yang Demon Palace regarded Wang Xuanzhi's actions with considerable admiration. A multitude of tens of thousands approached the edge of the vast island, their vigilance palpable. When they noticed that all the small boats had vanished, confusion ensued, leaving them momentarily stunned. Where have our boats gone? Could they have been swept away by the waves? Are you foolish? The waters are calm. There are no waves. You should know better than to speak such nonsense, as the crowd scrutinized Wang Xuanzhi with unfriendly glares. They inquired, Kid, where have our boats gone? Did you take them? The imposing presence of tens of thousands loomed over them, with various factions exuding distinct auras. The demon race was particularly domineering, their bodies ablaze with demonic flames, while the celestial beings shimmered with ethereal light. The beastly entities among them had transformed into human forms, their eyes glinting with bloodlust as they fixated on Wang Xuanzhi. If he continued this path, it would be tantamount to courting death. Challenging tens of thousands alone was nothing short of insanity. The atmosphere turned tense, breaths audible in the silence. The fierce gazes of the crowd threatened to unleash a storm of wrath upon Wang Xuanzhi at the slightest provocation. Yet, Wang Xuanzhi remained blissfully unaware of the gravity of the situation. With a cheerful nod, a warm smile gracing his face, he spread his arms wide as if to embrace them, proclaiming, as the saying goes, "Isn't it a joy to have friends come from afar? This friend has traveled from distant lands. Don't you have something to offer in hospitality?" The crowd regarded him with expressions of incredulity. The leaders among them spoke up, "Are you all right? Have you lost your mind? Hospitality? Have you been swept away by the waters of this boundless marsh? Little brat, stop your tricks and return our boats, or you will be left here today. And those two lovely ladies behind you will meet their demise because of you." The speakers were young demons, their eyes aflame with demonic energy, seemingly uninterested in feminine allure, fixated solely on the path of their race. Due to Wang Xuanzhi, the rulers of the 3,000 realms had shifted their focus entirely in his direction. The speaker belonged to the heavenly demon realm, whose leader regarded Wang Xuanzhi with satisfaction, noting, "This is the essence of my demon race's sons. Untempted by feminine charms, they will endure in the long run." He cast a derisive glance at Wang Xuanzhi, who, despite his royal demeanor, appeared unrefined and incapable of great deeds. Thus, he openly mocked, "Only your kind would produce such a creature. Instead of contending in the grand battle, you choose to vacation here. This is the weakness among your kind." The rulers of the Xianyuan and Shanhai Dao realms narrowed their eyes, a dangerous glint radiating from them. Around them, the air vibrated with the weight of their authority, manifesting as wheels of power behind them, causing the very earth to tremble in their presence. Enough with the chatter. The ruler of the Yin-Yang Dao intervened, seeking to mediate if a conflict erupts. This realm will be obliterated. Wang Xuanzhi paid no heed to the mockery from the demons, for he bore the chaotic divine demonic body. What did he have to fear, whether faced with one demon or millions? His immense power would compel them to follow him as subordinates, rendering the need for faith in the demon emperor obsolete. On the other side of the tens of thousands gathered, the celestial faction was also substantial. A striking figure at the forefront, graceful and poised, addressed him. "Young man, please do not misinterpret the situation. Hand over the boats, and we may negotiate. Otherwise, you will face consequences beyond your capacity to bear." The celestial elder's caution stemmed from the fear that Wang Xuanzhi might destroy the boats, complicating their efforts to escape the chaotic marshlands. Wang Xuanzhi discerned their intentions and chuckled. "Worry not. Are you concerned I will damage the boats? They are safely within my cosmos bag." With a playful flourish, he produced a massive ship from his cosmos bag, lifting it effortlessly above his head, creating a stark contrast to his own figure. After showcasing it, he swiftly returned it to his bag. The celestial beings, upon seeing the boat intact, exhaled in relief, their demeanor towards Wang Xuanzhi softening. However, the authenticity of their kindness remained uncertain. The atmosphere was thick with understanding among all present. Many celestial and demon women gazed at Wang Xuanzhi's striking appearance, lamenting, "What a fine young man! Why engage in such antics? It is a pity for one of such beauty and unparalleled grace to squander his potential indeed." Wang Xuanzhi's beauty was exceptional, exuding an allure beyond measure. The essence of the demon race added a hint of charm, while the aura of the human emperor lent him an air of authority, and the celestial aspect bestowed upon him an ethereal quality, transcending the mundane realm. The demonic influence rendered him even more commanding, embodying the essence of the 3,000 rulers. In the realm of mortals, none could embody these attributes more fittingly than he. Wang Xuanzhi remained unfazed by their perceptions, casting his gaze over the celestial women, searching for any that might align with his quest. Yet, before he could scrutinize further, the demon faction could no longer contain their impatience. Innately savage, they reverted to their primal instincts, a multitude of giant beasts converging upon Wang Xuanzhi with ferocious intent, their claws glinting ominously. With a gentle sigh, Wang Xuanzhi remarked, "We are all civilized individuals. Must we not uphold civility and win hearts through virtue? What is the meaning of this?" He vanished from sight alongside Mo Hua and Jiang Lian. Upon reappearing, he stood atop the throng of beasts, a hint of dragon and phoenix power radiating from his clenched fist. He had subdued his own presence thus far, but now he subtly unleashed a fraction of his might. Under this influence, the horde of beasts inexplicably plummeted from the sky, trembling in fear, their bodies bowing low, ultimately kneeling before him. Observing this spectacle, Wang Xuanzhi let out a slow sigh. Why must it come to this? I have always favored peace. Moreover, why the excessive reverence? Kid, what are you up to? What trickery is this? The demon youth discerned the unusual aura Wang Xuanzhi had just released, leading to their sudden submission. Wang Xuanzhi feigned innocence, shrugging his shoulders. "I did nothing. Just ask them." He turned to face the others, the weight of his dragon and phoenix aura pressing down upon them as he threatened. "Isn't that right? Did you not kneel of your own accord?" Several ferocious beasts trembled under the weight of this bloodline suppression, their bodies quaking uncontrollably. They stammered in unison, "Yes, yes." Wang Xuanzhi approached with satisfaction, gently patting their bodies. The group dared not breathe too loudly. As Wang Xuanzhi drew nearer, the pressure intensified, nearly causing them to lose control. With a benevolent smile, Wang Xuanzhi quoted the adage, as Confucius said, "In a group of 3, there must be a teacher for me. I alone can equal the combat prowess of a master. Thus, I advise you all to befriend me, for I have always believed in winning people over with virtue." The faces of the celestial beings darkened. Being obstructed by a mere child was a humiliation they could hardly bear. Could they truly be intimidated by one individual? Exchanging glances, they collectively charged at Wang Xuanzhi. Chapter 125. A sword that repels millions. Wang Xuanzhi sighed softly. "Why do you refuse to heed my words? I genuinely seek your welfare. I am a person who believes in virtue." As the multitude advanced towards him, a sword of celestial origin materialized in his hand. The aura of the sword permeated the entire battlefield, its overwhelming might casting a somber and lethal atmosphere. Behind Wang Xuanzhi, a colossal azure sword emerged in the sky, summoned by the celestial sword intent that resonated with the 3,000 celestial pathways above. Ascending into the heavens, Wang Xuanzhi maintained his composure and bellowed, "With one sword, I shall open the celestial gates. With another, I shall sever the stars." The immense azure sword expanded to monumental proportions. In that realm, an ancient and mysterious portal appeared, from which a matching azure sword slowly emerged, poised to strike down upon the multitude below. Simultaneously, the azure sword behind Wang Xuanzhi aimed skyward. The throng of tens of thousands, rushing towards Wang Xuanzhi, froze in terror upon witnessing the sword. Their expressions turned pale, and they immediately abandoned their assault. Scattering in every direction, the sheer force of the strike promised death, or at the very least, severe injuries. The aura of the sword was insurmountable. To confront it would be to invite certain doom. Yet, once the sword was drawn, there was no turning back. The azure sword descended, shattering countless dimensions and creating a series of black holes in its wake. The entire island was cleaved in twain by Wang Xuanzhi's formidable weapon, leaving a vast rift in space. Under the weight of that strike, many were left aghast, exclaiming, "Celestial escape for 90,000 miles. Reignite the infernal blood." They acted without hesitation, employing their most potent techniques for survival. Knowing that failure would mean certain death, with no time to spare, they fled beyond the sword's reach. The azure sword, in its desolation, merely inflicted injuries upon tens of thousands, yet none were killed. Many were left wounded or broken. Wang Xuanzhi's eyes sparkled with mirth. This was his intention all along. If he had vanquished them all, what merit points would he gain? It was far more beneficial to convert them into devout followers, thereby earning his coveted merit points. The loss of even one would sadden him, for they represented precious points. Moreover, should their spatial bags and treasures be obliterated in the strike, yet another source of merit would vanish. This was the primary reason for his restraint. The spectators gazed at the gigantic rift in the sky, feeling as though they had narrowly escaped a calamity. They clutched their chests in trepidation, their eyes wide with shock as they beheld the immense fissure above. Wang Xuanzhi, appearing unfazed, approached them with a warm smile. Now only 100 meters away, he spoke slowly. "I told you, I seek to win you over with virtue. Yet you refused to believe. One individual, lost in a daze, murmured, 'What do you mean by virtue? You intend to slay us with that sword?' Wang Xuanzhi feigned surprise and inquired, 'Oh, are you not aware? This sword I wield is named virtue.' He proudly brandished the celestial sword, his expression betraying no modesty. The crowd seethed with resentment, cursing him internally. "You scoundrel! You wretched fiend!" Yet, they felt utterly powerless against his overwhelming might. The recent strike had left them feeling vulnerable. If he were to unleash another blow, they would surely perish. Having employed their escape techniques, they were already weakened, their combat strength diminished significantly. Should Wang Xuanzhi strike again, they might truly be doomed. In the celestial realm above, the 3,000 sovereigns gazed in awe at the power of that sword, which was terrifyingly immense, approaching the levels of the 3 calamities and 9 disasters. This was equivalent to the zenith of this realm's power. If Wang Xuanzhi truly possessed such strength, all others would be in grave danger. Although there were prodigies among them at the 3 calamities and 9 disasters level, they paled in comparison to Wang Xuanzhi's formidable sword. The masters of the Mountain Sea and Xianyuan schools exchanged triumphant glances, openly mocking the lord of the demon sky. "What was that you said? A vacation and fishing trip? Clearly, this boy has no regard for your demon sky at all." Indeed, he had just claimed his disciples were formidable. Yet now they trembled in fear before a single strike. They had even resorted to their source escape techniques. How could the competition proceed after such a display? It would be better for them to withdraw now. The lord of the demon sky's expression darkened as he observed his disciples, who had been so confident moments ago, now rapidly humbled. He scoffed, dismissing the matter. Meanwhile, other celestial sovereigns watched with rapt attention as Wang Xuanzhi's celestial sword intent radiated through the air, their excitement palpable. "This is my supreme celestial path," one gasped, recognizing the mastery over celestial principles that had reached an astonishing 50%. Tio wields 70% of celestial mastery, equated to the power of a deity. The realization that Wang Xuanzhi could unleash such might left them breathless. 50% was a significant threshold. Few could surpass it. Aside from the anomaly that was Wang Xuanzhi, most disciples could only achieve around 40% of celestial power. The celestial sovereigns shifted their focus from their own disciples to Wang Xuanzhi, whose display attracted increasing attention. Among the human factions, dozens of sovereigns were captivated, drawn by Wang Xuanzhi's potent royal lineage. Following this spectacle, the demon sovereigns also turned their gaze toward him, with many celestial beings from the celestial ancestors' path watching closely. Wang Xuanzhi, smiling, approached the crowd step by step, the intent of his celestial sword still swirling around him. Addressing them, he stated, "Since you are here, it is best to find peace in this place. Do you understand what I mean?" The crowd viewed him with trepidation, uncertain of his words. A few brave souls, driven by instinct, queried, "What do you mean?" Wang Xuanzhi, filled with confidence at their fear, replied, "Since you have come here, may you rest eternally in this place." The expressions of Emo Hua and Jiang Lian darkened. Was this the true meaning behind his words? Chapter 126. In the left hand, reason. In the right hand, virtue. At this moment, the crowd nearly lost control of their bodily functions in fear. Was he truly condemning them to death? They were powerless to resist and began to tremble, pleading, "O Great One, how can we avoid death? We are still young and wish to live." The first to speak was a member of the demon clan. And now, another demon was suggesting an escape. That it must be noted that these demons were adept at adapting to circumstances. The Celestial and Beast clans felt utterly humiliated. A single strike had defeated their countless prodigies. How could they accept such a fate? Wang Xuanzhi raised an eyebrow, noticing their willingness to comply, and confidently proclaimed, as it was once said, "Do not impose upon others what you do not desire yourself." A curious man inquired, "What does that mean? We are not well educated and do not understand." Wang Xuanzhi placed his hands on his hips, declaring, "It means that what I do not wish for, you cannot take from me." His gaze shifted toward the distant palace, the meaning of which was unmistakable. "Those treasures are yet to be claimed by me, and you taking them is simply unacceptable." The crowd's expression soured as they realized Wang Xuanzhi intended to confiscate all the treasures they had just gathered. One man, resolute in his decision, painfully retrieved 10 magical artifacts from his spatial bag and placed them on the ground, offering them to Wang Xuanzhi in a desperate bid to appease him. He forced a smile that resembled a grimace, saying, "Brother, is this sufficient? I found 10 magical artifacts inside. I now present them all to you." Wang Xuanzhi gazed upon the magical artifacts, his heart stirred with emotion. A surge of joy filled him. It seemed these individuals were laden with wealth. Maintaining an outward calm, he swiftly and deftly collected the 10 artifacts, stowing them away in his bag of holding. He addressed the crowd, stating, "Among the vast waters, I shall take but a single ladle." Upon hearing this, the crowd swiftly grasped Wang Xuanzhi's intent. Each individual was to offer him some benefit in exchange for their freedom. The implication of taking but a single ladle was clear. The disciple of the demon clan felt a flicker of relief, grateful that Wang Xuanzhi sought only a small portion, especially since he himself had concealed many treasures, including a celestial-grade artifact yet to be revealed. Thankfully, he had only relinquished these 10 earthly-grade artifacts, mere trifles. With reluctance, the crowd began to extract 10 earthly-grade artifacts from their own bags. Placing them on the ground, Wang Xuanzhi's heart brimmed with delight at the sight of so many artifacts. Jiang Lian and Emo Hua's eyes sparkled with excitement. Had it been night, their brilliance could have illuminated the darkness. They had not anticipated such wealth among this group or the treasures hidden within the grand hall. Wang Xuanzhi slowly shook his head, clarifying, "No, no, no, you misunderstand my meaning. The vast waters I refer to signify that I could easily sever your heads from your shoulders. This is the essence of my message. What transpired before was merely a friendly interaction. Now, however, it is a matter of robbery." At these words, the crowd's expressions darkened in unison. Although they lacked the capacity for combat at present, they were unwilling to concede their hard-earned resources. How could they willingly relinquish what they had painstakingly acquired? To obstruct one's means of livelihood is akin to slaying one's kin. Many began to send discreet thoughts to their comrades in the Daotian, urging them to hasten to the Chaos Marsh for support. The more they observed Wang Xuanzhi, the more they loathed him. He must be eliminated, lest their reputation be tarnished. Wang Xuanzhi noticed their furtive maneuvers but chose silence. Reveling in his fortune, he had originally intended to seek out individuals one by one, but these fools were summoning reinforcements to him. Joy surged within him. "The more, the merrier. Do not test my patience. Otherwise, we shall not be so civil." Many of the demon disciples could no longer endure the humiliation. They stood, exuding the spirit of warriors prepared for a one-way journey, ready to confront Wang Xuanzhi in battle. A slight smile crept across his lips as the sword of the ancestral dragon materialized from his ribcage, one blade in each hand, emanating an overwhelming aura of draconic might. The sheer force compelled the stubborn demon clansmen to kneel, trembling and prostrate, not daring to utter a word or even breathe audibly. The other 2 clans regarded Wang Xuanzhi with trepidation, fixated on the ancestral dragon's sword in his grasp. The previous celestial sword had already demonstrated immense power. What would they do if he wielded another? They would surely meet their demise. Wang Xuanzhi spoke with gravity, "To govern by virtue or by reason, one must choose, and my left sword represents reason, while the right embodies virtue. Choose one, or surrender all your treasures." The crowd's faces flushed with indignation. They had never felt such humiliation in their lives, besieged by a single individual. Fearful of inciting further wrath from Wang Xuanzhi, they begrudgingly began to extract their treasures, item by item, from their bags. Yet some harbored secret intentions, attempting to escape unnoticed. However, Emo Hua and Jiang Lian stood vigil, neither of whom were to be trifled with. Emo Hua's magic pierced through the fleeing disciple, sending him plummeting into the chaos marsh, crushed by the depths of the sea. Her demeanor remained impassive. To her, only Wang Xuanzhi mattered, while the others were mere weeds. Jiang Lian's divine light remained unwavering, immobilizing the fleeing figures in the void. Wang Xuanzhi, with a devilish grin, brandished his celestial sword, beheading those who dared defy him, effectively serving as a warning to the others. Witnessing such brutality, the remaining individuals recoiled in fear, hastily offering more treasures from their bags, which soon amassed into a towering pile. Wang Xuanzhi's delight deepened as he unceremoniously transferred this mountain of riches into his own bag, converting them into merit points through the system. Meanwhile, in a distant corner of the chaos desert, a multitude of celestial beings, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, advanced towards the chaos marsh, led by a veiled woman whose aura resonated with the formidable power of the 3 calamities and 9 tribulations. Her understanding of celestial principles mirrored Wang Xuanzhi's, having grasped 50% of their essence. She murmured to herself, "The fate of these fools is of no concern to me. Were it not for my ties to the Dao Tian sovereign, I would care even less." Her gaze held a longing as she pondered a decade past when a young boy had found her and guided her into the sacred realm, enabling her to grow in strength and awaken memories of her past life. This was none other than Nangong Qi. Be bold while you can, for when our reinforcements arrive, your arrogance will meet its end. The celestial disciples whispered among themselves, casting glances of disdain at Wang Xuanzhi. Is the saintess on her way? Yes, she is. Once she arrives, this scoundrel's days are numbered. Our Lingxian Dao Tian and its army of 1,000,000 will crush him without mercy. They exchanged hushed words, their eyes filled with apprehension as they regarded Wang Xuanzhi. Today, they had suffered a profound humiliation at the hands of a single man who had effectively taken them hostage. Wang Xuanzhi, aware of their scheming, anticipated the arrival of reinforcements with glee, envisioning the merit points he would accrue. The system's voice resonated in his mind. Congratulations, host, for reclaiming 10 earthly-grade artifacts, earning 10,000 merit points. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 30 earthly-grade artifacts, earning 30,000 merit points. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 3 celestial-grade artifacts, earning 30,000 merit points. As the announcements cascaded in his mind, Wang Xuanzhi's joy knew no bounds. The numbers in the upper right corner of the vast light screen soared at an astonishing rate. The earthly and celestial artifacts he collected vanished before his eyes, with merit points accumulating at an alarming pace, reaching 100,000, 200,000, 300,000, and finally settling at 7 million. Observing his newfound wealth, Wang Xuanzhi's gaze shifted to the 6 shimmering golden squares above, the very targets he sought. Although the disparity between 7 million merit points and the 50 billion required seemed vast, a wave of merit points was drawing near. He felt a step closer to his goals. Surely, with this accumulation, he could exchange for 72 ordinary squares. What treasures might emerge from those? Wang Xuanzhi could hardly contain his excitement. The collection of artifacts took half an hour, during which the crowd seethed in frustration, having been thoroughly robbed by the bandit Wang Xuanzhi, yet they dared not utter a word of dissent. Their pockets were emptier than their expressions. Wang Xuanzhi's smile grew ever wider. Jiang Lian and Emo Hua wore smiles at the corners of their mouths, for they had just acquired numerous heavenly-grade magical artifacts. As for the earthly-grade artifacts, who would desire such trifles? With heavenly-grade artifacts in hand, the earthly ones were hardly worthy of a glance, much like how, in the mundane world, those who have affluent partners rarely pay attention to the destitute suitors. Some disciples of the celestial clan seemed to sense something, their expressions igniting with excitement as their bodies trembled. They gazed into the distance towards the chaotic marsh, in the southern part of the marsh. Thousands of small wooden boats were making their way towards the great island. They appeared to see the glimmer of hope, the dawn of victory, and the retribution that the goddess of fate was prepared to deliver upon Wang Xuanzhi. Was this not the reinforcements summoned by their celestial clan? Hope shimmered in their eyes. The fleet of small boats advanced with incredible speed, swiftly approaching the central island. Wang Xuanzhi watched them with quiet anticipation, thinking, they are coming, they are coming. The merit points are heading my way. A vast number of celestial beings, 1,000,000 strong, radiated an overwhelming aura, their celestial light enveloping them. Leading them was a veiled woman, who, upon stepping onto the island, was followed by the million celestial soldiers, all hesitant to take a step without her. Above in the celestial realm, one of the masters of the Lingxian Dao looked upon the leading woman with satisfaction, pride swelling within him. This was the pride of the Lingxian Dao Dian. Merely a few months since arriving at the Lingxian Dao, her comprehension of the celestial path had reached a staggering 50%. Not only that, but she had also ascended to the Three Calamities realm, just 2 major realms away from becoming invincible in this world. How does your prodigy compare to my powerful presence? As the master of Lingxian Dao boasted, the expressions of the other Dao masters turned somber. They understood the implications of a 50% comprehension of the celestial path. The masters of Xinyuan Dao and Shanhai Dao regarded Wang Xuanzhi with keen interest, eager to see how he would handle this situation. Even with countless powerful beings at his command, he was still at a disadvantage against this invincible prodigy of the celestial clan. Some invincible prodigies could take on tens of thousands of rivals, while the more terrifying ones could stand against 100,000. Wang Xuanzhi believed this celestial woman before him was undoubtedly one of those exceptional beings. The disciples of the celestial clan beheld their holy maiden leading a million-strong force and seemed to envision a promising future. Picturing Wang Xuanzhi beneath their feet, crushed and humiliated, they stood tall, bursting into laughter. Ha ha, Wang Xuanzhi, today is your day of reckoning. Our reinforcements have arrived. Your doom is sealed. In that moment, all celestial beings straightened their spines, their faces brimming with confidence and pride. They looked at Wang Xuanzhi with disdain. Just how did you treat us earlier? Now, how shall I treat you? Come kneel before me, and I may grant you a dignified demise. Wang Xuanzhi paid them no mind, curiosity sparkling in his eyes as he regarded the woman before him, feeling an inexplicable familiarity as if he had seen her before. This woman was Nangong Qinga. The moment Nangong Qinga laid eyes on Wang Xuanzhi, excitement flickered across her face. Beneath her veil, her breathtaking beauty shone forth, and upon seeing Wang Xuanzhi, she smiled. That smile illuminated the world, though veiled as it was. None could witness its brilliance. In an instant, she vanished from her spot, rushing towards Wang Xuanzhi. The onlookers assumed she was eager to slay him and shouted, "Holy Maiden, remember to leave him a breath. Let us take care of him." But the next moment, the anticipated scenario did not unfold. The Holy Maiden did not strike Wang Xuanzhi down. Instead, she threw herself to the ground, landing atop him. The poised disciples of the celestial clan stood frozen, bewildered. This was not the expected script. Wasn't the Holy Maiden supposed to be enraged by their humiliation and kill Wang Xuanzhi in a fit of fury? How had she suddenly embraced him? Such thoughts felt absurd. How could a being at the Three Calamities realm falter? The only explanation left was, eyes widened in disbelief, the million disciples brought by the Holy Maiden felt their hearts shatter. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of something shattering echoed, akin to glass breaking, cascading into chaos. Many celestial disciples watched in anger as the Holy Maiden, instead of confronting Wang Xuanzhi, embraced him. They shouted indignantly, "Holy Maiden, you must retain your dignity. He is our enemy." But Nangong Qinga paid no heed to their outcries. With eyes filled with longing, she slowly removed her veil, revealing a visage so stunning it seemed sculpted by the heavens. Flawless in every way. Timeless beauty, captivating to all. She gazed at Wang Xuanzhi, her eyes filled with endless yearning. Her delicate lips gently pressed against his, leaving him momentarily stunned, wide-eyed. Mo Hua and Jiang Lian watched in disbelief at the unfolding scene. They understood that within the origin continent, the 4 clan leaders had arranged for one woman each to marry Wang Xuanzhi. Yet now, this woman had approached him of her own accord. Despite their understanding, a pang of jealousy stirred within them, particularly in Jiang Lian, who had remained innocent and untainted with Wang Xuanzhi. Now, it was Nangong Qinga claiming his affection, causing her discomfort. Mo Hua seemed accustomed to such events, having witnessed the intimacy between Wang Xuanzhi and her master. Above in the celestial realm, the master of Lingxian Dao wore a grim expression, the pride he had boasted now replaced with a dark and stormy countenance. The masters of Xinyuan Dao and Shanhai Dao burst into laughter. Just moments ago, you spoke of your Holy Maiden's invincibility. Now, she is throwing herself at him. It seems our human prodigy truly is remarkable. The master of Lingxian Dao radiated a potent aura, filled with terrifying murderous intent. Had reason not dictated that he refrained from disrupting this celestial war, he might have descended to obliterate Wang Xuanzhi. After a long silence, their lips parted. They exchanged glances, and Nangong Chinga spoke tenderly. Do you still remember me? Wang Xuanzhi sighed softly. How could I forget? We met just a few months ago. He cleared his throat awkwardly, realizing their position was rather suggestive. Isn't this a bit intimate? Indeed, it was not merely intimate. Nangong Chinga was fully atop him, her entire form pressing down. Wang Xuanzhi had never anticipated that the one arranged by the Celestial Lord would be Nangong Chinga. Yet, the thought thrilled him. Did this not mean he had encountered the Celestial Lord's chosen? Had he not fulfilled his mission? Might the Celestial Lord not take form? As these thoughts raced through his mind, excitement enveloped him. Around them, the celestial disciples wailed in despair, Holy Maiden, you cannot do this. You are of our celestial clan. How can you treat a human this way? They dared not speak ill of Nangong Chinga, only able to voice their grievances. Nangong Chinga, seemingly impatient, stood and turned to face her fellow celestial beings, her voice now cold and indifferent, a stark contrast to her earlier warmth. Silence, I shall do as I please. It is of no concern to you. Witnessing the complete transformation of Nangong Chinga, the celestial disciples felt their hearts shatter. Their eyes burned with fierce murderous intent, all fixating on Wang Xuanzhi. They hastily armed themselves. Celestial light and magical power surging as they charged towards him. Brothers, the Holy Maiden must have been enchanted by this brat. If we slay him, she shall surely return to us. Indeed, let us kill him. With a rallying cry, millions surged towards Wang Xuanzhi, their overwhelming magical power causing the very heavens to tremble, the space around them fracturing beneath their celestial radiance. The demon and monster clans, observing the celestial beings from the sidelines, exchanged glances and arrived at a shared conclusion. The celestial clan was utterly unreliable, consistently faltering at critical moments. Consequently, they decided to rely on their own strength. One of the monsters spoke up, urging the demons to summon their reinforcements. Our clan is currently preoccupied with pressing matters, he explained. The demon nodded in agreement and discreetly communicated with his kin, calling forth a million-strong army for support. He harbored a foreboding sense that this million-strong celestial army might indeed fail to subdue Wang Xuanzhi, and this premonition grew increasingly potent. Nangong Chinga, witnessing the audacity of her comrades in defying her orders and daring to strike at Wang Xuanzhi, emanated an aura of boundless celestial light. Her formidable strength, at the 5th level of celestial comprehension, radiated forth. 7-colored starlight manifested above her hands, and behind her appeared a vast multitude of illusory celestial soldiers. Numbering in the millions, with a graceful wave of her hand, these celestial warriors surged toward their celestial counterparts mercilessly. She exhibited no hesitation, embodying the wrath of a fierce lioness. Anyone who dared to harm Wang Xuanzhi would find themselves her enemy. A regal air of an empress adorned her countenance. Since awakening memories of her past life, her indifference towards everything intensified, save for the gentle glow Wang Xuanzhi ignited within her heart. Deeply moved, Wang Xuanzhi looked upon Nangong Chinga, who had turned against her own clan for his sake, and gently wrapped his arms around her from behind. Let it be, I have my own ways of handling this, he murmured softly. Nangong Chinga nodded, her voice tender as she replied, I trust you. Chapter 129. No more pretense. I am the Celestial Emperor. As for the matter of transforming into a celestial form, it was temporarily set aside. With the completion of her task, there was no fear of celestial retribution. The immediate concern was to resolve the situation at hand, and once the merit points were secured, they could consider the transformation later. Nangong Chinga gradually retracted her 7-colored celestial light, yet the illusory figures of the million celestial soldiers remained steadfast in the sky, facing off against the celestial beings below. The ruler of the Lingxian Daotian clenched his teeth in frustration. Observing the formidable Nangong Chinga and the seemingly feeble Wang Xuanzhi, he couldn't shake the feeling of indignation. Just moments ago, they had aimed to confront Wang Xuanzhi, but now, with Nangong Chinga defending him, his life was assured. It was absurd that their own prodigy was shielding a human. His eyes glimmered with murderous intent. Once the Daotian battle concluded, he vowed to personally eliminate Wang Xuanzhi. The rulers of Xinyuan Daotian and Shanhai Daotian exchanged wary glances. Upon the battle's conclusion, they would immediately act to protect Wang Xuanzhi. Other celestial rulers also turned their gazes towards this unfolding drama, pity evident in their expressions as they regarded the Lingxian Daotian ruler. The ruler of the ghost immortal Daotian spoke slowly. He is merely a human. Is it truly necessary to be so agitated? The golden immortal Daotian ruler chimed in. Indeed. Rest assured, Brother Lin. We will assist you in dealing with him. Our bond is unbreakable. This reassured the Lingxian Daotian ruler somewhat, but soon thereafter, their attitudes shifted dramatically. Wang Xuanzhi, observing the tension, felt a wave of anger wash over him. What is the meaning of this? Are you turning against your own? He exclaimed. Foul traitor! Who among us is a brother? You have abducted our saintess and bewitched her into serving you. Their faces were aflame with fury, and they were poised to hurl more insults. But upon glimpsing Nangong Chinga's menacing expression, they quickly fell silent, casting resentful glances at Wang Xuanzhi. Anticipating such a reaction, Wang Xuanzhi merely smiled and sighed softly. Very well, I shall reveal my true identity. I no longer wish to conceal it. I am, in fact, a member of the celestial clan. In such circumstances, he believed the optimal strategy was to demonstrate his Hongmeng celestial Dao body, thereby earning their complete recognition. Ultimately, he would employ the celestial emperor's faith technique. Wouldn't the celestial disciples then willingly become his subordinates without any conflict? How splendid that would be! Mo Hua, Jiang Lian, and Nangong Chinga were well aware that Wang Xuanzhi possessed the pinnacle physique of the four clans, a body that represented their future. A complex expression danced in Nangong Chinga's eyes as she contemplated the implications of such an ancient physique manifesting in Xuanzhi. Was it a blessing or a curse? You rogue, must you concoct such a ridiculous ruse? Do you truly believe we would fall for it? If you were indeed one of us, I would immediately perform acrobatics while Wang Xuanzhi interjected. Incredulity etched on his face. I hadn't anticipated you held such aspirations. Since you have expressed your desires so earnestly, I suppose I must fulfill them. Both Jiang Lian and Mo Hua stepped back, donning black veils to obscure their eyes. Simultaneously, they urged, close your eyes, he is about to put on a show. Wang Xuanzhi, eager to create a grand spectacle and solidify his celestial emperor's faith, summoned forth 500,000 disciples from the Sanxian Daotian. Leading them was Li Changsheng, who, in the void above, regarded Wang Xuanzhi with utmost reverence, their expressions ablaze with fervor. We pledge our lives to defend the celestial emperor, they proclaimed in unison, their voices rising in fervent affirmation. With that, the assembly of 500,000 Sanxian Daotian disciples echoed in unison. We vow to defend the celestial emperor. The onlookers scoffed, dismissing it as mere theatrics. Child, cease your rambling and come meet your demise. The celestial beings who had been coerced by Wang Xuanzhi retreated into the ranks of the million-strong army. Their expressions turned hostile as they glared at him. The golden immortal Daotian and ghost immortal Daotian rulers laughed heartily at Wang Xuanzhi's audacity. This little rascal is truly amusing. Though we cannot fathom how he commands the disciples of Sanxian Daotian, do not mistake this display as proof of his status as the celestial emperor. This is a farce, they mocked, their expressions darkening as they cast disdainful glances at the Sanxian Daotian ruler, who remained silent, his gaze inscrutable. He trusted his disciples unconditionally, aware that their actions were imbued with profound significance. Wang Xuanzhi, fully aware that this would not suffice, chuckled softly and unreservedly unleashed his Hongmeng celestial Dao body in that moment. He ceased to conceal or suppress it. Celestial light erupted from him, as he donned a magnificent 9-colored celestial robe and a bejeweled crown. A resplendent figure, radiant with celestial light, appeared behind him, enveloped by the essence of 3,000 celestial paths. His attire mirrored that of Wang Xuanzhi, and as he stepped into the realm, time itself seemed to momentarily halt. The 3,000 celestial paths rejoiced, radiating vibrant colors that rippled outward. The 9-colored celestial light illuminated the heavens, casting brilliance that surpassed even the brightest day. This was the ethereal visage of the celestial emperor. Strikingly similar in appearance to Wang Xuanzhi, an aura of boundless celestial authority emanated from him, captivating all disciples of the celestial clan across the 3,000 Daotiangs, compelling them to gaze towards Wang Xuanzhi. What celestial brilliance is this? They marveled, blinded by the overwhelming radiance. Both the demon and celestial beings were left speechless, their initial intuitions confirmed. This celestial being was indeed unreliable. The rulers of Ghost Immortal Daotian and Golden Immortal Daotian exchanged incredulous glances, their expressions reflecting a newfound respect. At their level of cultivation, they felt an even greater reverence for the celestial emperor, their expressions imbued with sincerity. Suddenly, their demeanor shifted dramatically, their eyes narrowing with hostility as they turned towards the Lingxian Daotian ruler. Foul traitor, did you not just declare your intention to kill our celestial emperor? I shall not rest until you pay for such treachery, they bellowed. Indeed, how dare you even think of harming our celestial emperor? Do you possess the audacity of a bear and the ferocity of a tiger, brother? Who among us is a brother? Such nonsense, they retorted vehemently. The Celestial Emperor is beyond your reach. Chapter 130. A million celestial soldiers. All my subordinates at this moment, the Lingxian Daotian ruler's countenance darkened entirely. Once fervently proclaiming his allegiance as their brother, ready to offer support, these two individuals have astonishingly reversed their stance in an instant. As if transformed into entirely different beings. Moreover, he too belongs to the celestial lineage. How could he not recognize the primordial celestial body that resides within Wang Xuanzhi? This embodies the very essence of all celestial beings, the imperial constitution of the Celestial Emperor. No entity or celestial lineage has ever possessed a physique that surpasses this celestial path. This signifies their reincarnated Celestial Emperor, without a shadow of a doubt. Would he dare to undertake actions that might contravene the Celestial Emperor's will? Within the heritage and bloodlines of their kind, the Celestial Emperor reigns supreme. They would never endeavor to betray him. Such an act would equate to treachery against their grand principle, their faith, and their very race. At this advanced stage, their commitment to the path is unshakable. Furthermore, considering Wang Xuanzhi's connection to the Celestial Emperor, they are more inclined to protect him rather than pose any threat. Amidst the other sovereigns above the 3,000 celestial paths, gazes of submission were directed at Wang Xuanzhi. Particularly among the celestial sovereigns, hundreds were on the verge of kneeling before him. After all, he embodies the Celestial Emperor. The ethereal silhouette of the Celestial Emperor looms behind him. This represents the hope for their celestial lineage, for with the Celestial Emperor's emergence, what contention could the other celestial paths possibly maintain? Under the guidance of the Celestial Emperor, their celestial paths could unite as one, sweeping across the 3,000 paths with ease. The entire celestial domain would be theirs to command. Once Wang Xuanzhi's memories of the Celestial Emperor fully awaken, the splendor of the celestial lineage shall once again shine forth. At this moment, the Mountain Sea Sovereign and the Xinyuan Sovereign were taken aback. Was Wang Xuanzhi not of the human emperor physique? How could he now be the Celestial Emperor? Could he be a covert agent infiltrating the human race? Their expressions darkened slightly, casting uncertain glances at Wang Xuanzhi. Below, the multitude of celestial beings knelt before him. Fervently prostrating themselves, they gazed up at the ethereal silhouette of the Celestial Emperor behind Wang Xuanzhi. He nodded in satisfaction, for this was the effect he desired. Henceforth, their reverence for him would only deepen, potentially eliminating the need for the faith of the Celestial Emperor. Although revealing his physique might bring about numerous disadvantages, such as the other sovereigns seeking to extinguish him in his infancy, he still possessed a strategy. Among the 3,000 paths, the majority comprised the demon, human, and beast races, with other races being a minority. When the time comes, manifesting the other three physiques would resolve the matter. We, the disciples of the Lingxian Celestial Path, the 21st generation, pay homage to the Celestial Emperor. We pay homage to the Celestial Emperor. The crowd bowed once more, their respect for Wang Xuanzhi deepening. Those who had previously spoken wore expressions of guilt, contemplating self-punishment for having offended the Celestial Emperor, believing their lives inadequate as atonement. Wang Xuanzhi discerned their remorse and waved his hand dismissively, indicating no desire to hold grudges. The unknowing are not culpable. The prior incident would be forgotten. Now, their focus must be on showcasing the majesty of their celestial lineage in this celestial war. Subsequently, he turned his gaze toward the demon and beast races, observing the tens of thousands before him with a smile. The ethereal silhouette of the Celestial Emperor followed his lead, casting an overwhelming aura of authority that left the demon and beast kin trembling in fear. Immobilized. What is to be done? How long until our reinforcements arrive? Is there any accurate information? They should be approaching soon, likely from the nearby chaotic forest. It might take just a moment, perhaps less than half a moment if they are quick. The faces of the demon race darkened as they whispered among themselves, hoping for the arrival of their army for support. It was their only chance of escape, at the very least, if a conflict ensued. The odds would be more favorable, perhaps 6-4 in their favor. Li Chongqing stood respectfully behind Wang Xuanzhi, the celestial spear coalescing in his grasp. Should Wang Xuanzhi give the order, he would charge forth to eliminate these adversaries. The celestial and demon races have been sworn enemies since time immemorial. That much is indisputable. Wang Xuanzhi regarded them with an inscrutable smile. He had also overheard the demons discussing summoning millions from their ranks, and a mischievous thought crossed his mind. With millions of demons, if he were to reveal his own demonic physique, would that not bring him an influx of merit points? This would bring him closer to his goal, allowing him to claim a coveted spot within the 72 gray squares. A notification chimed in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have successfully recruited 1 million celestial beings into your loyal following. You have gained 20 million merit points, totaling 27 million. Mo Hua, Nangong Qinggu, and Zhang Lian stood silently behind Wang Xuanzhi. For the first time, they noticed the man, usually carefree and jesting, appeared remarkably majestic in this moment. Following the emergence of the celestial emperor's silhouette, Wang Xuanzhi felt an intensified resolve to lead the celestial lineage back to glory. A sense of familiarity washed over him, as if the ethereal figure of the celestial emperor was indeed a reflection of himself. Despite being a transmigrant, he felt an inexplicable sense of guilt for not having achieved the utmost brilliance for the celestial lineage. Yetin, the realm of the 3,000 paths. The sovereigns of the dragon demon and ancient demon paths observed their disciples besieged by millions of ancestral descendants. Their grim faces darkened further. Celestial and demon cannot coexist. Now they had the chance to annihilate the demon disciples of their path. They firmly believed that if the roles were reversed, they would act without hesitation. Wang Xuanzhi exhaled softly, dispelling the peculiar thoughts from his mind. He addressed the demon and beast kin. Will you submit, or will you submit? Or do you wish for me to persuade you with reason? Or perhaps even engage in a fair one-on-one duel? The familiar words echoed, invoking a sense of nostalgia. How will this fair duel be conducted? The demon and beast kin inquired hesitantly. Wang Xuanzhi smiled. A duel means you, as an individual, will face hundreds of thousands of us. Alternatively, we could engage in a contest where hundreds of thousands of us confront you alone. Choose your preference. Upon hearing this, the demon man's expression darkened, his mouth twitching in disbelief. This was no fair duel. It was merely an invitation for a group assault, cloaked in pretentiousness. Seeing the defiance on the man's face, Wang Xuanzhi raised an eyebrow. Do you think I am unreasonable? I am the epitome of reason. We, as hundreds of thousands, represent a single entity, while you, as one, are merely one. Is this not a one-on-one scenario? Am I not being sufficiently clear? With that, he menacingly brandished the ancestral dragon bone sword in his left hand and the celestial sword in his right, their edges glinting ominously. He grinned broadly. The demon man, witnessing the emergence of both swords, felt his resolve waver. He nodded vigorously. Yes, yes, fair, fair. Now, their objective was to stall for time until the demon army arrived. Wang Xuanzhi nodded in satisfaction, no longer wishing to engage in trivial discourse. His eagerness to witness the manifestation of the celestial emperor had reached a crescendo. He looked toward Li Chongqing and the others, also releasing Mu Dongyu from the 10 Directions universe formation. Despite his human aura, it posed no hindrance to standing behind Wang Xuanzhi. Ready to serve, I raise the banner for my elder brother. Who dares to oppose him? Enemies surround us, but I am his brother, a steadfast ally. Yes, he beheld the million celestial soldiers behind him and the tens of thousands of demon troops ahead. His legs felt weak, and his expression soured. He gazed at Wang Xuanzhi with a look of resentment, fearing his elder brother was leading him to his demise. Wang Xuanzhi perceived his apprehensions and chuckled softly. Go engage them, but remember not to kill or maim. After all, we are at fault here. These individuals are of our own kin. With that, he cast a meaningful glance at Li Chongqing and the others, signifying the need for a lesson in force. Li Chongqing and the others understood and immediately charged toward the demon kin with their celestial spears. Wang Xuanzhi's earlier instruction to avoid lethal harm was duly noted, and they complied, recognizing that Wang Xuanzhi's actions mirrored those of a bandit. To rob others of their possessions and then demand their treasures while further assaulting them. What else could this be but banditry? But who could argue against the protagonist? Wang Xuanzhi anticipated the system's communication, celestial transformation. Has the task reached its conclusion, and is it not time for you to manifest? The voice of the primordial celestial god system emerged. Cold and distant, imbued with an air of rejection. There is no rush. After the conclusion of this grand tournament, it would not be too late for me to transform. I have an unsettling premonition that something significant may transpire this time. Once you have navigated through this ordeal unscathed, I shall undergo my transformation. Wang Xuanzhi's expression darkened, his heart lamenting, Xian Xian, you must not indulge in grandiose promises. How can you speak without intention? Xian Xian's voice carried a hint of warmth. No longer the frosty distance that once characterized it. There was a playful undertone. What do you mean? I mentioned my transformation, but I never specified when. Wouldn't you agree, host? Wang Xuanzhi sighed softly, realizing how he had somehow learned to make such empty promises. Nangong Chinga approached him, placing his hand on her waist, relishing the tender moment they shared. If not for the throngs of onlookers, she might have taken bolder actions with him. Wang Xuanzhi was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected gesture. Leaving him momentarily speechless, Mo Hua and Zhang Lian were not to be outdone. Mo Hua wrapped Wang Xuanzhi's other hand around her waist, while Zhang Lian, noticing her hands occupied, pouted adorably as she hugged him from behind. The unique sensation left Wang Xuanzhi feeling lightheaded, surrounded as he was by two mountains on either side and two more pressing against him from behind. He felt as though he was encircled by towering peaks. The pressure intensifying as Wang Xuanzhi reveled in this unexpected fortune. Their disciples were suffering. The expressions of many demon lords darkened, their eyes flashing with fierce demonic light and intent, harboring an intense hatred for Wang Xuanzhi. They could not help but voice their disdain. "You little rascal, you better hope I don't catch you after this 3,000 tournament. Otherwise, you shall face the consequences." They were unfazed, for demons often acted without regard for consequences, unconcerned even with the potential alliance of celestial lords against them. Meanwhile, the celestial lords had secretly banded together, vowing to protect Wang Xuanzhi at all costs after the tournament concluded. Their own paths could shatter, lives could be lost, but Wang Xuanzhi must remain unharmed. After a quarter of an hour of punishment, tens of thousands of small boats approached from the distant Chaos Marsh, carrying millions of demons. This sight ignited a flicker of hope among the beaten demons and monsters, a glimmer of the goddess's call. "Why do we keep saying again?" Wang Xuanzhi mused, breaking free from his euphoric reverie, a smile gracing his features as he beheld the oncoming tide of demons. Brothers, they have returned. As these millions disembarked, their fury ignited upon witnessing their kin being beaten. Dark clouds of demonic energy swirled above them, casting the daylight into shadow. The celestial beings halted their assault, returning to Wang Xuanzhi's side protectively, forming a barrier around him to shield him from harm. The demons and monsters, rising from their defeated state, lamented their plight, tears streaming down their faces as if they had suffered an immense injustice. Their eyes glinted with rage and hatred as they glared at Wang Xuanzhi, declaring, "Our reinforcements have arrived. We will repay you in kind for what you have done to us. Who dares to harm my kin?" They roared, anger simmering just beneath the surface as they glared at the celestial host, ready to encircle them. Chapter 132. A Polar Reversal. I am the demon god. The fury of the demon horde surged as they beheld their kin battered and bruised. Those already dark faces were now marred with deep bruises and blood, rendering them almost unrecognizable. The sight was nothing short of tragic. Their eyes blazed with unquenchable rage, their overwhelming demonic presence surging skyward, casting a shadow over the island. Wang Xuanzhi, at ease amidst the chaos, stepped forward from the protective ranks of the celestial beings. He addressed the gathering storm. "What is happening here? We were merely engaging in a friendly spar. Entirely fair, I assure you. Wouldn't you agree, my friend?" His gaze landed on the most battered among them, whose head sported numerous lumps and whose face bore the marks of violence, rendering him almost unrecognizable to his own parents. The man, eyes filled with resentment, struggled to speak through swollen lips. You call this fair? Enough of your prattle. Prepare to meet your end." The leader of the demon throng roared, their might rekindling with fervor. Many of them possessing formidable prowess. Nangong Chinga, Zhang Lian, and Mo Hua watched Wang Xuanzhi with relaxed confidence, unperturbed by the impending clash. They were reminded of a past event on the Origin continent, where a demon lord had once been vanquished, only to return as one of Wang Xuanzhi's most devoted followers. From above, several demon lords laughed heartily. "The might of our demon army is upon you. What do you think you can do against us now? You thought to destroy my disciples. You are merely dreaming." The celestial lords remained composed, unruffled by the overwhelming numbers. Eye in their eyes, the celestial emperor was invincible. Even if faced with millions, they believed in the unparalleled power of their emperor, whose mysterious abilities defied comprehension. Indeed, Wang Xuanzhi's forthcoming maneuvers would astonish not only the demon lords, but even the celestial lords themselves. "We shall protect the celestial emperor with our lives," Li Changsheng declared, a divine aura radiating from him as he prepared for battle. Wang Xuanzhi swiftly reassured his companions with a calming gaze, stepping forward as the foremost shield for the celestial beings. "This is my childhood celestial emperor. Truly, he commands an aura of authority. Fear not, for I shall ensure your safety." Voices of determination rose among the celestial disciples, each pledging to defend Wang Xuanzhi from harm. Inwardly, he scoffed at their intentions, wishing they would not interfere with his plans. Yet outwardly, He nodded appreciatively, proclaiming, "Your intentions are duly noted. But watch closely as I handle this multitude of millions. They shall be as obedient as younger brothers." "Obedient as younger brothers? Your celestial folk certainly have a way with words," the demon lord of the dragon demon pathway mocked openly. The lords of the celestial pathways paid him no mind. Their focus fixed on Wang Xuanzhi, who began to radiate a dimming celestial light. Suddenly, a profound darkness emerged behind him, a tide of demonic energy that sent shockwaves of fear through both celestial and demonic ranks. What was this? Wang Xuanzhi grinned, his celestial figure still towering behind him, commanding the skies. Within him, the ancient demon, long imprisoned by the divine well, felt its bonds dissolve, bursting forth into the world. Unlike before, this ancient demon bore no divine light. It was pure, unadulterated darkness. As it emerged, the heavens darkened, casting the realm into an eternal night, starkly contrasting the celestial radiance that illuminated the opposing domain. Wang Xuanzhi's robe transformed from a resplendent nine-colored garment into a deep celestial cloak. As his countless strands of azure hair rose like tendrils in the air, a formidable aura of demonic power emanated from him, enveloping the vast island in its overwhelming presence. The air crackled with an intensity that rendered the very heavens subordinate to his might. His imposing energy shifted dramatically, causing the demons present to halt their assaults, suspended in disbelief as they gazed upon him in terror. Sensing the immense power radiating from Wang Xuanzhi, they instinctively knelt, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. This was a profound disparity in hierarchy. The ancient magic emanating from Wang Xuanzhi, the primordial demon, was on an entirely different plane compared to their own. His demonic essence resembled an unfathomable abyss, while theirs appeared as mere fish floundering in a shallow pond. In stark contrast, it was as if they were merely playing a game in the recesses of their bloodline memories. A possibility flickered to life. The ancient demon god, the very origin of their kind. The pinnacle of their existence in terms of status, he was akin to the celestial emperors of the immortal race. The crowd's eyes brimmed with disbelief, yet the aura emanating from Wang Xuanzhi left them momentarily paralyzed. Grappling with confusion, the celestial beings stood in utter shock, bewildered by the manifestation of an ancient demonic essence in a supposed celestial emperor. Was their celestial emperor a mere facade? Yet, it seemed implausible. Celestial emperors did not simply materialize within another. Their celestial physique was undeniably genuine. What could possibly be unfolding? The leaders of the immortal realms, including Li Changsheng, gazed at Wang Xuanzhi with fervor, indifferent to the implications of his demonic presence. Since embracing the faith of the celestial emperor, they had pledged their allegiance solely to him. The eyes of the rulers from the celestial and immortal realms reflected astonishment. They had anticipated some grand maneuver from Wang Xuanzhi, but were unprepared for the revelation of such a formidable adversary's essence. The demon sovereign observed the ancient demonic apparition above, nearly succumbing to the urge to kneel. As the demonic power intensified, so did their reverence. Witnessing the emergence of the demon god, they mirrored the earlier awe of the celestial leaders. Their gazes ablaze with fervor. Now, their singular thought was to protect Wang Xuanzhi at all costs. His safety was the future of their kind. The ancient demon's phantom spoke. "Why do you not kneel before me? Have you forgotten the glory I bestowed upon you? Without me, how would you possess the honor of the demon race today? Shall you betray me?" His voice, melancholic yet resounding like a tolling bell, reverberated through the expanse, stirring the hearts of all present. In response to his words, the multitude of demons, no longer hesitating, half knelt in reverence. Wang Xuanzhi, embodying the demon god, surveyed the scene with satisfaction, his demeanor increasingly domineering. "Are you ready to join me in the battles of the other realms once more? Are you prepared to shed blood and sacrifice for another 30,000 years? For the sake of eternity? Are you ready?" As his questions resonated, the eyes of the demon disciples blazed with fervor, their magical energies harmonizing with that of the ancient demon behind Wang Xuanzhi. In that moment, all demonic energies fused into him, and the visions from the Yin-Yang demon palace surfaced once more. The spectral figures of 100,000 demon saints materialized behind him, clad in heavy armor and astride warhorses. Witnessing this, the disciples were enveloped in battle fervor. Recalling the might of their ancestors, the 100,000 divine warriors, the celestial leaders, too, felt their spirits stirred by Wang Xuanzhi's words, despite their long existence having dulled their senses to such emotions. Yet, it was as if they were drawn back into the fray of ancient battles in other realms, reliving the glories that belonged to their demon race. Elders from the Yin-Yang demon palace were overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down their faces as they knelt before Wang Xuanzhi, gazing at the ancient demon behind him. Not only them, but other factions also bowed before him, many elders weeping and crying out to the heavens, proclaiming the return of their glory. The disciples knelt in reverence, and Wang Xuanzhi felt a profound sense of fulfillment. The system's voice echoed in his mind, congratulating him on winning over millions of demon disciples, accumulating an impressive number of merit points. Lost in the essence of the ancient demon, he sighed, and his lament resonated with a sense of tragic grandeur. The rulers of the human and celestial realms exchanged complex glances, grappling with the conundrum of Wang Xuanzhi's dual essence as both a human emperor and a demon god. How could such powerful existences coexist within one being? The celestial leaders speculated that this must be a cunning ploy of the demon god to usurp the celestial emperor's identity, to extinguish the emperor's consciousness before it could awaken. They believed that the ancient enmity between the celestial and demon races had birthed this intricate web of conflict. The rulers of the demon realms, too, recognized the potential for treachery, resolving to invite Wang Xuanzhi into their fold, determined to ensure that the celestial emperor's consciousness did not awaken before the demon god's supremacy was secured. In the hearts of the human faction, similar thoughts took root, questioning why the human emperor would risk such a perilous gambit. The leader of the Mountain Sea realm pondered the emperor's wisdom. Realizing that this might be the key to elevating their race from weakness to strength, at that moment, nearly half of the rulers from the 3,000 realms shared a resolute conviction. They would protect Wang Xuanzhi at all costs, unwilling to let any harm befall him. Chapter 134. Departure, the invisible display of power at this moment. Wang Xuanzhi had completely forgotten his own identity. It was as if he had transformed into an ancient great demon. His eyes reflecting a peculiar intensity. His gaze traversed vast distances, seemingly crossing the entirety of the 3,000 celestial realms to arrive at other domains. The ethereal image of the celestial emperor appeared to sense the change in Wang Xuanzhi and understood his intentions. The ancient great demon he embodied retained the essence of his original consciousness, indicating his desire to wage battle in other celestial realms. However, his current strength had yet to reach the pinnacle of invincibility. He was merely semi-invincible. What does semi-invincible mean? It signifies a freedom of movement, yet an inability to annihilate opponents in one fell swoop. He could only eliminate them gradually. Nevertheless, his enemies could neither torment him nor hinder his progress. This is what one might term semi-invincible. The celestial emperor's image reflected contemplative thoughts as he slowly shook his head and softly spoke. This voice was audible only to him. Now is not the opportune moment. I am still too weak. Once I attain the rank of a great emperor, I shall raise the banner of the 4 clans and re-engage in battle across the heavens. At that time, the myriad realms will be laid beneath my feet. To my adversaries from my past life, await me. You should now be cowering in the filth of darkness, trembling and prostrating yourselves. I have returned to reign supreme once more. Reign supreme. Isn't that the title bestowed upon Wang Xuanzhi by the ancestral dragon and phoenix? All these secrets shall be unraveled by Wang Xuanzhi in due course. It is still too early. As the celestial emperor's image gradually faded from the sky, merging into Wang Xuanzhi's being. The demonic aura surrounding him quietly dissipated. The ancient great demon's apparition also vanished, restoring the scene to its former tranquility. Wang Xuanzhi regained his senses and noticed that everyone present had knelt down. He was momentarily bewildered and inquired, "Why is everyone kneeling? Have I just completed some momentous act? Why is there a lapse in my memory?" Shrugging off these thoughts, he shook his head and observed the gathered crowd with satisfaction. Since they were all in agreement, he could proceed with his audacious plans. It was time to hunt down individuals from other celestial domains and accrue merit points, as for where to detain them. He chuckled and showcased the 10 Directions universe formation in his hands. He addressed the crowd, "Today, I require all of you to join me once more in battle. However, my current strength is not yet formidable. I intend to use this battle involving 3,000 celestial domains as a springboard to sweep through the other realms. Do any of you dissent?" "We have no objections," the countless demons exclaimed with fervor. Their eyes ablaze. After experiencing the great demon's recent display, they were now entirely obedient to Wang Xuanzhi's commands. Although the millions of celestial disciples held doubts, the celestial emperor's image was undeniably genuine. They began to waver. Upon witnessing the celestial disciples' hesitance, the legion of demons could not help but mock. "Is this all your faith amounts to? Only a true demon emperor can lead us further, to greater heights, and restore the glory of our kind." This provocation stirred a reaction among the celestial disciples, who had previously shown skepticism. Now they were thoroughly incensed. Rising to their feet, they declared with resounding voices, "We vow to follow the celestial emperor to the death. We should not have doubted him." Wang Xuanzhi was taken aback. What transpired? He glanced at the demons, who appeared enlightened. Internally elated, he thought, yes, this is how it should be. The celestial disciples' earlier doubts had completely dissipated. The demons, invigorated by the celestial disciples' fervent shouts, responded with even greater volume, their voices echoing through the heavens. "We vow to defend the demon emperor to the death. We shall sweep through the realms, serving the demon emperor." Their voices pierced the clouds, resonating across the vast expanse of the chaotic marsh, lingering long after their utterance. Wang Xuanzhi nodded in satisfaction. "If that is the case, then come and join me within the 10 Directions universe formation. After we depart this chaotic marsh, we shall devise further plans." Without hesitation, the multitude followed Wang Xuanzhi as the formation glowed. Enveloping the millions of demons and hundreds of thousands of celestial disciples, they entered without the slightest resistance, swiftly becoming part of the formation. Jiang Lian and Mo Hua exchanged glances, murmuring in astonishment. Indeed, whenever the celestial emperor and the demon god are involved, both celestial and demonic beings lose their minds and unconditionally believe. The remaining demon kin quivered in fear. What manner of creature was Wang Xuanzhi, that he could instill such terror? He appeared to be the reincarnation of both the celestial emperor and the demon god. With countless disciples at his command, even if he summoned the demon kin, they would assuredly be no match for him, fearing rather to receive another harsh lesson instead. They huddled together, trembling, their eyes filled with dread. They vowed that this was undoubtedly the most terrifying moment of their lives. "Fear not," Wang Xuanzhi reassured, waving his hand to ease their anxiety. The trembling demons found it difficult to relax. After witnessing Wang Xuanzhi's formidable presence, they dared not exhale. They feared that he might turn them against one another, which was what truly terrified them. Wang Xuanzhi approached kindly, patting each of their shoulders with a gentle smile. He then prepared to depart, wrapping his arm around Nangong Qinggu and Mo Hua. However, he suddenly noticed Jiang Lian gazing at him with a pitiful expression, which left him feeling somewhat awkward. He had but 2 hands. It was impossible to conjure a fourth. After contemplating a compromise, Wang Xuanzhi transformed into his dragon phoenix form before the gathered crowd. The magnificent dragon silhouette materialized in the sky, radiating an overwhelming presence that enveloped the chaotic marsh. The 3 companions nodded and leaped onto Wang Xuanzhi's back. As he spread his wings and soared into the sky, he vanished from sight. The invisible display of power was most lethal. The demon kin, already filled with trepidation, felt a surge of relief as Wang Xuanzhi prepared to leave. Yet, unexpectedly, he executed a swift turn, transforming into his dragon phoenix form. The moment this form appeared, it instilled sheer terror among them, causing them to prostrate themselves on the ground, unable to lift their heads. Chapter 135. The Chaotic Desert. The ancient city of the desert feeling the weight of 12,700,000 merit points upon him, Wang Xuanzhi pondered deeply, contemplating what he should exchange for. Currently, what he lacked most was a practical cultivation technique. Even the least valuable of the 72 merchant grids required 5 billion merit points, leaving him lacking over 3 billion. Thus, he must devise a means to earn these merit points diligently. As the Dragon Phoenix incarnation of Wang Xuanzhi soared above the chaotic marsh. His colossal form and boundless might cast a shadow over the entire expanse. Beneath the chaotic marsh, countless marine creatures trembled at the presence of this dragon's might, too fearful to surface. Even the formidable beasts lurking deep within the marsh dared not show themselves. The pressure exerted upon their bloodlines was immense, rendering them incapable of unleashing their full strength. For half an hour, Nangong Qinggu, Mo Hua, and Jiang Lian, seated atop Wang Xuanzhi, flew out of the chaotic marsh. Swiftly passing the edge of the chaotic forest, Wang Xuanzhi's keen dragon eyes scanned below, searching for large groups to recruit and amass merit points. "What was that massive shadow?" someone exclaimed. "What just flashed by?" "I felt an overwhelming ancient beastly aura that nearly brought me to my knees. It was terrifying." Indeed, the moment Wang Xuanzhi's figure darted past the boundary between the chaotic marsh and the chaotic forest, he vanished into the skies at an astonishing speed. The onlookers barely registered the fleeting presence of the Dragon Phoenix's might, still reeling from the encounter as they gazed up at the sky. In the chaotic desert, a place perpetually shrouded in yellow sands, recent days had brought forth a multitude of legacies following the emergence of a golden palace within the chaotic marsh. The most renowned of these was the endless desert city. This ancient city seemed to have materialized from thin air, dotting the chaotic desert with numerous settlements. The entirety of the chaotic desert had transformed into a vast expanse of urban territory. In recent days, nearly all inhabitants of the heavens had flocked to this chaotic desert in search of resources. Consequently, numerous rumors regarding the chaotic ancient city had circulated, suggesting that it contained the legacy of a great emperor. This sensational news attracted disciples from various celestial domains, resulting in the population of the chaotic ancient city surging to several hundred million, with numbers continuously on the rise. As Wang Xuanzhi soared through the skies. He was immediately alerted to the news, his gaze fixed upon the direction of the chaotic vein. The three women accompanying him gazed into the distance, then returned their attention to Wang Xuanzhi's magnificent dragon form. Their eyes filled with a sense of wonder. Mo Hua approached Wang Xuanzhi's head, leaning close to his ear, and softly remarked, "Your dragon body is so formidable. Why didn't it seem as powerful before? Is a mere 7-day battle too much for you?" Her words ignited a spark of indignation within Wang Xuanzhi. The more he pondered, the more irate he became. It was not a matter of inability. He was indeed capable, however, after enduring a grueling half-month of battles prior, coupled with the formidable power of this divine artifact, who could withstand such pressure. The might of the artifact was not to be underestimated. His master, both in realm and physical prowess, far surpassed him. For Wang Xuanzhi to endure for half a month was already quite remarkable. With the artifact's power, any adversary would surely kneel before him. He chose not to respond to Mo Hua, his eyes brimming with frustration as he directed himself toward the ancient city of chaos. Nangong Qinga and Jiang Lian sat atop Wang Xuanzhi's dragon form, quietly savoring the moment, a rare experience for them. Especially for Nangong Qinga, who understood the significance of the 4 unique physiques Wang Xuanzhi possessed. He knew the fierce competition that awaited him in the myriad celestial realms, where lives were expendable and power was paramount. Without strength, one would merely be courting death. Look at that colossal dragon in the sky. Could it be a prodigy of the demon race's Daotian? Why does he exude such overwhelming dragon majesty? They pondered, realizing the close ties between the dragon and demon races. Undoubtedly, the mightiest among the dragon race would be from the imperial dragon Daotian. Hadn't all the members of the imperial dragon Daotian already arrived at the ancient city of chaos? Why was there still one lingering here? It was better to speak softly. The imperial dragons were fiercely protective and domineering. Even discussing them could invite trouble. The crowd below regarded them with caution, as they too headed toward the ancient city of chaos. As Wang Xuanzhi approached the ancient city, he announced, "We are nearly there. I shall revert to my true form." This physique had its inconveniences. The three women nodded in agreement. Wang Xuanzhi's massive dragon form gradually diminished, his elongated body shrinking, with his tail and claws vanishing. His scales fading until he reverted to his original appearance, still the elegant young man but now entirely bare before the three women. Upon seeing Wang Xuanzhi in such a state, their faces flushed. Mo Hua remained composed, having weathered many storms. Nothing fazed her. Nangong Qinga, with her mature mindset, showed no concern, her expression neutral, however. Jiang Lian, unaccustomed to such sights, blushed deeply, her cheeks reddening to the nape of her neck in a delightful display of embarrassment. Wang Xuanzhi, noticing the peculiar looks from the three, inquired, "What are you staring at?" When Jiang Lian's expression betrayed her, Wang Xuanzhi's face reddened as well, feeling somewhat bashful. He hastily retrieved a white robe from his bag to cover himself. His heart brimming with a sense of injustice. This hardly seemed fair. He thought, in return, they should also be in such a position. Yet, he reminded himself that there would be ample opportunities in the future. For now, enhancing his strength was of utmost importance. The four descended gently onto the chaotic desert, where the yellow sands swirled. This vast expanse of desert was even more extensive than the chaotic marsh. They were still some distance from the ancient city of chaos. At this moment, Wang Xuanzhi commanded a formidable force of several million. Among the demon race, there were millions, nearly 500,000 from the celestial race, and an additional million from his own Changxing Daotian, and the 3 immortal Daotian. In total, he had around 25 million at his disposal. There was no need to fear any top prodigies from other Daotians. Even if they were exceptional, could they possibly contend with 1 million? If they could handle 1 million, he could simply double it to 2 million. With a mere spit, they would be overwhelmed. Wang Xuanzhi felt lighthearted, completely disregarding the impending chaos of the 3,000 Daotian battle. What truly concerned him was the potential for unexpected changes after the conclusion of this grand conflict, something he hoped to avoid. He surveyed the surroundings, walking alongside Imohua, Zhang Lian, and Nangong Chinga toward the heart of the desert. Why has an ancient city suddenly appeared in such a desolate place? Nangong Chinga mused aloud. Unable to make sense of it, Ohua echoed a similar sentiment, her expression mirroring his. We should proceed with caution. Something feels amiss this time, she warned. The yellow sands billowed beneath the scorching sun. Their conversation tinged with an undercurrent of unease. Wang Xuanzhi nodded, and the four continued deeper into the desert. Many others emerged from the chaotic forest, heading toward the center. Wait, why are we walking instead of flying? Wang Xuanzhi suddenly questioned, noticing others soaring while they trudged along. Isn't that foolish? The three women cast him disapproving glances. Did you not just say you wanted to revert to your true form to traverse the ancient city of the desert? We are merely accompanying you. Can't you see that? Wang Xuanzhi chuckled awkwardly, then let us proceed. With that, the boundless chaotic energy around him surged, propelling him skyward, vanishing in a flash. The three women exchanged amused glances as they witnessed Wang Xuanzhi's eagerness. This was the playful, carefree Wang Xuanzhi they were accustomed to. Zhang Lian radiated divine light, enveloping her figure in a mystical glow, gradually fading from view in a surreal manner. Emto Hua unleashed a torrent of dark energy. Launching herself into the sky with unparalleled force in an instant, she surpassed Wang Xuanzhi's ascent and disappeared from sight. Nangong Chinga observed the hasty duo with curiosity, particularly intrigued by the divine aura surrounding Zhang Lian. Why would members of the divine race appear here? She pondered. As she spoke, vibrant wings of 7 colors unfurled behind her, radiating a dazzling spectrum of light, forming a colossal rainbow bridge. With each step, she traversed an astonishing distance, vanishing from the earthly realm in the heart of the vast desert. The monumental ancient city and throngs of celestial prodigies from various realms converged, entering one city after another, amassing resources to fill their coffers. Among the crowd were various races, Shura, witches, sea-dwellers, giants, and others, not limited to humans, demons, or celestial beings. The ancient city loomed, teeming with millions of cultivators within. Just as Wang Xuanzhi, Imohua, Zhang Lian, and Nangong Chinga reached one of the ancient cities, they realized they were being watched. The reason for the scrutiny stemmed from the 3 women accompanying Wang Xuanzhi. Big Brother is absolutely stunning. I've never seen such beauty in the realm of Wu Yao Dao Tian, remarked one hidden figure, captivated. Indeed. Look at this. Their silhouettes concealed in a shadowy corner of the ancient city, they scrutinized the 4. Wang Xuanzhi cast his consciousness over the entire ancient city, encompassing it within his perception. Naturally, no one escaped his notice. He gazed upon the desolate ancient city and cursed vehemently. Damn it, what a bunch of scoundrels. They've ravaged this place, leaving nothing but desolation behind. Just moments ago, as they flew in, it had been aglow with treasures, yet now it was utterly barren. The 4 hovered above, quietly observing the scene below. What do you think of these 3 stunning women? Such celestial beings, if I could have a night with them, I would gladly accept my fate as a ghost, one dark-clad man remarked. Another, casting a disdainful glance at him, muttered, You fool, aren't you just a ghost yourself? Clearly, both factions, ghosts and demons, were fixated on the 3 women while overlooking Wang Xuanzhi. Little did they know, the rulers of the 3,000 Daotians were in a frenzy. Cursing, get away from that calamity, quickly distance yourself from him. He's a harbinger of disaster. Wherever he goes, misfortune follows. They had just witnessed Wang Xuanzhi's formidable aura, capable of concealing over 20 million individuals. If unleashed, none would escape unscathed. What they feared most was his unique ability to sway those individuals to his side. He gathered these individuals under his command, thereby increasing the ranks of Wang Xuanzhi amidst the 3,000 paths of the heavenly war. What then became of the heavenly path? The denizens of the heavenly path had been thoroughly deceived, stripped of even their undergarments. Most of the populace within the city merely cast a fleeting glance at the 3 before resuming their search for resources. While allure holds its significance, it is the strength and abundance of resources that truly captivates. This was the prevailing sentiment among the crowd. Emto Hua, Zhang Lian, and Nangong Qinggu turned their gazes toward Wang Xuanzhi. Clearly placing him at the center of attention, Zhang Lian inquired, What should we do now? There are no resources left here. Should we venture to the next city? Upon hearing this, both Imo Hua and Nangong Qinggu exchanged knowing smiles. Given Wang Xuanzhi's character, it was unlikely he would simply abandon his quest. Having come this far, it was not his style to leave without acquiring something of value. Wang Xuanzhi noticed the 2 behind him gazing at him with a glimmer in their eyes. And he smiled in understanding, feeling a deep sense of appreciation. Those who understand me are indeed my wives, he mused internally. Yet, if he were to voice this thought, it would likely incite a fierce conflict. He then directed his attention to the expanse below, his voice resonating through the ancient city, infused with spiritual energy. He proclaimed, "Is it not a joy to have friends come from afar? There is greater delight in sharing than in solitary pleasure. Why not partake together?" Chapter 137. The Prince of Soft Rice, eliciting envy from the masses. The crowd below collectively lifted their heads, perplexed by the source of this voice. Their gazes roamed the skies until they settled on the figures of Wang Xuanzhi, Zhang Lian, Mo Hua, and Nangong Qinggu, 3 women and 1 man. The recent proclamation could only have originated from the man. Curiosity stirred among some, who instinctively questioned, "What does this mean?" The 4 of them descended slowly into the city, drawing the crowd's attention entirely upon them. Wang Xuanzhi, with an air of authority, stated, "Of course, it is my friend who has journeyed from afar. Will you not offer some hospitality?" He continued, as the sage said. "There is greater joy in sharing than in solitary enjoyment. You have amassed such resources. Why not share with me so we can all revel together?" The demonic energy surrounding Wang Xuanzhi began to swell, manifesting as an undeniable threat. Yet, despite this, the crowd regarded him with bemusement, as if questioning his sanity. As this man out of his mind? Has he been struck by a donkey? They pondered. Perhaps the abundant sands of the desert city had clouded his judgment, leading him to utter such nonsense. "Why would we share our resources with you? Why not reach for the heavens and stand beside the sun?" Wang Xuanzhi's expression darkened as he surveyed the crowd. "Displeased? So, you refuse? How dare you?" At that moment, the members of the ghost and demon clans could no longer contain themselves. They were eager to subdue Wang Xuanzhi for the 3 women behind him. They would divide the spoils later. Their eyes gleamed with lustful intent as they brazenly scrutinized the trio. The number of men from the ghost and demon clans was estimated in the thousands. Their auras resonating with the power of the 3 calamities. As they emerged, the surrounding prodigies regarded them with trepidation. Recently, the ghost and demon clans had been particularly rampant within this desert city, causing great distress among the people, who felt utterly powerless against such foes. The crowd appeared to foresee the grim fate awaiting Wang Xuanzhi and his companions, choosing to disregard his earlier remarks with a collective sigh. Wang Xuanzhi too sighed softly, signaling that these individuals were doomed. Initially, he had contemplated sparing them, merely robbing them of their resources, but their blatant leering at his wives was intolerable. Simultaneously, the rulers of the demonless and spirit ghost paths covered their faces, unable to bear witness to the impending chaos. Unless fate intervened, it was clear their path would lead to certain death. They exchanged scornful thoughts. How could such fools exist within their ranks? Just as Wang Xuanzhi prepared to take action, Mo Hua surged forward first, her demonic aura swirling fiercely. The overwhelming demonic energy enveloped the entire desert city, transforming daylight into night. She conjured 2 enormous demonic blades from the swirling energy, her demeanor shifting from frail to that of a fierce warrior. With a cold smile, she declared, "Fools, you seek death." With that, the 2 blades surged with boundless power, infused with the domineering essence of the demon god, which emanated from none other than Wang Xuanzhi himself. With their continued exchanges, she had absorbed some of his aura, and the fierce demonic presence manifested a fleeting shadow. In an instant, the hundreds of demon clan members seemed to witness a great terror and fled without hesitation. However, the blades of demonic energy had already reached them, leaving no room for escape. The colossal energy cleaved them in 2, annihilating both their bodies and souls without mercy. Nangong Qinggu regarded the advancing horde of ghost clan disciples with a detached gaze, her eyes shimmering with a vibrant, ethereal glow. This radiant light pierced the fabric of space, soaring upward, transforming into countless celestial swords descending from the heavens. She murmured, "Celestial light manifests as myriad swords, sweeping across the heavens." Before they could utter another word, their lascivious expressions froze in place, forever captured by the onslaught of swords that pierced their souls, their bodies gradually disintegrating. A few of the more powerful ghost clan men fought desperately, exclaiming in disbelief, "How can this be? Our forms have vanished. How can you bind us? This is impossible. It must be a dream." The 2 women paid no heed to their dying cries, turning to share a triumphant glance with Wang Xuanzhi. Nangong Qingji's expression sharpened, and Mo Hua's eyes narrowed. A spark seemed to ignite in the air between them as they both sought to claim credit for their feats before Wang Xuanzhi. Only to realize the other's intent, The atmosphere in the arena grew increasingly tense. Wang Xuanzhi stood at the center, feeling the weight of the situation. Supporting either side would not bode well for him. He offered an awkward smile, attempting to shift the topic as he stepped forward. The surrounding crowd gasped in astonishment at the two formidable women. How terrifying! We thought they were merely beautiful, but their strength is formidable. In the blink of an eye, the thousands of once dreaded prodigies had been effortlessly dispatched by the two. Such a display left them in shock and envy. Why did Wang Xuanzhi, the seemingly pampered man, enjoy such fortune? They resented the injustice of fate, lamenting their own lack of such companions. If only they could attain even one of those roles, it would be a stroke of immense luck. Yet, Wang Xuanzhi seemed to possess three all to himself. Wang Xuanzhi continued, "Friends have come from afar, and you fail to greet them, and my friend is quite angered. However, my cultivation teaches me to remain composed. The sage advises us to see through and let go. The treasures of gold and silver should not weigh heavy on the heart. We are encouraged to practice generosity, using our wealth to aid others and cultivate merit." Chapter 138. A collective assault. The arrival of 1,000,000 celestial clan members. The expressions of the crowd darkened collectively. While they found some truth in Wang Xuanzhi's earlier statement, his subsequent remark was nothing short of a blatant demand for robbery. This man is a highwayman. They thought Damo Hua and the others had grown accustomed to Wang Xuanzhi's demeanor. Wang Xuanzhi pressed on, "It appears you are not inclined to share. Thus, I must call upon my other friends to assist you in enlightening your immature souls." With that, a formation plate materialized in his hand, radiating boundless light. In an instant, millions of celestial disciples surged forth from the 10 directions great array, filling the sky above the city. They gazed down upon the inhabitants below. Their celestial light dispelling the demonic aura brought by Mohua, restoring daylight to the ancient city once more. The rulers of the spirit celestial path bore smiles, and the leading figure among them was none other than Li Changsheng. He felt a surge of pride as he provocatively regarded the rulers of the golden celestial path and the ghost celestial path, realizing that the celestial emperor favored him above the rest. "You observe that among your millions of disciples, none take the lead, allowing one individual to guide them." He scoffs inwardly, recalling how they had once mocked him and his foresight. Now, he believes he is undeniably correct. As the celestial emperor chooses to favor Li Changsheng over the disciples of Daotian, the two individuals remain silent, refraining from disputing the facts, as there is little more to say. Meanwhile, the ruler of the demonic faction wonders why the demon emperor does not permit their people to appear. Wouldn't sending forth a massive army directly crush the opposition, saving both time and effort? The Lord of Shanghai slowly speaks, suggesting that if he is not mistaken, this young man harbors a cunning heart. His intent is to feign weakness while secretly preparing for a greater conquest. Capturing this city with 1,000,000 troops suffices, and preserving strength for a larger city is prudent. An unexpected onslaught of a multitude could yield a surprising advantage. It must be said, those who understand humanity are solely of the human race. Wang Xuanzhi indeed shares this sentiment, for deception is a soldier's ally. He commands that all these individuals be subdued. But, of course, without causing fatalities. They should merely yield their resources, the quantity depending on how forcefully they are approached. After issuing this command, he leisurely retrieves a large sunshade and 4 reclining chairs, slicing open a fruit akin to watermelon, and lies back with a spoon, indulging in the moment with utter tranquility. The expressions of the Daotian rulers darken at this spectacle. Is this young man truly here for a vacation? He displays not a hint of tension. While others struggle desperately for resources, he, on the other hand, appears to be reveling in a leisurely retreat. With Wang Xuanzhi's command, chaos ensues. The millions of celestial disciples leap into action, their bodies radiating celestial light. Encircling tens of thousands, those with spirit falter after withstanding 3 heavy blows, quickly surrendering their treasures. "Brother, please stop. I was wrong. I will give you everything." A bruised demon clan man, limping and trembling, relinquishes all his possessions. "Brother, please don't strike. I understand my position. In another area, numerous other Daotian disciples, witnessing the approaching tide, hastily produce their resources, recognizing that while resources can be reclaimed, life once lost cannot. Additionally, the ancient city of the desert is rich in resources. It is unwise to lose much for the sake of a little. Maintaining a favorable state before seeking further gains is essential. Yet, where there is wisdom, there is also folly. Among the giant clan, their imposing figures display unwavering resolve, showing no inclination to surrender despite the celestial beings assaulting them. "Begone. I vow to resist until death." After 18 years, I will still be a man of valor. If you seek my resources, do not expect my compliance. This man, full of spirit, speaks resolutely, bearing numerous wounds. Wang Xuanzhi observes this courageous giant with approval, applauding him. Well said. I admire you greatly. Come forth and loosen this friend's limbs. Following his words, Mu Dongyu and other demon clan disciples emerge from the vast formation, a contingent of several 100,000. The giant, who moments ago stood defiant, now quivers at the sight of this multitude. Hastily removing his storage pouch and presenting it with both hands, brother, I misspoke. I meant to say I would serve you again after 18 years. You are the true hero. Wang Xuanzhi cannot help but marvel at the rapid change in demeanor. Wasn't it said that the giant clan was simple-minded and physically strong? Yet this individual is more cunning than he appears. Nonetheless, who would refuse resources offered freely? Floating above, Yao Yao, her delicate ears quivering, is adorned with a faint pink hue. Her mouth smeared with watermelon juice. Her eyes are filled with intricate patterns, for this ancient city serves as a colossal teleportation array. Where it leads, she cannot say, but all within this city will be transported to a certain location. Wang Xuanzhi, engrossed in his plundering, remains oblivious to this fact. The array is concealed so perfectly that even Nangong Chinga and Mo Hua fail to notice. It is likely that soon, all these individuals will be teleported away while Wang Xuanzhi continues to savor his watermelon. Yao Yao initially intends to speak but is interrupted by the voices of the other three systems. Yao Yao, do not inform the host just yet. Observe how well he has been faring these past few days. It has been ages since we witnessed an intense battle. The teleportation destination seems to be a hidden realm, impervious to prying eyes. When the time comes, we can provide guidance. Just imagine the Dragon King battling the three phoenixes. The thought alone is exhilarating. In her mind, the voice of the Chaos Demon system resonates, beguiling her. Unbeknownst to Wang Xuanzhi, after enduring the treachery of 4 troublesome figures from the origin continent, his systems have now turned against him. Plotting their own schemes. Should he become aware of this, he would undoubtedly commend the Chaos Demon system for its cleverness. Only she knows her true thoughts. After we transform, our capabilities and strength will far surpass Wang Xuanzhi's. At that point, it is to be feared that he will falter long before we reach our full potential. Half an hour later, Wang Xuanzhi surveys the scene, noting that those who could not rise have remained down, while those who have fallen lie unconscious. He wipes the juice from his mouth, rising with satisfaction, marveling at the sight before him with a tinge of pity. Why must you gamble with your lives? Why engage in such futile resistance? If only you had surrendered sooner, we could have avoided this unpleasantness. It is said that one should seek collective joy over solitary amusement. Now, I am displeased, and so are you. The remaining individuals, barely clinging to life, feel their anger surge at his words, the fire of their fury overwhelming them, causing many to faint from sheer frustration. Wang Xuanzhi's words prove too much for them, pushing them over the edge. Of course, some with stronger resolve glare at Wang Xuanzhi, harboring deep resentment. Among the demon clan, their eyes conceal a secret loathing, whispering to one another to summon their clan's saintess for vengeance. We must have her avenge us. Not only does he rob us of our treasures, but he also seeks to crush our spirits, truly outrageous. Many of the demon clan exchange glances, bloodied and battered. Mo Hua, Zhang Lian, and Nangong Chinga observe Wang Xuanzhi's smug demeanor, their lips curling upwards. Li Chongqing solemnly follows in Wang Xuanzhi's wake, unwavering in his loyalty. Mu Dongyu chuckles, addressing Wang Xuanzhi, boss, everything is complete. Those resilient ones have all been softened. No, wait. They have been educated into gentle scholars, all thanks to your wise teachings. Wang Xuanzhi beams with delight, casting a look of approval towards Mu Dongyu. In his heart, he revels in the spoils of war, gathering countless Earth-grade and Heaven-grade artifacts into his possession, converting them into merit points. Ding, congratulations, host. You have obtained 10,000 Earth-grade artifacts, earning 1 million merit points. Ding, congratulations, host. You have acquired 1,000 Heaven-grade artifacts, earning 1 million merit points. Wang Xuanzhi scoffs, disdainfully regarding the remaining individuals. You are truly impoverished. Merely 10,000 Earth-grade artifacts and 1,000 Heaven-grade artifacts? Are you all beggars? Is this all you have to offer? Upon hearing this, those still conscious among the demon clan gasp, spitting blood in exasperation, their eyes rolling back as they faint from sheer indignation. What does he mean by trash? These are precious Heaven-grade and Earth-grade artifacts. The loss of these 1,000 Heaven-grade artifacts feels like a wound to their very souls, and if not for their overwhelming strength, they might have been crushed under the weight of despair. Only a few dozen remain, steadfast in their resolve. When the holy maiden of the demon race arrived to report the situation, their hearts were resolute. Yet this moment marked the most tragic period of their lives. However, they were soon to witness even greater despair. Above the heavens, the 3,000 rulers of the celestial realm twitched their lips in unison. The demon realm's ruler expressed confusion, stating that the reincarnated demon god had undergone a transformation in character, seemingly different from the tyrannical being they remembered. Another demon ruler suggested that this change might be due to the reincarnation of the celestial emperor into the demon god's form, implying that the celestial emperor's personality had influenced the demon god's demeanor. Yes, it must be the fault of that cursed celestial emperor. From their initial speculation, they grew increasingly convinced, attributing all blame to the celestial emperor. Upon hearing this, the celestial beings were displeased. How could it possibly be the fault of our celestial emperor? Our celestial emperor is so dignified. He was once hailed as the supreme sword cultivator of the heavens, and no one could withstand a single strike from him. This is their celestial emperor, now subjected to such slander. And they were far from pleased. They vehemently protested, shouting that it was not their demon god's nature that led to this situation, but rather the influence of the demon god upon their celestial emperor's character. The two factions remained obstinate, and the atmosphere grew tense once more. The ruler of the demon path looked notably displeased. Meanwhile, there were also the rulers of the dragon and phoenix paths nearby. The three factions were allied, and their gazes towards Wang Xuanzhi were laden with hostility. Was this not an excessive affront to the demon race? Although the dragon and phoenix races were part of the demon lineage, their relationships were still considered close. The ruler of the celestial demon path remained composed, as if everything were under control. He stroked his white beard and proclaimed that once their newly arrived holy maiden reached this place, she would surely teach this young man a lesson. At that time, he would avenge the demon race. Wang Xuanzhi gazed at the unconscious crowd and pondered that it would be wise to grant them a form of transcendence. With a grin, he summoned golden and demonic light, transforming it into 200,000 specks of light that merged into the minds of the 20,000 fallen. This light contained the essence of both the demon emperor's and celestial emperor's faith. The number of 20,000 translated to 200 million merit points. Why not seize the opportunity? Once the transformation was complete, Wang Xuanzhi would have at least 2,300,000,000 merit points. With diligence, he could exchange this for one of the 72 merchant slots. The Phoenix Maiden, veiled and followed by numerous admirers, found herself encumbered by others from the demon race and various celestial paths, with their total numbers amounting to millions. Leading the way were 10 men from the celestial demon path, blood sea path, dragon serpent path, fire phoenix path, and azura path. All but one, the fire phoenix lord, hailed from different celestial paths. Observing the departure of the fire phoenix lord, they too set off, abandoning their pursuits and eagerly trailing behind her. This left her feeling quite exasperated, as she received communications from others of her race. She sought to rid herself of these clingy followers. She increased her speed, racing towards her destination. Yet, the 10 powerful men, all exceptional talents, were not so easily shaken off. Their speed surged, matching that of the fire phoenix lord, and they even seemed to exceed her. However, they remained behind her, refusing to overtake. Upon arriving at the ancient desert city, she discovered numerous demon race individuals, tens of thousands, all prostrated on the ground, surrounded by 1,000,000 celestial beings. Grateful for the assistance from the demon and phoenix races, she felt compelled to repay this kindness. Just as she arrived, her 1,000,000 followers, eager and persistent, reached the scene. The leading 10 men gazed at the Phoenix Lord with longing, their eyes fixated on her, unwilling to look away. The demons still clinging to life felt a profound relief upon the arrival of their holy maiden. Their desire to survive intensified, and they held their breath. Anticipating the consequences for Wang Xuanzhi, they sneered internally, though their expressions were too battered to reveal their sentiments. "You scoundrel, how could you treat us thus? I believe our holy maiden will surely repay you in kind. We demons are the most united. We would never betray like the demon and celestial races. Just you wait." The army of 1,000,000 appeared in the sky, startling Wang Xuanzhi. This shock was one of delight. As 1,000,000 individuals represented a staggering amount of merit points, he estimated they amounted to 8,000,000 people, translating to 800 million merit points. How could he resist recruiting them as his minions? As the Phoenix Maiden assessed the scene below, she suddenly spotted a familiar figure, the one she had longed for. Her eyes misted with tears, disregarding her image, as a glimmer of moisture shone in her eyes. These past months had been her most agonizing day in this unfamiliar land. She had constantly yearned for Wang Xuanzhi. Her longing for him intensified, akin to the rich aroma of a fine wine, growing sweeter with time. Channeling her spiritual energy to its peak, she lunged at Wang Xuanzhi, knocking him to the ground. How fortuitous, as they found themselves mere inches apart. Wang Xuanzhi's face flushed, astonished at how swiftly the mission had progressed. Before him stood none other than the Fire Phoenix Lord. His mouth slightly agape, he was taken aback. In a way, the demon race has invested so heavily, using their clan leader as he inwardly chastised the old demon dragon. Bewildered by the magnitude of sacrifice, the Fire Phoenix Lord, upon seeing the figure she had yearned for, mistook his astonishment for joy at their reunion. A blush crept across her cheeks, barely concealed by her veil. Yet her beauty was undeniable. Gradually, she closed her eyes and, in full view of the crowd, leaned in slowly, lips to lips. Despite the barrier of the veil, a gentle, smooth sensation made Wang Xuanzhi's heart race. The demons who still clung to life were rendered speechless, their eyes wide in disbelief, mouths agape in silent protest. It seemed they could hardly bear the sight. Their hearts shattered. In that moment, every onlooker fell unconscious, some struck down by Wang Xuanzhi's companions, while others simply succumbed to heartbreak. Witnessing the Phoenix Maiden's embrace left them feeling that their lives as demons had been in vain. Above in the heavens, the rulers of the demon path, Dragon Path, and Phoenix Clan were left agape in their extensive lifetimes. They had never encountered such a shocking spectacle, especially not in rapid succession. Just moments ago, their holy maiden had embraced Wang Xuanzhi. Why was everything connected to that young man? He was the demon god among demons, the celestial emperor among celestial beings, and even the holy maiden of the celestial race had thrown herself at him. Moreover, he possessed the physique of a human emperor. How was it that even their demon race's holy maiden was so enamored? What kind of charm did he possess to captivate women so thoroughly? Was it the fabled peach blossom physique? Such a constitution naturally attracted women, endowing him with an extraordinary affinity. Wang Xuanzhi, undeniably handsome and exuding an unparalleled aura, radiated a uniqueness that left no room for critique. Yet, he should not have possessed a peach blossom physique. For those bore a distinct mark upon their forehead. The 10 formidable talents present, each at the third disaster realm, were overshadowed by the millions behind them. They moved with restraint, their teeth gritted as they watched the Phoenix Maiden's affection for Wang Xuanzhi. Veins bulging on their foreheads, they stepped forward, and with each stride, the space around them seemed to fracture. After months of hard work yielding nothing, it was unbearable to witness Wang Xuanzhi so effortlessly acquire what they had long sought. Especially with the Phoenix Maiden herself presenting it to him. The sight of their beloved being taken by another ignited a singular thought in their minds, to tear Wang Xuanzhi apart. The two individuals exchanged a profound gaze, disregarding the overwhelming murderous intent emanating from 10 figures on the horizon. Within the realms of the Dragon Clan, it was the imperial dragon lineage, their draconic might casting a shadow over the surroundings. The sound of a dragon's roar resonated through the ancient city, instilling a sense of oppression in the hearts of the onlookers. Among them, the prodigies of the Phoenix Clan and the Phoenix Maiden, who stood closest to her, felt an unquenchable longing, yet could not attain the blazing phoenix fire that enveloped her. The 2 young men of the Shura clan, with blood-red hair, exuded a palpable thirst for blood. Their eyes reflecting boundless rage, they fixated on Wang Xuanzhi, their sole desire being to tear him apart. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, as 10 powerful murderous intents converged directly upon Wang Xuanzhi, unmasked and unrestrained. Chapter 141. The assassination of 10 supreme prodigies. Wang Xuanzhi sensed an unsettling shift in the air. For some inexplicable reason, he felt an accumulation of murderous intentions directed at him. Raising his gaze to the 10 formidable young men, and then to the Phoenix Maiden, understanding washed over him. With a soft sigh, he mused, indeed, beauty can be a source of calamity. These young individuals had yet to emerge from the folly of youth. Unlike himself, who possessed a demeanor of maturity and composure, the bloodthirst of the 2 Shura youths intensified, accompanied by an ominous aura. Behind them, 100,000 disciples of the Shura clan radiated a chilling bloodlust. Enveloping the ancient city in a crimson haze, the 2 young men lamented, "Is it because of this handsome lad that you have repeatedly rejected us?" The Phoenix Maiden, resolute and filled with tender affection, glanced at Wang Xuanzhi and sighed softly, "Why must you all go to such lengths? My heart belongs solely to Xuanzhi, and no one else." As her words lingered in the air, the bloodthirsty aura of the 2 Shura prodigies surged to new heights. their gaze fixed menacingly upon Wang Xuanzhi. The other disciples from different realms felt an inexplicable shattering within their hearts, as if something precious had been irrevocably lost. Nangong Qinga, Mo Hua, and Jiang Lian exchanged fierce glances at Wang Xuanzhi. Why are there so many women around him? Is that not enough? Among the 5 clans, only those appointed by the human sovereign remained unseen. Now, all 4 clans had encountered him. Wang Xuanzhi had fulfilled 4/5 of his mission. With only one task remaining, a young disciple from the Fire Phoenix realm looked mournfully at the Phoenix sovereign. Do you not realize how intense this young man's allure is? Just look at the 3 women behind him. Each one is a vision of beauty. Upon hearing this, the crowd turned their astonished gazes toward Wang Xuanzhi's companions, their admiration deepening. They were no less striking than the Phoenix sovereign herself. Expectation filled the air as everyone awaited the sovereign's response, hoping she would dismiss Wang Xuanzhi. However, the anticipated outcome did not materialize. The Phoenix sovereign nodded resolutely, shattering the hearts of millions. The 10 heavenly prodigies could no longer contain their fury, their energy surging forth. The Shura youths unleashed their bloodthirst, painting the skies red. 2 young disciples from the Shura clan charged forth first, their formidable bloodlust manifesting as gigantic scythes aimed at Wang Xuanzhi as he beheld the colossal scythes hurtling toward him. A grave expression settled upon his face for the first time. The relentless pursuit of the 2 Shura scythes was inescapable, and the only means of countering them was to shatter them with force. The ruler of the Shura realm watched with satisfaction as his 2 prodigies engaged in battle, marveling at how they had united against a common foe due to a single woman. The ruler of the Fire Phoenix realm, on the other hand, was filled with anguish. Just moments ago, he had confidently asserted that the Phoenix sovereign would tear Wang Xuanzhi apart, yet now it was his own disciples who were being offered to Wang Xuanzhi. Deepening his despair, the ruler of the celestial demon realm, who had been stroking his beard moments before, was now wide-eyed with shock as he witnessed the celestial maiden embrace Wang Xuanzhi in his agitation. He inadvertently plucked out his own beard, his lips trembling with indignation. Had gazes been lethal, Wang Xuanzhi would have met his demise countless times over amidst the scrutinizing stares of the multitude. Divine and demonic light radiated from Wang Xuanzhi as he prepared to engage earnestly. Such extraordinary prodigies served as invaluable sharpening stones to hone his skills and test the limits of his power. The boundless divine and demonic light enveloped him, manifesting an ethereal figure of divine and demonic essence towering like the cosmos itself, bearing the weight of the sun and moon upon its shoulders. Stars danced within his eyes as he unleashed a mighty punch, the divine and demonic energies swirling around him, transcending time and space, colliding with the 2 massive blood-red scythes, as the assembly comprised mainly celestial beings. The presence of demonkind was sparse, yet, upon witnessing the ethereal figure, their faces reflected deep reverence. Just as Wang Xuanzhi launched his powerful strikes, the other 8 supreme prodigies in the heavens sprang into action. The 2 prodigies of the imperial dragon lineage transformed into colossal dragons, their draconic majesty overwhelming the atmosphere. Their massive claws tore through the fabric of space, aimed squarely at Wang Xuanzhi. The 2 most formidable young disciples of the celestial demon clan emitted an aura of celestial demons that transcended ordinary beings. A golden-haired youth revealed his true form, sprouting 3 legs and wings, transforming into a majestic 3-legged golden crow. His eyes burned with fury, for Wang Xuanzhi had stolen the woman he cherished most. With a thunderous cry, he proclaimed, "Golden Crow, embody the sun and extinguish the heavens." As his words echoed, a colossal solar figure materialized behind him, and the temperature in the surroundings soared. The other celestial demon youth gradually revealed his true form as well. A 3-eyed, 3-legged jade toad, the embodiment of the moon's essence. His presence was accompanied by a crescent moon that emerged behind him, unleashing a surge of lunar energy. The dual forces of the sun and moon surged toward Wang Xuanzhi, offering him no avenue of escape. The imperial dragon's claws sealed the space around him, while the golden crow and the jade toad converged in a relentless assault. Any ordinary being would tremble in fear at such overwhelming might. Yet Wang Xuanzhi stood resolute. With a mighty blow, he shattered the blood-red scythes and swiftly turned to confront the dragon claws and the colossal solar and lunar figures. Nangong Qinga, the Phoenix maiden, Mo Hua, and Jiang Lian sprung into action. Witnessing their beloved being threatened, they could not remain passive. The hearts of the men present shattered anew, crushed into dust, before being pulverized into mere powder. Chapter 142. The Sword of Time and Space Die. The giants of the other clans, towering at several meters, wielded fists imbued with the might of the heavens. Their physical prowess was unmatched among the clans, save for the Dragon Clan, known for their overwhelming strength. Radiating with seven-colored celestial light, Nangong Chinga's demeanor was calm as she waved her hand, transforming the radiant light into myriad celestial swords that surged toward the enormous claws of the Imperial Dragon. The two forces collided, the celestial light piercing through the dragon's claws, which in turn shattered countless celestial swords. Both sides retreated, the dragon's massive head displaying a flicker of astonishment as it regarded Nangong Chinga with a glimmer of lewdness. For dragons were inherently lustful, Mo and Jiang Lian emanated divine and demonic light. Their energies intertwining in a spectacular display of power, Mo with a solemn expression, murmured, demonic light illuminates the myriad realms. Behold me as an ancient demon. Jiang Lian's divine light bore an unusual quality, transcending time itself as it enveloped the colossal solar figure, causing it to gradually dissipate. The divine light surrounding it faded as if they had never existed within this realm. The potent fusion of divine and demonic energies illuminated the ancient city with a brilliant radiance amidst the darkness, while the crescent moon's figure clashed against this magnificent display. With a thunderous impact, the crescent moon's figure began to dim, stirring up clouds of dust before ultimately vanishing. The union of divine and demonic light unleashed unprecedented might, surging toward the three-eyed jade toad. The tremendous collision of these three forces caused the very space to tremble. Shattering the skies above the ancient city, the walls of the city were left with gaping holes, a testament to the chaos unleashed. The ancient city, sculpted by wind and sand, began to slowly dissipate, melting into golden grains of sand. Unbeknownst to the onlookers, these sands subtly glimmered with light. Once the ancient sands settled upon the ground, they resonated faintly with the hidden grand formation beneath. The two elements intertwined, emitting a delicate glow. The grand formation was gradually being activated, unnoticed by the crowd. Among the 10 prodigies of the heavenly Tao, 2 had yet to make their move. Behind them, they bore long swords, poised for unsheathing. The sound of the sword's cry reverberated throughout the ancient city. I in the heavens above. The sovereign of Xinyuan Dao and the sovereign of Shanhai Dao were taken aback. The sovereign of Xinyuan Dao stood up, rare anger spilling forth, cursing vehemently. You fools, that is the human emperor's body. Do you understand what that signifies? 2 little brats, hurry and stop. You should be assisting instead. The sovereign of Shanhai Dao, observing the disarray of the Xinyuan sovereign, felt a twinge of sympathy. The human emperor's body was one of the mightiest physiques among humanity, carrying immense significance for the race. To witness the human emperor's body was akin to encountering the emperor himself. Yet, these two remained oblivious to Wang Xuanzhi's identity as the human emperor's body. Ensnared by love, they were blinded by hatred, unwilling to heed such warnings. Moreover, their voices could not reach the ears of the two at that moment. The sword intent emanating from them reached its zenith, causing the swords within their sheaths to tremble violently. In unison, they declared, "You are fortunate to witness our combined strike. This is the mightiest sword of Xinyuan Dao, and we are its most formidable prodigies." Their expressions turned grave as the long swords were drawn with force. In an instant, a sword light emerged, casting shadows that obscured the sun. A blinding white light flashed, rendering the onlookers momentarily sightless. With a clang, the swords were drawn. They both roared, "This sword is named Heavenly Opening." Nangong Chinga, Mo Hua, Jiang Lian, and Li Hua Huangzhu were preoccupied with fending off the other 8, oblivious to the situation involving Wang Xuanzhi. Observing the overwhelming sword light, Wang Xuanzhi sensed a peculiar flaw within what others perceived as an indomitable sword technique, influenced by the essence of the immortal Tao. The sovereign of Xinyuan Dao watched as the sword was drawn, his gaze lost and dimmed. He slumped down, muttering, "It's over, it's over. The human emperor is about to be slain by these two fools." These two imbeciles would surely face severe consequences upon returning. The sovereigns of the demon Dao and immortal Dao, however, were unfazed by the sword. Instead, they gazed at Wang Xuanzhi with fervent interest, for he was their immortal emperor and demon god. If he could be so easily defeated, it would be a grave anomaly. Especially the sovereign of the immortal race, who exuded confidence, for the immortal emperor was renowned as the supreme sword of the heavens. Wang Xuanzhi perceived glaring flaws in the sword technique. As the sword was unleashed, his immortal Dao sword manifested in his hand, and his form vanished quietly from sight. As he disappeared, time and space seemed to freeze. The two were still bellowing the last syllable of Heavenly Opening when Wang Xuanzhi stood before them. Within his eyes lay reminiscence and familiarity, and he murmured softly, "This sword is named Sword of Time and Space. One sword to sever the heavens, one sword to open the celestial gates. It is not mere illusion, but truth. This sword of time and space strikes at causality above and the future below. The sword I wield is to sever the very sword you have unleashed." As he spoke, the moment of causality was established. Yet, for reasons unknown, Jun Xiaoyao inexplicably retracted his sword, opting instead to unleash his fists, sending the two flying. The radiant sword light shattered in an instant, vanishing like a bubble, as if it had never existed. The two, caught off guard, were propelled away. How is this possible? The Xinyuan Dao sovereign suddenly regained his clarity, though he should not have felt joy. Witnessing the human emperor's body unharmed filled him with boundless excitement. He laughed heartily. "Ha! The human emperor fights well. Teach these two fools a lesson for their arrogance." The other 8 prodigies, still engaged in battle with the 4 women, exchanged incredulous glances, reaching a silent consensus. They resolved to eliminate this pretty boy first, believing that the Phoenix Maiden would eventually return to her senses. The stunning figures behind them would be theirs to divide later. Clearly, they were preparing to confront Wang Xuanzhi, initially underestimating him as a mere pretty boy, but now astonished by his formidable strength. With millions at their backs, they faced off against Wang Xuanzhi and the immortal race. Li Changsheng, upon hearing Wang Xuanzhi's command to refrain from action, refrained from charging forth with his immortal Dao spear. Wang Xuanzhi, invigorated by the prospect of a worthy opponent, felt the stirring of his human physique, the innate Dao body of the sainted fetus, and the golden primordial spirit, which opened its eyes. The ancient physique was gradually awakening. The essence of humanity and the spirit of the divine surged within him. The sound of the human system echoed in his mind, declaring the host's sacred body too potent, concealing its brilliance. Now, it seemed he was awakening due to this opportunity. The demonic body had awakened. While the other 3 invincible physiques awaited their moment, Wang Xuanzhi felt a warm vitality coursing through him, every gesture imbued with immense authority and gravitas. His very being seemed to embody this realm. And the strength of his physique had escalated immeasurably, an epic enhancement, preparing him for the impending fierce battle. At that moment, Wang Xuanzhi's primordial spirit resonated with his physique as the heavens subtly shifted in hue. Outside the ancient city, cloaked in demonic and celestial light, a phenomenon unfolded unseen by its inhabitants. An ancient presence gradually emerged within this realm, its towering figure overshadowing the entire expanse, as if it could bear the weight of the sun, moon, and stars. Just as the 10 prodigies prepared to strike against Wang Xuanzhi and his companions, the formation within the ancient city was subjected to a peculiar pull, bursting forth with dazzling radiance. The ancient city revealed its true form, causing the onlookers' expressions to drastically change. The sudden brilliance of the formation caught them unawares, and before they could react, one by one, they began to vanish, even the million-strong immortal host oblivious to where they were being transported. Wang Xuanzhi and the 4 women, realizing the situation, swiftly gathered together. The moment the radiant light enveloped them, they too were swept away. Yao Yao, curious about the radiant formation, followed its vanishing path, seeking Wang Xuanzhi and the others. In the chaos, the array plate in Wang Xuanzhi's hand slipped from his grasp. Li Changsheng, witnessing the array plate fall and Wang Xuanzhi's disappearance, was taken aback, shouting, "Defend the immortal emperor." By the time he reached the scene at full speed, Wang Xuanzhi had already vanished. He could only retrieve the fallen array plate, his heart resolute. This was the artifact of the immortal emperor and must be safeguarded with utmost care. The sovereigns above exchanged curious glances, discussing the unfolding events. Why did this ancient city harbor such a formation? The sovereign of Shanhai Dao, the oldest among them, shook his head slowly, his voice heavy with rarity. This chaotic land opened at an unknown time, and we have no idea when this region emerged. The destination of this formation's transport is likely beyond our knowledge, and we find ourselves powerless to intervene. There are no images to guide us. We can only hope the human emperor remains safe, for it would be a tremendous loss for our race otherwise. The sovereigns of the demon and immortal Dao exchanged disdainful glances, their expressions revealing that they did not perceive it as a significant loss. They held hope yet maintained unwavering confidence in Wang Xuanzhi, believing him to be the reincarnation of the immortal emperor and demon god, destined to turn the tide and avoid a swift demise. In an unknown realm, Wang Xuanzhi gradually opened his eyes, the 4 women beside him, just awakening and curiously surveying their surroundings. They found themselves enveloped in a sea of pink flowers, the air fragrant with their scent. Yet the blossoms stretched infinitely in all directions. Wang Xuanzhi's consciousness expanded like a vast net, and after a moment, he regarded the four with a serious expression, saying, "This place is extraordinarily peculiar. It seems like an endless expanse. My consciousness has spread for thousands of miles without finding an edge, as if this realm is boundless." Floating in midair, Yao Yao bore an inscrutable glint in her eyes, gazing upon the strange flower sea with a flicker of amusement. She immediately recognized the location of this sea of flowers and discerned the type of the pink celestial flower known as the fairy drunk, which blooms for 30,000 years without bearing fruit. This pink blossom embodies the potent dual forces of yin and yang. Gazing at the flower, Nangong Qinga was unable to identify its spiritual nature despite her vast knowledge. She gently plucked one, discovering its texture to be as soft and comforting as cotton, and remarkably clean. Upon being picked, the flower transformed into swirling celestial energy that filled the air around her. Yao Yao, hovering above, observed Nangong Qinga shattering the flower, a sly smile flickering in her eyes. The trio of Mo Hua, Zhang Lian, and the emperor also curiously surveyed this realm. As they extended their senses, they found, as Wang Xuanzhi had mentioned, an infinite expanse without boundaries. Intrigued, they too plucked this petite pink flower, experiencing a softness surpassing that of cotton. Upon contact with their palms, it too dissipated into ethereal energy, witnessing all four women engage with the spiritual flower. Yao Yao's smile deepened, remarking to Wang Xuanzhi about her timely awakening of innate abilities, suggesting that otherwise, she might have perished here. The three systems within Wang Xuanzhi were engaged in discussion. The Hongmeng immortal god system expressed surprise that this area remained a lost realm, suitable for inclusion within the host's fragmented Hongmeng microcosm, thus allowing it to nurture a new world. The host was indeed fortunate to encounter such an opportunity, yet now faced a grave calamity that required navigation. Wang Xuanzhi looked up at Yao Yao, whose eyes glinted with cunning, and inquired if she knew something. Yao Yao mysteriously shook her head, her expression imbued with deep significance, saying, "Host, you will soon understand this place. It will undoubtedly bring you boundless benefits." Chapter 143, The 7-Day Battle, a grim slaughter. Wang Xuanzhi felt a pang of impatience. Yao Yao's cryptic remarks were frustratingly vague. He pressed further, asking if he had completed 4 tasks and whether his rewards were forthcoming. At that moment, the other 3 systems exhibited some reluctance, their voices languid as they echoed in his mind. "Host, do not rush. The rewards for your tasks will be bestowed after you overcome this great tribulation." This only heightened Wang Xuanzhi's anxiety. He questioned, "What calamity? Is it an enemy?" Scanning his surroundings, he found no adversaries, tension coiling within him. If the system spoke of a great tribulation, it surely meant no harm. Yet he failed to notice the increasingly peculiar expressions on the faces of Nangong Qinga, Zhang Lian, Mo Hua, and the Fire Phoenix Lord, their cheeks tinged with a faint blush and their expressions becoming more enigmatic. Mo Hua and the Fire Phoenix Lord wobbled slightly, and the ground beneath them bore traces of clear spring water. Just as Wang Xuanzhi remained vigilant, suddenly he felt a sharp sensation at his back, as if restrained by an unseen force, rendering his spiritual energy inaccessible. Panic seized him as he realized even the chaotic energy was sealed away. When he turned to comprehend the situation, he found Mo Hua gazing at him with an intense expression, leaving him bewildered. Yao Yao produced half a watermelon and began munching, her wide eyes fixated on the imminent fierce battle. In the midst of his confusion, Wang Xuanzhi felt his lips pressed against Zhang Lian's, leaving him astounded. How could the usually timid Zhang Lian act so boldly? Yet that was not the extent of his shock. His weapon, the spear, was tightly gripped in her hand, immobilized. Nangong Qinga, initially focused on Wang Xuanzhi, soon realized the peculiar nature of the situation and sighed inwardly, recognizing it as a rare flower type. She mused on the misfortune of whoever had planted such a garden, grateful that no one was watching, or they would have faced dire consequences. Her cheeks flushed slightly. While Wang Xuanzhi remained in a daze, the Fire Phoenix Lord unleashed a surge of celestial energy, obliterating everything around them into dust. The 5 were laid bare before one another. They exchanged glances, Wang Xuanzhi feeling like a lamb among wolves as the 4 approached him closer, leaving him somewhat entranced. The garden was filled with shy, blooming flowers, and in the distance, towering peaks loomed, captivating Wang Xuanzhi's senses. Beside, amidst the chaotic blooms, the beauty can bewilder the eye. The shallow grass can swallow a horse's hoof. Viewed from different angles, the ridges appear as peaks, with variations of distance and height. At that moment, the spear became sharper, and the battle was about to commence. Indeed, the four women seemed enchanted, their eyes ablaze with fierce determination. Mo Hua lunged at Wang Xuanzhi. Initiating the conflict, she swiftly gained the upper hand, pinning him to the ground, and the clash of weaponry began. An intense exchange of strikes, neither party willing to yield. The three martial goddesses suppressed their odd feelings, observing from the sidelines, while the other two watched Mo Hua with eager anticipation, awaiting the conclusion of her confrontation. The warm flower sea resonated with soft melodies, the women's voices harmonizing with the men's recitals. The brutality of the battle was staggering, a scene devoid of humanity, the ferocity unmatched. After a full day of combat, countless flowers had fallen, reducing the area to desolation. Yet the conflict continued with no sign of abating. As Mo Hua's battle concluded, Wang Xuanzhi exhaled softly, easing into a brief slumber, while Mo Hua, feeling discomfort from her earlier actions, retreated. With the fight over, Nangong Qinga stepped forward, her robust constitution allowing her to hold her ground. Her spear growing ever sharper, her fighting spirit soaring. Yao Yao, observing from above, marveled at Wang Xuanzhi's formidable physique. Within Wang Xuanzhi, the three systems gazed in awe at his innate strength, noting his innate holy body. The battle raged on, a relentless wheel of combat, and he managed to endure, leaving them pleasantly surprised. However, the fight had only just begun. It could not conclude so swiftly. 3 days passed, and Wang Xuanzhi remained resolute. While Nangong Qinga matched his fervor, they engaged once more, grappling fiercely. Wang Xuanzhi, gasping for breath, raised his spear again, invigorated by the spirit of combat. After the tumultuous clashes, he, like Mo Hua, shyly withdrew. The battlefield was left with only Zhang Lian and the Fire Phoenix Lord. Determined, the Fire Phoenix Lord brandished her shield and charged at Wang Xuanzhi. Thus, one after another, they battled fiercely. It was not until 7 days had passed that the brutal skirmish gradually subsided. Exhausted, the five returned from the fray, their eyes heavy with sleep as they lay amidst the flower sea, beneath the vast sky. Butterflies unfurled their wings amidst the blooms, and red plum blossoms adorned the earth. This moment, Wang Xuanzhi's legs trembled, and his eyes sank deeply. He realized his body was beginning to falter under the strain. After 7 days, he had been vanquished, yet in a sense, he had triumphed. A day later, the five found themselves seated amidst the flower sea, exchanging glances filled with embarrassment, as if the previous 7 days of fierce combat had not involved them. Wang Xuanzhi felt a flush of shyness, mirrored by the faint blush on the faces of the four women. Following such an outrageous experience, their bonds had undeniably deepened, though it was more accurate to say the relationships among the four women had intensified. Chapter 144. The Lost Little World, the Hongmeng world. The five exchanged puzzled glances, their eyes wide with uncertainty. Wang Xuanzhi broke the awkward silence, clearing his throat. Ahem. How do we depart from this place? The Daotian battle seems unfinished. The four women looked at one another, shaking their heads in confusion, their cheeks still tinged with a faint blush when they glanced at him, further thickening the air with an ambiguous silence. Wang Xuanzhi couldn't help but groan as he gazed upward, his eyes narrowing into crescent moons at the sight of Yao Yao. Frustration welled within him. This young girl must have gleaned much in the past 7 days. He had momentarily forgotten that she was by his side. With emotions running high, the atmosphere charged, he felt compelled to inquire. Yao Yao, how do I leave this place? And what exactly is this location? What peculiar flower is this pink blossom? And why does it elicit such a strong reaction from them? Yao Yao shook her little head, swaying it side to side, her demeanor shrouded in mystery as she spoke. This is a realm of lost wonders. Unless someone with extraordinary powers intervenes to extract you from this realm, the host must resign themselves to spending their remaining days here. Upon hearing this, Wang Xuanzhi's expression soured, his face falling in dismay. Spending the rest of his life here was not a problem for him, especially with 4 women by his side, which felt like a heavenly existence. However, binding 4 systems and witnessing their transformations seemed somewhat impractical. He could not help but ask urgently, Yao Yao, do you truly have no means to assist? Consult the system. It must be capable of aiding you. Yao Yao replied, a thoughtful look gracing her delicate features, her eyes shimmering with cunning. I have a method, but will the host grant me this fraction? At that moment, the other 3 systems within Wang Xuanzhi's being began to murmur, noting how this clever girl had recently become quite astute. Wang Xuanzhi was taken aback. It was clear that Yao Yao had a solution. Without hesitation, he responded, if you reveal this method, I shall grant you that 0.25. This way, You would only be a step away from the final threshold, surpassing the others. Yao Yao's expression lit up, her mouth parting as words were about to spill forth. Just then, the Hongmeng divine system within Wang Xuanzhi interjected. Its voice cold and ethereal, reminiscent of a celestial being untouched by the mortal realm. The host merely needs to channel their spirit into the fragmented Hongmeng small world within. Use this world to encompass the lost land, and all shall be resolved. The host will be transported back to their original location, albeit to a different point. Wang Xuanzhi nodded, promptly granting that 0.25 to the Hongmeng divine system. Yao Yao's face fell, and she exclaimed, "Despicable! I said it first." Her cheeks puffed adorably, exuding a charming air. Wang Xuanzhi proceeded as instructed, gradually immersing his consciousness within the fractured Hongmeng small world. His spirit enveloped the vast expanse of the lost realm. And indeed, he soon received a response. The Hongmeng small world within him transformed into an endless ethereal expanse, expanding limitlessly and emanating an infinite aura of creation, enveloping the entire sea of pink flowers. Slowly, it began to draw the lost land into his Hongmeng small world. Noticing this, Wang Xuanzhi curiously inquired, "If I place them all within this Hongmeng small world, does that mean all four can reside within it as well?" Yao Yao nodded affirmatively. "Yes, that is correct. This space can house living beings. In the future, your Dantian will hold other entities. This can indeed be considered the essence of a small world, a means to expand your fractured realm. Does this mean I can harbor beauties within me?" Wang Xuanzhi's expression brightened as he grasped the significance of her words, realizing that his long-held desire was within reach. Observing his excitement, Yao Yao cunningly smiled, refraining from elaborating further. Once the four systems took on their forms, Wang Xuanzhi's petite physique would hardly suffice for their antics. As for his aspirations of sheltering beauties, that seemed far-fetched. Moreover, the existence of such treasured beings was not limited to mere power. Unbeknownst to Wang Xuanzhi, the allure of his constitution would eventually draw them, leading to fateful encounters. As Nangong Qinga, Zhang Lian, and Mo Hua, and Huang Zhu gazed at the strange imagery emanating from within Wang Xuanzhi. They couldn't help but wonder, what is happening? Wang Xuanzhi offered them a reassuring glance, stating, "This is a secret of mine. However, I shall not conceal it any longer. This is a small world. You may all reside within it, and it is a realm of lost wonders. Only by conquering this realm can we escape." The four women were left speechless, their mouths agape in astonishment at Wang Xuanzhi's revelation. For those as knowledgeable as Nangong Qinga and Mo Hua, the significance of such a lost realm was monumental. What a remarkable opportunity it was for Wang Xuanzhi. Zhang Lian might have been unaware, but they surely understood its weight. A small world was something only a being of imperial caliber could manifest, embodying the essence of heaven and earth. Yet, Wang Xuanzhi, who hadn't even reached the sage level, had achieved this feat. Wang Xuanzhi continued, "There may be some discomfort, so I ask for your patience." The four nodded in unison, hearts brimming with joy. Wang Xuanzhi sharing this secret with them indicated that they were no longer outsiders. Their bond grew closer once more, as time nurtured their feelings. They had always harbored a hint of affection, and this revelation undoubtedly deepened their connection. Within this lost small world, the four women created countless beautiful memories, especially Nangong Qinga, Mo Hua, and Zhang Lian. They each visited the ravaged sea of flowers, secretly preserving the dried remnants of blood-red petals as a keepsake. As Wang Xuanzhi's Hongmeng small realm expanded, the lost realm gradually assimilated into his Dantian. In that moment, the five figures vanished, transported from a realm that had never truly existed. Chapter 145. Establishing authority in the outer city. In the days following the disappearance of Wang Xuanzhi and his companions, a tremendous uproar erupted throughout the chaos ancient city. On the very day they vanished, all the chaos sand cities dissolved, merging into a colossal ancient castle. This subterranean fortress spanned thousands of miles and was vast beyond measure. It was said to house the tomb of an emperor, prompting many young prodigies to eagerly seek its mysteries. The 10 prodigies who had previously crossed paths with Wang Xuanzhi found themselves transported to this very place, along with Li Chongqing and others from the Celestial clan, all arriving at the outskirts of the underground castle. At this moment, the eyes of all the talented individuals converged upon the ancient fortress. The castle comprised an outer layer, an inner layer, and a central tomb. Most could only wander the outer layer, which was the most expansive and densely populated. Among the 3,000 realms, nearly half had already gathered. Each faction brought their own prodigies, with numbers reaching into the millions. Thus, the outer perimeter alone boasted billions, if not hundreds of billions, of individuals. As Wang Xuanzhi and his companions materialized, they descended into this vast outer expanse. Constructed from yellow sands, the fortress shimmered with light, betraying no hint of its subterranean nature. A tremendous imperial pressure emanated from the center, causing a subtle discomfort in their hearts. The castle's architecture comprised 3 tiers, the broad outer layer resembling a grand plaza, leading inward to countless opportunities. The outer layer served as a resting place for the masses. Wang Xuanzhi exchanged glances with his companions. The chaos had unfolded for half a month, with countless individuals eliminated and the remaining numbers unknown. They had surely reached the final stage of the assessment. While the assessment sounded straightforward, it was undeniably brutal. To survive until the end marked one as the ultimate victor, regardless of whether one was a prodigy or otherwise. Surviving amid such numbers and defeating them meant one would emerge as the strongest among the 3,000 realms. The strongest contenders would vie for dominance in the upcoming contest for the 3,000 heavenly domains. Nangong Chinga and Mo Hua exchanged concerned glances, aware that the 5 of them were now isolated and outnumbered. Others wielded legions of prodigious disciples, and while these disciples might not pose a threat to them individually, a coalition with millions could easily overpower the 5 of them. However, this sentiment underestimated Wang Xuanzhi's current prowess. Since awakening his innate holy body and absorbing the fractured small world, his strength had undergone a transformative leap. He had transcended boundaries, rendering them meaningless. His power was now unfathomable. Wang Xian was dimly aware that if he could summon those 3,000 masters of the heavens, he might be able to exchange a few blows with them. Caution was warranted. The 5 of them cautiously ventured deeper into the space. Flying within this realm was impractical. They could only proceed by foot. Surrounding them were numerous others, similarly making their way inward. Evidently recent arrivals. The crowd had swelled to several hundred million, with all the talents converging toward the inner city like a swarm of locusts. Naturally, the stunning beauty of the 4 women quickly attracted considerable attention. While some were resolute in their intentions, the sheer volume of people meant all types could be found. Behind a certain man, tens of thousands of disciples trailed, emanating a chilling aura, steeped in bloodlust. Clearly fresh from battle, he approached the group of 5, and soon, hundreds of ghostly disciples surrounded them, their eyes gleaming with malice, particularly towards the 4 women. The onlookers showed no inclination to intervene, drawn in by the spectacle. After all, who could blame them for being captivated by the audacity of this young man? If the ghostly clan failed to subdue them, it would indicate their weakness, unworthy of their ambitions. Wang Xian surveyed the crowd, quickly grasping their thoughts, and felt a surge of indignation. Why did trouble seem to follow him wherever he went? Is it my fault for being beautiful? Queried Nangong Ching. Is it my fault? Echoed Jiang Ling. Is it my fault? Chimed Mo Hua. Is it my fault? Added the Phoenix Sovereign. Due to the recent loss of his treasure, Wang Xian's mood was somewhat soured, and the presence of the ghostly clan felt like a provocation. The leading 100 ghostly men concealed their true strength, but Wang Xian discerned their cultivation level to be at the 3 calamities stage. Their eyes glinted with lewd intentions as they laughed sinisterly at the women behind him. Boy, hand over the ladies, one taunted, no need for you to do that. We'll take them ourselves, you're nothing but trash. Their provocation ignited something within him. In an instant, Wang Xian vanished from sight, appearing high above in the sky. This transpired in the blink of an eye. Upon executing this move, his innate holy body radiated an overwhelming aura. The tremendous pressure surged forth like a raging flood. In mere moments, this terrifying human force, akin to a cataclysmic explosion, bore down upon the tens of thousands surrounding him. Jiang Ling, Mo Hua, Nangong Chinga, and the Phoenix Sovereign remained oblivious to the overwhelming might of Wang Xian's presence. The fierce pressure crushed the crowd into dust without leaving a trace. The sheer magnitude of this force surpassed the 3 calamities and had ascended to a terrifying level just shy of divine status. This indicated that Wang Xian was merely half a step away from the strength of a heavenly master. His arrival was swift, and so was their demise. The onlookers, unable to comprehend the spectacle they had just witnessed, rubbed their eyes in disbelief, muttering to themselves, "Surely, I am not dreaming." This young man had annihilated them with a single strike. It was truly uncanny. Chapter 146. Senior Sister Qingli? Inner city. The commotion quickly drew significant attention. Those who had harbored other intentions immediately refocused their thoughts. This man was clearly playing the role of a simpleton hiding his true prowess. No, it was more like a worm attempting to consume a dragon. It was utterly terrifying. Just one display of his pressure reduced tens of thousands to ashes. They sensed that Wang Xian's power had undoubtedly surpassed the 3 calamities stage, reaching the level of a heavenly master. The strongest aspect of the three calamities stage lay in utilizing wind, fire, and thunder to vanquish foes. Yet, Wang Xuanzhi's lightning-fast strike had eliminated them before they could even unleash their techniques. How could they not feel apprehensive? The scene soon caught the renewed attention of the 3,000 heavenly masters. Upon witnessing Wang Xuanzhi's display of might, the human race's Xianyuan and Shanhai heavenly masters sprang from their seats, their eyes wide with astonishment, their laughter resonating through the heavens. Ha, 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 ha. This is the innate holy body of our human race, the most potent physique in our history. This young emperor bears the weight of our future. In their eyes, memories of the frail times of humanity resurfaced. The return of the young emperor was a source of awe. Wang Xian's resurgence elicited joy from the immortal Dao and demon Dao heavenly masters, while only the demon race and other heavenly factions held reservations. Currently, 2/3 of the heavenly masters supported Wang Xian. It was undeniable that his charisma was substantial. He had the ability to sway the emotions of these masters with ease. Seeing that no one dared to interrupt, he nodded in satisfaction. If it weren't for the limitation of having only 2 hands, he would have embraced the 4 women and strode forth confidently. However, now was not the time. The 4 women exchanged glances, stepping ahead, while Wang Xian followed with a grin, amidst the astonished and envious gazes of the crowd. Truly, he was a prodigy of his youth. Displaying the potential of an emperor, it seemed that the presence of such a remarkable individual was not unfounded. Behind them trailed millions of disciples, yet the terrifying display of Wang Xian's single-handed annihilation of tens of thousands instilled profound trepidation. Were they truly witnessing the emergence of a young emperor? Recently, it seemed that each heavenly faction had selected 10 young emperors. Among them were 2 from the Imperial Dragon Dao, Ditian and De. From the Heavenly Demon Dao, Jin Wu Dao and Yu Zirong, and from the Human Dao, Shenyuan Patian. The Demon Dao had Mo Xie, while the Phoenix Dao had Feng Renjia. There were also 3 others shrouded in mystery, one from the Giant race, one from the Azura race, and a woman. A rare occurrence indeed. It was said that this woman was immensely powerful, capable of ranking among the top 3. This was a contest of talents among the heavenly factions, and few women could achieve such recognition. The crowd buzzed with excitement at the mention of this woman, captivated by her allure. Yet, she remained aloof. Rarely seen as whispers of her name reached Wang Xian's ears. His curiosity piqued. Qingli? Wasn't he that the name of his senior sister at the Sword Immortal sect? How could this be? She should be under the strict watch of the drunken elder at the sect. Moreover, her strength was not formidable enough to survive in this competition, suggesting she was not meant to be here. This left Wang Xian intrigued, prompting him to quicken his pace toward the inner city. The 4 women sensed his intentions and felt a twinge of jealousy. With their presence, he should not be longing for anyone else. They exchanged knowing glances and silently communicated a plan to unite and ensure that Wang Xian remained devoted to them. Steering his thoughts away from other women, however, Wang Xian had yet to entertain the idea of pursuing this woman. His sole intention was to ascertain if this was indeed his senior sister Qingli from the Sword Immortal sect. The 4 women have truly misunderstood him this time. The inner city is a luxurious and vast metropolis. Within this magnificent city, various factions have rapidly established their presence in just a few days. To the east of the inner city lie several trading posts, while the west is home to the encampments of various prodigies. The north leads to a palace complex filled with intricate mechanisms, which serves as the entrance to the emperor's tomb. Many have ventured into these palaces, suffering considerable casualties, yet those who emerged did so bearing numerous magical artifacts and other rare treasures, which they exchanged in the eastern trading posts. The south is dotted with eateries and information hubs. Notably, several disciples of the human race have adeptly showcased their entrepreneurial skills, establishing inns within this short span of time to accommodate visitors. This remarkable feat can be attributed to the ingenuity of the human race's Qi Bandao Tian. Although their strength may not be formidable, their architectural and crafting abilities, be it weapon forging, pill refining, or array formation, are unparalleled among the various Dao Tian factions. AS Chapter 147 unfolds. Wang Xuanzhi is accompanied by the 4 women, gradually making their way to this area of the inner city. Their arrival stirs quite a commotion, as the onlookers from various races cast peculiar glances at the 4 beautiful women trailing behind him. Many express their astonishment, wondering what merit this handsome young man possesses to be surrounded by such exquisite company. Upon hearing this, Wang Xuanzhi's gaze sharpens, and a hint of murderous intent emanates from him. He genuinely wishes to avoid further trouble from these foolish individuals, who seem relentless in their pursuit of annoyance. With a commanding presence, he releases an aura of imperial might that reverberates through the gathering, indicating that he has reached at least the 9th difficulty realm. Gradually, the onlookers suppress their ulterior motives, realizing that this is neither the time nor place to act upon them. Wang Xuanzhi surveys the area, satisfied to find no one meeting his gaze, and nods in approval. The 4 women, Mo Hua, Nangong Qinga, and the others, exchange glances filled with amusement. Their presence seems to have created quite a stir, with many inwardly marveling at how a mere smile from such beauties could ensnare one's heart. Wang Xuanzhi turns to the 4 women and inquires, "Where shall we go now? We are not very familiar with this inner city. Perhaps we should ask someone for directions?" Jiangling nods in agreement, casually glancing toward a small group of Dao Tian disciples in the distance. Numbering only a handful, it is evident they belong to the human race, as their aura unmistakably radiates their lineage. In a warm and inviting tone, Jiangling addresses them. "Excuse me, gentlemen, do you happen to know the general layout of this inner city? Would you kindly share the details with me?" Jiangling's demeanor exudes the charm of a gentle elder sister, causing the faces of the human disciples to blush slightly, clearly taken aback by the beauty of the woman addressing them. The leader of the group, flustered, scratches his head and stammers, before being rescued by one of his companions, who excitedly responds, "The inner city you speak of must be the underground sand city. This sand city is roughly divided into 4 sections. The northern part serves as the entrance to the Tomb of the Earth. Known for its extreme dangers and numerous palace complexes, if you head north for about half an hour, you will reach it. The western part is where various races reside, while the eastern side is the exchange area for goods. The southern part is for lodging, constructed by our human Dao Tian." Pride gleams on his face as he speaks, for it is indeed a source of pride for the human race. The strength of their prodigies has granted them considerable respect in this region. Upon hearing this, Wang Xuanzhi feels a spark of interest. He decides to head south, first to settle down before addressing the northern region later. He must retrieve his 10 Directions Qinkuan array disc, which holds the potential to summon millions, an invaluable ally that requires no effort on his part. Embracing his philosophy of laziness, Wang Xuanzhi nods to the 4 women and steps into the spatial realm, vanishing from sight. The young man, who had blushed earlier, stands in a daze, taken aback by their swift departure, while his companions remark, "Indeed, beauty is a double-edged sword." The 5 soon arrive at the southern part of the inner city, which, as the young man described, is bustling with dozens of inns of various sizes. Though the exteriors may appear modest, each room within is enchanted with spatial and compression arrays, making the internal space vastly different from the outside. The words "fortune" in are prominently displayed. Their arrival draws the attention of many, primarily due to the 4 women accompanying Wang Xuanzhi, rather than Wang Xuanzhi himself, unless one is particularly discerning, as they step inside. Jiangling, ever the curious one, surveys her surroundings with wide eyes. Wang Xuanzhi, with purpose, approaches the counter and requests, "Young man, a premium room, please." Upon making his request, Wang Xuanzhi suddenly notices the 4 pairs of eyes fixated on him, causing him to freeze momentarily. He instinctively voices his true thoughts, despite his legs feeling slightly weak from the recent fierce battles. However, a true warrior never retreats. The innkeeper, momentarily startled, quickly regains composure and eagerly responds, "Of course, esteemed guest, please come in." He explains that the inn operates on a prepayment basis, ensuring fairness in transactions. Rooms are categorized according to human, earthly, and heavenly levels, each varying in size. The heavenly rooms boast large beds, spacious enough for comfort, and are equipped with soundproofing arrays, making it an ideal resting place for travelers. The innkeeper, animated and chatty, continues to extol the virtues of the establishment. Wang Xuanzhi, though not paying close attention, is particularly drawn to the mention of soundproofing arrays. Without hesitation, he produces several heavenly artifacts from his Qinkuan pouch and hands them over. The innkeeper, taken aback by Wang Xuanzhi's generosity, realizes the value of what he has received, as the cost of the heavenly room equates to just 1 heavenly artifact. Gratefully, he accepts the offerings, his demeanor growing even more respectful. The saying goes, "He who pays is the master," and the innkeeper embodies this principle as he warmly leads the 5 to the 2nd floor. As they ascend, the 4 women tease Wang Xuanzhi, with Nangong Qinga playfully pinching his left waist and Mo Hua doing the same on his right. The more demure Huang Zhu and Jiangling, however, merely cast him disapproving glances. Wang Xuanzhi, sensing their shared understanding of his internal musings, feels a wave of embarrassment wash over him. At that moment, hidden in the shadows of the Fortune Inn, a woman quietly observes the unfolding scene. Chapter 148 unfolds with the innkeeper's keen awareness as he deftly navigates the delicate social dynamics. Wang Xuanzhi, feeling awkward from the women's teasing, offers a nervous laugh. This is mainly for the benefit of our human race. He states earnestly, "Given the scarcity of accommodations, I am willing to sacrifice my comfort for the sake of others. I can sleep on the floor while you enjoy the bed." Jiang Ling rolls her eyes, retorting, "How do we know you won't sneak up during the night? And besides, who knows if that bed is even big enough?" The innkeeper, invigorated by the banter, interjects, "Rest assured, esteemed guests. Our large beds are crafted from top-grade meteorite iron, ensuring unparalleled strength. They are layered with exquisite golden silk cotton, making them incredibly soft. Each bed measures several meters wide and 10 meters long, providing ample space." Hearing this, the four women flush with embarrassment. Casting playful glares at Wang Xuanzhi, he, attempting to feign ignorance, diverts his gaze, pretending not to hear as he walks on. With the same expressions, the women remain unconvinced, prompting a resigned sigh from Wang Xuanzhi. "Fine," he concedes, stepping closer to the innkeeper and discreetly slipping a Qinkuan ring into his hand, which contains a few earthly artifacts. The innkeeper immediately understands the unspoken understanding between them, both being of the human race. He is well versed in the nuances of such exchanges. Wang Xuanzhi, maintaining an air of innocence, inquires, "Are there any additional available rooms?" "I have yet to see any." His eyebrows dance with silent prompts to the innkeeper, who, quick to catch on, turns serious as he addresses the four women, stating, "I apologize, esteemed guests, but according to the front desk, only one heavenly room remains. All the heavenly grade rooms have been fully booked, leaving only this one available in the inn. If this esteemed guest wishes to acquire more rooms, it may prove challenging." As he spoke, a hint of embarrassment crossed his face. Wang Xuanzhi discreetly gave him a thumbs up, impressed by his acting skills. A testament to the talent of his kind. The innkeeper returned a reassuring glance to Wang Xuanzhi. He had dealt with such matters frequently, with the influx of people into the inner city increasing daily. Many had come accompanied by companions, yet it was rare to see someone like Wang Xuanzhi bringing four along. He cast a furtive glance at Wang Xuanzhi's petite frame, questioning whether he could endure such company. The four women, though aware of the underlying implications, held their tongues, sighing softly and casting a disapproving glance at Wang Xuanzhi. "Very well, I'll take that room," he declared. "I wonder if the young master and these ladies would be willing to part with it for a more generous reward." Just as they were about to enter the room, an abrupt voice interrupted their actions. A figure cloaked in black ascended the stairs from the first floor, her face concealed by a black mask, rendering her voice gender-neutral. Although she exuded no overt malice or combat intent, Wang Xuanzhi sensed an underlying danger emanating from her presence, her aura far more formidable than the others. The innkeeper found himself in a predicament. Having recently accepted substantial benefits from Wang Xuanzhi, he could not go back on his word. Adding to his discomfort were the words he had just uttered. Leaving him feeling somewhat awkward, he discreetly transmitted a message. "Esteemed guest, there are heavenly grade rooms available. Please follow me downstairs to complete the formalities." The cloaked figure glanced at the innkeeper, nodding in acknowledgement without further comment. Beneath the black robe, the face was unmistakably that of Qing Li. She descended to the second floor with a sense of purpose. Wang Xuanzhi felt an uncanny familiarity with this cloaked figure, as if he had encountered her before, though he could not place where. He led the four women, filled with suspicion, into their lavish room. As the innkeeper gently closed the door behind them, the four women were instantly taken aback by the opulent decor. The classical wooden tables and chairs exuded an ancient charm. Complemented by the expansive space, a small mountain and flowing water adorned the center, transforming the room into a miniature garden. In the corner stood a grand circular bed draped in pink curtains, lavish to the extreme. From Wang Xuanzhi's perspective, it resembled a luxurious presidential suite ensconced in a quaint park. Yao Yao floated above, unceremoniously grabbing a spirit fruit from the table and munching on it. Having indulged in numerous such fruits during their journey, her figure slightly rounder now. Exhausted from the recent endeavors, Wang Xuanzhi climbed onto the plush bed, closing his eyes to rest. Mo Hua opened her mouth to speak, but Nan Gong Qinggu gestured for her to be quiet, whispering that Wang Xuanzhi needed this time to recuperate. But was it truly so? Though his eyes were shut, his mind was actively communicating with the four systems. Before him appeared a magnificent golden screen filled with a myriad of treasures. He directed his gaze towards the black squares below, each representing merit points ranging from 50,000 to 50 million. With such a wealth of merit points at his disposal, how could he resist the urge to splurge? Without hesitation, he declared, "System, I wish to acquire the 500,000 merit point square in the corner, as well as the 5 million merit point square adjacent to it." He pointed to 3 additional squares, spending a total of 10 million merit points. 5 black orbs materialized in Wang Xuanzhi's hands. He rubbed his hands together in excitement, watching his merit points decrease from 2.3 billion to 2.22 billion. An inconsequential loss. He eagerly opened the first square, the most expensive at 5 million. The black light gradually faded, revealing the true nature of the square, a peach pit. Wang Xuanzhi was taken aback. "System, what on earth is this pit good for? Are you certain you aren't deceiving me?" Yao Yao floated over. Placing a tiny hand on Wang Xuanzhi's head, her cheeks puffed adorably. She exclaimed, "Host, you simply lack appreciation. This is the seed of a 1,000-year-old celestial peach, a treasure." Fuming, Yao Yao chastised Wang Xuanzhi for not recognizing such a valuable item. Confused, he asked, "How am I supposed to use it? I have no place to plant it." Yao Yao pouted, "But you have the Hongmeng small world, don't you? You just reclaimed a shattered realm. Plant it there, and by next year, the celestial peach will have matured. Its flesh will be tender and juicy." Wang Xuanzhi mused, realizing that Yao Yao's true motivation lay in the prospect of consuming the celestial peaches. He inquired further, "Once planted, will it require anything else?" Yao Yao, her mouth watering at the thought, replied, "This 1,000-year celestial peach tree blooms and bears fruit every 1,000 years. However, within the Hongmeng small world, time flows at a rate of 10-fold. Thus, in just 1 year, it will blossom and bear fruit." She seemed to envision a life filled with boundless celestial peaches, her eyes sparkling with longing. Wang Xuanzhi, seeing little immediate utility, placed the peach pit into his Hongmeng small world. Indeed, the pit gradually merged with the soil, sprouting roots and tender green shoots. The seed radiated a myriad of celestial lights. He then turned his attention to the remaining 4 squares, eager to explore what treasures they held. The 3rd and 4th squares, upon opening, revealed a small black cow and a massive purple gold staff. Wang Xuanzhi was left dumbfounded. These were clearly items meant for the stone monkey. The purple gold staff would serve as a weapon for the stone monkey, while the black cow could be a companion, akin to the bull demon king from the Tales of the Journey to the West. As they both grew, they would not be alone in their adventures. Without uttering a word, he swiftly dispatched the 2 into that small world, awaiting the birth of son Wukong. Yao Yao gazed at Wang Xuanzhi, unable to suppress her admiration. "Host, your luck is truly unparalleled. Just now, you acquired the golden dragon staff forged from one of the 3 extraordinary stones of heaven and earth. The other is the chaotic demon bull, born from the primordial chaos in previous eras. These were immensely powerful. As for that bull, once it matures, it will rival even the emperors." Wang Xuanzhi rubbed his hands together, his gaze shifting to the last item, an exhilarating moment. His heart raced, and his hands trembled. As the black light dissipated, a transparent, thin object resembling a bag appeared before him. Curiously, Wang Xuanzhi inspected it, realizing it was the most modest item obtainable for 50,000 merit points. Yet, it was hardly trivial. A plastic bag. He was momentarily taken aback and inquired of Yao Yao, "What is this?" Yao Yao glanced at it and replied, "This is the Shifeng Qiankuan bag, part of the same set as the Shifeng Qiankuan array. I never anticipated your luck would be this extraordinary. This bag can store anything, living or inanimate. Its space is limitless. You can store as much as you desired. In simple terms, it serves as a storage function." Wang Xuanzhi secretly stowed it away, recognizing it as a valuable treasure in the future. When he needed to store people, combined with the Shifeng Qiankuan array, he could accommodate any number he wished. He was also quite interested in the waters of the chaotic Great Marsh. He envisioned filling the bag with that water, ready to unleash it upon those who displeased him. He felt satisfied, shedding the previous gloom, now vibrant and revitalized. Standing on his bed, the 4 women observed Wang Xuanzhi's changing demeanor. Surprised to see him revert to his original self, Mo Hua discreetly scanned the vicinity and, finding no prying eyes, set up layers of soundproofing formations around them. Nangong Chinga understood Mo Hua's intentions and also reinforced the soundproofing to ensure absolute safety. Now, with 2 scheming individuals nearby, they slowly approached Wang Xuanzhi. The tension escalated as they inched closer. In Chapter 150, The Blood-Red Butcher, Wang Xuanzhi's face showed a hint of panic. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead as he watched the 2 approaching him menacingly, prompting him to retreat further on the bed. Their excitement grew at his retreat, and they lunged at him. Jiang Lian and the Phoenix Lord observed from the sidelines, refraining from joining the silent conflict, as their bodies had not yet recovered from their earlier ordeal. Only Mo Hua and Nangong Chinga, being reincarnated beings, remained composed. Thus, another silent battle commenced, with Wang Xuanzhi struggling through pain and pleasure. After a brief period, Wang Xuanzhi, Nangong Chinga, and Mo Hua emerged from their clothing adjustments, appearing unperturbed. Wang Xuanzhi exited through the door, feeling an inexplicable familiarity with the figure in black robes he had just encountered. He decided to inquire with the innkeeper about this individual. I'll step out for a moment and bring back some supplies. With that, he descended to the first floor. Mo Hua and Nangong Chinga exchanged glances, their cheeks still flushed. They observed Wang Xuanzhi, whose legs wobbled, and smirked at his weakened state. Clearly, he was not merely seeking supplies. His combat capacity had diminished significantly. However, they refrained from revealing the truth. The bed, a massive pink structure, had collapsed at one end, indicating the ferocity of the recent encounter. Upon reaching the counter, Wang Xuanzhi inquired of the innkeeper, which room did that figure in black occupy? The innkeeper, sensing potential trouble, hesitated. Our inn prioritizes the confidentiality of our guests. Discussing such matters would violate our professional ethics, he feigned righteousness. Wang Xuanzhi smiled and patted the innkeeper's shoulder, firmly shaking his hand. Of course, I understand. However, he discreetly slipped the Qingquan ring filled with several Earth-grade artifacts into the innkeeper's palm. The innkeeper grinned inwardly, knowing well that only humans comprehend human sentiments. The innkeeper subtly glanced towards room 10 of the celestial level, while Wang Xuanzhi's group was in room 1. Wang Xuanzhi nodded and commanded, "Pack up your finest wines, dishes, and meats for me to take upstairs. Whatever it costs, just bring it." He settled comfortably at a side table. Below, numerous patrons indulged in revelry, their boisterous laughter resonating throughout the inn. Wang Xuanzhi sat quietly, listening intently to the conversations around him. This chaotic environment was the ideal place to gather information. "Brother, have you heard? A figure in a blood-red mask has recently emerged, known for slaughtering many, dubbed the Blood-Red Butcher. It's not just hearsay. His name echoes throughout the Daotian ward. To date, he has claimed the lives of no fewer than 100,000, such terror. None have survived his clutches. It's said he possesses a mirage technique that ensnares victims in illusions. If you perish in that realm, it's as if you've truly died, impossible to defend against. Moreover, his stealth techniques are remarkable. His origins remain shrouded in mystery." Wang Xuanzhi felt a surge of curiosity regarding the Blood-Red Butcher. After the innkeeper delivered the ordered items, he quietly returned to his room, placing everything on the table. "I'll check the information trading post for useful intel. Perhaps we can head to the northern palace afterward." Nangong Chinga and Mo Hua were engrossed in their feast, paying little mind to Wang Xuanzhi's words. They nodded in agreement, joining in the sumptuous banquet. Wang Xuanzhi, with a hint of exasperation, mused over their gluttony before vanishing from sight. Leaving the inn alone to reach the eastern trading post, AS for the western exchange for information, the knowledge shared there was merely about locations abundant in talent and treasures, of little use to Wang Xuanzhi. His primary aim was to see if he could strike gold. His eyes held the supreme heavy eye, capable of discerning the essence of all things, treasures or rubbish, all laid bare before him. The eastern district of the inner city was equally chaotic. Countless disciples from various realms set up makeshift stalls, displaying numerous treasures without fear of theft, as they were backed by the Daotian forces. Who knew how many disciples lurked in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity? Any disturbance would prompt a swift reclamation of goods. Thus, the stallholders maintained a tacit understanding of peaceful commerce. The long streets of the eastern district were lined with vendors. Some disciples shouted to attract buyers, while others remained silent. As Wang Xuanzhi strolled through the marketplace, his striking appearance drew many curious glances. A young disciple called out, "Esteemed young master, would you care to browse our humble stall? We have many treasures that could aid you in your travels." Wang Xuanzhi glanced at the young disciple's stall, noticing the assortment of worn items. Finding nothing of value, he continued on his way. Ignoring the vendor sneered, perceiving Wang Xuanzhi as a miser. After visiting 10 stalls, Wang Xuanzhi found nothing worthwhile. He maintained a calm demeanor, continuing his solitary exploration amidst the bustling crowd. Suddenly, a figure in a blood robe brushed past him. Triggering an instinctive alertness in an instant, he realized something was amiss. Before he could react, he found himself completely vanished from the eastern district, trapped in an unknown realm. The surroundings were engulfed in a thick, crimson mist, saturating the sky in a bloody hue. The overwhelming stench of blood wafted through the air, inducing nausea. Furrowing his brow, he surveyed his surroundings, recognizing that the red-robed figure must be responsible for dragging him into this small world, or perhaps merely an illusion. In Chapter 151, First Encounter with the Blood-Red Butcher, Wang Xuanzhi wryly noted how swiftly he encountered the infamous figure. With a calm smile, he assessed the encroaching blood mist, which gradually enveloped him, while countless bones emerged from the fog. Crawling toward him, a voice, belonging to a youthful disciple, echoed from all directions. "I never expected to find you, Wang Xuanzhi, so easily, and you've heard of my name." Wang Xuanzhi was perplexed. When had he ever crossed paths with the Blood-Red Butcher? He had only just learned of this notorious figure's existence. Yet, there was no trace of panic upon his visage as he awaited the approach of the blood-red skeletons. The imperial might emanating from Wang Xuanzhi gradually intensified, seemingly instilling a profound sense of dread in the crimson skeletons, which began to retreat. However, amidst the blood mist, numerous blood-red skeletons continued to emerge, with their numbers swelling into the tens of thousands in a mere instant. Accelerating at an alarming rate, the imperial aura surrounding Wang Xuanzhi burgeoned, radiating like a formidable sovereign of humanity amidst the sanguine light. Your constitution appears somewhat peculiar, he mused, noticing the tremor in Wang Xuanzhi's legs. An indication of fear, he presumed. "I had thought you, Wang Xuanzhi, to be an extraordinary prodigy, yet it seems your resolve is rather lacking." With that, he erupted into a boisterous laugh as the blood mist thickened, the stench of blood becoming increasingly pungent. That moment, the blood-red skeletons began to fragment, two bones merging to form a larger skeleton. Wang Xuanzhi smirked. The quaking of his legs was not born of fear, but rather a consequence of a recent arduous battle. As he observed the formation of the skeletons, curiosity sparked in his eyes. Yao Yao hovered above, gazing at the sanguine aura with a sense of familiarity. It resembled the legacy of a great emperor in ancient times. Aside from the human race, other clans such as the Azura also possess such legacies, the most renowned being the Blood Emperor, famed for his mastery in blood-refining techniques. However, the legacy of the Blood Emperor had vanished over time, seemingly lost in the annals of history. Now it resurfaced, indicating that the individual before him must be a reincarnation of a great emperor. Wang Xuanzhi, unable to contain his intrigue, inquired about the multitude of reincarnated beings. Is it not peculiar that figures like Nangong Chinga and this man are also reincarnations? What monumental events must have transpired? Yao Yao shook her head slowly. "I am unaware, for my memories are fragmented. I only possess knowledge of these matters." "Very well," Wang Xuanzhi sighed in resignation, fixating his gaze upon the continuously forming blood-red skeletons. His form grew increasingly colossal. What once was a skeleton of mere several zhong now loomed a terrifying 100 zhong, its power oscillating at the 9 difficulties realm, comparable to his own. Curiosity compelled him to voice aloud. "What is your purpose in confronting me? Do we harbor any enmity?" The realm fell silent for a moment before a voice resonated from the heavens. "It is not that we bear any grievance. Rather, someone has offered a substantial bounty for your assassination, hence the Blood Tavern's involvement. This is a matter of business, devoid of personal vendettas." Wang Xuanzhi regarded the fully formed blood-red skeleton, finally grasping the answer he sought. This man belonged to the Blood Tavern, tasked with his assassination at the behest of another. With all questions answered, his sovereign eyes ignited with a radiant glow, his expression solemn and dignified as boundless human power surged within him. In that moment, this aura shone like a beacon in the night, dispelling the encroaching evils. The sanguine aura began to dissipate and dissolve in the overwhelming force of humanity. "How can this be?" The man's voice bore a hint of astonishment, evidently shaken by the might emanating from Wang Xuanzhi. "How can you extinguish my blood light?" Though others may be ignorant of its origins, he was acutely aware that this sanguine glow was an innate gift. His memories held fragments of the great emperor's legacy, leading him to subconsciously equate his blood light with that heritage. Thus, to witness such an inheritance effortlessly shattered by a mere youth left him astounded. As the blood-red skeleton sensed an imminent threat, it raised its massive skeletal fist and hurled it towards Wang Xuanzhi. He chuckled lightly, shaking his head. The innate sacred body inherently possessed the ability to dispel myriad evils. This was merely an illusion. How could it possibly hinder him? From the outset, he discerned that all of this was a mere mirage. A faint smile graced his lips. It was but an illusion. Easily shattered. Had you truly been a great emperor reincarnated, perhaps there would be some challenge. Yet, as an illusion, you cannot impede my path. With that, brilliance emanated from his eyes, his aura climbing ever higher. His sovereign gaze seemed to embody a towering figure traversing the heavens, radiating boundless golden light, projecting a beam that pierced the very fabric of existence. Under this illumination, the illusion crumbled, layer by layer, reverting to its original state as the realm gradually faded away. In reality, the blood-robed man brandished a dagger, poised to strike at Wang Xuanzhi, mere inches from his target. A mocking glimmer sparkled in his eyes, believing Wang Xuanzhi to have succumbed to his illusion, ensnared within. All he needed was to deliver a silent blow, and his mission would be complete. Wang Xuanzhi would surely perish. Yet, Wang Xuanzhi's gaze remained unclouded as he fixed his eyes upon the blood-robed man, who remained oblivious to the impending danger. Just as victory seemed assured, the man's smile froze in place as Wang Xuanzhi's hand grasped the blood-red dagger. With a slight squeeze, the dagger shattered into fragments. At that instant, the man's hair stood on end as he transformed into blood mist, dissipating into the ether. Such was the instinct of a killer, the consciousness of a top-tier assassin. Wang Xuanzhi showed no desire to pursue. Shaking his head and continuing his stroll along the street corner, in search of treasures, as he wandered through the streets, passing stall after stall, he lamented the apparent lack of valuable items within the inner city. Is there truly nothing of worth here? Or has everything been discovered already? Why can I not stumble upon any hidden gems? A throng of people bustled about, meticulously inspecting the wares, while Wang Xuanzhi walked alone, feeling as though he were an outsider in this vibrant world. Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to an isolated stall, devoid of patrons, where an object captured his attention. Although the item exuded no radiant glow and appeared somewhat battered, Wang Xuanzhi's sovereign eyes penetrated its essence. It was a wooden hairpin, aged and worn, yet faint traces of purple gold shimmered upon it. Remarkably, it resonated with his constitution, compelling him to approach and inquire. Is this available for barter or direct purchase? The stall's proprietor, a middle-aged man, seemed indifferent to Wang Xuanzhi's interest. With his weary eyes barely open, he coolly replied, I only seek items related to my own needs. You may take anything here, but without a longevity item, our discussion ends here. Longevity items? Wang Xuanzhi realized he possessed none, yet sensed something unusual about the wooden hairpin. Its resonance with his constitution suggested it was far from ordinary. His constitution was the strongest among the 4 clans, and the presence of the purple gold phoenix pattern indicated its significance. A thought struck him. Wang Xuanzhi's consciousness delved into the fragmented primordial world, where the ancient peach tree had grown branches over millennia. He gently extracted 5 drops of sap from it. The fruits of this ancient tree, the eternal peaches, were known for their life-extending properties. If this ancient tree could extend life, he wondered how much it could offer. That moment, a mysterious figure draped in a dark robe approached him, exuding an aura of chaos. The figure's gaze fell upon the wooden hairpin. Would a drop of the ancient tree's blood suffice? Wang Xuanzhi raised an eyebrow, bemused by this sudden appearance. How curious that you appear just now when moments ago no one was around. He directed his gaze towards the cloaked figure, his sovereign eyes emanating a peculiar light that pierced through the darkness. Upon recognition, his expression shifted to one of astonishment. Sister, what brings you here? Indeed, beneath the cloak stood Qingli, identical in every aspect. The voice of the figure was androgynous, and with a glance at Wang Xuanzhi, they said nothing further. The middle-aged man's demeanor brightened at the mention of the ancient tree's essence, transforming from lethargy to eager anticipation. The young man spoke with a certain finality, declaring it sufficient, more than enough. This is all I possess. Take whatever you desire. The figure in the black robe nodded, his fingertips producing a glistening drop of sap, a fragment of the immortal ancient tree's branch, capable of extending life for a century with just a single droplet. He rolled up the wooden pin, disregarding Wang Xuanzhi, and departed directly. This left Wang Xuanzhi somewhat perplexed. Why did he not recognize him, despite being clearly Qingli? He hurriedly followed, chattering incessantly, Senior sister, I have recognized you. Why are you pretending? The black-robed figure appeared increasingly impatient, suddenly vanishing from sight. Wang Xuanzhi felt invigorated, thinking, oh, you wish to feign ignorance? Let me reveal your true identity. He too vanished from his location, pursuing the black-robed figure through the space. The two engaged in a relentless chase, with the black-robed figure growing ever more impatient, voice cold. Why do you follow me? You have mistaken me. I am not the senior sister you speak of. Wang Xuanzhi persisted, thinking, hey, lass, you're still putting on a show. Without further ado, he unleashed his imperial aura, vanishing once more. As the light of divine and demonic power surged within him, two formidable forces converging upon the masked figure, the black-robed figure, taken aback by Wang Xuanzhi's impudence, wore a solemn expression. Their powers were now evenly matched. "You are truly ungrateful," she exclaimed, her presence radiating an overwhelming force. In that moment, her human essence rivaled his. Their palms collided in the void, with Wang Xuanzhi retreating a step, while the black-robed figure was sent flying. The overpowering blend of divine energy and human essence was too formidable for her to withstand. Fortunately, Wang Xuanzhi had not exerted himself fully, or calamity would have surely followed. With a sudden disappearance, he wore a mischievous grin as he seized the mask. Underneath it, the visage of Qingli emerged, albeit slightly altered from his recollection, and even more breathtaking. What a face! Unadorned, as if sculpted by divine hands. Comparable to the four renowned beauties, it possessed an unparalleled allure. The woman, incensed, glared with a murderous intent, her aura becoming even more terrifying. Behind her, an ancient presence seemed to manifest, floating in the emptiness. This ancient being's aura was slightly weaker than the human emperor's. Yet its terrifying essence was on par with Wang Xuanzhi's now. Wang Xuanzhi felt a twinge of embarrassment. This woman seemed not to be Qingli after all, yet her resemblance piqued his curiosity. He awkwardly smiled, quickly apologizing. "My apologies, young lady. I mistook you for someone else." Without waiting for her ire to escalate, he vanished, leaving no trace behind. As he departed, the woman retracted her aura, resumed her mask, and calmly exited the space. Murmuring softly, could it be the actions of a clone? After Wang Xuanzhi's exit, a grave expression settled upon him. The woman resembling Qingli exuded an essence of humanity that was entirely equal to his own. In a certain sense, it was even akin to his human emperor form. How could this not astonish him? He possessed the most primal and invincible constitution of the human race, the human emperor body, while her constitution was equally formidable. Moreover, the refinement of her human essence mirrored his own. He couldn't help but inquire, "Yao Yao, what is the origin of this woman? Why does her essence seem to rival mine? It feels like an ancient constitution." Yao Yao floated above, having been oblivious to the confrontation, instead drifting around the street corner seeking something captivating. When she was about to seize an object, Wang Xuanzhi's call startled her, leaving her momentarily flustered. Observing Yao Yao's unreliable demeanor, Wang Xuanzhi's expression darkened. It was clear she had not been paying attention. Yao Yao bashfully scratched her head, looking adorably innocent. That moment, a voice resonated in Wang Xuanzhi's mind. The Hongmeng immortal god system sighed. "Alas, it falls upon me once again. The current world seems a bit tumultuous. Such a constitution has emerged, suggesting the great conflict is not far off." Hearing this, Wang Xuanzhi's excitement surged. He had long coveted the transformation of the four systems. Each day, he yearned for this moment, and now Yao Yao, who accompanied him, was a charming presence. The prospect of another system transforming exhilarated him. Fearing he might lose composure, Wang Xuanzhi quickly concealed himself within the void, a realm where none could detect him. He was untroubled by others witnessing the system's transformation. His primary concern lay in managing his own excitement. From within him, a radiant light of immortality emanated, gradually settling in his hands. This celestial light burst forth, illuminating the vast emptiness, creating a fleeting yet overwhelming presence that sent tremors through the 3,000 heavenly domains. The heavenly laws within these domains sensed this unusual pressure, strangely beginning to tremble with fear, even hinting at a desire to submit. Of course, Wang Xuanzhi was oblivious to this, as his strength remained insufficient. The masters of the 3,000 heavenly laws had keenly sensed this presence, feeling an overwhelming dread akin to that of insignificant ants before a towering wave, capable of consuming them at any moment. Fortunately, this sensation was fleeting. The masters exchanged glances, astonished. They had never felt so close to death. The most powerful among them questioned, "Did you feel that terrifying aura?" The other masters nodded slowly, acknowledging the palpable fear that had gripped them. Sensing that even at their level, there were forces that could instill such dread, Wang Xuanzhi's eager gaze was fixed on the celestial light, his hands trembling with anticipation. This moment had been long awaited. Now, the transformation of the immortal was imminent, leaving him astounded. As the celestial light began to fade, he felt a tangible weight in his grasp, accompanied by a fragrant aura. As the light dissipated, the immortal slowly revealed herself before Wang Xuanzhi. She was ethereal, as if woven from the finest silk, radiating celestial energy. With a graceful demeanor, she appeared as a heavenly maiden, untainted by earthly affairs. The immortal's eyes opened, sparkling like the stars, exuding an enchanting beauty that transcended mere mortals. Wang Xuanzhi had encountered many stunning women, yet the sight of the immortal evoked a unique awe. She embodied true celestial grace, surpassing even the other celestial beings in her ethereal essence. The immortal gazed directly at Wang Xuanzhi, then gracefully ascended into the air. Yao Yao, thrilled by the transformation, rushed to embrace her, leaving the immortal with an expression of mild exasperation. Among the four systems, Yao Yao was the most vivacious, contrasting sharply with the immortal's serene demeanor. Yao Yao excitedly exclaimed, "Sister Immortal, you've transformed. Now, we just need the other two sisters. Let me tell you, this brings many benefits. You can have whatever you desire." The immortal smiled lightly, a smile that dimmed the very heavens, transforming the boundless void into a tapestry of charm. Wang Xuanzhi was mesmerized, and the immortal's gaze upon him elicited a gentle laugh, dispelling her previous demeanor. She lightly tapped his head with her delicate fingers. Muttering, "Fool." Wang Xuanzhi, still savoring the sensation of holding the immortal, came back to his senses, grinning, "Sister Immortal, you are exceptionally beautiful." At this, the immortal's cheeks flushed slightly, but she quickly regained her composure, her voice smooth as she remarked, "If I am not mistaken, the woman we encountered possesses the human emperor body." Wang Xuanzhi, intrigued and perplexed, inquired, "What is the human emperor body?" Xianxian spoke again, explaining that the so-called human king body is a formidable constitution among the human race. In ancient times, there existed emperors of humanity, and now there are human kings. The human king can be considered a legacy of the emperor's will, a powerful entity that leads the human race toward resurgence. However, my current memories are somewhat fragmented, allowing me only to recognize this as the ancient human king body. I never anticipated that in this lifetime, both the emperor and the human king would manifest in the same era. It seems we are once again in a tumultuous age. Chapter 154. The unyielding master Yao Yao, after listening to Xianxian's lengthy exposition, interjected, "Host, your wives possess extraordinary constitutions as well. Oh?" Wang Xuanzhi's curiosity was piqued. Until now, he remained oblivious to the unique attributes of his wives. He was aware that their physiques were exceptional, and under his innate sacred body, they matched him entirely. Moreover, during their intense confrontations, they even managed to gain the upper hand. Of course, their numbers played a part, as did Mo Hua's renowned artifact, but their constitutions and strength were equally significant. Hence, Wang Xuanzhi found himself at a disadvantage. If they were to engage at the same level, one could hardly imagine Wang Xuanzhi as anything other than an invincible general, roaming freely in battle. Mo Hua possessed the supreme demon god body, arguably the most powerful constitution, second only to the divine and demonic bodies. Nangong Chinga's constitution was the Nine Heavens profound enchantment body, perfectly complemented by the Nine Heavens profound maiden scripture, tailor-made for her. As for the girl from the divine race, her constitution was so rare that only the eldest sister could truly comprehend it. In summary, there was not a single ordinary individual near the host. At this point, she discreetly cast a glance at Wang Xuanzhi. Though he was a monster in his own right, those surrounding him were equally extraordinary. Despite Xianxian's ethereal demeanor, she always evoked a sense of closeness in Wang Xuanzhi. He nodded in satisfaction, his heart swelling with contentment. With such wives, what more could one desire? No, that's not it. With such a system, what more could I ask for? He inadvertently voiced his inner thoughts. They were systems, after all, not yet bound in the present, at least not at this moment. The future remained uncertain. Wang Xuanzhi, intrigued, inquired once more, "Do you remember the events of the past?" Xianxian and Yao Yao slowly shook their heads, their memories marred by numerous gaps. Much of their recollection of the previous era had vanished. Only Xianxian's expression bore a hint of gravity as she regarded Wang Xuanzhi, her tone unusually somber. In this lifetime, prodigies were rising and ancient beings were awakening. Currently, host, you are merely at this level of the heavenly path. The true journey requires you to venture out and explore the vast world beyond. Especially between the various celestial domains, this universe is typically divided into distinct realms. Each celestial domain harbors countless dangers, and your current strength is still too feeble. Wang Xuanzhi absorbed this information, silently committing it to memory, hastening his pace to cultivate his power. Did he truly know nothing? Was he utterly ignorant? Impossible. Yet, he buried all these thoughts deep within. Even the subordinates he was gathering were part of a larger scheme. His ambitions were grand. First, he would stabilize the 3,000 celestial domains, then conquer the entire universe. Beneath his nonchalant demeanor lay profound aspirations. Xianxian concluded her remarks with a smile, her earlier words a blend of truth and half-truth. The advice for Wang Xuanzhi to enhance his strength was but a ruse. Each of the four systems sought a stable binding. They awaited his growth and power. However, one must not rush. Everything is guided by fate and causality. Given the myriad possibilities Wang Xuanzhi embodied, they placed their trust in him. There remained a full 5 years until the binding of the four systems would reach its limit, and Wang Xuanzhi must strive diligently. This statement, of course, was a fabrication meant to spur him onward. Indeed, as Mother always said, the more beautiful the woman, the more deceptive she can be. Yao Yao grasped Wang Xuanzhi's hand, leading him toward a specific direction. Due to her status as a system, many things were restricted, thus necessitating Wang Xuanzhi's involvement. Observing Yao Yao's urgency, he followed her without question in a discreet corner, at an inconspicuous stall. The proprietor, a young disciple of the Taoist path, had a chaotic assortment of items displayed. Among them, something that resembled a fruit pit caught Wang Xuanzhi's eye, likely the object of Yao Yao's interest. Curiosity getting the better of him, Wang Xuanzhi asked, "Yao Yao, what is this?" Eagerly, Yao Yao exclaimed, "It is from the Xianying tree. The fruit it bears can extend one's lifespan by a century and has rejuvenating properties. This celestial tree has been extinct for millions of years. One might not encounter even a single tree in a lifetime. I cannot believe the host's fortune is so immense. You must purchase it quickly." Wang Xuanzhi, noticing Yao Yao's drooling excitement, felt his expression darken. He rubbed his forehead with both hands and sighed, pointing at the fruit pit. "How much for this little item?" The young Taoist disciple, clearly shrewd, recognized Wang Xuanzhi's interest in the fruit pit, sensing its unusual significance. Though internally he scoffed, thinking the pit worthless, he maintained his composure. "That will cost you 10 heavenly grade artifacts." Wang Xuanzhi, upon hearing this, became displeased. "Am I a fool? You might as well rob me outright." Unable to restrain himself, Wang Xuanzhi retorted. The young disciple, noticing Wang Xuanzhi's refusal, continued, "Oh, dear brother, let us negotiate. This is not theft. It is a fair trade. An equitable exchange, open to all." Wang Xuanzhi was not distressed over the 10 heavenly grade artifacts, but was irked by the young man's audacity. He turned to leave, disinterested in the transaction. However, Yao Yao grew anxious. Glancing at Wang Xuanzhi's indifference, she could not help but reach out to pick up the dilapidated peach pit. Xianxian, observing from the side, sighed softly, understanding Yao Yao's inherent nature. She flew over, gently pulling her back. "Do you not know the host's disposition? He is not one to suffer losses." The young vendor, witnessing Wang Xuanzhi's departure, felt urgency surge within him. He hurriedly approached, seizing Wang Xuanzhi's sleeve, and smiled ingratiatingly. "Brother, we can negotiate. Take your time to haggle, and I will accommodate your offer." Wang Xuanzhi impatiently shook off his grip and continued walking. 10 heavenly grade artifacts? You must think me a fool. The young disciple quickly plastered a smile on his face. Once more clutching Wang Xuanzhi's hand earnestly, "Brother, you can negotiate. Once you settle on a price, I will gladly oblige. Think of it as making a new friend." "Really?" The young disciple nodded earnestly, his sincerity palpable. "Fine." Wang Xuanzhi slowly nodded, stroking his chin. After careful consideration, he finally spoke. "Then just one artifact." The young disciple's eyes lit up with joy. Selling this pit for a single artifact would be a significant profit. Just as he was about to respond, Wang Xuanzhi added, "A human-grade artifact." The young man's heart sank at this revelation, feeling deflated as it fell far short of his expectations. He had anticipated at least a ground-grade artifact. But instead, he was offered something commonplace, easily accessible to anyone. Observing the young man's hesitation, Wang Xuanzhi raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Are you not pleased? If so, then let it be." The young man gritted his teeth, reluctantly placing the fruit pit in Wang Xuanzhi's hand. 1 artifact is better than none. Chapter 155. Acquiring a small realm. The realm of 10,000 trees. Seeing the young man relent, a smile crept into Wang Xuanzhi's eyes. He accepted the peach pit and turned to leave. His consciousness spread like an infinite net, enveloping the entire eastern corner of the street. After scanning thoroughly and finding nothing else of interest, he departed. The moment his consciousness blanketed the eastern corner, everyone instinctively looked up in the direction of the source. Yet, they would find nothing, as Wang Xuanzhi's consciousness and soul force continuously enhanced through the divine demon visualization and the grand demon mill. Now, his consciousness was at least on par with these Taoist masters, though he humbly believed he still required enhancement. In truth, his current strength was more than sufficient. Only his realm needed elevation. Once his realm ascended, the binding of the four systems would naturally follow. Wang Xuanzhi placed the fruit pit under his consciousness and gently set it within his fragmented primordial world. In this small realm, the 1,000-year-old peach tree had grown taller than him and continued to thrive. Merely a few hours had passed, yet in this realm, decades had elapsed. Wang Xuanzhi stroked his chin and mused, if I were to plant something else, it would surely flourish quickly in the future. I could eat whatever I desire and play as I wish. Oh, indeed. If one were to cultivate here, the passage of time would be distinctly altered. This is akin to a time machine. 1 year in the outside world equates to 10,000 years within. How splendid! I shall cultivate an army of cultivators. What is there to worry about? He has now resolved to seize that formation plate, allowing the myriad of celestial and demonic legions to swiftly enter his primordial world for cultivation. However, there remains a dilemma. The only space within his primordial world that can accommodate individuals is the recently subdued lost small realm, a place overflowing with a sea of pink flowers. Merely touching these flowers could yield extraordinary effects. Should he allow them all to enter, and they come into contact with this enchanting floral expanse, oh dear, the imagery is too beautiful to fathom. Wang Xuanzhi, filled with curiosity, inquired, looking up at the two figures hovering in the sky. Is there anything within the system that can procure a small realm? Something akin to a piece of land? Wang Xuanzhi opened the system's marketplace. Within the system, various categories abound: alchemy, formations, talismans, chi arts, and other assorted items. After considerable effort, he finally located the category he sought. It contained many items unfamiliar to him, such as the myriad-year white egg and the 1,000-year tree demon, alongside other peculiar tree spirits and the ethereal heaven and earth bell. At the end of the list, he spotted the item he desired: a fragmented small realm. This fragmented realm, though substantially smaller than the pink lost realm he possessed, indeed, nearly 90 smaller, did not deter his resolve to purchase it. Upon noticing the price tag of 300 million merit points, Wang Xuanzhi's expression darkened. With only 230 million to his name, the prospect of needing 300 million made him feel as though he were destined to become a debtor once more. With a thick skin, he awkwardly spoke up. Xianxian Yao Yao, could you lend me 70 million merit points to acquire this small realm? Xianxian, with great generosity and without hesitation, grasped the 300 million fragmented small realm. And the light gradually merged into Wang Xuanzhi's primordial world. Beyond the pink floral realm, another expanse of land appeared, floating in the sky. This new realm was verdant, teeming with life and vitality. A surge of earthly information flooded into Wang Xuanzhi's mind. The realm of 10,000 trees, originating from an ancient lost place. Wang Xuanzhi cast a grateful glance at Xianxian, who shared few words, floating alongside Yao Yao. Wang Xuanzhi then directed his gaze towards the northern part of the inner city. It was somewhat inconvenient to have the four women accompany him, as there were always some reckless individuals who might provoke trouble. This time, he decided to act alone. After all, he was not afraid of encountering danger. On the origin continent, the five lords, human lord, demon lord, celestial lord, beast lord, and divine lord, sat comfortably in the grand hall, sipping fragrant tea. The demon lord spoke first. Indeed, it appears that the young lord has located a Mohua. This was arranged by our demon clan, and I am certain the young lord will be quite pleased. With that, a smile crept upon his lips, one he could scarcely contain. The divine lord, too, exhibited a similar expression. Reflecting a sense of satisfaction, each of them had left contingencies in place, ensuring that should Wang Xuanzhi come close, they would be alerted. Initially, there was some concern among the group. However, in less than half a year, Wang Xuanzhi had found 4 individuals, which greatly reassured the 4 clan lords. The human lord's face, however, darkened with clouds of doubt. He suddenly realized that the plans were his own, yet he had not been as meticulous as these 4 cunning foxes. He had forgotten to inform the women he dispatched of Wang Xuanzhi's appearance, as well as neglecting to leave behind any means of identification. The other 4 looked at the human lord, chuckling at his miscalculation. Who would have thought you could also falter? The human lord sighed inwardly, his eyes filled with hope. May Xuanzhi find that woman, he murmured softly. I hope he succeeds and that nothing goes amiss. Yet, unbeknownst to the human lord, his oversight was significant. Among the human race existed a woman who bore an uncanny resemblance to Qing Li. Seemed she was but a fragment of Qing Li's essence. During the earlier transmission, she had not been conveyed to this realm but remained among the human forces. Controlled by her true self, she was merely one of the 3 avatars created from the original. Her consciousness lacked the power to alter that of the original unless she could merge with it, which might allow her to exert some influence. Coincidentally, another fragment had found its way to the celestial sword sect within the human realm. Thus, unless Wang Xuanzhi actively sought out Qingli, she would never recognize him. Chapter 156. A sword shatters the Grand Hall. The young Emperor Wang Xuanzhi arrived at the northern part of the inner city. The northern entrance was bustling with activity, teeming with a diverse crowd. This was a teleportation array leading to the palace complexes in the north. Beyond the palatial clusters lay the center of the underground sand city, the Emperor's tomb. Few had managed to enter, and none had successfully returned. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Xuanzhi stepped inside, followed closely by the floating figures of Yao Yao and Xian Xian. A brilliant light flashed, momentarily blurring his vision. As the brilliance faded, he regained clarity. Before him stood hundreds of palatial structures of varying sizes, surrounded by a throng of countless individuals. The number continued to swell, as many had also entered the teleportation array, hoping to strike luck within the palace complex. Each day, such hopefuls ventured into the palace district in search of fortune. Although perilous, opportunities and dangers often coexist. Wang Xuanzhi's handsome visage attracted a few glances. Yet the sheer number of people meant that only a handful noticed him, as most had already ventured deeper into the palaces in pursuit of their fortunes. Wang Xuanzhi remained still, choosing not to seek immediate opportunities. He lacked for nothing in terms of fortune. His consciousness expanded once more, as the divine demonic infant within his mind opened its eyes. Behind him, the chaos Tao disc spun ceaselessly. His vast consciousness surged forth. Akin to an overwhelming tide, penetrating the halls within, he sought to locate Li Changxing. Just before his teleportation, he had observed Li Changxing retrieving the formation plate, and he had no fear of betrayal from him. To enhance efficiency, he gently employed the Celestial Emperor's faith technique to commune with Li Changxing's mind. Within moments, a response arrived. "Celestial Emperor, are you well? Where have you been sent?" "We were transported to the underground city and I am currently searching for opportunities within a palace." Wang Xuanzhi transmitted his reply. "Where are you now?" "I shall come find you. Is the 10 Directions Universe Formation Plate still with you?" Li Changxing quickly responded. "I have secured the 10 Directions Universe Formation Plate. Our current location is unknown. This realm seems to have a function that prevents observation." Wang Xuanzhi sent another message. "Wait for me there. I will come to find you." With that, his boundless consciousness surged even more fiercely, which was precisely why he had extended his perception, lest such a situation arise. The divine demonic infant seated in his mind caused the spinning chaos disk to rotate with increased urgency. The essence of the chaos Tao permeated the entire area, swiftly replacing Wang Xuanzhi's consciousness, traversing thousands of miles in an instant, merging with all the palatial structures. "Found it." Wang Xuanzhi's gaze sharpened as he raced towards the heart of the palatial cluster. With a sweeping motion, he tore through the fabric of space and stepped through. Upon reappearing, he found himself hovering above the Grand Palace. This colossal structure, towering 100 meters high and stretching 1,000 meters long, was composed of an indeterminate, incredibly resilient material. Many gifted disciples had attempted to shatter the palace doors, hoping to evade the dangers within, yet all had failed. Wang Xuanzhi, disinterested in such trivial pursuits, allowed his chaos Tao to envelop the entire immense palace, revealing its inner workings and clarity. At that moment, Li Changxing and 100 others found themselves in dire straits, encircled by tens of thousands of puppet talismans. Most alarmingly, these puppets were imbued with the formidable power of the 9 Tribulations realm. Indeed, the palace cluster was fraught with peril. Wang Xuanzhi summoned the Ancestor Dragon Bone Sword. Why the Ancestor Dragon Bone Sword? Simply to switch things up from the usual celestial sword. The dragon aura emanated from the sword, exuding an overwhelming presence. Wang Xuanzhi's expression remained calm and unyielding. With a gentle sweep of the sword towards the palace below, the razor-sharp beam of light appeared to slice through the very fabric of space itself. The light emitted by the Ancestor Dragon Bone Sword effortlessly cleaved through the steadfast palace, as though it were nothing more than tofu. The upper portion of the Grand Palace was effortlessly severed by Wang Xuanzhi's strike. Can you imagine? A magnificent golden palace, bisected by a single stroke of Wang Xuanzhi's sword. The individuals below, still grappling with the encroaching talismans, halted in their efforts, stunned into silence for an extended moment. The multitude of puppets stood in bewilderment, despite being mere automatons. They sensed an emptiness above them, as if something that once covered them had vanished, leaving them exposed to the light. Wang Xuanzhi's expression remained impassive. As if the unfolding events were of little consequence to him, He gradually retracted the ancestor dragon bone sword and descended. Surrounding him were countless individuals, around 1,000,000, grappling with the decision of which palace to enter. Witnessing Wang Xuanzhi's effortless strike, akin to slicing through tofu, cleaving the seemingly indestructible palace, they gazed in astonishment, exclaiming in terror, "What manner of beast is this? Could he truly be a young emperor?" None of the other young emperors displayed such ferocity. Yes, this must be a dream, a mere figment of imagination. How could anyone so effortlessly rend this grand hall? If such a being existed, what need was there to vie for resources? Yet, for many, witnessing Wang Xuanzhi's singular act shattered their resolve. Faced with such overwhelming power, what could they possibly contest? They might as well reincarnate. To coexist in the same era as such a prodigy was destined to be a lamentable fate, such a monstrosity, such an anomaly. I have made my decision. If I cannot defeat him, I shall join him. Young master, please allow me to become your subordinate, called one, and I, too. I can wash your clothes and prepare your meals. Get lost. Just look at yourself. Your stubble is practically at my waist. You think you can serve me? Another retorted. Young master, why not consider me? I'm more than capable. Wang Xuanzhi shuddered. He had no taste for such vulgarity. He landed indifferently within the grand hall. Li Changxing and the others regarded Wang Xuanzhi as if he were a celestial being descending from the heavens, utterly moved, nearly brought to tears. The depth of Li Changxing's admiration for Wang Xuanzhi overflowed, akin to a torrential flood. Upon encountering Wang Xuanzhi, his restless heart found solace, and he knelt, proclaiming loudly, Li Changxing once again pays homage to the immortal emperor. This was the formation left behind by the immortal emperor. He cradled the formation plate in his hands, raising it towards Wang Xuanzhi. Chapter 157. Before the emperor's tomb, Wang Xuanzhi accepted it with a nod, glancing towards the 100 individuals behind Li Changxing. They, too, felt the weight of Wang Xuanzhi's regal gaze, and together they knelt, declaring, "We have seen the immortal emperor." Satisfied, Wang Xuanzhi nodded in approval. It merely these talismans that ensnare you. The talismans surrounding them bore an uncanny resemblance to living beings. Their eyes exposed, radiating a menacing aura that showed no fear of Wang Xuanzhi. Instinctively, they lunged towards him, numbering tens of thousands, each at the 9th difficulty realm. An ominous aura of disaster lingered around them, evoking a sense of misfortune. Furthermore, under the influence of this calamity, the very fabric of space was eroded, and their power diminished. Wang Xuanzhi merely chuckled in disdain. Typically, he preferred to remain inconspicuous, relishing a playful existence. Yet now, his strength had grown to unfathomable heights. Within him resided an incomprehensible vastness of chaotic, primordial, and original energies, an overwhelming force. The chaotic energy endowed him with boundless strength, while the primordial energy granted him dominion over time and space. Although he seldom employed the primordial and original energies, it did not mean he lacked mastery over them. Drawing upon the infinite primordial energy within, he summoned myriad strands. The ancestor dragon bone sword was once again summoned. When paired with the primordial energy, its power surged exponentially. The overwhelming might of the dragon god emanated from Wang Xuanzhi, pressing down upon the hearts of the onlookers like the weight of 1,000 mountains. With a deft stroke, the sword unleashed a razor-sharp blade of energy, infused with primordial essence, evoking a sense of the vast and timeless. Roaring. In their ears, it was as if an ancient, majestic dragon's roar reverberated. This single strike shattered the fabric of time itself, past, present, and future. Before the tens of thousands of talismans could approach Wang Xuanzhi, they were cleaved in two by this simple yet formidable sword light. Li Changxing stood entranced, gazing at the unparalleled brilliance of the sword's light. Is this the immortal emperor? This strike must be at least at the threshold of divine rank. The peculiar nature and sharpness of this sword would likely deter even those of divine status from confronting him directly. The hundreds behind him stood in stunned silence, awestruck. Indeed, the immortal emperor is worthy of our reverence. Wang Xuanzhi, indifferent, regarded the fallen talismans before turning to depart. Li Changxing hastily followed, with the 100 others rushing to keep pace. Wang Xuanzhi's consciousness delved within, confirming the presence of every individual intact. The multitude surrounding him, witnessing his effortless display of power, could not restrain their admiration. What extraordinary strength! I am unwaveringly committed to following this brother. Even if my own mother were to arrive, it would make no difference. Their expressions were resolute. Since they could not contend with him, joining him seemed the best course of action. There would surely be sustenance to share. Hidden among the 100, Mu Dongyu chuckled, pleased with his early decision to ally with such a remarkable figure. Wang Xuanzhi's gaze shifted towards the emperor's tomb, a deep curiosity igniting within him. You shall enter this formation. I will arrange matters thereafter. The crowd nodded in agreement, entering without hesitation. Wang Xuanzhi intended to venture in alone first, assessing for any potential dangers. After all, it was easier to retreat alone. However, bringing the 4 women along would complicate matters. His figure vanished from sight as he surged towards the emperor's tomb. The throng of thousands called out, "Wait for us, great brother. Do not abandon us. We exist alongside you." Wang Xuanzhi scoffed at their fickleness. They might betray him at a moment's notice. After all, a mere few thousand was hardly worth his attention, especially with his debt of 70 million merit points. The emperor's tomb lay just beyond the palace complex. Akin to a teleportation array, upon his arrival, he found a considerable gathering of people, all evidently intent on reaching the emperor's tomb. Small factions coalesced, tens of thousands clustering together. Among them, a young man in splendid robes radiated dragon might. Wang Xuanzhi recognized him instantly, for he too bore the dragon phoenix physique. The unmasked strength of the dragon aura proudly showcased their lineage. These two were the strongest prodigies of the imperial dragon clan, renowned for their potential as young emperors. Nearby, several other young emperors, including those Wang Xuanzhi had previously encountered, the ones who had transformed into the golden crow and the three-eyed toad, were present within the ranks of the heavenly demon Dao. Upon sighting Wang Xuanzhi's approach, their eyes blazed with animosity, a silent conflict brewing. Wang Xuanzhi paid no heed to their hostile gazes, instead surveying the teleportation array. His supreme dual eyes exuded an overwhelming aura. Penetrating the depths of the array, through the haze, he discerned a colossal transparent crystal coffin buried deep within a massive black palace, housing an existence of unfathomable significance. He refrained from further scrutiny, knowing it would be disrespectful to gaze too long upon the emperor and could provoke a backlash from the emperor's might. Thus, he quickly averted his gaze and stepped forward into the array. "How reckless! That fool is courting death," murmured those nearby. "Many have ventured in recently, none returning. Who would have thought he would dare enter alone? It seems he seeks rebirth as well," mockery echoed around him. The young disciples observed Wang Xuanzhi's actions with disdain. The 2 men of the Imperial Dragon Clan and the would-be young emperor watched with indifference, weighing their options. They deemed it wise to let Wang Xuanzhi scout ahead. His strength was certainly on par with theirs, merely a jester seeking the spotlight. Elder brother Di Long and elder brother Di Tian have yet to enter. This fool is merely inviting his demise. The other young disciples, witnessing Wang Xuanzhi's actions, assumed he sought to outshine them while flattering the Tude. The rulers of the myriad Dao heavens, however, did not share this sentiment. Wang Xuanzhi's previous strike bore the unmistakable power of divine rank. With such prowess, he could easily dominate in this celestial battle. Even the prodigies of their own clans, boasting potential as young emperors, would struggle to match his might. Believe in the immortal emperor, in life. He was a being unmatched at the divine level. How could he be intimidated by an emperor? Anticipation shimmered in the eyes of the Dao lords of the spirit and ghost heavens. Chapter 158. The terrifying malice of the Emperor. Wang Xuanzhi traversed the teleportation array, arriving within the Grand Hall. Uncertain of his location, he surveyed his surroundings with vigilance. This was, after all, the tomb of the Emperor, a sacred burial site where a single misstep could lead to utter annihilation. Yet, these thoughts were not solely for him. He had his system to rely upon. He gazed at Yao Yao and Xian Xian, inquiring, "Is it true that an emperor lies buried within this tomb?" Yao Yao and Xian Xian's gazes penetrated the entirety of the great imperial tomb, reaching its deepest recesses, where they discerned the identity of the person interred within the coffin. Only then did they slowly nod in acknowledgement. The moment Wang Xuanzhi stepped into this realm, he was assailed by an overwhelming aura of imperial might, bearing down upon him with an oppressive force. Were it not for the presence of the human emperor's physique within him, he surely would have succumbed to his knees under such pressure. Wang Xuanzhi immersed his consciousness into the Shifang Qinkuan array plate, gently placing it within his primordial small world, ensuring it was positioned within the realm of the myriad woods. Placing it amidst the pink sea of flowers would yield dire consequences. Merely contemplating it sent shivers down his spine. Upon the release of countless souls, they gazed blankly at Wang Xuanzhi. Within the confines of the array plate, they had been idle, but now, freed by Wang Xuanzhi, a flicker of excitement danced in their expressions. Was Wang Xuanzhi about to incite some adventure, to lead them forth? Observing the eager pack of restless souls, Wang Xuanzhi could not help but chuckle softly. This is a small realm within my being, where the passage of time flows at a ratio of 1 to 10,000 compared to the outside world. While you may cultivate here for 10,000 years, only a year will have passed outside. The revelation elicited a collective gasp from the crowd, astonished by the staggering time ratio. In their lineage, they had experienced alterations in time, but none as extreme as Wang Xuanzhi's. The most they had managed was a ratio of 1 to 10. Wang Xuanzhi anticipated their reaction and nodded in satisfaction. His cultivation method must remain undisclosed. However, the methods of the immortal emperor and the demon emperor, being imperial techniques, were replete with profound mysteries worthy of their comprehension. Moreover, he could not afford to languish in the outside world for an entire year. A few days would suffice, as within this realm, that would equate to several years. Devote yourselves to understanding the methods of the immortal emperor and the demon emperor. Enhancing your strength point one day, I will require your assistance, but that time is not now. For now, you must cultivate your energies and await the day when we shall confront the heavens once more. With this declaration, Wang Xuanzhi's figure took on an imposing stature, his eyes gleaming with unbounded brilliance. We shall battle the heavens again. We shall battle the heavens again. We shall battle the heavens again. The assembled throng erupted in fervent cheers. The vibrant life force within the myriad woods realm dispelled any concerns of injury from their training. Nodding in approval, Wang Xuanzhi gradually withdrew his consciousness from this realm. The two realms were mutually exclusive. They could not perceive the other pink world. With everything arranged, he proceeded forward. The stone tiles beneath his feet appeared meticulously laid out, each piece fitting seamlessly, while the surrounding walls loomed dark and ominous. This narrow path led straight into the heart of the grand hall, with the exit behind him vanished from sight. The dim lighting cast an eerie atmosphere, and faint traces of blood seemed to seep from the walls. As he advanced deeper into the passage, the imperial aura intensified, accompanied by a pervasive sense of death. Wang Xuanzhi remained unperturbed, his ancestral dragon bone sword appearing in his grasp, ready for any unforeseen circumstances. However, when his right foot gently pressed upon an irregular stone tile, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent surged forth, filling the passageway. This palpable hostility drenched Wang Xuanzhi's back, locking onto him with relentless ferocity. Rendering him immobile in the face of this cataclysmic menace, he felt as insignificant as an ant caught beneath a colossal wave, powerless to move. Yet, there was no trace of panic on his face. "Is this the murderous intent of an emperor?" he murmured softly. Before his eyes, the supreme pupils began to manifest their power. An ancient and profound existence awakened, its gaze surveying the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The myriad stars could not escape his calculations. As the supreme eye unfolded, a beam of formidable divine light burst forth from Wang Xuanzhi's gaze. The blood-colored skeletons that encountered this divine radiance began to disintegrate. Not only that, but the surrounding world also seemed to fracture under the penetrating light. Countless corpses continued to emerge, undeterred by the divine radiance. These were the valiant warriors who had once followed the ancient emperor into battle across distant realms. Unbeknownst to him, they had transformed into blood and bone after death, their willpower continuing to manifest. At this moment, Wang Xuanzhi felt a surge of battle spirit awaken within him. The greatest respect he could pay these warriors was to end their strife and grant them peace. He laughed heartily, his spirit soaring, as the aura of the human emperor radiated from him, shattering the imperial murderous intent. In that instant, he regained his mobility. The ancestral dragon bone sword erupted with myriad sword lights, his eyes gathering the brilliance of supremacy. With a single stroke, a powerful beam of sword light flashed across the scene. "Annihilate the countless enemies. My sword still carries the scent of blood. Rest in peace. Valiant warriors, farewell." Under the might of this formidable strike, the multitude of blood skeleton soldiers was shattered into fragments, their eyes reflecting a glimmer of reluctance. They ignited their own essence, transforming into boundless light. Illuminating the space in their final moments, they murmured softly, lamenting their inability to continue fighting alongside the emperor. Though they bore no flesh to display expressions, Wang Xuanzhi could still sense their sorrow and desolation. He slowly closed his eyes, stowing away the ancestral dragon bone sword within his cosmos pouch. The cruelty of it all weighed heavily upon him. He wished fervently that it were but a dream, rather than a grim reality. As the multitude of blood skeleton soldiers faded into oblivion, the surroundings gradually returned to their original state. Wang Xuanzhi stood frozen for a moment before resuming his forward march. Yao Yao, Xian, was what we just witnessed real? Did those hundreds of thousands of blood skeleton soldiers truly remain bound to their wish to protect the emperor's tomb after death? Xian regarded Wang Xuanzhi. Her expression complex and sighed softly. Do you not already know the answer in your heart? Wang Xuanzhi smiled wryly, feeling a wave of sympathy for the blood skeleton soldiers. It seemed he had encountered a similar scene long ago. With a group of his own comrades following him through the heavens, suppressing the wave of sorrow within, he pressed onward. Yao Yao, sensing his somber demeanor, felt an inexplicable sadness wash over her, abandoning her usual playful nature. She floated beside him, resting her head upon his back. Understanding her gesture, Wang Xuanzhi smiled gently and patted her back, signaling that he was well. Yet, the dangers within the imperial tomb were immense, and he needed to concentrate on advancing. Nonetheless, Yao Yao persisted, clinging to him. Xian could only sigh in resignation. As they ventured deeper, the imperial pressure grew increasingly potent, and the black passages became ever narrower, the bloodstains thickening around them. Moreover, the meticulously arranged stone tiles began to shift, transforming into a chaotic array. Behind him, it felt as though a pair of terrifying eyes was fixated on Wang Xuanzhi's every movement. A sense of unease crept over him, as if those eyes were watching him intently. Ahead lay a narrow passage, just wide enough for a single person to traverse. Yao Yao and Xian floated closely behind him, and in the distance, a faint glimmer of light beckoned. Unfazed by the encroaching darkness, Wang Xuanzhi maintained his calm demeanor, stepping steadily toward the light. Upon fully traversing the constricted passage, he found himself in an expansive grand hall, seemingly the emperor's chambers. The decor was strikingly sparse, consisting only of a bed, a desk, and a bookshelf, with nothing else present. Wang Xuanzhi stood at the edge, hesitant to make a move, carefully observing these three items, fearful of provoking any disturbance that might unleash the imperial pressure from within the coffin. This was the location of the chambers, drawing ever closer to the tomb itself. Yao Yao gazed at the material of the wooden bed, exclaiming in astonishment, "This bed is constructed from the divine tree." The emperor indeed possessed remarkable skills during his lifetime, capable of acquiring such sacred wood. The writing desk was also extraordinary, fashioned from the trunk of an immortal ancient tree. And the bookshelf, judging by its aura, it was likely crafted from a branch of the world tree. The books upon it must be equally impressive. Wang Xian, hearing this, couldn't help but feel intrigued. As someone who had traversed worlds, he harbored a modicum of understanding regarding the divine trees and the world tree. These legendary trees were said to serve as colossal conduits from the human realm to the celestial realm. To his surprise, such divine trees existed even in this alternate world. Wang Xian's supreme eyes scanned the grand hall, searching for any prohibitions or traps. After thorough confirmation, he strode determinedly into the inner chamber. His first stop was beside the bookshelf, for it held content and treasures. The bed and wooden table were rather plain, offering little to explore. The books on the shelf were quite simplistic, merely a dozen ancient tomes. After examining them for quite some time and finding nothing unusual, he gently enveloped one of the ancient books with his spiritual consciousness, bringing it before him and gradually opening it. The book, worn and seemingly forgotten for many years, was in a state of utter decay. To his bewilderment, as he turned the pages, he discovered that not a single word was inscribed within. How could this be? Was there truly a book without words in this world? Curiously, he questioned this anomaly. Employing his spiritual consciousness, he lifted the remaining dozen books from the shelf, bringing them to his view. As he turned their pages, he found them equally blank. Just as Wang Xian remained in wonder, he remained oblivious to the eerie black mist that had silently materialized behind him. He had no inkling of when it had appeared. Within the black mist, a pair of bright eyes emerged, followed by two clawed hands that reached out towards Wang Xian's head, intent on tearing it apart. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Without a hint of forewarning, not even a ripple of spiritual energy, the black mist had somehow evaded Wang Xian's spiritual probing. Otherwise, he would have surely noticed. "Be careful, host," Yao Yao shouted urgently, upon hearing her voice. Wang Xian vanished from his spot, but alas, it was too late. The large claw had already grazed his back, leaving him bloodied and wounded. He staggered to the side, feeling a chilling sensation of pain from the tearing on his back, and was momentarily taken aback. This was the first time he had been injured since his arrival in this world, and it had even managed to breach his formidable physique. a being of innate holy body and unparalleled spirit. He had always been keenly aware of his surroundings. Yet, he had failed to detect the presence of this ghostly entity, despite his unmatched dragon phoenix physique, which should have been impervious to harm. He had been wounded by this enigmatic black mist, blood, shimmering with a purplish-golden hue, dripped from his back. Wang Xian's expression darkened as he drew forth the immortal sword and the ancestor dragon bone sword. At this moment, a flicker of anger surged within him. Chapter 160. The ancestor dragon bone sword and the immortal sword emerged. The ancestor dragon bone sword radiated countless sword lights. Wang Xian's eyes narrowed as he summoned millions of strands of chaotic energy from his dantian, infusing them into the sword and striking at the black mist. The mist bore no form, only hands suspended in midair. Seemingly irate at his failed strike, the black mist lunged at Wang Xian. Disregarding the incoming sword energy, within its exposed eyes, a bloodthirsty intent glimmered, accompanied by an overwhelming resentment and rage. This palpable hatred threatened to engulf anyone caught within its grasp, as though a boundless sea of blood had materialized behind it. Wang Xian's sword light collided with the black mist, yet, astonishingly, the ethereal sword light passed through it without causing any effect. Upon contact, the black mist emanated a strange power that nullified Wang Xian's attack. His gaze grew serious as he ceased to conceal his strength, divine demonic light enveloping his fists. In that moment, his unparalleled dragon phoenix physique began to manifest its might. The gruesome wound on his back ignited with the flames of the phoenix. Healing in mere moments, the divine demonic light coalesced into a massive fist, imbued with the intricate powers of time and space. It struck towards the black mist. I shall see if you can withstand this blow. The fury within the black mist intensified, its claws emanating an imperial aura that shattered layers of time and space. Clashing with Wang Xian's divine demonic fist, the collision generated an immense spatial storm, shaking the very fabric of the hall. Strangely, the space did not collapse but rather reinforced itself. Wang Xian took a step back, and to his astonishment, the black mist also retreated. What manner of creature is this? Wang Xian pondered, increasingly concerned. Even divine demonic light could not seem to affect this ghostly entity. Suddenly, two more claws emerged from the depths of the black mist, bringing the total to 4, each radiating the oppressive aura of an emperor. Wang Xian felt a surge of doubt. Was this some kind of creature nurtured by the emperor during his lifetime? Such an enigma. The crimson eyes of the mist burned with fury, and the overwhelming hatred emanating from it was palpable. The pressure of the emperor intensified exponentially, bearing down upon Wang Xian. The 4 claws tore through the previously unyielding space, aimed straight for Wang Xian's head. Wang Xian smirked. What good are your hands? Let us see whether your hands are greater than my swords. His left hand manifested the immortal sword, its boundless intent enveloping him. Channeling millions of strands of primordial energy into it, Wang Xian's aura transformed entirely. As he grasped the immortal sword, he felt as though he had returned to his former self, the foremost sword cultivator of the heavens. The ethereal sword intent radiated around him, forming a vast domain that suppressed the black mist's imperial power. Causing its movements to slow, I wield a sword that cleaves the heavens. I wield a sword that shatters the stars. The powerful immortal sword morphed into an ethereal blade, cutting through the black mist. In the path of the black mist's assault, a multitude of immortal swords materialized across its present, past, and future. The endless sword intent began to erode the black mist's form. Simultaneously, the ancestor dragon bone sword in Wang Xian's right hand exuded a potent dragon phoenix might, further slowing the black mist's movements. Summoning millions of strands of primordial energy once more, he unleashed a powerful strike, conjuring a colossal golden dragon phantom that roared towards the black mist. Under the might of Wang Xian's 2 swords, the 4 claws of the black mist shattered, and its form was sent flying, the imperial pressure dissipating. Yao Yao and Xian Xian hovered above, observing the battle below. Yao Yao seemed to discern the true nature of the eerie black mist and turned to Xian Xian for confirmation. Nodding, Xian Xian spoke slowly. This is the resentment of the emperor. If my guess is correct, it is the hatred and grievances that have lingered for millennia, coalescing into this specter, endowed with the strength of an emperor. Yao Yao's mouth fell agape in disbelief. Does this mean the host is truly facing a being of the emperor's caliber? And not only that, but the host seems to be gaining the upper hand? They had not anticipated that Wang Xian possessed a physique that could resonate to such an extent, unleashing such formidable power. It was well known that physiques varied from person to person, and their compatibility differed as well. The intensity of power unleashed was not uniform. These four physiques appeared tailor-made for Wang Xian, devoid of any sense of dissonance. Though the black mist had been defeated, its scarlet eyes remained filled with unwillingness. A raspy voice emanated from within the mist, sending chills down the spine of those who heard it. Die, die, die. Wang Xian raised an eyebrow, questioning the nature of this creature. Is it truly immortal? Gripping his swords tightly, he launched two more powerful sword lights forward. Yet, the black mist resentment seemed to swell, as the strikes bizarrely dissolved upon contact. It lunged once more at Wang Xian, its speed increasing exponentially, intent on destruction far greater than before. Wang Xian could only shout in exasperation. What kind of creature is this? How can it not perish? As he vanished from his location, Yao Yao and Xian Xian hovered above, witnessing the chase unfolding below. What is the host doing? Wasn't the upper hand just now? How did it turn around? Yao Yao asked curiously. Xian Xian smiled, observing Wang Xuanzhi's disheveled state, and replied, he merely wanted to see if there were any flaws in the black mist. Moreover, he aimed to discern the composition of this black mist, seeking a method to strike a decisive blow. In the realm of the black mist, a hoarse and low voice resounded, echoing with boundless resentment, whether directed at the heavens or at Wang Xian. That moment, Wang Xuanzhi began to comprehend the nature of this existence within the black mist. It bore the pressure of an emperor, and its peculiar tactics evaded his divine sense. If one merely assumed it to be an ordinary deity-level being, then that would be a grave misconception. This was undoubtedly related to an emperor, and its realm surely surpassed that of the deity level. His own strength was already approaching the threshold of half-step deity, and it was unlikely that a deity-level being could silently pursue him. Yao Yao and Xian Xian hovered above, continuing their discussion. Yao Yao gazed at the black mist below and inquired, Sister Xian Xian, if you say the black mist is the resentment of an emperor, could it possibly not be the emperor? At this point, a profound meaning flickered at the corner of Yao Yao's mouth. Xian Xian pondered carefully and realized that such a possibility indeed existed. The more she focused her gaze on the black mist below, the more she felt that its origins were anything but simple. She discreetly communicated, Host, it would be wise to resolve this matter swiftly. She kept a watchful eye on the situation, for an emperor was not merely the culmination of the great Tao. Wang Xuanzhi paused and sighed slowly. Fine, I had initially wanted to observe the unique aspects of this black mist. Since Xian Xian has suggested it, I shall comply. His aura suddenly transformed, and at that moment, two powerful essences radiated forth from him. On the left side, the ethereal figure of the immortal emperor soared into the sky, and myriad immortal paths manifested around Wang Xuanzhi. The nine-colored robe appeared upon him, and the nine-colored crown mysteriously settled atop his head, amplifying his celestial presence. On the right side, the divine and demonic essence awakened. The ancient demon sealed within the abyss of gods and demons surged forth once more into the celestial realm, shrouding the entire hall in darkness. Countless starlights merged into his being, and the starry robe adorned his right side, while the starry crown graced his head. Now, Wang Xuanzhi's left half was suffused with starlight, while his right half radiated demonic light, crowned by the nine-colored starry crown, enhancing his extraordinary aura. Ancient existences surged within his eyes, and his presence was magnificent and overwhelming. The immortal Tao sword and the ancestral dragon bone sword gradually merged into a 9-foot-long azure ancient sword. As Wang Xuanzhi grasped the long sword, the essence of the immortal Tao erupted, and the divine and demonic light exploded forth. With a cold voice, he declared, As long as the divine and demonic existences still have glory, I wield a sword to cleave the heavens. He gently swept the sword across the black mist, a simple stroke, embodying the essence of the great Tao, returned to its primal form. Upon the sword's release, the entire space quaked, as if unable to withstand the sheer might of that strike. The solid space shattered like glass under the pressure of the formidable sword light, resonating with a thunderous clang that echoed throughout the ancient hall. The sword's cry reverberated through the atmosphere, illuminating the surroundings with countless radiant, immortal lights that danced around Wang Xuanzhi. Beneath this sword, they shone with a brilliance that eclipsed all else. Behind him, the divine and demonic light transformed into lurking assassins, exuding an intense and overwhelming killing intent. The black mist, filled with disbelief, revealed a human-like fear, exclaiming, This is the sword of destiny. How can this be? The sword of destiny should have long since vanished. You. His crimson eyes expressed incredulity, as if he had discerned Wang Xuanzhi's identity. Yet before he could finish his words, the sword's power utterly consumed him. The entirety of the black mist, illuminated and swept away by the sword light, turned to ashes, extinguished irrevocably. Yao Yao and Xian Xian gazed at the now turned ashen black mist, nodding in astonishment as they regarded Wang Xuanzhi. They were unaware of the extent of his strength, which had escalated to such heights. That single strike could easily vanquish a deity-level being, indicating that Wang Xuanzhi had transcended conventional realms. Expressionless, Wang Xuanzhi sheathed his long sword, and the glorious visions surrounding him gradually faded. His clothing reverted to its original state as he turned his gaze toward the dozen or so blank books. A glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes, the essence of the immortal Tao emanated once more, tearing the books apart into countless fragments. These fragments began to actively merge, suggesting that the blank tome was likely an ancient scripture of an emperor. His strength had been lacking a scripture, and he wondered if this would align with his intentions. Anticipation filled Wang Xuanzhi's eyes as the fragments transformed into a peculiar ancient book. The front presented a crimson hue, radiating potent destructive energy, while the back displayed a deep blue, exuding vigorous life force. Wang Xuanzhi cradled the book, sweeping his divine sense over it. Yin and Yang divide the heavens and the earth. Life and death exist within, master of life and death, controlling the myriad. Xiao Shu Han, master of the Tying. Yang Zhuo returns, guiding the sun. This ancient scripture transformed into an essence of Yin and Yang, slowly merging into Wang Xuanzhi's pupils. As this essence integrated, a glimmer of vitality appeared within his fragmented microcosm. Initially, it contained only 2 small realms. With the infusion of this Yin and Yang essence, the other broken and hazy realms began to merge gradually. The speed of this integration accelerated, and as particles coalesced into a spherical form, over time, this form could potentially evolve into stars. Yao Yao and Xian Xian watched in astonishment as this ancient scripture melded into Wang Xuanzhi's body. They gasped, "Host, what kind of fortune is this? This is the essence of Yin and Yang, and this ancient scripture should be the Yin-Yang ancient scripture, mastering the Yin and Yang of ancient and modern times, reversing life and death and altering the flow of time. This is renowned as the foremost scripture throughout history. Who would have expected the host to encounter it? Moreover, the presence of the Yin-Yang ancient scripture further indicates that the being buried within the emperor's tomb is certainly not limited to an emperor. It could even be of the heavenly emperor realm." The two were filled with curiosity. Wang Xuanzhi, still unaware of the events unfolding, suddenly felt the ancient scripture vanish in a flash. A peculiar movement stirred within his eyes. A formless halo emanated from within him, revealing his terrifying aura as boundless 9-colored radiance erupted from his being. The path of longevity and the mysterious black Tao intertwined, radiating brilliant divine light that pierced through the grand hall and soared into the boundless sky. The radiant light surged forth, piercing through the endless void. A solar phantom flickered in Wang Xuanzhi's gaze. The sun illuminates, behind him. A crescent moon's remnant slowly emerged, freezing time and space to reveal a stark white purity. The Tying's ethereal glow. The pervasive essence of the Tying froze the space and the world itself, transforming the crescent moon into a white circular ring in the sky. In Wang Xuanzhi's right eye, the left was plunged into unfathomable darkness, while the right gleamed with immaculate clarity, akin to moonlight. The Tying's ethereal glow and the sun's illumination represented 2 celestial sacred beings. Yao Yao and Xian Xian gasped in astonishment, taken aback by Wang Xuanzhi's extraordinary manifestation. Their eyes were fixed on his pupils, which now rivaled the supreme eye of Wang Xuanzhi. The function of the supreme eye and the dual yin-yang pupils differed, each possessing its own unique merits and not to be compared directly. Xian Xian seemed to recall something and realized she had yet to bestow upon Wang Xuanzhi the reward for finding Nangong Qingge. Delaying her own transformation had caused her to overlook this matter. A hint of embarrassment crossed her exquisite face as she smiled sheepishly. From her hand emerged a radiant light, illuminating the heavens and the earth. It flickered at her fingertips before gently descending upon Wang Xuanzhi. This was a bone, the supreme bone of the red dust, which softly settled at the center of his chest. As this supreme bone integrated, a vast aura emanated from him once more. The red dust supreme eye, combined with the supreme bone, seemed to become even more formidable and invincible. Behind the ancient divine and demonic figures, a vast expanse of land materialized. Behind the ancient immortal emperor of longevity, a shattered realm emerged as well. 2 phantoms gazed at each other from afar, as if piercing through the river of time, meeting one another with smiles in their eyes. The supreme bone, inscribed with powerful techniques, endowed Wang Xuanzhi with a more potent innate divine ability. His eyes gradually closed as he contemplated this unique divine ability in his mind. In mere moments, he absorbed the essence of the techniques. A flash of brilliance flickered in his gaze, and he reflected on the formidable nature of this technique. Yao Yao and Xian Xian could not help but feel curious about the nature of this treasure technique. However, observing that Wang Xuanzhi had no intention of elaborating, they refrained from pressing further. Wang Xuanzhi's supreme eyes began to emanate a dual light of black and white. A radiant white glow appeared on his left hand, while a dark aura manifested on his right. With a swift motion of his left hand, time in this space commenced a rapid transformation, accelerating significantly, approximately tenfold compared to before. With a single step, Wang Xuanzhi's speed matched this newfound temporal velocity, leaving him entranced by the power of time. Following this, he unleashed a profound force of spatial energy with his right hand, causing the surrounding space within the grand hall to shift. The large bed and wooden table gradually altered their positions, all occurring with an effortless grace, as if flowing like water. This seamless manipulation of the supreme bone and the yin-yang eyes was made possible by his innate connection to the primordial celestial path, enabling him to learn anything with remarkable ease. Yao Yao leaned closer, her large eyes reflecting her boundless curiosity. What kind of power did the supreme bone possess? What was the nature of the technique inscribed upon it? Noticing Yao Yao's inquisitive expression, Wang Xuanzhi could not help but smile smugly. He pointed to his own face and playfully suggested, "Give me a kiss, and I shall divulge the secret." Yao Yao, oblivious to any embarrassment from his words, simply nodded. After all, she was a bold creature, unbothered by her lack of attire. As she perched atop Wang Xuanzhi's head, she pecked gently at his cheek, leaving a small lip print and a trace of saliva. Her wide eyes filled with curiosity as she gazed at him. The soft sensation lingered with Wang Xuanzhi, leaving him in a euphoric daze. Xian Xian watched Wang Xuanzhi with a mix of amusement and exasperation, equally intrigued by the nature of his treasure technique. Wang Xuanzhi slowly closed his eyes, activating his supreme eyes. The bone within his chest radiated a powerful light, illuminating the entire space. As he waved his hand upwards, multiple beams of this supreme light transformed into various mythical beasts. Within the hall, a three-legged golden crow soared above. Roaring with fiery wrath, its eyes filled with a sense of destruction, accompanied by a brilliant sun behind it. Beside it, a three-eyed azure toad emerged, enveloping the space in thick lunar energy, creating an unsettling chill. Moreover, behind it flickered a phantom of the waning moon, shimmering with lunar radiance. Unsatisfied with merely this, Wang Xuanzhi bathed his hands in the supreme light and directed it skyward, his mind contemplating the mythical beasts he had witnessed in recent days. A gigantic golden dragon soared nearby, exuding an overwhelming dragon might, its gaze filled with indifference. A crimson phoenix bathed in flames in the southern skies, gracefully soaring amidst the inferno. Yao Yao and Xian Xian watched in awe at the lifelike manifestations of these mythical creatures. Their might seemingly indistinguishable from reality. However, the most critical aspect was that Wang Xuanzhi had not truly revealed his full capabilities. He could reverse time and draw forth the essence of the golden crow, the three-eyed azure toad, and the dragon and phoenix, amplifying their power. This, however, would slightly deplete his own essence, so he refrained from employing such measures, akin to fishing out other prodigies from the river of time. This reserve of power was best kept hidden. The more cards one held, the better. Exposing all would negate the very notion of a trump card. Outside the grand hall, onlookers found the situation peculiar. Wang Xuanzhi had been inside for nearly half a day with no sign of activity. Notably, the two prodigies from Tianyao Dao Tian, the golden crow youth and the three-eyed azure toad, felt as though a part of their inheritance had been usurped. A feeling that lingered in their hearts. "I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. We must venture inside," declared the golden crow youth, unable to suppress the growing intensity of his intuition. The three-eyed azure toad, equally gifted, shared his sentiment. The two exchanged glances and ascended into the skies, diving into the teleportation array. Observing their boldness, others from Tianyao Dao Tian hesitated momentarily but eventually followed suit, gritting their teeth in determination. "Should we not also enter, Brother Di, Brother Di Tian?" inquired the disciples of the Dragon Emperor Dao Tian, eyes brimming with desire. However, to their surprise, both Di and Di Tian shook their heads in unison. Di, his gaze deep and contemplative, addressed the group. "Patience. This is the tomb of the great emperor, not just any place. Opportunities are not easily attained. Furthermore, the dangers within are formidable. A single misstep could lead to our demise. With so many entering, it would be akin to courting death." The disciples nodded in agreement to Di's prudent counsel. Just then, a black-robed woman stepped forward, striding confidently into the teleportation array without hesitation. Someone in the crowd shouted, "Look, it's the Qingli Tiannu." To their astonishment, she too sought entrance into the great emperor's tomb. "Brothers, let us follow the Tiannu and assist her in obtaining the inheritance." They rallied, spurred by her presence. Di and Di Tian, caught in the fervor, soared into the air, their imperial dragon might radiating as they charged into the teleportation array, forgetting their previous caution. Meanwhile, the remaining disciples of the Dragon Emperor Dao Tian remained bewildered, questioning the sudden shift in resolve. Wang Xuanzhi, having fully absorbed the inheritance, turned his attention to the remaining treasures within the grand hall, the bed crafted from the divine tree of build and the desk constructed from the immortal tree. Rubbing his hands together with a sly grin, he stealthily approached, using his spiritual sense to lift the bed into his cosmos bag, followed by the desk. Yao Yao observed Wang Xuanzhi's less than dignified antics, covering her forehead in disbelief. This was not the imposing figure she had witnessed earlier. How could he be so greedy? Yet, who wouldn't seize such an opportunity? The materials were invaluable, crafted from the branches of the divine tree and the immortal tree. Wang Xuanzhi, undeterred, set his sights on the now barren hall, lifting the bookshelf with his spiritual sense and securing it as well. The once finely adorned hall was now stripped bare, devoid of all treasures. Wang Xuanzhi examined the stone bricks and walls, pondering aloud. Despite the fierce battle with that shadow, it appears these walls and bricks remain undamaged. They must be of exceptional quality, suitable for a great emperor's palace. Convinced of their worth, he summoned the essence of divine and demonic light, grasping a stone brick and placing it into his cosmos bag, one after another, leaving nothing behind. Yao Yao and Xian Xian floated above, astonished at Wang Xuanzhi's insatiable greed. Once satisfied with his haul, Wang Xuanzhi clapped his hands and set forth towards the next entrance. "Yao Yao, Xian Xian, do you think the marketplace would accept these items?" he inquired, formulating a plan to sell his newfound treasures in exchange for merit points. Xian Xian, scanning the materials with her spiritual sense, noted the quality of the stone bricks and the bookshelf. Realizing they were all made from rare celestial iron, she estimated that just the bed and the desk could fetch a staggering 100 million merit points, while the celestial iron bricks could yield an additional 50 million. Observing Wang Xuanzhi's mischievous demeanor, she remarked flatly, "These items are worth a total of 120 million merit points. Considering the debt you owe me, how about 50 million merit points?" Ah? At this moment, Wang Xuanzhi was taken aback. He initially believed that this was crafted from the divine tree and would be immensely valuable. However, to his dismay, it was only worth this meager amount. After some contemplation, he decided to sell it. Although he had intended to use this divine tree as a bed, the thought of others having slept on it made him uneasy. He reluctantly nodded, as at least he would still earn merit points. This time, he not only gained a legacy but also accumulated merit points, which was not insignificant. A quarter of an hour after Wang Xuanzhi's figure vanished from the Grand Hall, others arrived in a disheveled state. Two prodigies from the Imperial Dragon clan appeared, their forms clearly battered, with dragon blood continuously oozing from their bodies. Their faces bore the marks of recent injuries, clearly indicating they had just endured a fierce battle. In contrast, the leading figure, the azurely celestial maiden, showed no signs of injury and exuded a formidable aura. It seemed that these flower protectors had aided her considerably along the way. Upon their arrival, the group was astonished. Was this truly the Emperor's tomb? It resembled a mere ruin. The prodigies of the Imperial Dragon clan cautiously gazed ahead and inquired, "Brother, could this truly be the Earth Spirit Wood? Why does it feel as though this place has just been ravaged by robbers? Everything seems to have vanished, even the floor tiles and walls, leaving only bare earth." This sentiment was shared not only by the Imperial Dragon clan's prodigies, but also by the celestial prodigies of the Heavenly Demon Path. Jin Wudao stared incredulously with his enormous golden crow eyes. He distinctly sensed a lingering trace of the golden crow's essence in the air, yet it had now dissipated. Jin Wudao exchanged glances with Yu Ziyong, noting a passage within the grand hall, and they both proceeded forward. Although they admired the azurely celestial maiden, the allure of the legacy at hand overshadowed her significance. Their resolve was steadfast. Unlike the two lascivious old dragons of the Imperial clan, easily distracted by feminine charms, as they ventured deeper into the passage, several more teams emerged. Though solitary, they radiated a terrifying might that rivaled that of a million-strong army. Among them was a brawny youth with a fierce gaze, towering several meters tall, his muscles bulging like that of a raging bull, a testament to his extraordinary strength. This was the giant clan-S prodigy, Man Xiong, one of the 10 youths endowed with the potential of a young emperor. Upon catching sight of the azurely celestial maiden, Man Xiong momentarily froze as if confronted by a great terror. His ferocity waning slightly. Previously, he had sought a one-on-one duel with her, but her overwhelming power had crushed him with ease. His once-haired head was now shaved clean due to their encounter. Entering the passage, Wang Xuanzhi felt elated, clutching his 50 million merit points as he advanced deeper into the emperor's tomb. The passage had transformed from its former constriction to an unexpectedly spacious realm, seemingly designed to accommodate many. Perhaps the emperor buried within had never anticipated that his grievances would manifest as a dark fog, and now, with Wang Xuanzhi's assistance, they could safely traverse this path. At the end of the passage lay a colossal arena, suspended in the void. Surrounded by an endless abyss, as Wang Xuanzhi ascended the arena, he heard a cold, mechanical voice echoing from above. To obtain the legacy of the emperor, you must defeat the former prodigies. Otherwise, you are unworthy of the emperor's inheritance. To become an emperor, one must endure bloodshed. Will you accept the inheritance or retreat? Without hesitation, Wang Xuanzhi affirmed, I choose to accept the inheritance. Although he might not need the emperor's legacy, selling it to the system would be advantageous. He turned to Yao Yao and inquired, if I obtain the ultimate legacy of the emperor, can it be sold to the system? Both their expressions darkened, and they grimaced. They had anticipated that Wang Xuanzhi sought the legacy to strengthen himself. But to their astonishment, he intended to sell it. Had he become addicted to selling? As Wang Xuanzhi's voice faded, a vague silhouette emerged before him, seemingly transcending time. It was a young man, his face devoid of expression, appearing entirely unremarkable, one who would be indistinguishable in a crowd, embodying the essence of a passerby. In stark contrast, Wang Xuanzhi was strikingly handsome, exuding an air of elegance that made him seem like a favored child of the heavens. The young man did not exchange many words with Wang Xuanzhi. Instead, he summoned an enigmatic force of laws, ablaze with roaring flames that not only shattered the void, but also consumed him. He charged at Wang Xuanzhi, catching him off guard. What a surprise! An immediate attack without so much as a greeting. This man is a powder keg, intent on burning others while endangering himself. Once again, the cold voice resonated through the void. 3,000 years ago, the strongest prodigy of the human race, Huo Wui. His demeanor was icy as he unleashed a torrent of flames toward Wang Xuanzhi. Wang Xuanzhi's eyes glimmered with dark light as he sensed the shifting space around him. Just as Huo Wui reached him, Wang Xuanzhi had already maneuvered to the edge of the arena. Huo Wui raised an eyebrow in surprise, muttering, "Is this the way of space? I did not expect to encounter someone adept in this peculiar art." His aura surged once more as he bellowed, "Let us see whether your mastery of the space path or my path of heavenly fire prevails." With that, flames erupted from his body, incinerating his upper garments, transforming him into a living embodiment of fire. The fierce blaze consumed the void, leaving behind blackened voids. As his speed escalated, his massive fist aimed at Wang Xuanzhi. The explosive sounds of flames and the surrounding space sealed around Wang Xuanzhi, locking onto his essence to prevent any escape and thwarting his use of the space path. It was evident that Huo Wui's prowess was formidable, capable of manipulating the laws with such finesse that he rightfully earned his title as the strongest prodigy of the human race from a millennium ago. Unfortunately for him, he had encountered Wang Xuanzhi at that moment. The sun's brilliance within Wang Xuanzhi's eyes began to shimmer. A vast circle of light emerged within the whites of his eyes, the sacred sun, the embodiment of the sun. This circle began to transform, revealing a small boy clad in a belly band, his eyes filled with innocence as he gazed up at the approaching Huo Wui. "Who are you?" he asked in a childish voice. Wang Xuanzhi was taken aback, having intended to test the power of his yin-yang dual pupils. Why did this manifestation of the sacred sun differ so greatly from his expectations? Why did it take the form of a mere child, seemingly newly awakened to consciousness? Huo Wui, however, paid no heed to the child's inquiry, his eyes filled with malice as he continued his assault. The terrifying heavenly fire aimed directly at the boy. Before the child could react, he was struck by Huo Wui's colossal fire fist, plunging him into a sea of flames. Huo Wui scoffed, "So you were merely a paper tiger. I thought you possessed some significant strength, but you only sent a child to deceive me. You think such tricks can sway my resolve? You are too naive." As Huo Wui chuckled lightly at Wang Xuanzhi. The child, engulfed in flames, widened his eyes in confusion, unsure of what had just transpired. Subjectively, he sensed that the man intended to extinguish him, though he did not understand why he was being treated thus. He felt rather aggrieved, believing that if he became angry, the consequences could be severe. Wang Xuanzhi, equally bewildered, stared at the toddler clad in a bellyband, whose lower half was exposed, exuding an overwhelming cuteness that left Wang Xuanzhi feeling inadequate in comparison. Yao Yao and Xian Xian hovered above, equally astonished by the sight of the child. Yao Yao curiously asked, "Is this the sacred sun? Why does it appear this way?" Xian Xian shook her head, indicating her uncertainty. That moment. The chaotic divine demon system within Wang Xuanzhi spoke up. Her voice was alluring as she explained, "This is the manifestation of the sacred sun. The sacred sun and the shadow of the sun possess no fixed form. They are merely the essence of the sun and moon. The child you see before you retains the most primitive awareness, still unrefined. This is the perfect opportunity for the host to seize control of the sun's essence." Huo Wui once again summoned heavenly fire, propelling it toward Wang Xuanzhi. However, before he could respond, the child trapped in the heavenly fire stirred. The essence of the sun, he was impervious to mere heavenly fire. With a small intake of breath, he absorbed the endless flames into his being. His small belly gradually expanded, and with a satisfied expression, he began to stroke his stomach. However, in the next moment, his expression underwent a swift transformation. The tender voice resonated once more as a figure ascended from the ground, hovering above the man. "Why do you treat me this way?" the voice questioned, pure yet tinged with a hint of anger. Exuding an adorable charm, as he finished speaking, a terrifying essence, the very core of the sun, coalesced within his small fist, and he hurled it toward the man. This punch seemed to embody the entirety of the sun, wielding its weight and dominion, accompanied by boundless flames that surged toward the man. By the time the man reacted, astonishment filled his eyes as he realized that the small fist, infused with solar energy, was locked onto him. The celestial fire within him was completely suppressed, rendering him incapable of unleashing even a fraction of his power. Before the might of the sun's fire, all other flames were rendered impotent. This was the overwhelming authority of the sun. Though the punch appeared distant, one must not forget that he wielded the power of time. In an instant, time flowed, and in but a moment, it arrived before the man. The diminutive yet mighty fist obliterated the surrounding space, erasing it into an endless black void. The spatial winds rampaged uncontrollably. Before the man could even comprehend the situation, the child's fist had already reduced him to nothingness. Wang Xuanzhi stood agape, disbelief etched across his face as he gazed at the seemingly fragile child, astonished by such overwhelming power that could annihilate him with a single blow. In contrast, the child's large, innocent eyes revealed a profound confusion as he stared at his own rosy fist, pouting in disappointment. He then turned his gaze toward Wang Xuanzhi, feeling an inexplicable closeness, as if Wang Xuanzhi were akin. Could it be otherwise? His essence was derived from the very eyes of Wang Xuanzhi. Instinctively, he began to regard Wang Xuanzhi as a paternal figure. It wouldn't be too far-fetched to claim such a formidable son. Wang Xuanzhi, meanwhile, pondered how to cleverly navigate this child's affections. Yet, the next words from the child sent the hovering figures of Yao Yao and Xian Xian into a startled tumble, nearly causing them to fall. Wang Xuanzhi, too, stumbled slightly. The child's tender voice broke the silence. "Daddy." As he finished speaking, his tiny form floated up, landing on Wang Xuanzhi's back. This left Wang Xuanzhi momentarily stunned, but his resilient psyche quickly adapted, relishing the term of endearment. Now he could finally comprehend the feeling of fathers from his past life, wanting their sons to achieve greatness, hoping for their children to soar. With such a powerful son, how could he not strut with pride? Wang Xuanzhi sensed that his recent fluctuation in power had surpassed the divine realm. He now possessed a formidable ally. Previously, he had the celestial demon guardian, but with his rise in rank, that guardian no longer sufficed for his protection. Now, with the presence of such a son, his joy knew no bounds. He affectionately ruffled the child's hair, though it seemed the child, just having taken form, was a bit weary. His innocent eyes began to slowly close, breaths steadying as he drifted into a deep sleep, transforming into a glowing point that gradually merged into Wang Xuanzhi's eyes. All transpired swiftly, and soon the boundless void was restored by a mysterious law, reverting to its original state. The cold, mechanical voice echoed once more, inquiring whether to continue the challenge or abandon the inheritance. Having come this far, there was no reason to retreat. Wang Xuanzhi responded resolutely, "Continue." As his words fell, a phantom reappeared before him. The indifferent voice echoed again, "From 10,000 years ago, the mightiest human prodigy of the 3,000 celestial domains. Shang Guanyu, indeed, a young man in a blue robe gradually stepped forth, his eyes clouded with reminiscence, as if he had just returned to this realm. Soon, he grasped the situation, fixing his gaze upon Wang Xuanzhi. His brows arched in surprise. This youthful face was undeniably handsome, even surpassing his own allure. Wang Xuanzhi's appearance did not invoke any sense of underestimation in him, but at some point, a white jade fan appeared in his hand, perfectly complementing his refined demeanor. With a light chuckle, he declared, "I am Shang Guanyu, the prodigy of the human race from 10,000 years ago. In that era, the literary sage and the path of culture flourished, establishing the human race through the power of literature. Now, allow me to show you the grandeur of my human path and the strength of my Confucian way." As he spoke, an abundance of golden Confucian energy enveloped him, accentuating his figure with an ethereal grace. In that moment, he radiated an immense brilliance, unleashing countless golden swords forged from the Confucian essence, which surged toward Wang Xuanzhi. These swords, akin to those before, sealed the entire space and directly targeted Wang Xuanzhi, rendering him unable to evade their pursuit even if he attempted to manipulate the space around him. Wang Xuanzhi felt himself ensnared by the overwhelming aura, yet his expression remained calm as he sensed the flow of time. Courtesy of the child's powers, the Confucian swords that had just emerged began to dissipate into nothingness. Shang Guanyu raised an eyebrow, a peculiar light flickering in his eyes. "What strange power is this? How can it nullify my strength?" Wang Xuanzhi remained silent, absorbed in discerning the fluctuations of Confucian energy emanating from Shang Guanyu. His eyes sparkled with celestial light, attempting to unravel the workings of this essence. Shang Guanyu's Confucian energy surged once more as he proclaimed, "The Confucian sage's aura protects humanity. When the literary stars fall, the Confucian energy rises." With his bellow, his literary aura surged forth, filling the void around them. The golden Confucian energy arced like a long rainbow, crossing the expanse of the void. The weight of this aura descended upon Wang Xuanzhi. Wang Xuanzhi, witnessing the deluge of Confucian energy, felt a surge of understanding. The literary energy spans like a rainbow, heralding the arrival of the Confucian path. With over 5,000 years of rich Chinese civilization, how could I not invoke the literary way? His expression turned solemn as the overwhelming Confucian force approached. He remained unfazed, reciting, "The azure sky stretches endlessly, illuminated by the sun and moon upon the golden platform." But as those lines of poetry escaped his lips, Confucian energy began to manifest around him, mirroring that of Shang Guanyu. He gasped, "How is this possible? How can literary power emerge in this era? The Confucian path should have been severed millennia ago." A calm voice responded, "The rainbow is my garment, the wind is my steed. The sovereign of the clouds comes forth in a flurry. The tiger plays the lute, the phoenix returns, and the celestial beings array themselves like hemp." Wang Xuanzhi's words resonated. A torrent of Confucian energy surged behind him, conjuring a wondrous phenomenon. The boundless void swirled with winds and clouds, and from nowhere, several radiant rainbows appeared. Hovering above the arena, a gentle breeze wafted from the east, and above Wang Xuanzhi, amidst the 9-colored clouds, a great drum thundered. Boom, boom. Celestial chariots glided forward, their occupants radiating divine light. These were genuine celestial beings, not merely belonging to the celestial race. This was Wang Xuanzhi's manifestation of the Confucian path, a remarkable phenomenon ignited by his essence. Shang Guanyu found it increasingly unbelievable. This Confucian path should have been long extinguished, yet how could a practitioner of the literary way emerge after 10,000 years? Wang Xuanzhi ignored his astonishment. Unleashing the vastness of the literary path, thousands of celestial chariots surged toward Shang Guanyu. Shang Guanyu hurriedly summoned his surrounding Confucian energy, forming a barrier to shield himself from Wang Xuanzhi's onslaught. Yet, these celestial chariots and warriors were born of Wang Xuanzhi's celestial way, which intertwined not only with the pure literary path, but also with the power of the celestial realm. How could he withstand such might? The multitude of celestial chariots collided with the barrier, shattering it to pieces. Shang Guanyu, struck by the backlash, coughed up blood, his eyes wide with disbelief. Yao Yao and Xian Xian, floating above, observed Wang Xuanzhi's formidable strike. Their curiosity piqued as they wondered when he had mastered the literary way. They pondered for a long moment, exchanging glances before exclaiming in unison, "Host, what a prodigious comprehension! This literary path should belong to the great avenues of humanity." While Wang Xuanzhi might grasp the essence of the literary way, the lineage had undoubtedly been severed. The literary path, devoid of inheritance, could not endure. Thus, countless avenues faded into the cosmos. Yet here was Wang Xuanzhi, spontaneously articulating original poetry to evoke a resonance with the literary path, once again refreshing their perception of his extraordinary capabilities. Wang Xuanzhi seemed to find delight in this, continuing to contemplate the poetry of ancient China in his mind. I express my blood to honor Xianyuan, hidden among the cold stars. As he recited this line, the celestial chariots and warriors surged with renewed vigor, their momentum escalating as they advanced toward Shangguanyu. But Wang Xuanzhi's actions did not end there. He continued to chant, "With my feet, I overturn the mundane path. Upon my shoulder, I bear the sorrows of ages." Upon uttering this line, it seemed that an ancient presence of humanity stood behind the myriad celestial soldiers, exuding an aura of authority as it surged toward Shangguanyu. Although Shangguanyu was startled by Wang Xuanzhi, he was resolute in not succumbing to defeat. After all, he was the most illustrious talent of humanity a millennium ago. To be vanquished so easily would tarnish the reputation he had earned. With a thunderous roar, the resplendent golden aura around him surged once more. Frosty snowflakes fall amidst desolation, igniting the vast realms in flames. On summer ponds and autumn lotus, the barren seasons appear vague. As the verses flowed, the seasons transitioned behind him. The sun and moon exchanged places. A mysterious power emerged on the scene, fervent as fire, frigid as frost. Moreover, a chilling stillness began to spread unexpectedly, contesting with Wang Xuanzhi's formidable celestial weapon in midair, neither side yielding. Wang Xuanzhi observed the overwhelming aura of death emanating from Shangguanyu, gradually encroaching upon his celestial weapon. The might of it compelled him to nod in silent acknowledgement. This was indeed the strongest talent of humanity from a millennium ago. Without such prowess, he would have effortlessly dispatched him with a single stroke. Wang Xuanzhi sensed that Shangguanyu was holding back. This could not be his utmost strength. Although the aura of death posed a significant restraint, its unique nature was the primary reason for its effectiveness. Capable of rendering all things into silence, a poem resurfaced in Wang Xuanzhi's mind. He bellowed once more, causing the surrounding aura to surge again. The atmosphere roiled with energy as clouds of colored mist expanded violently, enveloping the entire arena. Sing and drink freely in the daylight. Youth accompanies me as I return home. You all shall perish, your names lost to time, yet the rivers shall flow eternal. As Wang Xuanzhi's voice resonated, countless celestial chariots and weapons gradually coalesced into a celestial general standing upon a chariot. His eyes emanated authority, and his spear transformed into an invincible dragon. He was the 9th general of the celestial clan, Xian Wulong. The spear's strike shattered space, infused with a trace of celestial power and a hint of literary might. Complemented by Wang Xuanzhi's distinctive dominance, Shangguanyu intended to reveal no further concealment. The scholarly aura around him no longer surged but gradually subsided, retreating into his being. The silent literary way illuminated the void. His eyes radiated an air of authority, reminiscent of ancient literary sages. The true power of the literary path lies not merely in invoking the Tao's strength, but in one's own transformation into the Tao, merging with it. This was the essence of the literary path's might. Should you embody the path correctly, the power unleashed by the literary way is far beyond mere comprehension. Today, you are fortunate to witness my true literary path, the dominant scholar. Upon these words, his demeanor shifted from that of a frail scholar to one of formidable presence. A broad blade manifested in his hand, the boundless dominance coalescing into a long knife. Now, he had become a manifestation of the Tao itself, and the aura of the literary path elevated his strength to a new echelon. Akin to a springboard, he suddenly vanished from his position, swinging the great knife towards Wang Xuanzhi. Wang Xuanzhi's expression remained calm as he stepped into the void, evading the strike. However, the surrounding literary aura surged at that moment, transforming into endless long knives that rushed toward Wang Xuanzhi. He swiftly dodged the onslaught. Yet Shangguanyu continued his relentless assault. The overwhelming long knives offered Wang Xuanzhi no respite, each strike aimed at him. This was the dominant scholar, forged in the crucible of battle, a unique form of the literary path. Such practitioners often possessed unparalleled physicality, entering the Tao without lagging behind. They balanced the literary and martial paths, causing considerable vexation to their foes. Wang Xuanzhi's interest deepened, yet he acknowledged that this literary path was merely a diversion. His ambitions lay beyond it. Employing the literary path would render his 4 formidable physiques redundant. The boundless aura of the Taiyin radiated from his right in that moment. The Taiyin Yueying slowly emerged from his gaze, transforming into a small infant adorned in a belly wrap, though she was a child. Propriety demanded modesty. The Taiyin Yueying blinked her large, bewildered eyes, her hair styled in a top knot swaying as she turned her head towards Wang Xuanzhi, sensing a familiar presence. At that instant, Shang Guanyu wielding the long blade charged toward both Yueying and Wang Xuanzhi. How could Yueying tolerate the sight of her familiar figure, potentially a relative, facing such hostility? Instinctively, she regarded Wang Xuanzhi as her father, for their auras were strikingly similar, at least in the eyes in her crescent moon-like. Pure gaze, a flicker of anger emerged. "Do not harm my father," she declared. Waves of Taiyin energy surged from her, freezing the very fabric of space and time. With her resounding cry, the boundless Taiyin energy erupted, tearing apart the literary aura in the air, and the arrangement of space began to shift, forming a colossal spatial blade. Shang Guanyu, who had only been 10 inches from Wang Xuanzhi, was abruptly transported 100 miles away due to the spatial transformation. The spatial knife surged toward Shang Guanyu, startling him. How could his meticulously prepared attack be so effortlessly countered, especially by such an innocent-looking child? As the boundless scholarly energy around him surged again, preparing for yet another strike, the Taiyin Yueying's impatience grew. This individual dared to disturb her father once more, inciting her genuine ire. "You did not heed my warning. Do not blame me now with that." Lunar light enveloped her, forming a crescent blade that vanished almost instantaneously into the space around them. Wang Xuanzhi had yet to fully comprehend the crescent's form when it had already expanded to engulf the entire arena. Magnifying millions of times in an instant, the sharp crescent severed Shang Guanyu's head from his body. He had not even grasped why his grand scheme had been thwarted before it could materialize. The Taiyin Yueying, noticing the delight in Wang Xuanzhi's eyes, floated closer, affectionately rubbing her cheek against his. Her delicate hands cupped his face, a gesture of unspoken intimacy. Wang Xuanzhi, gazing at the endearing child, found himself squinting in delight. In his previous life, though he had remained single, he had always yearned for a daughter. Now, given this opportunity, and seeing her formidable strength, he could not help but feel a sense of joy. He lovingly stroked the head of Taiyin Yueying, who responded with contentment, her eyes narrowing into crescent shapes, exuding cuteness. The impact of her earlier transformation seemed to have drained her, her eyelids growing heavy. "Father, Yueying is a bit tired. I will rest for a while," she murmured, her eyelids gently closing. Her form transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into Wang Xuanzhi's eyes. The onlookers, Yao Yao and Xian Xian, were astonished at Wang Xuanzhi's sudden acquisition of 2 powerful children. At such a young age, he had become a father. Numerous prodigies from various realms surged into this void arena, and Wang Xuanzhi initially assumed they were the past talents, for 2 figures originally of imperial caliber now appeared battered and bruised, making recognition difficult. Additionally, a burly youth from the giant clan emitted a formidable aura, further misleading him. He could not help but grumble, "Is the spirit of the arena reliable? I haven't even decided whether to continue challenging when all these people suddenly appear. Has it lost its wits after so long?" Dismissing his concerns, he resolved to swiftly eliminate them and secure the imperial legacy. The bald giant, witnessing Wang Xuanzhi's aggressive approach, raised an eyebrow in surprise. What is this fool's problem? Does he think he can act recklessly just because he looks fair-skinned? He was a proud member of the giant clan and would not indulge such arrogance. "You seek death," he bellowed, his robust frame untouched by any celestial power, for their physicality alone was a testament to their strength. The clash of their fists resonated, creating a tremendous shockwave in the space between their blows. A black hole formed, clearly a result of their immense power colliding. The youth of the giant clan retreated 10 steps, while Wang Xuanzhi merely took a single step back. This piqued Wang Xuanzhi's interest. This prodigy possesses considerable strength. His physical form is but a fraction weaker than mine. Upon hearing the words "a fraction weaker," the giant's pride was stung. He had never encountered such derision before and bellowed, "Let us fight again." The gleaming crown of his head shimmered ominously. With immense force, his colossal fist barreled towards Wang Xuanzhi. Each step he took was laden with explosive power. The 2 prodigies of the Dragon Emperor clan observed the clash between Wang Xuanzhi and the formidable bear man, their faces betraying a hidden delight. They immediately recognized Wang Xuanzhi. When they saw him launch an attack, they assumed he sought to assert dominance over them. Tian remained composed, while D could not contain a sneer, remarking, "Kid, this bear man is no pushover." The giant clan is renowned for their physical prowess. Such formidable strength cannot be underestimated. The celestial beauty, Qingli, concealed beneath her dark robe, maintained an ordinary expression, showing no signs of surprise. She had previously sparred with Wang Xuanzhi in the void. Well aware of his formidable abilities, up until now, he had not even unleashed his full power in that ethereal realm. She witnessed his extraordinary strength, closely matching her own ancient physique. The human king body, a rarity that few could rival. Wang Xuanzhi's fist collided once more with the bear man's. The sheer force of their bodies sent ripples through the space around them. With the expansion of these ripples, the fabric of reality shattered like glass, a testament to their exceptional physical forms. The giant clan's path focused on physical strength, while Wang Xuanzhi boasted for extraordinary physiques. Among them, the innate sacred body granted him resilience, while the dragon phoenix body endowed him with an unparalleled physical form, allowing him to gain the upper hand in this battle against the bear man. The bear man, stroking his gleaming bald head, thought to himself, "This kid possesses astonishing physical power." With a hearty laugh, he exclaimed, "Delightful. Let us continue." He launched another powerful punch at Wang Xuanzhi, his speed increasing with each strike. Wang Xuanzhi, opting for simplicity, charged directly at the bear man. Partly because the bear was relentless in his pursuit, leaving little room for other techniques, and partly because he wished to test the limits of his own physique. How exhilarating it was for Wang Xuanzhi to engage in such a straightforward battle. In past encounters, conflict often revolved around a single sword or involved overwhelming numbers in a chaotic brawl. Now, faced with the chance for a genuine one-on-one duel, he was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. Yao Yao, with her large, curious eyes, gazed at Wang Xuanzhi and innocently inquired, "Host, you must be contemplating some mischievous scheme. How else could you engage so normally in combat?" Indeed, Yao Yao had misunderstood him. He genuinely wished for a fair fight, rather than to deceive others. Given his usual antics, it was understandable that she would jump to such conclusions. After several hundred exchanges, neither combatant gained the upper hand. However, the bear man's injuries intensified, with some of his bones even shattered by Wang Xuanzhi's strikes. In stark contrast, Wang Xuanzhi appeared unscathed, standing firm as if nothing had transpired. The bear man, panting heavily and drenched in sweat, gazed at Wang Xuanzhi with a look of disbelief, contemplating whether he, a mere human, was truly the giant clan's champion. Meanwhile, Jin Wudao and Yu Xiong watched Wang Xuanzhi's display with growing ire. Their jealousy stemmed from their earlier pursuit of Nangong Qinga and the nagging suspicion that their own inheritance had been usurped by Wang Xuanzhi. His presence at the arena spoke volumes. They exchanged glances and transformed into their true forms. Yu Xiong became a three-eyed azure toad, while Jin Wudao morphed into a three-legged golden crow, their backs illuminated by a radiant sun and crescent moon. Sunlight and lunar energy surged forth, bombarding Wang Xuanzhi without granting him a moment's respite. Disregarding the fairness of a one-on-one duel in the world of cultivation, absolute fairness was a myth. It was a matter of survival at any cost. The bear man, incensed, shouted, "This is my battle with him. Stand aside." Yet, the two remained undeterred, unleashing their ferocious attacks. The sharp claws of the three-legged golden crow and the chilling lunar shadows converged on Wang Xuanzhi from all directions, freezing the space around him while incinerating it with searing heat, leaving him no avenue for escape. Wang Xuanzhi, invigorated by the challenge, retorted, "Oh, you little rascals! I did not seek you out, yet here you come to me." Bold as you are, clearly recognizing them, he continued, "You dare to confront me, and now I shall show you why roasted wings are so delectable and why bullfrogs are so delightful." The mention of roasted wings and bullfrogs incited fury in his adversaries. How dare he insult the proud lineage of the golden crow and the three-eyed azure toad? Within Wang Xuanzhi's chest, his supreme eyes began to emit their inherent power, resonating with the sacred bones within him. From his hands, two beams of divine light surged forth, manifesting two colossal beasts, one a majestic three-legged golden crow, the other a formidable three-eyed azure toad. Wang Xuanzhi regarded these manifestations with satisfaction, but as the two figures emerged, Jin Wudao and Yu Xiong's advance faltered momentarily. Nevertheless, they pressed on, their furious cries echoing, "It is indeed you. You must have obtained an extraordinary inheritance that should have belonged to us." Their rage intensified, and the flames of the sun and the energy of the moon surged even more violently towards Wang Xuanzhi. Yet, the two divine manifestations would not allow them to approach unchallenged. The golden crow's claws met Jin Wudao's, while the lunar crescent clashed with the azure toad's shadow. The collision of solar and lunar energies created an extraordinary spectacle, with one side ablaze while the other froze, producing a delicate balance. Amidst this clash, black and white energies danced, forming a circular Tai Chi symbol as they intertwined. Wang Xuanzhi's solar and lunar eyes shimmered with the emergence of these contrasting energies, evoking a peculiar sensation within him. Enraged, Jin Wudao and Yu Ziyong shouted, "Indeed, this is our rightful inheritance, though we know not how you conjured the images of the golden crow and azure toad. Remember that illusions are but illusions, not the living embodiments we possess. Wait, we shall tear you apart." Jin Wudao's eyes glinted with malice as destruction surged within him. The golden crow symbolized annihilation, while the azure toad represented freezing. Both were potent beasts of ruin. Wang Xuanzhi's lips curled into a slight smile. "Oh, is that so?" As he spoke, a resonance emanated from his supreme bones, connecting him to the ancient spirits of the golden crow and azure toad. In that moment, his eyes transcended time, transporting him to a primordial realm where he discovered the true spirits of the three-legged golden crow and the three-eyed azure toad. He infused their essences into the divine forms he had conjured, amplifying their might. The two manifestations appeared to awaken, revitalized to their former glory, standing before Jin Wudao and Yu Ziyong as true embodiments of their kind, their bloodlines even more potent than their challengers. Jin Wudao gasped in disbelief. How is this possible? Why has the golden crow come to life? He felt a shiver run through his blood, recognizing the richness of the golden crow's lineage surpassing his own. Wang Xuanzhi offered no reply, and the two manifestations disregarded their foes. The answer lay in the relentless assault of their divine forms. Behind the three-legged golden sun, the blazing temperature melted everything in its vicinity as it charged towards Jin Wudao. In haste, Jin Wudao transformed into a sun himself and collided with the other. The two suns clashed in a magnificent explosion within the cosmos, once again unleashing an infinite gale of spatial turbulence. Yu Ziyong observed the flicker of life in the eyes of the three-eyed green toad. Without waiting for the creature to attack, he boldly struck first, one of the strongest prodigies of this era. He was confident in his abilities. The mere illusion before him was illuminated by the ancient moonlight radiating from his three eyes. Under this moonlight, it seemed as though all things would be mesmerized into stillness. Behind him, the luminous moonlight was brilliantly pure. The flicker of curiosity in the three-eyed green toad's eyes intensified as it regarded the divine moonlight emanating from Yu Ziyong. To Yu's surprise, it spoke. "The light of the lunar essence is commendable, yet regrettably lacking in potency. Which of us possesses the stronger third eye?" It too radiated an ancient divine light, akin to moonlight's brilliance. The clash of lunar energies unfolded, freezing the space they traversed, while time seemed to come to a silent halt. The two prodigies of the Imperial Dragon clan, observing the fierce battle, found their expressions heavy with concern. Wang Xuanzhi's methods were exceedingly multifaceted, and they still had no inkling of his true capabilities. Previously, during their confrontation with him, they had the assistance of many women. Now, solitary and unassisted, it appeared that his prowess was not diminished in the slightest. This was the crux of their dilemma. Furthermore, Wang Xuanzhi's hidden cards were ever present, leaving them in a state of uncertainty, as if confronted by a voracious abyss. Under her black robe, the Qingli heavenly maiden fixated on Wang Xuanzhi, eager to discern whether he possessed any further hidden strengths. This man was indeed enigmatic to her. She murmured softly, "It is time to summon my avatars and discover what transpires." With that, she acted swiftly. Through mental connection, she called forth her other avatars. One at the sword immortal sect felt the summons and vanished from its previous engagement. Another, on the origin continent, also sensed the call and similarly disappeared. They hastened back to her side, showcasing the formidable nature of her avatar technique, which could transcend space and barriers to return to her presence, akin to a summoning spell. Unbeknownst to those present, two silhouettes appeared in the void, being the Qingli of the Sword Immortal sect and her counterpart on the origin continent. They merged seamlessly into her being, and in that moment, a complex tapestry of memories flowed into the Qingli Heavenly Maiden's mind. Chapter 170. The Qingli Heavenly Maiden takes action on the origin continent. Qingli was a prodigy secretly nurtured by the human sovereign, regarded as one of the most formidable among the human race, and notably one of the few women. Originally, she was intended to compete alongside other prodigies from the three clans against their rivals. However, Wang Xuanzhi's emergence disrupted the sovereign's plans, who sought to unite her with him. Such was the nature of powerful factions. The overarching situation took precedence. Yet, how could a prodigy like Qingli acquiesce to such arrangements? Most likely, she was influenced by her original self, as her true form had already achieved unparalleled strength in the celestial realm, and her avatars would inherit some of her intrinsic qualities. Upon witnessing Wang Xuanzhi's striking visage and calm demeanor in the grand hall of the four clans, she felt an inexplicable curiosity. Later, she learned of his solitary journey to the Shura and Ximing continents, where he single-handedly toppled countless soldiers and rescued a princess of the divine race. This sparked a flicker of affection within her heart, pondering how such a perfect man could exist. Which woman would not yearn for a partner of immense strength? Wang Xuanzhi embodied this ideal. He possessed power, influence, and striking looks, truly a modern-day scion of wealth. In the Sword Immortal sect, their paths intertwined, leading to fateful encounters that felt like destiny's playful jest. Afterward, she embraced her role as a senior sister, while he became her junior. Digesting these memories left the Qingli heavenly maiden in a state of contemplation. Surprised by the implications of her avatar's experiences, with a soft sigh, her gaze grew increasingly intricate. At that moment, Wang Xuanzhi stood upon the arena, his white robe billowing in the absence of wind, his demeanor composed. The golden sun's shadow and the three-eyed toad's illusion clashed with Jin Wudao and Yu Ziyong in a spirited struggle, while Wang Xuanzhi remained aloof, observing the four combatants in the void. None able to gain the upper hand due to their mutual understanding of each other's techniques. In this ephemeral moment, the fierce bear regained composure, the blood upon him gradually drying. Guilt flickered in his fierce gaze as he regarded Wang Xuanzhi's countenance. What was once a one-on-one confrontation had transformed into a two-against-one scenario, albeit not entirely so, for the two allies summoned by Wang Xuanzhi were equally formidable. Should he engage Wang Xuanzhi again, it would feel decidedly unfair, resembling a one-against-three from the boundless void. The cold, mechanical voice of the tower's spirit resonated. To claim the legacy of the great emperor, one must prevail among countless prodigies. Only the most outstanding among you can inherit the emperor's legacy. After this proclamation, silence enveloped the arena. Yet, the phrase great emperor's legacy lingered in the hearts of all, imbued with an almost irresistible allure. The great emperor represented a realm beyond the mastery of the heavenly path, a symbol of invincibility. Who among them was unaware of the great emperor? Yet, none knew which emperor's legacy lay hidden within the tomb. Eager glances ignited among the crowd, with De being the first to act, charging towards Wang Xuanzhi, the overwhelming might of the imperial dragon surging forth, a potent roar accompanying his advance. Wang Xuanzhi, ever perceptive of the movements around him, smirked wryly. He had anticipated the ensuing chaos ignited by the allure of the great emperor's legacy. Yet, he had not expected that this man would target him first. Initially, he had not recognized De, but as the massive form materialized, realization dawned upon him. Was this not the very dragon that had once pursued Nangong Chinga? He mused. Indeed, the nature of dragons is insatiable. Just moments ago, he had been chasing after Nangong Chinga, and now he was pursuing the Qingli heavenly maiden. How shameless could these four-legged creatures be? Unlike him, who remained innocent and pure-hearted, De Tian let out a resigned sigh upon witnessing his younger brother's impulsive charge. As the elder brother, he felt compelled to intervene, transforming into his true form, two colossal golden dragons hurtling towards Wang Xuanzhi. With sharp claws and the essence of the imperial dragon law amplifying their strength, the two dragons surged forth like radiant rainbows. Wang Xuanzhi, calm and collected, gazed at the approaching dragons and sighed softly. Why must you come to provoke me? You have chosen to confront your own demise. With that, a glint of determination flickered in his eyes. As the divine light of gods and demons began to emanate from him, the Qingli heavenly maiden acted unexpectedly, perhaps influenced by her avatars. She instinctively perceived Wang Xuanzhi as an object of affection, driven by an impulse to protect him. Her hands coalesced the might of humanity, and an ancient figure of the human king rose behind her. Embodying the essence of mountains and seas, the Qingli heavenly maiden hailed from the mountain sea heavenly realm, where the most renowned great emperor was the mountain sea emperor, celebrated for his mastery over all beings. The human king, the most ancient leader of the human race within this realm, stood resolutely, the endless aura of mountains and seas enveloping Wang Xuanzhi, shielding him from the assault of the two dragons. De Tian and De exchanged bewildered glances, perplexed by the Qingli heavenly maiden's intervention. Their confusion soon morphed into fury, as both Nangong Chinga and the Qingli heavenly maiden had chosen to protect Wang Xuanzhi. The so-called pretty boy in a fit of rage, De bellowed, "You little pretty boy, meet your end." The overwhelming dragon might surged forth, his fury reaching a crescendo. All the beautiful women they admired seemed to gravitate towards Wang Xuanzhi. Was this pretty boy destined to be a quintessential soft rice prince? Chapter 171. The 10 young emperors gather. Wang Xuanzhi spread his hands in resignation, equally perplexed. Why would the Qingli heavenly maiden choose to assist him? Could it be that she truly regarded him as her senior brother? Wang Xuanzhi found himself pondering this question. However, gazing at Qingli's indifferent countenance, it seemed as though she did not recognize him, which only deepened his confusion. Meanwhile, the Emperor Yi, transformed into the Emperor Dragon, surged forth with an overwhelming fury, striking at Wang Xuanzhi. A slight smile curled at the corners of Wang Xuanzhi's lips as the formidable aura of the Dragon Phoenix was on the verge of being unleashed. Yet, unexpectedly, the celestial maiden Qingli remained unyielding, and the figure behind her, Wang Su, moved with purpose. That massive hand reached out, seizing the dragon form of Emperor Yi and casting him into the boundless void beyond. All of this transpired with such nonchalance, devoid of any sense of discord. Wang Xuanzhi raised an eyebrow, contemplating the spectacle, recognizing it as the human king's capture of a dragon. Historically, the human kings had roamed with the dragon clan. Indeed, this was no deception. Humanity flourished and strengthened out of course. Every race has its own illustrious epics, and the era of the human king was undoubtedly a time of unparalleled glory for mankind, akin to that of the emperor of humanity. Upon witnessing Emperor Yi's dismissal, as the celestial maiden cast him aside so casually, Emperor Tian's fury erupted once more, his draconic might enveloping the atmosphere. The laws of the Emperor Dragon surrounded him, cushioning the impact of his ejection, leaving Emperor Yi unscathed, yet his eyes burned with resentment and indignation. The woman he cherished had treated him with such disdain for a mere pretty face, igniting his rage and hatred. His voice, cold as the icy winds of December, sliced through the air. Are you still watching? Will you merely stand by and let Qingli be deceived by this dandy? First, it was the southern palace fairy, and now the celestial maiden Qingli. Wang Xuanzhi possesses quite the cunning. Suddenly, a blood-haired youth emerged from the void, unnoticed by the crowd, radiating an unmasked bloodthirst that could not be hidden. Such a presence, emanating from one of the 3 prodigies with the potential of a young emperor, belonged to the young Shura clan member, Xiao Yi. Come forth. No need to wait, he chuckled, and several figures reappeared in the arena. One was evidently human, bearing a heavy sword on his back, none other than Xinyuan Pertian, the strongest genius of humanity. Following him was a figure enveloped in the flames of the phoenix, a woman whose beauty rivaled that of the celestial maiden Qingli, Huang Su'er. Beside her stood Feng Renjia, another Phoenix clan prodigy, both among the top 10 who possessed the potential of a young emperor. As they appeared, a formidable young man, shrouded in demonic flames, emerged, a being from the demonic path, known as Mo Xia, one of the strongest individuals and the most enigmatic among them all. What a lively gathering. Mo Xia remarked, his gaze settling on Wang Xuanzhi, clearly intrigued by the earlier events. Of the 10 prodigies endowed with the potential of young emperors, 9 had gathered, leaving just one missing. Wang Xuanzhi recognized him as Jing Shan from the Blood Tavern. Previously, he had encountered Jing Shan, having triumphed over the Blood Sea illusion he conjured. These individuals had no intention of intervening. They floated in the void, planning to observe and reap the rewards when the time was ripe. Emperor Yi and Emperor Tian, their draconic might surging, turned against the celestial maiden Qingli, determined to eliminate Wang Xuanzhi. Celestial maiden Qingli, your adversaries lie with us, they declared, transforming into colossal dragon forms, engaging the ancient human king behind Qingli to afford Jing Shan the opportunity to strike at Wang Xuanzhi. The ancient aura of humanity began to manifest, the emperor's body stirring to life. Previously restrained, he now sought to unleash his true power upon the 2 dragon-like adversaries. However, Qingli stood in his way, preventing him from acting now. With Jing Shan presenting himself, how could he not seize the opportunity? The ancient emperor slowly appeared behind him, locking eyes with the human king of mountains and seas, sharing a fleeting moment of reminiscence. Unbeknownst to Wang Xuanzhi and the celestial maiden Qingli, the aura of the mountain and sea human king ensnared Emperor Yi and Emperor Tian. Not to be underestimated, the 2 dragons struggled against the binding force, charging toward the celestial maiden Qingli, while her aura manifested as a colossal shield and sword, countering their advance. Jing Shan vanished, transforming into a streak of blood, lunging toward Wang Xuanzhi. As he re-emerged, he found himself mere inches from Wang Xuanzhi, who, with a flicker of black and white in his eyes, altered the fabric of space. When Jing Shan reappeared, he was hundreds of feet away. This was the might of the sun's eye and the moon's eye, capable of reshaping the spatial distribution. Nevertheless, Jing Shan, being a top-tier assassin, remained composed. Although he was uncertain why Wang Xuanzhi could manipulate space, it did not deter his resolve to eliminate him. Once again, he transformed into a bloodstreak, disappearing into the void, realizing that a top-tier assassin need not rush his assault. His promise to the brothers Emperor Yi and Emperor Tian was not bound to a specific time frame. He merely needed to bide his time. Somewhere in the void, Jing Shan shouted, "This lad is too troublesome. My advantage lies in the shadows. A direct confrontation is unfavorable for me. You two can occupy him while I strike from behind." Upon hearing this, the expressions of Emperor Yi and Emperor Tian darkened. If they could confront Wang Xuanzhi directly, they would not need his assistance. Currently, they were embroiled in a fierce battle with the celestial maiden Qingli. In the void, the two colossal golden dragons clashed fiercely with the ancient human king of mountains and seas. Meanwhile, Jin Wudao and Yu Zirong's expressions grew increasingly grim. Their genuine forms, the golden crow and the three-eyed green toad, found themselves unable to contend with the two phantoms summoned by Wang Xuanzhi. They were ensnared, unable to assist Emperor Yi and Emperor Tian. "Feng Renjia, Huang Suer, come help us," they called out. "Our heavenly demon path owes you a favor. As long as you can hold off the golden crow and the three-eyed toad phantoms, we require no assistance against Wang Xuanzhi." Their words held significant weight, as those with the potential of young emperors often bore a proud nature, disdaining the notion of overwhelming an opponent with numbers. Thus, they merely requested assistance in restraining the two phantoms, rather than confronting Wang Xuanzhi directly. They believed that the unity among the demonic, phoenix, and dragon clans would ensure their cooperation in this minor endeavor. Feng Renjia cast a cold glance at the two phantoms, estimating their strength to be roughly equivalent to that of Jin Wudao and Yu Zirong. The risk appeared minimal. The two slowly nodded and transformed into colossal phoenixes, their majestic wings enveloped in fiery red phoenix flames. These flames possessed not only formidable healing properties, but also a burning intensity. They took the places of Jin Wudao and Yu Zirong, confronting the three-eyed blue toad and the golden sun crow. Yu Zirong and Jin Wudao emerged, their eyes filled with malice. They laughed maniacally, declaring that Wang Xuanzhi was doomed, and questioned the utility of such beings. With that, they attacked Wang Xuanzhi, armed with the silhouettes of the golden sun and crescent moon. Despite having attempted to eliminate Wang Xuanzhi numerous times, they found themselves unable to prevail. Although Wang Xuanzhi stood alone, he exuded an aura akin to an unstoppable army, embodying an indomitable spirit. Suddenly, Wang Xuanzhi vanished, evading the onslaught of the two assailants. He retaliated with the might of the human emperor's fist, channeling the immense primordial and chaotic energies within him, unleashing a force of unimaginable power. The collision of the golden sun and crescent moon silhouettes with his fist resulted in a fierce standoff. However, the overwhelming might of the human emperor's fist shattered the golden sun and obliterated the moonlight. Yet, the fist pressed onward, aimed directly at the two. They barely managed to evade the attack, vanishing from sight just in time as a massive spatial black hole formed where the fist struck. As they attempted to regroup and strike at Wang Xuanzhi once more, they found him already behind them, his expression more indifferent than ever. A mocking smile gracing his lips, he taunted them, questioning their audacity to attack again, proclaiming that he would teach them why roasted wings were so delectable and why bullfrogs were so tender. As he spoke, the dragon phoenix fire ignited around him, emanating from the phoenix aspect of his dragon phoenix body, a sacred flame of the phoenix clan. This ancestral flame was beyond their capacity to withstand, unless the primordial golden crow and the primordial three-eyed blue toad were to intervene. Unfortunately for them, they were not. Under the scorching embrace of the phoenix flames, they felt the searing heat upon their bodies, their forms beginning to sizzle, the aroma of roasted meat wafting from them. The moment the phoenix flames manifested, Feng Renjia and Huang Suer sensed the shift and exclaimed in disbelief, questioning how he could wield the phoenix fire, especially one of a higher caliber than theirs. They could hardly fathom the terrifying extent of Wang Xuanzhi's capabilities, realizing that even the golden crow, said to thrive in the sun, was rendered tender by his flames. The implications of Wang Xuanzhi's power were staggering. Qingli, the celestial maiden, observed from a distance, relieved to see Wang Xuanzhi unharmed, yet perplexed as to why she was so concerned about him. Di and Di Tian, witnessing their inability to subdue Wang Xuanzhi, shouted in unison for their forces to converge. They promised great rewards for those who captured him. Meanwhile, Yu Zirong and Jin Wudao, trapped in the fiery inferno, experienced profound anguish. Nearly succumbing to the flames, it was only thanks to Huang Suer and Feng Renjia that they were rescued from becoming roasted delicacies. They stared at Wang Xuanzhi in terror, urging everyone to attack him and eliminate him swiftly. Their fear was palpable. At such a young age, his exceptional talent was unsettling to them. The 7th chapter unfolded with the 7 great prodigies uniting against a singular threat. Oh, how intriguing, mused Xinyuan Patian, watching the spectacle unfold. Despite standing alone, he commanded respect, with rumors of his ability to annihilate countless geniuses lingering in the air, lending him an air of invincibility, as the forces of the Emperor Dragon and the celestial demons surged forth. Wang Xuanzhi merely chuckled, contemplating the futility of their numbers. You think your multitude gives you an advantage. You are merely children in comparison. With a radiant aura, he summoned an army of millions, immortals, demons and humans alike, vastly outnumbering the combined forces of De and Dtian. As the 2 champions guarded Wang Xuanzhi, he coldly instructed them to teach their foes a lesson without holding back. The clash between the combined armies erupted in a cacophony of violence, blood mingling with blood, fists against fists. Each strike was lethal, especially against the most formidable opponents, including De and Dtian, who bore the weight of their clan's might. Although Qingli could manage 2 foes, any more would overwhelm her. Xinyuan Patian remained an observer, his sword glowing brightly, lost in contemplation. Wang Xuanzhi manifested a tremendous momentum of humanity, coalescing the ancient essence of human spirit. The mighty punch of the Emperor struck directly against the shadow of the demon. His left hand, imbued with the radiance of divine and demonic forces, surged forth to bombard the ferocious bear charging towards him. The clash of fists resulted in the bear being forced back 100 steps, while the demon also retreated slightly in the void. At this critical juncture, Xiaoyi transformed into a blood light of Azura, aiming for Wang Xuanzhi's vital point. Meanwhile, Jing Shan, lurking in the shadows, morphed into a deadly blood dagger, assaulting Wang Xuanzhi directly. Both strikes were lethal. Executed by hidden assassins. Chapter 174. Yin and Yang of Taiji. These 2 attacks were extraordinarily perilous. Should Wang Xuanzhi fail to withstand them, both his body and soul would surely suffer grievous injury. Xiao Yi's boundless blood energy resembled the curved blades of Azura, capable of soul-devouring at any moment. This epitomized the might of the Azura clan, which could influence the very souls of others. Every movement was fraught with danger, each potentially fatal, often occurring in a state of unawareness. Jing Shan, being a professional blood assassin, ensured that every strike was fatal. A faint smile graced Wang Xuanzhi's lips, his eyes reflecting an icy indifference. The seemingly flawless assaults of the 2 assassins revealed numerous flaws in his perceptive gaze. His pupils grew cold, as the dark Taiji Yin eye began to emanate power. The potent Yang irradiated a searing white light. Under the illumination of Wang Xuanzhi's dual lights, the fabric of time and space subtly transformed. The distribution of this space became increasingly erratic. The area where Jing Shan attacked Wang Xuanzhi grew exceedingly solid, while his speed began to visibly diminish. The momentum of Xiao Yi's assault on Wang Xuanzhi also gradually slowed down. What had been instantaneous strikes now appeared to move languidly through the air, as if time itself had conspired against them. Given another 10 seconds, they might not even touch a hair on Wang Xuanzhi's head. In that fleeting moment, Wang Xuanzhi made his move. He targeted Jing Shan first, an old rival deserving of special attention. His divine and demonic punch carried the overwhelming might of humanity. At that moment, it felt as though the ancient emperor and the celestial deities united their strengths. The combined force of these 2 magnificent presences shattered the very essence of this space. That terrifying punch obliterated time and space, shattering Jing Shan's form into a mist of blood, which dissipated into nothingness. Wang Xuanzhi raised an eyebrow and remarked, "How intriguing. It seems to be a blood escape technique, capable of withstanding a fatal blow. Truly, a commendable blood assassin." His gaze then shifted towards Xiao Yi in astonishment. Xiao Yi shouted from the air, "How is this possible? How can the speed of time change? What sorcery is this?" Even the composure of the youthful emperor faltered in surprise. Swiftly, he summoned the blood light once more, pushing his power to its utmost limit, accelerating his speed to the extreme. Yet, he realized he could not escape the slow grasp of Wang Xuanzhi's altered time. Although his speed increased, it was still insufficient. Wang Xuanzhi cast a cold glance at Xiao Yi. He held no fondness for the Azura clan, neither in the competition nor now. The memories of the women from the Azura continent lingered in his mind. Evoking a tinge of nostalgia, he pondered their whereabouts, recalling their brief yet impactful connection. The overwhelming momentum of humanity surged forth from Wang Xuanzhi as the divine and demonic light intertwined with the emperor's punch. Once again, that fearsome blow sped towards Xiao Yi without the slightest intention of holding back. Under this punch, life or death lay solely in fate's hands. Just as Jing Shan had earlier deployed his escape technique, it remained to be seen whether Xiao Yi possessed the fortitude to withstand it. The unusual occurrences soon captured the attention of other prodigies. Those who had been sent flying by Wang Xuanzhi's might exchanged glances, their eyes narrowing. Jian Wudao and Yu Ziyun, witnessing Wang Xuanzhi's formidable strength, charged at him once more, shouting, "You scoundrel! I refuse to believe you're truly this powerful. This must be a hidden move. Overusing it will lead to its depletion. Let us show you our true trump cards." In unison, they nodded, conjuring the flames of the golden crow and the waters of the Taiyin in their hands. As they cast these elements into the air, a swirling black and white Taiji diagram began to rotate slowly, reminiscent of Wang Xuanzhi's dual eyes, both embodying the power of yin and yang. However, their yin and yang energy was summoned from the purest fire of the golden crow and the deepest waters of Taiyin. Lacking the clarity of Wang Xuanzhi's own eyes, which were the very essence of yin and yang, a vast Taiji pattern emerged, spinning slowly as it advanced towards Wang Xuanzhi. The surrounding time and space began to dissipate under the influence of this Taiji diagram, as though they were vanishing into nothingness. The duo could almost envision Wang Xuanzhi being obliterated by this Taiji force, a smirk gracing their lips. Meanwhile, the ferocious bear and the demon sensed an ominous aura, their energies quietly recovering, preparing for Wang Xuanzhi's potential counterattack. In that moment, the demon reflected, "Indeed, there are always greater beings beyond our own. I once boasted of being the young emperor of the 3,000 heavens, but I never anticipated Wang Xuanzhi's strength to rival or surpass our OWNM. Why title feels undeserved." Although he belonged to the demonic race, he believed in a certain integrity. What one was, one remained, without hesitation to conceal one's true nature. The scene within the imperial path was concealed from the outside world. Because of the power of the emperor, the masters of the 3,000 heavens above were anxious, eager to understand what transpired within the earthly tomb. Their curiosity piqued at the sight of so many entering. They longed to see if their prodigies had obtained the emperor's legacy or if they could emerge safely. After all, losing even one of their strongest prodigies would be a significant blow. The masters of Xinyuan and Shanhai were less concerned, knowing the strength of Qingli and Xinyuan Patian, both nearing the threshold of the divine realm. They were confident that the position of the heavenly masters would fall into their hands. In another sense, they would become the inheritors of their realm. The rulers of the Tianyao, Dilong, and Phoenix realms shared a peculiar premonition, an inexplicable sense that their disciples might face peril. Of course, they would encounter trouble. Why provoke Wang Xuanzhi? He is the protagonist, after all. If not him, then who? Chapter 175. The invincible Wang Xuanzhi. Who dares to match him? Conversely, the rulers of other realms remained remarkably calm. The masters of Lingxian and Jingxian showed no outward signs of concern in their beliefs. The immortal emperor was all-powerful. Even in reincarnation, he retained a portion of his overwhelming abilities from his previous existence. To target the immortal emperor, such aspirations were mere fantasies. With a mere flick of a finger, the entirety of the 3,000 heavens would crumble. There was no way a mere reincarnation could be subdued by these young challengers. If that were the case, would he still be called the immortal emperor? As for the reason the immortal emperor, despite his immense strength, would choose to reincarnate, that was a matter for another time. The rulers of the demonic, celestial, and human realms found themselves united in their alliance. For Wang Xuanzhi embodied three potent constitutions, or rather, the three ancient phantoms he projected subtly alluded to the emperor. The immortal emperor and the demon god, each related to their most powerful sovereigns. Thus, they instinctively perceived Wang Xuanzhi as the reincarnation of these three entities. Why they would reincarnate together was beyond their comprehension. Naturally, other thoughts lingered, considering the possibility of eliminating one another during this reincarnation, though they were not without their own schemes. The rulers of the 3,000 heavens appeared harmonious on the surface. Yet beneath, each harbored their own agendas, calculating their moves. As the Taiji diagram of yin and yang surged towards him, Wang Xuanzhi's expression grew increasingly peculiar. Possessing the Taiji yin and yang eyes, this energy felt akin to a mere tickle to him. In fact, it could serve as a tremendous boon, further enhancing his Taiji yin and yang eyes. He did not flinch. Instead, he embraced the oncoming Taiji force with open arms. Such actions, in the eyes of Jian Wudao and Yu Ziyun, were akin to courting death. The demon and the ferocious bear tensed, their gazes fixed on Wang Xuanzhi, eager to see if he could endure this strike. If he succeeded, they would undoubtedly rush in for a follow-up attack. Feng Renjia and Huang Su'er engaged in a fierce battle against the three-eyed blue toad of Yin and the golden crow of the sun, neither able to gain the upper hand. They, too, turned their attention to Wang Xuanzhi, curious if he could withstand this formidable trump card. In the gaze of countless onlookers, the Taiji diagram of Yin and Yang pierced through Wang Xuanzhi's form, slowly merging with his being. Yet, his momentum did not waver. He continued his charge towards Xiao Yi. That fleeting moment, the manifestation and disappearance of the Yin-Yang Taiji diagram, coupled with Wang Xuanzhi's sudden assault, transpired in merely 3 seconds. Yet, to Xiao Yi, it felt as though an entire century had elapsed. Wang Xuanzhi advanced step by step, resembling the Grim Reaper approaching him. The Reaper's fist began to strike towards him. A powerful blow imbued with divine and demonic force, accompanied by the might of the Emperor of Humanity, sending his entire being hurtling away. Moreover, beneath the weight of this formidable punch, it seemed as if all the flesh and bones within him were on the brink of being obliterated by the very fabric of existence. His bones shattered, and the blood coursing through his veins evaporated into ash in an instant. This overwhelming strike nearly claimed his life. In desperation, he shouted, "Burning blood, heavy fire technique." His blood transformed into flames, and the blood that had evaporated mysteriously reappeared, flowing anew within him. His once crimson face turned pale, as if all strength had been siphoned from him. In that moment, he felt his lifespan diminished by several millennia. The expenditure of this blood technique revitalized him, for without it, he would surely have been reduced to nothingness by Wang Xuanzhi's blow. Wang Xuanzhi sneered, dismissing the perceived strength of his opponents. "Is that all it takes for you to falter? I knew you were lurking in the void. I merely chose not to engage with you. But it appears that the so-called 10 prodigies harboring the essence of youthful emperors are not as formidable as they claim. If this is the caliber of your young emperors, how can they rightfully bear such a title?" His words elicited a spectrum of reactions, a blend of anger and disbelief from the crowd. Mo Xie and Man Xiong stood frozen in place, uncertain whether to confront Wang Xuanzhi or retreat. The power radiating from Wang Xuanzhi, infused with divine and demonic light, transcended their comprehension. Even with hidden trump cards, they were acutely aware that they could not match him. As they watched, the Taiji diagram, wielded by Jin Wudao and Yu Ziyong, was effortlessly absorbed by Wang Xuanzhi. "How is this possible?" they murmured in disbelief. "This is our ultimate technique. How could it be dispelled so swiftly?" They were convinced it must be an illusion. Feng Renjia and Huang Su'er shared their astonishment, fully aware of Jin Wudao and Yu Ziyong's prowess. Having often trained together due to their shared allegiance, being marked by the Taiji diagram was a severe setback. Yet Wang Xuanzhi's ease in neutralizing it was incomprehensible. This momentary distraction allowed the solar golden crow and the three-eyed azure toad phantoms to seize the opportunity. The two potent apparitions, emanating the flames of the golden crow and the waters of the moon, gradually coalesced into the Taiji diagram, hurtling towards them. The Taiji diagram appeared and vanished in the blink of an eye. As it emerged, the surrounding space began to dissolve. They reacted swiftly, attempting to defend themselves, but it was too late. The potent phoenix flames surrounding them were gradually extinguished, as if they had never existed in this realm. Their strength and vitality waned beneath the relentless flow of the Taiji diagram, accelerating their demise in mere moments. Their lifespans diminished by hundreds of years, and the pace of this decline intensified in the blink of an eye. 2,000 years were stripped away. Feng Renjia and Huang Su'er desperately ignited their phoenix blood to escape. Yet, the Taiji diagram pursued them unrelentingly. Mo Xie and Man Xiong exchanged glances, and in that instant, Man Xiong transformed into an ancient warrior of the barbarian tribe, his stature swelling to 100 feet. With immense and weighty fists, he struck at the Taiji diagram. Behind Mo Xie, the demonic general exhibited a flicker of sentience, conjuring a long knife to cleave through the Taiji diagram. Their ultimate gambits were solely to protect Feng Renjia and Huang Su'er, emphasizing the overwhelming strength of the Taiji diagram and the monstrous prowess of Wang Xuanzhi. Chapter 176. Xinyuan Per Tian, the sovereign body of heaven. Wang Xuanzhi stood alone on the battlefield, commanding the attention of all present, and no one dared to underestimate his presence. Nearby, 1,000,000 combatants clashed, with countless casualties, though the majority were from the ranks of the million. Wang Xuanzhi's entourage, inheriting his bandit-like tenacity, proved to be both formidable and domineering. Li Chongqing soared through the fray, dispatching dozens of prodigies with a single launch. Mu Dongyu, equally unyielding, engaged in the battle, effortlessly eliminating adversaries without sustaining any wounds, his smile only growing more pronounced. Behold my sword. The master has instructed me on its proper use, and it fits my hand perfectly. Wang Xuanzhi's expression darkened as he surveyed the remaining prodigies, his gaze conveying a clear challenge. Would they confront him one by one or together? Regardless of their numbers, he was prepared to face them all. Qing Li Tiannu stood by, momentarily entranced by the striking figure of the white-robed young man, whose overwhelming dominance was captivating. The influence of her doppelganger deepened her feelings for Wang Xuanzhi. Albeit subtly, after Man Xiong shattered the Taiji diagram, they exchanged rueful smiles, shaking their heads. Brother Wang, your strength is truly unparalleled. We cannot compare, they admitted, having lost the will to continue the fight. Jin Wudao and Yu Ziyong had revealed their trump cards. While Wang Xuanzhi's remained shrouded in mystery, they were not foolish enough to provoke him again. Witnessing Wang Xuanzhi's fist dispatching Xiao Yi and Jing Shan, they understood the gravity of their situation. Avoiding his gaze, they sought to evade confrontation. Feng Renjia and Huang Suer shared the same sentiment. Only Wang Xuanzhi, Xinyuan Pertian, and Qing Li Tiannu stood resolute, their formidable auras palpable. Xinyuan Pertian descended from the void, his presence radiating boundless martial intent. The sword at his back resonated with a powerful hum, a testament to his relentless spirit. As the foremost prodigy of Xinyuan Daotian, he approached Wang Xuanzhi with an unwavering gaze. No matter how strong you are, I shall prevail with a single sword. The imperial legacy stirs within me, and I am reluctant to relinquish it so easily. Wang Xuanzhi regarded Xinyuan Pertian, who, despite his previous lack of presence, now emanated a formidable brilliance. The sword intent of the heavens seemed to tear asunder the fabric of reality itself. Wang Xuanzhi's interest piqued. He inquired, "Oh, the sovereign body? It must be one of the 9 sacred bodies, the sovereign body of heaven." Humanity revered strength of physique, with the 9 sacred bodies standing above all. Xinyuan Pertian possessed one such body. Qing Li Tiannu diverged from this, her ancient royal body transcending mere sacred physique. Upon realizing his constitution had been discerned, Xinyuan Pertian was taken aback. Few could identify it, yet Wang Xuanzhi had done so with ease. Without further ado, he unsheathed his Xinyuan sword, unleashing an overwhelming aura of creation. Curiously, as a practitioner of the sovereign body, he should harness the power of the heavens, yet his sword intent resonated with the essence of creation. A natural contradiction that intrigued Wang Xuanzhi further. As a swordsman himself, Wang Xuanzhi understood the simplicity of the sword path. One sword. This is the essence of the great Tao, the return to truth. I possess a sword that can create worlds, and another to reveal my true self. Xinyuan Pertian bellowed, his formidable sword intent soaring to the heavens, tearing through the endless void that a profound rift appeared in the fabric of space. As the sovereign body radiated countless rays of celestial light, suffusing the atmosphere with an oppressive aura reminiscent of the will of the heavens. This convergence of creation and celestial energy did not clash, but instead grew ever more potent, the heavenly will honing his strength to unprecedented heights. The overwhelming force bore down on Wang Xuanzhi, rendering him momentarily immobile as a colossal sword, thousands of feet in size, surged forth to strike him. This silent and formless assault embodied the unity of man and sword. Yao Yao and Xian Xian floated above, nodding in approval, remarking on the remarkable realm of the unity of man and sword he had achieved. Feeding his sword path with his very essence. The individual is truly born for the path of the sword. It is astonishing that in this lifetime, such an exceptional being exists. Tio feed the sword with one's own essence. The sword embodies my path. My path is the path of the sword. I have forsaken the formidable power of my sacred body, remaining solely devoted to the sword's way. The might of this sword is not solely derived from its power, but from the indomitable will of Xinyuan Pertian, a will that seeks not only to rend the fabric of space, but also to bury oneself. To open the heavens is to shatter one's own celestial body. The will of this young man, one could assert, truly warrants the title of the foremost prodigy of humanity. This is the essence of creation. Without success, one meets their demise. Were it not for the presence of a royal body within this girl, it would be exceedingly difficult for her to confront this man. Qing Li Tiannu stood in contemplation, choosing not to assist Wang Xuanzhi. She too wished to witness the limits of Wang Xuanzhi's capabilities. Moreover, inexplicably, she harbored a sense of anticipation and trust, believing that he would emerge unscathed beneath this sword. As Wang Xuanzhi gazed upon the colossal sword descending towards him, there was no hint of fear in his eyes. Instead, He laughed heartily. It has been ages since I have encountered such an intriguing sword intent. Observe my sword. An inexplicable sword intent began to emanate from him, distinct from the transcendent sword intent of the immortal path. It was a different essence altogether. His voice resonated like the arrival of a great truth. I, in the midst of desolation, I soar across the ages. At this moment, Wang Xuanzhi's state of mind was steeped in sorrow and solitude. His eyes slowly closed, a profound sense of desolation enveloping him. Though his figure appeared diminutive from a distance, he exuded an aura of greatness. What burdens does this young man in white bear? What past does he carry? The onlookers could only yearn to comprehend Wang Xuanzhi's history. At this moment, the air thickened with his poignant aura, accentuating his dominance atop the path of the great. The celestial sword manifested in his hands. A formidable sword intent briefly illuminated the surroundings, transforming the infinite void into a realm of blades. Xinyuan Petion's sword met this potent sword domain. Its advance was abruptly halted, suspended in the heavens. Xinyuan Petion gazed at Wang Xuanzhi in astonishment. A grave expression crossed his face as he murmured, "That was indeed the sword domain. Teo crystallized the sword domain is the pinnacle of my sword path. I never anticipated witnessing it manifest within you." His eyes betrayed a complex mixture of emotions. Qing Li Tiannu also bore a look of complexity. Xinyuan Petion, the foremost prodigy of the Xinyuan clan, the preeminent sword cultivator, was unexpectedly bested by Wang Xuanzhi before he even made his move. Wang Xuanzhi disregarded the surrounding turmoil. His mind was oblivious to the chaos around him. The emergence of this sword domain caused the conflict involving millions to come to an unforeseen halt. All eyes turned towards Wang Xuanzhi, astonished. Huang Su'er, Feng Renjie, Emosie, and Manxiong gazed at him in shock. Is this truly his real strength? He is indeed a sword cultivator. They had assumed his physical prowess was already formidable, yet his mastery of the sword was astonishingly exquisite. How could this young man appear to be an unfathomable abyss? Devoid of limits? What other hidden depths does he possess? Jingshan and Xiao remained concealed. As heavenly great assassins, they would not relent until their objectives were met. They were determined to eliminate Wang Xuanzhi, despite the formidable challenges it entailed. Their loyalty to the Blood-Red Tavern compelled them, for the tavern's leader treated them like a beloved son. Out of gratitude, Jingshan had undertaken numerous tasks for the tavern over the years. All through his own efforts, Wang Xuanzhi's white robes billowed without wind, releasing an aura of ancient sorrow and desolation. Amidst the surging sword domain, an eternal sword intent radiated outward. This sword intent emerged from the awakening of his ancestral memories. As he grasped the celestial sword, a fragment of knowledge unfurling within his mind. He envisioned himself seated high above in the celestial realms, upon a golden throne, while below lay a sea of blood and countless corpses. All realms lay shattered, all beings extinguished. Only he remained, solitary at the pinnacle of the great path, surveying the desolate universe. This sorrowful and desolate aura lingered in Wang Xuanzhi's heart, refusing to dissipate. Transforming into the profound sword intent he now exuded, this sword intent manifested. It rendered all other sword intents seemingly non-existent, causing everything around to gradually fade away, forcefully erased by Wang Xuanzhi's domain. An oppressive sensation weighed upon the hearts of the onlookers, akin to a multitude of mountains pressing down, making it difficult to breathe. The sorrow lingered, refusing to lift. What is happening? Why does my heart feel such profound sadness? Why does it ache as if it has endured endless ages? Yet, silence reigned among the spectators. What trials has Wang Xuanzhi endured? This man is an enigma, unfathomable to me. Many prodigies present could not help but voice their thoughts. Some even shedding tears, touched by the sorrowful atmosphere surrounding Wang Xuanzhi. Wang Xuanzhi's sword intent enveloped the air. A sound of the sword echoed throughout the void. Beneath this resonance, the weight of despair lifted, replaced by an unending brilliance. The overwhelming presence of Wang Xuanzhi, seated atop the path of the great, unassailable through the ages, commanded attention and respect. The shift in his aura startled the onlookers, making them acutely aware of their own insignificance. In his presence, they felt an irresistible urge to rush forward and bow before him. Yet, they suppressed this impulse. Wang Xuanzhi opened his eyes, the myriad visions gradually dissipating. He returned to his usual calm demeanor, regarding Xinyuan Petion, who stood in a daze and chuckled lightly. Do you still believe you can win? Just now, I did not even wield my sword. Merely releasing a hint of sword intent caused your advance to falter. The outcome of this contest is already abundantly clear. Upon concluding his words, Wang Xuanzhi surveyed the assembly, his gaze sweeping across the crowd, and none dared to meet his eyes. All instinctively averted their glances. The sharpness of his gaze and the sheer force of his presence were overwhelming. Finally, his eyes lingered momentarily upon Qingli Tiannu before slowly retracting. She regarded Wang Xuanzhi with a complex expression but chose not to elaborate. While she yearned for another duel with him, the imperial legacy was of little consequence to her. After all, her innate constitution was the most ancient of inheritances. The royal body does not pale in comparison to an emperor's legacy. Provided she diligently assimilates this royal body and its memories, she too could potentially ascend to the stature of an emperor. She understood the adage of not biting off more than one can chew. Since you are the ultimate victor, let it be you who inherits the emperor's legacy. I in the void above. The voice of the arena spirit rang out coldly and mechanically. A beam of light flickered, enveloping Wang Xuanzhi, and he vanished from sight. Concurrently, the others were collectively transported outside the imperial tomb. Upon witnessing Wang Xuanzhi's disappearance, Jing Shan felt a tinge of regret. However, he did not depart from the vicinity of the imperial tomb. Instead, he remained vigilant, awaiting Wang Xuanzhi's emergence to deliver a fatal blow when he was most vulnerable, having just acquired the legacy. This would be the opportune moment, of course. These were merely his own conjectures. Wang Xuanzhi would undoubtedly remain cautious. As the crowd emerged, the rulers of the 3,000 celestial paths fixated their gazes upon the scene, relieved to see their prodigious disciples emerge unscathed. This was undeniably a cause for celebration. As for the legacy within the imperial tomb, that was merely an embellishment. Within their celestial paths, legacies of emperors were not absent. They merely required time for the awakening of such inheritances. The paramount figures of Xinyuan Daotian, Shanhai Daotian, Ling Xian, and Guixian Daotian did not immediately check on their disciples' well-being. Rather, they sought the whereabouts of Wang Xuanzhi. Upon scanning the area repeatedly, their expressions tightened upon realizing Wang Xuanzhi was indeed missing. A sense of absurdity gripped them. Could it be that Wang Xuanzhi had perished within? Yet, why had so many emerged while he alone remained behind? Suddenly, a tremor coursed through their bodies as another possibility dawned upon them. The notion that Wang Xuanzhi had acquired the legacy within the imperial tomb. The ruler of Ling Xian Daotian, visibly agitated, exclaimed, "How did I not foresee this? Whoever claims this imperial legacy must undoubtedly be the immortal emperor." Although the emperor's inheritance may seem unremarkable to the immortal emperor. At this stage, the emperor's assistance is sufficient to ensure the immortal emperor's safe passage through this developmental phase. At this moment, Wang Xuanzhi found himself in an unknown valley, where only the serene chirping of cicadas and melodious songs filled the air. Awakening the lush trees around him, the gentle breeze rustled through, creating an uncontainable sense of joy and satisfaction, carrying the fresh scents of wild grass and mint. The blue sky and white clouds intertwined, forming a beautifully unembellished tapestry. An unassuming old man stood before a thatched cottage, smiling warmly at Wang Xuanzhi, exuding an inexplicable kindness and an air of ethereal grace. Yao Yao and Xian Xian floated behind Wang Xuanzhi, their wide eyes curiously scrutinizing the old man repeatedly, effortlessly discerning his level of cultivation. Wang Xuanzhi regarded the elder with a growing sense of caution. Although this was the emperor's legacy, his extensive reading of novels in a previous life made him acutely aware of the concept of soul possession. If he were to accept the inheritance and be seized by this seemingly immortal figure, it would spell disaster for him, abruptly ending his blissful life. He proceeded with utmost vigilance, scanning the surroundings before daring to approach the elder. The old man seemed to sense Wang Xuanzhi's apprehension, chuckling softly, "There's no need for concern. Young man, I am merely an ordinary old fellow with no cultivation whatsoever. You may check for yourself if you wish." Wang Xuanzhi nodded earnestly, truly intent on verifying the old man's claims. He unleashed a vast expanse of divine sense, sweeping over the elder repeatedly. After thoroughly scanning the entire valley and finding no threats, he gradually retracted his divine sense, yet the wariness in his heart lingered. He scoffed inwardly, thinking, "Do you take me for a fool? How could a supreme being be discerned by someone of my humble abilities? Moreover, this is the emperor's tomb. You might very well be a being of the emperor's caliber, and I, who have yet to reach the saint realm, would be able to uncover your true nature?" That seems rather implausible. Unbeknownst to Wang Xuanzhi, the old man was momentarily taken aback. Wang Xuanzhi's divine sense was on par with the elder's former cultivation level, which astonished him. This young man was certainly extraordinary. Perceiving Wang Xuanzhi's continued caution, the elder shook his head gently and smiled, proceeding to his thatched cottage to pluck a few tea leaves and pour himself a cup of steaming tea. The alluring fragrance wafted towards Wang Xuanzhi, who inhaled deeply, recognizing that it resembled the scent of the immortal tea tree. A tinge of greed flickered in his eyes. Of course, he knew nothing of tea. His interest lay solely in the fact that the immortal tea tree could be exchanged for merit points with the system. Furthermore, the ancient tea held no use for him, as his cultivation could only be enhanced through the power of faith and the system's provisions, rather than by drinking tea. Noticing Wang Xuanzhi's interest, the elder gestured to an empty seat beside him, inviting him to sit. Wang Xuanzhi complied, though his wariness remained intact, especially with Yao Yao and Xian Xian at his side. For safety's sake, he took precautions. Silently, he inquired, "Yao Yao, have you discerned any fluctuations in the elder's aura?" Xian Xian nodded softly, her expression devoid of emotion as she assessed the old man. Indeed, the elder exhibits no signs of cultivation fluctuations. He is merely an ordinary person. You may rest assured. Upon hearing Xian Xian's assurance, the tension in Wang Xuanzhi's heart eased, and he settled across from the elder. The elder raised his hand, signaling Wang Xuanzhi to drink the tea before him. With an apologetic smile, Wang Xuanzhi said, "My apologies for any offense earlier." He lifted the cup before him and continued, "Let this tea serve as a substitute for wine, a humble token of my contrition." He then drank it in one gulp. The essence of the immortal ancient tree infused the tea, refreshing him and replenishing his exhausted spirit, as if he had undergone a rejuvenating baptism. The elder, observing Wang Xuanzhi's reaction, merely smiled gently, choosing not to expose the young man's subtle ruse. Wang Xuanzhi's words were merely polite banter, intended to secure the tea he desired. The elder understood but chose not to reveal this truth. Recognizing the nature of their exchange, after Wang Xuanzhi finished the tea, curiosity compelled him to gaze at the elder. Despite the elder's seemingly ordinary aura, Wang Xuanzhi sensed an undercurrent of the extraordinary. This intuition arose from his awakening memories. Beneath the elder's tranquil facade lay the weight of countless deaths and the solitude of having reached the pinnacle of the Dao in his eyes. A glimmer ignited as he fixated on the tea in the elder's hand. The elder, noticing, spoke softly. "The tea from the immortal ancient tree is only potent in the first cup. Young one. Greed can lead to indigestion." Wang Xuanzhi smiled sheepishly, for his desire was not merely to savor the tea but to acquire the ancient tea leaves for his system's merit points. He replied, "My physique is somewhat unique. Thus, such treasures are often better in abundance. A young lad like me, having seen little of the world, cannot help but be tempted by such rare finds. Is that so?" The elder responded with a mild tone. Intrigued by Wang Xuanzhi's words, he scrutinized Wang Xuanzhi's physique, but was astonished to discover that he possessed an ordinary constitution with no remarkable traits. That it was impossible to discern anything extraordinary about him. Of course, this was due to the first system obscuring the essence of Wang Xuanzhi's true nature. Even the emperor or beings of even higher realms would be unable to unveil Wang Xuanzhi's genuine abilities. Seeing Wang Xuanzhi's eagerness, the elder stood up and gathered the remaining tea leaves from the branch, filling a generous handful and placing them on the table. Wang Xuanzhi scratched his head bashfully, his demeanor somewhat shy. The elder smiled knowingly at his reaction. Yet, in the next moment, he was taken aback as Wang Xuanzhi, previously a bashful boy, swiftly collected all the leaves and stored them in his spatial pouch with fluid grace, revealing a familiarity with the act. After securing the leaves, Wang Xuanzhi chuckled and quickly shifted the conversation, asking, "Elder, do you not feel lonely residing here in this valley? What is this place, and why did I arrive here after emerging from the void arena?" The elder smiled gently, unfazed by Wang Xuanzhi's earlier actions that to him. It was merely a fleeting surprise, failing to stir any ripples in his composure. "That I believe you have guessed correctly. This is the tomb of an emperor, and I am the one interred here." Wang Xuanzhi's hair stood on end at this revelation. Did this mean that the elder, who was buried here, had now returned to life? Was this not akin to a resurrection? The elder seemed to grasp Wang Xuanzhi's thoughts and chuckled again. "This is merely a remnant of my soul left behind during my lifetime, a means to observe the character of my successor. Through the trials I established in the void, I trust your strength is commendable. As for your disposition, the previous passage has already tested that I have left no substantial inheritance in my life, save for a single technique. This technique accompanied me from youth to the end of my days." This piqued Wang Xuanzhi's interest. A technique so formidable that it sustained an emperor throughout his life must be extraordinary indeed. His curiosity was palpable. The elder, noticing Wang Xuanzhi's intrigue, reminisced, speaking as though recounting an insignificant tale. In my youth, I was but an ordinary man living in a small farming town, devoid of any cultivators. One day, a remarkable inheritance appeared within that town, merely a cave dwelling of a nascent soul cultivator, yet it drew the attention of many surrounding cultivators flocked to the town in search of this inheritance. In their eyes, the lives of the townsfolk meant little. People were akin to weeds, easily discarded. To uncover the location of this inheritance, they ravaged the entire town. Countless cultivators bloodily slaughtered the innocent, leaving no survivors. Ultimately, they discovered the cave dwelling's location. The elder recounted these events with a calm demeanor, devoid of any emotional turmoil. He had been one of the townspeople, yet his recounting bore no trace of resentment or anger. Merely a profound indifference that chilled Wang Xuanzhi's heart. Wang Xuanzhi listened quietly, absorbing the elder's tale without uttering a word. The aged man continued to speak, recounting how he had survived as a mere infant, still cradled in the womb, when fate intervened. With no embellishments to cloak the memory, he recounted how, after his mother brought him into this world, he was fortunate enough to be snatched away by a wolf at the tender age of 1. Nourished by the she-wolf, he grew up distanced from the civilization of humanity, but soon life in the wilderness turned dire. The struggle between man and beast is an unending saga, for the sake of the fur that could fetch a handsome price. The she-wolf was ultimately shot dead, and he found himself sold into slavery, regarded as an outcast in a society of bondage. Slaves hold little standing among humans. Wang Xuanzhi, who listened attentively, sensed a tinge of indignation in the tale. The conflict between humans and demons had never ceased, akin to the strife between celestial beings and demonic entities. It was impossible to discern right from wrong. It was merely a matter of survival. He sat quietly, sipping his tea, his heart heavy with the weight of the narrative. The two figures, Xian and Yao Yao, remained impassive, unmoved by the story, for they merely existed as a system, indifferent to the lives of others besides Wang Xuanzhi. The old man raised his head and continued, revealing that he had encountered a lineage that bestowed upon him formidable magical prowess. This power elevated his strength far beyond that of ordinary individuals, allowing him to defeat foes with a single strike. However, this magical ability came with a grave limitation. He would never tread the path of martial arts. With his formidable magic, he could confront emperors. Even as a mere mortal at this point, a fierce confidence gleamed in the old man's eyes. It turned out that this was not a tomb of emperors, but the resting place of an ordinary man who had slain an emperor. Wang Xuanzhi was taken aback. The notion of a common man vanquishing an emperor was truly astounding. The old man anticipated this reaction and curiously inquired, "What happened next? Did you take your revenge on those cultivators?" The old man chuckled softly, glancing at his aged hands, lamenting, "These hands have taken many lives. Though I am merely an ordinary man, the days of battling across the heavens were exhilarating." He then asked, "Little one, do you desire this magical art? Its power varies from person to person, and not everyone who obtains it finds favorable outcomes. To practice this art, you must relinquish your current realm. Are you willing to do so?" Chapter 180. The Power of Taishu, the Eye of Heavenly Tao. Is it truly possible? Wang Xuanzhi pondered within himself, lifting his gaze to inquire of Yao Yao and Xian whether this magical art would affect his realm. Floating above, the two could see nothing but the obstructing skirts of their garments. After a moment of deliberation, they shook their heads. The host's realm is determined by us, meaning it correlates with the host's innate constitution. No kind of magical art or divine ability can alter the host's constitution. The host's essence is the strongest among the myriad races, impervious to any form of divine magic. Thus, you may confidently pursue this magical art without concern for its impact on your realm. Hearing the system's assurance, Wang Xuanzhi sighed with relief. He had feared that his hard-earned cultivation might be ruined. If that were the case, he would rather forego the inheritance. His ambition was to elevate his realm to that of an emperor and to forge a secure bond with the four systems. As for the first system, having not heard a word from it, he had subconsciously begun to disregard it. He nodded earnestly and addressed the old man, "Grandfather, I am willing to forsake my current cultivation. Please impart this magical art to me." The old man, surprised by Wang Xuanzhi's resolute decision, felt a flicker of doubt. Most would hesitate upon hearing that this art could jeopardize their realm, weighing their options carefully. Yet Wang Xuanzhi had not even paused to consider. He had responded with unwavering determination, which left the old man perplexed. Could this lad truly be illiterate? Does he not comprehend what I am saying? He scrutinized Wang Xuanzhi's earnest countenance and asked repeatedly, "Are you certain, young one? This could lead to the destruction of your realm." Without it, your lifespan would be no more than that of an ordinary person, at most 20 years. I myself lived only to that age, succumbing to the limitations of life. Do you truly wish to take this path? The old man expected Wang Xuanzhi to reconsider, especially upon hearing of the shortened lifespan. But without a moment's hesitation, Wang Xuanzhi nodded earnestly once more. Please, grandfather, impart your knowledge to me. Observing Wang Xuanzhi's unwavering resolve, the old man's heart swelled with approval. His words were half-truths, primarily intended to test Wang Xuanzhi's commitment to receiving his legacy. Whether one could indeed live to 20 years or merely that was uncertain, dependent on Wang Xuanzhi's own fate. Some had lived hundreds of years due to this magical art, while others had only managed decades. But if wielded to its fullest potential, living for millennia was certainly within reach. He nodded, acknowledging that this inheritance was rightfully Wang Xuanzhi's, for he was the only one who had passed the old man's trials. Golden light began to emanate from the old man's fingertips. The previously unremarkable figure suddenly appeared somewhat majestic. This golden light gradually penetrated Wang Xuanzhi's mind, swirling within before dispersing throughout his being. The first place it permeated was Wang Xuanzhi's essence, where 5 indistinct yet potent energies barred entry. The golden light seemed to possess a will of its own, striving to breach this barrier and enter Wang Xuanzhi's essence. An enigmatic aura enveloped the golden light, and under its influence, the nebulous barrier slowly dissolved, returning to a weakened state. This is the power of Taishu. Among the 5 indistinct essences, the source of the Taichu demon god system resonated with one of Wang Xuanzhi's essences. Yao Yao's figure vanished from behind Wang Xuanzhi, reappearing at this source. Her wide, innocent eyes brimmed with curiosity, for Taishu power was one of the ancient cosmic forces. To think that the old man's legacy was intertwined with Taishu was unexpected. The 5 stages were Taiji, Taichu, Taishu, Taisu, and Taiji. The golden light sensed the familiar aura emanating from Yao Yao, its demeanor shifting from curious to wary, as it recognized her presence as older and more primordial. With innate awareness, it retreated from this essence, returning to Wang Xuanzhi's mind. The golden light's essence began to emanate a profound mantra within Wang Xuanzhi's consciousness. Instinctively, he recited, Taishu, the convergence of yin and yang. Melding into one. From the singularity arises form. Though it possesses form, it lacks substance. This is called Taishu. Taishu is the inception of form before substance exists. Upon completing this incantation, a Taishu aura manifested in Wang Xuanzhi's hands. Akin to a tabooed, as this energy emerged, the celestial realm unveiled itself, revealing the eye of the heavenly Diaod in the tranquil valley. A massive black eye of the heavenly Tao loomed ominously, spanning the horizon. Within its pitch-black pupil lay boundless indifference, as if all of humanity were but ants in its gaze. A chilling voice echoed, declaring, mortals must not wield the forbidden power. Die. The old man had not anticipated that Wang Xuanzhi could grasp the power of Taishu in such a brief span. He himself had taken an entire year to digest this inheritance before he could exude even a hint of Taishu's essence. Yet Wang Xuanzhi, within mere moments, had fully harnessed the Taishu energy and was already channeling it through his being. This deepened the old man's admiration for him, but this appreciation lasted barely a second before the eye of the heavenly Tao began to manifest. The old man's expression turned grave. In his prime, the eye of the heavenly Tao would have posed little threat. However, as a mere wisp of soul now, lacking any realm, his capacity to wield magical power was severely limited, only able to barely stave off the eye's onslaught. Realizing this, he resolved firmly. His successor must not perish beneath the eye of the heavenly Tao. He must protect him. Gradually, a Taishu aura enveloped him, and his spectral form began to grow translucent. He was sacrificing his residual soul energy to summon the power of Taishu to confront the eye of the heavenly Tao, for otherwise, they would both fall victim to its overwhelming force. From within the vast pupil radiated 9 bolts of annihilation lightning, each as thick as a barrel and shimmering in a myriad of colors. Each bolt tore through space and time, hurtling toward Wang Xuanzhi, leaving no room for survival. The eye of the heavenly Tao was, by nature, a subconscious instrument of the heavenly Tao, governing the various celestial pathways. It had not registered the presence of the 5 even more terrifying auras emanating from Wang Xuanzhi. It merely charged toward him with unyielding ferocity. Chapter 181. The Thunder Tribulation and the Emperor's Imprint. As the elder prepared to confront the 9 world-destroying bolts of lightning, Wang Xuanzhi sprang into action. His gaze sharpened, and he exclaimed, "Excellent timing. I was just lamenting the lack of an outlet for this primordial power. Who would have thought you would come knocking at my door?" With a hearty laugh, he declared, What does the heavenly Tao matter at this moment? In that instant, Wang Xuanzhi's 10,000 strands of azure hair surged upwards, an aura of dominance emanating from him once more. As his physical essence continued to integrate, the influence of his past life's memories grew increasingly intense, more tyrannical and more disdainful. The formidable aura of the Tao radiated from him, and he felt as if he had returned to the pinnacle of all paths. The sovereign of all Tao. The primordial energy in his hands split into 9 streams and soared skyward, confronting the 9 bolts of annihilating thunder. The elder, witnessing Wang Xuanzhi's reckless determination, exclaimed in alarm, "Are you intent on throwing away your life?" His heart raced with concern, and he rushed upwards to rescue Wang Xuanzhi. Even if it meant sacrificing his remaining soul, he was determined to protect his heir. This was his successor. Nothing could happen to him. Yet, Wang Xuanzhi's speed was astonishing, surpassing that of the elder's lingering soul. Wang Xuanzhi's 9 streams of primordial energy met the 9 bolts of annihilating thunder. Contrary to the catastrophic explosion he had envisioned, the world-destroying bolts began to dissipate, their destructive essence fading beneath the influence of Wang Xuanzhi's primordial aura. The heavenly might of the 9 bolts diminished, their thunderous force waning, returning to their original state. This was the extraordinary nature of primordial power. It could revert everything to its most fundamental essence. The essence of annihilation thunder was, at its core, spiritual lightning. Wang Xuanzhi's 9 streams of primordial energy perfectly transformed the 9 bolts back into mere ordinary spiritual lightning, which posed no threat to him. The elder observed Wang Xuanzhi's swift mastery of the primordial power. Wielded with such finesse, the sheer depth of comprehension left him speechless. This was undoubtedly one of the most extraordinary humans he had encountered in his long life. Such an abnormal understanding could only belong to the favored child of the Tao. Had he not been the Tao's own progeny, achieving such rapid and exceptional comprehension would have been inconceivable. You insignificant insect, daring to challenge the might of the heavens, you seek your own demise. A cold voice resonated from the enormous pupil above, which unleashed countless bolts of annihilating thunder upon them. These bolts were far more terrifying than the previous ones, their inky blackness embodying the essence of annihilation. As the ancient annihilating thunder rained down, the sky transformed into a pitch-black void, rendering visibility impossible. Within this valley, the mere presence of the thunder's aura shattered everything in its path, leaving nothing intact. Apart from Wang Xuanzhi and the elder, all around them crumbled beneath the weight of the annihilating thunder. The elder summoned his primordial aura to shield his modest abode and the immortal tea trees he had cultivated. Treasures meant for Wang Xuanzhi, his successor, they could not be allowed to be destroyed. His expression grew solemn as he realized that the heavenly Tao's eye was enraged and intent on annihilating Wang Xuanzhi. To protect him, the elder knew his soul must be sacrificed, unleashing its full power to eliminate the threat of the heavenly Tao's eye. Otherwise, both would perish under its destructive gaze. Wang Xuanzhi, however, would not allow the elder to intervene. He had already accepted the elder's kindness and could not bear to have him risk his life again. Moreover, he possessed a system that could assist him if needed. Yet, he did not wish to rely on it now. He had previously depended on the system, which had already aided him immensely by granting him 4 invincible physiques. If he could not utilize them properly, it would be better to meet his end than to waste such gifts. Deep down, he felt capable of confronting the heavenly Tao's eye, and with fragments of past memories merging within him, he dismissed its significance. His aura intensified, and he recited the incantation once more. The primordial being, where yin and yang converge, merging into one, from which all forms arise. Though it possesses form, it lacks essence. This is what we call the primordial, the beginning of form yet devoid of essence. Let all revert to their original state. These bolts of annihilation thunder are but ordinary spiritual lightning to me. What have I to fear? Wang Xuanzhi declared, his disdain unmasked, exuding an aura of overwhelming power. The potent primordial essence surged forth, transforming into a colossal hand that grasped the bolts of annihilating thunder. This hand, forged from primordial energy, returned the thunder to its initial state, reducing it to mere spiritual lightning. Under the grasp of Wang Xuanzhi's primordial hand, the looming danger was once again dispelled. The heavenly Tao's eye, incensed by Wang Xuanzhi's ability to neutralize its lethal strike, seethed with fury. Insects, how dare you defy the heavens? The essence of heaven is beyond your comprehension. As the cold words faded, an imposing figure manifested within the sky, cloaked in the might of an emperor. The overwhelming imperial presence caused the very laws of existence to yield. The Tao began to gravitate toward this figure, an emperor's phantom materializing in the realm. Typically, when an emperor attains their status, the Tao imprints their phantom upon the world to safeguard it. Yet now, the heavenly Tao's eye had summoned this phantom to confront Wang Xuanzhi. Wang Xuanzhi recognized this emperor, who emitted no discernible aura, appearing utterly ordinary. Behind him, however, lay a chaotic mist, resonating with a familiar energy, one indistinguishable from the primordial power he now wielded. Wang Xuanzhi and the elder were both taken aback. This heavenly Tao's eye was cunning indeed. While it had once defied the emperor, it had never truly grasped the essence of an emperor. The fact that this realm had imprinted its phantom was astonishing, compelling it to turn against its own successor. How utterly devious. Chapter 182. Drawing the sword to sever the heavens, the heavenly Tao is an insect. Wang Xuanzhi gazed at the phantom, then glanced at the elder. A wry smile tugging at his lips. Was he not merely ensnaring himself? Here was his own celestial phantom, summoned to combat his successor. Quite the twist. The elder sensed Wang Xuanzhi's thoughts and felt an awkward flush. Wang Xuanzhi sighed deeply. What a predicament! Yet he showed no fear of the elder's phantom. The elder's eyes slowly awakened with a glimmer of intelligence, as if he had emerged from an ancient slumber. However, this wisdom was entirely under the control of the heavenly Tao's eye. Were he a true emperor, he might have resisted such manipulation. Regrettably, the elder's prowess stemmed from his mastery of forbidden arts, not from inherent strength, rendering him easily subjugated by the heavenly Tao's eye. With a cold demeanor, the elder exuded an endless primordial essence, gradually transforming the surrounding annihilating thunder back to its original form. This primordial essence spread quietly, enveloping Wang Xuanzhi. Its effect was to revert everything to its essence. Should Wang Xuanzhi come into contact with it, he might revert to a mere tadpole, an unlikely fate. The elder prepared to act, but Wang Xuanzhi was quicker. He concentrated the boundless primordial essence in his hands, creating a vast and ethereal expanse. The primordial essence surged toward the elder, a collision of two extraordinary auras. Neither able to gain the upper hand, as both energies were of the same nature, devoid of external interference, they reverted to their primal states, rendering them ineffective against one another. The two forces brushed past each other. The elder's primordial essence surged toward Wang Xuanzhi, while Wang Xuanzhi's countered the elder's attack. The speed was astonishing. Under the influence of primordial essence, all resistance vanished. Wang Xuanzhi remained calm in the face of the approaching primordial energy. Knowing he had no means to dispel it at present, he believed that all techniques would revert to their original forms in its presence. With a sense of desperate hope, he summoned the sword of celestial Tao. The sword's intent surged toward the primordial energy, a blade of 100 zhang striking forth. Yet, under the encroaching primordial essence, the sword's aura began to wane. Although the primordial energy slowed, it continued its advance. As for the primordial essence Wang Xuanzhi directed toward the elder effortlessly formed a circle with his left hand, enveloping the energy within. With a firm grasp, he shattered the entire primordial essence. Thus, the elder's hand, imbued with primordial energy, obliterated the very essence of primordial existence. As the saying goes, magic defeats magic, and primordial essence triumphs over primordial essence. The elder's mastery over the primordial energy undoubtedly surpasses that of Wang Xuanzhi. Observing the elder's actions, he emulated them. Enveloping himself in the primordial energy, his muscles swelled like those of a tyrannosaurus, charging fiercely towards the primordial energy. With a firm grip, he ensnared the energy and forcefully concentrated it, causing it to explode violently, mirroring the elder's method against Wang Xuanzhi. The elder remained indifferent, reciting incantations. Primordial is without action. Primordial has 3 kills. 1 kills invisibly, returning substance to essence. His words seemed to stir the primordial energy within the cosmos. Endless primordial energy surged from all directions towards Wang Xuanzhi, offering him no chance of survival. Under the weight of this primordial energy, the surrounding laws receded, and space began to dissolve gradually. All happening in the blink of an eye. The elder, growing increasingly anxious, felt his aura intensifying, his form becoming more transparent. He seemed poised to sacrifice his remaining soul to unleash boundless power to aid Wang Xuanzhi. Wang Xuanzhi glanced at the elder and bellowed, "There is no need for such extremes. I can handle this myself." Xianxian and Yao Yao floated above. Should anything unforeseen occur to Wang Xuanzhi, they would be the first to rescue him. The endless primordial energy threatening Wang Xuanzhi was merely a trivial matter for them. A boundless aura of the Tao emanated from Wang Xuanzhi. Previously, he had not unleashed the power of the sword against Xian Yuan Pu Tian. Now, both the sword of immortality and the ancient sword of the ancestral dragon were summoned together. The two swords gradually merged into a colossal azure sword. Stretching dozens of feet long. At that moment, Wang Xuanzhi's figure became imposing, as if countless Tao were converging upon him, piercing through the primordial energy, arriving faster than the energy surging towards him. He was encircled by layers upon layers of Tao rings, shielding him from the primordial energy's interference. With a disdainful glance, he raised his sword and proclaimed, "Today, I shall slay the heavens before you. You may see me as an ant, but know that I regard you as no more than that. The heavenly Tao is but an ant in my eyes." The azure sword radiated with endless laws, principles, and various Tao. Among them, the 3,000 great Tao coalesced, led by the Tao of power, the Tao of life, the Tao of space, and the Tao of time. Swirling together, an infinite expanse of time and space began to stir. With this strike, the winds surged and the heavens transformed. The sky-pulling sword, fueled by rage and indignation, cleaved forth in the realm of the Tao. No adversary could withstand this might. He summoned billions of strands of chaotic energy, primordial energy and primordial essence, condensing them upon the sword of immortality. Wang Xuanzhi swung his sword upwards, unleashing the endless Tao alongside it. The nine-colored light of the immortal Tao surged skyward, breaking through the encirclement of primordial energy, aimed at the Elder's phantom and the eye of heavenly Tao. The force of this sword had long surpassed the realm of divine status. At this instant, its brilliance could no longer be concealed. Shattering the primordial energy with a decisive strike, the sound of the sword echoed, tearing the fabric of the heavens apart, creating a vast chasm. A massive fissure appeared in the pupil of the eye of heavenly Tao, splitting it in twain. The overwhelming eye of heavenly Tao was cleaved asunder by this sword swing, and the sky above was similarly rent in two. Chapter 183. Great Peril, Blood Sea, and the Reincarnation of the Emperor Yao Yao and Xian Xian stared, their eyes fixed on Wang Xuanzhi's face, seeking any signs of difference from his usual self. The aura emanating from Wang Xuanzhi was entirely transformed, familiar yet strangely foreign, reminiscent of a visage they had witnessed eons ago, where he had been even more domineering. The sword energy he unleashed tore the sky asunder, creating a massive rift that stretched hundreds of feet long, directly visible in the heavens. This fissure cleaved the eye of heavenly Tao, dispersing its divine might. This strike directly severed the essence of the heavenly Tao, merging Wang Xuanzhi's powers of divinity, demonic force, and the might of the dragon and phoenix. It was, without a doubt, his most potent strike to date, transcending time and space to cleave towards the very essence of the eye of heavenly Tao. The Elder's phantom was no exception. It shattered into mere illusions under this tremendous blow. Before vanishing, the cold, wise light in his eyes gradually faded, casting a reassuring glance at Wang Xuanzhi. Just a single look allowed him to perceive the entirety of the unfolding events. This was his heir. This strike surpassed anything he had achieved at Wang Xuanzhi's age by countless magnitudes. With such a successor, he felt a profound sense of relief. At least the primordial force would not fade into obscurity. His final gaze lingered on the mortal realm, filled with longing. Despite being but an imprint, he sighed deeply. Alas, who among us can escape death? Even one who can defy the emperor is not exempt. Not even the exalted emperors of the heavens are free from their mortal fates. Ultimately, his phantom dissipated slowly. As Wang Xuanzhi's mouth opened to speak, the Elder's form had already begun to fade away, and the realm around them fragmented piece by piece. With a complex expression, he bowed slightly towards the departing figure of the Elder. Subsequently, Wang Xuanzhi's figure transformed into a myriad of luminous points, vanishing within the ever-fracturing realm. In his grasp, he held the dominion of the mountains and rivers bestowed upon him by the Elder. After departing from this realm, Yao Yao and Xian Xian exchanged peculiar glances at their surroundings. They had been contemplating the Elder's words, directing their gaze deeper into the Emperor's tomb. There, they beheld an endless sea of blood, a crimson expanse devoid of any other hue, the very center of this sanguine ocean. A radiant point pulsed with life, exuding a formidable aura, rivaling that of an emperor's realm. This was undoubtedly the reincarnated emperor the Elder had spoken of. Chapter 184. Eastern Immortal Emperors orchard upon being teleported. Wang Xuanzhi found himself disoriented in a throng of people. Was this not the northwestern corner of the inner city? How had he been transported here? He had anticipated reaching the exit. Well, since it was thus, he decided to return. His endeavors had yielded considerable gains to Da, and the dominion of mountains and rivers. Wang Xuanzhi gradually immersed his consciousness into this dominion. He concealed his figure within the void, wary of inciting unnecessary trouble. Since he had been teleported to the northwestern corner of the inner city, the master of the 3,000 paths had not noticed his emergence. Jing Shan remained vigilantly stationed at the entrance of the emperor's tomb, waiting for Wang Xuanzhi's return. Little did he know that Wang Xuanzhi had already been transported away. In the ensuing days, Jing Shan's wait became interminable. His figure seemed to meld into the dominion of mountains and rivers. Within, the familiar thatched cottage and the well-nurtured immortal tea trees awaited him. Each of these trees emanated an aura of immortality, with each tree bearing thousands of leaves. This indicated that these thousands of leaves could brew an innumerable quantity of tea, which he could sell to the system. Why sell tea instead of the leaves directly? Primarily because Wang Xuanzhi desired to sell tea. He lacked the capability to sell the leaves themselves. He carefully stored the 5 immortal trees within his primordial world. Such treasures deserved a place in the pink, forlorn world. Placing them in another realm would lead to their division among his countless subordinates, and such precious items should not be squandered. Upon entering the thatched cottage, he discovered another small world within. This realm unfolded into a vast orchard, replete with an array of fruit trees, both large and small, that Wang Xuanzhi could not identify. Ethereal lights shimmered amidst the rich laws of the universe. His gaze fixated on the trees above, unable to look away. Upon a cursory count, he estimated there to be several hundred to 1,000 trees. Whether these were treasures remained uncertain, but in Wang Xuanzhi's hands, they could undoubtedly serve a purpose. For instance, he could sell them to the gluttonous Yao Yao, who would undoubtedly covet them. Moreover, could fruit trees collected by the elder be anything but extraordinary? Not recognizing any of the trees, Wang Xuanzhi summoned the system. Yao Yao, Xianxian, come and identify these fruit trees for me. Why do I not recognize them? Yao Yao and Xianxian emerged from within him, with Xianxian glancing at the hundreds of trees. Astonished, host, what kind of luck is this? Even the 100-fruit orchard is at your disposal. Meanwhile, the gluttonous Yao Yao's mouth watered, and she dashed towards the fruit trees, her small hands moving swiftly. In an instant, she had plucked numerous ripe fruits and stuffed them into her mouth. The juices burst forth, filling the air with a fragrant aroma as the spiritual energy exploded around her. Xianxian, observing Yao Yao, sighed. Host, this is the 100-fruit orchard. Legend has it that it was cultivated by the Eastern Immortal Emperor in the Celestial Court, meant to entertain esteemed guests. The orchard bears 100 varieties of spiritual fruits, blooming and bearing fruit over a millennium. Wang Xuanzhi interjected, isn't that akin to the Millennium Peach Tree? Xianxian nodded in agreement. Indeed, but the Millennium Peach Tree focuses on enhancing beauty and longevity, while the 100-fruit orchard genuinely elevates one's realm and comprehension of the laws of nature. One fruit can enable an ordinary person to embark on the path of immortality, achieving the spirit realm within a year without any side effects. With this orchard, the host could cultivate an unparalleled army of cultivators. Wang Xuanzhi felt a surge of excitement. Each of the hundreds of trees bore thousands of fruits. With the potential for tens of thousands to over 1 million fruits, he could nurture a formidable army of cultivators within a year. Thanks to the time acceleration in his primordial world, though the numbers might only reach a few million, it was more than sufficient for him. Furthermore, these fruits could elevate ordinary individuals to the status of prodigies, allowing him to offer them to those influenced by his beliefs of the immortal emperor and the demon emperor, thereby enhancing their strength. Wang Xuanzhi rubbed his hands together in anticipation and swiftly ascended to retrieve the gluttonous Yao Yao. In less than half a quarter of an hour, she had consumed several hundred fruits, causing him a pang of regret. These were his resources for cultivating his army. He quickly exited this small realm and gently integrated the dominion of mountains and rivers into his fragmented world. With these tasks completed, it was time to locate his subordinates. After the recent exertions, he felt quite fatigued and decided to rest. With this thought, a mischievous smile graced his handsome face as he silently returned to the Fuel Lake Inn. Inside the inn, the women sat around the table, idly consuming the spiritual fruits. Nangong Chinga rested her chin on her hands, staring into the distance, lost in thought. Jiang Lian murmured complaints about Wang Xuanzhi's prolonged absence over the past few days. What happened to him? Is he in trouble? She voiced her concerns. Mo Hua chuckled. Don't worry, if anyone is safe, it's Wang Xuanzhi. You know his character. He never suffers losses. I wonder where he is wandering off to. Perhaps enticing some flirtatious maidens? The Fire Phoenix Lord cast a knowing glance at Mo Hua, aware that among the sisters, Hua possessed the greatest combat prowess, capable of besting Wang Xuanzhi. Chapter 185. The end of the Chaos Sea Journey and Teleportation since the merging of Wang Xuanzhi's past life memories. His strength had advanced further, and his physique had become even more robust. He was determined not to fall in battle again. He vowed to fight fiercely for 7 days and nights, refusing to concede defeat. He had already triumphed over the 4 Valkyries. Wang Xuanzhi's figure appeared mysteriously in the room. Hua sensed his presence immediately. Turning her gaze towards him, a mischievous grin spread across Wang Xuanzhi's face as his overwhelming spiritual energy radiated outward, shattering everything in the vicinity, except for the designated area where one would lie down. The invigorating scene unfolded again before his eyes. In the distance, majestic mountains rose and fell, their peaks obscured by clouds. In a hidden garden within the valley, pink flowers awaited their bloom, while beautiful butterflies fluttered, preparing for their dance. Amidst it all lay the formidable weapon, the jade-bodied white tiger. The faces of the 4 women flushed with understanding. Realizing Wang Xuanzhi's intentions, they were curious about his transformation during his brief absence. Without hesitation, Hua, eager to engage, unleashed her prized weapon, the jade-bodied white tiger, against Wang Xuanzhi. The tiger's mouth opened wide, aiming for Wang Xuanzhi's perceived weak point, and thus commenced their battle. A clash of power and prowess. As the other 2 Valkyries observed the fierce battle ahead, where Hua took the lead, they could not help but curl their lips in disdain. They chose to remain on the sidelines, unwilling to join the fray, deeming it utterly absurd. Jiang Lian, witnessing this, felt a wave of shyness wash over her. Hastily seeking items to conceal herself as she nestled in a corner, watching the intense clash between the 4 combatants, the air was soon filled with the relentless sounds of battle. While engaged in combat, Wang Xuanzhi split his focus, conjuring soundproofing formations and other arrays to isolate everything around him, employing even anti-scrying formations. These were the most prominent formations from his past life, impervious even to an emperor's scrutiny. The clash between the White Tiger and Wang Xuanzhi was relentless, their weapons colliding again and again with increasing speed. The sounds of spears and shields clashing reverberated throughout the arena. Suddenly, a white shield soared toward Wang Xuanzhi's face, and he found himself utterly overwhelmed in the fierce struggle against Hua. Yet, he also had to contend with this shield, which seemed to have reached its limit in withstanding Wang Xuanzhi's fierce onslaught. In that moment, a crack appeared in the shield, and a glimmer emanated from it, tracing a graceful arc through the air. The battle raged on for 3 days before Wang Xuanzhi finally allowed himself to relax momentarily. However, his robust physique would not allow him to be defeated so easily. Hua, realizing her defeat, swiftly retreated, weary and seeking solace in a corner to recuperate. That moment, Nangong Chinga raised her white shield, sending it crashing toward Wang Xuanzhi's face as butterflies danced in the courtyard. Pressured by the weight of 2 peaks, the shield surged toward Wang Xuanzhi's rear point. 7 days later, Nangong Chinga was the first to succumb. Her physique, being of the celestial lineage, unable to match the strength of Hua and the phoenix body of the Li Hua Huangzhu. After her defeat, she withdrew to the sidelines, leaving the main battlefield to others. 3 days later, Hua fell as well, having battled Wang Xuanzhi the longest and most fiercely, ultimately yielding to the Li Hua Huangzhu. Another 3 days passed before Hua, Jiang Lian, and Nangong Chinga observed the ongoing struggle between the 2 combatants from the sidelines. Hua could not help but exclaim, "Indeed, the phoenix body is formidable. I never expected the usually serious Li Hua sister to." The heavy breaths of the 2 combatants echoed throughout the arena. Predominantly belonging to the Li Hua Huangzhu, the melodious notes of the songbird filled the air with beautiful melodies. 3 days later, with the Li Hua Huangzhu's weapon, the white shield, contracting sharply and emitting a glimmer that traced a beautiful arc. The grand battle drew to a close. Wang Xuanzhi, brimming with pride, flaunted his spear high. The 4 women exchanged glances, their expressions revealing their reluctance and frustration, had it not been for Jiang Lian's shyness keeping her on the sidelines. This would not have been Wang Xuanzhi's moment to shine. Meanwhile, Wang Xuanzhi relished his triumph. Jing Shan, having stayed vigilant beside him for days on end, was visibly drained, his expression wearied. If he knew that Wang Xuanzhi had been living like a deity during these past few days, he would surely be overwhelmed with indignation. The skies above shifted ominously. It seemed that the time within this mysterious realm was drawing to a close. The outcome of the final victor was evident, and it would undoubtedly be Wang Xuanzhi. Having obtained the emperor's inheritance, none could rival him as the ultimate winner. Additionally, he had triumphed over the strongest prodigies of the 3,000 Dao heavens. The rulers of the 3,000 Dao heavens eagerly awaited the chance to bring Wang Xuanzhi back to their realms, their gazes fixated on the chaotic sea below. The mysterious laws enveloping the chaotic sea gradually dissipated, allowing the great Dao to slowly fade. Once everything had cleared, they would descend to retrieve Wang Xuanzhi, ensuring he did not fall into the hands of rival factions. At that moment, everyone felt as though they were being repelled by the very fabric of this world. Surrounded by a golden light, first, Wang Xuanzhi and the four women were enveloped in a sphere of golden radiance, their figures vanishing from sight. Subsequently, the laws and Dao fruits hovering above the chaotic sea vanished entirely. Those left behind gazed around in confusion, having been transported from above the chaotic sea, under the watchful eyes of the rulers of the 3,000 Dao heavens. They asked for where Wang Xuanzhi and his companions had gone. No one knew. In a corner of the origin continent, the 5 figures of Wang Xuanzhi and his companions quietly materialized. Where is this? Wang Xuanzhi mused, surveying his surroundings. The 5 of them found themselves within a small town, bustling with cultivators and mortals alike. Onlookers paused to gaze at the 5, particularly captivated by the 4 stunning women behind Wang Xuanzhi. Their breathtaking beauty left the onlookers spellbound. Wow, look, I've seen a celestial maiden today, exclaimed one. Such a beautiful fairy. After living for decades, I feel my life has been worth it, echoed another. Many men voiced their astonishment, some even drooling in awe. Witnessing such beauty was a rarity in their lives. Seeing the spectacle around them, Wang Xuanzhi and his companions swiftly vanished into the void, leaving the crowd in awe. This must be the origin continent, Wang Xuanzhi speculated, recognizing the familiar aura of the place. We've been transported back. We are no longer in the heavenly domain. What exactly is the nature of this chaotic sea? The 4 women shook their heads in unison, indicating they were equally perplexed. So, are we returning to the human clan now? Or where? It seemed that on the origin continent, they could only return to their respective tribes. They had fulfilled the tasks assigned to them by their clan leaders. However, their powers had undergone a tremendous transformation in just a few short months due to their experiences in the mysterious realm. The resources and inheritances found in the heavenly domain were unfathomable compared to the origin continent. Among them, Zhang Lian had the least profound cultivation due to her unique lineage, having gained little from the 3,000 Dao heavens. Yet, her strength had improved considerably. She was now capable of rivaling those in the tribulation transcendence realm. As for Mo Hua, Nangang Qingge, and Liu Huangzhu, they had received the inheritances of their respective clans from the Dao heavens, bringing their powers close to the threshold of divine status. Overall, the 5 of them now surpassed the leaders of their respective clans and could easily overpower those at the saint level. Thus, whether they returned to the various tribes of the origin continent or not was of little consequence to them, but as their strength grew, they realized their capabilities exceeded their wildest imaginations regarding the rapid enhancement of the 4 women. It was largely attributed to Wang Xuanzhi's unique constitution and the supportive effects it provided. Their most significant growth occurred during their fierce battles alongside him, where the infusion of his primordial essence catalyzed a tremendous transformation in their strength and physique, epitomizing the harmony of yin and yang. Wang Xuanzhi, uncertain after having wandered outside for so long, suggested, "Why not return to the human clan with me? It would be nice to meet your mother." A mischievous smile danced on his lips as he spoke. His words undoubtedly clarified their relations. After all, they had shared so many experiences together. It would not suit Wang Xuanzhi's style to simply leave without acknowledging it. Upon hearing Wang Xuanzhi's proposition, the 4 women blushed simultaneously, their thoughts drifting to the prospect of meeting his mother for the first time. Even the usually bold Mo Hua exhibited a rare moment of shyness. Observing their reactions, Wang Xuanzhi burst into laughter, wrapping his arms around the 4 before vanishing from their spot, heading toward the human clan with the Qing Wang family as their destination. In the meantime, the continent was far from tranquil. Following Wang Xuanzhi's incursions into the Shura and underworld continents, the power dynamics among the rulers of these 2 realms had undergone a seismic shift. New leaders emerged, driven by ambition to annex the origin continent and erase the shame of Wang Xuanzhi's previous onslaught against their territories. The rulers of the underworld and Shura continents collectively devised a contest, pitting the 10 most distinguished individuals from the origin continent against the 10 elite from the Shura and underworld continents in a series of battles. The continent that achieved the most victories would gain supremacy over the others. Along with a significant share of their resources, the rulers of the Shura and underworld continents were evidently well prepared, directing their efforts toward the origin continent, which lacked a singular leader, relying instead on the 5 tribal leaders. In the Grand Council Hall of the Five Tribes, the leaders of the human, demon, celestial, beast, and divine clans sat around a circular table, their expressions heavy with concern. Their current realm has only reached that of saints. While the rulers of the netherworld and the underworld are evidently stronger than they are, both factions intend to exert pressure on the origin continent, clearly unable to tolerate its prosperity. What should be done? The arena is set to commence in less than a day, yet we have yet to dispatch our representatives for the contest. Given the ambitions of the two continental leaders, they undoubtedly aim to annex our origin continent. During this arena battle, they will likely unite against us. The Demon Lord cannot help but feel some concern. Their worry is not about their resources being divided, but rather about the lack of sufficient resources for Wang Xuanzhi's development. The human lord remains unusually silent, pondering the absence of Xuanzhi, uncertain of his circumstances if Xuanzhi were to return, with his previous audacity, single-handedly confronting the Shura continent and annihilating 1,000,000 soldiers from the netherworld with a single strike. He would undoubtedly be capable. Alas, Xuanzhi has yet to return. The demon lord sighs in regret, reflecting on his inept son, who has only recently reached the half-step saint realm, far inferior to Wang Xuanzhi's prowess. He cannot help but resentfully think, we were all nurtured on the same milk. How can the disparity be so vast? The atmosphere in the grand hall grows cold and desolate. The expressions of the five individuals are far from pleasant. Clearly, the pressure from the arena battle has weighed heavily on them. The God Lord remains expressionless, radiating divine light as he contemplates the feasibility of the situation. If necessary, the divine clan can dispatch several prodigies to barely cope with the challenge. At this moment, in a corner of the origin continent, a massive void arena has been established, towering hundreds of feet in height and length. This arena is where the three continents will compete against one another in just 3 days. The denizens of the netherworld and Shura continents have long been preparing in secret, having already assigned their combatants, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the origin continent's participants to spring their trap. Once the time comes, the two factions will collaborate to gradually consume and annex the origin continent, seeking to avenge the humiliation brought upon them by Wang Xuanzhi. Chapter 187. The Arena Center. There is no other option. We must act as though we are treating a dead horse as a living one. It is time to enter the fray. At this moment, the vicinity of the void arena is teeming with countless spectators. The audience comprises individuals from the origin continent, the Shura continent, and the netherworld continent. The anticipation for this fierce contest is palpable, as it concerns the honor of their respective continents. The number of attendees exceeds millions, even reaching into the hundreds of millions. This is with careful management. Otherwise, the number could have swelled to a terrifying billion. Meanwhile, Wang Xuanzhi and the 5 women had intended to return to the Chongqing Wang family. But Wang Xuanzhi found himself unable to resist the women's insistence to purchase gifts before visiting their future in-laws, fearing that arriving empty-handed would be both rude and inappropriate. Furthermore, given Wang Xuanzhi's exceptional talents and physique, it is likely he will not have just one romantic interest in the future. Therefore, it is prudent to smooth over the relationship with the future mother-in-law by bringing gifts and flattering her. This is the little scheme of these women. While Wang Xuanzhi remains oblivious to their calculations, he accompanies them like an emotionless automaton, strolling through the marketplace and purchasing an array of gifts. Box after box, they have concealed their beauty to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings, especially since the 4 women are exceedingly beautiful, and Wang Xuanzhi is strikingly handsome, making them the center of attention wherever they go. After spending a considerable portion of the day shopping, Wang Xuanzhi's space pouch has accumulated a mountain of gifts, ranging from beauty products to various skincare and cosmetic items, countless in number. All of these are intended for Lu Junwan. As for gifts for Wang Ziwang, Wang Xuanzhi will handle that. He is more than capable of footing the bill, as money is no concern for him. Meanwhile, Yao Yao and Xian Xian also manage to procure a fair share of items. As women naturally possess an innate desire for beauty, despite being part of a system, they are no exception. Mo Hua's face radiates excitement, clearly thrilled by the shopping spree. The other 3 women share her enthusiasm. Wang Xuanzhi sighs in resignation. This shopping excursion has proven far more exhausting than engaging in a fierce battle. He would rather face 100 duels with prodigies than accompany them on another shopping trip. Imagine the torment of spending an entire day in the market, purchasing items of which he knows little. The 5 arrive at the Chongqing Wang family residence, but it appears nearly deserted, as most have already departed for the arena. The arena is now filled to capacity. The leaders of the 5 clans are seated upon their thrones, while the Shura and Netherworld factions boast a genuine audience of tens of millions. Their chosen participants remain hidden among the crowd, cloaked in secrecy to keep their presence concealed from the other two continents, effectively safeguarding their strategic information. The newly appointed ruler of the Shura continent, a middle-aged man with a square face, exudes an air of authority, observing the 5 leaders of the origin continent with a mocking gaze. Meanwhile, the ruler of the netherworld emanates a chilling aura, mirroring the Shura leader's demeanor. Their eyes reflect a shared sympathy, having long conspired to devour the origin continent and erase the shame inflicted upon them. Wang Xuanzhi gazes at the seemingly empty Chongqing players, puzzled by the absence of people. What has happened? Curiosity piqued, he extends his divine sense throughout the Chongqing Wang family estate. Indeed, there are scarcely any left. He approaches an individual and inquires, "Where has everyone gone?" This man, clearly familiar with Wang Xuanzhi, is aware that within the origin continent, few remain oblivious to his identity as the nominal ruler of the entire realm, being one of the 5 clan leaders. His expression betrays excitement as he stammers. "Today marks the month of the Void Arena battle. Young master, when did you return?" Wang Xuanzhi raises an eyebrow. "Oh, what? The Void Arena competition? I was entirely unaware." It is not surprising that the young master is unaware, as this competition was only announced a few months prior. It is a contest between the 3 continents, where the victors may claim half of the resources from the defeated. However, the motives of the Netherworld and Shura factions appear suspect. Wang Xuanzhi anxiously inquires, "When does it begin? Is it today?" The man ponders for a moment before responding. "It should commence in a few hours. The 3 factions have already made their preparations. It is merely a matter of pre-battle arrangements now." Upon hearing this, Wang Xuanzhi's urgency intensifies. His divine sense spreads like the vast ocean, enveloping the entire origin continent. In mere seconds, he locates the Void Arena and numerous other individuals gathered there, with a resolute gaze. He and the 4 women vanish from their location. The man watches in astonishment as Wang Xuanzhi disappears, still in a state of excitement. He rarely has the opportunity to be so close to Wang Xuanzhi. And with this chance, his face flushes with elation. Wang Xuanzhi's and the 4 women's realms far exceed the limits of this continent, as long as they do not emit any fluctuations of power. They will not be repelled by this realm. Only when they unleash forces beyond this realm will they be met with resistance. In an instant, Wang Xuanzhi steps through the fabric of space. Arriving at the center of the arena in a mere quarter of an hour, the gazes of the 5 clans inadvertently flicker towards him at first sight. They immediately recognize Wang Xuanzhi, rising from their thrones and appearing by his side. Among them, the most animated is the Demon Lord, Wang Xuanzhi's staunchest supporter. "Young master, how have you returned?" he exclaims joyfully. Wang Xuanzhi's return signifies hope, and with his presence, his bond with the 4 women is undoubtedly strengthened. They eagerly anticipate Wang Xuanzhi's growth, envisioning him leading the demon clan to glory. The immortal lord, human lord, god lord, and demon lord gather around him. They briefly glance at the 4 women behind Wang Xuanzhi before redirecting their attention. A single glance suffices for them to discern that the 4 women are no longer untouched by others. Clearly, Wang Xuanzhi's actions have been swift. They expertly conceal the amusement in their eyes, as men are well aware of one another's inclinations. Yet, only the human lord wears a gloomy expression. The 4 women are evidently from the other 4 clans, leaving him without a representative from the human race. However, now is not the time to voice such concerns. Wang Xuanzhi understands that this is not the moment for such discussions. Instead, he turns his gaze towards the camps of the other 2 factions. Sensing their intentions directed at him this instant, his demeanor becomes commanding, exuding authority that surpasses even the seasoned rulers of the continents. Chapter 188. Is the monkey here for amusement? On the netherworld side, the crowd quivers at the sight of Wang Xuanzhi, as memories of his previous exploits flood back. The lone figure with a sword, slaying 1,000,000 soldiers from the netherworld. That overwhelming ferocity remains etched in their minds, a testament to their most humbling moment in life. Wang Xuanzhi's prowess was astonishingly formidable, leaving his opponents utterly helpless. The timid individuals from the Hongmeng continent began to feel trepidation, haunted by memories of Wang Xuanzhi's past ruthlessness. They now regarded the future with profound pessimism, having little hope for the upcoming tournament. With such a monstrous figure like Wang Xuanzhi participating, what chance did they have? Could anyone they sent forth from the Hongmeng continent cleave the heavens with a single sword or slay millions in one stroke? Clearly, that was impossible. On the other hand, the representatives of the Shura continent displayed a fearless ignorance. They did not perceive Wang Xuanzhi as particularly menacing, having never witnessed his peak strength the only time they had encountered him. He was unceremoniously ushered into a palace. and then emerged as if nothing had happened. Their previous fear stemmed from the overwhelming presence of an army comprising 10 billion cultivators from the 5 clans of the origin continent, besieging their royal city. Who would not be afraid in such circumstances? No matter how skilled one might be, a knife in the hands of many is still a source of fear. Yet, with Wang Xuanzhi standing alone, their fear dissipated. As Wang Xuanzhi appeared, the Shura faction shouted mockingly, urging him to stop dawdling. They declared their impending victory in the contest, suggesting he might as well admit defeat and apologize, or else learn the meaning of death. The Shura continent's leader looked at Wang Xuanzhi with scorn, seeing him as an arrogant young man. Indeed, he was overly handsome, to the point of being effeminate. Observing the 5 leaders of the 5 clans fawning over him only fueled his ridicule. It seemed they had grown senile, placing their hopes for a turnaround on this pretty face. The resources of the origin continent had been monopolized by them for far too long, and it was time for him to reclaim them. The leader of the Hongmeng continent felt similarly. Though he had heard tales, he did not believe them to be true. He remained silent, shrouded in a chilling aura. Wang Xuanzhi glanced at the two, dismissing them as mere clowns, and shifted his gaze towards the representatives of the origin continent. Regardless of whether they were from the demon, fairy, human, or beast clans, they gazed at Wang Xuanzhi with reverence. As if he were a deity, Wang Xuanzhi cast a nonchalant glance at the other clans and nodded to the 5 clan leaders, assuring them that he would handle the matter. The ambitions of the 2 continental leaders to annex the origin continent were nothing but fantasies. Such bold words, young man, the Shura leader mocked. If you seek your own demise, then Blood 3, go entertain him. But a member of the Shura clan, resembling a demon with 2 legs, stepped forward, his power hovering around the half-saint realm. Wang Xuanzhi had expected a formidable opponent, but upon realizing he faced merely a half-saint insect, he nearly burst into laughter. The expressions of Jiang Lian and the other 3 were a mix of incredulity as they watched this farcical display. This half-saint was hardly a match for Wang Xuanzhi, whose mere presence could obliterate him. The 4 women gracefully ascended to the air, leaving the arena to Wang Xuanzhi. The leaders of the 5 continents placed all their hopes on him. Blood 3, his eyes glinting with a murderous intent, proclaimed, "I will teach you the true meaning of suffering. Even if you wish to surrender, it is too late now. You will pay dearly for provoking my clan." Wang Xuanzhi ignored him, directing his focus to the Shura leader. "Is this the best you can offer? Why not send all 10 of your insects at once? It would prevent the accusation of bullying." His audacity was met with disbelief. The onlookers from the origin continent gazed at him with fervor, while the Shura faction dismissed his words as folly. The Hongmeng leaders, however, began to sense the truth in Wang Xuanzhi's assertions, their anxiety growing. Could he truly possess the strength to cleave the heavens or slay millions? Blood 3, his face flushed with rage, retorted, "Insect, do you really think you can challenge us with just one? You dream." He lunged forward with incredible speed, wielding a blood-red blade aimed at Wang Xuanzhi. Had Wang Xuanzhi not progressed in his cultivation, he might have been in danger. Yet, he was no longer the same. Crushing a half-saint was trivial for him. As the Shura faction sent forth such a weak challenger, were they merely seeking to amuse themselves in their inevitable defeat? With a sigh, Wang Xuanzhi reflected on their folly. "I have made it clear that you are no match for me, yet you still come forth to offer yourself." Before Blood 3 could reach him, Wang Xuanzhi unleashed a tremendous aura that emanated from his very essence. A towering demonic figure manifested beside him, and with just a fraction of its power, Blood 3 was reduced to a crimson mist. The crowd gasped, their eyes wide with astonishment. Silence enveloped the arena. No one had anticipated Wang Xuanzhi's strength to escalate to such heights, especially not the Shura faction. The Hongmeng leaders had suspected it, but witnessing his overwhelming power was beyond their expectations. With a mere display of pressure, he had transformed an opponent into blood mist, truly monstrous. The demon lord, witnessing the towering figure behind Wang Xuanzhi, was rendered speechless with excitement. This was Wang Xuanzhi, the young master of their clan, the future demon god. Now, he could even summon the visage of a demonic deity. The fairy lord, observing the demon lord's reaction, scoffed, "What are you so excited about? I still have the Celestial Emperor's projection to unleash. The Celestial Emperor is undoubtedly superior to your demon god." The leader of the Shura continent stood up abruptly, disbelief etched across his face. The bravado he had just displayed seemed to crumble under the weight of Wang Xuanzhi's might. The aura he had so confidently proclaimed moments ago now felt like a slap in the face. Wang Xuanzhi had skillfully restrained his aura to remain at the saint level, avoiding expulsion from this realm, even though his strength likely surpassed the laws governing it. Wang Xuanzhi arched an eyebrow. provocatively glancing at the leaders of the Shura and Xianming continents. I told you, either send 10 at once, or I will be accused of bullying. Now look, you send me one, and he's off to meet the Buddha. What will you do with the remaining 9? Will you send them one by one, or will the Xianming and Shura factions join forces? I will gladly accept all. Initially, the crowd had viewed Wang Xuanzhi's arrogance as hubris. But now they recognized the validity of his confidence. He possessed the strength to be audacious. Indeed, he deserved to be so. Had they been in his position, they might have been even more boastful. The leaders of the 5 clans were expressions of exhilaration, realizing that Wang Xuanzhi had truly matured into a powerful figure. There was no need to wait for resources. He had already grown immensely after just one venture into the secret realm. The leaders of the Xianming and Shura continents exchanged glances and summoned 2 young warriors from their ranks, their power resonating at the saint level. They had discerned Wang Xuanzhi's strength was also at that level. This brash young man had just defeated a half-saint, and now he faced real saints. The disparity was vast. Despite their own saintly power, they doubted he could withstand 4 of them. You claimed you would face 10. Fear not. We have 4 ready for you. Let us see how you fare against them. Wang Xuanzhi observed the 4 young challengers with indifference. Their saintly energies were palpable, yet he merely scoffed at their ignorance. They still could not perceive his true strength in his heart. He wondered why they had come to the origin continent this time, as the system had warned of dangers following the chaotic sea expedition. However, even now, they have yet to comprehend the situation. He harbored a persistent sense of the peculiar. The rulers of the Shura continent and the Xianming continent had inexplicably declared war on the origin continent. There may well be unseen forces at play, orchestrating this entire affair. Wang Xian knew to remain vigilant. As the 4 noticed Wang Xian lost in thought, they swiftly seized the opportunity, a flicker of malice flashing in their eyes. When Wang Xian had slain their compatriots from the Shura continent, he had shown no hesitation. They would not hesitate either. If they could kill Wang Xian, they would certainly do so. Go, young lord. Go, young lord. The young lord is invincible. The cries from below surged like a mighty tide. The people of the origin continent did not perceive Wang Xian as dazed. Rather, they believed he was devising a strategy. Their thunderous cheers served to bolster his resolve. Coming back to his senses, Wang Xian regarded the 4 assailants with a growing smirk of derision. Behind him, the shadow of the demon god waved gently. A colossal hand akin to the heavens descending upon them. This enormous hand transcended time and space, directly striking towards the 4. Under this immense hand, the 4 felt a chill run down their spines. Every hair on their bodies standing on end. They sensed a suffocating aura of death lingering in their hearts, refusing to dissipate. Instantly, they summoned the laws of the holy ones within them, transforming into a brilliant arc in a desperate attempt to fend off the descending hand. Yet, compared to this colossal palm, their efforts appeared as insignificant as ants against an ocean. As Wang Xian had anticipated, beneath the weight of that hand, all spells were obliterated, leaving rifts in the fabric of space. The 4 were reduced to nothingness, and half of the arena was utterly annihilated. It was merely a single strike from the demon goddess' hand, yet it devastated that portion of the arena, an act Wang Xian had intentionally moderated. He raised his head to look at the rulers of the Shura and origin continents and proclaimed, "Perhaps you too should give it a try. Your people are far too weak. There is not a shred of interest here for me to continue." Arrogance. That was the immediate impression of the onlookers. How could such a brash youth exist? The human sovereign smiled, recognizing this as the essence of his ancient, domineering self, that a true human sovereign ought to be as such. As the people of the origin continent beheld Wang Xian effortlessly dispatching 4 holy ones, their fervor for him surged to new heights, their voices thundering in praise. Human sovereign, majestic, demon god, powerful, celestial emperor, glorious, demon master, formidable. As for the members of the divine clan, initially disinterested, they could not help but shout in excitement upon witnessing Wang Xian's triumph. They were aware that Wang Xian was their clan's son-in-law, destined to marry their princess. Preposterous. What demon god? What celestial emperor? He is clearly our clan's human sovereign. Nonsense. He is our clan's demon god. This is our celestial emperor. Do you wish to test your strength against him? Bring it on. I fear you not. Wang Xian, observing this scene inadvertently, could not help but feel a twinge of exasperation. These individuals were as unreliable as ever. You arrogant fools, you shall pay dearly for your hubris. Blood 1, blood 2, and the rest, come forth. Since this child seeks death so fervently, you shall oblige him. The ruler of the Shura continent seethed with anger. The bloodlust in his eyes surged, for this insolent child dared to provoke him. Blinded by rage, he dismissed Wang Xian entirely, failing to regard him with the seriousness he warranted. Chapter 190. The crushing hand of the demon god. As for the overwhelming aura Wang Xian had just emanated and that colossal hand obscuring the sky, they instinctively perceived it as his trump card. Yet how strong could Wang Xian truly be? Could he possibly surpass this continent? If his power exceeded the limits this realm could withstand, he would be rejected by it, either exiled into the endless void or transported to the heavenly realm. Should he enter the heavenly realm, who could say whether his meager strength would suffice? They believed he could not possibly be so arrogant. This was the simultaneous thought of the rulers of the Shura and Hongmeng continents. They had calculated well, their aspirations lofty. However, reality bore a crueler truth. In the heavenly realm, Wang Xian was an invincible entity. Moreover, he had just returned from there, his strength now reaching a level that could crush the realm of the divine. How could these mere insects dare to provoke him? Were they courting death, eager to meet the king of hell? Wang Xian felt a tinge of helplessness. He had spoken, yet they refused to listen. The Hongmeng continent sent forth 7 individuals, the remaining combatants. Each concealed their aura, their levels fluctuating subtly around the Holy One realm, radiating a chilling presence. Who would have thought our ruler would allow us 7 to join forces against you? It seems you have been granted a measure of respect. We have observed your battle and noted your considerable strength. Surely, that must be your trump card. I refuse to believe you possess more. The 7 wore expressions of pride, as if their united front against Wang Xian were a monumental honor. The same sentiment echoed among the 7 from the Shura continent, led by Blood 1 and Blood 2. Each donned in crimson robes. Wang Xian's regard for these individuals was non-existent. He had contemplated whether to hold back, considering their rulers were acquaintances. Yet, upon reflection, he deemed it unnecessary. Without a thorough beating, these individuals would never learn their lesson. He would simply teach them a lesson on behalf of those 2 women. Wang Xian grinned, a smile that instilled an unsettling sense of foreboding among the onlookers. As if they had glimpsed the smile of death, the group quickly suppressed their unease, unleashing the laws of the holy ones that suffused the atmosphere, causing golden lotuses to bloom across the ground, the hallmark of attaining sanctity. As they summoned the golden lotuses from the void, endless laws of the holy ones gave rise to auspicious clouds, forming rainbows that surged towards Wang Xian. The very essence of this realm seemed to rally in support of their assault. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Wang Xian's strength had long transcended this realm. How could he fear their power? The 7 from the Shura continent shouted, "Prepare to pay for your arrogance, child. Die." Their expressions twisted in ferocity as the laws of the Holy Ones surged towards Wang Xian repeatedly. The 5 rulers from the Origin continent exchanged worried glances. 14 Holy Ones were converging upon Wang Xian. Could he withstand such a force? The demon lord discreetly communicated with Mo Hua. "Do you think the young lord can endure this?" Both the demon lord and Mo Hua's tones reflected a newfound respect, shedding any notions of hierarchy. After all, to be Wang Xian's woman was to be the future demon god's consort. Her status would undoubtedly eclipse his. Mo Hua chuckled softly, her veil obscuring a breathtaking visage. "Fear not. Wang Xian is incredibly formidable. Not only these individuals, but even if all present were to combine forces, they might not be able to best him." This revelation startled the demon lord. Could it be that the young lord had grown so powerful as to take on such numbers alone? The human sovereign and others overheard the exchange, yet they remained cautious, determined to rescue Wang Xian should any peril arise. Wang Xian could afford no missteps. If necessary, they would wage war against these 2 continents to ensure his safety. At that moment, Wang Xian moved. The overwhelming demonic shadow behind him shimmered with starlight, resembling the Milky Way cascading from the heavens. Beside him, a vast galaxy undulated, from which a hand of the demon god emerged, striking at the opponents. In this strike, Wang Xian held nothing back, channeling myriad strands of chaotic energy. To deal with these insignificant insects required merely thousands, while facing the denizens of the heavenly realm demanded millions. He feared a moment's lapse in control could shatter the void and endanger those around him. If the inhabitants of the Origin continent were caught in the crossfire, it would spell disaster. As the celestial hand emerged from the starry expanse, the rulers of the Hongmeng and Shura continents abruptly rose from their thrones, unleashing potent blood energy and boundless ghostly power. They had both reached the threshold of the soul refinement stage, a mere step away from ascension. Yet, they concealed their true strength, harboring ambitions to devour the Origin continent. Witnessing Wang Xian's display of power, they understood instinctively that it was beyond the capacity of their subordinates to withstand. They hastily prepared to shield themselves, for the loss of 14 holy ones would be a grievous blow. Scoundrel! How dare you? The demon lord was the first to notice the two ancient figures acting treacherously. Launching their assault, the 5 of them soared into the skies, radiating formidable laws of the holy ones. A torrent of demonic energy surging forth. 3,000 stars blazed across the horizon, and an overwhelming aura of the Dragon King permeated the space. A grand human momentum pressed down upon the heavens, while the ruler of the divine clan was equally resolute, his divine light enveloping the entire area like a celestial disk. Wang Xian's eyes glinted with derision. If his starry hand could be so easily thwarted, then his physical prowess would be rendered moot. The hand, extending from the galaxy, shattered the surrounding space and obliterated numerous laws that lie in the face of that mighty hand. The sacred laws of the saints crumbled like fragile cookie edifices, scattering in an instant. The relentless surge of bloodthirst and malevolence met the palm without causing it to halt. Rather, the force of the hand intensified. In less than the blink of an eye, it descended, instilling dread in the souls of the 14. Alas, this was the final moment of their existence. The sky was darkened, and endless starlight faded. The souls and bodies of the 14 disintegrated into dust, leaving no trace of survival. The tyrannical grasp of the demon god was not something to be withstood by mere mortals. Chapter 191. The Mysterious Divine Clan. The Innate Divine Clan. How dare you? The rulers of the 2 continents felt their hair stand on end as dozens of saints materialized behind them, enveloping the void in an overwhelming sacred aura. The atmosphere was tense, as if a battle was imminent. The 5 continental sovereigns hastily summoned their hidden forces, unleashing an army of ancient, venerable beings, each a half-step away from the realm of soul refinement. A total of 100, surrounding Wang Xuanzhi layer upon layer. They could not allow anything to happen to him. The 2 continent rulers glared at Wang Xuanzhi, their eyes ablaze with fury, their faces twisted in rage. They growled, "You little brat, do you comprehend the calamity you have invoked? We had no intention of revealing ourselves, but you have lifted the veil. Then let us engage in battle." Clearly, the 14 saints were a painstakingly nurtured force, and their loss grieved the rulers deeply. With that, 500 more saints appeared behind them, each embodying the strength of the saintly realm. The people from the origin continent retreated hastily. The sheer might of 500 saints was overwhelming, and they felt their knees weaken under its weight. The forces of the Hongmeng continent and the Shura continent drew closer to their respective rulers, shedding their voluminous robes to reveal their true forms clad in armor. Fully prepared for war, a staggering 200 million soldiers from the Shura and Hongmeng continents appeared on the scene, each exuding an aura akin to the peak of human cultivation, merely a step away from the half-step saint level. They were the elite troops, having invested heavily in their preparation. Even those from the Hongmeng continent, who feared Wang Xuanzhi, now found their resolve solidified. Regardless of past events, their loyalty lay with their continent. Whatever the rulers commanded, they must obey. They had convened earlier, determined to conquer the origin continent. Meanwhile, Zhang Lian and the 3 demonesses remained seated, showing no inclination to intervene. Wang Xuanzhi alone was sufficient to deal with the rabble before him. His formidable strength rendered them inconsequential. Even if the Tree clan were to arrive, it would make no difference. Observing the tense expressions of those around him, Wang Xuanzhi couldn't help but chuckle softly. "You pitiful weaklings lack the audacity to confront me. Speak. Who is it that stands behind you? Are they the 2 hidden in the void, or the 3 who lurk in the shadows? The might of these 5 individuals surpasses the limits of this land. How can they still be present? This piques my curiosity." Wang Xuanzhi's words shattered the eerie atmosphere, instilling dread in the leaders. They had failed to detect the 5 he mentioned. Throughout, they had been oblivious to the ominous aura surrounding them. Cold sweat dripped from the foreheads of the Shura and Hongmeng rulers. That Wang Xuanzhi could discern the realm of those 5 indicated that his own power was on par with theirs. Fortunately, the 5 had arrived. Otherwise, their lives would have been forfeit. Oh, how intriguing! A powerful, ethereal voice resonated from the void, seemingly emerging from nowhere. The highest point of this realm, 5 cloaked figures gradually materialized, their features obscured and their voices indistinct. Their origins remained a mystery. Moreover, Wang Xuanzhi's supreme eye began to scrutinize the 5, only to find their essence shrouded in ambiguity, eluding his comprehension that it was the first time the supreme eye had proven ineffective. Unexpectedly, this insignificant ant can perceive our presence. Your strength is not to be underestimated. I offer you a choice. Surrender to my divine palace and serve as our subordinate, enjoying riches and glory, or face death. Yao Yao and Xian Xian observed the five from above, exchanging glances before withdrawing their gaze. Yao Yao curiously inquired, "Why can't the hosts I discern the essence of these five?" Xian Xian replied steadily, "Because there exists a race known as the innate divine clan. Their essence is intertwined with this universe, making them a unique existence. These individuals likely represent the imminent threat we speak of. Their strength surpasses even that of the innate divine rank that as Xian Xian spoke. She displayed no sign of concern. Rather, a glimmer of schadenfreude flickered in her eyes. Yao Yao, still bewildered, nodded in understanding that moment. The voice of the origin human god system echoed. "All right, Xian Xian, do not tease Yao Yao any longer. The reason the host cannot perceive the essence of these innate divine clans is that they possess no essence at all. Their strength derives from the power of their race. Unlike that of humans or demons, they are among the first beings to inhabit this universe, born at the divine rank. Of course, humans and demons are not to be trifled with. The innate humans, origin demons, and longevity ancestors are formidable races capable of rivaling them. The present-day humans and demons are merely diluted descendants of ancient bloodlines, their essence long since thinned. The aura of the five had now reached that of the divine rank. Wang Xuanzhi, however, felt no excessive trepidation. Even though his supreme eye could not discern their essence, he could still perceive their fluctuating power. The light of his supreme eye pierced through the chaos, revealing the true visages of the five. Their skin glimmered in a spectrum of colors: gold, green, earthy brown, red, and blue. Each bore a square-shaped gem on their foreheads, encapsulating the five powerful elemental origins. The rulers of the five clans appeared solemn, keenly aware of the formidable presence these five mysterious individuals exuded. Wang Xuanzhi soared into the sky, disregarding the crowd below, and charged directly at the five, showing no intent to waste words. His colossal fist summoned countless strands of chaotic energy, while the divine and demonic specters behind him swung their immense fists in unison. Chapter 192. The innate five elemental divine clan. You insignificant ant possesses some merit. One of the five mysterious figures unveiled his hood, revealing his golden skin. A radiant golden light emanated from the gem on his forehead, exuding an aura of innate metal elements, sharp and fierce. Sweeping across the battlefield like a lethal white tiger aimed at Wang Xuanzhi. This time, unlike before, his power had transcended the limits of this realm, yet the realm did not reject him. Meanwhile, Wang Xuanzhi restrained his strength, refraining from unleashing his full might. If he did, the realm would cast him aside, leaving the five free to do as they pleased with the origin continent, which would become their dominion without guardians. Wang Xuanzhi's divine and demonic fists clashed with the lethal white tiger, two immense forces colliding in the void that as anticipated. Wang Xuanzhi's restrained power led him to be repelled, but he quickly regained his footing. The lethal white tiger, as expected, was obliterated by his punch. The golden-skinned man raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Oh, how fascinating. This ant has some skill, managing to survive under my lethal white tiger's claw." It seems the divine palace was correct. There is something about you that piques our interest. The five were drawn to the origin continent with the intent to uncover Wang Xuanzhi through the conflict among the three continents. Now that he had indeed appeared, he had unwittingly fallen into their grasp. His fate hung precariously in their hands. Wang Xuanzhi could not unleash his full potential without incurring the realm's rejection. If he did unleash his entirety, the five might perish, yet they could send others in their stead. At that moment, Wang Xuanzhi found himself effectively banished, rendering the continent theirs for the taking. In this back and forth, they had successfully constrained him. "Young master, be cautious," the demon lord shouted, alarmed at the sight of Wang Xuanzhi being sent flying. The overwhelming aura of the five instilled a sense of dread within them. Wang Xuanzhi offered a reassuring glance and addressed one of the figures. "I underestimated you." With that, the demonic specter behind him surged skyward. At this juncture, Wang Xuanzhi had no intention of holding back any longer. Rather than remaining on the defensive, he chose to strike first. Even if rejected by this vast expanse of heaven and earth, he would still obliterate it, for no one could hinder his resolve. No longer holding back, he summoned countless threads of chaotic and primordial energy, manifesting a celestial sword in his grasp. Moreover, an ethereal visage of the celestial emperor emerged behind him, two towering presences filling the sky, the starry deity of the western heavens. Imposing and domineering, and the ethereal celestial emperor of the eastern realms, elusive and spectral. In that moment, it seemed as if these magnificent entities extended their vast hands toward the five, launching a formidable assault. The man clad in golden robes radiated an overwhelming golden light, while a diamond-shaped gem upon his forehead emanated boundless divine brilliance. Merging with the golden aura to unleash unprecedented power, the colossal golden shield formed before the five. Another figure, draped in earthy-toned robes, bore a soil-colored diamond on his brow, exuding the weighty essence of earth. When the earth's element met the golden energy, they fused once more, enveloping the golden shield in a dense layer of earth. Both simultaneously bellowed. Gold and earth converge. Primordial five elements. The fusion of their powers resulted in the celestial emperor's hand colliding heavily with the shield, causing the hand to grow increasingly spectral, while the shield began to dissipate quietly. Yet, the starry deity's hand followed closely. Intent on offering no respite to the five at this juncture, Wang Xuanzhi appeared, slashing his sword upward, summoning a radiant sword light stretching millions of zhong, the fabled sword of creation. Aiming to shatter both the five and the heavens above, from amidst this chaos, a man in a red robe and another in green emerged. An inferno of void flames erupted from the former, as the square diamond on his forehead began to radiate potent fire elements, countering the sword's momentum. Meanwhile, the green-robed man exuded vibrant life force, causing trees to surge from the ground around him, while he absorbed the vitality of the land, growing ever more powerful. That a colossal tree, reminiscent of the legendary Chaos Divine Tree, arose before the five, shielding them from the Celestial Emperor's onslaught. Yet, as the towering tree began to crumble under the Celestial Emperor's assault, it transformed into countless tendrils cascading from above. Among the five, only the figure clad in blue did not engage. He conjured a magnificent dragon of water elements, which surged toward Wang Xuanzhi. Imbued with a unique dragon's might, neither belonging to the dragon clan nor the demon clan, but rather artificially bestowed. The dense water elements he wielded were not merely ordinary spiritual water, but heavy water. Each of these individuals was extraordinary, their singular and powerful elemental forces representing primordial existence, a stark contrast to those of later origin. Wang Xuanzhi felt the stirring of primordial energy within him. He proclaimed, "The primordial has three strikes, the first being formless." The vast primordial energy surged, enveloping the water dragon. The primal energy, like mist, billowed forth from every direction, slowly encroaching upon the dragon. Under the onslaught of this primordial force, the water dragon began to dissipate, ultimately revealing its true nature as heavy water, an elemental form of primordial essence that even Wang Xuanzhi's energy could not easily alter. The ensuing chaos was indeed troublesome for Wang Xuanzhi, who realized his primordial energy had little effect on these primordial beings. Their forms were already their true selves, and his efforts to weaken them were minimal. To defeat them required an ascendant power that transcended this realm. Ah, this is primordial energy. This young man is truly remarkable, the five exclaimed in astonishment, recognizing Wang Xuanzhi's unusual prowess. As the leaders of the five tribes realized their inability to assist, they turned their wrath toward the lords of Shura and Hongmeng. For all this turmoil was instigated by them, and their vengeance could not be sated without their demise. That a great battle loomed as the 200 million strong army of Shura and Hongmeng surged toward the origin continent. Being the battlefield of the origin continent, mobilizing forces was swift, with soldiers gathering from all directions, their numbers swelling into the millions in mere moments. However, these forces were not as formidable as the millions from the opposing armies. As both sides had come prepared, bringing forth their most elite warriors, "Die!" roared the demon lord, unleashing a torrent of demonic energy, the might of the saints no longer concealed. The overwhelming aura surged forth toward the Lord of Shura, while the human lord, a frail old man, stood tall, muscles rippling as he readied a formidable punch against the Shura lord. Jiang Lian, Mo Hua, and the others sprang into action, unwilling to witness their homeland ravaged by the other two continents. The Phoenix Lord unleashed a breathtaking display of Phoenix power, exhaling an awe-inspiring Phoenix breath, while the radiant forces of law surged forth from her being. She did not employ her full strength, merely channeling the power of the laws inherent to this realm, manifesting a colossal spectral phoenix in the void, spewing the undying flames of the nine hells toward the 200 million strong army below. Under the violet-black flames imbued with death's essence, millions fell within moments. Nangong Qinggu was likewise unrelenting, her celestial lineage fueling a sense of belonging as she conjured thousands of celestial swords to rain down upon the enemy forces. Jiang Lian radiated divine light, while Mo Hua, stripped of her previous gentility, transformed into a fierce warrior wielding a 10-meter-long blade of gathered demonic energy, cleaving into the ranks of the army. The demon lord and his companions watched in awe at the ferocity of the four women. Their brutality unmatched in the blink of an eye. Casualties among the cultivator army exceeded 20 million. The prowess displayed by these four women surpassed their own capabilities, leading to a shared curiosity. Perhaps they too should explore this realm post-battle. Seeking to uncover such strength to aid Wang Xuanzhi. Unbeknownst to Wang Xuanzhi, who remained focused on his battle with the five, his sword danced through the air, its light and intent permeating the surroundings. A domain of sword energy began to form, suppressing all laws and having the power of those within. Wang Xuanzhi struck again, his sword seemingly unaltered, yet the pupils of the red-robed man constricted in terror as a thin red line appeared around his neck. Severing his head from his body, Wang Xuanzhi pressed on, targeting another adversary. The blue-robed man hastily conjured more heavy water for protection, but none discerned the true threat Wang Xuanzhi posed. Fortunately, the heavy water shield appeared just in time, but it was swiftly overwhelmed by a sword light extending 100 zhong, striking down silently. None perceived how Wang Xuanzhi executed his attack. He had not visibly swung his sword, yet it found its mark with precision, evading all scrutiny. The severed head of the red-robed man began to meld back with his body, albeit with the diamond-shaped divine mark on his brow dimmed. How is this possible? Your swordsmanship is astoundingly rapid. I did not even witness your strike, the red-robed man exclaimed in disbelief, fear evident in his eyes. The other four primordial beings regarded Wang Xuanzhi with trepidation. Wary of his next move, Wang Xuanzhi offered no reply, instead moving fluidly toward them, wielding an invisible sword, the sword of the heart, where thought transcended into action. This was one of his most formidable sword techniques. The five individuals initially believed they could easily manipulate Wang Xuanzhi, but their disdain quickly dissipated. They exchanged glances, and the innate divine aura on their foreheads radiated a powerful quintessence of the five elements. Five distinct colored halos merged into a formidable five-colored ring. This ring gradually coalesced. Two chaotic fish of black and white began to rotate slowly, under the movement of these two chaotic fish. Time and space began to transform. In unison, the five shouted, Yin and Yang give rise to the two forms, and the two forms give rise to the four symbols. The innate five elements trace back to their source. Releasing the power of Yin and Yang, beneath the feet of the six, a colossal yin-yang taiji diagram quietly emerged. Consequently, the surrounding scenery altered repeatedly. Wang Xuanzhi and the five vanished into the sky. Arriving in a shattered chaotic space, this realm was suffused with the energies of Yin and Yang, the home ground of the five. The two black and white fish charged toward Wang Xuanzhi. Empowered by the infinite yin-yang energy surrounding them, an irreversible force bore down upon Wang Xuanzhi, leaving him no room for resistance. At that moment, he felt an inexplicable law suppressing him, preventing him from channeling the chaotic energy within, rendering him utterly powerless. This was the tyranny of Yin and Yang, capable of reversing fate and life, disrupting one's vitality and the source of their power. Chapter 194. The Death of Five. The unknown entity traverses the river of time, unfortunately. The group underestimated Wang Xuanzhi that he chuckled lightly, having anticipated their tactics, realizing they merely wielded the power of Yin and Yang. Hearing his words, the five erupted into laughter. Kid, you are oblivious to your impending doom. Is it merely the power of the five elements? The power of Yin and Yang? Do you not know that this power is among the mightiest laws in existence? Such arrogance will surely lead to your end. Wang Xuanzhi shook his head slowly, choosing not to argue further. His eyes emitted divine light, as the manifestations of the dark Yin and bright Yang gradually appeared. Two children, one a girl with her hair in a topknot, the other a boy in a belly band. The two blinked their innocent eyes in bewilderment. Little ghost, you dare send two children? The blue-robed man sneered, disregarding Wang Xuanzhi's actions. Wang Xuanzhi softly commanded, Zhao, Yuying, go and devour these two hefty fish. The yin-yang energy within is immensely nourishing. Initially confused, the two children radiated endless divine light upon hearing Yin and Yang, saliva flowing unconsciously from their mouths to them. The energies of Yin and Yang and the possession of such entities were immensely beneficial. Like starving ghosts reborn, they charged toward the enormous black and white fish attacking Wang Xuanzhi. With a swift motion, they consumed the two yin-yang squids, their bellies swelling rapidly. Satisfied, they patted their stomachs, faces reflecting lingering delight. The five were astonished to see their lethal attack so easily thwarted by two children, their eyes wide in disbelief. What trickery is this, little ghost? Who are these children? Wang Xuanzhi remained silent, since they had foolishly brought themselves into this chaotic space. He no longer needed to hold back his strength. He unleashed the immense chaotic energy within him, channeling 1 billion units of it, the aura radiating from him intensifying. The formidable essence of law began to manifest. Though he had not yet reached the realm of a sage or other heights, he could still wield the powers of law, principle, and the great Tao. A divine and demonic ring materialized in his hand, while a celestial ring appeared in the other. With both hands aglow with divine light, demonic light, and celestial light, he unleashed an overwhelming force that transcended time and space, striking at the five. That these colossal punches resembled those of true celestial emperors and demonic gods, leaving the five no opportunity for defense. With a resounding boom, the chaotic space around them could not withstand the might of the blows and began to shatter. The infinite yin-yang energy was obliterated by the two massive punches. The five possessed no means of resistance, even though they transcended divine realms. With a thunderous crash, they were obliterated from the waist down, leaving nothing behind but the faint glow of the divine auras on their foreheads. Their souls, bound to those auras, emitted vengeful cries. Little ghost, you are doomed. You dare destroy our divine bodies and insult the innate divine race. Do you understand the dire consequences of this? The dark yin and bright yang exchanged disdainful glances. How dare you bully our father? You are seeking death. The energies of yin and yang within them surged violently. Time and space subtly shifted at that moment, as they grasped the diamond-shaped divine auras tightly. From within those auras, resentful voices continued to emanate. Wretched little ghost, let us go. Otherwise, you will face dire consequences. Do you comprehend the might of our divine palace? Do you know how many innate righteous deities dwell within? If you release us now, we may still negotiate. Otherwise, you have truly stepped into the realm of death. Wang Xuanzhi disregarded their threats, focusing instead on the adorable children, who were in perfect harmony with him. With a synchronized motion, they consumed the five divine auras, digesting the potent energies of the dark yin and bright yang completely, leaving not a trace behind. The abundant divine power radiated from their bellies, fortifying their auras and refining the energies of yin and yang. Wang Xuanzhi nodded in satisfaction, prepared to step forward and return to the origin continent. But at that moment, a river of time began to materialize above the shattered space. This river appeared to be teeming with endless temporal currents, concealing colossal entities within. The river of time had buried countless things, preserving ancient secrets through the ages. Now, it manifested before Wang Xuanzhi that a towering figure emerged from the river of time, extending a colossal hand toward him. Under this enormous palm, all laws and principles shattered, overwhelming the surrounding space and obliterating everything in its wake. The sheer magnitude of this hand instilled a sense of invincibility in Wang Xuanzhi, a feeling he had never encountered before. Beneath this palm, he felt utterly powerless. The figures of Yao Yao and Xian Xian appeared silently, their expressions growing solemn as they beheld the impending onslaught of the giant hand. This, they believed, was the crisis their elder sister had warned them about. A mysterious entity crossing the river of time to eliminate the host, determined to prevent their growth. Clearly, the host posed a significant threat to them in the future. Thus, they employed their divine powers to traverse the river of time and intercept the host. Xian Xian, what should we do? Should we intervene now? Yao Yao asked, filled with concern. The system, by its nature, was not supposed to intervene casually, lest it disrupt the cosmic balance. Just as they prepared to act, the voice of the chaos demon god resonated. Do not intervene just yet. The host has a plan to resolve this. Chapter 195. The past emerges. Slaying the unknown with ease, sensing a fleeting breath of imminent demise, Wang Xuanzhi felt as though he was half a step into the netherworld. At that moment, a golden light flickered within him. This was an extension of the source bound to him by the first system. The seldom-seen void system manifested. That a voice echoed in Wang Xuanzhi's mind. Indeed, it is awakening. This forbidden physique is beginning to stir. The veil that has shrouded it for billions of years is lifting, and the invincible master of the past is returning. This voice was inaudible to Wang Xuanzhi, nor did the four systems within him perceive it. At that moment, his original physique began to awaken, as the auras of the celestial emperor, dragon phoenix, human sovereign, and demon god dissipated, leaving behind only the most primal, unadorned essence. Upon closer inspection, this essence bore no distinction from that of an ordinary person. If one could peer into Wang Xuanzhi's origin, they would discover that an entire universe was being birthed within him. Infinite pathways spread throughout, weaving into a net-like pattern that enveloped his entire being. The Chaos Demon God system understood that Wang Xuanzhi possessed a hidden trump card due to the mysterious energy that recently surged into his body, which was not part of the four systems. This energy assured her that Wang Xuanzhi would indeed turn peril into safety. In a fleeting moment of distraction, Wang Xuanzhi's eyes flickered, awakening the memories of the heavens once more. He was no longer Wang Xuanzhi. Rather, the memories of his past life took precedence. Once the golden light faded, he would revert to his former self. The colossal hand of the heavens loomed ominously, mere inches from his face, while the surrounding space dissolved into a fine mist. He suddenly lifted his head, his voice calm and resonant, echoing like the depths of the underworld. Who dares to raise a hand against me? As his voice boomed, the surrounding space returned to its original state. The shattered fabric of time and space began to mend, and an endless array of multicolored light blossomed. The myriad pathways of the cosmos materialized around Wang Xuanzhi. His figure emanated an air of authority, and his robes shifted, appearing to be inscribed with the most potent principles of the universe. In his left hand, the essence of the pathway of time manifested, while in his right, the essence of the pathway of space emerged. Gradually, he fused the two into a singularity, creating the pathway of time and space. Under the gaze of his supreme eyes, the infinite threads of causality began to unfurl around him. This was the pathway of causality, tracing back to the origin of the great hand that had appeared, plunging deep into the river of time. His fist, imbued with the power of time and space, collided with the descending hand of the heavens, which shattered like a mere illusion. How could this be? A voice, filled with disbelief, echoed through the river of time. The unknown entity was perplexed, unable to comprehend how Wang Xuanzhi could thwart his lethal strike. Despite their apparent disparity in strength, within the river of time, the unknown presence unleashed several strikes, leaving Wang Xuanzhi no chance for survival. His expression remained indifferent as his body levitated, vanishing from sight. The surrounding space began to flow gently, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself above the river of time. That he gazed down into its depths, a hint of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. He murmured softly, "Is this the river forged by years and time? Do they intend to use it against my past self? Only those ancient immortals wish to suppress me, but my reincarnation is now inevitable. They think they can extinguish me. How could they possibly succeed?" With that thought, his overwhelming aura surged forth. As it did, the pathways of the cosmos bowed in submission. The river of time began to churn violently. As if in fear and trembling, countless treasures radiated boundless brilliance from his form. The threads of causality traced the location of the unknown presence, and Wang Xuanzhi stepped into that realm, appearing directly where the unknown entity had ambushed him. Concealed within a corner of the river of time stood an elderly man, cloaked in an aura of death, teetering on the brink of the grave. Yet, he exuded a powerful imperial presence, his vitality deceptively robust. Giving only the illusion of decay, the essence of the pathway of death radiated from him, and all around succumbed to silence, none spared. His skeletal hand morphed into a massive, blood-red skull, surging toward Wang Xuanzhi once more. A look of horror crossed Wang Xuanzhi's face. How is this possible? How can you, with such strength, traverse the river of time to find me? Ant, do not seek your own demise. Allow me to demonstrate that the might of the Heavenly Emperor is not to be trifled with. A smile played at the corners of Wang Xuanzhi's lips. Heavenly Emperor? What is that? Merely an ant that can be crushed with a single arm. As the blood-red skull approached Wang Xuanzhi, it shattered under the immense pressure of his overwhelming aura, dissipating the essence of the pathway of death that had surrounded the elder. The pathway of death, upon encountering Wang Xuanzhi, behaved like a child before its grandfather, daring not to show any defiance. The elder's eyes widened in disbelief, utterly dazed. How is this possible? How could your strength be so formidable? I am the Heavenly Emperor, the sovereign of this universe. Wang Xuanzhi shook his head, his gaze devoid of emotion. There is nothing impossible. With that, the essence of the pathway of death manifested in his hand, even more profound than the elder's understanding. This essence solidified into a tangible force. A mere breath of its presence could extinguish a life. Wang Xuanzhi conjured a blood-red skull that surged toward the elder, immobilizing him in the corner of the river of time with the aura of the pathways binding him. The speed of the blood-red skull eluded capture. And as the elder watched in horror, it slowly merged with his being. He dissolved into a pool of blood, vanishing from existence. The pathways crumbled, his soul shattered, and his flesh disintegrated, an irrevocable death. Such was the uniqueness of the pathway of death, to extinguish soul, body, and principle, rendering rebirth impossible. Wang Xuanzhi completed this task with an air of indifference, as if he had merely crushed an insignificant insect. He turned his gaze toward the river of time, his eyes shimmering with supreme light. In his chest, the supreme bone and supreme eye resonated momentarily, and the figures of the 9 heavens and 10 earths surged forth from him, appearing before Wang Xuanzhi. Observing the equally imposing and invincible aura of this supreme figure, Wang Xuanzhi felt a sense of familiarity. Though he could not place it, the figure, obscured, revealed only its silhouette, speaking with a voice tinged with nostalgia and a hint of solitude. The pathways of the world have shattered. The era belonging to you and me has long passed. I had intended for this fragment of my true essence to bequeath to my future successor for preservation. Yet, I encounter you, my familiar friend. Wang Xuanzhi remained puzzled, yet the feeling of familiarity deepened within him. The golden light merely represented a fragment of his past life's memories, not the entirety. Had it been so, his consciousness in this life might have been entirely supplanted by the memories of the previous one. Unable to withstand such overwhelming recollections, the supreme figure continued. The heavens have fractured. The universe is being reforged, the cycle of billions of years. The end of the pathway leads to annihilation, and the conclusion of annihilation is rebirth. A cycle of billions of years. This is the law of existence in this universe. Yet, how many can transcend this realm? In this life, your time is limited. If you wish to transcend this universe and witness the source of that epoch, further effort is required. Although your strength surpasses that of your past life and foundation, it is still insufficient. Wang Xuanzhi nodded, his understanding deepening. Upon hearing the supreme figure speak of the universe's fragmentation and the emergence of epochs, a gravity settled in his gaze. These were the most ancient secrets of his past life. At this juncture, the domineering supreme figure burst into laughter, a sound that reverberated throughout the 9 heavens and 10 earths. All realms heard this laugh, imbued with solitude, desolation, and sorrow, as if it were a tangible presence, lingering heavily in the hearts of all that laugh at the world laughs back. Once one enters the realm of supremacy, they are bound for eternity. To not transcend is to remain emptied. I in my earthly life. It is only the legacy of this human path that I hold dear. I in the past. You overlooked this path. In the final battle of the great principles, the absence of a path of humanity led to a regrettable defeat. Now, through the cycles of karma, you have become my successor, chasing the unfulfilled dreams of my past. Ascend to the pinnacle of transcendence, and together we shall behold that which I long for. With a hearty laugh, the resonance of the supreme figure faded, and the fragment of true essence within the supreme bone and supreme eye slowly dissolved, melding into Wang Xuanzhi's being. Within his mind, the pathways of the earthly realm and the human path rooted themselves deeply in his core. The domineering aura within Wang Xuanzhi gradually dissipated, the memories integrating into the depths of his consciousness. Once again sealed away, restoring him to his original state. What has happened? Why has that unsettling aura vanished? Where am I now? He looked around, bewildered, standing upon the river of time. He felt a surge of panic. The mysterious presence below could obliterate him with a mere hint of its power. He found himself utterly immobile, unable to progress. System, help me, he cried out. I truly need your assistance this time. Now, the Wang Xuanzhi who stood there starkly contrasted with the previous embodiment of dominance. Resembling a master of the great principles, now appearing more like a fool. Within him, the 4 companions, Yao Yao, Xian Xian, Momo, and Yuan Yuan, were equally astonished. The overwhelming aura Wang Xuanzhi had just exuded equaled that of a master of the great principles. Leaving them in awe, they felt a strange familiarity with that aura, as if they had encountered it before, though they could not recall where. The voice of the chaos demon god system echoed softly. What exactly was that aura from the host just now? How can it be so prosperous? What secrets does the host possess? Why do we fail to comprehend? The host's origins are shrouded in obscurity, their lineage resembling an enigma of layered concealment. Within Wang Xuanzhi's being, the ethereal silhouette of the primordial being scrutinizes his essence intently. Ultimately, she slowly shakes her head, acknowledging the host's profound mystery. This perhaps explains why we are drawn to the host. The aura surrounding him could propel us further. Yet, these are matters for another time. For now, we must rescue the host. Otherwise, with his current aura and power, he may not survive long within the river of time. Indeed, with a graceful wave of her hand, the celestial figure ensnares Wang Xuanzhi, extracting him from the currents of time and transporting him to the realm of chaos. Wang Xuanzhi, feeling a pang of anxiety, gently pats his chest. That was a close call. He felt as though he were on the brink of falling. Upon stepping out of the fragmented chaos, he arrives at the origin continent, where the leaders of various races are fiercely battling the two lords of the Shura continent. The Shura and Xianming lords, flanked by millions of elite soldiers, are engaged in a fierce struggle against the tens of millions of soldiers from the origin continent, who are continuously pouring in. The five lords, all stained with blood, are clearly facing significant depletion. The newly appointed lords of Shura and Xianming possess formidable strength. Upon his arrival, Wang Xuanzhi refrains from immediate action, instead reflecting on the two women who had previously drawn him into moments of delight. He recalls their claim of having reached the semi-emperor realm, a state that should surpass the divine realm. Why do they linger on these two continents? Moreover, their intention to seek vengeance in the heavenly domain perplexes him, as he has encountered neither of them in the 3,000 heavenly realms. This implies the existence of other heavenly domains, and that the emperor realm is not the pinnacle of cultivation. Shaking off his thoughts, he descends towards the conflict below. If he does not intervene soon, the five lords will suffer grievous losses. After all, he owes them a debt of gratitude, despite their frequent trickery. The sword of celestial path manifests in his hand, a beam of sword light slicing through the air, transcending time and space, landing squarely upon the two lords. Before they can react, they feel a chill enveloping them. Looking down, they discover their lower halves severed by a single stroke. The combined forces of Shura and Xianming, witnessing the grievous injury to their lords, cease their hostilities. However, the hundreds of saints behind them, sensing Wang Xuanzhi's presence, turn their ire towards him, determined that he must not survive. Little ghost, die. How dare you harm our lords? We shall see how many lives you possess. The collective aura of the hundreds of saints converges, charging towards Wang Xuanzhi. With a sigh, he reflects on their disbelief in his invincibility. I have warned you not to provoke me, yet you persist in seeking your demise. With that, his sword moves once more. A flicker of sword light pierces through the saints' laws, shattering them like fragile bubbles. The saints, sensing death's approach, hastily summon their laws and the power of the heavens to shield themselves from Wang Xuanzhi's blade. Yet, this sword energy, surpassing the saint realm, cannot be easily dismissed. The silvery blade slices through their defenses as effortlessly as cutting through tofu, cleaving through their very beings. In an instant, they are left with no opportunity to summon their laws again. As the sword energy obliterates their holy souls and bodies, the blood of hundreds of saints spills forth, saturating the heavens. As the world mourns their fall, the allied forces below cease their struggle. Stripped of their fighting spirit, the soldiers of Xianming continent are thrust back into the haunting memories of their previous encounters with Wang Xuanzhi, where he single-handedly decimated millions of their ranks. Now, the scene is hauntingly familiar. As he slaughters hundreds of saints from the two continents, it is evident that with such a loss of saints, the two continents will suffer greatly, destined to become vassals of the origin continent. Such is the brutal reality of war. To initiate conflict is to accept its dire consequences. Coldly, Wang Xuanzhi concludes the carnage, descending slowly from the skies. Is the young master truly this formidable? The five race lords are left speechless in astonishment. They had never anticipated Wang Xuanzhi's immense power. If he possesses such might, why should they exert themselves further, especially when they are already wounded? The human lord chuckles heartily. I knew the young emperor would rise to greatness. Wang Xuanzhi, you are ready to uphold the banner of our human race. Others share in his joy, including the demon lord, celestial lord, divine lord, and of course, the beast lord. These five lords are not to be underestimated. The demon lord, for instance, had nourished Wang Xuanzhi with the demon queen's milk during his infancy. The divine lord had sacrificed his own daughter. The old azure dragon had even sold the fire emperor. Each of these lords has invested heavily within their factions. Witnessing Wang Xuanzhi's formidable prowess, the soldiers of the origin continent raised their weapons high, chanting, "Long live the young master." Wang Xuanzhi accepts their adulation with composure. Surveying the battlefield, he notices the allied forces have lost their will to fight. Not wishing to engage in needless slaughter, he retracts his sword intent and acknowledges the five lords with a nod. Returning to their side, Liu Wanjun and Wang Ziwang have been observing from a distance, marveling at the celestial, godlike youth their son has become. He seems almost unrecognizable, and so powerful at such a tender age. He is destined to become a legend within the annals of the origin continent. Amused by their bewilderment, Wang Xuanzhi chuckles. What is this? Mother, father, do you not recognize me? Hearing the familiar yet distant terms of endearment, Lu Wanjun snaps back to reality, beaming with excitement as she affectionately ruffles Wang Xuanzhi's hair. Wang Xuanzhi then casts a glance towards the four maidens nearby. Exchanging a knowing look, they shyly approach Lu Wanjun, each nervously gripping their garments. Hesitant to speak, Lu Wanjun beams at them. Sensing that the gathering is not the ideal setting for conversation, she subtly gestures to Wang Xuanzhi, who promptly understands and begins to channel the spatial laws, transporting them back to the evergreen Wang family's abode. The five race lords, seeing this unfold, leave a significant portion of their forces to manage the aftermath of the battle, eagerly wishing to inquire Wang Xuanzhi about the mysteries of the secret realm that allowed their powers to surge so rapidly. Most importantly, they are curious about his acceptance of the four maidens, indicating it may be time to consider matters of legacy and progeny. In the evergreen Wang family's council chamber, the human lord, unable to contain his anxiety, asks, Wang Xuanzhi, did you not encounter Qingli? Noticing that the other race's maidens have met Wang Xuanzhi, while the human race's representative has not, he grows increasingly anxious. Wang Xuanzhi's heart races. Qingli, isn't she his senior sister from the Sword Immortal sect? Why would the human lord know her? Moreover, what of the celestial maiden Qingli? This leaves him somewhat perplexed. The demon lord, celestial lord, divine lord, and beast lord, having already witnessed the unfolding events, choose to remain silent, understanding the delicacy of the situation. Meanwhile, Lu Wanjun is unable to contain her joy, reveling in the presence of such beautiful daughters-in-law. Wang Ziwang, on the other hand, feels a twinge of envy. Throughout his life, he has loved only Lu Wanjun and has taken no other wife. Yet, his son seems to have a different fate. Sensing Wang Ziwang's envious gaze, Wang Xuanzhi grins. Lu Wanjun ushers everyone out, leaving only the four maidens. Her warm smile never falters as she draws them close to her side, sharing stories of their experiences with Wang Xuanzhi. Outside, the remaining onlookers sigh softly. The human lord, still anxious, presses, Wang Xuanzhi, did you truly not encounter her? Wang Xuanzhi slowly shakes his head. The divine lord interjects, what of the gains from this secret realm journey? His expression reveals anticipation that we invested considerable effort to transport you into that small world, enabling substantial growth and strengthening bonds. Small world? What small world? Wang Xuanzhi retorts that we ventured into the heavenly domain, a perilous realm, brimming with saints and dangers at every turn. It is not some trivial small world. The lords of the five races are left dumbfounded, exchanging bewildered glances. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Wang Xuanzhi quickly realized that he had once again been ensnared by these five old men, who had inadvertently transported him to an incorrect location. That a wave of frustration washed over him as he sighed softly, lamenting his incessant misfortunes. Ever since his birth, he had been duped by that serpentine system, and now he found himself ensnared by these five old codgers. Fortunately, he considered himself resilient. Otherwise, he would have long succumbed to despair. The group surrounded Wang Xuanzhi, their expressions laden with concern. Young master, where have you been sent? They inquired anxiously. Wang Xuanzhi fixed his gaze upon the five elders and articulated distinctly, the celestial domain, the 3,000 celestial domains. What? The alarmed expressions of the five clan leaders mirrored their trepidation, as they secretly broke into a cold sweat. The celestial domain was a perilous realm where even they felt like mere ants, let alone Wang Xuanzhi, who had yet to attain the saint realm. A sense of dread enveloped them. Wang Xuanzhi had not only found the four women in that treacherous place, but had also managed to survive. His return suggested that he had undoubtedly faced numerous dangers. Yet correspondingly, he must have gained much in terms of legacy and knowledge. Otherwise, the rapid ascension of the four women's cultivation levels would be inexplicable, as would the swift enhancement of Wang Xuanzhi's own powers. The awkwardness among them was palpable. Fortunately, Wang Xuanzhi seemed magnanimous. Otherwise, the five would have found themselves in dire straits for having sent him to such a treacherous location. The demon lord's expression shifted suddenly, and he scratched his head. I just remembered that I have a few pieces of clothing at home that need collecting, that I must return to fetch them. Without further ado, he slipped away. The human lord and the divine lord exchanged knowing glances and chimed in. Young master, we have a slight stomach ache and urgent matters to attend to as well. The two representatives from the immortal and demon clans looked on, bemused by the hasty retreat of the three shameless elders. At that moment, Wang Xuanzhi's attention was fixed intently on the two remaining individuals, determined to prevent their escape. He was poised to demand an explanation. Surely, at least two of them must remain. The two were caught in a dilemma, unsure whether to stay or flee. The fierce aura Wang Xuanzhi had just emanated made it evident that he possessed the strength to reprimand them, and they dared not resist. Even uttering a curse seemed unwise. Leaving them in a state of uncertainty, Wang Xuanzhi let out a gentle sigh and waved his hand. "You may leave." The two breathed a sigh of relief and fled without looking back. Observing the 5 figures retreating into the distance, he made his way to a secluded area of the evergreen Wang clan and inquired of the system, "Xian, Yao Yao, what transpired earlier? Why did that unknown presence vanish within the river of time? Was it your doing?" This question had long piqued his curiosity. He often experienced sudden lapses in memory, unable to recall previous events, a phenomenon that had occurred thrice. Xian and Yao Yao fell silent, offering no explanation. The voice of the origin human god system resonated in his mind. "Host, we are also unaware of this matter. Shouldn't you be focusing on enhancing your strength? The day of your binding approaches swiftly." Upon hearing this, Wang Xuanzhi's expression sharpened. He abruptly smacked his knee and stood up. "Oh, right? I almost forgot the crucial task. System, you mentioned that once I overcome this crisis and emerge victorious in the Chaos Grand Tournament, I would ascend directly to the Saint Realm. It is now time for you to fulfill your promise." Wang Xuanzhi was perpetually fixated on completing this task and elevating his cultivation level. The origin human god system acknowledged his intent with a nod from a distant ethereal form that a golden light emanated from her hand, gradually descending into Wang Xuanzhi's being. In that instant, his cultivation soared, ascending from the nascent soul stage, through the transformation stage, to the illusory stage, ultimately reaching the Saint Realm. A golden radiance erupted from within him, enveloping the entire evergreen Wang clan. This extraordinary phenomenon quickly captured the attention of the 5 clan leaders, who turned their gazes toward the direction where Wang Xuanzhi had just stood. Golden lotuses blossomed in the void around him. The great Tao resonated in celebration. This was the manifestation of Wang Xuanzhi's entry into the Saint Realm. Not only that, but the entire origin continent was alive with celestial congratulations, the laws rejoicing, and myriad pathways celebrating. The fragrant air and the sounds of the Tao permeated the atmosphere. Every individual who ascended to the Saint Realm would grasp the laws unique to them. These laws varied from person to person. For instance, if one learned the law of fire upon entering the Saint Realm, they would carry that understanding through to their ultimate divine status. Upon breaking through to the Emperor Realm, they would acquire even more potent laws, referred to as Tao laws. Tao laws integrate with the grand principles, unleashing a power that transcends the mere laws. Wang Xuanzhi's heart gradually calmed as he recognized his newfound status in the Saint Realm. He now faced the pivotal choice of selecting a law to serve as his foundational principle. It was widely known that an individual could only cultivate one law. For instance, those from the demon clan practiced the demon Tao law, while subsequent advancements stemmed from that initial path. Yet, Wang Xuanzhi found himself in a dilemma. He possessed 4 of the most formidable physiques, each corresponding to the realms of humanity, demons, divinity, and immortality. Additionally, he bore the legacy of a true divine realm. Although he had never tapped into it, before him lay 4 choices, demanding that he select one. System, he inquired, is it truly the case that upon reaching the Saint Realm, one can only choose a single law and not multiple? Xian offered no response, nor did she refute his question. Instead, she vaguely stated, "Look, host, your choices are subjective." Receiving such an ambiguous reply from Xian instilled confidence in Wang Xuanzhi. Since there was no objection, it implied the possibility of selecting multiple laws. "Why should I limit myself? I shall claim them all," he declared, reaching out to grasp the 4 radiant laws, demon Tao, human Tao, immortal Tao, and divine Tao, as they began to merge into his being. At that moment, the epic void system illuminated with brilliance, revealing a law akin to a divine law before Wang Xuanzhi. Silently integrated into his essence. The 5 formidable laws coalesced, forming a circular law within his being. A radiant light emanated from him, embodying the harmonious intertwining of these 5 laws. Pulsating with vitality, he clenched his fists, feeling the boundless power coursing through him, and murmured softly, "Is this the power of the Saint Realm? This world feels so diminutive under my perception that why every thought and word can evoke the most genuine responses from this realm. Every action I take can govern the lives and deaths of all within this continent. Such is the power of a saint. Words manifest as laws." As he gazed deeply into the horizon, he pondered the implications of his ascent to the Saint Realm. He surmised that upon reaching the Emperor Realm, his body would harbor greater primordial essence, allowing him to bind with the 4 systems. However, the system had granted him a span of 3 years, instilling within him a sense of urgency. If he advanced swiftly, he might just reach the Emperor realm in time. If progress was slow, who could say how many years it might take? By then, the system may no longer exist. He anxiously queried, "System, are there any methods to expedite my strength or directly enhance my realm?" He lacked for strength. He could easily slay those in the divine realm as if they were mere insects. His only shortcoming lay in elevating his realm, a process dictated solely by the system, which he could not pursue actively. If only he could leverage resources, the acclaim from the myriad powers of the 3,000 celestial domains, he could amass enough resources, pills, and treasures to elevate himself to the divine realm. With his understanding, the Emperor realm would be within reach in no time. Strangely enough, while the systems wished to bind with him, the tasks presented had been rather scarce, and the elevation of his realm was slow. He inquired, "Why don't you simply elevate my realm to the Emperor realm? That would facilitate our binding without the need for this drawn-out process." Xian and Yao materialized from within Wang Xuanzhi. The two floated above, their delicate hands clenched into fists, and they struck Wang Xuanzhi's head with force. The painful bump emerged on either side of his skull as he winced, bewildered by their actions. "If we could do that, wouldn't we have done so already?" they retorted. "There are rules governing everything. We cannot contravene them. We must wait for the opportune moment for tasks to be issued. This is a source of frustration for us as well. Otherwise, we would gladly elevate your realm directly. Alas, we cannot." Wang Xuanzhi chuckled sheepishly, realizing he had misjudged the system. He quickly offered his apologies. "My sincere apologies. I may have overthought things." The two women turned their heads away with a huff, disregarding him as they re-entered his being. Wang Xuanzhi gazed at their transformed forms, feeling a warm rush within himself. Alas, he sighed gently as he contemplated all that had transpired. Yuan, and Mo. "When do you intend to transform?" The two women spoke softly, suggesting that they would discuss it further once the host completed the next mission. Wang Xuanzhi nodded. Acknowledging that there was no rush, he pondered how to expedite the enhancement of his own strength. At present, apart from the elevation granted by the system, there existed another avenue: the power of belief. Throughout the origin continent, there were countless individuals who held faith in him. Indeed, it could be said that no one on the origin continent doubted that Wang Xuanzhi was the hope of the future. Save for the divine races, among these believers, the numbers soared into the hundreds of billions. Unfortunately, their levels were still far too feeble, providing Wang Xuanzhi with less potent belief energy compared to the prodigious disciples from the 3,000 heavenly domains. However, there still remained the Shura continent and the Shimming continent. He stroked his chin, contemplating whether he should unify these two continents, thereby garnering the faith of all inhabitants across the land. This would also serve as a significant boost. The sheer number of believers surpassing billions would surely yield greater strength. He counted inwardly, estimating that he possessed approximately 900 billion strands of belief energy within him. With his recent ascension, the belief energy from the origin continent continued to surge. Gradually, this energy began to merge, forming a pillar of belief within his dantian, fortifying his power further. Wang Xuanzhi felt increasingly convinced that this plan was viable. "Very well, let us proceed." With determination etched on his face, he vanished from his location. Setting off towards the Shura continent and the Xianming continent, Liu Junwan and the four women were engaged in lively conversation, each passing down ancestral jewelry to one another. On each of their left wrists rested a jade bracelet, which Liu Junwan had prepared for her future daughters Dash and Dashla. As for why she had prepared so many, it was not merely a belief in her son's boundless potential. Rather, it was prudent to have more than enough. Should Wang Xuanzhi dare pursue so many women, she would not hesitate to break his third leg. However, her own son was different. More daughters-in-law would only lead to a more prosperous lineage. Wang Xuanzhi lamented, "I have nowhere to see our wide-it that moment." Wang Xuanzhi stood in a corner of the Chongqing Wang family estate. Over the past few months, he had discovered unaccounted memories within his mind. Memories that did not belong to him. Moreover, his cultivation realm had rapidly ascended, reaching the refining soul stage much earlier than expected. He was baffled by this phenomenon. "Where do these memories originate?" he murmured softly. A faint, dragon-shaped mark visible on his forehead. He noticed a subtle aura of draconic might beginning to emanate from him. If the system were present, it would recognize this as the mark of a reincarnated individual. This dragon mark indicated that Wang Xuanzhi had once belonged to the dragon lineage in a past life, possessing formidable power. Unbeknownst to Liu Junwan, a faint phoenix mark had begun to appear at the nape of her neck. It was evident that the parents of such an extraordinary child as Wang Xuanzhi could not be mere ordinary beings. At this moment, Wang Xuanzhi had arrived at the familiar gateway to the Hongmeng continent. Stepping through, he proclaimed, "I have arrived at the Hongmeng continent." The leaders of the 5 races each had their own plans. With Wang Xuanzhi's return, it was time to bolster his power. Observing the bellies of the women, none had yet begun to show signs of pregnancy. Time remained ample, as the heavenly realm had yet to send for Wang Xuanzhi, allowing several years for preparation. How is the preparation coming along? The human sovereign wore a sly grin as he regarded the other 4 leaders. They nodded eagerly, each producing a sack filled with unknown items. The human sovereign chuckled, instructing the young sovereign to relish the moment. Recently, they had constructed a splendid palace for the young sovereign and the 4 women to reside in, while the women of the human race could be sought later. This was a unique product of the origin continent. 1 package would sustain 3 days of battle, 2 packages for a month, and 3 packages for a sweep across the seas. Wang Xuanzhi strode through the gate, arriving in the Hongmeng continent. At this juncture, all inhabitants of the Hongmeng continent had gathered at the Sword Gate. Prepared for Wang Xuanzhi's arrival, their continent's ruler had fallen, and the majority of their saints had been slain by Wang Xuanzhi. The Hongmeng and Shura continents now resembled fish trapped in a net, ready for slaughter. Though so many have come to welcome me, Wang Xuanzhi mused, amused by their anticipation. The throngs below, regardless of their cultivation levels, wore expressions of unwavering resolve. They vowed never to surrender, determined not to relinquish the Hongmeng continent. In their hearts, they cursed the lineage of Wang Xuanzhi. "Welcome? We wish you were dead," they thought, brimming with disdain. "This scoundrel speaks with such audacity. I have never encountered such an unrepentant individual." Not a single person among the billions responded to Wang Xuanzhi, and the atmosphere grew tense. Wang Xuanzhi smiled, recognizing the gravity of the situation. He had always prided himself on winning hearts through virtue and decorum. However, the crowd showed no inclination to believe him. "Why do you not trust me?" he sighed, conjuring the ancestral dragonbone sword and the celestial sword. The moment these swords materialized, the soldiers of the Hongmeng continent instinctively recoiled 3 steps. That it was these very weapons that had decimated their forces, taking the lives of millions. The shadow of Wang Xuanzhi loomed large in their memories, a relentless specter of bloodshed. Though they exuded a ghastly aura, Wang Xuanzhi radiated an aura of righteousness. Yet, in contrast, he embodied the true essence of a malevolent fiend, merciless in his slaughter. "How about this? I will not seize any resources from your Hongmeng continent. I merely require you to practice this spell. Once you have mastered it, our grievances will be resolved." With that, radiant golden light emanated from his hands, enveloping the entirety of the Hongmeng continent. Every mind was graced with the teachings of the Demon Emperor's belief technique and the Immortal Emperor's belief technique. Of course, this was merely a fade. Once they had cultivated these techniques and become Wang Xuanzhi's most loyal servants, the resources and territory would be within his grasp. Wang Xuanzhi was, after all, cunningly devious. His words were not to be taken lightly. The crowd exchanged wary glances, pondering the likelihood of receiving such gifts without consequence. Surely, there must be an ulterior motive. They hesitated to examine the techniques closely, fearing hidden dangers within the golden light, perhaps containing puppet spells or insidious curses that could ensnare them. Seeing their reluctance to act, Wang Xuanzhi's eyes narrowed, a glint of danger flickering within them. The might of his sword aura began to radiate, preparing to strike down and establish his dominance. He threatened, "Your fate lies within your hands. I have stated that I require none of your resources, only your commitment to cultivate this technique. There is no harm or enslavement in it. You may trust me. If you doubt my words, feel free to examine it closely. Should this fail to convince you, I will resort to winning you over through my sword." That he raised the ancestral dragonbone sword and the celestial sword, declaring, "These 2 swords represent virtue and decorum. You wish to test them against me?" The expressions of the crowd darkened simultaneously. They knew Wang Xuanzhi harbored ill intentions. What did he mean by winning hearts through virtue and decorum? These swords, named virtue and decor, had taken countless lives. Yet, as they beheld the overwhelming sword light emanating from him, a brave warrior among them, undeterred by fear, steeled himself. He began cautiously examining the techniques, discovering only a profound incantation. Upon reciting it, he found it lodged within his memory. As he attempted to cultivate the technique, he felt no adverse effects. Rather, his spectral power began to swell. "This cannot be. It feels too good to be true," he thought, skepticism still lingering in his mind. "The belly is filled with tainted water, exceedingly vile. Surely, there will be long-term repercussions. Indeed, I will only cultivate this once, and thereafter, I shall cease. Having achieved this, the adversary has no reason to confront us again in the Hongmeng continent. Following my example, others began to explore this technique, their thoughts clear to Wang Xuanzhi, who smirked coldly. Once you have learned this technique, it will be impossible to resist its allure, in the face of strength. All else becomes futile. Who would refuse a free and harmless elevation of their realm? That would be sheer folly. Wang Xuanzhi was unperturbed by the prospect of others abandoning this technique. Rather, he knew that encountering it would be as though one had been infested by a parasitic worm. Impossible to shake off. Observing the crowd engaging in cultivation, Wang Xuanzhi felt a sense of relief. He vanished from this realm, heading to the Shura continent, with 100 billion souls in the Hongmeng continent already subdued. Haste would yield no benefit. Subsequently, the effects and power of the immortal emperor's faith technique and the demon emperor's faith technique would gradually reveal themselves. Likewise, within himself, he would harbor billions of faith energies. Why does this feel so strange? Wang Xuanzhi's demeanor is akin to that of a villain. Nonsense. There are no villains or heroes in the face of absolute power. This is merely our most righteous protagonist. Chapter 201. The Shura Teleportation Array. Subduing the Shura, Wang Xuanzhi arrived at the Shura continent, where a formidable army lay in ambush, numbering in the tens of billions. They were prepared for a desperate battle. Resolute in their determination to prevent him from enslaving the Shura continent, the Shura shall never be subjugated. Yet, before overwhelming strength, one must bow their head. Wang Xuanzhi observed that the crowd mirrored those from the Hongmeng continent. And two long swords appeared in his hands. He chuckled lightly. I possess two swords. One is named virtue, and the other, reason. I typically prefer to persuade with virtue and reason. The onlookers felt a chill at the sight of the swords. Trembling as they inquired about the methods of persuasion, he replied, to persuade with virtue is to use the sword in my left hand to reduce you to mere sticks. To persuade with reason is to wield the sword in my right hand to turn you into mush. Choose one, or I offer you another option. To cultivate this technique, let bygones be bygones. The crowd internally lamented, cursing and decrying the shamelessness of this scoundrel. How could he have the audacity to utter such words? It was he who had slain their continent's ruler and countless saints, yet he twisted the narrative as if they were the aggressors. Was this not a blatant inversion of truth, a sheer bullying of the innocent? Indeed, Wang Xuanzhi acknowledged, it is merely the oppression of the naive. He said nothing further, awaiting their decision. Meanwhile, the expressions of the Shura became increasingly grim, caught between advancing and retreating. The might and ferocity of Wang Xuanzhi were etched in their minds. He mused, if they still hesitated, it was time to stoke the flames. With a flourish, he drew both swords skyward, cleaving through the vast expanse above, creating two pitch-black rifts stretching for thousands of zhang. The sheer power of Wang Xuanzhi evoked profound trepidation. How could they withstand such might? Despite their imposing numbers, they were no match for Wang Xuanzhi's lethal prowess. He sought only their compliance with the technique, and nothing more. A brief engagement would yield no dire consequences, surely. The crowd began to soften. Noticing their expressions lightening, Wang Xuanzhi nodded in satisfaction. Golden light emanated from him, merging into their minds. As they explored the immortal emperor's faith technique and the demon emperor's faith technique, they would experience an overwhelming surge of faith energy. If the fish were interested in the bait, they would not resist the hook. Wang Xuanzhi had an extraordinary grasp of human nature at that moment. In a corner of the Shura continent, a radiant beam shot skyward, drawing Wang Xuanzhi's attention. His supreme eyes pierced through time and space to the source of the light. This illumination appeared akin to a teleportation array. Its destination unknown, the array emitted abundant spiritual energy, far more advanced than that found on the continent. Spiritual energy, sacred energy, and the energy of heaven and earth flowed from the array, its richness astounding to Wang Xuanzhi. It seemed this teleportation array led to a place unknown, fraught with greater peril. At that moment, the familiar system voice reverberated in Wang Xuanzhi's mind. Ding, congratulations, host, you have triggered a task. Enter the teleportation array and break through the soul refinement and body refinement realms. Wang Xuanzhi was elated. This task was remarkably simple. Merely entering a teleportation array would allow him to transcend two realms. The system clearly understood his desire for rapid advancement and presented him with this opportunity. He was eager to enter the array, glancing impatiently at the still hesitant crowd, his voice cold. Will you choose the former or the latter? Give me a straightforward answer, and I can grant you a swift resolution. With that, his sword aura intensified, the two swords trembling with an echo of their own. The crowd, now devoid of hesitation, abandoned their unrealistic thoughts and hurried to examine the array within the golden light. To their astonishment, they discovered not only that there were no adverse effects, but that their power was indeed advancing to as tens of billions began to doubt. They wondered, could this truly be a gesture of goodwill? To grant us power? Impossible. It must be a ruse. Yet, the allure of the technique was undeniable, allowing for such rapid enhancement of strength, with no visible side effects. The crowd was torn. Some had already begun to practice the technique. In their minds, visions of the demon emperor emerged, their Shura blood energy transforming into Shura demonic energy. Unbeknownst to them, a subtle transformation of their attributes had begun to in the void. An invisible tide of boundless faith energy converged into Wang Xuanzhi's being. Witnessing this development, Wang Xuanzhi nodded in satisfaction and vanished from sight, heading towards the teleportation array on the Shura continent. The origin continent was now devoid of danger. The surrounding Shura and Xianming continents had been reclaimed by Wang Xuanzhi. Once the crowd fully mastered this technique, they would become his most devoted followers. It was merely a matter of time. Now, he sought to elevate his own realm, arriving at the teleportation array in the northwest corner of the Shura continent. Wang Xuanzhi remained vigilant. After sensing the surrounding heavenly power and discovering its pure nature devoid of adverse effects, he stepped inside with ease. He also transmitted a message back to the origin continent. I have discovered a secret realm in the Shura continent. I will investigate further, do not worry, Wang Xuanzhi. Having attained the status of a saint, Wang Xuanzhi was capable of communicating across continents. His every word and action resonated as the words of a saint throughout the land. At that moment, his voice echoed across the continent, prompting the four women to look up in alarm. Wang Xuanzhi was abandoning them. They could not allow this to happen. The four hastily soared from the origin continent, traversing the Xianming continent to arrive at the Shura continent. Alas, they were a step too late. As Wang Xuanzhi stepped into the teleportation array, it vanished just as they arrived, leaving them grasping at empty air. Chapter 202. The Lin family matriarch is no human. After passing through the teleportation array, Wang Xuanzhi found himself in a small realm. The spiritual energy here was even more concentrated, and the power of this realm, in comparison to the laws of heaven and earth on the origin continent, exhibited little disparity. The laws of heaven and earth on the origin continent were not as refined as those in this realm. He surveyed his surroundings, realizing he was amidst a dense forest. His consciousness extended outward. Curious. This realm seemed to suppress my consciousness. How peculiar. Under the pressure of this realm, his perception was not as fluid as before. Previously, he could extend his thoughts for millions of miles, but now it was limited to mere hundreds of thousands. His range had been curtailed by over 10%. Directing his gaze eastward, he spotted a vast city, bustling and vibrant. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have completed the task. Realm breakthrough. Body refinement. Wang Xuanzhi felt the strength of his soul intensify. As his 3 souls and 7 spirits became increasingly refined, the power of his soul grew stronger. In his mind, the vast ocean of his soul began to take shape. Whereas others might possess a small pond, Wang Xuanzhi's soul was an endless, boundless sea. Now, he possesses the ability to harness the power of the soul, merging it with the forces of the universe to create a unique soul pressure that instills fear in others even before a battle begins. This method is employed by many individuals of high cultivation. Upon entering the vast city, Wang Xuanzhi noticed a throng of people hastening in a singular direction. Instinctively, he scanned them with his spiritual sense, discovering that their cultivation levels hovered around the refining soul realm. This was merely an ordinary city, populated by its common citizens. Their prowess astonished him. Even the outstanding talents from the 3,000 heavenly domains barely reached this level. Wang Xuanzhi felt as though all his years of arduous cultivation were in vain, wasted on trivial pursuits. Hurry, hurry. Today marks the commencement of the Lin family's literary banquet. Many young talents were flocking to the event. Don't rush me. I'm hurrying too. Quickly, brothers. If we lag behind, we might miss the Lin family's illustrious young lady. I hear she has returned from the Confucian palace for this occasion. Indeed. It's said that the second daughter of the Lin family has entered the path of Confucianism and is in search of a study companion from within the city. Whoever secures this position will ascend to great heights. What is a study companion? Wang Xuanzhi pondered. Curiosity piqued in this unfamiliar place. He decided to follow the crowd to see for himself as he moved through the city. Thousands of people were converging on the Lin family estate. The grand entrance was bustling with a multitude of individuals, all youthful and possessing considerable cultivation, eager to make their presence known at the banquet. Upon entering the magnificent residence, they found themselves in an expansive space, capable of accommodating millions. With rockeries, flowing water, and pavilions, it was a splendid scholarly courtyard. Wang Xuanzhi melded into the throng, where the number of young disciples exceeded 10,000 and continued to swell as more entered from outside. No one knew anyone else. They merely sought to familiarize themselves with the Lin family. If one caught the attention of the Lin clan, their status would undoubtedly rise. Above the vast square, a smaller platform was designated for the Lin family members. At the highest point, a large table was set, where the young disciples of the Lin family engaged in lively conversation. Among them was a girl of about 10, her eyes wide with wonder as she gazed at the throngs below. She was Lin Nannan, the second daughter of the Lin family, and all those present were there to vie for the position of her study companion. As the young disciples noticed the crowd had assembled, they stood to address the gathering. Thank you all for attending our Lin family's event. As you know, we seek a study companion for my second sister. Today, this position will be determined by your genuine talents. Regardless of your background or strength, if you possess noteworthy skills, you may assume the role of scholar, gaining access to the Lin family's resources and sharing in our wealth and honor. Thus, the banquet commenced. With no restrictions on themes or poetic forms, all that mattered was whether they could impress the Lin family's second daughter. The Lin family disciple spoke rather casually, yet few had managed to capture her interest. This was the second banquet hosted by the Lin family in recent days, and still, no one had piqued her attention. I'll go first. Let me present my poem. Almost immediately, various verses sprang forth from the crowd, showcasing a plethora of poetic talents. However, none managed to garner the interest of the Lin family's second daughter, who remained indifferent, even yawning in boredom as she surveyed the crowd with a dismissive gaze. Yet, many in the audience felt honored by the prospect of being noticed by her, their faces alight with excitement. Wang Xuanzhi smirked, thinking them mere sycophants. Their strength might be considerable, yet their mindset was lacking. Feeling a wave of boredom wash over him, he considered leaving when suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding! The host has become the study companion of the Lin family and may break through to the divine infant realm. Initially uninterested, Wang Xuanzhi's demeanor shifted upon hearing the system's announcement. Rising from his seat, he attracted the attention of many, his strikingly handsome features making him a focal point amidst the throngs. As he stood, even Lin Nannan cast a glance his way, her interest piqued by his extraordinary looks. Though many recited verses that seemed commendable to Wang Xuanzhi, none captured Lin Nannan's attention. The reason was simple. Her youthful spirit found little of interest. Thus, he spoke. The matron of the Lin family is not human. As soon as these words escaped his lips, the atmosphere in the hall fell into a stunned silence. The Lin family's prodigy shot up from his seat, glaring at Wang Xuanzhi, his intent to kill palpable. Oh, you realize what you just uttered. You must be tired of living to speak such words. Numerous Lin family guards began to encircle Wang Xuanzhi. Their expressions turned hostile. Who dares to utter such blasphemy? In stark contrast, Lin Nannan's previously disinterested face lit up with curiosity as she focused on Wang Xuanzhi. Cursing one's mother is a surefire way to provoke wrath, an undeniable truth. Wang Xuanzhi surveyed his surroundings with satisfaction, relishing the chaos he had incited. Excellent, he thought. This is the reaction I sought. He continued. A celestial maiden descends from the heavens. Upon uttering this line, the tension in the air dissipated, and the murderous intent retreated like a receding tide. The onlookers regarded Wang Xuanzhi with a mix of awe and bewilderment, as he had salvaged the entire poem with a single phrase. Though the cadence and depth of his verse might have paled in comparison to others, it was the humor and charm that captured Lin Nannan's attention, causing her anger to wane as she fixated on him. The expressions of the Lin family disciples turned awkward, their spells faltering as they watched the unexpected turn of events. Should Wang Xuanzhi dare to utter another offense, he would swiftly meet his end. The atmosphere began to ease once more, as onlookers wondered what this bold young man might say next. Raising a daughter only to become a thief, he proclaimed, plunging the gathering back into silence. The flicker of murderous intent reignited among the crowd. What nonsense are you spouting? Have you no understanding of the consequences of your words? The tension in the air was palpable, as all eyes were fixed on Wang Xuanzhi. Awaiting his next pronouncement, Lin Nannan, now fully engaged, anticipated his next line with keen interest, despite the fact that he had insulted her as well. Wang Xuanzhi, with a dismissive expression, scoffed at those who had previously mocked him. You simpletons, do you not realize I have another line to deliver? Why the rush? The emperor is not anxious. Yet you, a mere eunuch, find yourself in a frenzy. Their faces flushed with indignation, The men struggled to articulate their outrage. You disregarding their ire, Wang Xuanzhi continued, I stole immortality to present to my mother. Here, he made a slight modification, aware that within this realm, peaches of immortality were merely longevity elixirs. The concept of eternal life was universally coveted among cultivators. And Wang Xuanzhi expressed this sentiment with remarkable finesse. Upon hearing this line, Lin Nanan's interest peaked to unprecedented heights, her small hands clapping in delight. What is your name? She inquired. Sensing he had successfully hooked her interest, Wang Xuanzhi stood with poise and declared, I am Wang Bohu, unchanging in name and nature. Two systems looked at Wang Xuanzhi with disdain, unable to suppress their sneers. The host remained as shameless as ever. Although they were unsure how the host could craft such a poem, they couldn't shake the feeling that it might not be an original work, but rather a mere imitation from elsewhere. Well, Wang Bohu, do you have any other verses? They inquired. As long as you possess more poetry, the position of companion reader shall be yours. Be cautious. Second Mississippi, the role of companion reader is crucial to your cultivation in the Confucian Palace. It cannot be taken lightly, urged those around them. Lin Nanan cast a knowing glance at the group and remarked, Why should I rely on him? Should I place my trust in you instead? It took him ages to compose a poem, and it was utterly devoid of meaning, quite tedious indeed. Wang Xuanzhi nodded inwardly, sensing that his strategy was effective. He had successfully captured Lin Nanan's attention. Now he merely needed to stoke the flames further to secure the position, thereby completing his task. After some contemplation, he resolved to recite his favorite poem from his previous life, Peach Blossom Inn, to captivate the audience. As he began softly, a gentle aura of sanctity emanated from him. He had long since entered the realm of Confucianism, thanks to his earlier encounters with a prodigy from the human race in a void arena eons ago. What he once thought of as an irrelevant pursuit now revealed its significance in this context. The essence of Confucianism began to manifest behind him, gradually unveiling the imagery associated with it as he recited his verses. In the peach blossom dock, there lies the peach blossom inn. Within the inn dwells the peach blossom immortal. The immortal plants peach trees and trades blossoms for wine. A colossal millennia-old peach tree began to materialize behind him, its branches adorned with a profusion of blossoms. Wang Xuanzhi reclined beneath the tree, sipping wine leisurely. This was the essence of Confucianism. The crowd surged to their feet. While they could recite a few lines of poetry, their skills were merely rudimentary. In this celestial domain, martial prowess predominated, and few pursued the path of Confucianism or literature. To their astonishment, they now encountered a true master who had genuinely entered the realm of Confucianism. The imagery accompanying Wang Xuanzhi's verses unfolded alongside his recital. Awake from wine, I sit before the flowers. Drunk, I must sleep beneath their boughs. Day after day, amid flowers and wine, I awaken and succumb year after year. May I grow old amid flowers and wine, not wishing to bow before the chariot of wealth. The dust of carriages and horses pleases the wealthy, while the wine cup and blossoms are the fate of the poor. With his verses imbued with the strength of Confucianism, the spirit of integrity, unwavering in the face of wealth and power, began to radiate. The audience felt the richness of Wang Xuanzhi's poetic imagery intensify. In their eyes, his figure grew more imposing, transforming from a frivolous young disciple into a true scholar-poet, steeped in knowledge and experience. Chapter 204. Human Spirit Celestial Domain, Lin Family. What comes next? What is the next line? After 4 weeks, readers grew curious. Wang Xuanzhi's aura increasingly resembled that of a scholar. With a light chuckle, he continued to articulate his verses, his white-robed figure stirring the winds within the plaza. The fabric of his robe billowed without a breeze, creating an indescribable elegance. Coupled with Wang Xuanzhi's handsome visage and unparalleled demeanor, he drew the attention of many young ladies. If wealth is compared to poverty, one lies on level ground, the other in the heavens. If poverty is compared to carriages and horses, he must hurry while I take my leisure. Others mock me for my madness. I mock their inability to see through it, not seeing the tombs of the heroes of Wuling. I till the fields without flowers or wine. Splendid. Others mock me for my madness. I mock their inability to see through it. Brother, your talent is extraordinary. We are left in your shadow. Truly, those who have entered the realm of Confucianism are distinct from us mere mortals and martial artists. The chorus of admiration rose around him, each voice echoing praise for Wang Xuanzhi's poetry. He maintained his composure. As he concluded his recitation of Peach Blossom Inn, the grand imagery of the peach tree behind him began to bloom, sending a flurry of blossoms swirling about. Wang Xuanzhi, standing beneath the tree in his white robe, appeared effortlessly elegant and carefree, embodying the spirit of the peach blossom immortal from the poem. "Indeed, it is you?" Lin Nanan declared, her eyes sparkling with delight. Clearly, she had placed her full trust in Wang Xuanzhi and recognized his literary prowess. Nearby, the spirit disciples observed Lin Nanan's endorsement of Wang Xuanzhi without comment, as they were merely collateral and significantly less esteemed compared to the direct lineage. Their presence was solely to accompany Lin Nanan in selecting a companion reader. He hurried over to Wang Xuanzhi's side, his height only reaching Wang Xuanzhi's waist. Lin Nanan looked up, her innocent eyes wide with admiration. "Hee, what a handsome older brother," she thought to herself. "Well, since Nanan is satisfied, it shall be you'd at that moment." An ethereal figure of a woman suddenly appeared above the platform. No one knew how she had manifested there. They only realized her presence as soon as her voice echoed. She regarded the crowd below with indifference, her attire revealing her status as a disciple of the Confucian palace. This was Lin Nanan's elder sister, Lin Mingqing. "Our Lin family does not inquire about your background or origins, as long as you harbor no ill intentions toward us. In that case, we shall provide resources to cultivate you." Her gaze fixed intently on Wang Xuanzhi, seeking any signs of ulterior motives or schemes to approach Lin Nanan in order to manipulate the Lin family. Wang Xuanzhi regarded the cold beauty before him, her aloof demeanor eliciting a sense of injustice within him. He was not that kind of person and found it rather displeasing. Was it merely a matter of elevated status? Besides, he had yet to witness her true strength. Lin Mingqing's aura indicated she was around the divine realm, a mere insect he could easily dispatch with a single blow. Wang Xuanzhi chose to ignore Lin Mingqing's words. Merely nodding dismissively, he bent down to address the young girl before him, gently asking, "What are my duties as a companion reader?" He made a point to emphasize companion reader rather than companion book boy. The distinction carried significant weight regarding status, a future emperor, divine being, celestial sovereign, and potential ruler of demons. He would never demean himself to be a mere servant. He would only undertake such a role to complete the system's task. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Task completed. Realm breakthrough. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Within Wang Xuanzhi's core, 3 additional infants emerged from the primordial chaos. One was the Dragon Emperor's infant, another the Immortal Emperor's infant, and the last the Human Emperor's infant. 4 infants, all resembling Wang Xuanzhi, sat cross-legged in the center, nurturing another elusive light, rendering its nature indistinguishable. Lin Nanan tilted her head, pondering the distinction between reader and book boy. "But dismissed it simply means you will teach me to read every day. 2 days from now. Accompany me to the Confucian palace to register as a disciple. During our time together, you must attend to my daily needs and help me with my studies. Of course, for my safety, others will provide protection. A divine infant realm cultivator like you cannot guard me." She could easily discern the fluctuations in Wang Xuanzhi's power. The recent breakthrough in his realm had left a slight overflow of energy that she adeptly caught. Once Wang Xuanzhi fully stabilized his realm, no one would perceive his true level. Wang Xuanzhi raised an eyebrow, contemplating the notion of serving others. He was not inclined to do so. Rather, he preferred to be served. Now that he had achieved his realm and completed the task, it was time to depart. His gaze swept the surroundings, noticing the attention directed at him. The energies of yin and yang began to swirl around him, subtly altering the fabric of space-time as he prepared to slip away. Ding! Task triggered. The host must accompany Lin Nanan to the Confucian palace and become a disciple, leading to another breakthrough in realm. Upon hearing this, Wang Xuanzhi's expression soured. The system was relentless in its demands. However, with the arrow drawn, it must be released. What held greater importance, dignity or the system? Clearly, the system took precedence. Dignity was of no consequence. With that realization, he promptly adopted a different demeanor. The energies of yin and yang gradually dissipated, and the surrounding space returned to normal. He looked down to see Lin Nanan nodding reluctantly. Now it was Lin Mingqing's turn to take action. "Given our circumstances, you still hesitate? Who wouldn't know the advantages of aligning with the Lin family and the elevated status it confers in this celestial domain?" The Lin family was one of the 5 elite families within this realm. Wang Xuanzhi resided in the human spirit celestial domain, predominantly inhabited by the human race. The power dynamics were divided among 5 principal families and 3 transcendent forces: the Confucian Palace, the Sword Palace, and the Great Dream Dynasty. The status of these 3 transcendent forces surpassed that of the 5 families. However, within this realm, the majority of the land is enveloped by the 5 prominent families.